This is a lottery wheel that consumes lifespan. Some consumed 50 years of life but drew a nuclear bomb. It detonated on the spot, and someone consumed 80 years of life. They ended up with a Thanos glove. With a snap of the fingers, it can eliminate 5 billion Godzillas. Some people consumed their entire lifespan, yet they were only rewarded with a flying Kuan cup. Before dying, they experienced the depths of Lu Ruyan. It turns out that the Crimson Apocalypse game suddenly went official, and it completely descended into reality in 2025. A surging tide of beasts crawled out from the rifts in the void. They continuously squeezed the living space of humanity. But soon someone discovered, as long as they killed any powerful murderer, they could drop items for the Crimson Wheel, consuming a certain amount of lifespan. They could draw weapons, equipment, talents, and more. But some items appeared to be worthless. Some treasures drawn could change one's fate against the odds. And just before the Crimson game suddenly shut down, I was relying on my luck to wildly drop equipment in front of my girlfriend Lu Ruyan's family. Thus, at the beginning of the apocalypse, they had already become the top advantage globally. But I tragically met my end at the mass grave. Fortunately, I had secretly retained my golden talent, Fate's Cycle. Not only did I have the ability to resurrect once, but I could also specify any reward from the wheel. At this moment, I lay by the roadside, covered in corpses, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. All 800 of my ribs had been broken by Lu Ruyan. But just as I struggled to get up, an armored vehicle slowly stopped by the roadside, and a tattooed middle-aged man got out, shouting, "How many years of life do you have left?" I immediately stated that I still had 50 years left. "Then come back to the camp with me. At least I can give you something to eat before you die." Thus, I was taken onto the armored vehicle and captured by the Ironwood camp's scavenging team. Here, there were homeless people nearing the end of their lives everywhere. But the Ironwood camp aimed to strengthen its power by squeezing these people to draw from the wheel. This was to obtain various equipment and talents. However, before that, they would let the captives have a good meal first. A burly man tossed 2 potatoes in front of me. Though the potatoes were covered in dirt and hard to swallow, I, starving for 2.5 days, immediately devoured them. "With 10 years and 3 months of life left, what color do you want to draw?" The burly man glanced up at the corner. That was another man on the verge of death. Then, suddenly, a blue screen appeared in the void. It displayed all the man's information. His life and death depended on this one chance. I chose the green wheel. It turns out that the quality of the wheel ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, red, gold, and dark gold, and anything above gold can only be produced within secret realms. The probability of drawing treasures is often higher in those, but the lifespan required to draw from them is also greater. As for the wheels obtained from the Ironwood camp, the highest quality is only green, but it requires 10 years of life to activate. "Draw for yourself." The middle-aged man handed him a green wheel. Xiaogo steeled himself and immediately gambled his entire lifespan. When he pressed his finger to the center of the wheel, the green wheel immediately glowed with white light. Then it began to spin slowly. Xiaogo trembled uncontrollably, and his once sallow skin suddenly looked even worse, his hair turning completely gray. 2.5 seconds later, the wheel finally stopped, and the bright red pointer landed in the white area. But the item inside was something resembling a canvas bag. This turned out to be an obvious bag, although it can hold things. It can only hold a small amount of quality items, which is disappointing. A wave of bone-chilling despair flooded Xiaogo's mind as he stared blankly at the obvious bag. This dramatic scene conveyed an infinite sense of desolation. I couldn't help but shake my head from afar. This kid's luck was just unbelievable. In the end, that person tightly gripped a small knife and plunged it into his own abdomen. In his next life, he would likely enjoy a life of luxury in some curry country. The burly man was already used to this. He waved his hand to his subordinates and had the man's body dragged away. At this moment, Duan Zixuan beside me was also trembling slightly. "Hello, big brother, my name is Duan Zixuan. May I ask how many years of life you have left?" I picked up the last potato and started to munch on it, then slowly replied, "Just a little over a year." "Big brother, you look very young. How come you only have a year left to live?" I didn't respond to that, as before being killed by Lu Ruyan, I had secretly consumed 50 years to draw from the wheel. This was how I gained the ability of Fate's Cycle, but as a result, I was left with just over a year of life. Moreover, I was seriously injured when I arrived at this camp, but if I could have 3 to 5 days to recuperate, with the talents I had previously acquired, I could recover enough to take the opportunity to leave. "Big brother, how did you get so many injuries? Where are you from? What's your name?" Duan Zixuan kept chattering on. He was immediately scolded by the burly man beside him. "Stop dawdling. Quickly come over and draw from the wheel." The burly man sternly pointed at me and shouted, Hearing this, I staggered to my feet and slowly walked to the center of the square. With 1 year and 13 days of life left, the second team leader just said, "Didn't you have over 50 years of life?" The burly man scanned me with his wristband for a while, his face filled with confusion. Maybe he misheard. "I want to draw from the white quality wheel." "Then choose one for yourself." The burly man saw I was about to leave, so he didn't press further. But just as I took the wheel, a cold electronic voice rang in my ears. "Please specify the reward item, host." Reward item, Sharp Fruit Knife 2, Mini Playing Cards 3, Automatic Razor 4, Cute Silicone Barbie Doll 5, Basic Life Potion 5 Years 6, Basic Talent Enhancement 7, Unhatched Alien Insect Egg. From my previous memories, alien insects are the weakest race in the Star Soul apocalypse. Even a person who is completely powerless can easily crush dozens of them. But the alien insects have a terrifying reproductive ability and can potentially evolve into lurkers and destroyers. Moreover, with my current weak status, even if I obtain the life potion, the camp would never allow me to use it. However, almost no one knows how invincible the tame insects were in the early stages. Previously, someone gained a millennium of lifespan thanks to the alien insects. Thinking of this, I immediately focused on the last option, the odor-hatched alien insect egg. Soon after, the pointer of the spinning wheel gradually stopped, finally landing on the item I designated. But not far away, the indifferent sea showed no expression at all. To him, an insect egg was worth even less than 1% of the obvious package. At least the obvious package can hold something. What can this insect egg do? With only 13 days of life left and having drawn only an insect egg, most people would break down in such a situation, even choosing to end their lives like the little dog. But my calm expression caught the strong man's attention, and as I looked at him, I feigned hesitation over the insect egg. Because in the camp, besides the members of the scavenging team, anyone who draws any item, as long as it is not bound, must surrender it. As expected, the strong man hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "Is he crazy? This is just the most ordinary alien insect. He doesn't even have the interest to look at it." Taking advantage of the moment, I also pocketed the insect egg. At that moment, a tragic voice suddenly rang out from the bag. For no reason, the hysterical roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. I saw that the man was holding a bottle of potion, his eyes already filled with bloodshot veins. Rat tail juice is a type of potion, extracted from the tail of a crimson giant. It has a sweet taste and is effective for relieving constipation, though its quality is still low-grade white. This was the green will he drew after spending 10 years of his lifespan, and though there would be many white-quality items inside, such poor-quality items are still quite rare. "This one is quite good, it looks very refreshing," said Duan Zixuan quietly behind the man, but his casual remark caught the man's attention. The man immediately smashed the rat tail juice to the ground, then crazily charged at the stone pillar in front of him, spilling red and white everywhere before collapsing to the ground, dead. Seeing this, Duan Zixuan shivered, as if the fate of the man ahead was a reflection of his own future. "I want to draw the green wheel," he said nervously. I closed my eyes again, too lazy to pay attention. Just 2.5 seconds later, Duan Zixuan's excited voice reached my ears again. "I actually drew a green weapon. Does that mean I can get a potato every day?" After saying this, Duan Zixuan walked up to me, almost tripping over due to his weak state. "How many years of life do you have left?" I suddenly asked. "Subtracting 10 years, I have 35 years left," Duan Zixuan answered almost without hesitation. But his words made me frown slightly. After all, in the Star Soul apocalypse, people like Duan Zixuan are either pretending to be carefree while hiding deep plots, or they won't live past a week before being killed. Just as I was contemplating my next move, the camp leader walked over. "You drew a green quality weapon?" "Yes, Captain," Duan Zixuan said excitedly, standing up and handing the black compound bow to Captain Zheng Tai. "Very good. You should prepare to become a scavenger tomorrow," Zheng Tai said, taking the compound bow with one hand and patting his shoulder with the other. I was arranged to follow Duan Zixuan tomorrow since hunting crimson beasts is very dangerous, and having an extra expendable person isn't a bad idea. After the captain finished assigning tasks, I planned to step out of the tent for a bit of rest. Unexpectedly, I ran into an acquaintance, Wang Teng, who used to be a small manager at Lu Ruyan's family business. After he recognized me, he shockingly used my identity to threaten me. "Young Master Zhongli, you wouldn't want anyone to know you're the son-in-law of the Lu family, would you? Otherwise, you might be the first to die tomorrow." I didn't ask him what he wanted, as a larva was quietly crawling on him at that moment. 2.5 seconds later, Wang Teng completely lost his self-awareness. "Don't be picky. When we become stronger, we'll definitely find you the best rations." The tiny insect, smaller than a fingernail, reluctantly crawled onto his forehead. The next morning, I was awakened by loud voices outside. "Someone's dead. Help! But as I slowly opened my eyes, I found a thumb-sized white insect resting on my nose. I jumped up in fright, yelling, "You scared me. Can you pick a different spot next time?" I quickly placed the white insect against my chest and then pretended to be flustered as I exited the tent. By this time, all the camp members had arrived, and Wang Tang's tent was surrounded. The other ordinary people were all trembling in fear. In front of the deputy camp leader lay a corpse. The flesh and blood had been completely drained from the corpse, leaving only a skeletal husk wrapped in dry skin. Is this little guy really that powerful? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Deputy camp leader Song Tai coldly surveyed the crowd. Although the sudden deaths of dozens of ordinary people didn't significantly impact the Ironwood camp, the key point was that Wang Tang's death was too bizarre. Not only was all his flesh and blood drained, but there were no visible wounds on his skin. If it was man-made, that would be troublesome. If it was a crimson beast, it would be even worse. I'm going to gather people right now. The deputy captain understood the urgency of the situation. He immediately led people to seal off the area and began questioning all the ordinary folks present. Even at this point, you're still lying? Do you think we don't know what you did in the camp last night? Do you think we don't know? Song Chang said disdainfully. I maintained a nonchalant expression, saying, "Captain Song, I only have 12 days of life left. What can I do?" After a long silence, he couldn't find any flaws in my story and waved his hand to continue questioning the next person. Soon after, 15 low-level individuals were loaded onto an armored vehicle, preparing to head to a hellish place to assist in hunting beasts. Report to the captain. A level 1 crimson beast has been sighted 500 meters to the east. As a series of piercing sounds rang out, the sleeping level 1 crimson beast fell into eternal slumber. But as the deputy captain went to move the mad wolf's corpse, he suddenly detected movement nearby. There was something very off. Song Tai's brow suddenly furrowed. In the distance, a level 2 crimson beast was rapidly approaching. It turned out that this entire team combined couldn't take on an ordinary level 2 beast. However, this scavenging team was somewhat trained. As soon as the deputy captain's order was given, they almost immediately jumped into their respective vehicles. As for the ordinary people who reacted too slowly, they were all left behind on the roadside. However, they chose not to run around because the lurking killers could easily tear them apart. Duan Zixuan wanted desperately to chase after them, but all he could see was the billowing dust from the vehicle's rear. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Duan Zixuan asked anxiously, unlike the others who were panicking. I didn't respond immediately and instead used a small knife to cut open the wind wolf's corpse. Indeed, a level 2 crimson larva sprang out from within. However, under the scorching flame of the flamethrower, it quickly lost the ability to resist and died completely. "What is this, big brother?" Duan Zixuan asked with lingering fear. "This is a crimson worm. As long as it parasitizes inside a crimson beast, it can kill the beast by 2 levels. However, the only drawback is that it will quickly dehydrate and die in high temperatures." While speaking, I quickly stepped forward and retrieved the fallen wheel from beneath the shriveled worm's corpse. Lucky for me, most crimson worms don't drop wheels, but unexpectedly, this one dropped a green piece. Then, I quietly placed my own alien insect onto the mad wolf's corpse. At this moment, Duan Zixuan felt my gaze on him and couldn't help but shiver. He felt as if he were being targeted by a crimson beast. Just as he was lost in thought, a chilling crunching sound snapped him back to reality. To his shock, the once massive mad wolf had now turned into a desiccated corpse. The wolf's skin clung tightly to its bones, with not a trace of flesh remaining. Seeing this, he instinctively took 2 steps back, as he recognized the mad wolf's appearance. One tongue from the Ironwood camp looked just like this after death. "Here, you draw this wheel." Duan Zixuan's nerves were on edge, as he understood that Wang Tang's death in the camp was my doing. Moreover, the Mu family doesn't need a reason to kill. Even close relatives often turn against each other. "Big brother, it's no problem. No matter what I draw, I'll hand it over to you." Duan Zixuan had no choice but to take the crimson wheel, trembling. Unbeknownst to him, a worm had already crawled onto his shoulder. By the time Duan Zixuan reacted, he was once again so scared that his pants were soaked. "Don't worry, he just had a meal, so he won't harm you for now." Only then did he try to calm himself and look down at the wheel in his hands again. However, a look of surprise quickly appeared on his face, as the prize pool only contained 50 items, making the chances of drawing something good very high. Among wheels of the same quality, this is definitely the best of the best. As a green glow surrounded him, Duan Zixuan instantly lost 10 years of life. Yet at this moment, he appeared exceptionally excited. "My luck is just too incredible. After drawing from the green wheel twice, I got green quality items both times, and now I've drawn a basic potion. I'm proficient in it." I became certain that my chosen talent skill could also designate the rewards from others' wheels. "Here, big brother." Duan Zixuan glanced at the wind wolf and without hesitation, respectfully handed me the talent scroll. I contentedly held the scroll in my hand. This is a method to extend lifespan. Once I find the right materials, I can concoct potions to enhance my attributes. As I focused my thoughts, the scroll transformed into specks of starlight and entered my body. But at that moment, dust rose in the distance, clearly indicating that the scavenging team was returning to check the situation. Seizing the moment before they noticed, I quickly locked my gaze on the survivors. Their remaining time was already limited. It would be better to leave this suffering earlier. As soon as I finished speaking, a weight suddenly leaped from Duan Zixuan's shoulder. After just a few hops, the 14 low-level individuals hiding nearby instantly turned into desiccated corpses. Seeing this scene, Duan Zixuan's legs immediately shook like a sieve, and he was scared enough to wet himself again. "Big brother, don't worry. I won't reveal a word of what happened today." I stared at him coldly, but I didn't plan to kill him, as what I needed most right now was lifespan. He still had a considerable lifespan left, so letting him draw from the wheel for me might be a good choice. "What's going on?" Deputy Captain Song Tai rode up on a heavy motorcycle. He soon stopped in front of the two of us, saying, "After you left, the mad wolf's corpse quickly dried up. Then, a crimson worm crawled out of the corpse, draining the flesh and blood of 14 people in succession. But crimson worms fear fire the most, so I decided to treat it as a last resort." The scavenging team members were skeptical of Duan Zixuan's explanation. However, they decided to continue, and the two of us moved forward in the designated direction. We could address all issues after completing the mission and then return to the camp for inspection. At this moment, I sat in the off-road vehicle, slightly furrowing my brow. Although I had the talent for potion mastery, the remaining materials posed a significant challenge. Some potions require plants, while others need the flesh or bones of crimson beasts. The easiest to make is the basic agility potion, which requires wind wolf bones, wind bell grass, and crimson mist water, materials that are not hard to obtain in the apocalypse. After a short while, the teams arrived at a biological research facility. Before the apocalypse struck, there were many experimental drugs and instruments stored here. This could just fill the gap left by the lack of a pharmacist in Ironwood camp. But besides trying to gather drugs, they also needed to look for food. As soon as they got out of the vehicle, Deputy Captain Song Tai began assigning tasks. He instructed a few people to disperse and search for supplies, but their attention was all focused on the equipment. Seeing this, I quickly seized the opportunity and stealthily went to an open area. I used a small beaker to collect some crimson mist water and the windbell grass that was scattered on the ground. Along with the previously obtained wolf bones, I quickly began crafting the basic agility potion. To my surprise, I succeeded on the first attempt, and since the success rate was close to 70%, I produced 3 bottles in just 2.5 minutes. Without hesitation, I drank 1 bottle and instantly felt as light as a swallow. Next was to execute the next plan, to quickly run to a cave 5 kilometers away without the team noticing. This was because a large number of blood spiders resided there, which are the main materials for producing the basic berserk potion. Moreover, the obtained spider silk has extremely high defense and can be synthesized into higher-grade silk armor, barely capable of withstanding level 2 killers. The basic agility potion lasted for 5 minutes, and just before that, I arrived at the entrance of the Blood Pearl Cave. A chilling breeze wafted from the cave entrance, sending shivers down my spine. With my current abilities, I dared not enter recklessly. After some thought, I took out my alien pet. "Little Black, swift and decisive," I said. Upon hearing this, Little Black seemed a bit dissatisfied with the name but still obeyed. Nevertheless, he followed my instructions and obediently entered the Blood Pearl's nest. Having been fed by the wind wolves and 14 people before, Little Black could barely handle level 2 killers. However, his combat power exceeded my expectations. In just a few minutes, he dealt with a dozen blood pearls of the same level. In the end, he saved me a lot of time, allowing me to return to the armored vehicle a few minutes early without raising any suspicions from Song Tai and the others. Among them, Ma Zi threw a big machete at me, but I was somewhat puzzled at that moment. After all, as an ordinary person, I had no combat power and could only follow the team to transport some goods. Sending them to deal with the new crimson beasts would mean sending them to their deaths. But Wang Mazi didn't care about that at all. Pointing at me, he ordered, "The team has suffered heavy losses, you go first. If you can survive and return, I can immediately improve your benefits." After saying this, Wang Mazi walked to the side to tend to his gruesome facial wounds. It turned out that the teams had encountered a very tricky existence, and before they could even see what the monster looked like, several had already lost their lives. However, Deputy Captain Song Tai refused to give up easily and continued to lead the remaining members back into the biological research facility. But as soon as they entered, a dense mass of crimson dots surged forward. There were easily hundreds of them, their ferocious appearance resembling demons from the abyss. "These damned rats, One day I will kill every last one of them. Li Shan's eyes were already bloodshot. The others had become somewhat numb. The storeroom. After a long corridor, they finally saw the storeroom of the Biological Research Institute. Everyone instantly became excited. Maintain formation, don't get too eager. Ma Zi's words made the team members calm down in an instant, continuing to move slowly towards the storeroom. When they were about 10 meters away, Ma Zi activated his compound bow repeatedly, clearing the rats blocking their path, and rushed to the storeroom door, kicking it hard. Bang! The storeroom door collapsed directly, and everyone could see the situation inside. Level 2. Li Shan looked at the prompt on his wristband, his face filled with fear. Retreat! Ma Zi no longer had the energy to complain about Song Cheng's unreliability and immediately ordered a retreat. In the apocalypse, the most indispensable thing is reaction time. Everyone began to withdraw at the first moment, but there were simply too many rats around. Inside the Research Institute's storeroom, a 2-meter tall, 4 to 5 meter long, incredibly fat level 2 crimson giant rat slowly opened its eyes. Beneath it lay a pile of various biological remains, and even a slight movement produced a crackling sound. Damn rats! Li Shan swung his weapon almost madly, not even noticing when his left arm was torn off. Ma Zi's fingers on the compound bow also became bloodied. The feeling of despair surrounded him at all times since the apocalypse began. But this time, Ma Zi felt a sudden sense of relief when truly facing death. Among the scavenging team, the weakest member, Duan Zixuan, still wanted to struggle. His first reaction was to closely follow behind Chen Ping. Unfortunately, the level 2 crimson giant rat directly locked onto Chen Ping. The fat, enormous, and seemingly clumsy giant rat possessed unimaginable agility. In the blink of an eye, it pounced in front of Chen Ping. Duan Zixuan didn't expect Chen Ping to be so unlucky. Among the 5, it was Chen Ping who bore the brunt. It's over, this time we're really done for. Duan Zixuan froze in place. Not long ago, Chen Ping had killed a level 2 crimson worm, which was a fluke. The strange bug Chen Ping had brought along clearly couldn't drain the giant rat's blood and flesh in an instant. Duan Zixuan's legs trembled like a sieve, and the others had already given up resisting. With their current team strength and condition, they simply couldn't defeat the level 2 crimson beast. Unless they adjusted their state to the best and used some temporary attribute-enhancing drugs, or had 1 or 2 more green quality weapons, they might still have a fighting chance. After all, the previous battle had already drained a significant amount of their energy. As a former esports champion, Chen Ping's reaction ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. The moment the storeroom door fell, he drank a bottle of primary agility potion. When the giant rat began to move, Chen Ping predicted its attack and barely dodged it. This scene left everyone in disbelief. An ordinary person without any abilities actually dodged the attack of a level 2 crimson beast? Next, they were almost wide-eyed. The giant rat missed its target, furious, and attacked Chen Ping again. This time, Chen Ping clearly had more time to dodge, but he stood his ground, holding the serrated long knife across his chest, seemingly ready to fight to the death. He's gone mad. Everyone thought Chen Ping was the only one who might escape, but he chose to fight back. This was definitely madness. As for why Chen Ping could dodge the giant rat's attack, they didn't have time to think. The giant rat's claws reached for Chen Ping's chest, while Chen Ping's long knife stabbed into the giant rat's open mouth. Puff! The long knife sank into the giant rat's throat, spilling out a stream of extremely foul-smelling blood. Clang! The giant rat's claws grazed Chen Ping's chest, leaving no marks. Squeak! Squeak! Chen Ping's attack was far from fatal for the crimson giant rat. Infuriated, the giant rat began to attack Chen Ping frantically. Chen Ping dodged with all his might. With the aid of a basic agility potion, he managed to handle the situation relatively well. However, the others fared much worse. In addition to the rat's siege, Chen Ping's entanglement with the second-level giant rat also affected one of his teammates, who lacked Chen Ping's abilities. When the giant rat struck him, he couldn't even let out a sound before meeting his end. After more than 4 minutes, the effect of the basic agility potion was about to wear off. Chen Ping was already drenched in sweat from being chased. Xiao Hei, can you hurry up? He thought anxiously. Just moments ago, he had faced the giant rat head-on to deliver the thumb-sized alien insect that was perched on the blade into the giant rat's body. Now, he had used up the last of his basic agility potion, and without the boost in speed, he wouldn't be able to evade the giant rat's attacks. The spider silk obtained from the blood spider cave was completely wrapped around him. It could indeed withstand the giant rat's assaults, but Chen Ping wasn't sure how many times it could hold up. Forget it. Chen Ping calculated the remaining time of the agility potion and decided to retreat while he still had the advantage, planning to return after a while. However, before he could leave, the crimson giant rat's speed began to slow down. Its robust body started to shrink. Until half a minute later, the giant rat breathed its last, but it did not become a dried corpse. Perhaps the alien insect was particularly averse to the giant rat's flesh and blood, as it fled from the giant rat's mouth the moment it died. At this point, the alien insect had grown to the size of a palm, sprouting wings from its back, and aside from its abdomen, its body was covered in a layer of black armor. The name fits, it's all black now. Chen Ping smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the little black insect that had flown onto his shoulder. The color and form of the alien insect would vary depending on its later growth direction. However, the black blood-sucking insect was the most terrifying. Unlike the flesh-eating insect, the blood-sucking insect could survive independently for a long time, and its combat power would not diminish. The flesh-eating insect could not stay away from its host for long, needing to continuously suck blood, and its weaknesses were quite obvious, making it easy to deal with. The blood-sucking insect also had a higher potential, capable of advancing to level 3. In the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, this was enough to handle most threats from Crimson Beasts. Of course, those powerful level 3 Crimson Beasts would still pose a significant challenge, even for a level 3 blood-sucking insect. Chen Ping walked slowly to the corpse of the crimson giant rat and found a green spinning wheel beneath it. In addition, there were 2 blood-red circular coins. It actually dropped crimson coins. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Crimson coins were the universal currency in the Crimson Apocalypse, usable for trading any items. They contained a rich crimson aura, which could be used to enhance various talent levels and equipment. Later on, they could even be used to purchase the lifespans of others. However, the current number of crimson coins was still too few and had not yet circulated widely. Back in the game, 1 crimson coin could be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in reality. Chen Ping had earned hundreds of billions for the Chen family through his own strength, allowing them to rise from a third-rate family in the coastal area to a top national family in just 5 years. They even caught the eye of the super family, the Lin family, and arranged a marriage with them. Looking at the crimson coins in his hand, Chen Ping felt a sense of nostalgia. His glory had begun with a single crimson coin. After taking a deep breath, Chen Ping looked around. Besides him, there were 3 others left, the nearly unconscious Li Shan, the exhausted Ma Zi, and the dazed Duan Zixuan. There aren't many usable supplies left in the storeroom. We should retreat for now, Chen Ping said in a deep voice. Yeah, our combat power has significantly decreased. Staying here will only be more dangerous. Ma Zi nodded. Captain, don't leave me behind. Li Shan struggled a bit. Having already lost an arm, he lacked any particularly strong talents. Under normal circumstances, Li Shan's fate would be to be completely abandoned to avoid becoming a burden. This is not just about the cold-bloodedness of people in the apocalypse, but also about preventing greater losses. As the captain, Ma Zi couldn't remember how many severely injured team members he had left behind. At first, he felt a lot of guilt and reluctance, but now he had become indifferent, or rather, had fully accepted reality. Then, give me a quick end. Ma Zi's cold gaze made Li Shan realize that he could not leave alive. Without speaking, Ma Zi silently raised the compound bow in his hand. Wait! Chen Ping suddenly stopped Ma Zi. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at Chen Ping with puzzled expressions. How many years of life do you have left? Chen Ping asked calmly. 15 years. Li Shan quickly replied. Smack! The spinning wheel was thrown in front of Li Shan by Chen Ping. Here, being gnawed to death bit by that group of rats is indeed very painful, Chen Ping said, looking at Li Shan. Li Shan clenched his right fist, staring at the broken knife a dozen meters away from him, and finally took a deep breath and picked up the green spinning wheel. The most eye-catching rewards on this wheel were 2. A life potion that increased lifespan by 10 years, which was what Chen Ping needed most at the moment. The other was a strength increase of 5. For an ordinary person, even a slight increase in such attributes could be transformative. The green quality spinning wheel floated in mid-air, and Li Shan pressed his bloodied finger onto the center of the wheel. The wheel, originally the size of a coin, was about twice the size of an ordinary human face. The red pointer spun rapidly, and Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan held their breath in anticipation. Li Shan's eyes widened as if he saw a glimmer of hope for life, but when he noticed Chen Ping's slightly furrowed brow, his excited heart plummeted again. In front of the Biological Research Institute, the corpse of the second-level scarlet giant rat was somewhat shriveled. Perhaps its death had intimidated the other rats. A vacuum zone appeared around its body. Li Shan looked at Chen Ping with a face full of hope, knowing that even Captain Ma Zi had to listen to Chen Ping's orders now. This was the apocalypse, where the strong were respected. It was unclear whether Li Shan's luck was good or bad. If one said he was lucky, he had not drawn a single top-tier prize from over a dozen options. If one said he was unlucky, the only bound reward he drew was the strength increase of 5. Even with just one arm left, the strength boost would be enough to make him one of the top 5 in the camp. Hey, little brother, the camp is short on manpower. Ma Zi wanted to fight for an opportunity for Li Shan, but before he could finish, Chen Ping walked outside. In the apocalypse, only true strong individuals had the right to act alone, while the weak could only huddle together for warmth, including people like Ma Zi. Originally, Li Shan, having lost an arm, had become worthless, but now, a 5-point strength boost was definitely a boon for the camp. A stronger camp meant greater safety for them. They were not in a position to be selfish. That was why Ma Zi pleaded for Li Shan. Zixuan, lend a hand. Seeing Chen Ping leave silently, Ma Zi immediately called over Duan Zixuan to help Li Shan up. With a strong desire to survive, Li Shan exerted all his strength to rise, and with the help of Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan, he followed Chen Ping's pace. Li Shan looked at Chen Ping's back, feeling a mix of emotions. He could never have imagined that one day he would beg for mercy from such lowly ants, nor could he have anticipated that this ant would display such terrifying strength. The second-level Scarlet Beast could not be killed even if the entire Taimu camp mobilized. Yet this person before him had done it, and fought alone. It was also because of this person that he was given a chance to spin the wheel, temporarily saving his life. Otherwise, without any talent or attribute boosts, he would surely have been abandoned after losing an arm. At this moment, not only Li Shan, but also the other 2 survivors of the calamity, looked at Chen Ping's back, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. Outside, there was an armored vehicle, a cargo truck, and 2 terrain exploration vehicles. As for Song Chang and another member of the scavenging team, they had long since disappeared. The primary perception talent seemed very strong, capable of sensing the location and level of the crimson beasts within a 30-kilometer radius, like a high-precision radar. However, this talent had many limitations. If the crimson beast was in a stationary or sleeping state, or if it was above level 3, it could not be sensed. While Ma Zi and the others stirred the level 2 crimson giant boar, Song Chang suddenly sensed the level and location of the giant boar. Faced with the level 2 crimson beast, Song Chang showed no hesitation, directly mounting a heavy motorcycle and speeding away. The team member who was outside to assist Song Chang rode on the motorcycle that originally belonged to the team leader, Ma Zi, and returned to the Ironwood camp. Let's each take a vehicle. We'll leave that terrain exploration vehicle here for now. Ma Zi's expression showed no change as he casually said to Chen Ping and Duan Zixuan. Before Ma Zi could get in the vehicle, Chen Ping reminded him, "You all know a bit about my strength. The Ironwood camp is just a temporary stop for me, and I don't want to attract any attention." After saying this, Chen Ping was the first to get into a terrain exploration vehicle, while Ma Zi took Li Shan into the armored vehicle. Duan Zixuan drove the cargo truck alone, bringing up the rear. The setting sun cast a desolate glow on the broken walls and ruins. The former prosperity had long since vanished. Occasionally, a few level 1 crimson beasts would chase by, some playing, others hunting. As Chen Ping drew closer to the Ironwood camp, his expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially wanted to hide his strength, resolve the issue of lifespan, and gather enough cards before deciding whether to stay or leave. He could make potions, and the alien insects had also grown quite a bit. But with just that, he could not establish himself in the Crimson Wilderness. Comparatively, the Ironwood camp was much safer. However, with the strength he had displayed, he would undoubtedly attract attention. If word got out and the Chen family in the city learned of it, Chenin would surely send someone over, and at that time, Chen Ping would find himself in a desperate situation again. At a certain moment, Chen Ping felt a surge of killing intent. However, even if he killed Ma Zi and the others, he still could not return to the Ironwood camp. The entire scavenging team was gone, yet a lowly ant had survived. No matter how grandly he spoke, no one would believe him. After the apocalypse struck, all communications were cut off. It wasn't until 6 months later that the communication relay stations gradually resumed, allowing contact between various camps. For now, messages could only be conveyed by human effort. And for the message to travel from the Ironwood camp to the Chen family, it had to pass through 4 or 5 camps, taking at least 7 days to get through. The Ironwood camp could no longer be stayed in for long, but in order to survive in the wilderness, Chen Ping still needed to return to the camp to make some preparations. The only advantage of the camp was that it had more resources. In 1 or 2 months, the Ironwood camp had searched through the scattered supplies in the surrounding area, including the potion-making materials that Chen Ping needed most. Creak! The camp's gate slowly opened, and 3 vehicles drove into the camp. The camp leader, Zhang Tai, and the deputy camp leader, Sun Mu, came personally to welcome them. Camp leader Zhang, this scavenging operation suffered heavy losses. I cannot escape blame. Ma Zi got out of the vehicle and first apologized to Zhang Tai. Ma Zi, scavenging is inherently fraught with danger, a matter of life and death. How many times have we experienced this? You need not blame yourself. Zhang Tai patted Ma Zi on the shoulder. You made it back alive? Zhang Tai's gaze fell on Chen Ping. Aside from Chen Ping, all the ordinary people at the bottom had perished in the wilderness, and even the scavenging team had suffered severe casualties. Only this Chen Ping remained unscathed, making anyone look twice. Just lucky to survive. Chen Ping's face showed the terror of having survived a disaster. Luck is also a part of strength. How much time do you have left? Zhang Tai asked. 11 days. Chen Ping replied. The Dawn Camp has issued a mission, and our 5 camps in the southern suburbs will each send 10 people. Upon completion, there might be a reward of life potions, which could give you a spot. Zhang Tai stroked his chin. Although the Crimson Apocalypse had only descended 3 months ago, various organizational frameworks had already matured significantly due to gaming experience. The most powerful force in Binhai, the Chen family, was located in the city center and possessed the best resources. Surrounding them were 3 major camps, not formed by the Chen family, but they would certainly obey any orders from the Chen family. These 3 camps had more personnel and greater strength, classified as secondary camps. Further out, there were 2 camps in the eastern suburbs, 4 in the western suburbs, 5 in the southern suburbs, and 4 in the northern suburbs, with the Taimu camp located in the southern suburbs. These camps were the weakest, just meeting the conditions to be classified as camps, and were primary camps. The 5 camps in the southern suburbs were all under the jurisdiction of the Dawn Camp among the 3 major camps. The mission issued by the Dawn Camp was, in fact, also ordered by the Chen family. The life potions as rewards naturally came from Chen An's hands. The Taimu camp was already short-staffed, and this time, a team sent for a hunting mission suffered heavy losses. Teams 3, 4, and 5 were the most important forces guarding the camp and could not be easily mobilized. Otherwise, Zhang Tai would not have allowed Chen Ping to participate. More importantly, Zhang Tai was also unclear about Chen Ping's identity. He was not originally from Binhai. Before the apocalypse, he had come here with his company for study and inspection, and as soon as the plane landed, the apocalypse struck. As for the Chen family in Binhai, he had indeed heard of them but did not know much. Chen Ping had only been brought back to the camp for 4 or 5 days, and the number of people he had interacted with was not many. Thank you for your concern, Captain. I will do my best. Chen Ping agreed, but he had not seriously considered whether to participate in this mission. Alright, from today on, you officially become a member of the combat team, and the benefits will be the same as theirs. This is a strengthening potion. Also, if you have any requests, you can put them forward. The camp will do its best to accommodate, Zhang Tai said boldly. This strengthening potion was of the lowest grade, common goods, with each camp having 100 or 200 of them. As for the enhancement of attributes, it could only be said to be better than nothing. This type of strengthening potion could increase strength by about 0.5, and the effect was only noticeable the first time. Okay, everyone go rest for now. We'll talk about other matters tomorrow morning. Ma Zi, come with me. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he turned and left. Chen Ping was assigned to a room next to Duan Zixuan's, and dinner consisted of 3 potatoes. Darkness enveloped the planet wrapped in crimson mist, and the Taimu camp was silent. Alone in his room, Chen Ping began to craft a basic rage potion using materials collected from the Blood Spider Cave. That useless young master of the Chen family must have been reincarnated by now. Why bring up that waste? Do you want to accompany him? I just think this fool is a bit pitiful. After helping the Chen family take off, he was directly abandoned. He deserves it. This is the apocalypse. Strength is paramount. Who talks about family ties? Besides, he's a bastard. The most ridiculous thing is that he still dares to have thoughts about the young lady of the Lin family. He's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I heard before I came in that the young lady of the Lin family, Lin Ruoyun, has obtained the blessing of courage talent, which is one of the strongest support talents. Her future is limitless. Of course, someone like Lin Ruoyun is even the hope of humanity. What is Chen Ping? In the basement of the Taimu camp, a few people were talking recklessly. After all, Chen Ping was once a favored child of heaven. For such a person to fall from grace and become an ant like them was naturally the best topic of conversation. Creak! The iron door of the basement was pushed open, and a burly man with a face full of pockmarks walked in slowly. Captain! Captain, sir? Captain, why are you here in person? They saw the scarred man walk into the basement and hurriedly knelt down to approach him. In the Ironwood camp, apart from the camp leader and the deputy camp leader, the squad leaders of the combat teams held the highest prestige, as their strength was only second to the camp leader and the deputy camp leader. Thud! Before the person who approached could react, they felt a chill at their neck, darkness enveloped their vision, and they completely lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Soon, the entire basement was eerily quiet. He had originally come to select a few physically capable individuals to supplement the first squad, but he overheard them discussing a name he was somewhat familiar with. At that moment, he vaguely understood why Qinping seemed familiar. The scarred man was acutely aware of the stakes. If Qinping's identity were exposed, it would inevitably implicate him. At the very least, he could not allow the name Qinping to appear in the camp. Not long after leaving the basement, the scarred man arrived at Qinping's door. "This is the equipment and clothing for the combat team," he said cautiously. "I need these things. Prepare them for me as soon as possible." Qinping handed over a detailed list of materials he had prepared in advance. The scarred man glanced at it. Most of the items were quite common and could be found within the camp. "I'll bring these things to you tomorrow morning." Qinping nodded slightly. "Little brother, actually exposing your identity brings no benefit to us. Even if there are rewards from above, it would never fall to us. The leader of the scavenger team looks impressive and formidable, but in reality, they are just cannon fodder." Usually, the scarred man appeared very rough and unconcerned with details, but he was extremely meticulous inside. He understood that Qinping had murderous intent, not just towards those at the bottom, but also towards those who knew his identity and strength. He saw the power Qinping displayed, and he felt utterly powerless to resist. Even the entire camp was no match for Qinping. Qinping quietly looked at the scarred man without responding. For him, only the dead could truly keep secrets, and the scarred man was still alive, which meant he still had value. "The mission in 2 days is to encircle and eliminate a lair of a crimson beast. The camp leader said it is a level 3 beast, and the Chen family wants to use it to make life potions." Seeing Qinping silent, the scarred man spilled out all the information he knew. "First, go get the things I need. I don't plan to stay here any longer. Your life or death is of no concern to me." Hearing Qinping's words, the scarred man finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll prepare it for you right away." The scarred man left, and Qinping examined the items he had brought. The clothing was not particularly clean, but it was certainly much better than what Qinping was wearing. After a careful inspection and finding no issues, Qinping changed into the new clothes. After removing the tattered coat, Qinping's upper body, including his arms, was wrapped in the silk of blood spiders. In the apocalypse, some people used this silk to make armor that was impervious to blades, but Qinping lacked that skill and could only wrap it around himself for basic defense. Being wrapped in silk was naturally uncomfortable, but for the sake of safety, he couldn't care less. After putting on the clothes, Qinping looked at the remaining items: 2 standard weapons, a white bracelet, and a combat manual. Upon seeing the manual, Qinping shook his head. Before the apocalypse, he had written dozens of game guides. This so-called combat manual was essentially a compilation of his strategies. The only difference now was that the signature had been changed to Chenin, and he had become the only true god among the survivors in the coastal region. As for Qinping, he would soon be forgotten. Even if someone remembered, it would only be to mock him. Qinping directly picked up the bracelet and put it on his left wrist. In the game Crimson Apocalypse, players could directly view their attributes. In reality, one needed to use the crimson bracelet to check. This most basic wristband can only display basic information and can be directly drawn from the white turntable. The Ironwood camp has dozens of white wristbands. Qinping rank, Bronze star level, 2-star talent, Beginner Potion Mastery, green, Physical Enhancement, green, Strength, 5 Stamina, 6 Agility, 5 Defense, 7 Special Attributes, none Special Resistances, none Spatial Items, none Bound Items, Tamed Alien Bug, Normal, Ability Assessment, 23 remaining lifespan, 11 days. Qinping's data is very simple, yet exceptionally powerful. Even the team leader, Scarface, has abilities only around 30. This is mainly because, in the second month after the apocalypse began, Qinping drew a green talent that enhanced his physique, sacrificing 10 years of lifespan. It was because of this talent that he was not completely killed by Qin An's people. Everyone starts at 0-star bronze rank, and by continuously killing crimson beasts or drawing from the turntable, they can increase their star level. For every 10 star levels gained, one can advance a rank. Each rank advancement results in a qualitative leap in strength. Ranks and star levels can decrease as well as increase. When abilities drop to a certain level, star levels will decrease, and even ranks may drop. In the third month of the apocalypse, just 5 or 6 days ago, Qinping was still at silver 8 star. After being ambushed and left in a near-death state, both his rank and star level were reset to 0. Today, after killing a level 2 Crimson Giant, he directly gained 2 stars. Only 11 days of lifespan left. Qinping frowned, his time was running out. Besides drawing from the turntable and using the life potions made by Qinin, Qinping had another way to extend his life: rank advancement. Advancing from bronze to silver directly adds 10 years to his lifespan. However, to advance a star level, he must kill 9,000 level 1 Crimson Beasts, and the number required for the second star advancement doubles. The fastest way to rank up is still to kill higher level Crimson Beasts. The task at the Dawn Camp is to besiege a level 3 Crimson Beast. Almost all the participants in this task are cannon fodder sent to die. Qin Ping remembers that at this stage, there are only 4 level 3 Crimson Beasts in the entire coastal area. Not long ago, he led the Chen family to hunt one, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives, and they managed to draw a red turntable, a 1 in a million chance, which even level 4 or 5 Crimson Beasts might not drop, and the incredibly lucky Qin Ping drew a high-level potion talent. If he hadn't drawn such a talent, neither his father nor Qin would have acted so ruthlessly so soon. Now, there are still 3 level 3 Crimson Beasts in the coastal area. The Chen family paid an extremely heavy price to deal with one of them. Of course, the rewards were also substantial. Chen used the beast's corpse to create a large number of life potions, and from the turntable dropped by the Crimson Beast, they obtained good weapons and a dozen crimson coins. According to memories from his past life, the Chen family launched 3 sieges, resulting in over 20,000 deaths among those at bronze 5-star and above, before finally killing the level 3 beast. Qin Ping wants to increase his strength to the level where he can kill a level 3 Crimson Beast in 2 days, which is even harder than directly asking Chen for life potions. Moreover, one of Qin Ping's greatest supports, the alien bug Little Black, has once again entered hibernation. Before his rebirth, Qin Ping would never have taken such risks. But now, he has 5 years of survival experience in the Crimson Apocalypse. No one understands this world better than he does. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight breaks through the crimson fog. Inside the Ironwood camp, some members of the combat teams have finished breakfast and started training. This task at the Dawn Camp is extremely urgent, and I won't emphasize the richness of the rewards. You are the elite among the elites in my Ironwood camp, and I hope you can seize this opportunity to turn your fate around and boost the morale of the Ironwood camp. The camp leader of Ironwood is passionately speaking. However, those who are training look as if they are dead inside, their expressions dim. A group of secondary scarlet beasts could wipe out the entire camp. As for the tertiary beasts, their strength was exponentially greater. No matter how generous the rewards from above were, what was the point of risking one's life to obtain them? The 3 teams guarding the camp couldn't be called upon, and the second team had to be reserved for future hunting operations. Zhang Tai had no choice but to send the bloodied first team to their deaths. Not only did he let the severely injured Li Shan participate, but he also selected a few ordinary people from the lower ranks, administering the lowest grade enhancement potions to gather a team of 10. Li Shan received a 5-point strength enhancement, which would indeed be a significant boost for the camp, but with one arm broken, Zhang Tai was unsure how much he could contribute. Moreover, this mission was of great importance to the Dawn Camp, so Zhang Tai had to send a few high combat power members to make a show of it. By the way, the Dawn Camp has also issued over 50 white spinning wheels and 3 green spinning wheels. Today, there will be additional benefits for drawing from the wheels. As long as you get decent equipment or skills, you will be prioritized for allocation. Zhang Tai added, but the response was still lukewarm. Seeing how you all look like you're about to die, I've already chosen you, and that won't change. What you can do now is fight to the death. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope to turn your fate around. If you don't even have the courage to fight to the death, then I might as well give you a quick end right now, to save the Ironwood camp from losing face out there. Zhang Tai's expression suddenly changed as he shouted at everyone, since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight. Ma Zi led the charge with a loud shout, fight! The others echoed in agreement. Seeing this, Zhang Tai nodded in satisfaction. I've sent Deputy Camp Leader's son to take the others to draw lots. You all train here for now, and later, Deputy Camp Leader's son will bring you the items drawn. As Zhang Tai left, the excitement on everyone's faces gradually faded, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. A tertiary scarlet beast, what glimmer of hope is there? Don't even mention tertiary, even a secondary one is enough to finish us off. Captain Ma Zi, how about we? A few team members looked at Ma Zi, who stood at the front, but Ma Zi said nothing, only quietly gazing at the crowd. Following Ma Zi's gaze, they saw Qin Ping standing aside, his expression calm. I know of an underground passage that can lead us out of the camp, as long as, after a long pause, Ma Zi spoke softly. Staying any longer would mean certain death, but escaping the camp meant facing not only the camp's pursuit but also the endless dangers of the Scarlet Wilderness, which was no different from walking to death. Ma Zi knew that Qin Ping also wanted to leave, and if he could travel with Qin Ping, their chances of survival would greatly increase. After all, he was the one who had single-handedly dealt with a secondary scarlet beast. However, Qin Ping had changed his mind and wanted to first assess the situation with the tertiary scarlet beast. Before his rebirth, at this time, Qin Ping had already escaped the Ironwood camp and was found by the Lin family. He didn't have much information about the tertiary scarlet beast. Do you think if we leave here, we can survive? The dangers in the wilderness are comparable to dealing with a tertiary beast. Chen Ping's words stunned Ma Zi. Just last night, he had said he would leave immediately. How had he changed his mind? Soon, Ma Zi realized that there were only two possibilities: either Chen Ping was confident in dealing with the tertiary beast, which was highly unlikely, or he thought Ma Zi and the others were a burden, believing that carrying so many burdens in the wilderness would lead to quicker death, so he was stabilizing them first before making his escape. Duan Zixuan, who stood beside Chen Ping, was more inclined to believe the first reason. After all, he had seen how Chen Ping dealt with that fleshworm and killed the scarlet giant rat. Although he felt that dealing with a tertiary scarlet beast was somewhat far-fetched, Duan Zixuan had become blindly confident in Chen Ping. That's right, let's fight a tertiary scarlet beast. Duan Zixuan suddenly clenched his fists. The people around him looked at Duan Zixuan with expressions of disbelief. Chen Ping also cast a concerned glance, feeling that someone had gone mad again. After all, this was the Scarlet Apocalypse, the pressure was immense, and breakdowns were quite common. There were too many people with unstable minds. Ahem! Everyone, let's continue training. After all, besides us, there are a few other teams from different camps. There might really be a glimmer of hope. Ma Zi lightly coughed, redirecting everyone's attention. Not long after he spoke, a horn sounded outside the Taimu camp. Zhang Tai, who had just left, hurried back with a few people to open the camp gate. A giant armored vehicle slowly drove into the camp. It was more than twice the size of the vehicles in the Taimu camp. The body was painted pink, giving it a youthful vibe. This was to blend in with the scarlet mist of the wilderness, reducing the chances of being discovered by the scarlet beasts. At the front of the vehicle, there was a small blue flag with the character Lin written on it. The Lin family's vehicle. Chen Ping was very familiar with this symbol, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces, letting Duan Zixuan stand in front of him. A man with a sharp face and black-rimmed glasses jumped down from the passenger seat. Boss Lin, why did you come personally? If you have any orders, just let me know. Zhang Tai, who usually exuded cold seriousness, was now bowing and scraping to the man, full of flattery. Chen Ping recognized him at a glance. It was Lin Tingzhang, the cousin of Lin Ruoyan. In his previous life, Chen Ping had been found by Lin Tingzhang and brought back to the Lin family. Recently, have you seen Chen Ping? Lin Tingzhang's voice was somewhat shrill, and listening to him speak was quite uncomfortable. Chen Ping from the Chen family? Lin Tingzhang directly took out a photo of Chen Ping. Zhang Tai looked at the photo, frowning, feeling it was somewhat familiar. The Chen Ping in the photo was impeccably dressed in a suit, a handsome youth full of vigor. It seems not. Zhang Tai shook his head. It seems? Bring everyone in your camp out. Lin Tingzhang said impatiently, hands on his hips. In the Scarlet Wilderness, where dangers lurked everywhere, although he was an outsider, he was still a legitimate member of the Lin family, yet he was sent to find a useless person. Lin Tingzhang's heart was filled with reluctance. He couldn't understand why, with the Lin family's current strength, they still needed to find that useless Chen Ping. Even if they were to arrange a marriage, it should be with Chenin, who had already obtained the talent for advanced potion mastery, with limitless potential in the future. Coupled with Lin Ruoyun's support, how many top-tier powerhouses could they cultivate for the family? Even if Chen Ping stood at the peak, that was a thing of the past. Now, he was even less than an ant. Those useless people who were still alive were drawing from a dwindling lifespan, while Chen Ping had little time left. Lin Tingzhang wished he could find Chen Ping immediately and kill him, but Lin Ruoyan wanted to see him alive, and she was in charge of all family affairs, so Lin Tingzhang had to comply. Zhang Tai did not dare to delay Lin Tingzhang's words, immediately gathering everyone in the camp, including those settled in the basement, and had them all dragged out. Make sure to look at each one carefully, no omissions allowed. Lin Tingzhang instructed his subordinates. Then, he climbed up the ladder to the top of the Lin family's armored vehicle. I am Lin Tingzhang of the Lin family, here to find my cousin Lin Ruoyan's fiancé, Chen Ping. Chen Ping, if you are here, step forward. Our Lin family has always treated people with sincerity and based on trust. The original marriage contract will not change for any reason. I have come this time to bring you back to the Lin family to marry Yuner. As Lin Tingzhang's voice fell, all that could be heard among the crowd were whispers, and for a long while, no one stepped forward. Ma Zi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Tingzhang, not daring to glance at Chen Ping. He was utterly confused. With such good conditions from the Lin family, at least 1,000 times better than this Taimu camp, and they even sent someone to look for him, why didn't Chen Ping step forward? If it were him, even if no one came to find him, he would fight to the death to go to the Lin family. Even if the Lin family regrets the marriage, giving him a place to survive is better than struggling for life and death here. I am Chen Ping. A young man rushed out from the crowd of ordinary people at the bottom. Lin Tingzhang was overjoyed. He had finally completed his task, but upon closer inspection, the person looked nothing like Chen Ping. Of course, the current Chen Ping, with his unkempt beard and pale complexion, also had some differences from the photo. Dare to impersonate Chen Ping? Do you take me for a fool? You don't even know how to write the word death. After Lin Tingzhang finished speaking, his subordinates directly killed the person pretending to be Chen Ping with a single blow. I have known Chen Ping for many years. We are close friends. If you don't value your life, don't challenge my intelligence. The search continued, but those people were not very thorough, and Chen Ping narrowly avoided inspection. Boss, nothing found. Boss, nothing here either. Hearing his subordinates' replies, Lin Tingzhang sighed in disappointment, not knowing how much longer he would have to search in this wilderness. Listen up. Anyone who provides information about Chen Ping will be rewarded with green quality weapons from the Lin family. If you can bring Chen Ping to the Lin family, you will be rewarded with green talents. You can also join the core camp of the Lin family. This made Ma Zi's heart stir. Green quality weapons, there were only 4 in the entire camp. As for green talents, as long as they weren't too poor, they would be enough to change one's fate. In fact, these were secondary. The most important thing was to join the Lin family's camp. That was definitely the safest place in the Crimson Wilderness. Guliolu, Ma Zi made a difficult swallowing motion. Chen Ping remained calm. For him, going to the Lin family could alleviate the problem of his dwindling lifespan, but escaping from the Lin family again would not be easy. The situation at that time might be worse than it was now. He watched as the Lin family's convoy slowly drove out of the Taimu camp, raising a cloud of dust. After the Lin family left, some of the lower-class people were sent back to the basement, while the rest were taken to the square for a lottery. It wasn't until half an hour later that the spinning wheel sent by the Morning Dawn camp was completely drawn. Zhang Tai simply counted the usable items: 12 pieces of white-quality equipment, 2 white-quality talents, and 1 green-quality weapon. Each person can only choose 1 item. I already have a composite bow, so I won't choose. Ma Zi glanced at the items laid out on the ground, all of which were white quality, and voluntarily gave up his selection. The effects of white quality equipment were not much different, and Chen Ping was not in a hurry. He was the 7th to step forward to choose and casually picked up a small golden pistol. Before the apocalypse, the damage of hot weapons against the crimson beasts was quite limited, but this weapon drawn from the spinning wheel, even if it was white quality, had considerable lethality. Duan Zixuan seemed to have a connection with the composite bow and chose another one, but it was also white quality. Big brother, let's go practice at the shooting range, Duan Zixuan said, walking over to Chen Ping with the composite bow. In his previous life, Chen Ping's most suitable weapon was a red-quality long sword, but he was also proficient with pistols and electromagnetic guns, so he didn't need specialized training. You go ahead, I have some things to do, Chen Ping said, walking towards Ma Zi. Duan Zixuan was a bit curious but didn't follow. Instead, he went to the shooting range alone. Brother Chen, what can I do for you? Ma Zi asked in a low voice. I want to go to the Crimson Cabin. Chen Ping got straight to the point. Crimson Cabin? That's a restricted area. The person guarding it is the captain of Team 3. I can take you there. Ma Zi was curious but didn't ask further. Since the establishment of the Taimu camp, the Crimson Cabin had never been opened. The vast majority of people also didn't know its purpose. As a reborn person, Chen Ping naturally knew its function. When the Crimson Apocalypse arrived, the earth shook, and countless fissures appeared, from which rose simple iron houses, known as the Crimson Cabins. As long as there were Crimson Cabins, low-level Crimson beasts would not approach. After discovering this phenomenon, people began to gather around the Crimson Pod, establishing one camp after another. It wasn't until a few months later that the true function of the Crimson Pod was uncovered. That was upgrading. One could invest Crimson coins and materials to enhance weapons and equipment. At the same time, to advance beyond the gold rank, one had to use the Crimson Pod to level up when reaching full stars. The Crimson Pod would also upgrade based on the number of times it was used, continuously adding new functions. Xiangzi, everything alright? Ma Zi casually walked up to the Crimson Pod, where Zhao Chang, the captain of Team 3, was leaning against the wall with a long gun in his arms, looking relaxed. This is the safest place in the entire camp. What could possibly happen? A wary glint flashed in Zhao Chang's eyes. You're going to participate in the Dawn Camp mission tomorrow, aren't you in training? Hey, you know this mission is basically a death sentence. There are only a few people I'm close with in our camp, so I thought I'd come to say goodbye. Ma Zi sighed and pulled out a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket, handing it to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang accepted it without complaint and placed it at the corner of his mouth. Living in this world means there's today but no tomorrow, just take it easy. Zhao Chang forced a smile, took out a match, and lit the half-smoked cigarette, taking a deep drag. Yeah, we've seen life and death so often, there's nothing worth missing in this broken world. Ma Zi nodded in agreement. Cough cough. Ma Zi, where the hell did you find this? It's harder to smoke than leaves. Zhao Chang suddenly started coughing. Well, you still took it from me. I found it in the ruins of the Wanda Mall. It's a Universe brand. You really can't appreciate the finer things. Before Zhao Chang could react, Ma Zi snatched the remaining butt of the cigarette. Wait, there's still a puff left. I was just about to. Zhao Chang tried to pull it back but suddenly felt a strong dizziness, and then everything went black. This guy must have eaten a lot of good stuff to be this heavy, Ma Zi complained as he supported the unconscious Zhao Chang. Half a minute later, Chen Ping quietly approached. Brother Chen, we only have 10 minutes. Just cover for me, 3 minutes will be enough. Chen Ping nodded. He waved a crimson coin over the handle of the crimson pod, and the pod's door opened automatically. Chen Ping quickly stepped inside, and the door closed immediately. The crimson pod wasn't large, it could accommodate up to 4 people. But Chen Ping had enough space to move around comfortably inside. Crimson Pod, Level 1 Function, Upgrade white quality weapons and equipment, Enhance certain talent proficiency. Safe range, 50,000 square meters. Experience, 0/10,000. Entering the Crimson Pod requires holding a crimson coin, but it does not incur any consumption. Chen Ping had 2 crimson coins, which he planned to use to upgrade weapons. It felt a bit wasteful, but it was the best choice at the moment. As for the proficiency of potion-making talents, Chen Ping ruled that out first. After all, the materials needed to make basic potions were easy to obtain, while acquiring crimson coins was extremely difficult. It was better to use them to upgrade weapons than to enhance basic talent proficiency. Please select the item or skill you wish to upgrade. A blue screen appeared in the void, displaying several rows of white text. Chen Ping had quite a few options, including pistols, talent proficiency, alien insects, and even blood spider silk. However, upgrading alien insects required 10 crimson coins, while the others only required 1. Without hesitation, Chen Ping chose the spider silk and the pistol. A flash of light made Chen Ping instinctively close his eyes. A few seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, the small pistol had been upgraded to a green-quality crimson pistol. At the same time, the tight feeling on his body completely disappeared. The spider silk upgraded to a piece of green-quality blood spider underwear. Without time to examine it closely, Chen Ping put away the pistol and turned to walk out of the Crimson Pod. Put! Ma Zi spat out a mouthful of salt water, splattering it all over Zhao Chang's face. Who? Zhao Chang, quick-witted, opened his eyes. How can you talk and then just fall asleep? I thought you were dead. Ma Zi joked. What is going on? Zhao Chang widened his eyes. You ask me, who should I ask? Ma Zi shrugged. Did you drug me? Zhao Chang looked at Ma Zi. Yeah, I drugged you. Anyway, I'm going to die tomorrow, so why don't you just go report me to the camp leader and let me be locked up? Ma Zi said with a grin. You're insane. Zhao Chang wiped the water off his face. Still cursing me? If I hadn't used my virgin urine to wake you up, it would have been my great kindness. Virgin urine? Your daughter is over 20, and you still have virgin urine. Before Zhao Chang could finish, he saw Ma Zi's expression freeze, realizing he had spoken too quickly and hit a sore spot. Hurry up and leave. If something happens, everyone in the camp will be done for. Under Zhao Chang's urging, Ma Zi reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Chen Ping had already arrived at the shooting range. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, a perfect hit. Chen Ping applauded Duan Zixuan, who was practicing archery. Being praised by Chen Ping made Duan Zixuan very excited, but looking at the arrow that hit the target in the distance, he felt a bit embarrassed. Big brother, actually, I wanted to hit that target. Chen Ping followed the direction Duan Zixuan was pointing and his expression stiffened. It's okay, keep practicing. Although you missed by 10 target positions, it also proves that you still have a lot of room for improvement. Chen Ping encouraged. Yeah, I think so too. Duan Zixuan nodded. A day passed quickly. The treatment for the first combat team was upgraded again. Dinner not only included bread but also canned luncheon meat. Woo! Duan Zixuan was in tears. What's wrong? Chen Ping frowned. I haven't seen meat for 5 months. After eating this bite, it's worth dying. Before the Crimson Apocalypse arrived, I was on a vegetarian diet for a long time. Now that I think about it, I really want to travel back in time and give myself a good beating. Duan Zixuan wiped his nose and picked up a piece of luncheon meat, intending to put it all in his mouth, but in the end, he only took a small bite. I plan to eat slowly, all night long. Finish eating and rest early. You still have training in the morning. Don't end up shooting one of your own, Ma Zi said to Duan Zixuan with a smile. I can already hit my own target 50% of the time. Duan Zixuan even felt a bit proud. After finishing his food, Chen Ping stood up and walked towards his quarters. There were still some materials left for making basic potions, and Chen Ping planned to make them all tonight. A full moon slowly rose into the sky. The crimson mist gave the moon a layer of red halo. It looked very shy, more accurately, it should be described as eerie. 2, 4, 7, 10. All the materials had been used up, and Chen Ping counted the number of potions. 10 bottles of basic agility potions, 7 bottles of basic rage potions, 8 bottles of basic strength potions, 10 bottles of basic endurance potions, and 9 bottles of basic recovery potions. No space, that's the trouble. Chen Ping looked at the potion bottles in front of him, feeling a bit worried. If there were only 10 or 8, he could carry them on him, but 44 bottles were just too obvious. Chen Ping took 10 bottles to carry with him, wrapping the rest in a sheet, and under the cover of night, he left the room with the bundle. Damn it! This time it's really going to be over. In the morning, Li Shan, enduring the severe pain from his severed arm, walked to the training ground. After resting for a day and night and using the recovery potion given by Zheng Tai, Li Shan's injuries had not healed much, but the tasks at the Dawn Camp would not give him time to recover. That was a behemoth 10 times larger than the Ironwood forces, and no one dared to easily defy the orders of the Dawn Camp. Can I do it? Ma Zi saw beads of sweat the size of beans on Li Shan's forehead. It has to be done, is there any other choice? By the way, why was that guy from Songcheng suddenly transferred to the second team? Li Shan asked, somewhat puzzled. His combat ability is low, and his talents are more suited for support. For this mission, he wouldn't be of any help, so the company commander naturally kept him. Ma Zi, do you think that brother has any chance of completing this mission? Li Shan glanced at Chen Ping and whispered to Ma Zi. Him? He's too deep to read. I can't see through him at all. If there's a glimmer of hope, it must be him. Regardless of whether the mission is completed, we are just sacrifices. Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping's figure not far away and said earnestly, damn it! I would have rather died in a pile of rats the day before yesterday than be so on edge. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tai rushed over. The mission has changed, we need to start early. Ma Zi, you lead the team out immediately to the Dawn Camp. Understood. Ma Zi quickly gathered everyone, boarded the armored vehicle, and left the camp. Inside the vehicle, only heavy intense breathing could be heard. Duan Zixuan inched closer to Chen Ping, feeling a bit safer that way. Ping. Duan Zixuan felt he had bumped into something, reaching out to explore. Be more discreet. Chen Ping's tone was very calm, which startled Duan Zixuan into a cold sweat. The reagent bottle, slightly larger than a thumb, wasn't particularly big, but with so many of them, if they were searched before departure, there would be a risk of exposure. To avoid trouble, Chen Ping had hidden more than 30 vials under the seats of the armored vehicle the night before. Cough, it's been almost 2 days since Team 1 came together, and we still don't know each other's names. I'm Luo 1, from Jiangcheng. Previously, everyone in Team 1 had been using all their time for training. Only now did they finally have some free time. Luo 1 felt the atmosphere in the vehicle was quite awkward, so he took the initiative to break the ice. However, after he spoke, the vehicle fell silent, making Luo 1 even more embarrassed. Everyone seems quite introverted. Luo 1 forced himself to say, we're all about to die. What does it matter if we know each other? Li Shan sighed. Don't be so down, we still have a glimmer of hope. Duan Zixuan glanced at Chen Ping beside him, feeling more optimistic. The Taimu camp was not far from the Dawn camp, with a straight-line distance of 80 kilometers. Due to many ground fissures, they took a longer route, and the armored vehicle traveled over 100 kilometers. They arrived at the Dawn camp around noon. Everyone from the first-level camps was settled in an open area in the southwest corner of the Dawn camp. Do you think the Dawn camp will provide us lunch? Duan Zixuan looked around. Even death row inmates get a meal before execution. The Dawn camp shouldn't let me starve, right? Duan Zixuan continued to mutter to himself. Big brother, what are you carrying on your back? I didn't see you bring anything when you got on the vehicle. Chen Ping, standing beside him, remained silent. At that moment, Chen Ping was also a bit worried, not because of the impending battle. Just before getting off the vehicle, he had stuffed all the reagents into his underwear, making him look somewhat abnormally bulky. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice him. Big brother, say something to me. I'm feeling a bit nervous. What are you nervous about? There are so many people accompanying us on the road to the underworld. Chen Ping replied impatiently. Oh, That makes a lot of sense. Duan Zishuan nodded. After an unknown amount of time, a very slender and tall woman walked to the southeast corner of the Dawn camp. The woman wore a white tight-fitting outfit and a white naval cap, looking very capable, though the outfit was somewhat ill-fitting. Wow, this is really something. Is this the legendary slender branch-bearing fruit? Keep it down. Are you trying to get us killed? What's wrong? Who is she? Do you all not know about the Blood Rose of Dawn? She is the captain of the 3rd scavenging team of the Dawn camp. Not long after the apocalypse began, she single-handedly killed 2 level 2 ferocious beasts using a temporary attribute potion drawn from the roulette. Later, the Dawn camp issued a mission, and a 30-person team deemed the risk too great and directly defected. She, all alone, killed all 30 of them and brought back their 30 heads, which hung in the Dawn camp for 10 days and nights. So it was Blood Rose Xuan. The crowd suddenly realized, and Chen Ping couldn't help but take another look at the woman. At this time in his past life, Chen Ping had already arrived at the Lin family, and he had not heard anything about the Blood Rose. I won't elaborate on the objectives of this operation. The Dawn camp and the Chen family attach great importance to this operation. The original plan was for the Chen family to send a team of 9,000, while the Dawn camp would send a team of 1,000. However, not long ago, the Dawn scavenging team suffered heavy losses and could not gather a 1,000-person team, so we had to draw personnel from your level 1 camp. The personnel from the Dawn camp will be led by me. This time, the main forces from the Chun family, the personnel from the level 1 camp will provide support, and the personnel from the Dawn camp will be responsible for vigilance. I will send the specific arrangements to each team leader through the scarlet wristbands. At present, long-distance communication has not yet been restored, but short-distance information transmission is still possible. It's about time. Now, let's set off. With Xuana's command, 4 heavy trucks stopped at a distance. The truck beds could hold 200 to 300 people, bumpier than heavy armored vehicles. Without any cover, once they entered the scarlet wilderness, the swirling dust made it difficult for those inside the truck to open their eyes. Chen Ping leaned against the railing, his eyes slightly squinted. This route was the most desolate he had traveled so far. In the distance, the earth was cracked with countless fissures, like scars torn into the body of the planet, bottomless and capable of swallowing any living being that fell into them. Once fertile land was now sparse with vegetation, only shrubs and some wild grasses stubbornly surviving, their leaves covered in a layer of dust, appearing old and weak. Tall buildings had collapsed, exposing rusty steel and concrete, as if narrating tales of past glory and present desolation. The traces of humanity were gradually disappearing here, replaced by nature's erosion and the forgetfulness of time. Caw! A sharp cry suddenly rang out. Chen Ping instinctively looked up to see a massive black hawk circling above. Level 2 Scarlet Beast. Chen Ping frowned slightly. This type of flying scarlet beast was much harder to deal with than its ground-crawling counterparts of the same level. Before the mission even begins, someone might die. Ma Zi also spotted the circling hawk and immediately took down the composite bow from his back. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, not even grazing the hawk's feathers. The wind is too strong. It can't hit. In reality, due to the height, even if it hit, the arrow's power would be greatly diminished. Whoosh! An even sharper sound of air being sliced through rang out, and Chen Ping turned to look. The leading Blood Rose was kneeling on the front of the truck, holding a 1.5-meter sniper rifle, shooting at the hawk in the sky. The powerful recoil of the sniper rifle caused the entire truck to shake violently. This is tough. Did she miss? Xuana quickly aimed again, but the hawk had already begun its dive. The hawk's attack skills were not terrifying. It was the impact from the dive that was the most deadly. Even if the target was Xuana's truck, as long as the hawk crashed down, the resulting shockwave could instantly destroy the truck Chen Ping was in. Ma Zi, drink this. Chen Ping took a bottle of berserk potion from his waist and tossed it to Ma Zi. Without any hesitation, Ma Zi caught the potion and gulped it down, instantly feeling his blood surge, even his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Ah! Ma Zi let out a roar, and an arrow shot out. Everyone's attention was focused on Ma Zi and his arrow. In front of that arrow, a bullet the size of a pinky finger shot into the eagle's eye first. Immediately after, the arrow pierced through again, bringing forth a stream of green blood. Chen Ping's movements were extremely quick. The attention of others was either on the eagle in the air or on Ma Zi. Even Duan Zishuan, who was beside him, did not notice, only feeling that Chen Ping had thrown something to Ma Zi. Bang! The bullet from Xuana's sniper rifle arrived late, striking the eagle's head directly. If it weren't for Ma Zi's arrow slowing it down, more accurately, for the bullet that Chen Ping shot first, Xuana's strike wouldn't have had time to be fired. 3 long-range weapons, all of green quality, were more than enough to deal with a level 2 crimson beast. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and sand and stones flew up as the eagle crashed heavily to the ground. The convoy slowly came to a stop, and Xuena personally went to check. The eagle was indeed lifeless. "What's your name?" Xuena looked up at Ma Zi, who was standing by the vehicle railing. "Ma Zi, very good. If we can make it back alive this time, I will apply to have you transferred to the Dawn Camp." Xuena nodded in satisfaction, just as she was about to get back in the vehicle when, from a great distance, a heavy motorcycle sped towards them. "Captain, the situation is dire. What happened?" Xuena's expression turned serious. The Lin family from Yang City knows that the Chun family is hunting a level 3 Crimson Beast, and they are coming to interfere. The Lin family sent people too? Xuena was somewhat surprised. Yes, and there are over 10,000 of them, already there, confronting the Chen family. This is going to be troublesome. With both families involved, our small camp can only watch from the sidelines. Xuena sighed. Watch from the sidelines? Of course, whoever wins, we help them. Let them fight it out first. From now on, slow down and proceed cautiously. We'll wait for new information from ahead. The convoy set off again, swaying and making people drowsy. The Lin family has gone too? Chen Ping leaned against the vehicle railing, frowning slightly. In his previous life, at this time, the Lin family extended Chen Ping's life, and then he began to help the Lin family expand northward, first taking down several level 2 Crimson Beast nests before dealing with the level 3 Crimson Beast, steadily developing. As for the Chun family behind him, intimidated by Chen Ping's abilities, they did not dare to move northward at all, only killing one level 3 Crimson Beast before retreating. Chen Ping had tried multiple times to expand southward and push back against the Chen family, but Lin Ruoyan had always found various excuses to evade. Now, the Lin family did not have a pioneer like Chen Ping to expand territory. If the Chen family expanded northward, it would be difficult to stop them in the short term, and a trump card like Lin Ruoyan could not easily leave the camp. Therefore, the Lin family came early to prevent the Chen family from rapidly growing. For Chen Ping, the opposition between the Lin family and the Chen family was the best outcome. If they fought to the death, the energy directed at him would naturally be much less. In the future, seeking revenge would also be much easier. However, not long after the convoy moved forward, new intelligence came back. The Lin family and the Chen family have decided to cooperate and jointly hunt the level 3 Crimson Beast. This is troublesome. Full speed ahead, we need to reach the target area within 20 minutes. Upon receiving the news, Xuena quickly issued new orders. The convoy from the Dawn Camp sped across the Crimson Wilderness. Along the way, they encountered several level 1 and 2 Crimson Beasts, all of which met their end under the sniper rifle of Blood Rose Xuena. As expected of Blood Rose, seeing is believing. Her weapon is of green quality, and she even gained a property talent last month. She ranks among the top in the entire Dawn Camp, so of course, she's formidable. A few people were discussing Xuena, while Ma Zi, standing nearby, remained silent. Ma Zi did not know what Chen Ping had given him. He only trusted him instinctively and drank it down. In an instant, he felt an endless surge of strength fill his body, boiling blood nearly causing him to lose his sanity. That arrow was also Ma Zi's strongest attack to date. Combining the materials Chen Ping had him collect in the past few days, Ma Zi speculated that Chen Ping must have a talent for making potions. Chen Ping's own strength had already left Ma Zi in awe, and now the fact that he could also create potions shocked him even more. In the apocalypse, the strong are revered, but true powerhouses are few and far between. The vast majority of people can only choose to rely on the strong to survive. The only regret for Ma Zi was that, in his view, Chen Ping seemed to prefer being a lone wolf, otherwise, he would surely leave the Taimu camp to follow Chen Ping. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" While Ma Zi was lost in thought, someone next to him nudged him. "Ha!" Ma Zi was slightly taken aback. "Brother, which camp are you from? That arrow just now was simply astonishing." "Yeah, that weapon of yours must also be of green quality, right? If you can survive this time, you can enter the Dawn Camp. It's 100 times stronger than our first level camps." The people around heard Ma Zi and Xuena's conversation, their gazes toward Ma Zi filled with envy. If he hadn't encountered Chen Ping, Ma Zi would undoubtedly be extremely excited at this moment. Now, if he had the choice, he would prefer to follow Chen Ping. The Dawn Camp was strong, but to this day, he had yet to hear of a single potion maker appearing there. Xuena was also very strong, but if Chen Ping didn't take action, the previous Eagle Falcon would surely cause this team to lose half its members. No matter how strong Xuena was, she couldn't turn the tide. Ma Zi nodded, casually responding to a few people beside him, while his peripheral vision glanced at Chen Ping, who had his eyes slightly closed. Whether he could survive this time might really depend on this young man. Soon, the heavy truck passed through a canyon and arrived at the target area. "Get off, prepare for battle." Xuena's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Captain Xue, why did you just arrive?" Shen Yingwu walked up to Xuena with an unhappy expression. "We encountered quite a few Crimson Beasts on the way, which delayed our progress." Xuena replied, neither humble nor arrogant. What's the situation now? Xuana asked. Our Chen family has already lost over 3,000 people, and the Lin family has also suffered significant losses. Most importantly, in the southwest direction, there are nearly 100 crimson beasts constantly attacking from behind, distracting the main force. Chen Yingwu raised his right hand, and the wristband lit up, projecting a map into the air. This is the location of those crimson beasts. Chen Yingwu pointed at the map. I will immediately take people to intercept. Xuana nodded. Do you have enough people? Chen Yingwu glanced at the people behind Xuana, his expression pausing. In a daze, he seemed to see a familiar face, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was too tense these past few days, leading to hallucinations. Chen Yingwu frowned slightly. Hiding behind the crowd, Chen Ping appeared calm, but he was suppressing the anger boiling within. Chen Yingwu was Chen Ping's cousin. Before the apocalypse, Chen Ping had always fought alongside Chen Yingwu in the game Crimson Apocalypse, and the first blue weapon he obtained, he even gave to Chen Yingwu instead of using it himself. However, Chen Yingwu was reckless, and many things he messed up were cleaned up by Chen Ping. In fact, Chen Yingwu had faced quite a few setbacks in his early life. Before he could even speak, he was abducted and sold to the countryside, suffering a lot in his childhood. Later, Chen Ping's fourth uncle, who was also Chen Yingwu's father, found him, but just half a year after returning home, his parents fell seriously ill and passed away. Chen Ping's father then adopted Chen Yingwu into their family, and seeing his plight, Chen Ping took special care of him. However, in Chen Yingwu's eyes, Chen Ping was merely an illegitimate child of the Chen family, with a status far inferior to Chenin, who had secretly allied with Chenin and was monitoring Chen Ping's every move. After Chen Ping drew his talent, his father acted first, followed closely by Chen Yingwu, who launched a sneak attack from behind. Once Chen Ping was subdued, Chen Yingwu tormented him for a day and a night, and only when he was completely lifeless did they throw him into a mass grave. He only hated himself for being blind, sincerely trusting Chen Yingwu without any defenses. After all, before the apocalypse, Chen Ping was still the young master of the Chen family and had not been overly wary of this cousin. As for after the apocalypse began, Chen Ping had focused all his energy on the crimson beasts and the crimson roulette, leaving him with little energy to spare for his relatives nearby. Big brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Duan Zixuan asked with concern. It's nothing, Chen Ping replied in a low voice. Although he tried hard to suppress his emotions, Duan Zixuan still noticed something was off. In the morning light camp, 20 people form a small team, and the first level camp's personnel make up a small team. We will act in units of small teams. I have divided the target area into 10 zones and synchronized the information to each team leader. According to the plan, head to your respective zones and clear the crimson beasts. Do you understand? Xuana shouted from atop the vehicle to the crowd below. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Xuana quickly operated her wristband, and within just a few seconds, all the information was synchronized. Let's go! As soon as Xuana's words fell, the 1,000-strong team began to disperse. What luck! Ma Zi looked at the information on his wristband and shook his head. Captain, what's wrong? Duan Zixuan leaned in closer. We are responsible for the 10th zone, which is the closest position to that group of second-level Crimson Beast nests. Isn't that the farthest position from the third-level Crimson Beasts? Isn't that very safe? Duan Zixuan glanced at the map. Hey, you little brat, turns out you're a genius. Ma Zi suddenly realized that this position was indeed safe. That was my brother's insight. I was quite nervous at first, but my brother said, with so many people accompanying us on the road to the underworld, I instantly relaxed. Duan Zixuan grinned. Ma Zi frowned slightly. In all his years, it was the first time he had heard such comforting words, and the key was that someone actually cooperated. As they rushed along, Chen Ping and the others drew closer to the 10th zone, and behind them, they could vaguely hear the sounds of horrific howls, with the ground occasionally trembling beneath their feet. The third-level Crimson Beasts were like a ceiling at this stage. One would need to reach full silver rank to have the ability to protect oneself, and to kill a third-level Crimson Beast, one would need golden strength. Currently, within the entire human population, there was no possibility of anyone reaching the golden rank. In his past life, Chen Ping could only challenge a third-level Crimson Beast 6 months after the apocalypse began, and at the start of the apocalypse, the third-level Crimson Beast he led the Chen family to kill had cost nearly 1,000 lives, severely wounding the Chen family's vitality. If it weren't for the potion talent attracting enough strong individuals, the Chen family would have needed at least a year to recover. After all, the deaths of low-level cannon fodder did not affect the foundation, while high-end combat power was an invaluable treasure for the family. This time, the Chen family mobilized 10,000 people to encircle the third-level Crimson Beast, which seemed grand but was more of a test. They intended to use those cannon fodder to gauge the specific strength of the third-level Crimson Beast and gather enough information to formulate a more targeted encirclement plan. We've arrived. Besides our small team, there should be another 6 teams responsible for this area. Ma Zi looked around, and apart from a few second-level Crimson Beasts in the distance, he saw no one else. Those teams, they wouldn't have run away, would they? Duan Zixuan asked quietly. Run away? The one leading this time is Blood Rose, who would dare to run? Ma Zi shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a team of about 10 people approaching. We encountered a few second-level Crimson Beasts on the way and lost a few brothers. The leader was a somewhat short and stout middle-aged man. Perhaps the luck of Mozi's team was too good. They encountered only 2 level 1 Crimson Beasts on their way here. The other teams either suffered heavy losses midway or were completely wiped out on the road. The remaining 3 teams probably won't make it. Let's get ready to fight. Mozi waited for a while. A total of 4 small teams had arrived in the 10th area. We still have some stamina left. Let's circle around and attack from the rear. You 3 teams, choose a direction each. I took a rough look, and there are probably 9 level 2 Crimson Beasts. In 20 minutes, we'll surround them from all 4 directions and aim to finish the battle within 2 hours. Mozi began to give orders directly. The scene where he helped Xuena kill the hawk on the way here was already etched in everyone's hearts. The captains of the small teams were extremely respectful towards Mozi, centering their actions around him. After assigning the new tasks, Mozi's team began to maneuver. With 2 green weapons, and if they could also have some status potions, Mozi and Chen Ping together could eliminate most level 2 Crimson Beasts. But Mozi would never do that. If the task was completed too quickly, they might be reassigned to deal with level 3 Crimson Beasts, and then they wouldn't even find a place to cry. My heart was in my throat the whole way here. I really thought we were going to our deaths. Although level 2 Crimson Beasts are tough, it's 100 times better than facing level 3 ones. Duan Zixuan's face was beaming with a bright smile, and even his steps became much lighter. If I remember correctly, these Crimson Beasts are called Redfire Fierce Wolves, Chen Ping said casually. Redfire Fierce Wolves? I've heard of them, but I've never seen one. Mozi's expression changed slightly. What's wrong with this Crimson Beast? Duan Zixuan asked, puzzled. Behind them, Li Shan's eyes showed a hint of fear as he explained in a low voice, Redfire Fierce Wolves are pack animals. Under normal circumstances, their population won't be less than 500. And according to the information provided by the Chun family, only a little over 100 have been found. So the lair of these Redfire Fierce Wolves might have over 400. Upon hearing Li Shan's explanation, the smile on Duan Zixuan's face instantly froze. You were just joking, right? Is this really that wolf? Duan Zixuan had already imagined the scene of being surrounded by hundreds of level 2 fierce beasts. Not long ago, he vividly remembered the process of Chen Ping killing that giant Crimson Beast. If one level 2 Crimson Beast was so formidable, what chance would they have against hundreds? Oh whoa! With a wolf howl, a large group of Redfire Fierce Wolves came rushing in from afar. Leading them was a larger level 2 Redfire Fierce Wolf, its 4 limbs covered in bright red fur, with eyes wider than an ordinary person's fist. Mozi's original plan was to surround several Redfire Fierce Wolves in the 10th area from all sides. But now, a group had emerged from the direction of the Redfire Fierce Wolf's lair, directly surrounding Mozi's 10-person team. Shanzi, you take 6 people and help them eliminate those 9 Crimson Beasts as quickly as possible to prevent us from being attacked from both sides. After you finish, come back immediately to support us. Mozi's grip on his composite bow tightened, and sweat began to bead on his palms. With so many level 2 Crimson Beasts, even with green quality weapons, it would be a life or death situation. Understood. We'll be back. Li Shan didn't waste any time and immediately led his team away. Only Chen Ping and Duan Zixuan remained by Mozi's side. Should we come up with a strategy? Duan Zixuan also took out his white quality composite bow. Just now, when he learned they were facing a large number of level 2 Crimson Beasts, Duan Zixuan felt extreme panic, but when those Crimson Beasts really charged towards them, he inexplicably felt excited. With just the 3 of us, what strategy do we need? Killing 1 is not a loss, killing 2 is a gain. Mozi had already prepared himself for death on the way here. Then let's do it. Duan Zixuan drew his composite bow, aimed at the leading wolf rushing from a distance, and shot the first arrow. Whoosh! A shooting star raced past the wolf, striking a Crimson Fire Wolf behind it. Unfortunately, the arrowhead failed to penetrate the Crimson Fire Wolf's defenses and was deflected away. Next, Chen Ping took out some basic potions from his pocket, handing 2 bottles each to Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan. These are basic strength and basic rage potions, lasting only 5 minutes. Chen Ping's introduction was brief, and after speaking, he used a bottle of basic agility potion and ran off in another direction. Duan Zixuan looked incredulous. Such items were scarce even in the Dawn camp. He never expected to use them one day. Ma Zi wasn't too surprised. He had already guessed that Qin Ping might be able to make potions. He just didn't expect him to produce 4 bottles for them at once. The Crimson Fire Wolf howled as it approached, and Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan each used a basic strength potion before diving into battle. Qin Ping moved around the periphery, occasionally helping with cover fire or providing support when the two couldn't hold on. For those at a low level, the boost from the basic potions felt like using hacks. Previously, Ma Zi, armed with a green weapon, couldn't handle a level 2 Crimson Beast in a one-on-one fight, but now he could barely manage a large group. Whoosh! A bullet struck the abdomen of a Crimson Firewolf. While it wasn't fatal, it rendered the wolf unable to fight. With Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan drawing fire, Qin Ping's output environment was quite comfortable. 3 stars. During a lull in the battle, Qin Ping glanced at his wristband. He had now reached bronze 3 stars. He was one step closer to silver. At the bottom of his personal information, the remaining lifespan showed 9 days. If there were enough Crimson Firewolves, Qin Ping could also level up to silver. However, his stamina might not allow it. With his current strength, it was difficult to maintain high-intensity combat for long. If Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan hadn't had the boost from the basic potions, they would have fallen in the first wave. Brother Chen, our stamina is at its limit. We probably can't hold on much longer. Ma Zi retreated repeatedly, with several deep wounds visible on his body. Duan Zixuan's consciousness even began to blur, fighting purely on willpower. Bang bang bang! Qin Ping fired a few more shots. He still had some stamina left. He tried once again to connect with his alien insect, but the results were like a stone sinking into the sea. Next, Qin Ping threw out 2 more basic recovery potions, helping Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan regain some stamina. Brother Chen, if you still have stamina, hurry and retreat. There are too many Crimson Beasts. If we drag this out, we'll die here. In the Crimson Apocalypse, everyone looked out for themselves, and Ma Zi wanted to survive, but he lacked the strength. Qin Ping remained unfazed, continuing to shoot with his pistol. He always kept some strength for escape, but before leaving, he aimed to kill as many Crimson Beasts as possible. After all, time was truly running out for him. Soon, Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan were exhausted again, just as they were about to give up resistance when Li Shan arrived with 3 other teams. Ma Zi, the mission is over. You all retreat first. We'll cover you. Although Li Shan had only 1 arm left, his strength attribute had increased by 5, greatly boosting his power. He stood in front of Ma Zi with a knife in one hand. A few minutes later, everyone began to retreat steadily. Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan felt a sense of survival after the disaster. How did the mission end? Ma Zi asked. We just finished off those 9 Crimson Beasts when the Dawn Camp sent someone over to announce the mission's end. It seems the Lin and Chen families suffered too many losses and decided to temporarily give up. Li Shan replied. In the team, a person from the Dawn Camp had a look of disbelief on his face. There are dozens of us, and we have green weapons, yet we suffered heavy losses against 9 Crimson Beasts, with over 30 dead. How did you 3 manage to fight so many Crimson Beasts? Hee, strength is here. We 3 are simply slaughtering. Duan Zixuan regained some spirit and said with a smile. Really? Li Shan frowned slightly. Looking at Duan Zixuan, he had some understanding of this guy's strength. Of course, I handle the slaughter, and Ma Zi handles the chaos. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze back to Ma Zi. They had witnessed Ma Zi's strength on their way here. If it weren't for that arrow that changed the situation, helping Xuena kill the eagle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If it were someone else, they would never believe that anyone could withstand so many Crimson Beasts. But if it was Ma Zi, it was indeed possible. Luck, just good luck. Ma Zi knew that Qin Ping didn't want to make a fuss and didn't care about such empty titles, so he casually agreed. However, he truly felt that his luck was incredibly good to encounter a powerful person like Qin Ping. Otherwise, he would have already met his end at the Biological Research Institute last time. Not to mention this time, without Qin Ping's potion, Ma Zi would have been torn apart by the Crimson Beasts. Qin Ping was unaware of Ma Zi's thoughts. He just wanted Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan to hold off the Red Firewolf as much as possible so he could kill more. Having killed so many second-level Crimson Beasts, the reward should be considerable, right? Someone in the team asked. Don't mention it. I only got 7 white turntables. What a damn misfortune, Ma Zi said indignantly. Others didn't believe him, but out of respect for Ma Zi's strength, they didn't dare to say much. In reality, the haul was still quite impressive. 2 green turntables, for crimson coins, and over a dozen white turntables. The green turntables and crimson coins were collected by Qin Ping, while the white turntables were tossed to Ma Zi after being inspected. Ma Zi kept a few for himself, gave 2 to Duan Zixuan, and prepared to hand in the rest. At this moment, Qin Ping, who was at the back of the team, was looking at the information displayed on his wristband, which had already reached bronze 6 stars. He needed 4 more stars to directly advance to silver rank, which would increase his lifespan by 10 years. He could continue using the turntables for draws, and coincidentally, one of the 2 green turntables he had contained a life potion. The benefits from hunting second-level ferocious beasts were decreasing, and to quickly resolve the lifespan issue, he could only obtain life potions through the turntables or kill a 3rd-level crimson beast. Qin Ping had experience hunting 3rd-level crimson beasts, but his strength was too low. While pondering, Qin Ping felt a slight itch in his chest. With a thought, he sensed the response from the strange insect. "You guy, you sleep too much." Qin Ping couldn't help but complain in his heart. The twisted its body, completely covered by a very hard black shell, and was slightly smaller than in its larval state. After absorbing the wind wolf and the crimson giant rat, Qin Ping's had directly advanced to level 2. The upper limit for the was basically level 3. Its strength lay in its numbers, often counted in billions, where quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Even a 5th-level crimson beast would avoid such a quantity. However, so far, Qin Ping showed no signs of reproduction. "Have you mutated?" Qin Ping was somewhat speechless. However, in the current crimson apocalypse, the strongest were only 3rd-level crimson beasts. As long as the timing was right, a 2nd level could still inflict considerable damage on them. "Where is our convoy? We've been walking for so long and still haven't seen it?" Duan Zhuxuan, whose stamina had not fully recovered, looked at the endless wilderness, feeling as if his legs were filled with lead. According to the map from the messenger earlier, it should be nearby. Could it be that they encountered an attack from the crimson beasts? Li Shan looked at the map on his wristband, then glanced into the distance. "Let's rest here for a bit. We must ensure we have enough stamina," Ma Zi said in a deep voice. In the Scarlet Wilderness, stamina was crucial. If they were ambushed by a scarlet beast and found themselves unable to fight back, it would mean total annihilation. "Hey, that!" Duan Zhuxuan looked around and instinctively opened his mouth, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ma Zi's cough. "Cough, cough, what's wrong?" Ma Zi had noticed a few minutes ago that one person was missing from the team, but everyone else was focused on him, while the quiet person went unnoticed. Duan Zhuxuan glanced at Ma Zi, then seemed to come to his senses and said, "I've run out of water. Captain, do you have any to spare? Drink less. We don't know how far we have to go." Ma Zi handed his water bottle to Duan Zhuxuan. Meanwhile, the missing person was heading towards the location of the level 3 scarlet beast. The setting sun painted the distant mountains red. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The ground was completely stained crimson, with terrifying severed limbs scattered everywhere. Countless scarlet insects were feeding on the still wet blood on the ground. This was a true hell, and a solitary figure was silently moving forward. In his arms, a pitch-black alien insect was constantly twitching its antennae, looking quite excited. This environment was its favorite. If it weren't for the person controlling it, this alien insect would have long since wandered into the sea of blood. Crimson Fire Wolf? Qin Ping paused, stopping to gaze into the distance, faintly seeing the appearance of the level 3 beast. It should be the leader of the Crimson Firewolves, but why is it living here alone? Qin Ping felt puzzled and began to recall his past life. He remembered that shortly after entering the Lin family, he received news of the Chen family killing a level 3 scarlet beast. Subsequently, a terrifying beast tide occurred in the coastal area. Under the impact of this beast tide, 90% of the level 1 camps in the coastal area were completely wiped out, and even 2 of the 3 level 2 camps were destroyed. Fortunately, the Chen family had a strong foundation, and with Chen An's talent to help, they managed to recover in a short time. "You are Chen Ping?" While Chen Ping was reminiscing, a weak voice came from beside him. He turned to look, and among the pile of corpses, a bloodied figure was struggling desperately. Others might not recognize him, but for Qin Ping, even if that person turned to ash, he would not mistake him. "Chen Yingwu, it seems we are truly fated to meet here." A faint smile appeared on Chen Ping's lips as he walked slowly to Chen Yingwu and squatted down. Brother Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone after you, but they forced me. I have always been loyal to you." Chen Yingwu struggled to reach out, grabbing Qin Ping's calf. "Brother Chen, please save me. I'll be your servant from now on, Chen. Brother Chen." Chen Yingwu pleaded desperately, but Chen Ping remained silent, looking at him coldly, as if he were staring at a corpse. "Brother Chen, I have a huge secret. It's about your origins." Chen Yingwu seemed to grasp a lifeline and hurriedly said. Qin Ping reached into his clothing and took out a small black insect, placing it in Chen Yingwu's hand. "Brother Chen, actually, you are not Chen Zhaoda's flesh and blood." When Auntie found Chen Zhaoda, she was already pregnant. Brother Chen, this is true. The Chen family knows about this. Last time, Chen An got drunk and let it slip, and that's how I found out. Also, Auntie's death is also related to the Chen family. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Ah. The excruciating pain made it impossible for Chen Yingwu to utter another complete sentence. His body quickly shriveled, but he still clung to the last breath of life. Chen Yingwu opened his mouth but could not make a sound. His withered hand tightly grasped Chen Ping's calf, his eyes filled with disbelief. He felt that he was the one who understood Chen Ping the best. With Chen Ping's character, even if he made a mistake, as long as he sincerely repented, he would be forgiven. Although he had once harmed Chen Ping did not die and was still alive and well. If it weren't for him, Chen Ping might still be in the dark, either being used by the Chen family or killed by them. Chen Yingwu couldn't understand why a person could change so quickly. How could someone as good as Chen Ping become so cold-blooded? Rolling. Chen Yingwu's wide-open eyes rolled out of their dry sockets, and he completely lost his breath. Chen Ping stood up slowly, gently shook off Chen Yingwu's withered hand. His expression showed no change, revealing no joy or anger, only gazing at the distant third-level Crimson Beast. Previously, Chen Ping had no knowledge of his own background. If it had been before his rebirth, he might have felt sadness and anger, desperately wanting to know who his father was and why the Chen family targeted him so. But now, reborn, he didn't care about any of that. The most important thing at the moment was to stay alive. It didn't matter how much a dead person knew. He had only 9 days left to live, and he couldn't obtain the life potion from Chenin, nor would he have time to hunt a second-level Crimson Beast. The simplest and most effective way was to deal with that third-level Crimson Firewolf. As for other matters, his background and avenging himself and his mother against the Chen family would have to wait until he was strong enough to address them slowly. In the distance, the bare high mountains were devouring the sun. A gentle breeze swept by, intensifying the surrounding stench of blood. "Awah!" The third-level Crimson Fire Wolf howled at the sky, its voice sounding somewhat mournful. 50 meters away, Chen Ping stopped in his tracks. The Crimson Fire Wolf had noticed him a few minutes ago but had not initiated an attack. "It seems these people have caused you quite a bit of harm." Looking at the scarred Crimson Fire Wolf, Chen Ping frowned slightly. Normally, today's rabble would struggle immensely against a second-level Crimson Beast, let alone harm a third-level Crimson Firewolf. That would be a fool's dream. Yet the Crimson Firewolf was indeed injured. "Awah!" The Crimson Firewolf howled again, staggering to its feet. Its fur had long lost its luster but emitted a faint red glow, appearing very eerie. Could it be it's attempting to break through to level 4? Chen Ping's heart tightened. After reaching the golden rank, humans had to pass the test of the Crimson Pod to enter the next rank, a process fraught with danger, and the probability of failure increased with each rank. For third level and above Crimson Beasts, continuing to level up also required undergoing tests, which came from the Crimson Mist, enduring its erosion to gain greater power. The upper limit for alien insects was level 3 because a single alien insect could not withstand the test of the Crimson Mist, so they simply gave up on promotion, capping their level at 3. No wonder the Chen family is willing to sacrifice so many people to kill you, and the Lin family has chosen to cooperate with the Chun family. Now that third-level Crimson Beasts are already at the ceiling, if you break through to level 4, there might not be a place for humans to survive in the entire coastal area. Chen Ping shook his head. However, even if the upgrade failed, a severely injured third-level Crimson Beast was still far beyond what Chen Ping could contend with. Little Black, whether you live or die depends on this time. Chen Ping released Little Black, while he himself consumed 5 types of basic potions in succession, fully restoring all his states, gripping his small pistol tightly. "Awah!" A 4th-level Crimson Beast would begin to possess human-like intelligence, and the failing 3rd-level Crimson Firewolf seemed to have awakened some of that. From the howl just now, Chen Ping read a message. "If I die, then all the humans in this area will be buried with me. That's great. It saves me the trouble of avenging myself against the Chen family." Chen Ping was the first to launch an attack, firing bullet after bullet at the wounds of the Crimson Firewolf. With Chen Ping's current strength, he was unable to break through the defenses of a level 3 Crimson Beast. However, as long as he could hit the opponent's wounds, he could inflict considerable damage. Moreover, weapons upgraded with Crimson coins not only improved in quality but also had additional enhancement effects, increasing the intensity of the attacks. After enduring a series of attacks, the Crimson Firewolf could no longer contain its fury and charged at Chen Ping. At that moment, Xiaohei also burrowed into the Crimson Firewolf's body through its wound. Seeing the charging Crimson Firewolf, Chen Ping stopped his attack and began to maneuver frantically. Having been the champion of competitive games for 3 consecutive years, Chen Ping was well versed in the kite-flying tactic. Each time, he accurately judged the direction of the Crimson Firewolf's attacks and dodged in time. Of course, the most important factor was those few bottles of basic potions, especially the basic agility potion. Bang! No one could maintain optimal focus for an extended period under such high tension. Chen Ping was still struck on the back by the claws of the Crimson Firewolf. Rip! The silk armor made from blood spider silk was directly torn apart. Fortunately, this armor had blocked the attack, otherwise, with just that blow, Chen Ping would have been crushed to pieces. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chen Ping continued to roll and dodge. 10 minutes felt like a century had passed. The speed of the Crimson Firewolf gradually slowed down, and Chen Ping finally got a moment to breathe. Bang bang bang! Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping launched a counterattack. The firearms drawn from the roulette had unlimited bullets. Chen Ping downed a bottle of berserk potion, his finger on the trigger already bloodied and mangled. Even his arm holding the gun was completely numb. Oh whoa! The Crimson Firewolf staggered back a few steps, then suddenly stood up and let out its final howl. The sound was mournful, tragic, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Oh whoa! In the distance, countless wolf howls echoed in response. Thud! The level 3 Crimson Firewolf fell heavily, shaking the ground beneath it. Chen Ping immediately dragged his half-unconscious body to the front of the Crimson Firewolf. A green roulette, 5 crimson coins. Just as he was about to bend down to pick them up, he suddenly felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and his wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Silver! For the first time since his rebirth, excitement appeared on Chen Ping's face. His lifespan had also changed to 10 years and 9 days. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the 2 green quality roulettes from his pocket. He cut his finger and pressed it against the center of the roulette. A cold electronic synthesized voice sounded. Please specify the reward item. 1. Heavy motorcycle. 2. Refined short knife. 3. Sharp long sword. 4. Basic composite bow. 5. Advanced life potion. 50 years. 6. Intermediate vehicle talent. Advanced life potion. As soon as Chen Ping's voice fell, the pointer of the roulette began to spin rapidly, finally stopping without any suspense on the advanced life potion. He exchanged 10 years of lifespan for 50 years, alleviating the urgency of his lifespan shortage. Continue. Chen Ping took out the second green quality roulette. The value of one item inside was not lower than that of the advanced life potion. The red pointer spun rapidly on the roulette. Finally, it slowly stopped at the 9 o'clock position. Space Stone, type, storage item effect. Can store 50 units of non-living items. Quality, superior green reminder. After use, it automatically binds to the user. The binding is when the user is in a state of death. Chen Ping directly used the Space Stone, and with a thought, 50 slots appeared in the void before him, visible only to himself. Each slot could hold one type of item, with a maximum of 20 stacked, and the total volume of the stack could not exceed 10 cubic meters. Chen Ping first stored the corpse of the level 3 Crimson Firewolf in the Space Stone, directly showing that 3.5 slots had been used. Next, the remaining potions were all placed into the Space Stone. With the Space Stone, carrying items became extremely convenient. 1 or 2 years later, this Space Stone almost became standard equipment for survivors in the apocalypse. But right now, it was a rare treasure. After using 2 green quality spinning wheels consecutively, Chen Ping had 40 years and 9 days of life left. He did not stop there. There was still a level 3 Crimson Firewolf spinning wheel that had not been used. Although this level 3 Crimson Beast did not yield a blue quality spinning wheel, the green quality spinning wheel was not much inferior to the blue one. Please specify the reward item. 1. Star upgrade card. Directly upgrade 1 star level for below silver rank. 2. Bullet time. Skill. 3. Sacrifice. Talent. 4. Proficiency enhancement scroll. Increase proficiency of a talent or skill by 50%. 5. Strength enhancement. Increase strength by 5 points. 6. Agility enhancement. Increase agility by 5 points. 7. Fire resistance enhancement. Increase fire resistance by 6 points. There were 60 different rewards on the spinning wheel, nearly 40% of which were green quality, most of them being top tier among green qualities. For the first time, Chen Ping felt a bit conflicted. Sacrifice. He finally chose the green talent Sacrifice. For every year of life burned, all attributes would increase by 100% for a duration of 2 seconds. If it were the red quality Sacrifice, burning 50 years of life would increase all attributes by 600% for 10 seconds. As long as there was enough life left, rampaging through this apocalypse would not be a problem. However, drawing the red Sacrifice from the spinning wheel was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Besides direct drawing, one could use crimson coins to upgrade in the level 2 Crimson Chamber, or draw 3 green quality sacrifices to upgrade to blue, and then 6 more to upgrade to red. For Chen Ping at this moment, the green quality sacrifice was barely enough to keep him alive, while the red quality seemed powerful, but without enough life to support it, it would just be a decoration. Night had completely fallen, and the howls of wolves echoed around. Anger, hatred, bloodlust, and despair mixed together, chilling to the bone. The beast tide is coming. Chen Ping frowned. At his walking speed, it was impossible to leave the coastal area before the beast tide arrived. Without sufficient supplies, facing the beast tide alone in the crimson wilderness, even if he reached silver rank, he would eventually exhaust himself to death. Right now, the safest method was to return to the timber camp first, survive this beast tide, and then plan further. Guliolu. Chen Ping drank the primary agility potion, then oriented himself and began to sprint at full speed. Finally saw the convoy. I thought I was going to be abandoned. Duan Zixuan followed behind Mozi and, upon seeing the distant headlights, finally relaxed his anxious heart. Ha, why are they driving? Hey, we haven't gotten on the vehicle yet. Just as Duan Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the convoy ahead starting to move slowly. Among the dozen or so people, Mozi reacted the fastest. He immediately took out his compound bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, landing on the last vehicle of the convoy. Captain, your arrow seems to have hit someone. Mozi's expression remained unchanged as he put away the compound bow. The heavy truck in the distance came to a stop. Over here! Duan Zixuan waved his hand, and under his loud call, the people in the convoy also noticed their small team. Thud! A person struck by an arrow was thrown out from the truck's compartment. Mozi and the others then boarded the vehicle one after another. The truck was about to start again, and Mozi hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, slapping the metal front of the truck hard. Wait a minute, there's one more person. He vaguely saw a familiar figure, and his heart suddenly raced. However, this time, the convoy did not stop. In the crimson wilderness, every second of delay meant facing enormous risks. Especially now that it was night, this convoy might not even be able to return to the camp. If it weren't for Xuena thinking that Ma Zi's strength was quite good, the convoy would never have stopped. Ma Zi's palms were already red and swollen, still continuously slapping, and he even had the impulse to jump out of the car at one point. However, the speed of the convoy was getting faster and faster. Big brother, catch! Duan Zixuan saw that figure moving quickly and immediately chased to the back of the car, unhesitatingly took off his pants, tightly gripped one pant leg, and threw it down. Bang! Bang! Chen Ping was quick and caught the pant leg thrown down by Duan Zixuan, yanked it hard, then used his feet to push off twice against the side of the car and flipped into the cabin. Big brother! Duan Zixuan excitedly leaned in front of Chen Ping. Thank you! Chen Ping nodded. We're brothers who would risk our lives for each other. No need to say thanks. As soon as Duan Zixuan finished speaking, Ma Zi squeezed over, confirming it was Chen Ping, and then he felt relieved. As for the onlookers, they were greatly puzzled. This young man looked ordinary, yet he could make Ma Zi so nervous, prompting them to take a few more glances. At night, visibility was limited, and the car lights could easily attract the attention of the crimson beasts, increasing the risk several times compared to daytime. Moreover, many crimson beasts hunted at night. Fortunately, they only encountered a few level 1 crimson beasts on the way, and the convoy returned to the Dawn camp without any damage. In this operation, the Dawn camp lost over 300 people, while the other level 1 camps suffered over half casualties. However, the Taimu camp surprisingly had 0 casualties, which left others in disbelief. Xuena directly invited them to join the Dawn camp. Ma Zi declined. Compared to the Taimu camp, the Dawn camp had a closer connection to the Chen family. Chen Ping staying at the Dawn camp posed too great a risk. Ma Zi understood the stakes. If Chen Ping were to return to the Taimu camp, Ma Zi would definitely not stay at the Dawn camp. The next day, the members of the Taimu camp drove their armored vehicles away from the Dawn camp. The sunlight had never felt so warm. When they arrived, they were all thinking they would die, but surviving made them feel that everything wasn't so bad. Except for Duan Zixuan and Li Shan, these members were genuinely grateful to Ma Zi. In this operation, they witnessed Ma Zi's rapid improvement in strength. In their hearts, Ma Zi's status had far surpassed that of camp leader Zhang Tai. Duan Zixuan and Li Shan clearly knew that their survival was due to Chen Ping's presence. Around noon, Chen Ping followed Ma Zi and the others back to the Taimu camp. 5 minutes after they got out of the car, Ma Zi was reporting their experiences to Zhang Tai. The first large-scale beast tide in the coastal area had begun. On June 15, 2092, the 100th day of the apocalypse, and also the 6th day of Chen Ping's rebirth, countless red firewolves launched a fierce attack on the human camp. At first, everyone was caught off guard, and nearly half of the camp was directly destroyed. Ma Zi and Chen Ping were immediately dispatched to the outer front lines. Damn it, isn't there this thing? Those crimson beasts wouldn't dare to come close, right? Late at night, Ma Zi accompanied Chen Ping to the crimson cabin. They had killed level 1 red firewolves for over 10 hours before being rotated out to rest. Chen Ping hurried to the crimson cabin. The crimson cabin absorbs the scarlet mist, converting it into field energy, preventing the crimson beasts from approaching. Every year, in the middle of March, June, September, and December, the crimson cabin starts absorbing the scarlet mist for about 7 days. During these 7 days, the field energy disappears, losing its ability to affect the crimson beasts, and it won't regain its function until the energy absorption is completed 7 days later. As Chen Ping spoke, he took out a crimson coin and swept it across the handle of the crimson cabin. There were originally guards here, but due to the impact of the beast tide, the camp was understaffed, and everyone had gone to the defensive works of the camp to fend off the beast tide. Even those in the basement with no abilities were given weapons and sent to the front lines. The crimson pod, of course, had no one to guard it. "Brother Chen, don't worry about going in. I'll keep an eye on you," Ma Zi said as he took out a cigarette but reluctantly taking a puff to relieve his mental pressure. "Thank you." Chen Ping nodded and tossed a bottle of basic strength potion to Ma Zi. This is too precious, Before Ma Zi could finish, Chen Ping's figure flickered and he had already entered the crimson pod. At the same time, Song Cheng passed by, carrying 2 heavy sniper rifles. "Ma Zi, what are you doing here?" Ma Zi quickly put away the potion in his hand. Just got back from the front line, planning to go rest." Song Cheng was once the vice captain of their team and had a good relationship with Ma Zi. They were college classmates and later settled in the same neighborhood. Their friendship spanned nearly 20 years. Although Song Cheng had run away during the biological research, Ma Zi held no grudge. After all, he would have made the same choice in that situation. More than 20 years of friendship wouldn't turn into enmity over this matter in this crimson apocalypse. "But the dormitory is over there," Song Cheng said, suddenly looking at the glowing crimson pod. "Someone went in." Song Cheng's expression changed slightly. Since the apocalypse began, no one in the Taimu camp had ever used the crimson pod, which was huge news for Song Cheng. "Chang Zi, don't meddle," Ma Zi warned. "Do you know who is inside? Could it be the camp leader?" "No, I just saw him in the square. If someone can use this thing, I must tell the camp leader." "Chang Zi, I'm sorry." An arrow shot out, piercing directly through Song Cheng's abdomen. "Ma Zi, you." Song Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. Ma Zi stepped forward and supported Song Cheng. Who is he?" Song Cheng clutched his abdomen wound. "Even if you can't tell anyone else, I won't say a word." Ma Zi's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had never thought he would one day turn against Song Cheng. Regardless of their more than 20 years of friendship or Song Cheng's significant role in the camp, Ma Zi could never bring himself to harm Song Cheng. But at this moment, Song Cheng appeared. Between Song Cheng and Chen Ping, he had to make a choice. Ma Zi had no time to think. He instinctively made a judgment. Until Song Cheng breathed his last, Ma Zi felt he could never harm him. Meanwhile, inside the crimson pod, Chen Ping was still unaware of what was happening outside. 4 wolf packs exploded, and 5 level 3 red fire fierce wolves exploded. "To upgrade Xiao Hei, I'm still missing one. I don't know how long I'll have to wait." Chen Ping showed rare signs of hesitation. In the Taimu camp, inside the crimson pod, after a struggle within himself, Chen Ping decided to upgrade his sacrifice talent first. The sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. If it weren't for the beast tide, Chen Ping wouldn't be in a hurry to upgrade his talent. The green quality sacrifice was enough for him to save his life. But this time, the beast tide was overwhelming, devastating everything in its path. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Even a level 1 red fire fierce wolf could threaten Chen Ping's life in absolute numbers. After upgrading the sacrifice talent, even if surrounded by a level 2 red fire fierce wolf pack, he would be able to handle it with ease. 9 crimson coins disappeared, and at the same time, Chen Ping's sacrifice talent reached blue quality. To continue upgrading to red, he would need 900 crimson coins, which, even 5 years into the apocalypse, was an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. Sacrifice, blue at the cost of burning lifespan, exchange for attribute enhancement. Burn 10 years of lifespan to increase all attributes by 300% within 3 seconds. 3 seconds isn't much, but as long as the base attributes are strong enough, 1 second is sufficient. Chen Ping glanced at his wristband and brought up his personal information. Chen Ping, rank, silver star level, 3-star talent, beginner alchemy mastery, green, physical enhancement, green, sacrifice, blue, strength, 20 endurance, 22 agility, 20 defense, 24 special attributes, none special resistances, none spatial items, spatial stone, green, bound items, tamed alien bug, normal, ability assessment, 86 remaining lifespan, 30 years and 8 days at present. The basic attributes of the vast majority of people are only in the 20s or 30s, while Chen Ping, without the enhancement of talent or potions, is about to break 100 in basic attributes. His current strength can already crush over 90% of humanity. When facing a level 2 Crimson Beast Horde, he will be even more composed. He stepped out of the crimson pod and saw Ma Zi supporting Song Chang's corpse. "The items I asked you to collect last time, bring me 10 more of each by tomorrow morning," Chen Ping said softly as he passed by Ma Zi. "Okay, I'll deliver them tomorrow morning." Ma Zi immediately agreed. At 2 in the morning, the command room of the Taimu camp was brightly lit and bustling with activity. When the beast tide descended, Zhang Tai immediately began organizing defensive works, and then proceeded to command and dispatch in the command room, not having even a sip of water so far. "Captain, Deputy Captain Song Chang, has died in battle." Ma Zi walked up to Zhang Tai, who was staring at the sand table on the desk. "What? Song Chang is dead?" Zhang Tai's gaze shifted to Ma Zi. Bang! Wasn't he supposed to retreat to the second defensive line? Damn it! Zhang Tai slammed his hand on the corner of the table, knocking over 4 or 5 flags inserted in the sand table. I repeated it to him dozens of times. His perception talent is extremely important to the camp. He didn't need to go outside the defensive line, just provide information from the back. Where's his body? Where did he die? Zhang Tai took a deep breath to calm himself. He died at the first defensive line. The body has just been sent back. You go handle it. Zhang Tai nodded. What about Song Chang's wife and child? He's dead. His wife was first settled in the basement. By the way, his son still has about 10 years of lifespan left. The camp is in urgent need of various supplies, so let his son go draw from the roulette first, then send it to the defensive line. Zhang Tai waved his hand. Captain, Song Chang dedicated himself to the camp, even dying at the defensive line. It might make the other brothers. Without Song Chang's contribution, continuing to support his family will only lead the brothers to have thoughts. The camp's supplies are so tight, there's no surplus to support idle people. I have no relatives in the camp. My contribution can go to them. Ma Zi said quickly, feeling a deep sense of debt to Song Chang, wanting to protect his family within his means. In the apocalypse, the evil of human nature is laid bare, but if that were all, then people might no longer be human, but become another kind of being. At least, in a subtle corner of Ma Zi's heart, a trace of human kindness still remained, surfacing occasionally when it did not endanger his life. Zhang Tai frowned slightly, choosing not to speak further, tacitly agreeing. Captain, this is today's battle's harvest. Ma Zi took out 23 white roulettes. I'll send someone to deliver them to the square shortly. There are particularly many seriously injured today. The white roulettes are almost not enough. Supplies in the camp were scarce, and it was difficult for the seriously injured to receive treatment. If they still had a breath left, they would choose roulettes without bound items, using their remaining lifespan to draw lots. Captain, I want to go to the warehouse to get some things. You can go yourself. Zhang Tai directly took out the key to the camp's warehouse and threw it onto the sand table. If it were usual, Zhang Tai would naturally ask carefully. But now, with the camp short-handed, especially with someone like Ma Zi, who had strong abilities and could lead in command, even if he made some excessive requests, Zhang Tai would do his best to accommodate. Having obtained the key, Ma Zi immediately headed to the camp's storage room and packed as many of the materials that Chen Ping needed into burlap sacks as possible. He brought back 3 large sacks filled with beast bones, grass leaves, and the camp's reserve of crimson mist water to his room. Brother Chen, I've gathered everything, but it's too much. It's too obvious if I bring it all over. I'll temporarily keep it in my room. When do you have time to come and pick it up? As Ma Zi passed by, he noticed that the light in Chen Ping's room was still on, so he approached Chen Ping's door and quietly reported, I'm coming over now. With the space stone, storing items became extremely convenient, avoiding any prolonged delays. Chen Ping planned to quickly produce all the potions. While counting the materials in Ma Zi's room, Ma Zi took the initiative to say, Brother Chen, I just returned from the command room, and I heard quite a bit of news on the way. I heard that the 3rd-level crimson beast that the Chen family wanted to kill has suddenly disappeared. Not even a corpse was left behind, no clues at all, it just vanished into thin air. Ma Zi continued talking to himself, while Chen Ping remained focused on counting the materials, his expression unchanged. They say this beast tide was also caused by that 3rd-level crimson beast. Today, only 1st-level red firewolves have appeared, which is manageable, but if 2nd-level ones show up later, even the Dawn camp might not hold. Chen Ping didn't respond at all, which made Ma Zi feel a bit awkward. Thank you. After finishing counting the materials, Chen Ping found he had quite a bit more than required and casually took out a bottle of primary recovery potion, tossing it to Ma Zi. In less than an hour, Ma Zi had already received 2 bottles of primary potions, which surprised him a bit, as he was just running errands and hadn't done anything significant. For Chen Ping, these materials, with a 50% success rate, were enough for him to produce 60 or 70 primary potions. If he were out in the wilderness, it would take him at least a month or 2 to gather them all. Even in the camp, without exposing his identity, it wasn't easy to exchange for these materials. In reality, Chen Ping's strength completely overshadowed that of camp leader Zhang Tai. The entire Ironwood camp combined was no match for him. But in the Crimson Apocalypse, strength sometimes didn't equate to survival ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been backstabbed by both family and Lin Ruoyun. Human nature is inherently treacherous, and now, in the lawless Crimson Apocalypse, being cautious is the key to survival. As Ma Zi watched Chen Ping leave, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. If anyone could silently kill a third-level Crimson Beast, in Ma Zi's mind, it would have to be Chen Ping. Yet, Chen Ping's reaction just now seemed completely unrelated to him. Ma Zi shook his head. After more than 10 hours of continuous fighting, he was physically and mentally exhausted, and he had no energy left to ponder these matters. He lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Still lacking blood spiders, it seems I'll have to leave the camp tomorrow. As the number of potions he made increased, Chen Ping's proficiency also rose rapidly. In just an hour and a half, he had concocted over 50 bottles of primary potions. However, he lacked the raw material, blood spiders, so the primary berserk potion had not been made. After storing all the items in the space stone, Chen Ping planned to rest. A very inconspicuous little bug flew into Chen Ping's room. Had enough fun? Chen Ping looked at the little bug. The black bug shook its wings and its pair of antennae trembled slightly. It was the first exotic insect Chen Ping had obtained from the roulette after his rebirth. In the afternoon, when he was fending off the beast tide, he had released the little black bug. No one noticed its presence, and it was like a wild horse, feeding on the blood of the crimson beasts. What? Not satisfied yet? Chen Ping frowned slightly. They're all first-level, low-level creatures, it's too boring. A thought flashed through Chen Ping's mind, leaving him immensely surprised. Before, he could only sense the thoughts of the alien insects, such as happiness, excitement, and resistance, these extremely simple emotions. But now, the information he received was very clear. He could almost communicate with the alien insects. Bloodthirsty alien insect, elite, type, crimson worm level, 2 power, 15 stamina, 18 agility, 30 defense, 10 talent, insectoid will, awakening not yet, skills, devour, activated, basic parasitism. Ability assessment, 73 remaining lifespan, 1 year 19 days. When did you become an elite? Chen Ping asked, his face full of confusion. He had originally planned to save crimson coins to upgrade Little Black's quality. It seemed unnecessary now. Moreover, Little Black's base attributes completely surpassed Chen Ping's. I killed that stupid wolf, and I became an elite. Little Black responded to Chen Ping. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had some understanding of the alien insects, but the current situation seemed different from what he knew. Can you continue to improve your quality? Yes, just kill a Lord-level Crimson Beast, of course, it has to be above level 4. Little Black's thought came through, giving Chen Ping a sense of nonchalance. If one didn't know better, they might think it was going to kill a level 1 Crimson Beast. Think simply, a level 4 Crimson Beast. Can you beat it? Of course not, you are my master, so naturally, this is something you have to do. Little Black's response made Chen Ping feel that their roles should be reversed. This might be the relationship between a cat owner and their cat. Chen Ping shook his head inside. As the sun rose high, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the Ironwood camp. The sleeping Ma Zi struggled to open his eyes. After killing dozens of crimson beasts for 10 hours, he had only slept for 4, even with his enhanced body. It was impossible to recover all his stamina in such a short time. Damn it, it's really worse than death. Ma Zi knew that the alarm meant the camp was about to be breached. Without much thought, he grabbed the black composite bow beside him and quickly walked out of the room. At this moment, the camp looked chaotic but still maintained a certain order. Chen Ping had somehow stood behind Ma Zi. Brother Chen, you're awake too. Ma Zi perked up and greeted Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded. The second line of defense has been breached. The crimson beasts outside have reached the last line of defense of the camp. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had been accustomed to the rhythm of the crimson apocalypse, never having deep sleep, always remaining vigilant. Especially in the crimson secret realm, his perception of danger had long become a conditioned reflex. Really? The second line of defense is gone? Ma Zi's eyes widened, fully waking up. The outermost line of defense of the Ironwood camp was the second line, the strongest. Almost all heavy weapons collected by the camp were concentrated on the second line of defense. If the second line couldn't hold, then the defenses behind it would be virtually useless against the crimson beasts. It's over, this time we're really done for. Duan Zishuan's face was filled with panic, but he felt slightly relieved when he saw Chen Ping. They say the second line of defense has been breached. Big brother, what should we do? Duan Zishuan quickly walked to Chen Ping's side. Don't worry, Ironwood isn't the first camp to be destroyed by a beast tide. At least dozens of camps will go down with it. Chen Ping remained calm. He felt it was about time to leave. The only thing he was reluctant about was the crimson chamber in the camp, as only there could he use crimson coins. Unfortunately, this thing couldn't be taken away. If forcibly moved, it would be completely destroyed. There had been people who did such foolish things before his rebirth, resulting in the explosion of the crimson chamber, turning all life within an area 10 times larger than Binhai to ashes in that explosion. However, in the short term, Qin Ping would not be able to use the crimson chamber again. To further enhance his talent and the quality of the alien beasts would require nearly 1,000 crimson coins, and by the time the Crimson Secret Realm descended, Qin Ping might not even be able to save up 500. Ma Zi, the last line of defense has a breach. You must immediately take a team over there and hold off this wave of attack. Zhang Tai found Ma Zi, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse. Team 1, gather. Follow me. Ma Zi leaped up and stood on a high table, shouting loudly. All the members of Team 1 quickly gathered around. At this moment, there was no need for any pre-battle mobilization. They had no way out. If the Ironwood camp was breached, they would be engulfed by the beast tide, becoming food for the Crimson Fire Fierce Wolves, the bones underfoot. Including Qin Ping, the 10 members of Team 1 headed for the last line of defense of the Ironwood camp. Here, a low wall had been built from corpses, and those armed with firearms were hiding behind the wall of bodies, shooting outward. The Ironwood camp did not have many people. Most of those who had become corpses or were resisting the Crimson Beasts were refugees from other camps that had been breached. There were also lone wolves from the Crimson Wilderness who, seeing that there was still a camp holding out, thought to take refuge here from the beast tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Zixuan hid behind a wall of corpses, continuously pulling the trigger. In the distance, the Crimson Fire Fierce Wolves were countless. There was no need to aim. As long as the arrows were shot, they would surely hit a Crimson Fire Fierce Wolf. Brother, look at my archery skills. Aren't they getting more and more proficient? 100 shots, 100 hits. Qin Ping also hid nearby, occasionally firing a few rounds. Rapid progress. There's not much room for improvement left, Qin Ping casually replied. At this moment, he confirmed that the Crimson Beasts outside were all level 2. He had been in the Crimson Apocalypse for 5 years and had hardly experienced a beast tide. After all, the Crimson Beasts around the Lin family camp had been cleared out completely by him. However, he had heard quite a bit about beast tides. They occurred every 3 months, lasting 7 days. Normally, the first 4 days were quite easy, until the 5th day when the impact of the beast tide reached its peak. Then it began to weaken on the 6th day and ended on the 7th. However, today was only the 2nd day of the beast tide, and it had already escalated from level 1 Crimson Beasts to level 2. This was extremely rare in the early stages of a beast tide. Even in the 5th year of the Crimson Apocalypse before his rebirth, the 2nd day of the beast tide had never been this intense. Something unusual must be afoot. Originally planning to leave directly, Qin Ping suddenly decided to observe for a while. With the basic potions he had made last night, he could easily deal with level 2 Crimson Beasts in the Crimson Wilderness, and even when facing level 3 Crimson Beasts, he could maneuver freely with the Blue Sacrifice talent as a trump card. But he was unsure how extensive the beast tide in the coastal area was. If the coverage was far enough, he could really exhaust himself to death halfway. Many things could not be done solely based on the experiences of his past life. After his rebirth, he would inevitably be like a butterfly flapping its wings, changing the course of all events. This included that level 3 Crimson Fire Fierce Wolf, which should have been killed by the Chun family but was now intercepted by Qin Ping. This would lead to a complete change in the events that were about to unfold. It's better to observe for a while. Being cautious won't hurt. Qin Ping made up his mind and rejoined the battle. Soon, the breach was gradually secured, but other areas were in dire straits. Area 5 is about to fall as well. Ma Zi glanced at the message on his wristband, his face growing even darker. Their position was in Area 7, located directly south of the camp, while Area 5 was behind them to the right. Ma Zi, you hold your position, I'll go defend Area 7. Qin Ping rarely took the initiative, surprising Ma Zi. However, with Qin Ping going over, Area 5 would definitely be fine. Alright, be careful. Ma Zi nodded. The surrounding environment was extremely dangerous, and they had no energy to waste on more words. Qin Ping nodded as well and then got up to leave. Qin Ping killed more than a dozen second-level Crimson Firewolves along the way, but only 2 white-quality spinning wheels dropped, and none of the prizes caught his eye, leaving him uninterested in drawing. Upon reaching Area 5, only 7 or 8 people remained to make their final stand. Moreover, these few were all heavily injured. Some had lost arms to the Crimson Firewolves, while others had their legs torn apart. With such injuries, survival in the early days of this apocalypse was nearly impossible, yet they had not given up and continued to resist. Qin Ping cleared a vacuum area as he fought through, the corpses of the Crimson Firewolves becoming obstacles for the advancing pack. Xiao Hei, guard this spot for a while, I'll be back soon. Chen Ping took out the black insect from his pocket. Master, I'm so small, and they're such a big bunch. How can I guard? I believe in you, but I don't believe in myself. Hey, wait. Ignoring Xiaohei's protests, Chen Ping left it behind and turned to leave. He was only missing the blood spider to gather the materials for the primary berserk potion. The beast tide would last another 5 days, and considering the consumption from yesterday afternoon, Chen Ping had only 2 bottles of primary berserk potion left. This could enhance all attributes by 3 points within 5 minutes. For Chen Ping, who had reached the silver rank, the effect seemed less pronounced than at first glance, but that was not the case. Using the primary strength potion simultaneously, the attribute boost in strength reached 8 points. In a critical moment, activating the sacrifice talent would grant an additional 24 points in strength, bringing the total boost to 84 points. With the potions and sacrifice combined, his base attributes were nearly 300 points. Ordinary third-level Crimson Beasts had only 300 to 400 points in attributes, while Lord-class beasts were slightly higher, not exceeding 500 points. In peak condition, Chen Ping was essentially a super boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, activating sacrifice, he could easily achieve 3 seconds of invincibility. Therefore, he needed to prepare adequately for the primary berserk potion. Bang! 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 Chen Ping shot down several crimson firewolves in quick succession, but their numbers were overwhelming, and he couldn't kill them fast enough. They seemed to multiply as he fought. Soon, the wolf pack engulfed Chen Ping, and the disadvantages of his handgun became apparent. Gulp! He downed potions for strength, agility, and endurance, escaping the encirclement of the wolves as quickly as possible. I need to find a suitable close-range weapon. His arms and back were scratched in multiple places by the wolves, but it wasn't too serious. The spider silk armor had been completely torn apart during the battle with the third-level Crimson Firewolves. This time, when searching for the blood spider, Chen Ping also planned to gather more spider silk, which was definitely a useful self-defense tool in the early apocalypse. Even the attacks from third-level Crimson Beasts could be somewhat defended against. After nearly 2 hours, Chen Ping found a blood spider cave. Without the help of the insect, he had to go in himself. The cave entrance was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and a bloody stench mixed with a biting cold wind blew out from deep within. At a height of 1.80 meters, Chen Ping found his movements severely restricted in such a cramped cave. Bang! Suddenly, a bullet fired, and a red spider the size of a human head was instantly killed. Black-red liquid splattered against the wall, sizzling as it hit. Chen Ping was already used to this. I didn't expect to find a second-level blood spider. He stored the blood spider's corpse in the spatial stone. Using this second-level blood spider to make the primary berserk potion would increase the success rate and even the possibility of an all-attribute boost of 4. Bang! 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 He fired several shots in quick succession, easily killing a few first-level blood spiders and collecting a good amount of spider silk. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in Chen Ping's heart. This was a perceptive ability honed in the Crimson Secret Realm. This sense of impending danger had saved Chen Ping's life countless times. Third-level blood spider? Chen Ping held his breath and focused, replenishing all his states first. Then, he carefully backed away until he reached the cave entrance. Chen Ping did not linger for a moment and returned to the Ironwood camp at the fastest speed. Although he now had the strength to challenge a level 3 Crimson Beast, that was merely theoretical power, numbers on paper. Real combat was never determined by the size of the data. Caution was the first iron rule of survival in the apocalypse. To kill a level 3 Crimson Beast, he had to be fully prepared. This time, the Crimson Beast could not be like the severely injured level 3 Redfire Fierce Wolf. With the aid of agility potions, Chen Ping quickly returned to the Ironwood camp. The Ironwood camp, the last line of defense, Area 5, was piled high with the corpses of Redfire Fierce Wolves. To block the Redfire Fierce Wolves as much as possible, Xiaohei was busy. Each time, he had to predict the position of the Redfire Fierce Wolves in advance, parasitize the most critical ones, and then kill them to slow down the advance of the Redfire Fierce Wolves. The people defending Area 5 were already scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Each time a Redfire Fierce Wolf charged, it would inexplicably fall to the ground, successfully blocking the Redfire Fierce Wolves behind it. Such supernatural occurrences would frighten anyone who witnessed them. It seemed as if an invisible hand was firmly gripping the throat of the Redfire Fierce Wolves. Master, these stupid wolves are so boring. Xiaohei flew onto Chen Ping's shoulder, shaking off the blood on his body. At this point, the attacks of the Redfire Fierce Wolves began to weaken. Originally, they were mainly level 2 Redfire Fierce Wolves, but now most were level 1. The pressure on the Ironwood camp had also decreased significantly. Chen Ping activated his wristband but could only see personal information and could not contact Ma Zi and the others. Could it be? Chen Ping frowned slightly. He did not care about the lives and deaths of these people. It would just be a bit troublesome to collect materials in the future. As evening approached, a few more people came out to rotate in Area 5. Chen Ping and a few others who could still move returned to the camp to prepare for dinner and rest. "Big brother." On the way, a familiar voice called out. Chen Ping looked in the direction of the voice and saw Duan Zhuxuan waving his arms. "I couldn't contact you earlier." Chen Ping nodded and then looked at Ma Zi. "The camp's communication equipment is down and temporarily unusable. All orders can only be conveyed through alarms or manually," Ma Zi sighed, quickening his pace slightly as he walked to Chen Ping's side. "Brother Chen, a green quality roulette was revealed today." Chen Ping glanced around. Everyone looked exhausted, dragging their heavy bodies toward the camp, completely unaware of them. "What do you think?" Ma Zi said as he carefully took out the roulette from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ping. In the morning, Chen Ping had killed dozens of level 2 and a few level 1 red fire fierce wolves, and in the blood spider cave, he had also killed 30 or 40 blood spiders. Yet, he had not seen a single green light, only a uniform array of white roulettes, and the prizes inside were hard to describe. Although Chen Ping now had a lifespan of 30 years, he did not want to waste time on these worthless roulettes. These white roulettes could be turned in at the camp for some camp points. The points at the Ironwood camp could only be used within the camp to purchase relatively precious food. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Ping did not look at the roulette but followed the crowd into the camp cafeteria. The onslaught of beasts had put the camp in a precarious situation. To allow everyone to quickly recover from their exhaustion, Zhang Tai directly ordered that the canned beef and canned fish from the food storage be taken out and distributed to those resisting the beast tide. If the camp were breached, no one would be spared, and keeping these foods would be meaningless. These nutrient-rich foods, which could be preserved for a long time, were absolutely priceless treasures in the apocalypse. Usually, even the camp leader Zhang Tai would not dare to eat even a small bite. "It is the most delicious canned food I have ever eaten in my life." Duan Zixuan ate the canned beef with tears in his eyes. "You cry all day long, like a woman." Ma Zi glanced at Duan Zixuan. "Captain, there aren't many women in our camp who can cry like him." Li Shan pulled the iron ring off the can with his teeth, looked at Duan Zixuan, and laughed. His amputated arm had already scabbed over, and now, with an extra 5 points in strength attribute, his power was not much inferior to Ma Zi's. "Big brother, they are all making fun of me." Duan Zixuan looked at Chen Ping. "Get used to it, there's no need to argue with them. The more you resist, the more excited they'll get," Chen Ping said with a hint of a smile. Long periods of repression and silence could completely break down humans, who are social creatures. Chen Ping would occasionally joke to relieve the tension. Before his rebirth, in the Scarlet Secret Realm, he even talked to himself every day, playing different roles and mimicking various tones. This, Duan Zixuan stammered. "Little Duan, next time we eat, sit at the women's table, no one will laugh at you." Ma Zi pointed to the distance, where the families of the combat teams were. Each person had a can and 3 potatoes, finishing them all in just a few minutes. Chen Ping stood up and headed to the camp's toilet. Aside from a few people like Ma Zi who paid extra attention, to everyone else in the camp, Chen Ping was just a transparent figure. The toilet here was the most primitive kind, a pit latrine, incredibly foul-smelling. Chen Ping casually found a spot and squatted down. "Keep watch for me." Chen Ping let Xiao Hei out. "My life is so hard. Be good, and you'll get a reward." Xiao Hei flew around Chen Ping excitedly. "I'm an alien bug, not a fly." "Well, there's a level 3 scarlet bug that was just found this morning." "Where? I want to eat it." Xiao Hei flitted up and down with excitement. Having just consumed the blood and flesh of a level 3 scarlet firewolf, it had directly upgraded its quality. Although future upgrades for level 3 scarlet beasts wouldn't be as obvious, little by little, it would eventually lead to a qualitative change. "Help me keep watch, and when there's a chance, I'll take you with me," Chen Ping said. Whoosh! Xiao Hei was incredibly fast. Chen Ping felt that even the speed of his bullets might not catch up to Xiao Hei. "This guy." Chen Ping shook his head. The alien bug he was bound to was completely different from the information he had previously understood. "Forget it." Chen Ping took out the green roulette and examined it carefully. "What luck! Just when I want to sleep, someone hands me a pillow." What Chen Ping lacked the most now were close combat weapons. That pistol was decent, but against the numerous scarlet beasts, it became completely ineffective. It could only be maximized in mid-range single kills or ambushes. And in this scarlet roulette, there was a green quality knife weapon. Without any hesitation, Chen Ping chose to draw. 10 years of life flashed by, and the pointer on the roulette began to spin wildly. "Please specify the reward item." "Black knife." The plain name matched its unremarkable appearance perfectly. A knife over a meter long, resembling a tang knife, but entirely black. If used at night, it might not even be noticed. Black knife, type, weapon effect 1, tear, wounds inflicted by the black knife are extremely difficult to heal. Effect 2, increases the user's strength by an additional 3 points. Quality, superior green. Chin Ping held the black knife in his hand, feeling it wasn't very heavy. Bang! He just lightly swung it to test the feel and made a hole in the wall. Chin Ping quickly put away the black knife and left the toilet without being noticed. The Scarlet Firewolf could attack at any moment, and those who had been replaced in the camp were racing against time to rest. As Chin Ping passed by Ma Zi's place, he glanced into the room. He saw Ma Zi wrapping his left arm wound with a piece of not-so-clean gauze. The sheer number of scarlet beasts was such that even Chin Ping was injured. With someone like Ma Zi, who was on the front lines, the damage he sustained was naturally not small. Brother Chen, aren't you going to rest? Ma Zi looked up and saw Chin Ping at the door. I just went to take care of something, Chin Ping replied, pulling out some worthless white spinning wheels. This is. Ma Zi felt a bit nervous. Although they aren't anything good, they can still be exchanged for some camp points. You keep them. Even if he took out 3 times the number of white spinning wheels, it would still pale in comparison to the 1 green spinning wheel Ma Zi had given. For Ma Zi, it was a pleasant surprise. The green spinning wheel indeed had good items, but it also contained many useless things, like contaminated water and ordinary sand and stones. The usable items were only about 30%, and the chance of drawing something useful was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Therefore, Ma Zi didn't think it was that important. He just wanted to show it to Chin Ping first to see if he was interested in drawing. If he was, he would just give it to Chin Ping for free. With the impact of the beast tide, it was uncertain whether the Ironwood camp could survive, so exchanging for points didn't hold much significance. Chin Ping also knew that the current camp points weren't worth much unless the beast tide ended and the Ironwood camp managed to survive. So, he took out a bottle of basic recovery potion. This can restore some stamina and also has a good effect on wound healing. No, I can't accept this. Ma Zi quickly shook his head. You keep it. I still have 2 or 3 bottles. Also, if there are any good quality spinning wheels next time, don't worry, I promise to show you first, Ma Zi quickly replied. At present, the camp's regulatory efforts had significantly decreased, and those who were sent to the front lines were not necessarily capable. Ma Zi keeping some spinning wheels to himself wouldn't attract any blame. Even the camp leader, Zhang Tai, could only turn a blind eye, at least until they got through the current beast tide. Killing scarlet beasts and obtaining scarlet spinning wheels was definitely a matter of probability. With bad luck, killing 100 might not yield a single one. Being able to exchange the basic potions in hand for some decent quality green spinning wheels was a guaranteed profit for Chin Ping. Why does it feel like my lifespan is running out again? Back in his room, Chin Ping glanced at his information, noting he had 20 years and 6 days left to live, and sighed. Master, when are we setting off? Xiao He flew around Chin Ping. First, let's get some sleep to regain our strength. When we wake up, we'll go. At 3 in the morning, the Ironwood camp was silent. In front of the last line of defense, a few scattered individuals were on alert. The impact of this beast tide had caused unbearable losses to the camp, and no one dared to let their guard down. Ha! I think I just saw a shadow darting out. What shadow? Don't scare me. Didn't you see? It seemed to. Smile at me. I didn't see anything. Are you too nervous? Don't scare yourself, it's so dangerous outside, with scarlet beasts everywhere. Unless someone is a long-lived person wanting to hang themselves, who would dare to run out? Exactly. Even Captain Ma Zi wouldn't dare to leave the camp alone for the Scarlet Wilderness at this time. Could it really be my imagination? Yeah, you must be hallucinating. There's no one. On the front line, a few people on guard whispered a few words before continuing their patrols. Dressed in black, Chin Ping sprinted across the pitch-black Scarlet Wilderness. Why is there not a single vehicle in the camp? Chin Ping wondered. He had intended to sneak out a motorcycle from the camp, which would make moving around much easier and save a lot of time. However, he had nearly turned the camp upside down and still hadn't seen a single vehicle. With no other choice, Chin Ping had to walk to the Blood Spider Cave. This time, the direction was clear, and it was faster than during the day. Standing in front of the cave, Chin Ping carefully observed his surroundings. Unlike during the day, the cave entrance was now covered in white spider webs, so densely packed that they almost blocked the entire opening. It seems I startled the snake by beating the grass during the day. Chin Ping frowned slightly. During the day, he had no idea that there could be a level 3 blood spider here. Before his rebirth, he had always paid attention to information about the coastal area. He had never heard of a level 3 blood spider appearing. However, it could also be that it had simply gone unnoticed. After all, blood spiders, these crimson insects, rarely ventured out to hunt, and even experienced individuals might not find their lairs. Bang! Chin Ping swung the black knife in his hand, producing a dull sound. The spider webs were extremely tough. Even the green quality black knife couldn't cut through them. This is a web spun by a level 3 blood spider. Chen Ping's brow furrowed. Xiaohei, do you have any ideas? Master, these crimson insect spiders are my natural enemies. What can I do? Xiaohei flew high, afraid of getting stuck in the webs. Chen Ping believed that with sacrifice as his trump card, combined with the black knife in his hand, he could at least have a fighting chance against the level 3 crimson insect. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even see the face of it now. Burning 10 years of life for a spider web was indeed a huge loss. But if he didn't solve this web, he couldn't even enter the cave, let alone confront the blood spider head-on. Just hold on a bit longer. Not far ahead is the Ironwood camp. All the level 1 camps around us have fallen. How fierce is the Ironwood camp? I heard that there's a person called Ma Zi in the Ironwood camp who has a super talent, something like 3 heads and 6 arms. Even the Blood Rose of the Dawn camp fears him. Shanggu, is that true? That sounds incredible. How could it be false? And this Ma Zi is 3 meters tall, with a huge blood-red mouth, and eats 10 level 2 crimson beasts every day. Shanggu, after what you said, I don't even dare to go. Don't be afraid. Aren't we looking for such a strong person? Yeah, if our camp had such a big shot, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. What a pity. I drew this green binding talent, the Nether Fire, thinking I could change my fate, but it's even weaker than a flamethrower. A group of people fleeing was heading towards the Ironwood camp. Chen Ping, dressed in black, was about 300 to 400 meters diagonally in front of them and had not been noticed. Shanggu? Nether Fire? Chen Ping frowned. He was very familiar with that name. In the area south of the coast, there was a Yun Tian camp, established as Yun Tian City in the 4th year of the Crimson Apocalypse. In Yun Tian City, there were 4 great leaders, the strongest being the Nether Fire King, Yi Shanggu. By chance, he upgraded the Nether Fire to a red-quality Nether City Fire. Later, he entered the Crimson Secret Realm alone and killed a level 4 Crimson Beast Lord, gaining fame in one fell swoop. Chen Ping had crossed paths with Yi Shanggu in the Crimson Secret Realm, but due to mutual vigilance, they only sparred and did not become close. Therefore, Chen Ping had a certain understanding of Yi Shangji's talent. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ping's mouth. Are you all going to the Ironwood camp? Chen Ping suddenly spoke, startling the group. Why you? Who are you? Ironwood camp, team leader, Ma Zi. Chen Ping, dressed in black and covering half his face, said in a deep voice. Ma Zi? You are Ma Zi? How is that possible? You are Ma Zi? I'm still Duan Zixuan, the one with 100% accuracy and an invincible divine bow. The people calmed down and began to scrutinize Chen Ping. The Ironwood camp is not far. If you want to confirm my identity, you'll know when you get to the camp. Chen Ping said disdainfully. Yeah, the Ironwood camp should be nearby. He has no reason to lie to us. Could he really be Ma Zi? But he isn't even 3 meters tall. A few people were discussing when Yi Xingge stood up and asked, Can you take us to the camp? Of course, no problem. But I have a mission this time. Chen Ping nodded. He thought that by saying this, the others would ask about the mission. However, as soon as they heard the word mission, they all felt it was a camp secret and dared not ask any further. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Ahem, this mission is to clear out some secondary scarlet worms here. Chen Ping pointed in the direction of the blood spider cave. Captain Ma, is there anything we can assist with? Yi Xingge asked cautiously. Chen Ping glanced at them and shook his head, saying, Your strength is too weak. You can't help at all. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried that before they even reached the timber camp, they would be directly conscripted and turned into cannon fodder, which would be too tragic. I just heard that your talent is Nether Fire? Chen Ping suddenly looked at Yi Xingge. Yi Xingge's heart tightened at this, wishing he could slap himself twice. Although his talent was indeed not very powerful, what if this Ma thought it was strong and sent him to deal with secondary ferocious beasts? That would be too unjust for him. Captain Ma, I do have this talent, but, that's fine, drink this. Chen Ping directly threw a bottle of primary berserk potion to Yi Xingge. Yi Xingge's face turned extremely ugly, as if he were constipated. But under the pressure of Ma, he finally gritted his teeth and drank the unknown liquid. Instantly, Yi Xingge's body trembled, a feeling of boiling blood filled him. It was like a volcano about to erupt, and he couldn't suppress the raging energy within him. Swish! A sound of breaking air rang out as Chen Ping drew his black knife, stopping in front of Yi Xingge. Use your mind to attach the Nether Fire to this black knife. Chen Ping's tone was cold, making it impossible for anyone to defy him. At this moment, Yi Xingge had already determined that Chen Ping was the Ma of the timber camp, which was also his goal in joining the timber camp. Coupled with Chen Ping's intimidating aura, he offered no resistance. The bluish flame slowly ignited on the black long knife. The temperature around them not only did not rise but even dropped to freezing point, causing those nearby to shiver. The timber camp is in that direction. It will take you 30 minutes on foot to get there. You go ahead, and after I clear out the scarlet worms here, I will return to the camp. Chen Ping casually pointed in a direction that was not the actual location of the timber camp. With Chen Ping's strength, Yi Xingde posed no threat to him at all. The reason he didn't clear out Yi Xingde and the others was that he felt they might be useful in the future. Seeing that Ma was not sending him to be cannon fodder was like receiving a great pardon, and Yi Xingde nodded vigorously. At the same time, he was even more surprised by Ma's understanding of his talent, feeling utterly in awe. Soon, a group of dozens of people headed in the direction Chen Ping pointed. Chen Ping then swung his knife towards the entrance of the blood spider cave. The spider webs disintegrated into bluish sparks before even touching the blade. Fire could restrain these spider threads. Of course, ordinary fire would have no effect. Even using the highest temperature flamethrower available for 3 or 4 days on the threads would not burn them. A person with a different fire attribute talent might be able to add fire attribute attacks to their weapon and cut through the threads, but it would be far from as easy as using nether fire. The green quality nether fire could only add fire attributes to a weapon for 5 minutes. Chen Ping wasted no time. After cutting through the spider threads at the entrance, he quickly entered the cave. Bang bang bang! The small pistol fired continuously, killing the secondary blood spiders encountered along the way. The deeper he went, the more blood spiders there were. Finally, Chen Ping directly switched to the black knife, and with a swift motion, he slaughtered a large number of level 1 and 2 blood spiders, their bodies igniting in flames. After 3 minutes of chopping like cutting vegetables, combined with the boost from a basic agility potion, Chen Ping entered the bottom of the cave. The space here was much larger, about half the width of a football field, with a ceiling height of 3 to 4 meters. The entire bottom of the cave resembled an inverted large bowl. In the center was a gigantic red spider, 2 to 3 people tall, lying at an angle. Its abdomen faced upwards, resembling a balloon about to burst, glowing faintly red. Above it hung a massive silk cocoon. Small, almost transparent spiders, less than the size of a fist, were crawling out of the cocoon. Goodness, either I encounter one that failed to evolve or one that is giving birth. Chen Ping tightened his grip on the black knife, intending to end this quickly. Master, go for it. Master, go for it. Little Black flew to the wall of the cave where there were no webs, watching intently below. Aren't you going to join in? Chen Ping thought. It's my natural enemy. I'm afraid if I join in, the master will lose a powerful ally. Master, can you bear to do that? Little Black's thoughts were filled with grievance. At the bottom of the blood spider cave, Chen Ping held the black knife. The level 3 crimson worm was much stronger than an ordinary level 3 crimson worm. However, the blood spider that had just laid eggs was at its weakest. Normally, there would be at least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of low-level blood spiders guarding such a lord-level crimson worm. But Chen Ping did not find a large number of blood spiders. He had no time to consider these details, as the ghostly fire on his black knife had only about 2 minutes left. Swish! The sound of slicing through the air rang out as the black knife traced a graceful arc in midair. Ding! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the cave, and Chen Ping felt a wave of soreness in his arm, with a tearing pain in the palm of his hand. The blood spider's forelimbs accurately blocked Chen Ping's attack. Its 8 eyes glimmered with cunning red light, and its bloated abdomen wriggled slightly, shooting out a stream of red venom. With the boost from the agility potion, Chen Ping barely dodged, and the venom that landed on the ground corroded the stones completely. If it splashed on Chen Ping, even if he didn't die, he would lose all combat capability. At the same time, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. Little Black, hiding against the wall, shook its wings. It seems like level 2 blood spiders are rushing here, and there are quite a few. Chen Ping's expression turned serious. If he couldn't quickly deal with the level 3 blood spider, its reinforcements would arrive, and he would inevitably fall into a dangerous situation. Thousands of blood spiders, even if they couldn't kill Chen Ping, could slowly wear him down here. There's no other way. Chen Ping took a deep breath and used his talent for the first time, Sacrifice. A blood-red aura enveloped him, and his attributes surged to nearly 300. This was equivalent to the strength of a level 3 crimson beast. Crack! The black knife fell again, and the blood spider's movements were the same as before. The only difference was that Chen Ping severed the blood spider's forelimbs. A piercing scream echoed throughout the cave. The massive blood spider clumsily moved its body, its 8 pitch-black eyes filled with fear. Puff, puff, puff. In 3 seconds, the blade light poured down like a storm, and the level 3 blood spider was dead beyond recovery. Bang! The long knife plunged into the ground, supporting Chen Ping's body, and in the entire cave, only his rapid breathing could be heard, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. 3 seconds was a short time, but the energy Chen Ping unleashed was enough to shake a level 3 lord beast, let alone the weakened level 3 blood spider. Seeing this, Little Black quickly flew down from the cave wall. "It's dangerous here. Wait until we return to the camp, and then I'll give it to you," Chen Ping said, and without even looking, he collected the blood spider's corpse, part of the web, and the items dropped by the blood spider into the space stone. He casually stuffed the little black creature into his underwear, then downed a bottle of basic agility potion and rushed out of the cave as fast as he could. The dim tunnel was already filled with second-level blood spiders, their numbers far exceeding the rats in the Biological Research Institute. Chen Ping hacked his way through, his arms completely numb. "Ha! Finally out." After killing who knows how many blood spiders, Chen Ping finally burst out of the cave entrance. However, outside the entrance, on the vast expanse of land, countless blood spiders were rapidly making their way toward him. "Goodness, where did all these come from? I struggled so much before and couldn't find a single one." Chen Ping had no time to complain, locking onto the direction of the Ironwood camp, and began to sprint. On the ground, those blood spiders were not as fast as Chen Ping, especially since he was still under the effect of the basic agility potion. In just over 10 minutes, he had shaken them off. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, a new day was just starting. Looking quite disheveled, Chen Ping took advantage of the shift change at the Ironwood camp to slip back in. "Brother Chen, up so early? What's going on?" Ma Zi had just walked out of the dormitory and bumped into the filthy Chen Ping. "Just went out for a bit," Chen Ping replied ambiguously. Ma Zi didn't dare to ask further, just nodded. "By the way, there's a group of refugees, they should be in the southwest direction now. Among them, there's someone with good potential. If you're interested, you can go look for them." Just as Chen Ping was about to head back to his room, he suddenly stopped and reminded Ma Zi. Anyone Chen Ping mentioned, Ma Zi wouldn't take lightly. "Alright, I'll organize a team to search right away." "Oh, they saw you in the early morning." After saying this, Chen Ping walked directly toward his quarters. He needed to quickly change his clothes and check the items dropped by the blood spiders. After all, they were third-level crimson insects, and being at the Lord level, the drops wouldn't be too shabby. Chen Ping was a bit impatient. "Early morning? Saw me?" Watching Chen Ping's departing figure, Ma Zi stood there, somewhat puzzled. However, despite his rough exterior, Ma Zi was quite astute, and piecing together Chen Ping's state, he quickly guessed the truth. Chen Ping must have left the camp early in the morning, encountered some refugees on the way, and then impersonated himself. "Shanzi, Xiaoduan, gather a team and come with me," Ma Zi called out, taking everyone from the team except Chen Ping and directly leaving the Ironwood camp. In his room, after changing clothes, Chen Ping opened the spatial stone. First, there were 2 crimson coins. Chen Ping had thought that this area no longer had third-level crimson beasts, making it nearly impossible to obtain crimson coins. Unexpectedly, after just killing a third-level red fire fierce wolf, he encountered a third-level blood spider. The crimson coins were easier to come by than he had imagined. Next, there was a crimson roulette emitting a faint blue light. A blue-quality roulette. Chen Ping was a bit excited. Even the third-level red fire fierce wolf hadn't dropped a blue-quality roulette, which showed how impressive this drop rate was. As expected of a blue roulette dropped by a Lord-level crimson insect, the quality is really good. Chen Ping glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction, but unfortunately, he only had 10 years and 5 days of life left. Even without burning his life to kill blood spiders, it wouldn't be enough to draw from this blue roulette. 30 years of life. Chen Ping felt a bit troubled. Right now, the only way was to find a roulette with a high-level life potion, but the drop rate for such a roulette was extremely low. Since Chen Ping used one last time, there hadn't been a second roulette with a life potion in the entire Ironwood camp. "Looks like I need to step up my monster hunting." Chen Ping put away the crimson roulette and then took out the corpse of the third-level blood spider. When he was in the blood spider cave, he hadn't felt anything particularly special. At this moment, the blood spider corpse just taken from the spatial stone released a surge of bloody stench that overflowed from Chen Ping's residence, enveloping the entire Taimu camp in a foul odor. "What a strong smell." Chen Ping frowned slightly. Xiao He hesitated a bit, but fortunately, it had no sense of smell and directly lay on the blood spider's corpse, beginning to feast. A few minutes later, Xiao He stopped contentedly. The level 3 blood spider's corpse had shriveled somewhat, but the remaining parts were enough to make hundreds of bottles of primary berserk potions, which was sufficient for Chen Ping's current needs. "Burp, I'm full." Xiao He lazily lay beside the blood spider's corpse, its pitch-black body faintly glowing with a hint of red. However, after eating so little, there was no sign of Xiao He growing even a bit. Chen Ping quickly stored away the blood spider's corpse. At this time, the outside had already become noisy. "Captain, are those corpses of the scarlet beasts outside going to rot?" "Captain, we must deal with the corpses outside as soon as possible." "Yes, if a plague breaks out, our antibiotics may not be effective." Everyone spoke up in a flurry. Captain Zhang Tai's expression was stern as he scanned the crowd. "Where's Ma Zi?" He took a team out early this morning. We don't know where he went. This guy is becoming more and more unruly. With the beast tide approaching, he didn't even report back before leaving. Zhang Tai's expression darkened. Just as he finished speaking, Ma Zi returned with a large group of people. Captain, I'm back, Ma Zi called out loudly. Upon seeing Ma Zi, Zhang Tai's expression immediately softened considerably. Captain Ma Zi, these are people from the Jinshi camp. Their camp has been destroyed by the beast tide, and they came here seeking refuge. I went to pick them up, Ma Zi explained. I see, but right now, the camp is at a critical moment of survival. You are the backbone of the camp. It's best not to act alone at this time, the captain said in a calm tone. Yes, Captain, it won't happen again, Ma Zi quickly replied seriously. We are discussing how to deal with the corpses outside. Do you have any opinions? Zhang Tai ignored the people Ma Zi brought back and directly posed the earlier question. Dealing with the corpses was undoubtedly a matter of life and death for the camp. Yesterday, they were able to withstand the last wave of the beast tide largely due to the presence of those corpses. If they burned or buried them now, what would they use to resist the next wave of beasts? There weren't that many people left in the camp. However, if they didn't deal with those corpses, in such a human environment, within 3 days, the corpses would completely rot, inevitably leading to a rampant plague. This would also lead to the camp's complete destruction. Ma Zi was also somewhat indecisive, and his gaze swept over to Chen Ping, who had somehow already stood among the crowd. He gestured with his eyes, wanting to seek Chen Ping's opinion. Chen Ping was not concerned about the survival of this camp. He stayed only to develop for a while longer and accumulate strength. In the future, he might leave here, and if the Taimu camp couldn't withstand this beast tide, he would leave early, so Chen Ping did not respond to Ma Zi. Captain, the attack intensity of the scarlet beasts is weakening. I think in another 2 or 3 days, it should come to an end. What I mean is, let's hold on for a few more days, wait until the beast tide is completely over, and then clear all the corpses as quickly as possible. Chen Ping's silence made Ma Zi think that Chen Ping was against him clearing the corpses. Alright, then we'll go with Captain Ma Zi's suggestion. Zhang Tai nodded. Oh, on the vast scarlet wilderness, with a howl, thousands of red firewolves appeared. As the beast tide continued, the number of camps in the coastal area sharply decreased. It's been 3 days. How can there still be so many damned scarlet beasts? Li Shan was drenched in blood, unable to tell whether it was the blood of the scarlet beasts or his own. Shan Zi, hold on a bit longer, it should be ending soon, Ma Zi said in a low voice. The wall of corpses blocking their way had already begun to rot. The foul stench made it difficult to breathe. Moreover, within that wall of corpses, there were not only the bodies of the crimson beasts but also many humans, many of whom were former comrades in arms. In comparison, the psychological pressure and mental torment brought by these scenes were far more terrifying than the crimson beasts. Sizzle, sizzle. Ha, the camp's communication has been restored. Duan Zhuxuan glanced at his wristband and quickly said to the person next to him. Without communication devices, information transmission was slow, often leading to unnecessary casualties in battle. Ma Zi, a large number of crimson worms have been discovered in Area 1. You must lead your team to investigate immediately. Team 2 has already been sent to replace you. As soon as communication was restored, Captain Zhang Tai issued the order. Received, Ma Zi replied and immediately called back the team members hiding in the defensive fortifications. Defensive formation, head to Area 1. The members of Team 1 coordinated very well, with ranged attackers surrounded in the center of the formation, while the perimeter included shield bearers and those like Li Shan, who wielded long knives for defense. Chen Ping, in the center of the team, used a small pistol throughout, a mid-range weapon, also protected within the formation. Damn it, how are there still crimson worms appearing? Ma Zi stood in the middle of the team, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, ready to attack with his compound bow if any crimson beasts approached. The abilities of the crimson worms were far weaker than those of the same level crimson beasts, but their numbers were greater and their size smaller. If they launched an attack on the camp, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. After about 10 minutes, Team 1 arrived at Area 1. Looking around, the ground was covered in white spider webs, with fist-sized spiders quietly lying in wait on the webs, seemingly poised to strike. What are these things? I've never seen them before, Duan Zhuxuan said, puzzled, standing behind Chen Ping. Level 1 blood spiders, they prey on other crimson worms. Once they reach level 2 or above, they can prey on crimson beasts. Their webs are very tough, and they have venom sacs in their abdomens. Their weakness is also in their abdomen. Level 2 and below blood spiders can be incapacitated if you hit their abdomen. Chen Ping explained calmly. Wow, as expected of my idol, you know everything, Duan Zhuxuan said, full of admiration. The database of Crimson Apocalypse has detailed information about blood spiders. Really? But when I play games, I rarely look at the guides. Duan Zhuxuan regretted a bit. If he had paid more attention while playing, he wouldn't be so clueless now. Captain, what should we do now? Should we launch an attack, or wait a bit longer? A team member asked quietly. In the distance, more blood spiders were gathering, sending chills down their spines. There are more and more of these things. If we wait until they gather completely, we won't even have the ability to counterattack. Let's go for it. Ma Zi turned and gave Li Shan a look. Li Shan nodded and finally waved his hand backward. Defense team, follow me. Provide long-range support for Shan Zi. Ma Zi shouted, taking cover behind a barrier and starting to shoot with his compound bow. The battle was about to erupt, and Chen Ping, with his small pistol, shot intermittently, finding little interest in these one-hit crimson worms. Captain, there are level 2 crimson worms here. Suddenly, Li Shan shouted. Before he finished speaking, a team member in front of him was wrapped up like a mummy by a white spider web. Another team member was splashed with venom, leaving half of his face nothing but bone. Fall back, Ma Zi immediately shouted loudly. Initially thinking they were all level 1 crimson worms with limited lethality, they had sent Li Shan and others to draw fire while the rest focused on output. Under the cover of several compound bows, Li Shan safely retreated. At the same time, over 100 level 2 blood spiders followed closely behind. In the defensive works, countless arrows flew out, but only Mozi's arrows occasionally hit the abdomen of the blood spider, while the others mostly struck the blood spider's body and were deflected away. Damn it, these spiders have their abdomens blocked, it's too hard to hit them. Mozi looked at the approaching swarm of spiders, feeling a bit anxious. Bang bang bang! Several bullets were fired in succession, each one hitting precisely and directly killing the blood spiders. Mozi was used to Chen Ping's displayed strength, but the others in the team found it hard to believe. No one expected that the usually silent and unremarkable Chen Ping could have such incredible accuracy. Unfortunately, even with Chen Ping's high precision, one person with one gun couldn't kill hundreds of blood spiders in a short time. A large number of blood spiders still rushed forward. These defensive works could provide some buffer against the crimson beasts, but they posed no obstacle to the blood spiders. Retreat! We can't engage them up close. The second-level blood spiders were much larger than the first-level ones, and their venom was stronger, instantly lethal to ordinary people. While counterattacking, they quickly retreated to the main gate of the camp. Some blood spiders had already climbed over the walls and entered the camp. It's over, the camp is going to fall. Duan Zixuan hurriedly pulled the trigger but didn't even hit a blood spider. Mozi immediately reported the situation to Captain Zhang Tai. You all continue to fend off the crimson bugs outside. Leave those that have entered the camp to me. Zhang Tai replied hoarsely. Thus, a team stayed at the camp's entrance to continue resisting. Green roulette? Mozi, who had just shot a second-level blood spider, suddenly saw a green-crimson roulette drop. Chen Ping, standing nearby, naturally saw it too. The entire squad's gaze turned to the roulette. Casually putting the roulette away, Mozi said to everyone, once we hand it over to the camp for points, everyone will get a share. Captain, the camp's points are already of little use. Why don't we draw for ourselves? Yeah, the situation is urgent. The most important thing is to draw prizes and enhance our strength. If we hand it over to the camp, aside from those points, the rest won't concern us. Exactly, the most dangerous and hardest tasks in the camp are all done by our team, yet we might end up with nothing good. The second and third teams are all under the camp leader's direct command. We, the strongest team, have become the stepchildren. Captain, let's use it ourselves. The team members spoke one after another. In fact, Mozi had no intention of handing over the roulette. He planned to show it to Chen Ping first. If Chen Ping didn't want it, he would draw for himself. As for the camp points, he still had quite a few, and he would share them among his team members later as compensation. Since everyone thinks this way, then we won't hand it over. But, who will draw? Mozi looked at everyone. Captain, in our team, you always have the final say. Whoever you designate to draw can do so. We have no objections. Then what about the prizes drawn? Mozi continued to ask. As long as the good stuff doesn't flow to outsiders, it's fine. After all, we're all from the same team, and if we can draw good things, our strength will all improve. Alright, you all take a look at the prize pool in the roulette. Those interested in drawing, report your names to me. Mozi nodded. At this moment, some second-level blood spiders had already entered the camp, while the rest had been eliminated, and the first-level blood spiders in the distance showed no signs of attacking. 2 people were sent out to keep watch, while the others gathered in front of Mozi. Soon, the green roulette was in Chen Ping's hands, with a prize pool of 60 items, 57 white items, all of which were trash. The 3 green prizes were the Beginner Vehicle Mastery Talent, Beginner Potion Mastery Talent, and Intermediate Life Potion. Good items were indeed good, but there were truly many trash prizes. A 10-year lifespan in exchange for a 5% chance of winning made many people hesitate. The main issue was that the average lifespan of a team member was also around 10 years, and some didn't even have enough lifespan to participate in the lottery. Who will draw? Ma Zi scanned the crowd. Instantly, everyone fell silent. This way, the prizes drawn can belong to the individual. I will take a portion from my own points to compensate others. Ma Zi continued. Still, no one responded. Then, let's hand it in. Ma Zi sighed. Captain, I still have 11 years of life left. If no one draws. A team member stepped forward. Seeing this, Jinping slowly spoke up. I also want to take a gamble. No one else? Then you too. Captain, I thought about it, and I think he should draw first. After this round of the wheel, there would be less than a year of lifespan left, and the green quality prizes were too few. That team member was really hesitant to take the risk. After all, he had made it into the first team, and his strength was not weak, so there was no need to gamble his life just yet. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Ping. Most of the team members didn't know much about Chen Ping, not even his name, but they knew that Chen Ping came from the lower ranks with less than a year of lifespan, and he had joined the combat team because he could no longer participate in the lottery. Wait, he shouldn't have 10 years of life, right? Yeah, can you even draw from the green wheel? Several team members were confused. As long as the wheel can start, the prize is yours. As for other matters, everyone has their own secrets. I won't pry or interfere. Ma Zi's words directly cleared Chen Ping's predicament. Chen Ping bit his finger, pressing it onto the center of the wheel. Outside the Ironwood camp, a group of team members gathered around, watching the wheel in front of Chen Ping. The red pointer spun rapidly, finally slowing down on intermediate life potion. How is this possible? A 1 in 60 chance, and he actually hit it. I still have 15 years of life. I should have taken a gamble. What kind of luck does this guy have? Except for Ma Zi, Li Shan, and Duan Zixuan, everyone else was envious, even a bit jealous. Before the lottery, they all understood the greater good, but when something good actually came up, their attitudes changed dramatically. If it weren't for Ma Zi being present, there would have already been cases of killing for treasure. Chen Ping held the intermediate life potion in his hand, unable to hide his smile. He could finally draw from that blue crimson wheel. As for what others thought, Chen Ping didn't care. If anyone wanted to make a move, he wouldn't mind sending a few away. Captain, his strength is mediocre. Using this intermediate life potion is quite a waste. Exactly, I think we should compensate him with some life-saving weapons and equipment. This intermediate life potion should be used by someone capable. Good steel should be used on the blade. This intermediate life potion. Wait a minute. A few team members still wanted to argue, but Chen Ping had already gulped down the intermediate life potion. He only had 10 years and 5 days of life left. After using 10 years of lifespan to draw from the wheel, he would only have 5 days left. How could he possibly give up this life potion? This guy, Captain. Everyone looked at Ma Zi. Before the draw, I said that whoever draws and wins the prize gets to keep it, and I will use my personal points to compensate everyone. A person without trust cannot stand, especially in this crimson apocalypse. To survive, we should band together and resist those crimson beasts. Humanity was once able to stand at the highest position on this planet because they understood cooperation. Ma Zi spoke with righteous fervor. In reality, when true danger strikes, most people will consider their own interests. Who cares about integrity? That won't put food on the table, and so the saying goes, the hearts of people are not as they used to be. Ma Zi's righteous words were more because he understood Chen Ping's strength. Alright, everyone stick to your posts and hold the line. There are still those blood spiders outside that need to be dealt with. Ma Zi waved his hand, and the others reluctantly dispersed. The intermediate life potion had already been consumed by Chen Ping, and further entanglement was pointless. Chen Ping, holding his small pistol, moved to the back of the defense line. Once he calmed down, he decided to extend his life a bit longer before drawing from the blue scarlet roulette. After all, drawing once would consume 30 years of life, leaving him with only 5 days. If he didn't obtain a life potion during this time, he would truly be finished. Chen Ping hid behind the corpse wall, shooting intermittently, when he suddenly felt a sharp increase in temperature at his chest. It felt as if a burning stone had pressed against him. What's going on? Chen Ping quickly reached into his clothing and pulled out Xiao Hei. The small black insect was radiating intense heat. Xiao Hei, what's wrong with you? Chen Ping tried to connect with Xiao Hei mentally but received no response. What happened? This unusual situation caught Ma Zi's attention. In truth, he didn't want to inquire, it was just that the other team members were looking towards Chen Ping's position, and as the captain, he naturally had to symbolically check in. It's nothing, just a scarlet bug. Chen Ping endured the intense burning sensation, holding Xiao Hei in his hand. As long as it's nothing serious. Although there are only level 1 blood spiders outside, you all need to stay focused. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Ma Zi's latter remark was directed at the other team members. Everyone turned back and continued attacking the level 1 blood spiders. Sizzle! Chen Ping could no longer withstand the pain that felt like being burned by fire and placed Xiao Hei on the ground. The blood on the ground evaporated instantly upon contact with the high temperature. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the temperature on Xiao Hei gradually returned to normal. Master, I'm so tired. Chen Ping received Xiao Hei's mental message. What's wrong? Are you about to level up again? I just leveled up to level 2 not long ago. It can't be that fast. I just absorbed a level 3 Lord Blood Spider and had a slight mutation. Xiao Hei lay motionless on the ground. The message it sent was very weak. Chen Ping carefully picked Xiao Hei up again. What mutation? I gained a venom skill. Xiao Hei replied. Chen Ping nodded and didn't ask further. Rest well. He then placed Xiao Hei back in his arms. The Beast Tide's assault continued in the coastal area. The number of unbreached camps was dwindling. Especially after the blood spiders joined, it became even more difficult to defend. The nearest level 2 camp, the Dawn Camp, was completely overrun on the third night of the Beast Tide. The camp leader had fled 3 hours early, 3 vice camp leaders had died in battle, and out of 18 hunting teams, 10 were completely wiped out, with the remaining 8 suffering over half casualties. Captain, let's retreat. The camp is gone, and we're surrounded by scarlet beasts. Where can we retreat to? Xuena looked around, her face filled with despair. The Dawn Camp was the only level 2 camp within hundreds of miles. Facing the pursuit of level 2 Redfire Fierce Wolves, they found it hard to escape. There was nowhere left to retreat. To the south, the Ironwood camp is still holding out. We can retreat there. Ironwood camp? That level 1 camp? How is that possible? Xuena's face was filled with disbelief. The level 2 Dawn camp, with hundreds of strong fighters and a large camp of nearly 10,000 people, couldn't hold out. How could a level 1 camp with only a few hundred people manage? Captain, let's take a chance. Staying here is death anyway. We might as well go there and try our luck. Xuena didn't hesitate long, picking up her sniper rifle with one hand and addressing the people around her. All team members, bring only 1 day's worth of food and necessary weapons, and move towards Ironwood camp. Defensive formation, 1 group scouts ahead, 2 groups provide support, 3 groups cover the rear. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, then climbed onto their respective vehicles. However, these vehicles had already suffered severe damage, and the fuel was running low. No one could guarantee they would make it to the Ironwood camp. Apart from the Dawn camp, all the survivors in the vicinity were also rushing towards the Ironwood camp. Meanwhile, the Beast Tide continued unabated. The night was hazy, and Ma Zi and the others took turns resting, dragging their weary bodies back to the camp. 3 hours ago, 400 to 500 second-level blood spiders launched the most ferocious attack on Area 1, and Ma Zi even picked up a machete for close combat. This wave of attack resulted in the first casualties since the Beast Tide began, and it was quite brutal. A team of 10 was left with only 5. Upon entering the camp, Ma Zi's expression was heavy. To eliminate the second-level blood spiders that had invaded the camp, Captain Zhang Tai was also severely injured. The area below his right knee had been completely corroded by the blood spider's venom and was in a state of decay. From today onwards, the camp will be managed by Deputy Commander Sun Mu, and team leader Zhao Chang will be promoted to deputy commander. Zhang Tai's face was pale, and he used all his strength to give instructions. Captain, you can rest assured and focus on healing. When you recover, the camp will still be yours. Sun Mu stepped forward. We've experienced a lot of life and death together. I already foresee the outcome. You don't need to comfort me. My mission has ended, and from now on, this burden is yours. You must lead the people of the camp until the day the clouds clear and the fog dissipates. Tears welled in Zhang Tai's eyes, filled with reluctance. I will do my utmost. Sun Mu nodded. And my family. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to them. Sun Mu promised solemnly. Zhang Tai nodded. If the camp cannot be held, don't let them suffer too much. I understand. Sun Mu nodded. Then, Zhang Tai was carried into the commander's room. Watching Zhang Tai leave, Sun Mu adjusted his mood and turned to Ma Zi. How many people are left in Team 1? Including me, 5. Ma Zi replied. Recently, many people have fled to the area. Choose as you like and bring the number up to 10. After Ma Zi selects, Teams 2 and 4 should also quickly complete their teams. After tomorrow, all the corpses outside the camp will be burned to prevent the outbreak of plague. Additionally, all combat groups with damaged weapons and armor should promptly go to the armory for replacements. Old Zhao, tonight, organize another group to activate the roulette, ensuring sufficient weapons and armor. Everyone, after obtaining from the roulette, can handle it themselves. Submit to the camp for double points. During the beast tide, self-drawing will not be pursued by the camp. Everything should focus on enhancing your own survival ability. Defending the camp is also defending yourselves. After Sun Mu finished speaking, everyone dispersed. Chen Ping also went straight back to his room. The power transfer at Ironwood camp had little to do with Chen Ping. Lifespan, still lifespan. Chen Ping lay on the bed, murmuring to himself. Although he had gained 30 years of lifespan, he still felt it was severely insufficient. Drawing once from the blue quality Scarlet Roulette would reset it to 0. The Scarlet Secret Realm won't arrive for about 3 more months. Do I really have to wait 3 months before activating this roulette? Chen Ping tossed and turned. The wedding had been held, the veil lifted, but he was still not allowed to consummate the marriage. Even someone as composed as Chen Ping felt a bit restless. Master, when I killed the 3rd-level blood spider last time, I sensed a very strong life force in that cave. I think there might be a big secret hidden there. Suddenly, Xiao Hei crawled out from Chen Ping's underwear. Life force? Are you saying there's something there that can increase lifespan? I'm not sure, it's my 6th sense as a scarlet bug. Is your 6th sense reliable? How would I know? This is the first time I've felt anything. Damn. Am I getting excited, or am I dreaming? I saw a fairy. What celestial being? You don't know about Blood Rose? Blood Rose? She's the legendary first beauty of the Dawn Camp, Blood Rose Xuena. Of course, before the apocalypse, she and I were both at Bin University. She was the campus belle, and I once watched her speech. How did she come to our camp? Could it be that she's here to seek refuge? Nonsense. She's from the Dawn Camp, which is a level 2 camp. Even if the Ironwood camp is gone, the Dawn Camp won't be breached. Yeah, their camp is 100 times stronger than ours. Maybe she's here to provide support. That's impossible. Our Ironwood camp is just an ordinary level 1 camp. How could we attract the attention of the Dawn Camp, and have Blood Rose come personally to lead the team? A group of Ironwood camp members stood in the corridor, watching Xuena and the others who had just arrived, chattering away. On the 4th day of the beast tide, the attack of the Crimson Beasts showed no signs of weakening. The number of Ironwood camp members was actually increasing. The new camp leader, Sun Mu, settled Xuena and the others who had come to seek refuge and immediately called an emergency meeting in the command room. Originally, it was limited to the deputy camp leader and a few team leaders, but Ma Zi brought Duan Zixuan, Li Shan, and Chen Ping along. Ma Zi, this meeting is confidential. Why did you bring them here? Sun Mu frowned. Camp leader, you know me. I'm just a big rough guy. I don't understand anything. They're my right-hand men, the ones I trust the most. Bringing them here is just to help me brainstorm, Ma Zi said boldly. Sun Mu glanced at the 3 behind Ma Zi, who quickly introduced them. This is Li Shan, you know him, strength +5, a battlefield meat grinder. This is Duan Zixuan, looks like a girl, but fights fiercely. This is Xiao Dong, his strength is a bit lacking, but he's really smart, my strategist. These 3 are absolutely trustworthy. If I'm gone, they can all take on the role of team leader. Ma Zi grinned. Alright, let's get down to business. Sun Mu carefully examined them and, seeing they were indeed old members of the Ironwood camp, didn't dwell on it further. You all know what happened this morning. The Dawn Camp was breached by the Crimson Beasts, and Blood Rose Xuena has come to join us with her hunting team. Camp leader, this is great news. Our camp's strength has increased. Zhao Chang, sitting nearby, chimed in. I checked, and Xuena has already reached Silver 1-star strength. Even without considering her talent and weapons, there's no one in our camp who can match her. As the saying goes, one must always be wary of others. Once the beast tide passes, what if she wants to? This camp was founded by me and Zheng Tai together. Now that he has entrusted the camp to me, I am doing everything I can, fearing even the slightest oversight. Now that the camp is taking shape, if someone were to usurp it, how would I explain it to brother Zheng Tai in the future? Sun Mu said with deep sorrow. Ma Zi's expression turned serious. Camp leader Sun, are you saying that camp leader Zhang is no longer with us? In the morning, the person responsible for taking care of brother Zheng Tai went to check and found he had already lost his breath. He committed suicide, not wanting to implicate the brothers in the camp. Sun Mu sighed. Instantly, an atmosphere of profound sadness filled the command room. Ma Zi, what do you think about this matter? Sun Mu suddenly called on Ma Zi. Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping. At this moment, Chen Ping was also a bit dazed. He had just woken up in the morning, enjoying the sight of beautiful women, when Ma Zi inexplicably dragged him over. Xiaodong, my mind is a bit overwhelmed right now. Can you help me analyze this? Ma Zi continued. Chen Ping rubbed his nose and said slowly, the most urgent thing now is to resist the beast tide. If we can't hold them off, everything else is just talk. Moreover, since they have come to seek refuge voluntarily, if we turn them away, it will be difficult for the camp to develop and grow in the future. Perhaps we can let them stay and contribute to the camp. If you're worried they have ulterior motives, we can disperse their team into our various squads in the camp. After we withstand this beast tide, we can decide their fate. Chen Ping's analysis was reasonable, but he wasn't considering it from the camp's perspective. He simply found Xuan pleasing to the eye. Once the beast tide was over, and after some time, when the Crimson Secret Realm descended, Chen Ping would leave the camp at the first opportunity. He couldn't care less whether the Ironwood camp lived or died. If he could have a beautiful companion during this time, it wouldn't be so dull. As for Xuan's strength, Chen Ping was confident he could kill her within 5 seconds without using sacrifice. If she had designs on him, then killing her would suffice. In the Crimson Apocalypse, cherishing beauty was the worst thing to do. In his past life, Chen Ping understood this principle, especially after Lin Ruoyan's betrayal, which deepened his understanding of it. That's exactly what I think. Ma Zi nodded. Sun Mu's brows furrowed even deeper. In that case, let's settle on this. Blood Rose is very strong, so let her be the vice-captain of Team 1. Teams 2, 4, and 5, you also go and take 1 or 2 people to break up their teams. Yes, several captains agreed. Additionally, today Team 1 will continue to defend Area 1. No crimson bugs are to be missed. Yes, Ma Zi stood up to respond. Dismissed. After Sun Mu finished speaking, he turned and left the command room. Hey, Ma Zi, your strategist is pretty impressive, analyzing everything so well. Zhao Chang leaned closer to Ma Zi, his gaze shifting to Chen Ping. Get lost, you dog. It's obvious you haven't thought this through. How could that be? I know, Shan Zi and Sha Duan are your right and left hands, but I need to borrow Xiaodong for a bit. My brain hasn't been working well lately, Zhao Chang said with a grin. Stop talking nonsense. Want to borrow Xiaodong? First, chop off my head. Hey, isn't this a discussion? Why are you getting so worked up? Zhao Chang was a bit surprised. I still need to go set up defenses in Area 1. I don't have time to waste with you. Ma Zi waved his hand and left the command room with Li Shan, Duan Zixuan, and Chen Ping. Captain, this meeting was for company commanders only. It's a bit inappropriate for you to bring us along, right? Duan Zixuan asked, realizing it late. Ma Zi didn't respond, and Li Shan, beside Duan Zixuan, picked his nose and snorted coldly. When Zhang Tai was the company commander, he was wary of our captains. Now that Sun Mu is in charge, it's the same. What do you mean? The captain brought us here because he's afraid they'll make a move? Duan Zixuan couldn't believe it. Not letting Blood Rose join means they think she's too strong, and our Team 1 is in a similar situation. Today's captain is just making a statement. At a life and death moment, still playing these dirty games, disgusting. Ma Zi shook his head. Where there are people, there are rivalries and intrigues. From ancient times to the present, from east to west, it has always been this way. This was also one of the reasons Chen Ping didn't want to join the camp. After breakfast, Ma Zi carefully selected 4 people to join Team 1, including Yi Xingda, who possessed Netherfire. There was also a girl named Su Chanxian, who had a green quality shield tower and was the only female in Team 1 at the moment. The other 2 were slightly weaker, both using melee weapons. Finally, around 8 o'clock, the 10th member of Team 1 arrived late. The former captain of the hunting team from the Dawn Camp, known as Blood Rose, Xuan. First of all, welcome our new comrades. Everyone here is no rookie, so I won't waste time with unnecessary words. Xuan, from today on, you are the vice-captain of Team 1. After Ma Zi finished speaking, he glanced at his wristband. You have 5 minutes to get to know each other's strengths. After 5 minutes, we will enter Area 1 and begin combat. As soon as Ma Zi's voice fell, before all the team members could act, his wristband emitted a faint electrical sound. ZZZZ. Calling Ma Zi. Call Ma Zi. A large number of scarlet worms have appeared in Area 1. Please proceed immediately. Please proceed immediately. Received. Received. Ma Zi immediately replied, then waved his hand, set off for Area 1. All members of the team, still unfamiliar with each other, hurriedly rushed to Area 1 and entered the defensive fortifications. Damn it! It's this group of blood spiders again. Isn't it supposed to be a beast tide? Why the hell are the scarlet worms joining in? Li Shan looked at the endless blood spiders, feeling bitter in his mouth. Looking at their size, most of them are first level, so they should be easy to deal with. Duan Zixuan glanced into the distance, then changed the subject, looking at Chen Ping. Big brother, I didn't expect this Blood Rose to really join our team. It's something I never dreamed of, and she's too fierce. Chen Ping glanced at Xuan's position. She was alone, crouching behind a wall of corpses, her heavy sniper rifle firing continuously, the powerful recoil causing her body to sway significantly. Each bullet she fired pierced through at least one first-level blood spider and directly killed the ones behind it. Sometimes, she could even shoot through 3 or 4 blood spiders with one shot. In the team, the one under the most pressure was still Ma Zi. because Xuena was just too fierce. Even 10 Mazis might not be able to take her on. Moreover, Xuena had once been the captain of the scavenging team at the Dawn Camp, already possessing a certain pride. Now that she had just escaped, once the beast tide was over, she might not even listen to his commands anymore. However, Ma Zi didn't take it too seriously. As long as he could survive this time, it didn't matter if the captain gave Xuena the lead. It would actually make things easier for him. Compared to Xuena, Ma Zi was more wary of the usually silent Chen Ping. Damn it! How come they're coming again? In the distance, a large batch of second-level blood spiders slowly appeared, and Ma Zi immediately became anxious. Defensive formation, Ma Zi ordered at once. Captain, how do we form a defensive formation? The newly joined Su Chanxian looked at Ma Zi with a confused expression. Outside the Ironwood camp, on the defensive line of Area 1, the team led by Ma Zi was struggling to resist the blood spider attack. The newly recruited members couldn't coordinate well, putting the entire team on the brink of annihilation. At a critical moment, Xuena dropped her sniper rifle and took out 2 daggers. Her delicate, fair hands gripped the short blades, flying up and down, and within a few minutes, she killed over 30 blood spiders, leaving the nearby team members dumbfounded. Wow, sister, you're amazing. Su Chanxian's eyes sparkled. This kind of woman is too dominant. I don't like it. Yi Xinga shook his head. Chen Ping remained silent as usual, occasionally firing a shot to kill or injure a few blood spiders. He wasn't even exerting 50% of his strength, completely in a state of just passing the time. Master, I want to give it a try. Little Black, who had just recovered from weakness, began to stir in his arms. Aren't blood spiders your natural enemies? I specifically target first-level blood spiders. It shouldn't be a problem. I mainly want to test the skills I got from the third-level Lord Blood Spider and see how strong they are. Little Black twisted in Chen Ping's clothes. Then go ahead, but be careful. With Chen Ping's thought conveyed, Little Black shot out like a dart. Big brother, didn't a big fly just fly by? Duan Zhuxuan asked suspiciously. Who is the big fly? I want to kill him. Little Black turned around and flew back halfway. He's an idiot. Why bother getting angry with an idiot? Chen Ping shook his head. I'll deal with him slowly in the future. Little Black circled in the air twice and charged towards the blood spider swarm again. Duan Zhuxuan didn't know that he had almost lost his life because of a single sentence. Sizzle! A black-red liquid shot from Little Black's abdomen, landing on a first-level blood spider below, directly corroding all of its front legs. The blood spider struggled and rolled on the ground a few times before quickly losing its life. This skill is quite strong. Little Black was overjoyed. After killing more than 10 first-level blood spiders, he set his sights on the second level. Unfortunately, the second-level blood spiders were almost immune to this venom. A black alien insect? Behind the corpse wall, Xuena was watching through the scope of her heavy sniper rifle, observing all of Little Black's actions. She initially wanted to shoot it directly but decided against it when she noticed that the black insect was also killing blood spiders. Moreover, given the speed at which the insect was flying, Xuena wasn't confident she could hit it with a single shot. Report to the captain, we've spotted a flying alien insect ahead. It might be stronger than the second-level blood spider. Xuena first reported to Ma Zi. Naturally, she felt a bit dissatisfied about being assigned to a team and even becoming a junior member. Even at the Dawn Camp, she had never been treated so poorly. However, one had to bow their head under the eaves, and in her view, this Ironwood camp was not a place to stay for long. Once the beast tide was over, she would regroup with her old teammates and seek refuge in another second-level camp. Do you have confidence in killing it? Ma Zi also noticed the black insect and found it somewhat familiar. 30% confidence, but it's currently killing blood spiders. I think it's better to wait a bit longer. Keep an eye on it. If it makes any moves to attack us, fire immediately. Understood. Xuena had clearly become a competent team member, showing no displeasure at Ma Zi's orders. Hey, little brother, it's been a whole morning. Why haven't you said a word? What's your name? My name is Su Chanxian. I came from the Blue Flying Camp. Everyone in my camp calls me Tower Sister. Su Chanxian had just greeted Xuena but was met with a cold shoulder. Ma Zi looked fierce. Duan Zixuan was holding a compound bow and missing 9 out of 10 shots, and that Yi Xinga didn't seem like a good person. Only Chen Ping, looking quite decent, at least didn't seem like a bad guy. Tower's sister? Su Chanxian? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, looking at her for the first time. She was petite, only reaching Chen Ping's chest, with 2 ponytails, resembling a simple little loli. In her hands was a huge black shield that was 2 heads taller than her, creating a strong visual contrast. Chen Ping had heard of this Tower Sister before his rebirth. In the 3rd year of the Crimson Apocalypse, in the Jiangbei region, a 3rd-level camp was renamed to Gathering Dragon City. Su Chanxian was one of the top combat powers in Gathering Dragon City. She had many nicknames such as Tower Sister, Divine Tower Lowly, Skull Crusher. Usually harmless, but once in the Crimson Secret Realm, even 4th level Crimson Beasts had to fear her. With the shield in hand, she could both attack and defend. A single shield bash could directly crush a Crimson Beast's skull, taking them down without a sound. These guys shouldn't be here, how come? Chen Ping frowned. Little brother, why aren't you talking? Su Chanxian looked at Chen Ping. We call him Xiaodong, you can just call him Donggu. Su Chanxian, you go over there, Ma Zi said. He thought Su Chanxian was just a silly little girl, and if she offended Chen Ping, she could lose her life in an instant, so he quickly sent her away. Donggu, don't be fooled by my appearance. My tower shield has high defense. From now on, we will be comrades fighting side by side. I'm going over there. Su Chanxian lifted the black giant shield and took small steps, her 2 ponytails swing as she moved to another spot. What a weirdo. How can someone like that survive until now? Duan Zixuan shook his head while looking at Su Chanxian. You survived until now. What's wrong with her? Ma Zi shot a glance at Duan Zixuan. Captain, I'm not weak either. Look at this arrow. Although I missed, it still scared that blood spider quite a bit. Defending against the blood spider's attacks was both dangerous and tedious. However, occasionally listening to these quirky characters bicker and watching the beautiful women in the distance isn't boring at all. The only thing on Chen Ping's mind is the blood spider cave that Xiao He mentioned. He needs to find an opportunity to investigate it again as soon as possible. Before that, he must first visit the Crimson Pod. After killing a level 3 blood spider, he received 2 crimson coins and the silk from the level 3 blood spider. His previous silk armor was destroyed by a level 3 red firewolf, so Chen Ping needs to craft another one. After noon, the temperature rose, and the stench of decaying bodies around became even more intense. Fortunately, the attacks from the blood spiders had significantly weakened, with only a few level 1 blood spiders occasionally appearing, which were no match for humans. Ma Zi, we're here to rotate. You can go rest now. The captain of the 4th team arrived with a group of people to replace the 1st team. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Ma Zi nodded and led his team back to the camp. 5 minutes to eat, then rest as quickly as possible, Ma Zi told everyone. Since they didn't know when they would have to fight again, every second of rest was particularly precious. In terms of food, the camp did not skimp at all. After all, the most dangerous tasks were all undertaken by the 1st team, which remained the main force until the beast tide ended. Each person received a can of beef, 2 potatoes, and an extra bottle of nearly expired energy drink. This is the harvest from this morning. 48 white spinning wheels and 2 green spinning wheels. Whoever wants to draw can take them. If no one wants to, I'll hand them in to exchange for camp points. While gnawing on a potato, Ma Zi tossed a stack of spinning wheels onto the table. The 2 green spinning wheels were mostly useless items. Although they were slightly better than the white quality wheels, it wasn't worth using a 10-year lifespan to draw. Seeing this, Ma Zi directly collected all the crimson spinning wheels. Finish eating and rest early. Time is precious. Soon, everyone scattered and returned to their dormitories. Chen Ping followed behind Ma Zi to the center of the camp. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone and smoothly entered the Crimson Pod. Crafting silk armor from level 2 blood spider silk only required 1 crimson coin. However, the level 3 Lord Blood Spider needed 2 crimson coins. Coincidentally, the level 3 Blood Spider had dropped 2 coins, and Chen Ping didn't hesitate to start the crafting process. Blood Spider Silk Armor Type, Armor Effect 1, Buffer Effect 2, increases the wearer's defense by 10 points. Quality, Superior Green with Chen Ping's Silver 3-star Strength. His base defense was only 24, and this silk armor added an extra 10 points, along with a buffering effect. In the early days of the apocalypse, this was equivalent to a divine piece of equipment. After putting on the Blood Spider silk armor, Chen Ping and Ma Zi returned to their respective dormitories. Throughout the afternoon, the intensity of the beast tide continued to weaken. By around 8 or 9 in the evening, Chen Ping changed into black clothes, checked the items in his spatial stone, and was about to leave the room when a petite figure suddenly appeared at the door. Hey, Donggu, how did you know I was coming? You even opened the door for me. Su Chanxian stared at Chen Ping with her 2 big, dark eyes. What do you want from me? Chen Ping's tone carried a hint of coldness. Donggu, I want to ask you for a favor. Of course, I will also give you a reward. As Su Chanxian spoke, she took out a small vial. This is a primary life potion that can increase your lifespan by 5 years. In Chen Ping's room, Su Chanxian sat on the edge of the bed, surveying her surroundings. What do you need me to help with? Chen Ping asked, somewhat impatient, even preparing to take the life potion himself. After all, Su Chanxian had not yet grown up, and dealing with her was not a difficult task. My shield tower needs sufficient power to unleash its full potential. With my current strength, I'm still lacking a lot. I heard yesterday in the camp that Captain Ma Zi had once taken a primary strength potion. I want you to help me trade some with him. I'll give you a bottle as a reward. From Captain Ma's side, 1 bottle of basic life potion can be exchanged for 3 bottles of basic strength potion. I still have 3 bottles of basic life potion left. Su Chanshan's little short legs swung back and forth at the edge of the bed as she spoke to herself. Why don't you go find him yourself? Chen Ping frowned slightly. I'm scared, Su Chanshan replied weakly. Where did you get this life potion? I snatched it from a bad person. Chen Ping frowned again, not believing a single punctuation mark of Su Chanshan's words. I can help you ask, but I don't know if Captain Ma has any left. Great! I knew you were the best person in this team. I'll give you this bottle of basic life potion first. If Captain Ma doesn't agree, I'll think of other ways. After Su Chanshan finished speaking, she jumped off the bed, swaying her 2 ponytails, humming an unknown tune as she left. How strange. Chen Ping looked at the basic life potion in his hand, doubting that there was something wrong with it. Let's go to the blood spider cave first. After putting away the basic life potion, Chen Ping quietly left the Ironwood camp. This was his 3rd visit, and he was already familiar with the route, taking only about 40 to 50 minutes. The area around the cave was covered with layers of white spider webs, all freshly spun. Some webs were wrapped around the corpses of strange insects. Chen Ping took out his black knife and cautiously entered the blood spider cave. This time, there were even more blood spiders in the cave, mostly level 1 blood spiders, which Chen Ping could handle with ease. A few minutes later, Chen Ping reached the bottom of the cave. The walls were covered in spider webs, and where the level 3 blood spider used to be, there was only a pool of dried blood, while the huge web cocoon above had become tattered. Where is the life aura? As soon as Chen Ping's voice fell, a small black insect flew out from his clothes. Below! The little black insect replied confidently. Chen Ping, hearing this, bent down skeptically and gently tapped the ground with his fingers. Thud, thud, thud. It's empty below. Chen Ping's expression turned serious. The life aura that the little black insect mentioned should be right beneath him. Chen Ping carefully examined the surroundings but found no mechanisms. After a while, he gave up searching and directly struck the ground hard with his black knife. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the cave, causing a painful ringing in his ears. However, the stone slab beneath Chen Ping only left a few scratches. He changed his position, and this time the black knife went in, but it was all dirt below. It might be hard to get in with brute force. Chen Ping thought that even using a sacrifice to burn his lifespan might not be enough to break this stone slab. Sizzle! The little black insect shot out a stream of venom, which adhered to the stone slab, instantly causing a wisp of green smoke to rise and forming a small groove. Master, it seems this venom works, but it takes a toll on me. Chen Ping squatted down to examine it closely. How many times can you use this venom? At most 10 times before I need to rest, and it will take at least half a day to recover. The little black insect replied. Only 10 times? That definitely won't be enough. By the way, the corpse of that level 3 blood spider. Chen Ping immediately took out the corpse of the level 3 blood spider. He had been too tired these past 2 days to make the basic berserk potion, and the blood spider's corpse had not been used. Even though some flesh had been consumed by the little black insect, the blood spider's corpse was still like a small mountain. The venom gland is still intact. Chen Ping quickly found the location of the venom storage in the level 3 blood spider. Puff! Chen Ping stood at a distance and accurately shot the venom gland of the blood spider with his small pistol. Splash! A foul-smelling black liquid flowed out from the venom gland. Sizzle! Black smoke rose, filling the entire cave with an extremely unpleasant odor. Chen Ping was not disturbed and kept his gaze fixed on the stone slab beneath the blood spider's corpse. Soon, the stone slab was corroded by the venom, creating a hole. Moments later, Xiao He went down first to investigate, and after confirming it was safe, Chen Ping leaped down. In this hidden space, the air was filled with the damp scent of earth, accompanied by a faint fragrance that evoked an overwhelming sense of tranquility and peace. In the center of the ground, a unique spirit herb was growing, its leaves a delicate shade of emerald green, smooth as if carved from the purest jade. Between the veins of the leaves, crystal-clear dewdrops flowed, each glimmering with a faint light, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. The spirit herb exuded an indescribable mysterious aura, seemingly possessing boundless power, bringing eternal peace. Here, time seemed to stand still, with only the spirit herb quietly growing, witnessing the passage of time, telling stories of life and hope. Chen Ping gazed at the spirit herb, completely entranced. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through the back of his hand, snapping him back to reality. Xiao He, it's a good thing you're here. Xiao He proudly flapped its wings and flew onto Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping broke into a cold sweat, steadied his mind, and prepared himself before he took another look at the spirit herb. Turtle spirit herb? How could there be turtle spirit herb here? Chen Ping had only heard of this herb and had never seen it in person. Moreover, it was said that the turtle spirit herb could only be found in the Crimson Secret Realm. It was the main ingredient for the longevity pill, a divine-grade potion that could be crafted by those with the talent for it, each capable of extending one's life by 1,000 years. Even without being made into a pill, consuming the turtle spirit herb directly could still increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Chen Ping stepped forward cautiously, just about to pluck the spirit herb when he suddenly noticed a red symbol on the ground. Crimson pentagram? 3 months later, the Crimson Secret Realm would descend, and this pentagram would become a place of fear and longing for countless people. Wherever there was a pentagram formation, the Crimson Secret Realm would appear, representing misfortune and death, a path to hell, sealing countless demons. Of course, if someone with strength could conquer the Secret Realm, they would gain immense opportunities. However, very few could truly walk out of the Secret Realm alive. What's going on? Chen Ping asked, puzzled. Don't look at me, I'm just an ignorant crimson bug. Xiao Hei flapped its wings. In 3 months, the Crimson Secret Realm will definitely appear here. Chen Ping was certain. The only problem was that he didn't know the danger level of this secret realm. Soon after the Crimson Secret Realm appeared, humans would classify it into 7 levels based on its danger and the rewards inside: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Chen Ping had entered 7 major secret realms, the lowest being C level and the highest S level, and all the locations of the secret realms were imprinted in his mind. He had been waiting for the secret realm to descend, ready to set off immediately and clear all the known secret realms before anyone else. After observing for a while, based on his experience, he estimated that this secret realm's level should be no lower than a level. Dangerous, but it would definitely yield great rewards. Looks like I'll have to come back here again. Chen Ping murmured to himself. What about the herb? Should we take it? Of course we should take it. I don't want to make someone else rich. Chen Ping carefully dug out the turtle spirit herb and placed it into his spatial stone. After leaving this small space, Chen Ping moved a larger piece of blue stone and simply covered it, then laid a layer of spider silk over it. Normally, no one would come to this place. Moreover, it would be useless to come before the Crimson Secret Realm descended. Once the Crimson Secret Realm appeared, it would depend on who arrived here first. By common sense, no one should know about the Crimson Secret Realm yet. Under the cover of night, Chen Ping returned to the Ironwood camp. He had originally planned to leave after the beast tide ended, but discovering the entrance to the Crimson Secret Realm made him change his plans. He decided to stay here first and speed through this place after the arrival of the Scarlet Secret Realm. As for the other secret realms, which were more hidden, Chen Ping was not in a hurry. After returning to the camp, Chen Ping first found Mozi and gave him 10 bottles of strength potions, instructing him to give 9 bottles to Su Chanshan, leaving 1 for himself. The primary life potions belonging to Su Chanshan were to be handed over entirely to Chen Ping. Mozi was naturally cautious about Chen Ping's matters. That evening, he exchanged the primary life potions and handed them to Chen Ping. The advanced life potion could increase lifespan by 50 years and could be crafted through potion talents or obtained through the roulette. However, the intermediate and primary life potions could only be obtained through the roulette. After consuming 4 bottles of primary life potions, Chen Ping's lifespan had already reached 50 years. Using 30 years of lifespan to spin the blue roulette would leave him with 20 years of lifespan remaining. Chen Ping's door was tightly closed as he took out the blue-quality scarlet roulette, bit his finger, and gently pressed it to the center of the roulette. The pointer on the blue roulette spun rapidly. When the pointer stopped, the entire roulette was engulfed in a brilliant red light. Even though Chen Ping was mentally prepared, he instinctively closed his eyes. The dazzling red light illuminated the entire room. Soon, the whole camp was shrouded in red light. Generally, a roulette of a corresponding quality would only yield prizes of that quality or lower. However, in rare cases, there could be prizes that exceeded the quality of the scarlet roulette itself. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had drawn from the red scarlet roulette and obtained the golden quality talent Fate Reversal, which led Lin Ruoyun to backstab him in an attempt to seize it directly. In Chen Ping's possession, the blue roulette obtained from killing a level 3 Lord Blood Spider had a red quality talent on it. Counting the time before Chen Ping's rebirth, he had seen nearly 10,000 scarlet roulettes, and only 2 of them had prizes exceeding the quality of the roulette. Red talents were extremely rare, at least in the first year of the apocalypse. With billions of people, those possessing red talents could be counted on 2 hands. Now, just 3 months into the Scarlet Apocalypse, Chen Ping had acquired a red quality talent. The red light quickly faded, and everything returned to normal, but the entire camp was stirred up. What's going on? What was that red light just now? Is the apocalypse coming again? It's over, this time we're really done for. The camp was thrown into chaos. The new camp leader, Sun Mu, immediately organized personnel to investigate the source of the red light and to calm everyone's emotions, which helped control the chaotic scene and gradually restore order. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Qinping was in his room, feeling the changes brought by his new talent. Potential awakening, red, talent level 1, max 20, attribute bonus, strength plus 5, next level, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, talent bonus, primary firearm awakening description, stimulates the body's potential through continuous combat. The Scarlet Bracelet had a relatively detailed description of this talent. There were still 2.5 months until the arrival of the Scarlet Secret Realm. If Qinping could raise potential awakening to level 5, he would definitely be able to sweep through all dungeons below B level. With the experience from the dungeons he had previously cleared, even S-level dungeons would not be a problem. As long as this talent could reach level 5, all attributes would increase by 5 points, and with the enhancement of sacrifice, he could handle level 3 lords in the Scarlet Secret Realm with ease. Brother Chen, are you okay over there? After dealing with camp leader Sun Mu, Mozi rushed to Qinping's room. Privately, he still habitually referred to Qinping by his surname. I'm fine. Qinping tidied up a bit and opened the door. That's good to hear. Mozi lived right next to Qinping, and he felt that the red light had first emerged from Qinping's room before illuminating the entire camp. However, seeing that Qinping was indeed unharmed, Mozi let out a sigh of relief. Let's go outside, everyone in the camp has gathered at the square. At this moment, Qinping didn't care about the camp's affairs. If discovered, the worst that could happen was a massacre, and anyway, no one in this camp was his match anymore. The only thing to consider was that he would have to personally gather food, materials, and most importantly, the crimson turntable in the future. Swish, swish, swish. All the searchlights in the camp were turned on, illuminating the square brightly. They were still in the midst of a beast tide, and normally, they would never turn on the lighting equipment at night to avoid attracting a new wave of beasts. But that red light was too strange. If it wasn't investigated thoroughly, no one could feel at ease. The beast tide's attacks had already put everyone on edge, and with the addition of this bizarre red light, it would definitely drive most people to the brink of collapse. Have you found the source of that red light? Report, Captain, no abnormalities in Area A. Report, Captain, no abnormalities in Area B. Report. All areas of the camp were searched, and no red light was found. The unknown is always the most terrifying. The atmosphere in the camp dropped to freezing point, and everyone's faces looked extremely grim. Captain Mozi, take a team to check the camp's defense line. Captain, at this time, sending people out of the camp might. Zhao Chang frowned. If this matter isn't clarified, no one can feel at ease. Sun Mu said in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. Mozi didn't say much more, immediately gathering a team of members and heading outside the camp. Split into 3 small groups and carefully inspect the defense line area. Mozi quickly divided the team into 3 groups. He took Qinping, Su Chanxian, and Xuana as one group, while Li Shan and Yi Xinga each took 2 people, starting to investigate along the last line of defense. Captain, did you see where that red light came from? Su Chanxian asked softly. I didn't see it. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to come out to look for it. That red light should have come from within the camp. Xuana, who was usually quiet like Qinping, spoke up rarely. Do you have a clue? Mozi looked at Xuana. No, I just heard that when drawing a red prize from the turntable, a dazzling red light will appear. That's impossible. Our level of camp doesn't even have a blue turntable, let alone a red one. And even if there was a red turntable, not many people would have that much lifespan left. Even if all these conditions were met, the probability of drawing a red prize from the red turntable is only a fraction of a percent. Mozi shook his head, feeling that this possibility was extremely slim. Besides, who wouldn't report immediately if they drew something so extraordinary? This is a chance to change one's fate. Even the position of the captain would have to be swapped for that person. Su Chanxian also agreed with Mozi's thoughts. How could anyone draw a red quality prize? However, after hearing Su Chanxian's words, Mozi was slightly taken aback. Who wouldn't report immediately if they drew something extraordinary? Who wouldn't? Mozi's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at Qinping. Qinping, on the side, was still seriously working. Seeing this, Xuana's gaze also fell on Qinping. What are you looking at me for? I'm not blowing, Qinping complained. Hey, what's that over there? It looks like a convoy is coming. Mozi suddenly looked into the distance, where 2 bright headlights were moving quickly from far to near. Ordinary refugees usually walked over, very few could drive vehicles. In all these days, only Xuana and others had come in vehicles. However, those 2 cars looked undamaged, not like they were fleeing. Is it the Chen family's car? Xuana recognized it at a glance. 3 heavy trucks slowly drove into the Ironwood camp. Bang! A middle-aged man opened the door and jumped down from the passenger seat of the truck. Captain Chen. Sun Mu looked at the man and quickly greeted him with a smile. This was the captain of the 5th hunting team of the Chen family, known for his green iron hand talent and formidable strength, referred to as Butcher Chen. Before his rebirth, Butcher Chen had led his team to assassinate Chen Ping multiple times, all of which had failed but still caused significant disruption to Chen Ping. Once, when Chen learned that Chen Ping had entered the A-level Crimson Secret Realm, he dispatched several teams, with Butcher Chen being the first to discover Chen Ping, though he did not rush to act. It was only when Chen Ping encountered a level 3 Crimson Beast and was pushed to the brink of death that Butcher Chen made his bold move. That time, Chen Ping was just a hair's breadth away from true death. In the end, Chen Ping escaped with serious injuries, while the treasures of the A-level Crimson Secret Realm fell entirely into Butcher Chen's hands, allowing him to solidify his position as the captain of the 5th hunting team of the Chen family. In reality, Butcher Chen was not a member of the Chen family and did not even share the Chen surname. Before the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, he was an agent for an esports club and had some connections with Chen Ping. When the club was on the verge of bankruptcy, he approached Chen Ping. Chen Ping had always been interested in gaming but had not yet become a professional. After Butcher Chen's desperate pleas, Chen Ping invested in the club and won the championship in that year's esports competition, bringing the club great fame, and Butcher Chen clung tightly to Chen Ping's coattails. After the release of the game Crimson Apocalypse, Butcher Chen followed Chen Ping on various campaigns, gradually making a name for himself and catching Chen An's attention. After some enticing offers, Butcher Chen completely sided with Chen An and became his right-hand man. Chen Ping stood behind Duan Zixuan, watching Butcher Chen in the distance. "Where is Zhang Tai?" Butcher Chen asked fiercely. In the face of the beast tide, Captain Zhang led the charge and was gravely injured by a crimson beast, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. At the mention of Zhang Tai, Sun Mu's face was filled with sorrow. "So now the Taimo camp is under your command?" Butcher Chen asked coldly. "Yes, I will manage it for now," Sun Mu quickly replied. "How many people are still able to fight?" Butcher Chen inquired. "There are still over 40 people in the original Taimu camp, and recently many comrades have come to seek refuge, roughly totaling over 200. Sun Mu respectfully answered. "Is that all that's left?" Butcher Chen frowned, clearly displeased. "Yes, this beast tide is too fierce, it's truly hard to resist. In that case, pick out the 100 strongest fighters and come with me," Butcher Chen said in a commanding tone. "Captain Chen, this is..." Sun Mu's expression froze. If Butcher Chen really took away 100 people, it would essentially spell the end for the Taimu camp. After all, the beast tide had not yet ended. Even if they didn't move the 100 strongest fighters, just taking away 50 who still had combat capability would mean the camp could not hold out. Besides defense, there were also logistical support, communication security, weapon maintenance, and fortification construction. Too many areas needed manpower. Right now, the Chun family camp is short on personnel and needs to draw combat strength from surrounding camps. Any camp that dares to defy will be annihilated. Butcher Chen's tone was extremely cold. In fact, the Chen family camp was the best refuge for those seeking shelter. Unfortunately, the threshold for entering the Chen family camp was very high. Even Xuana could not guarantee that all the people she brought would be allowed in. Thus, they had to settle for the Taimu camp. This was also a filtering process done by the Chun family, categorizing people from surrounding camps into different tiers, allowing them to select the most outstanding individuals. Originally, the Chen family planned to wait a while before sending people to absorb high-end combat strength from various camps, but they did not expect the beast tide to strike suddenly, coupled with the severe losses from the previous hunt of the level 3 Crimson Beast, forcing them to replenish the camp's combat personnel ahead of schedule. "Captain Chen, if you take so many people at this time, the Taimu camp will also be destroyed by the Crimson Beasts. What does that have to do with me? Hurry up and pick people, or you won't have a life left." Butcher Chen glared at Sun Mu. In the crowd, Chen Ping stood silently, and at some point, a small handgun had appeared in his right hand. Killing Butcher Chen here would inevitably cause chaos, and his plans might have to change again. But none of that mattered anymore. With two formidable talents, Chen Ping wouldn't even regard the people in the camp. Killing Butcher Chen was only a small part of his hatred. More importantly, it was to eliminate future troubles for himself. "Alright, I'll do it right now." The Ironwood camp was no match for the Chen family. Even if the Chen family truly wanted to destroy the Ironwood camp, they wouldn't have the ability to resist, and Sun Mu had no choice but to comply. Boom! Before Sun Mu could act, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. "What's going on?" Sun Mu was taken aback, and Butcher Chen frowned slightly. "Captain, another wave of Crimson Beasts is coming. Immediately organize defenses. Team 1, Team 2, Team 4, get to the front line now," Sun Mu said without hesitation. Butcher Chen stood silently beside him. They couldn't leave without repelling the beast tide. Ma Zi led a team of people to Area 1. The beast tide was approaching, and it wasn't just Butcher Qin who couldn't escape. It would also pose significant trouble for Qin Ping. Dealing with the beast tide alone, or the people in the camp, was not a problem, but combined, it would be quite tricky for Qin Ping. Go! With a thought, an inconspicuous black insect flew out from his arms, and then Qin Ping followed Ma Zi and the others to the defensive position in Area 1 outside the camp. This wave of beast tide looked formidable, but in reality, they were all level 1 Crimson Firewolves, not to be feared. In our team, nearly half of the members just joined. This is a good opportunity to coordinate and increase our synergy. Ma Zi glanced around and said in a low voice, "We do lack coordination and synergy. Captain, give the order." Duan Zixuan rubbed his fists together, very excited. "Tame, you take the front, Shan Zi follow closely behind. Shanggu, stay behind Shan Zi, keep within 3 meters. You two, protect the flanks. I and Duan Zixuan will support from the center. Xiaodong and Xuan'an will cover the rear." Once Ma Zi finished assigning roles, the formation quickly took shape. This was originally a 10-person team, but one member was injured in the morning, leaving only 9, though the structure was still intact. Swish! Wow, what is this? It's so cold. Su Qianxian looked at her black shield, which was ignited with a layer of pale blue flame, and the temperature was extremely low, instantly becoming curious. "This is my talent skill," Yi Shengdu said, activating the skill continuously. Li Shan's large machete, along with Ma Zi, Qin Ping, and others' weapons, were all covered in pale blue flames. "Damn! So awesome? Why didn't you use it earlier?" Duan Zixuan shot an arrow. Although it missed again, the blue flame attached to the arrow ignited a crimson firewolf, which struggled a few times before collapsing. The difference between an arrow and a fire arrow was immense. The first team in Area 1 left the defensive line like a heavy artillery shell, charging towards the pack of crimson wolves. Yi Shengji's flame enhancement multiplied the team's kill efficiency several times. Su Qianxian's shield defense brought the team's damage rate close to 0. Qin Ping and Xuan'an followed at the back of the team, enjoying a comfortable output environment that allowed them to unleash their full power. With a heavy sniper rifle, a single bullet pierced through the bodies of 3 crimson firewolves, stopping inside the 4th one, then exploding violently. "Oh no! I've accidentally revealed my strength." Xuan'an was somewhat carried away, inadvertently exposing her trump card. She bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at Qin Ping. If it weren't for Qin Ping's ferocity igniting her competitive spirit, how could she have revealed her trump card? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A normal small handgun allowed Qin Ping to unleash the effect of a machine gun. Although its penetrating power was not as monstrous as Xuan'an's sniper rifle, its efficiency was by no means inferior to that of the sniper rifle. Efficiency? Huh? My blood rose has never lost to anyone. Xuan'an directly detached the barrel of her sniper rifle, and after a dazzling series of maneuvers, the heavy sniper rifle's body seemed to transform into a cannon. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as a cannonball, as thick as an arm, shot out, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater, reducing a dozen crimson fiend wolves to mere scraps. In the team, everyone except Qin Ping turned back in surprise to look at Xuan'an. 5 minutes ago, they had sensed something was off. Even Duan Zixuan could clearly feel the tense atmosphere. The bullets were flying faster and faster, with no breaks in between. Even the strongest person could not endure such high-intensity combat for long. After all, this was just a practice for coordination. At first, the few people in front exchanged a few words, but soon, they didn't dare to breathe, silently mourning for the tragically dead crimson beasts. Until Xuan'an pulled out a rocket, the team came to a halt. Qin Ping frowned slightly. In reality, he had no intention of competing with Xuan'an. He just wanted to see the power of this beginner firearm awakening. At this moment, Xuan'an provocatively looked at Qin Ping, feeling that she had completely crushed him. Qin Ping smiled slightly. As expected of the blood rose, impressive. In his view, Xuan'an was somewhat immature. Strength was meant for killing enemies and protecting oneself, not for competing for superiority. Xuan'an was strong, aloof, and intelligent, but sometimes, she was not calm enough. She sensed a hint of disdain in Qin Ping's tone, as if he were an adult dealing with a temperamental child, not wanting to argue with her. "You!" Xuan'an's chest surged with anger. "Wait, where's the camp? How far have we gone?" Duan Zixuan interrupted Xuan'an. At this moment, everyone realized that the camp was already out of sight behind them. In the early morning, gentle sunlight spilled over the land wrapped in crimson mist. Inside the Ironwood camp, chaos reigned. At the first defense line, Ma Zi's squad had taken the initiative to attack and had vanished without a trace, allowing many crimson beasts to invade the camp, resulting in numerous casualties among the logistics personnel. Soon after, the butcher sent by the Chun family began to howl in front of everyone, his body slowly withering away. In the end, the butcher transformed into a dried corpse amidst his agonizing wails. The horrific scene filled everyone with fear, even more so than when facing the crimson beasts. All the Chen family members who had come to the Ironwood camp with the butcher also turned into dried corpses. Fear caused most people to lose their sanity. Even Sun Mu could not control the situation in the camp. What happened? Upon returning to the camp, the chaotic scene left Ma Zi and the others bewildered. Bang! 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 Ma Zi casually picked up a handgun and fired 3 shots into the air. The extremely loud noise finally calmed things down a bit. Captain, what happened? Ma Zi strode up to Sun Mu. The Chen family members died in the camp, and right before our eyes, they turned into dried corpses. Sun Mu's face was extremely grim. In any case, this matter was inextricably linked to the Ironwood camp. Even if they managed to fend off this beast tide, the Chen family's retaliation would soon make the Ironwood camp completely disappear from this world. Ma Zi turned to look at the few curled-up dried corpses in the center of the camp. One could imagine the pain they endured before dying. Ma Zi stiffened, not because he was frightened by the butcher's tragic state, but because he thought of someone right beside him. Soon, Ma Zi regained his composure and looked at Sun Mu. Captain, now that long-distance communication has been cut off, the Chen family cannot possibly know that the butcher died in the camp. When the time comes, we can firmly assert that the butcher never came here. They have no evidence. And besides, the Chen family's camp is over 500 kilometers away. Sending a large team requires considering the risks. Sending a small team, with so many of us, we can hold out for a while. In this scarlet wilderness, the scarlet beasts could appear at any moment. Their supplies are a problem. How could they easily attack us? Ma Zi asked emphatically. But, Sun Mu hesitated. The Taimu camp is nominally still a first-level camp, but in reality, even the second-level camps have been destroyed by the beast tide, and we are still resisting here. As long as we can successfully fend off the beast tide this time, we will have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the second-level camps. At that time, even if the Chen family wants to move against us, they will have to consider the gains and losses. After all, there are still 5 or 6 forces around the coastal area that are on par with the Chen family. In the worst-case scenario, we can relocate to other areas in advance. Ma Zi's analysis quickly calmed everyone down. They were no longer the original Taimu camp. In the coastal region, over 90% of the first-level camps had been destroyed, and their perseverance was enough to prove their strength. Moreover, during this time, there had been a steady stream of refugees arriving. After being washed by the beast tide, the remaining people were all elites among elites. Even if they couldn't defeat the Chen family, at least they had the ability to escape. Captain Ma Zi is right, we still have the ability to resist. Yes, we haven't reached the end of the road yet. We've held off the beast tide for so long. What could be more terrifying than the second-level scarlet beasts? Exactly, the Chen family won't take action in the short term. We don't need to scare ourselves. The Chen family isn't doing well either. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to us for people. They are stretched thin themselves. How could they spare the effort for us? As they spoke, the crowd gradually became excited, all believing that Ma Zi was right, and things hadn't reached the worst point yet. As long as the Taimu camp could withstand the beast tide, there would still be a bright future. Sometimes, even if it was self-deception, one had to have such faith, otherwise, there would be no courage to survive in such a world. After a brief silence, Sun Mu straightened up and cleared his throat. The urgent task is to resist the beast tide. As for what comes next, we will discuss it later. Zhao Chang, select 100 people to transport all the corpses within a 2-kilometer radius of the camp to the mass grave for cremation and burial. Wei Yuan, select 50 people to reinforce the last line of defense. Luo Angshi, select 50 people to rebuild the second line of defense. Ma Zi, your team has just resisted the beast tide. Go rest and recover your strength. With Sun Mu's arrangements, the camp began to operate in an orderly manner again. All the members of Team 1 returned to their dormitories to rest. Chen Ping lay on his bed, checking his information through the scarlet bracelet. He had already risen from silver 3 stars to 5 stars, with all attributes increased by 4 points. Previously, he had killed a level 3 blood spider, as well as a large number of scarlet worms and scarlet beasts, to gain just 2 stars. To continue leveling up, the number of scarlet beasts he needed to kill was astronomical. As for the potential awakening talent, it was still at level 1. This talent was incredibly powerful, and it was normal for it to level up slowly. Buzz buzz buzz. Xiaohei flapped its wings and slowly landed on Chen Ping's nose. Where have you been? Chen Ping casually asked. Looking for a few scarlet beasts to snack on. Those guys' blood is too disgusting. It's making me a bit nauseous. After killing Chen Tu and the others, Xiaohei left the camp and made a big circle before returning. You're getting picky now. Chen Ping chuckled. This isn't being picky, I have a mental cleanliness obsession. Can you not make me do these dirty jobs next time? Mental cleanliness obsession? You seem to enjoy eating the blood spider. That's not the same, is it? I am doing this to become stronger, to protect you in the future. No matter how bitter or tiring it gets, I will endure, Xiao Hei said with a tone of righteousness. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore. I need to rest first. Wait a moment, master. What do you plan to do with that tortoise spirit grass? Qin Ping caught a hint of desire in Xiao Hei's thoughts. Do you want to eat it? I only have a little over a year left to live, Xiao Hei said pitifully. If you eat the tortoise spirit grass, how many years can it add to your life? About 30 or 40 years. Xiao Hei thought for a moment. Qin Ping frowned slightly. If he consumed it himself, it could extend his life by 100 years, and if made into a pill, it could be 1,000 years. Since he didn't have a high-quality spinning wheel at the moment, and his lifespan was sufficient for now, he wanted to keep it and see if it could be made into a pill in the future. But no matter how he calculated, giving the tortoise spirit grass to Xiao Hei would be the biggest loss. Can't those life potions extend your lifespan? Chen Ping asked. No, the life potions that you take, including the attribute enhancement potions, I can't absorb them. With a thought, Chen Ping took the tortoise spirit grass out of the spatial stone. The spatial stone couldn't store living things. If the tortoise spirit grass was placed inside, it would gradually wither. Fortunately, it hadn't been long, so the impact wasn't too obvious. The moment the tortoise spirit grass appeared, the entire room was filled with a vibrant sense of life. Not just in the room, but the entire Ironwood camp where Chen Ping was located was surrounded by a powerful life force. The ones who felt it most acutely were Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan, who lived on either side of Chen Ping. A bit further away, Li Shan and Yi Shenga, who had just fallen asleep, opened their eyes simultaneously. In the same room, Xuan'e and Su Chanxian furrowed their brows. Xuan'e even got up and walked to the window, following the sensation to look at the dormitory across the way. What a powerful life force, Xuan'e said with a look of suspicion. Life force? How could this feeling appear? Who did this? Su Chanxian also leaned to the window to look. Originally, the atmosphere in the camp, filled with despair, fear, and oppression, was swept away at that moment. Everyone felt a sense of vitality. At this time, in Chen Ping's room, Xiao Hei flew up from Chen Ping's nose, constantly circling above his head. Master, my good master. From now on, all the dirty and tiring work will be left to me, Xiao Hei flattered. Don't you have a mental cleanliness obsession? What? What is a mental cleanliness obsession? I've never heard of it, Xiao Hei denied vehemently. I had only heard of the tortoise spirit grass before, but I had never seen it or knew its specific effects. I always felt it could do more than just extend life, Chen Ping murmured. Normally, the Crimson Bracelet could read partial information about all items in the Crimson Apocalypse, but perhaps the quality of the tortoise spirit grass was too high. When the Crimson Bracelet scanned it, the screen only showed a bunch of question marks. If the master consumes it, it can only extend life, or provide some minor attributes. What if our Crimson Worm or Crimson Beast consumes it? Could it enhance their talents? I don't know. After all, I've never eaten it, Xiao Hei answered as if it were obvious. Since you can sense its aura and it has a significant benefit for you, the level 3 Lord Blood Spider should have no reason not to sense it. Qin Ping rubbed his nose. It's not that it can't sense it. It should be guarding this tortoise spirit grass because it hasn't matured yet, and it's not the best time to consume it. Not matured yet? I thought it was ripe. Qin Ping had seen many spirit herbs in the secret realm and, based on past experience, judged that this tortoise spirit grass was mature, but he didn't expect to be mistaken. It still needs at least 300 years to fully mature, but it has already reached the minimum age for consumption at this level of growth. Xiao Hei continued to circle above Chen Ping's head. I don't lack lifespan for now, so, let's give it to you for now. Chen Ping no longer hesitated. He felt that it wouldn't be long before this turtle spirit grass withered. Using it himself would only extend his lifespan, but giving it to Xiao Hei could enhance his strength. Relatively speaking, being able to specify the prize on the wheel made it easier to gain lifespan. So, he decided to give the turtle spirit grass to Xiao Hei. Thank you, master. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you in your old age. Xiao Hei landed directly on the turtle spirit grass, and the overwhelming life force quickly diminished, with visible changes occurring in Xiao Hei. Is that you, Xiao Hei? Qin Ping looked in astonishment at the person that had appeared out of nowhere, dressed in black, with shoulder-length fluffy black hair, looking quite disheveled, and eyes that were a deep crimson without pupils, a petite nose half covered by a mask, and the lower half of his face completely obscured. Why have I become like this? Xiao Hei squatted on the ground, looking bewildered. Don't you feel anything? Chen Ping asked with concern. I need to poop. Xiao Hei's response always caught Chen Ping off guard. Then I'll take you to. Before Chen Ping could finish his sentence, Xiao Hei vanished again. To be precise, he transformed back into the form of an alien insect. Master, I feel like I'm about to evolve again. I'm going to sleep now. Xiaohei didn't give Chen Ping a chance to react and directly lay down on the ground, motionless. Didn't you say you needed to poop? Did you fall asleep? Chen Ping frowned and picked Xiaohei up from the ground, examining him in his hands for a while, even using a crimson bracelet to check. Perhaps the quality of the bracelet was too low, as it still showed a string of question marks. Shaking his head, Chen Ping placed Xiaohei into his underwear. He now had a talent boost, significantly enhancing his own strength, unlike at the beginning when he relied heavily on Xiaohei. So, with Xiaohei entering a dormant state again, Chen Ping felt no worries. Instead, he looked forward to what changes would occur when Xiaohei ended his slumber. Yawning, Chen Ping quickly fell into a semi-sleep state. The others in the camp, under the baptism of that overwhelming life force, became particularly spirited. Although the aura quickly faded, their vibrant feeling continued. Why are there more and more strange occurrences lately? Wang Cheng's death hasn't been investigated yet, and now there's a beast tide, followed by that strange red light, and the Chen family members died in the camp, just like Wang Cheng. Another anomaly has appeared. Sun Mu stood in the command room of the camp, murmuring to himself, "Captain, someone is coming." A person rushed into the command room in a panic. Who is it? Is it someone from the Chun family? Sun Mu's expression tightened as he quickly asked. It's not from the Chun family, it's from the Lin family. The Lin family? Sun Mu was slightly taken aback. The location of the Taimu camp was at the intersection of two provinces before the apocalypse, roughly equidistant from the urban areas of both the Chen and Lin families, but the coastal jurisdiction had expanded over a decade ago, incorporating this area. Why is the Lin family sending someone over at this time? Sun Mu was filled with suspicion and hurriedly went outside. The Lin family's influence was much greater than the Chen family's. The Chen family only operated in the coastal area, being a local power. However, the Lin family had influence spread across various regions, and during the early days of the apocalypse, communication was cut off and transportation was isolated, making it seem like the Lin family was on par with the Chun family. Sun Mu dared not offend the Chen family, nor could he afford to neglect the Lin family. Where's Zhang Tai? Captain Zhang has fallen in battle, and I'm temporarily managing the camp. The person who came was Lin Tingzhang, who had originally been looking for Chen Ping but had to return to the Lin family immediately when the beast tide struck. Similar to the situation before Chen Ping's rebirth, the Lin family experienced a beast tide primarily consisting of first-level crimson beasts, which might pose some threat to ordinary first-level camps, but for a giant like the Lin family, it had no impact at all. The situation in the coastal area was particularly unique in the entire Crimson Apocalypse. The Lin family was always paying attention to the coastal region, which naturally included news from the Taimu camp. Lin Tingzhang glanced at Sun Mu. I came here this time to give you an opportunity to ally with the Lin family. Sun Mu felt troubled. Just as he had dealt with the Chen family, now the Lin family was approaching. We've heard about the recent movements of the Chen family. They've recruited all the elites from the surrounding camps into their base. The Lin family would never engage in such a short-sighted act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. If you ally with the Lin family, we will provide substantial support. Lin Tingzhang spoke softly. The development strategy of the Lin family was indeed different from that of the Chen family. They aimed to support the nearby camps, so that if there were ever an attack from the Crimson Beasts, these outer camps would serve as the Lin family's frontline defense. Even aside from the Crimson Beasts, if one day the Lin family and the Chen family clashed over territory or resources, places like the Ironwood camp would be sharp nails in the conflict. Here are 500 white crimson discs and 20 green crimson discs. If you are willing to ally with the Lin family, this support will be continuous. Oh, by the way, the Lin family plans to build underground passages, which will greatly facilitate the transport of food and supplies. This enormous temptation was impossible to refuse. Captain Lin, what will we need to do after joining the Lin family? Sun Mu asked. The Lin family will issue some routine tasks, all of which will come with rewards. Lin Tingzhang frowned slightly, seeming a bit impatient. We are honored that the Lin family values us. The Ironwood camp is willing to join the Lin family. Sun Mu did not think for long. First, there were immediate benefits. These discs were not just a few, but a full 500 white ones and 20 green ones. Secondly, after the beast tide, the Chen family's influence had diminished and was far weaker than that of the Lin family. Finally, the Lin family was not too close to the Ironwood camp, so their control over it would not be too strong. After the beast tide ends, the Lin family will assign you a deputy camp leader to assist you in managing the camp. Oh, and one more thing. As Lin Tingzhang spoke, he activated his wristband and projected a map into the air. There is a level 3 crimson beast at this location. the Lin family plans to hunt it in 7 days. Anyone who participates will receive a basic potion and 3 green discs as a reward. Understood. Sun Mu nodded. Alright, I'll take my leave now. I still have several camps to visit. Sigh, what a tiring life. Lin Tingjiang sighed. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Lin. Sun Mu said, selecting 10 green discs and placing them into Lin Tingjiang's hands. In the Crimson Apocalypse, currency should be crimson coins, but this amount was far too small to circulate, while these crimson discs had already become a true form of currency in the early stages. Captain Sun is thoughtful. After I return, I will request the head of the family to send supplies to the Ironwood camp in advance. At this moment, Lin Tingjiang's expression softened considerably. Captain Lin, after such a long journey, why not take a short rest here? After all, the roads are nearly destroyed, and it's normal to be delayed on the way. Sun Mu said with a smile. That works, I'll trouble you, Captain Sun. No trouble at all. Sun Mu quickly had the best food from the camp brought out and selected a dozen or so women of decent appearance to accompany Lin Tingjiang. In the afternoon, another wave of beasts came, but they were all level 1 crimson beasts. Mozi led Chen Ping and others to defend, and it was relatively easy to handle. The next morning, Lin Tingjiang left the Ironwood camp. Immediately after, Sun Mu gathered all the captains and vice-captains of the Ironwood camp for an emergency meeting. Mozi brought Chen Ping and Xuan A was appointed as a vice-captain by Sun Mu, and Mozi promoted Chen Ping to vice-captain as well. Our Ironwood camp has allied with the Lin family, Sun Mu stated directly. Everyone in the camp had seen the Lin family members, and they had all received news of Sun Mu's decision in advance, so no one was surprised. After all, for the Taimu camp now, holding onto the Lin family's thigh is the best way to gain maximum benefits and security. Currently, there are 3 scavenging teams and 5 escort teams in the camp. After the meeting, each team leader can receive a white scarlet roulette for free, according to the number of their members, or they can directly exchange it for camp points. In 6 days, the Lin family plans to hunt a level 3 scarlet beast. Anyone who participates will be rewarded with a bottle of basic potion and 3 green quality scarlet roulettes. You all go back and tally up to see if anyone is willing to participate. One last thing, due to the consumption over the past few days, the camp's supplies are about to run out, and we must quickly carry out a scavenging operation. The 3 scavenging teams can choose their target areas. For the remaining time, let's discuss. Sun Mu briefly outlined 3 matters and then sat down in a chair. The several team leaders exchanged glances, finally settling their gaze on Ma Zi. His current prestige subtly surpassed that of the camp leader, Sun Mu. I think that during this defense against the beast tide, everyone has paid a great price. During the battle, we also accumulated quite a few scarlet roulettes, so let the lower ranks draw more as rewards, distributed according to member points, which can also be seen as a form of encouragement. As for the scavenging operation, I suggest postponing it for a while. We just dealt with the beast tide, and everyone needs to rest a bit. Although many people have fled here recently, the camp's supplies can at least last for half a month. What Ma Zi said echoed the sentiments of the camp's combat teams, but they lacked the courage to voice it directly. Behind him, Chen Ping listened with boredom. He was not concerned about these issues. As for camp points, he only had a pitiful 10 or so, and he didn't care about the meager rewards. Participating in this meeting with Ma Zi was more about wanting to understand the camp's movements in real time so he could prepare in advance. What Chen Ping was most focused on during this meeting was that the Lin family was going to take action against the level 3 Scarlet Beast. Before his rebirth, at this time, Chen Ping had already healed from his injuries at the Lin family and started organizing a team to encircle that level 3 Scarlet Beast. That level 3 Scarlet Beast was ultimately killed by Chen Ping, who remembered it dropped 2 scarlet coins and a blue roulette, all of which he handed over to Lin Ruoyun, thus cultivating a fierce warrior for the Lin family. In the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, level 3 Scarlet Beasts were few and far between, with only 2 or 3 in each area. With Chen Ping's current strength surging, he naturally could not let this level 3 Scarlet Beast slip away. However, the Scarlet Beast the Lin family was hunting this time did not have a fixed living area. During the initial encirclement, they had tracked it for more than half a month. Right now, to obtain the specific location of that Scarlet Beast, they still needed to rely on the Lin family's influence. Before truly developing, leveraging power was the most important strategy. In the command room, after intense discussions, Sun Mu increased the rewards, while his resentment towards Ma Zi deepened. After the meeting, Chen Ping followed behind Ma Zi and whispered, "I want to participate in this Lin family's hunt for the level 3 Scarlet Beast." The Taimu camp is divided into ground and underground areas. The underground has 3 levels, including storage areas for weapons, food, and other supplies, as well as the camp's power generation facilities, and finally, the accommodation area for the bottom-level personnel. Above ground, there are the A and B zones for combat teams to rest and live, the C and D zones for the logistics department, and the E zone for the tent area where the porters participating in the scavenging operation reside. The F zone is where the Scarlet Pods and the camp's communication station are located. The G zone refers to the command room area. Finally, there is the square area for drawing roulettes, training, etc., all planned by the former camp leader, Zhang Tai, which differs significantly from other camps. In the A zone of the camp, in Ma Zi's dormitory, Qinping leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed in rest. Xuena was half squatting on the ground, carefully cleaning her heavy sniper rifle, while Su Chanxian stood beside her, fiddling with her ponytail. Duan Zhuxuan held a tattered novel, flipping through a few pages. Li Shan and Yi Xingge sat on a stool, whispering to each other, and eventually, the two of them sat on the ground in silence. Ma Zi glanced at the few people, his brow slightly furrowed. This time we're facing a level 3 Scarlet Beast. Although the rewards are decent, I don't recommend you participate. I'm with Donggu, and if he goes, I go too. Duan Zhuxuan put down the thick, light-hearted novel in his hands. Boss, I might really not have much time left. I want to take a shot. If I can't change my fate, I might as well be reborn early to avoid suffering. Li Shan's severed arm had already started to fester, and the camp lacked the conditions for treatment. Captain, I need a basic potion. Do you really have none left? Su Chanxian asked earnestly. None. Ma Zi shook his head. Then I'm going. Didn't you say that as long as we participate, we get a basic potion? I'm going. Su Chanxian said seriously. I want to go, no reason needed. Xuena said lightly, continuing to clean her sniper rifle. I want to make it clear that I really don't want to go, but if you all go and leave me behind, it feels like I'm the odd one out, so, I guess I'll go. Yi Xingge frowned, looking helpless. What about you two? Ma Zi looked at the two brothers sitting on the ground, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xan, who were identical twins that even Ma Zi sometimes couldn't tell apart. We listen to the boss, the two said in unison. Bunch of fools, a bunch of fools. Ma Zi suddenly stood up. Do you know that's a level 3 Scarlet Beast? An angry Ma Zi even slipped into dialect. Dong Zi, do you really have to go? Ma Zi took a deep breath and turned to Qinping. Yes. Qinping replied, still with his eyes slightly closed, in a calm tone. A bottle of basic potion, a few green spinning wheels, is it worth it? Ma Zi was puzzled. Of course, Qinping couldn't say directly that his goal was the level 3 Scarlet Beast. Without exposing himself, he still wanted to return to the Taimu camp. After all, it was the closest and only camp to that blood spider cave. In this camp, he didn't have to worry about a shortage of living supplies, nor was there any harassment from low-level Scarlet Beasts, and he could get to the Scarlet Secret Realm as soon as it arrived. The beast tide is about to end, and we finally have a few peaceful days, yet you all want to go to your deaths? If you want to go, go. I don't care anymore. I'm going to apply for your spots right now. It's better if you all leave, so I can get a new batch of obedient ones. A bunch of fools. Ma Zi grabbed a short black duckbill cap from the ground and angrily walked out. The room fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After an unknown amount of time, Ma Zi strode back in. Sun Mu agreed. Ma Zi said, and the room fell silent again. Su Chanxian's dark eyes turned, and she quietly asked, we're all on the same team. If we go together, we can look out for each other. But, shouldn't we choose a captain first? Choose a captain? What captain? I'm not dead yet. Ma Zi glared. Su Chanxian's petite body trembled in fright. Captain, you're going too? Duan Zhuxuan looked at Ma Zi in surprise. I'll die in your hands sooner or later. Ma Zi panted. Hee, people die and birds fly to the sky. If you don't fight in the apocalypse, what's the difference from being an ant, right, boss? Yi Xingge said with a grin, trying to lighten the mood. What does people die and birds fly to the sky mean? Su Chanxian asked curiously. You don't have to know. And you don't need to. Yi Xingge frowned, feeling that Su Chanxian's innocence seemed feigned, always feeling something was off. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to rest. Qinping stretched lazily, wanting to leave the room. Wait a minute. Ma Zi suddenly spoke up, stopping Qinping. Qinping paused, turning to look at Ma Zi. Everyone who has survived to this point must have their own hidden cards. Everyone has their own secrets. I have no intention of prying. But this time, we're dealing with a level 3 Crimson Beast, a matter of life and death. Before we set off, I think we should reveal our strengths to each other. When it comes to life and death, if we cooperate, we might have a glimmer of hope. Since the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, Ma Zi has served as the team leader. The members have changed countless times, but he has always remained the leader. Part of this is due to his strength, but more importantly, he can unite the team. Especially in life and death situations, when everyone has no way out, this cohesion becomes even more crucial. After all, with an escape route, thoughts multiply. Bronze 9 stars, enhanced innate physique, all attributes 54, weapon, A. 64 automatic pistol. Chin Ping gave a brief self-introduction. However, this introduction was not only brief but also significantly understated. Ma Zi hesitated for a moment and continued to ask, "Do you have a mutant insect?" "Yes, but it's in hibernation, so it can't be counted as combat power." Chen Ping's answer completely caught Ma Zi off guard. He had expected Chen Ping to deny it outright, which made Ma Zi believe about 80% of Chen Ping's self-introduction. Mutant insect? Xuena paused, recalling the black mutant insect she discovered through her sniper rifle when dealing with the blood spider. "Can you tame mutant insects?" Xuena gazed at him, somewhat incredulous. "No, I just got lucky and drew a white-quality mutant insect," Chen Ping replied casually. "Brother Dong, can I take a look?" Su Chanxian leaned closer to Chen Ping. The people in this room, even with their own hidden cards, were still quite inferior compared to Chen Ping. However, the one person he couldn't see through was Su Chanxian. He only knew her from rumors and had never interacted with her before his rebirth. "This is it." Chen Ping took out the small black insect from his inner clothing and placed it in his palm. "Wow, it's so tiny. If you deep fry it, it would be crispy and crunchy." Su Chanxian suddenly smacked her lips. The small black insect in Chen Ping's hand seemed to sense something and shook its legs. "This type of mutant insect is quite common. If you want to eat it, I can catch some for you," Chen Ping said as he put the small black insect away. "No need for that. Actually, I'm quite afraid of insects." Su Chanxian shook her head vigorously. Then, the other team members also introduced their talents and specialties in detail, even including their most important attributes. Among them, only Duan Zixuan was somewhat truthful. The others had more or less embellished their abilities. Chen Ping didn't mind. In this apocalypse, everyone had to keep a hand hidden, just in case, and he was no different. However, through this honest introduction, they gained a deeper understanding of each other. In the southwest direction of the camp, there are quite a few level 1 windwolves. Let's gather at 1 o'clock this afternoon to practice our skill coordination with them. After Ma Zi finished speaking, the team members went back to prepare. Chen Ping returned to his room and lay directly on the bed. He had no intention of cooperating with these people to kill the level 3 Crimson Beast. He didn't need them. He was just putting on a facade to avoid exposing his identity before the Crimson Secret Realm descended. What he needed to consider now was how to deal with that level 3 Crimson Beast. Even with the two major talents of Sacrifice and Potential Awakening, Chen Ping still needed to be cautious. Sacrifice was his ultimate hidden card, his greatest trump card, and using it once would directly consume 10 years of his lifespan. He would prefer not to use it if possible. Potential Awakening could only truly take effect at level 5 or above. Reaching level 10 would allow him to walk confidently in the early apocalypse, and at level 15, there would be no place he couldn't go. As for reaching the maximum level of 20, it would likely take several years to achieve. Since obtaining his talents, Chen Ping had yet to even reach level 2. During this time, he certainly did not slack off. The number of second-level Crimson Beasts and Crimson Worms he killed was greater than the total of the other team members combined. However, the number required to upgrade this talent was simply too large. It seems that this time, to hunt the third-level Crimson Beasts, I will have to use Sacrifice. But if I do that, my lifespan will be reduced. He currently had 20 years and 2 days left to live, and the Sacrifice could only be used twice at most. I wonder if that little girl Su Chanxian still has any low-level life potions left. Chen Ping rubbed his nose. After resting for half an hour, the team gathered, each receiving 2 steamed buns and 2 potatoes before preparing to set off. "This is for you, Shan Zi." Before departure, Ma Zi tossed a medicine box to Li Shan. "What's this?" Li Shan caught the medicine box with one hand. "I exchanged some points for you to get some painkillers. They haven't expired." "Thanks, boss. Coming back alive is better than anything," Ma Zi said meaningfully, then led the team away from the Ironwood camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Chen Ping was particularly diligent. In addition to first-level windwolves, he occasionally spotted a few second-level windwolves, and whenever they appeared, Chen Ping's bullets would always strike before anyone else's attacks. Even Xuena's sniper rifle fell short. Xuena even began to predict and fire early, yet still couldn't outpace Chen Ping. This guy is definitely not just a bronze 9 star. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Through continuous battles, the cooperation among the team members improved significantly. There were still 4 days until the agreed time for the Lin family to encircle the third-level Crimson Beasts. Due to severe road damage and unpredictable factors, Ma Zi and the others prepared to set off early. After the beast tide ended, the Ironwood camp expanded to accommodate 1,000 people. However, only the 9 members of the first team were going to participate in the Lin family's mission. These 9 could definitely be considered the elite of the elite, and they were not treating the Lin family lightly. Xiaodong, Shanzi, check the supplies one more time, we're getting ready to leave. At 7 in the morning, Ma Zi stood in the square and said to Li Shan. Alright, Li Shan replied, taking Qin Ping with him to the armored vehicle. This was his 5th check. After all, these supplies were a matter of life and death for them. Compressed biscuits, jerky, clean water device. Li Shan stepped forward to count, while Qin Ping verified beside him. Brother Dong, do you think there might be a potion for restoring severed limbs in the Crimson Roulette? After finishing the check, Li Shan casually asked Qin Ping. He was quite a bit older than Qin Ping, but privately still called him Brother Dong. Maybe there is. I haven't seen one. Qin Ping closed his notebook and replied lightly. Hearing this, Li Shan's expression darkened. If it weren't for the power boost and some physical enhancement he had received, given his current injuries, he would have already met the King of Hell. Recently, he had started to experience frequent high fevers and occasionally lost consciousness. He felt the breath of death drawing closer. However, Lin Ruoyun from the Lin family should be able to heal your injuries. Qin Ping turned and jumped off the armored vehicle. Lin Ruoyun? She's a high-ranking figure. How could she possibly pay attention to someone like me? It would be more practical to place hope in the Crimson Roulette. Li Shan shook his head and also got out of the vehicle. Boss, the check is complete, there are no issues. After finishing, Li Shan added in a low voice, but, boss, these supplies will only last us 9 people for 1 day, and given the current road conditions, we won't even reach the Lin family's camp in a day. All team members assemble. Prepare to depart. Ma Zi ignored Li Shan and shouted directly. Half a minute later, the gates of the Ironwood camp slowly opened. Ma Zi, Xuan'er, and Qin Ping each rode a heavy motorcycle, while Zhang Cheng drove the heavy armored vehicle, and Zhang Xian sat in the passenger seat, with the rest of the team inside the armored vehicle. In the past, whenever they went out on a mission, the camp leader would personally see them off. But this time, not a single person came to see them off. The sky was shrouded in crimson mist, sunlight struggled to penetrate, and the few rays that managed to break through appeared pale and weak. On the ground, the once prosperous city had become a wasteland, skyscrapers collapsed in disaster, leaving only broken walls to tell of past glory. A gust of wind swept by, stirring up a cloud of dust that blurred the vision even further. Whoa! Several massive scarlet beasts suddenly charged out from the ruins. Bang bang bang! Qin Ping reacted the fastest, firing several shots. Level 2 Wind Wolves? After seeing the scarlet beasts clearly, Qin Ping immediately changed direction, determined to eliminate all those wind wolves. He was just a bit short of the experience needed to awaken his potential to level 2, and he wouldn't let any level 2 scarlet beast escape. Xiaodong, don't stray from the team. Ma Zi quickly contacted him via his wristband, but Qin Ping did not respond. Xuan'er, you continue leading the team, I'll go after Xiaodong. Ma Zi instructed before chasing after Qin Ping. Received. Xuan'er watched as Qin Ping disappeared from sight. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, danger was everywhere. Acting on one's own could easily harm both oneself and others. Bang bang bang! Qin Ping killed 7 level 2 wind wolves in quick succession, but unfortunately, his talent did not upgrade. Then High Primary School? Through the crimson mist, Qin Ping saw a lonely stone pillar with a tattered sign hanging from it. According to his memory, there was a wolf den here, and around the 7th month of the apocalypse, a level 3 mutated wind wolf appeared. At that time, Qin Ping was in the Scarlet Secret Realm, so he did not participate in the event. Later, he heard Lin Ruoyan mention that it was a mutated level 3 wind wolf, exceptionally powerful, and the Lin family suffered heavy losses, planning to send Qin Ping to deal with it. However, before Qin Ping could emerge from the secret realm, that level 3 wind wolf suddenly vanished, along with the entire wolf pack. The scarlet wristband Qin Ping was currently using was of white quality, with only the most basic functions. Once he switched to a green wristband, he could obtain information on some low-level scarlet beasts. Non-bound scarlet beasts were classified into ordinary, elite, lord, mutated, demon god, and apostle based on their ranks. It was rumored that there were only 72 demon gods and 12 apostles in the Scarlet Apocalypse, and they were the true rulers of this world. Elites, demon gods, and apostles only appeared in the Scarlet Secret Realm. In the real world, the most common were ordinary scarlet beasts and lord-level scarlet beasts, while mutated ones were a very special existence. They could be stronger than lord-level scarlet beasts or weaker than ordinary ones. But regardless of the strength of mutated scarlet beasts, the quality of the scarlet roulette they dropped was generally better than that of lord-level scarlet beasts. Before his rebirth, Qin Ping had killed a mutated scarlet beast, obtaining the scarlet roulette by surpassing ranks and gaining the fate reincarnation talent. I almost forgot about this place. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Chin Ping got off his motorcycle, preparing to head towards the school playground. "Brother Chen!" Ma Zi rushed over and called out to him. "Captain? Brother Chen, the Scarlet Wilderness is extremely dangerous. You should return to the team and travel together." Ma Zi, having been a captain for so long, knew that any team member who acted on their own or disobeyed orders could end up severely injured, with many directly executed. After all, if one couldn't work in unison, it was easy for one person to lead to the team's annihilation. But facing Chin Ping, he tried to restrain himself, speaking calmly and negotiating with him. "I have something I need to take care of. You all go to the designated location to rest, and I will catch up as soon as possible. If I can't make it in time, then meet at the Lin family camp." Chin Ping paid no heed to Ma Zi's persuasion. "Well, then, I'll go with you." Ma Zi got off his motorcycle. "No need, it's extremely dangerous here. If a level 3 Scarlet Beast appears, I might not be able to protect you," Chin Ping said calmly, already stepping over the collapsed school gate and walking inside. Level 3 Scarlet Beast? Is there really a level 3? Ma Zi initially wanted to follow, but after hearing Chin Ping's words, he stopped. He was even more wary of Chin Ping. Could it be he really has the strength to deal with a level 3 Crimson Beast? Impossible. How could that be something a human can contend with? Even the Lin family members, along with Lin Ruoyun's assistants, would have less than a 30% chance of winning, and he's relying solely on himself? Ma Zi watched as Chen Ping's figure gradually blurred, pondering for a moment before deciding to regroup with the team first. Boom! Boom! The heavy motorcycle roared as it left Binhai Primary School. In the center of the playground, Chen Ping took out his black knife, cautiously surveying his surroundings. It's still inconvenient without Xiaohei. Chen Ping frowned slightly. If Xiaohei were here to scout the situation, it would save a lot of time and make him safer. A wolf howl echoed from the direction of the school cafeteria, and Chen Ping followed the sound. Peering through the broken window into the cafeteria, he saw a ground littered with corpses and fragments, all completely rotted, the stench making it hard to breathe. A robust wind wolf with silver fur and a black back locked eyes with Chen Ping. Its deep blue eyes highlighted its uniqueness. A low growl shattered the silence, followed by dozens of dark shadows rushing in from all directions. These were all level 2 wind wolves, their eyes fierce, fangs bared, glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Chen Ping's expression grew serious. Although his wristband couldn't read the information on these wind wolves, he had extensive combat experience. The mutated wind wolf before him, in terms of strength, was not as powerful as a level 3 Crimson Beast. However, it was a support-type Crimson Beast, capable of enhancing its companion's abilities. The surrounding level 2 wind wolves were already very close to level 3. I was still a bit reckless. Chen Ping knew this would be a life-and-death battle. Gripping the black knife tightly, he moved like lightning toward the wolf pack. Upon entering the playground, he had already used 4 types of basic potions, putting his body in peak condition. In the blink of an eye, several wind wolves had been slain under his blade, blood splattering everywhere. Sacrifice, only 3 seconds of time. To shoot the rider, one must first shoot the horse. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Chen Ping cleared the nearest few wind wolves, then in a flash, jumped through the window into the cafeteria. The mutated wind wolf had initially looked down on this human, but in an instant, several wind wolves had died, and this human had charged right in front of it, a blatant provocation and insult. It let out a furious roar, its body swelling into a massive wolf-like beast. Its blue eyes turned crimson, flashing with a bloody glow, and its claws, sharp as knives, lunged at Chen Ping. Chen Ping showed no fear. He dodged the mutated wind wolf's attack with a swift movement. At the same time, he thrust the black knife upward, aiming for the Wolf King's throat. The Wolf King roared in anger, twisting its body to evade the strike. However, it was also intimidated by Chen Ping's blade, no longer daring to act recklessly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping moved again, becoming a blur as he leaped into the air. At this moment, sacrifice had reached its final second, and Chen Ping's life hung in the balance with this last strike. Bang! The black knife swung down, decapitating the mutated wind wolf. The mutated wind wolf trembled, its massive body slowly collapsing, blood gushing out like a fountain. There were no flashy moves, just a dodge and a strike, and in 3 seconds, the battle was over. With the loss of the mutated wind wolf's support, the morale of the surrounding level 2 wind wolves plummeted. Chen Ping immediately drew his pistol, firing dozens of rounds without aiming. Thud! As the last level 2 wind wolf's body hit the ground, the entire school ruins fell silent, leaving only the sound of Chen Ping's heartbeat. That was close. Chen Ping let out a long breath, finding the crimson roulette dropped by the mutated wind wolf among the pile of decaying corpses. Blue roulette. Unfortunately, it only has 10 years of lifespan left. The wide football field was overgrown with weeds. The surrounding fences had all collapsed. The broken seats in the stands were covered in rust. A heavy armored vehicle was quietly parked in the center of the football field. No level 2 crimson beasts found. I haven't found any crimson beasts above level 1 either, came the response from a team member through the wristband. Duan Zhuxuan, Yi Xinga is on guard duty. The rest gather at the armored vehicle. A month ago, Motzi had led a search in this area, and before setting out this time, he had already planned the itinerary. The first half had 3 rest areas, while the second half approached the Lin family's territory, which Motzi had never visited before, and there were no pre-arranged rest stops, so there would be no breaks during the second half. Captain, where's Brother Dong? Is he not coming? Su Chanqian asked cautiously, looking at Motzi. He has some matters to attend to and will join us later, Motzi explained. When will Brother Dong be back? Su Chanqian continued to ask. Motzi frowned slightly and shook his head. He is back. Xuena turned southwest, casually tossing a piece of hard beef jerky into her mouth. Where? Su Chanqian looked over curiously but saw nothing. Report, Captain, a motorcycle has appeared in the southwest direction, possibly a survivor. It's Brother Dong, Duan Zhuxuan reported to Motzi through the wristband. Got it. Motzi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Shan. Get more food out. Fighting the crimson beasts was very exhausting. Although Motzi didn't know how many crimson beasts Qin Ping had killed, he felt that the number in that school was definitely not small, and their levels wouldn't just be 1. Just as Li Shan took out food from the armored vehicle, a black heavy motorcycle drove into the football field and stopped in front of the armored vehicle. All done? Motzi casually asked. Yeah. Qin Ping nodded, his face showing no joy or sorrow, making it hard to tell if it was a gain or a loss. Since his appearance, Xuena's gaze had been fixed on Qin Ping, not moving an inch. She had never stared at a man for such a long time. Before the Crimson Apocalypse, she was the campus beauty of Binhai University and also its top student. None of the suitors who flocked to her could catch her eye. After the Crimson Apocalypse, she became the leader of the scavenging team at the Dawn Camp, ranking among the top 5 in combat ability within the level 2 camp. The number of people who admired her was countless. The only one who might slightly surpass her was Lin Ruoyun from the Lin family. Yet, someone like her seemed to be completely disregarded by Qin Ping. More importantly, Xuena knew that Qin Ping's strength was far from what it appeared on the surface. This person, whom she could not see through at all, gave Xuena a very dangerous feeling. Taking the beef jerky handed to him by Li Shan, Qin Ping walked to a nearby open space, sat down on the ground, and began to eat by himself. Brother Dong, did you just go kill some crimson beasts? Su Chanqian leaned closer to Qin Ping. Killed a few. Qin Ping replied casually. Did you get a crimson roulette? If there's a low-level potion in the roulette, I can trade with you, Su Chanqian said eagerly. Do you still have low-level life potions? Qin Ping turned to look at Su Chanqian. I don't have that anymore, but I can trade you something more valuable to me, Su Chanqian said, slightly nodding, her face flushed. Not interested. Qin Ping directly rejected Su Chanqian. With danger lurking everywhere and worrying about his lifespan, he didn't have the luxury for such idle pleasures. Just take a look, Su Chanqian said, pulling out a black iron piece from her pocket. The snake scale of a 2-headed Xian snake? Qin Ping's pupils shrank suddenly, almost reaching for his black knife. Brother Dong actually knows about the 2-headed Xian snake? Then you must know the value of this snake scale. Can we trade? Su Chanqian continued to ask. Qin Ping tried his best to restrain his emotions. Before his rebirth, he had encountered a 2-headed serpent, which was in an A-level Scarlet Secret Realm, and this 2-headed serpent was also at level 4. At that time, Qin Ping could barely cope. Moreover, only the Lord-level 2-headed serpents would have such scales. They were one of the materials for crafting high-level attribute elixirs. Even if not made into elixirs, consuming them alone could significantly enhance defense and agility attributes. Even at his peak before rebirth, Qin Ping might not have been able to kill a Lord-level 2-headed serpent. How did Su Chanqian obtain it? A scarlet roulette? That could only appear in a red or purple scarlet roulette. Where did you get it? This, I can't say. Su Chanqian shook her head. Looking at the innocent and harmless Su Chanqian, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Ping's back, and he was already considering fleeing immediately. But he was reluctant to part with the 2-headed serpent's scales. After all, this was a true priceless treasure. An hour ago, Qin Ping had killed a mutated wind wolf, and his potential awakening talent had risen to level 2. More importantly, he had obtained a blue scarlet roulette. One of the items in the roulette happened to be the key item for using these scales. What do you plan to exchange it for? Qin Ping asked in a low voice. 100 roulettes, any quality is fine, as long as they have primary potions on them, or directly exchange for primary potions. 5. 80 primary potions. Su Chanxian hesitated for a moment. 50 primary potions, Chen Ping said directly. No way, I'm losing too much. Su Chanxian shook her head repeatedly, her two black ponytails swinging. Then 55, 75, 60. Deal. Su Chanxian nodded. Then wait for me to collect them all, and I'll give them to you together. Chen Ping was not in a hurry. After all, even if he got the scales, he couldn't use them for now. He was very curious about where Su Chanxian got the scales and why she needed so many attribute potions, all of which were primary. Chen Ping watched Su Chanxian warily, feeling that her danger level had already exceeded that of a level 3 scarlet beast. Brother Dong, you should rest first, I'm going to find Sister Xuana. Su Chanxian seemed to be in a good mood as she turned and sat down next to Xuana. Brother Dong is a good person, Su Chanxian said inexplicably. What's wrong? Xuana asked, confused. This is our secret, Shanshan can't say. Su Chanxian shook her head. Xuana was somewhat speechless but also somewhat accustomed to it. After all, there were not many normal people who could survive in this scarlet apocalypse. Boss, the remaining food is only enough for one meal tonight, Li Shan said softly as he approached Ma Zi. In the scarlet wilderness, the most important thing was to ensure sufficient physical strength to cope with the attacks of scarlet beasts at any time. Usually, when the hunting team went out for a day, they needed to carry food for more than 5 days. This time, however, they only had enough food for 1 day. For safety reasons, they could not reduce their food intake, otherwise, their strength would not be fully exerted when surrounded by scarlet beasts. Don't save food, just reach the next designated rest point before dark. I left some food there half a month ago, Ma Zi said in a deep voice. Boss, you have great foresight, Li Shan flattered. Get lost, pack up, and we'll leave in 5 minutes. Soon, 3 motorcycles and an armored vehicle started one after another. But before they could leave the soccer field, they stopped again. The crimson mist spread out, and the sky turned unusually gloomy, as if a huge lead curtain was slowly descending, blocking the sunlight. An oppressive and uneasy atmosphere filled the air. The wind, which initially just gently brushed by with a hint of coolness, soon began to gather strength and became no longer gentle. In the distance, a thin layer of gray clouds began to swirl, the speed gradually increasing as if pulled by an invisible force, forming a massive vortex. This vortex descended lower and closer to the ground, its color shifting from gray to black, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind erupted from the ground, connecting with the vortex in the sky, creating a gigantic, rotating funnel-shaped cloud column, a tornado. Get out! Find cover! Ma Zi shouted hoarsely. The tornado appeared to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, it charged forward, crashing into their midst. There's a basement in the soccer field, the entrance is to the southwest. Li Shan shouted as well. The team members had all walked through mountains of corpses. Faced with the sudden change, their reactions were much quicker than ordinary people. Just a second before the tornado entered the soccer field area, everyone reached the entrance to the basement in the southwest. It had previously been blocked by collapsed walls, but Ma Zi and the others had cleared it during their first search. Li Shan led the way, wielding a large knife, swinging wildly to clear a path, while Su Chanxian held a shield at the back of the team, fending off the debris flying through the air. Chen Ping was much faster than Li Shan, but he was unaware of the basement's situation, so he stayed in the middle of the group. Bang! Just as everyone entered the basement, a concrete wall crashed down at the entrance. Is everyone here? In the pitch-black basement, nothing was visible, and Ma Zi calmly asked. Duan Zishuan is here. Li Shan is here. Jiang Chang is here. After everyone reported their names, Ma Zi felt slightly relieved, knowing that everyone had made it in time. Boss, the exit is blocked. Moments later, Li Shan used the faint light from his wristband to check the entrance. The concrete wall was easy to deal with, but there were many heavy objects piled on top of it. I remember there's another exit. Let's take a moment to regroup, and once the tornado passes, we'll split up to find the exit. Ma Zi was not worried about finding an exit. With their team's strength, they could easily force one open. What concerned Ma Zi the most was their vehicle. If the armored car was destroyed or carried away by the tornado, it would take at least 2 days of walking to return to the camp. All the areas along the way had been thoroughly scavenged, and all the edible supplies had been taken back to the Ironwood camp. Half an hour later, the outside gradually quieted down, and Ma Zi and the others began to search for an exit. The 9 of them split into 3 small groups. Ma Zi stayed with Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian at the entrance. Chen Ping and Xuana each took 2 people to explore separately. Captain, I found a downward passage. It should be the second underground level. Chen Ping stood at the entrance of a staircase, glancing down to see a large pile of debris at the corner. Second underground level? When we came last time, we didn't find a second underground level. Ma Zi had led the team here before, and there were still quite a few first-level scarlet beasts around, so for safety, they had only conducted a simple search, mainly looking for food and supplies. They hadn't thoroughly searched this empty basement. Captain, I'm going down to take a look, Chen Ping reported. You can adapt your group's actions as you see fit, but be sure to be careful, safety comes first, Ma Zi reminded. Understood. Big brother, it seems the people above are coming down. Third, get ready. I was going to let them go, but if they insist on coming to their deaths, we might as well send them on their way. Boss, there are 9 of them, and we only have 3, the odds aren't great. What are you afraid of? If we were outside, we wouldn't have much of a chance, but this is our home turf. Actually, we should have ambushed them while they were resting up there. In the past half-month, we've taken down 4 or 5 groups. Our coordination is seamless now. Their seamless plan is ridiculous. What kind of strength did those people have? Just looking at their equipment, it's clear they're not ordinary characters. If the 3 of us go up there, aren't we just asking for death? Big brother, there are only 3 people coming down, 1 with a handgun, 1 with a compound bow, and 1 empty-handed, all men. These fools actually split up. They won't take the path to heaven and instead barged into hell. Big brother, I just observed, there are 2 girls in their team. One looks like a celestial being. Good point. We haven't had any meat for a long time, let's enjoy it together when the time comes. In the pitch-black space, the 3 of them let out extremely lewd laughter. Fire! Chen Ping commanded, and the ethereal blue flames of Yi Shinga attached to the muzzle of Chen Ping's handgun. Bang! A bullet struck the clutter at the corner. Whoosh! The piled-up debris instantly ignited, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Zixuan, stay up there. Okay, Donggu. But, hurry up, I'm a bit scared of the dark. Duan Zixuan gripped the compound bow, trembling as he looked around. Chen Ping felt around the corner of the stairs and found an iron rod. With a thought, Yi Shinga summoned the ethereal blue flames again, wrapping them around the iron rod in Chen Ping's hand. Using the light of the torch, the 2 cautiously made their way to the second basement level. Bang! A shadow flashed by, and Chen Ping reflexively pulled the trigger of his handgun. Immediately, a jet of blood spurted out, and the person who ambushed Chen Ping fell dead. Big brother, spare my life. Thud, thud. Not far away, the other 2 who were about to act dropped to their knees. Chen Ping frowned slightly, raising the torch in his hand to see their faces clearly. They were ragged, with tattered cloth hanging from their bodies, exposing skin covered in scars and dirt, some already scabbed over, others still oozing pus, emitting a nauseating smell. Their hands were even more horrific, with dirt and unknown substances embedded under their nails, their finger joints thick and covered in calluses and scars, marks left from countless battles with death. One held a rifle, the other a hammer, and now they dropped all their weapons to the ground. Do you have food? Chen Ping couldn't be bothered with other nonsense. Yes. After the disaster struck, the 3 of us hid in this basement and never went out. Please, spare our lives. All the food I've saved is in that room, it's all yours. One man kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead becoming bloodied. Chen Ping nodded. If you give us all your food, you might starve to death, and that would be very painful. Before the man could finish, Chen Ping fired 2 shots, ending their suffering. You go search, be careful of tricks. Chen Ping looked towards a door on the right. Okay. Yi Shinga nodded and cautiously walked over. Chen Ping crouched down, enduring the stench, and began rummaging through the 3 men. You guys are really lucky. Chen Ping found over 40 white spinning discs, 2 green discs, and most importantly, 2 scarlet coins. In the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, the drop rate for scarlet coins was extremely low. Chen Ping had already killed 2 level 3 scarlet beasts and nearly 1,000 level 2 scarlet beasts, and had only obtained a dozen scarlet coins. Damn, we hit the jackpot! Yi Shinga exclaimed excitedly. Chen Ping stored the items he found in the space stone and stood up to walk towards that room. What's wrong? Donggu, look at all this food. The floor of the room was piled high with food, and the walls had 3 layers of shelves filled with canned goods and soda. Report to the captain, we found food on the 2nd floor. Chen Ping reported emotionlessly to the scarred man. Food? Ma Zi was quite surprised. After all, they had searched this place not long ago. You bring it up. It's a bit much. We might need to send a few people down. Well, okay, send Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian over now. Ma Zi listened to Chen Ping's tone, thinking it was just a few bags of food, but now it seemed that this could last several people for a while. Shanggu, Donggu, what's wrong? Burn them. Aren't they already dead? To prevent them from coming back to life. By the time Jiang Chang and his brother arrived on the 2nd underground level, the 3 corpses had been reduced to ashes. So much food? Jiang Chang stood frozen in place for a long time, even more shocked than Yi Shanggu. After all, his strength was only considered below average in the camp, a slightly stronger cannon fodder. If it weren't for the beast tide, they would have only had potatoes to eat until they died. Seeing so much well-packaged food all at once was hard to contain his excitement. Find 2 larger pieces of cloth and carry this food down to the first underground level, Chen Ping commanded. When they met up with Ma Zi again, Xuena had also finished searching the remaining area with no discoveries. In the end, the group began to clear the rubble and cement at the entrance. It wasn't until evening that they managed to reopen the entrance. The vehicles are gone. Duan Zhuxuan looked around, and the football field was in disarray. Their armored vehicles and motorcycles had vanished without a trace. Captain, should we return to the camp or continue forward? Li Shan looked at Ma Zi. Return to the camp, it's a 2-day walk. Now that we have this food, it's enough for a month's consumption. The only problem is the distance. The risk of danger is extremely high. Continue forward, it's about a day's walk. That rest area is a second-hand car parking lot. If we're lucky, we might find a drivable car. This route is shorter, and the risk can be smaller. Xiaodong, Xuena, do you have any thoughts? After stating the pros and cons, Ma Zi asked the 2 vice-captains for their suggestions. Returning to the camp now means completely giving up on the Lin family's mission. Xuena frowned slightly. I suggest continuing forward. Based on the previous exploration information, there have been no second-level crimson beasts between here and the rest area, which makes it relatively safer. Also, out of personal interest, I must participate in this mission. If everyone decides to give up, I will go alone. After Qin Ping finished speaking, Su Chanshan nodded and said, I must go too. Me too. Xuena added expressionlessly. In that case, let's move forward. Ma Zi made the final decision. I have another suggestion. Split the team into 2 groups. The faster ones take half a day's worth of rations and move at full speed, while the slower ones carry the food and follow behind. The front group can scout the way and provide warnings for the rear. With so much food here, trying to carry it all while moving will inevitably slow us down. The group that reaches the next rest area first should immediately search for drivable vehicles and return to pick up the rear group, which will also save time. Qin Ping analyzed. Okay, let's do as Xiaodong suggested. Let's start dividing into groups now. Ma Zi nodded. After some selection, everyone found that in terms of agility and endurance, Xuena was first, and Qin Ping was second, both significantly higher than the others. Qin Ping slightly inflated some of his stats, only 2 points lower than Xuena. In the end, Qin Ping and Xuena formed the advance group to head to the next rest point, while Ma Zi and the others carried supplies and followed behind. It's getting late. Let's rest first and set off early tomorrow. After finalizing the plan, Ma Zi said to everyone. The first underground level had a dozen small independent rooms, enough for a few people to rest. Each person would rest for 7 hours, and then all the men would take turns keeping watch for 1 hour. The others went to rest, while Qin Ping stood at the entrance, taking out the spinning wheels he had found on the 3 people in the underground level 2. Trash, trash. Qin Ping carefully examined all the crimson spinning wheels, and only the 2 green quality crimson wheels contained anything worthwhile. Please specify the reward item. A familiar voice rang in Qin Ping's ear. 1. Compressed biscuits. 2. Beginner's crimson bracelet. 3. Beginner's strength potion. 4. USB flash drive. Contains 1 terabyte of seeds. 5. Gender transformation potion. 6. Hyaluronic acid lubricant. 7. Intermediate life potion. Intermediate life potion. Under normal circumstances, with enough lifespan left, Qin Ping might consider the other options. But now, he had only 10 years left to live. After midnight tonight, he wouldn't even be able to draw from the green wheel, leaving him with no other choice. The intermediate life potion would increase his lifespan by 30 years, allowing him to draw from the green wheel once more. As for the blue quality wheel dropped by the mutated wind wolf, he had no plans to draw from it yet. After all, the blue quality will require the consumption of 30 years of lifespan. Please specify the reward item. 1. Rat tail juice. 2. Hahuan powder. 3. Yubu gao lighter. 4. Thai chili pepper. 5. Electronic pickled vegetables. 6. Beginner's talent proficiency scroll. 7. Solar powered fan. The second wheel was filled with nearly 100 prizes, making Qin Ping a bit dizzy. Fortunately, the beginner's talent proficiency scroll was of green quality and stood out on the wheel. Qin Ping had 3 talents, including beginner potion mastery, sacrifice, and potential awakening. Among them, the maximum proficiency level for potion mastery was level 10, and he was currently at around level 4 for making 5 types of beginner potions, with a success rate of 70%. The materials for beginner potions were not too difficult to collect, and a slightly lower success rate didn't matter much to Chenping. The sacrifice talent had no proficiency and could only be upgraded by obtaining the same talent or using crimson coins. The talent Chenping valued most, Potential Awakening, had now reached level 2. If it could be raised above level 5, Chenping would be able to easily handle level 3 Crimson Beasts. However, the difficulty of improving this talent's proficiency was indeed quite high. Beginner's Talent Proficiency Scroll. Chenping directly selected the prize and used it on Potential Awakening. Swish! A brilliant light flashed, illuminating the entire entrance. Then, the light, like a pillar, entered Chenping's body. He quickly raised his left hand to check the record on the Crimson Bracelet. Used Beginner's Talent Proficiency Scroll on Potential Awakening, increasing proficiency by 40%. Beginner's Talent Proficiency Scroll Lucky Critical Hit, Potential Awakening upgraded to level 3. Unlocked Beginner's Cold Weapon Awakening. In the void before Chenping, a blue screen refreshed with 3 lines of small text. He clicked to view the details of his talents. Potential Awakening, Red, Talent Level, 3, Max 20, Attribute Bonus, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Stamina plus 5 Talent Bonus, Beginner's Firearm Awakening. Beginner's Cold Weapon Awakening description, stimulates the body's potential through continuous combat. Truly a red talent. Chenping stroked his chin. This talent exceeded Chenping's expectations. The attribute bonuses alone were enough to significantly boost his strength, and now he had awakened a skill that could rival a golden talent. Beginner's Cold Weapon Awakening would add an extra 5 points of strength when using cold weapons, increase attack speed by 10%, and deal additional damage to enemies. Perhaps due to the nature of close combat, this was considerably stronger than Beginner's Firearm Awakening. There are no Crimson Beasts around. Chenping looked around and finally took out his black knife, walking to the center of the empty soccer field. The black knife glimmered faintly in the moonlight, exuding an indescribable sharpness. Chenping slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them wide, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. With a low shout, Chenping's body shot out like an arrow released from its bow, the black knife in his hand carving out sharp trajectories. Each swing of the knife was accompanied by a whistling sound of the wind, as if the air itself was being sliced apart. His movements grew faster, the blade's changes unpredictable, sometimes fierce like a raging storm, other times gentle like a soft drizzle. Every move contained boundless power and skill, as if he were engaged in a fierce battle with an invisible enemy. Sweat trickled down Chenping's cheeks, his breathing gradually becoming heavy, yet the knife in his hand showed no signs of stopping. Finally, after a series of rapid consecutive attacks, Chenping sheathed his knife and let out a long breath. Bang bang bang! In the distance, a crumbling stone wall collapsed, demonstrating that with just the power of this blade, he could instantly kill a level 2 Crimson Beast. Gulp! Xuan'an stood outside the basement entrance, struggling to swallow. She had guessed that Chenping was strong, but she never expected him to be this absurdly powerful. Although she didn't use weapons like knives or swords, the leader of the Dawn Camp wielded a long knife. That leader was a physical education teacher from Bin University, who had practiced martial arts and won numerous championships. After the apocalypse struck, he drew a long knife and possessed decent talent, then established the Dawn Camp. Xuan'an had accompanied the leader multiple times to hunt fierce beasts and had witnessed his superb knife skills. To her, he was the strongest knife wielder, an invincible fighter in close combat. It was only now that Xuan'an understood what a true powerhouse was. Compared to Chenping, that leader seemed like a kindergarten child playing with a toy knife. Of course, it wasn't that the leader was weak. After all, leading a level 2 camp for so long meant he had to have some strength, or he would have been kicked out long ago. It was just that the power Chenping displayed was too shocking. Xuan'an felt that at full strength, Chenping could even contend with a level 3 Crimson Beast. This was unimaginable for humanity at present. Even Xuan'an had no chance against a level 3 Crimson Beast. Chenping wiped the sweat from his forehead, sheathed the black knife, and turned to walk towards the basement entrance. Why are you out here? Due to her earlier immersion in the scene, Chenping hadn't noticed Xuan'an standing at the entrance. I need to take care of something. Xuan'an casually made up a reason. In reality, she was worried about Chenping keeping watch. He always gave her a sense of danger and was too unconventional, never taking Ma Zi's orders to heart. It should be over there, but it's all collapsed. Just find a place you like, Chenping said lightly, then walked to the entrance and stood still like a guard. A hint of blush appeared on Xuan'an's cold, frosty face. Don't worry, I won't peek. I'm a person who always acts with integrity. If you're worried about danger, I can go over and keep watch for you. After Chenping said this, Xuan'an, who had initially felt a bit shy, stiffened like an ice sculpture. No, it's fine. I don't think I want to go to the bathroom anymore. Oh, then whenever you feel like going, just call me. We're on the same team. I can still help with this little task. Dong Zi, is that really your idea of helping? This is the first time I've seen someone make peeping sound so fresh and refined. An hour passed, and Yixinga came to relieve Qinping, just in time to hear their conversation. Ahem, I was joking. Brother Dong is a gentleman. I was just thinking too lowly of him. Yixinga suddenly changed his tone when he saw Qinping take out his handgun and examine it. Yixinga wasn't clear about Qinping's strength, but he knew that in just a second, Qinping could put several holes in him, and even more terrifying was that he could ensure he wouldn't die. And Nightson now can only provide others with weapons, adding some fire attribute attacks, has neither strong offensive capabilities nor any defensive abilities. Even the weakest brother, Jiang Chang, in the team could easily kill him. Keep a good watch at night, and if anything unexpected happens, notify everyone immediately. Qinping walked slowly towards the basement, and as he passed by Nightson, he patted his shoulder. Okay, I will definitely keep a good watch, Nightson replied, trembling. He wished he could give himself a couple of hard slaps. Why did he have to interrupt when those two were talking? Trouble comes from the mouth, and he almost lost his life. Xuena took a deep breath and turned back to her room. A night without incident, and before dawn, Qinping was already ready to set off. Duanzi, I'm leaving. Qinping greeted Duan Zishuan, who was on the last shift. Brother Chen, aren't you waiting for Xuena? Duan Zishuan asked. It's so late, there's no time to wait for her. Qinping shook his head. Duan Zishuan glanced at his wristband. It was only 4:30 in the morning, and the moon was still hanging in the sky. It doesn't seem too late. Before Duan Zishuan could finish, Xuena, adjusting her coat and with her fluffy long hair draped over her shoulders, ran out of her room. After witnessing Qinping's strength last night, Xuena had tossed and turned all night, only falling into a drowsy sleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Let's go, Qinping said, confirming the direction once more, and set off first. Wait. Xuena frowned slightly, the words almost on her lips, but she swallowed them back, only able to catch up while combing her long hair. Is it really very late now? Duan Zishuan scratched his head and looked at the moon in the night sky. In the east, the fish belly was turning white. Qinping and Xuena had been walking for nearly 2 hours. This guy doesn't say a single true word. Xuena gasped, trailing behind Qinping by several hundred meters, nearing her physical limit. Moreover, along the way, whenever they encountered a crimson beast, it was always Qinping who dealt with it. She hadn't expended a bit of energy on killing the crimson beasts. Even so, Xuena still found it hard to keep up with Qinping's speed. Before setting off, she had specifically inquired, and Qinping's stamina and agility stats were 2 points lower than hers. Xuena had never believed Qinping, but she never expected the gap between them to be so vast. Dong Gu, I can't keep up anymore. Xuena bit her red lip lightly and called out to Qinping. Then you wait here for the captain and the others. Qinping replied without turning back, continuing on his way. Xuena felt no surprise at this. In fact, she wasn't really unable to keep up. She just needed to stop and recover her strength. Otherwise, if a powerful crimson beast appeared, she didn't think Qinping would come to her rescue, and by then, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. The crimson wilderness in the early morning was particularly quiet. Just as Xuena was about to take out some compressed biscuits to replenish her energy, a cloud of dust stirred in the distance, and an armored vehicle was speeding towards them. Qinping, a few hundred meters away from Xuena, also noticed the armored vehicle. The Lin family's vehicle? Qinping paused. In the Crimson Apocalypse, armored vehicles were the most common means of transportation. Although they all looked quite similar, each camp or family had its own characteristics and insignia, making them easy to distinguish. As the dust settled, the Lin family's armored vehicle stopped beside Xuena, and seeing this, Qinping turned to walk towards her. If they could hitch a ride, it would save a lot of time. Blood Rose? What are you doing here? Lin Tingjiang, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and looked at Xuena. His sharp voice made Xuena feel a bit uncomfortable, but after all, he was a member of the Lin family. Once she left the Taimu camp, the only places she could go were the Chun family or the Lin family, so she didn't dare to offend Lin Tingjiang now. We're going to participate in the Lin family's mission to hunt the level 3 crimson beasts. On the way, we encountered a tornado, and the armored vehicle was swept away, so now we have to walk. I see, there's just enough space in the car, you can get in, Lin Tingjiang said with a smile. Captain Lin, it seems like it's full in the back, the driver of the armored vehicle quietly reminded. Bang! Lin Tingjiang pulled out his pistol and shot a bullet into the man's temple. Now there's space, Miss Xuena, come to the front seat, I'll drive. A lewd smile appeared on Lin Tingjiang's face. Captain Lin, I think. Xuena had never suffered such humiliation, but behind Lin Tingjiang was the powerful Lin family. She hesitated to resist. "Just take us to the parking lot ahead." Before Xuana could finish, Qin Ping quickly walked over. "What kind of dog are you to sit in the Lin family's car?" Lin Tingjiang's face was filled with anger. Even in the Lin family, few dared to speak to him like that. He glanced at Qin Ping, ready to draw his gun, but his expression suddenly changed. You are Chan Ping?" Lin Tingjiang was stunned. The person he had searched for so hard had come right to him. He could finally complete his mission and return to the Lin family camp. Recently, Lin Tingjiang had endured a lot in his search for Qin Ping. After the recent beast tide, the Lin family was preparing to hunt the level 3 crimson beasts, and Lin Tingjiang was sent to notify various camps. The search for Qin Ping was temporarily set aside. If there was still no news in a few days, he would have to go through it all again. If it weren't for Lin Ruoyun's orders, Lin Tingjiang would have loved to shoot Qin Ping dead. "You actually recognized me." Qin Ping frowned slightly. "My good brother-in-law, how could I not recognize you? I haven't confirmed my relationship with Lin Ruoyun yet, so don't rush to get close." As Qin Ping spoke, he surveyed the armored vehicle. Given its size, it could hold at most 30 people. "Don't give me that nonsense. Someone, break Qin Ping's legs and throw him in the car." Lin Tingjiang was too lazy to argue with Qin Ping. He shouted to the Crimson Hand, and the back door of the armored vehicle opened, with over 30 people streaming out. "Looks like I was overthinking it. How could Lin Shanhai possibly come along?" Qin Ping shook his head, pulled out his pistol, and bullets rained down. In the blink of an eye, those 30 or so people fell to the ground, not even having time to scream. You, Brother Chen, listen to me. In the flash of lightning, after taking down 30 people, Lin Tingjiang's mind went blank. "Shut up." Qin Ping raised his hand and shot Lin Tingjiang right between the eyes. You killed them all." Xuana stared at Qin Ping with wide, watery eyes, unable to believe what she saw, instinctively taking a few steps back. "How could I? I wouldn't dare kill someone from the Lin family." Qin Ping denied it vehemently. Then, Xuana's brows furrowed slightly. "This is the hand of the gun moving. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Ping glanced at the gun in his hand, then walked over to Lin Tingjiang's body and began to search it expertly. "A parasite. Look at these crimson roulette. How much has he greedily taken? I'm doing the Lin family a favor by eliminating this pest. They should be grateful to me." Qin Ping found a space stone containing hundreds of white crimson roulettes and 60 green ones, but unfortunately, no blue ones. Besides the roulettes, there were also 4 bottles of basic life potions, 1 bottle of intermediate life potion, and many materials for potion making. In the Crimson Apocalypse, if you want to get rich, you have to kill and seize treasures. Qin Ping sighed inwardly. If he were to collect these things alone, it would take him at least 2 to 3 months. Especially the green crimson roulettes. He didn't know how many crimson beasts he would have to kill to gather 60 of them. Apart from Lin Tingjiang, Qin Ping had thoroughly searched the bodies of the others as well. Although there were only a few white turntables and some useless weapons, Qin Ping showed no disdain and packed everything into the space stone. In the end, he found 3 barrels of gasoline inside the armored vehicle, took one out, poured half of it over the pile of corpses nearby, and ignited it. The whole process was smooth and practiced, sending chills down Xuana's spine. "It's all cleaned up, let's go," Qin Ping called out as he took the driver's seat. Do you want to stay and keep them company?" Qin Ping asked. No. Xuana quickly got into the passenger seat, closed the door, and sat up straight, making her chest stand out prominently, her hands unsure of where to rest, finally settling on her slightly trembling legs. In the Crimson Apocalypse, Xuana had killed countless crimson beasts and dozens of people. She had witnessed scenes more gruesome than this. What Qin Ping had just done wasn't particularly terrifying. It was just that he was too skilled and calm, as if he were doing something completely ordinary. For a moment, Xuana even felt that Qin Ping might handle her the same way, and she believed he could definitely do it. Boom! Boom! The armored vehicle's engine roared to life as Qin Ping pressed the accelerator twice, making a 180-degree turn to pick up Ma Zi and the others behind. Soon, Qin Ping found Ma Zi and the others. After reuniting with the team, Qin Ping and Xuana got into the cabin, leaving the driving to the Jiang brothers. "Where did you get the vehicle?" "Still from the Lin family," Ma Zi casually asked in the cabin. Xuana closed her eyes slightly, showing no reaction. Everyone was used to her aloofness and didn't pay much attention. "Picked it up on the road, also found a few severed human limbs, probably attacked by crimson beasts. We kindly buried them," Qin Ping sighed. "Can we confirm their identities?" Ma Zi asked. Qin Ping shook his head. "It was too tragic. Those people died too horribly, with body parts scattered everywhere. We couldn't piece together a complete person. I hope that when we die, we can meet someone as kind-hearted as Donggu, to give us a burial. so we won't end up as corpses in the wilderness. Duan Zishuan felt a sense of desolation. People are dead, who cares about the floods in the future? Yi Xinga didn't mind, living another day was already a gain. According to Ma Zi's original plan, they would rest for an hour in the parking lot where they sold used cars. Due to a tornado, they had lost a day's time, and to catch up with the Lin family's mission, they hadn't stopped except to kill some crimson beasts. Boss, ahead is the Li Du community. Ma Zi's wristband transmitted Jiang Cheng's voice. Before the beast tide, someone had set up a camp in the Li Du community, but they were wiped out by the beast tide. This place was a junction of two provinces before the Crimson Apocalypse and now belonged to the territory of Yunmengs, which was the Lin family's domain. Ma Zi projected a map into the air. There's less than a third of the distance left. We'll rest here tonight and set off early tomorrow to reach Yunmengs directly. They didn't go to the camp to rest. At this time, the corpses in the camp were rotting, and even without a plague, the stench of decay could take half a life. There are a few tents in the vehicle. The women will rest inside, and the men will set up tents outside. This is an open area, and for the night watch, we'll pair up, 2 hours per group, and I'll take the first 2 hours myself, Ma Zi said to everyone. In the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, few camps adhered to any morals, including the team Ma Zi once led. However, there were exceptions, dictated by strength. In this team, besides Qin Ping, Xuan'ao was the strongest, followed by Su Chanshan, so no one dared to have other thoughts. Inside the vehicle, Xuan'ao lay on the seat, her mind replaying the scene of Chen Ping killing the Lin family's convoy, making it hard for her to fall asleep. Outside, after finishing his night watch, Chen Ping returned to his tent, took out a space stone, and began to tally today's gains. Such a waste of time. Inside the tent, Chen Ping rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy. The white spinning wheels had an extremely low chance of yielding premium items, so Chen Ping had gone through hundreds of them. The result was nothing but a pile of junk, not even a basic life potion. That's to be expected. If there were really good items on the wheel, that guy would have definitely had someone from the lower tiers draw them, and they wouldn't still be here now. Chen Ping shook his head. Tossing aside the white quality wheels, he began to check the green quality ones. Out of 60 green quality wheels, 70% were for weapons, armor, and food, which was decent for an ordinary person, but Chen Ping didn't need any of it. The remaining 11 had intermediate potions for strength, agility, and other attributes, along with 7 green quality talents. After using 4 bottles of basic life potions and 1 bottle of intermediate life potion obtained from Lin Tingzhong, the bracelet displayed Chen Ping's lifespan as 59 years and 364 days. The bonuses from those intermediate attribute potions were significant, but they consumed 10 years of lifespan, which wasn't cost-effective for Chen Ping. Among the 7 talents, 2 were basic potion mastery talents. In the Crimson Apocalypse, if he obtained 2 more talents of the same quality, he could upgrade the quality of the talents he already had, but this did not include potion-making talents. After some selection, Chen Ping chose 1 green quality crimson wheel. Please specify the reward item. 1. Smart massage chair. 2. Defense support. 3. Distant bagpipe. 4. What autumn wind mourns the painted fan? Fan. 5. Mug. 6. Intermediate vehicle mastery. 6. Intermediate vehicle mastery. This was a talent for driving vehicles. With this talent, when driving, he could enhance the vehicle's performance, increasing speed by 10%, saving 10% on energy consumption, and boosting the vehicle's defense by 20 points. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had drawn a high-level vehicle mastery talent in the Crimson Secret Realm, which was a red talent that allowed for vehicle modifications. The effect of this intermediate vehicle mastery was somewhat lacking, but it was still an essential talent for traveling in the wilderness. After drawing a crimson wheel, Chen Ping counted that he still had 487 white wheels and 59 green wheels left. For Chen Ping, drawing from them was a complete waste of lifespan. Besides these wheels, Chen Ping also had a hidden blue quality crimson wheel, which contained a red quality item. Although his lifespan was sufficient, Chen Ping planned to first exchange for the snake scales of the 2-headed Xian snake from Su Chanshan before drawing again. Otherwise, the items from this blue wheel would be useless. The materials for making basic strength potions were all in Lin Tingzhong's space stone. After more than 2 hours, Chen Ping's proficiency in strength potions rose to level 5, increasing his production speed and success rate to 75%. At the same time, the number of strength potions reached 90 bottles, far exceeding the amount he had agreed upon with Su Chanshan, as he needed to keep some for himself. At midnight, under the dark and windy night, Chen Ping left the tent and walked to the back door of the armored vehicle, knocking on the door. Hey, he got into the vehicle. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened as he watched Chen Ping enter the armored vehicle. Bang! Knight Shenge, who was on guard duty with Jiang Cheng, suddenly slapped him on the back. Some things, just pretend you didn't see. But, if you can beat him and make those 2 girls obey, you can go in too. Knight Shenge looked at the armored vehicle, his face full of envy. The night was eerily quiet, with only the sound of their own breathing. Why is it so silent? Jiang Chang wondered. The Lin family's vehicle has great soundproofing. Knight Shenge sighed. Inside the armored vehicle, Xuana sat up, and Su Chanqian curiously looked at Chen Ping. Chanqian, I've gathered the basic strength potions you wanted. Wow, Brother Dong is really efficient. Su Chanqian beamed with joy, taking out the snake scales of the two-headed Xian snake and handing them to Chen Ping. Chen Ping took out 60 bottles of primary strength potions from the spatial stone. This is a bit much. Do you have a spatial stone? Yes. Su Chanqian nodded and took out a small red stone. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. The quality of spatial stones was easy to distinguish. His two were of green quality, with 50 slots each. With Chen Ping's experience, he could be certain that the spatial stone in Su Chanqian's hand was of red quality, with 500 slots, each slot space far larger than that of green quality spatial stones. Even in the 5th year of the Crimson Apocalypse, the Lin family, as strong as they were, only had one red quality spatial stone. Yet now, Su Chanqian actually had a red quality spatial stone. Su Chanqian's identity and strength became increasingly enigmatic, making Chen Ping more vigilant. Brother Dong, I don't have anything valuable left on me. If you still have primary strength potions, please save some for me. Do you need intermediate strength potions? Chen Ping asked. No. Su Chanqian immediately shook her head, which surprised Chen Ping a bit. He had thought that if Su Chanqian could offer something good in exchange, he could draw from the roulette. Could it be that she has some special use for the primary strength potions? Chen Ping wondered but did not voice it. It's getting late. I won't disturb your rest. After saying this, Chen Ping turned and left. Xuana frowned slightly. When she saw Chen Ping get into the vehicle, countless thoughts surged into her mind. If Chen Ping forced her, how would she resist? If she failed to resist, what humiliation would she face? What if it hit the mark? Would she keep the child? Would that child be like her or like Chen Ping? In the future. Just as Xuana was halfway through her fantasies, Chen Ping had already left. While she breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of inexplicable loss emerged. What's going on? Xuana was unclear why she was having such wild thoughts. This was not at all like her, especially in this perilous crimson wilderness. Brother Dong is a good person, Su Chanqian said to herself, a phrase she had repeated many times in front of Xuana. Xuana shook her head. If Su Chanqian had seen the scene of Chen Ping dealing with the Lin family, she wondered how she would react. Bang! Chen Ping closed the armored vehicle's rear door and returned to his tent. Shanggun, Brother Dong is out. Why so soon? A real man never cares about the length of time, but rather the quality. Yi Xingde shot a glance at Jiang Chang. Is that so? Haven't you two brothers ever been with a woman? No, we've just been playing games in college every day, and we haven't graduated yet when this crimson apocalypse hit. Jiang Chang shook his head. Goodness, once this mission is over, I'll take you guys out to have some fun, so you can know what a real man is. Yi Xingde patted his chest. Really? Is there any doubt? It was a bit tough before the apocalypse, but now, among the lower-tier people in the camp, there are many with decent looks. I've checked them out carefully. When the time comes, you can just grab a bun or a potato. Yi Xingde revealed a lewd smile. As the two were talking, a blinding red light suddenly illuminated the entire night sky. Something's happening. Yi Xingde covered one eye with his hand and fired several shots into the sky with the other. Shunga, that seems to be Brother Dong's tent. Jiang Chang squinted against the stinging red light and saw that the red light was emanating from Chen Ping's tent. At this moment, Yi Xingde also managed to open his eyes. He suddenly recalled the strange phenomena that occurred during the beast tide at the Taimu camp. After a brief panic, the area where Ma Zi and the others were stationed gradually returned to calm as the red light disappeared. No crimson beasts. Everyone, go back and rest. Ma Zi glanced at Chen Ping's tent and turned to the others. In the crimson apocalypse, it was always better to avoid trouble. But, that red light. Brother Dong won't be in danger, right? Duan Zishuan expressed some concern. You're dead, and Dong Gu will be fine. Yi Xingde pouted. You make a good point. Duan Zishuan agreed wholeheartedly. Dong Gu, if you're okay, just give us a sign. Su Chanqian still felt a bit uneasy. I'm fine, you all rest. Chen Ping's voice came from the tent, and Su Chanqian nodded, relieved. However, Xuana, who was standing next to Su Chanqian, was stunned for a moment. Sister Xuana, what's wrong? Su Chanqian tugged at Xuana's arm. It's nothing, maybe I'm just too tired. Xuana replied casually. At the morning camp, she had heard the camp leader mention that Chen Ping from the Chun family had drawn a red-quality crimson turntable and obtained a high-level potion talent. At that time, the entire Chen family was enveloped in that red light, which lasted for several seconds before gradually fading. After that, Chen Ping completely disappeared, and there was no news of him. If it weren't for Lin Tingjiang recognizing Chen Ping today, Xuena wouldn't have realized that this legendary figure from the coastal area was right beside her. And that red light just now seemed to be the phenomenon of drawing a red prize. Could it be that he drew from the turntable? No, Lin Tingjiang's turntables don't have a red one. Xuena followed Su Chanxian back to the armored vehicle, filled with confusion. Good people will be rewarded. Someone as good as Donggu must have great fortune, Su Chanxian said to herself, taking out a bottle of basic strength potion and drinking it down. Why are you drinking a strength potion now when there's no need to fight? Xuena, still thinking about Chen Ping, was distracted by Su Chanxian's action and instinctively asked, I'm so sleepy, I fell asleep. Su Chanxian hesitated for half a second and then collapsed onto the chair, as if she had really fallen asleep. Xuena was somewhat speechless but didn't press further. In the Crimson Apocalypse, anything that happens is normal. If one tries to uncover everything, it would surely lead to despair and might even cost one's life. The members of the Motzi team didn't resemble scavengers, it would be more fitting to describe them as monsters or oddities. Xuena cast aside all distractions and tried her best to fall asleep quickly. Meanwhile, outside the armored vehicle, in Chen Ping's tent, he was examining a sky-blue, four-legged square cauldron in the center of his palm. This was the second red quality prize he had drawn after his rebirth. Generally speaking, the blue-crimson turntable only contains items of blue quality or lower, and when a red item appears, the prize pool expands by several times. If it weren't for the overly conspicuous red label of this high-level alchemy cauldron, Chen Ping would have found it difficult to spot it among the thousands of prizes on the turntable. On the crimson turntable, 90% of the area is occupied by white quality items, 9% by green items, and the remaining 1% consists of 7 blue items and 1 red item. If Chen Ping hadn't been able to specify the prize, he wouldn't even have seen what he drew when the turntable pointer stopped. Chen Ping opened the crimson bracelet, and a light blue screen projected into the void. Star Cauldron, Type, Alchemy Tool Effect 1, increases success rate of pill formation by 10%. Effect 2, enhances pill effect by 2%. Effect 3, comes with Starfire, which can merge with other alchemy fires to enhance their quality. Effect 4, can self-repair when damaged. Quality, medium red. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction, and with a thought, the star cauldron expanded until it was over half a person tall. Rip! The edge of the tent was torn open by the enlarged star cauldron. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had never obtained a similar item. He had only seen it in the hands of others, so he was still a bit clumsy using it for the first time. Outside the tent, Yi Xinga suppressed her curiosity, standing at a distance with her back to Chen Ping's tent. Didn't hear it, didn't see it, didn't hear it, didn't see it, Yi Xinga muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Chen Ping continued to focus on his star cauldron, tossing in the two-headed black snake scales he had just exchanged from Su Chanxian. Whoosh! In an instant, a heat wave swept in, and a roaring fire ignited within the cauldron. That incredibly hard black iron piece transformed into a soft, gel-like substance in just a few seconds. After another half-minute, a dark pill lay quietly in the cauldron. Chen Ping took the pill out, and the star shrank back to the size of a palm. Not bad, quite useful. Chen Ping nodded, feeling very satisfied. The scales of the two-headed black snake were the raw material for refining a high-level elixir. Chen Ping had no idea how long it would take to find the formula for that elixir, and besides the snake scales, other even more precious materials were needed, which couldn't be gathered in just a year or so. He was about to face a level 3 scarlet beast and urgently needed to enhance his strength. Chen Ping swallowed the black pill directly. Crunch! It was like eating chocolate beans, and the taste was acceptable. Chen Ping, rank, silver star level, 6 talents, beginner alchemy mastery, green, physical enhancement, green, sacrifice, blue, potential awakening, red, intermediate vehicle mastery, green, strength, 40 endurance, 39 agility, 39 defense, 34 special attributes, none special resistances, none spatial items, space stone, green, bound items, tamed exotic bug, elite, blood spider silk armor, green, M1911 pistol, green, black blade, green, star cauldron, red, scarlet. Coins * 4 ability assessment, 152 remaining lifespan, 29 years 364 days before his rebirth. Chen Ping spent half a year to get his ability score above 100, but now, it took him less than half a month. This was just Chen Ping's basic attributes. When using the black blade or beginner potions, his attributes would further increase, enough to handle an ordinary level 3 scarlet beast. After putting the star cauldron into the space stone, Chen Ping walked over to the armored vehicle and chose a new tent. Brother Dong, I'm here to help you. Yi Xinga was on guard in the distance and hurried over when she saw Chen Ping setting up the tent. Brother Dong, I've had a question in my mind, Yi Xinga said cautiously. What is it? Before I reached the Ironwood camp, I ran into Captain Ma on the road, and he told me how to use the nether fire, but I always felt that person wasn't Ma. Although it was a dark and windy night, and the other person was dressed in black and masked, the way he spoke and his aura were completely different from the Ma Yixinga saw now. That person was me, Chen Ping said flatly. For him now, he no longer cared about this matter. Really? Really you? Yixinga didn't expect Chen Ping to answer so straightforwardly. In Yixinga's view, without strength, it would be more comfortable to end it early in this scarlet apocalypse. He had persisted until now because he felt that his talent for nether fire wouldn't be just for lighting fires, especially since Ma had pointed out how to use the nether fire to add fire attributes to weapons, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. It felt like a door had opened for Yixinga. However, this door was only slightly ajar. Thus, Yixinga had been persistently asking Ma for more information about the nether fire. But Ma remained tight-lipped, which made Yixinga even more convinced that the person in black that night was not Ma. Brother Dong, do you know any other information about the nether fire? Yixinga mustered his courage to ask. This time, he was determined to inquire with Chen Ping, fully aware of the life-threatening risk. In the entire team, Ma seemed fierce and intimidating, but the most dangerous one had always been the silent and inscrutable Chen Ping. Yixinga didn't want to live in a muddled and confused manner. It was either becoming strong or facing complete annihilation. In the apocalypse, there were no other choices. If there was a third choice, it would undoubtedly be endless psychological torment and suffering. I do have some understanding of the nether fire. Chen Ping nodded, extending one hand, and the starfire cauldron from the spatial stone appeared in his palm. Brother Dong, what is this? Use your thoughts to separate a wisp of nether fire and place it into this small cauldron. Upon hearing this, Yixinga hesitated not at all, and a wisp of cold, ghostly blue flame fell into the small cauldron. Whoosh! A scorching pillar of fire shot out from the starfire cauldron. That wisp of ghostly blue flame seemed like a weak and helpless child, gradually being consumed by the red flames until it vanished completely. Chen Ping glanced at his wristband. Starfire successfully devoured the basic nether fire, advancing to level 1 starfire. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction and put away his starfire cauldron. Nether fire is very strong. Its advantage is its dominance. Once it reaches a certain height, it even has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. But its disadvantage is also its dominance. Once it advances another level, you can no longer possess other enhancement talents, otherwise, the nether fire will backfire, leading to your death and the destruction of your soul. Chen Ping looked at Yixinga and said softly, "No other talents? That's fine, I'm quite dedicated," Yixinga declared earnestly. Brother Dong, how do we upgrade this nether fire? Yixinga continued to ask. In the early days of the apocalypse, the vast majority of people only had white wristbands and could not read the information of such talents as netherfire. What Yixinga wanted to know most now was how to enhance this talent. According to Chen Ping, Yixinga was an inconspicuous figure in the early apocalypse, until the Crimson Secret Realm descended, where he obtained some items that allowed him to upgrade netherfire to nether city fire. I don't seem to have the obligation to tell you. Brother Dong, as long as it helps me increase my strength, I will serve you like a horse or an ox in the future. I don't need horses or oxen. Chen Ping shook his head. Then Brother Dong, what do you need? No matter the dangers, I won't frown. I haven't thought it through yet. I'll talk about it when I do. Chen Ping looked at the tent that had already been set up, preparing to go in and rest. Then, Yixinga still felt a bit unwilling. With your current strength, even if you knew how to enhance netherfire, it would be impossible. You should focus on ensuring your survival first. After saying this, Chen Ping directly crawled into the tent. Yixinga stood there in a daze, and after a while, a genuine smile appeared on his face as he turned to leave, continuing his night watch duty. Although the conversation with Chen Ping was simple, he had already gained enough information. His talent was very strong, and Chen Ping knew how to enhance it. As long as there was hope, Yixinga had a goal. Perhaps Chen Ping was not speaking now to test him. After all, this was the Crimson Apocalypse, and it was only natural for Chen Ping to be cautious. What he did not know was that Chen Ping also did not know how to enhance netherfire. We should reach the Lin family camp tomorrow night. We need to find a way to obtain information about that level 3 Crimson Beast in advance. Chen Ping lay in the tent, pondering quietly. Before dawn, Ma Zi's team had finished breakfast and was preparing to continue their journey. Today, I'll drive. Chen Ping volunteered for the first time. With his proficiency in intermediate vehicles, he could reach the Lin family camp in Yunmeng's earlier and gather information sooner. Alright, then who will be the co-pilot? Ma Zi knew Chen Ping's strength, so he naturally would not oppose his request. No need to rotate, I can handle it myself, Chen Ping said. For safety's sake, it's better to have a co-pilot, just in case. In the Crimson Wilderness, anything could happen. I'll be the co-pilot, Xuena said coldly, holding her sniper rifle. It would be a long drive of over 10 hours, and having a beautiful woman sitting beside him should make it less dull. Then thank you, Deputy Teen Shui. Chen Ping nodded. The armored vehicle slowly started, and after leaving the Lidu community, its speed began to increase. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xuena instinctively grabbed the overhead handle. The speed of this car seems to have increased a lot, she murmured. As long as you understand the car's performance, you can drive it better. The bumpy road inevitably caused the armored vehicle to jolt and sway violently. Chen Ping's peripheral vision occasionally swept toward Xuena, always giving him a sense of turbulent waves. He casually turned on the car's music player, which was playing popular songs from decades ago. You are Chen Ping from the Chen family? Xuena asked tentatively. Yesterday, before Chen Ping killed Lin Tingzhang, she recognized him, and she had heard their conversation. That's right. When he was lacking in strength, Chen Ping might have concealed his identity. But now, he wasn't worried. Even if he couldn't kill that third-level Crimson Beast this time, he could still take down a few others. After the beast died, the Chen family was severely weakened. Unless they disregarded their family's survival and went all out, they posed little threat to Chen Ping. As for the Lin family, their power was relatively scattered and had not truly developed yet. The only person Chen Ping was somewhat wary of was Lin Ruoyan's brother, Lin Shanhai. 5 years ago, when Crimson Apocalypse was just released, Lin Shanhai sensed the game's potential and immediately began to lay out plans in the gaming industry, understanding this game even more profoundly than Chen Ping. With the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, relying on the Lin family's power, Lin Shanhai collected many weapons and attribute potions, further enhanced by Lin Ruoyan's buffs, making his strength unfathomable. Lin Shanhai also valued Chen Ping greatly, which is why he had Lin Ruoyan searching for Chen Ping's whereabouts. In the early stages of the Lin family's development, it was precisely because Chen Ping charged ahead while Lin Shanhai held down the rear that they were able to grow into a top regional power. However, the Lin family had a love-hate relationship with Chen Ping, as his increasing strength made even Lin Shanhai wary. Whether or not Chen Ping drew that golden talent, the Lin family had already decided to eliminate this hidden danger. He drew Fate Reincarnation, which merely advanced the Lin family's actions by a few days. The Lin family has been looking for you. Lin Ruoyan seems to have deep feelings for you. Why do you still hide your identity? Xuena's voice pulled Chen Ping's thoughts back to reality. Because she has a narrow mind, Chen Ping said seriously. Narrow mind? Xuena frowned slightly. Yeah, I prefer someone with a broad mind. Chen Ping glanced at Xuena. You. Xuena was momentarily speechless. She had always thought of Chen Ping as an emotionless killing machine and never expected him to have such a flirtatious side. Her mind is indeed quite small. If we have children in the future, breastfeeding might be a problem. Chen Ping added. Cough cough. Xuena didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Chen Ping said. In this apocalypse, everyone was struggling to survive. Who had the energy to think about having children in the future? Wait, I think Xuena quickly shook her head, a hint of blush appearing on her face. If someone from the Dawn camp saw their blood rose with such a shy expression, they would surely be shocked. It was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. There's a car behind us. Hold on tight. Chen Ping saw a uniquely shaped armored vehicle chasing after them in the rearview mirror. Too fast, we can't shake it off. Chen Ping pushed his driving skills to the limit, but constrained by the armored vehicle's performance, he couldn't shake off the car behind. Is that the Crimson Church? Xuena saw a huge black armored vehicle in the rearview mirror, with a pattern of an eye painted on the front, making one feel as if they were being watched by death, which was quite terrifying. Do you know about the Crimson Church? When I was at the Dawn camp, I heard some things. They are a group of fanatical believers who worship the Crimson Lord, and their strength is indeed greater than that of ordinary people. Xuena's expression turned somewhat grim. The people of the Scarlet Church are even more terrifying than the Scarlet Beast. Everyone who is not part of the church is considered a heretic by them. If captured, they will be brutally tortured and killed. Alternatively, one can choose to join them and become a member of the Scarlet Church. The influence of the Scarlet Church spans the globe, far surpassing that of the Chen and Lin families. However, their stronghold is in the Western Hemisphere, and in the early days of the apocalypse, their impact on the area where Chen Ping is located is still quite limited. In such a brutal survival environment, many people place their spiritual hopes on a so-called deity, and these churches emerged to manipulate a group of fanatical followers. Before Chen Ping was reborn, in the 4th year after the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, humanity quickly adapted to survival in the apocalypse, and various organizations sprang up. Some camps grew strong, becoming the overlords of a region, beginning to build towns and develop economies, eventually leading to the emergence of a united government. Sects like the Scarlet Church and the Holy Light Church also rose to prominence, sometimes even overshadowing the united government. Qin Ping is very familiar with them. In the Scarlet Secret Realm, he often dealt with these fanatical believers. Once targeted, it was like being infested with maggots. Fortunately, this was still the early stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse, and the Scarlet Church was still in its developmental phase, not as powerful as it would later become. We're out of fuel. Xuanna glanced at the control panel, where the fuel gauge showed a red light. There were still 2.5 barrels of fuel in the armored vehicle, but the only problem was that refueling required stopping. There are at most about 50 people in their vehicle. You should first blow out their tires and then finish them quickly. After Qin Ping finished speaking, he addressed the Scarlet Wristband. Captain, enemy spotted, prepare for battle. They haven't attacked yet, should we? Ma Zi hesitated, unsure of the forces behind those people, not wanting to engage directly. Before Ma Zi could finish, Xuanna, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, stood up, grabbed the edge of the window, and agilely flipped over to climb onto the roof of the armored vehicle. Bang bang bang! Both armored vehicles were speeding, and Xuanna fired 3 shots, one bullet piercing the bulletproof glass and killing the driver of the rear vehicle, while the other 2 shots hit the tracks of the armored vehicle. Immediately after, Xuanna stowed her sniper rifle and held onto the handle on the roof with one hand. Qin Ping slammed on the brakes, and the entire armored vehicle slid sideways due to inertia. Qin Ping opened the driver's side door, pulled out his pistol, and fired directly. The rear door of the armored vehicle also opened simultaneously, and Su Qianqian raised her tower shield, with Ma Zi and others behind her, also drawing their composite bows and shooting wildly. Cover me! Qin Ping shouted. Understood. Xuanna continued to lie on the roof of the armored vehicle, aiming at the opposite side. Qin Ping drank potions for basic agility and strength, gripping the black knife, and charged towards the opposing armored vehicle. Whoosh! Someone peeked out and aimed a gun at Qin Ping, but before they could shoot, Xuanna shot them in the head. Ma Zi and the others, under the protection of Su Qianqian's tower shield, also advanced quickly, but they were nowhere near as fast as Qin Ping. The people of the Scarlet Church focused more attention on Ma Zi and the others, not overly concerned about Qin Ping, who was charging in alone. After all, he was just one person. Once he got close, a few shots could easily take him down. What troubled them the most was still Su Qianqian's shield, which could not be breached no matter how they attacked. He's coming. Kill that cannon fodder first. The leader pointed at Qin Ping. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the finger of the person pointing at Qin Ping was shattered by a bullet. Ah! The person let out a painful scream just as Qin Ping swiftly appeared in front of him, and with a swift motion of his knife, he severed the man's head. How? How did he get over here? The people around were shocked and quickly turned their guns, but it was already too late. As the black knife swung, more than a dozen people were directly killed, while the rest were either shot by Xuanna from a distance or fell to the chaotic arrows of Ma Zi and the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few arrows, arriving late, struck a dead body. I killed someone. Duan Zixuan's eyes widened. You killed a dead person. Yi Shenga retorted. The group approached the black armored vehicle and carefully examined it. Each corpse had been shot a few more times before they relaxed. Zhang Chang, Jiang Xayan, you two search the vehicle and take everything you can. Yi Shenga, burn these people. Duan Zixuan, go check the damage to our armored vehicle. Xuanna, Xian Shen, you two continue to stand guard. Ma Zi issued orders methodically. Qin Ping was inspecting the items found on these people. Praise the Crimson Lord. Yun Mengs is willing to accept the protection of the Crimson Lord. Qin Ping looked at the letter in his hand. The handwriting was delicate and soft, elegant and restrained. It was certain that this was written by Lin Ruoyun herself. Could it be? The Lin family has already allied with the Crimson Church? Qin Ping pondered silently. Before his rebirth, although he spent 5 years in the Lin family, most of the time was spent hunting crimson beasts outside or in the Crimson Secret Realm, and he rarely inquired about internal matters of the Lin family or paid attention to them. At that time, with Qin Ping fighting for resources outside and Lin Shanhai holding down the fort, the Lin family's development was smooth sailing. Until the 3rd year, when the Crimson Church expanded into Yang City, Binhai, and other places, the Lin family was far from being a match for this giant and thus secretly submitted. Now, after the beast tide, the Lin family suffered little loss, but the camps affiliated with the Lin family were nearly decimated. They had hoped to cooperate with the Chen family to take down a Tier 3 Crimson Beast, but that Tier 3 Crimson Beast mysteriously disappeared. In Lin Shanhai's view, whether they could truly establish a foothold in the apocalypse depended on the number of Tier 3 Crimson Beasts they could kill. A white or green roulette could change the fate of the lower class. However, changing the fate of a power required at least a blue or even a red roulette. With the current strength of the Lin family, even if they went all out to kill a Tier 3 Crimson Beast, they would only have a 50% chance of success, and they also had to guard against the Chen family behind them. In the end, Lin Shanhai decided to align with the Crimson Church. With the help of the Crimson Church, killing a Tier 3 Crimson Beast would be much easier, and losses would be minimized. The armored vehicle driven by Qin Ping and the others was seized from Lin Tingjiang, and it bore the obvious Lin family insignia. This was also the reason why the people from the Crimson Church did not attack directly upon seeing the armored vehicle. A quick glance revealed only some flattering words, and Qin Ping tossed the letter into the fire. Besides the letter, there were 18 white roulettes and 5 green roulettes. The people from the Crimson Church were poorer than Lin Tingjiang. As for weapons and equipment, they were primarily white, with 7 green melee weapons and 2 pieces of armor. Qin Ping glanced at them and tossed them to Ma Zi. Finally, there were 2 black iron plates, one engraved with Yunmeng's. This was the Lin family's Yunmeng order, marked in a special way, usable only by Lin family members, allowing them to mobilize the second-tier camps affiliated with the Lin family. The other plate bore an engraving of a crimson eye. Qin Ping had once killed a member of the Crimson Church in the Crimson Secret Realm and had seen this Crimson Order. The Crimson Order had a level classification, but Qin Ping had never looked into it. The 2 tokens and all the roulettes were stored in Qin Ping's spatial stone. The harvest this time was neither too big nor too small, and Qin Ping was not very satisfied. "Captain, our vehicle is somewhat deformed, but it can still operate normally." Duan Zixuan quickly ran up to Ma Zi. "Captain, their vehicle has been searched. We found some fuel and food, and we've moved it to our vehicle, along with a map," Zhang Chang said, pulling out a map to show Ma Zi. "A map?" Ma Zi extinguished the cigarette in his hand, carefully placed the remaining small stub into his pocket, and then took the map from Zhang Chang. After the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, hand-drawn maps were rarely used, as using the crimson wristbands was much more convenient. "Is this the map of Yang City?" Ma Zi glanced at the outline of the map and instinctively made a judgment. Qin Ping, hearing this, also walked over. The map was drawn very simply, marking a dozen camps, rivers, and mountains, all of which were distinguishable. In the southwest corner of the map, there was a red line, winding and curving, the most eye-catching feature. "What is this?" Ma Zi asked, looking confused. "The movement trajectory of the Level 3 Scarlet Beast?" Qin Ping's expression changed slightly. That Level 3 Scarlet Beast was unpredictable and elusive. In his previous life, the Lin family had tracked it for more than half a month before gathering some information, ultimately predicting its location and having Qin Ping lead a team to ambush it. They waited for 2 days before the Level 3 Scarlet Beast finally appeared. Now, Qin Ping was uncertain whether they could still catch the Level 3 Scarlet Beast at that location. If it changed its route, he would waste a lot of time. That was why he wanted to participate in the Lin family's encirclement mission to obtain the latest news about the Level 3 Scarlet Beast. But now, with this map in hand, there was no need to go to the Lin family anymore. That armored vehicle should still be usable. "I need to take care of some things. You all go to the Lin family first," Qin Ping said to Ma Zi. "Are you going to act alone again?" Ma Zi looked at Qin Ping. "I can solve my matters quickly, and then I'll go to the Lin family camp to find you." Qin Ping nodded. "Dongge, I'll go with you. I can be a helper, or at the very least, a driver." Yi Xinga quickly said. "I'll go too. My archery skills have improved a lot, and killing a level 1 Scarlet Beast is no problem." Duan Zixuan chimed in. "Dongge, me too. I can help you take the hits." Su Chanxian also rushed to join in. "No need, it's just a small matter. It's more convenient for me to act alone," Qin Ping said as he walked directly toward the armored vehicle of the Scarlet Church. "Then take an extra barrel of fuel," Ma Zi reminded, and Zhang Cheng immediately moved a barrel of oil and some food from the vehicle to the armored car of the Scarlet Church. "I'm off, see you at the Lin family camp." Qin Ping greeted them and quickly drove away in the armored vehicle. "Where is Donggu going in such a hurry?" Duan Zixuan murmured. "Hey, where's the map I had?" Ma Zi turned around and looked around. "Donggu took it," Yi Xinga replied. "Could it be related to the red line on the map?" Zhang Cheng asked quietly. "Very likely." Su Chanxian nodded in agreement. "Without Donggu, we lack a main output force. Dealing with the Level 3 Scarlet Beast might be quite risky," Yi Xinga said softly. "Then let's follow Donggu," Su Chanxian suggested. "He's already out of sight," Xuana said coldly from the side. "Let's go to the Lin family camp first. Maybe Xiaodong will arrive there by tomorrow morning." Ma Zi gestured, and everyone immediately got into the vehicle. The setting sun was like blood, hanging at the edge of the sky. It seemed as if the clouds were stained red with blood, moving with the wind. With the enhancement of intermediate vehicle proficiency, Qin Ping drove the armored vehicle to the initial position marked by the red line. It was still dozens of kilometers away from where the Level 3 Scarlet Beast was killed before, and it was not even on this red line. Chen Ping planned to first search along the route marked in red on the map. If he did not encounter the level 3 Scarlet Beast, he would then head to the Lin family. To facilitate the search, Chen Ping parked the armored vehicle next to a small hill and began to search on foot. Bang! 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 The ground trembled slightly, and a light breeze carried a burnt smell. It's it! A slight smile appeared on Chen Ping's lips as he downed all the enhancement potions and took out the black knife from the spatial stone. On the cracked ground, there was not a trace of life. A ground-walking fire scorpion emerged from a massive fissure. It was the fearsome level 3 Scarlet Beast, as large as a cow, covered in a red shell. The shell was covered in sharp spikes, and a pair of enormous compound eyes glimmered with a cold light, while the poisonous stinger at the tail resembled a long whip engulfed in flames, constantly waving through the air with a hissing sound. When the earth-dwelling fire scorpion moved, the ground trembled slightly under its weight. Chen Ping crouched on a massive dead tree, quietly observing the distant earth-dwelling fire scorpion. If he were to attack head-on, using sacrifice, he would only have a 70% chance of breaking through its defenses. In his previous life, to kill it, thousands of people from the Lin family had perished, and Chen Ping himself had to risk serious injury to find its weakness, ultimately completing the kill with a narrow escape. However, the current Chen Ping was far stronger than he had been back then, and he had already mastered the earth-dwelling fire scorpion's weaknesses, so he would not be as clumsy as before. Bang! 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 The earth-dwelling fire scorpion crawled out from a crack in the ground, its compound eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for food. Whoosh! The black knife tore through the air, producing a sound of slicing through the void. Clang! The earth-dwelling fire scorpion reacted extremely quickly, flicking its tail to block Chen Ping's black knife, instantly sending sparks flying. Immediately after, the poisonous stinger at the scorpion's tail shot out a searing flame, which Chen Ping easily dodged thanks to his agile movements. In their initial clash, both were testing each other's strength. Chen Ping retreated a dozen steps and then began to move quickly around the fire scorpion, looking for an opportunity to attack. The scorpion's shell was incredibly hard, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict damage. However, whenever the scorpion launched an attack, a tiny gap would appear where its head connected to its body, revealing its weakness. After another intense exchange, Chen Ping, relying on precise calculations and agile positioning, seized a fleeting opportunity. Channeling all his strength into the black knife, he delivered a fierce slash that accurately struck the scorpion's soft spot. The scorpion let out a painful roar, and its movements became sluggish. Seizing the moment, Chen Ping wasted no time. The black knife transformed into a streak of dark light, piercing straight into the scorpion's head. The scorpion attempted to counterattack, but it was already too late. The black knife penetrated the scorpion's head, killing it completely. A level 3 Crimson Beast, at the beginning of this Crimson Apocalypse, was an invincible existence. Although Chen Ping had killed 2 before, the red fire-fierce wolf was in a severely injured state, and the blood spider had just laid eggs, leaving it weak. But this earth-dwelling fire scorpion was in its prime. The entire battle lasted just over a minute, and Chen Ping hadn't even activated sacrifice. Until the earth-dwelling fire scorpion completely lost its vitality, Chen Ping, panting, still found it hard to believe. He knew that after this period of improvement, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The attribute boost from Potential Awakening, the attribute elixir refined from the scales of the two-headed black snake, and his silver 6-star rank had pushed his base attributes over 100. From the panel data, he could indeed contend with a level 3 Crimson Beast, but he hadn't expected this battle to be so easy. Put! The black knife was pulled out from where the scorpion's head connected to its body, bringing with it a spray of green, foul-smelling liquid. 2 crimson coins and 1 blue roulette were the spoils of this kill. Is that all? Although Chen Ping had already guessed the items from killing the earth-dwelling fire scorpion, seeing the solitary blue roulette still made him feel the rewards were too meager. The blue roulette was enough to allow an ordinary person to defy fate, even capable of rewriting the rise and fall of a regional power. After all, accumulating an absolute advantage in the early stages would allow one to seize the initiative when the Crimson Secret Realm descended. Chen Ping had already activated 2 blue roulettes, and from those 2 premium roulettes, he had obtained a red talent and a red item. The blue roulette before him could only be considered above average, containing 2 blue quality prizes, with the rest being green and white. Clap, clap, clap. Before Chen Ping could put away the roulette, a neutral voice suddenly rang out. "Brother, you really have great skills." A man wearing frameless glasses, looking refined and scholarly, stepped out from behind a large rock. Chen Ping immediately stowed the spinning disc and the scarlet coin into his spatial stone, then cautiously observed the person not far away. "Little brother, no need to be nervous, I'm just passing through, and I'm penniless and have no strength to harm you." I just saw you so fierce, killing the scarlet beasts as if they were chickens, I couldn't help myself. Chen Ping was too lazy to listen to the man's nonsense, his figure flickered, and the black knife was swung out. Clang! The black knife struck towards the man's neck, but the man reacted quickly, raising his hand to block it. The black knife hit his forearm, producing a metallic clash. Chen Ping withdrew, his expression slightly changing. The pain from his right hand's torn flesh made his entire right arm feel sore and numb. Impressive! Chen Ping secretly marveled. He had just killed a level 3 scarlet beast, and his mindset inevitably changed, leading him to underestimate this young man. Brother, I really mean no harm, and I don't like fighting. The man continued to explain, but the killing intent in Chen Ping's eyes did not dissipate. Brother, I really just wanted to get to know you because of your bravery. The man seemed a bit anxious. If I use sacrifice, I should have about a 60% chance to kill in one strike, but then my lifespan would be insufficient again. Chen Ping frowned. He wouldn't easily use the sacrifice talent unless absolutely necessary. I am Xin Shaoqian. May I ask how to address you, brother? Xin Shaoqian smiled, cultured and elegant, evoking no hostility. Chen Ping knew that such a person was the most dangerous, and he remained vigilant. Eardong. Eardong? That surname is quite rare. With skills like Brother Eardong's, you will surely excel in this scarlet apocalypse. As Xin Shaoqian spoke, he lightly flicked his right hand, and a piece of iron flew straight towards Chen Ping. Clang! Chen Ping crossed the black knife in front of him to block the iron piece, and with his other hand, he quickly reached out and caught it. This is my business card. 10 days later, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion will hold an underground auction in Golden City. If you have time, Brother Eardong is welcome to participate. Perhaps there's something you need. Xin Shaoqian maintained a friendly smile on his face. Thank you for the invitation, Brother Shen. If I have time, I will definitely attend. Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. We'll talk again another day. Xin Shaoqian waved his hand and turned to leave. Chen Ping didn't like dealing with such bookish people, but when he closely examined the iron piece in his hand, his expression slightly changed. Treasure Gathering Pavilion? Before the apocalypse, there was a Shin Family Business Association composed of merchants, with members spread across the globe. At that time, the wealth held by all members of the business association had already surpassed Western capital and conglomerates. The Chen family had also wanted to join the Shin Family Business Association, but they were far from meeting the minimum entry standards. Even the Lin family was merely an observing member of this association. After the apocalypse, many underground black markets emerged, exchanging spinning disk items or information. The Shin merchants, relying on their vast resources, gradually integrated these black markets. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion was one of the assets of the Shin Family Business Association, primarily dealing in item auctions. In the early days of the apocalypse, the auction frequency of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion was not high, but 3 to 4 years later, when humanity stabilized, it was when the pavilion truly developed rapidly and monopolized the market. Xin Shaoqian's business card was actually a high-level membership card for the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, enjoying many privileges. 10 days later, the underground auction in Golden City. Chen Ping suddenly became interested. In his previous life, he had never attended such an auction. In the Lin family, any transactions with the Shin Family Business Association were handled by Lin Shanhai, including attending the Treasure Gathering Pavilion's auctions, which were always attended by Lin Shanhai and Lin Ruoyun. Putting away Xin Shaoqian's business card, Chen Ping stuffed the corpse of the fire scorpion into his spatial stone. This is the material for making intermediate rage potions, so Chen Ping naturally cannot discard it. His current lifespan is less than 30 years, and the blue turntable in his hand cannot be drawn from for the time being. This place is also not very safe. Therefore, Chen Ping hurriedly returned to the armored vehicle and headed towards the previously due community. The level 3 Crimson Beast had already been killed, and there was no point in going to the Lin family anymore. As for the grudges with the Lin family, they were not so urgent. What he needed more now was to obtain the life potion. After a night of swift travel, he also killed quite a few level 1 and 2 Crimson Beasts along the way. Before dawn, Chen Ping returned to the Lidu community. He rested in the vehicle for more than half a day, replenished some food, and began hunting the nearby Crimson Beasts centered around the community. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, during which Chen Ping leveled up by 1 star, reaching silver 7 stars, and his attributes increased by 2 points. Although he obtained quite a few turntables, the life potion still did not appear. Until noon on the 4th day, when he could not find any level 2 Crimson Beasts within a 10-kilometer radius, Chen Ping was preparing to change locations when a vehicle marked with the Lin family emblem drove into the Lidu community. Dong Gu, I thought you were dead. You have no idea how I managed without you these past few days. Duan Zixuan got out of the car and rushed in front of Chen Ping, somewhat incoherent. Brother Dong, I was so worried about you these days. Thankfully, you're okay, otherwise, I wouldn't know who to turn to for a basic strength potion. Su Chanxian sighed in relief upon seeing Chen Ping. Damn it, we wasted so much time, and now the level 3 Crimson Beast has disappeared again. Li Shan cursed, but his voice sounded very weak. He wanted to buy some antibiotics from the Lin family but was directly refused. Donggu, it was wise of you not to go, it would have been pointless. Yi Xingge shook his head and sighed. What are your plans next? Chen Ping asked. Naturally, we need to return to the Taimu camp, Matzi replied. That's fine, I wonder what the Taimu camp has become after being away for so long. Chen Ping nodded. Binhai Jincheng is more than 70 kilometers away from the Taimu camp and only half an hour's journey from the entrance of the Crimson Secret Realm that Chen Ping discovered. He had been hunting crimson beasts for the past few days and should find a place to rest and change his mood, otherwise, long-term hunting could easily lead one to lose their mind and become a madman. The next morning, the 9-member team drove 2 armored vehicles towards the Taimu camp. The wind was light, the clouds were sparse, and the sky was clear. Even the crimson mist had dissipated significantly. This was a rare good weather. Matzi and the others were only 2 or 3 hours' drive from the Taimu camp. Due to the continuous days of killing, Chen Ping's mindset had changed somewhat, but now he had shaken off the gloom and felt relaxed. Dongzi, I want to make a trip to the Biological Research Institute. Chen Ping was lying in the back of the armored vehicle, resting leisurely. What's wrong? Shanzi is about to give up. I want to go to the Biological Research Institute to see if I can find some antibiotics. Matzi's voice was somewhat low. Then go ahead. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Okay, Xuana, I'll send you the coordinates. After Matzi finished speaking, he drove the armored vehicle and changed direction. Behind, Xuana drove another armored vehicle, closely following. Sharing coordinates was mainly to avoid getting lost in case of any accidents on the road. Big brother, I made a discovery these past few days. In the armored vehicle where Chen Ping was, besides Xuana, who was driving, and Su Chanxian, who was in the passenger seat, there were only him and Duan Zixuan in the cabin. At this moment, Duan Zixuan was speaking to Chen Ping with a mysterious expression. What discovery? That Su Chanxian is always acting strangely. I feel like she's not human. Duan Zixuan said seriously. Not human? What have you discovered? Chen Ping turned to look at Duan Zixuan. Well, actually, there's no solid evidence, it's just a feeling, Duan Zixuan said somewhat awkwardly. Then who do you think is less than human? Chen Ping asked. You are my god, Duan Zixuan said solemnly. Chen Ping shook his head, being serious was a loss. How could someone as unreliable as Duan Zixuan say anything useful? And that Xuana, I always feel like her gaze towards you is not friendly. Duan Zixuan stroked his chin, speaking with certainty. You noticed that too? Of course. Brother Chen, you must stay away from women, they will only affect your speed in drawing your knife. Duan Zixuan said earnestly. It's fine, taking it slow is also good. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop. Biological Research Institute, we've arrived. Xuana jumped out of the car. The others also got out and gathered in front of the Biological Research Institute. This institute was divided into Building A and Building B, each with 5 floors, symmetrically arranged, with dormitories and several functional laboratories behind. Last time, Ma Zi led a team here and searched Building A and the storeroom in front of the dormitory. Building B, the dormitory, and those functional laboratories had not been explored. The purpose this time was simple, to find antibiotics or similar drugs. Unlike the visit a dozen days ago, everyone in the team had significantly improved their strength. The first and second level scarlet beasts posed little threat to them. Ma Zi divided the team into 3 groups. Chen Ping led Duan Zixuan and Yi Xingge to search the laboratories at the back, while Ma Zi took the Jiang brothers to search Building B, and Xuana and Su Chanxian searched the dormitory, leaving Li Shan in the vehicle. As long as we find usable antibiotics or other drugs, notify each other immediately and end this operation. Action! With Ma Zi's voice falling, the 3 groups began to move. Chen Ping held his knife in one hand and headed straight for the laboratory. Donggu, wait for us. Duan Zixuan ran desperately. Compared to the other members of the Ironwood camp's hunting team, Duan Zixuan could definitely be considered an elite. In terms of strength, he was capable of being a vice-captain or even a captain. But in Ma Zi's team, he was basically a burden. Shunga, what should we do? We've been ruthlessly abandoned by Donggu. Duan Zixuan looked at Chen Ping's distant figure, wanting to cry but having no tears. Meanwhile, countless scarlet beasts had already surrounded them. Dongji's side will definitely be safe. If we go over, we'll just be a burden. It's better to kill some beasts here and relieve the pressure on the other groups. Yi Xingge replied. Xingge is right. You support me, and we'll go on a killing spree. Duan Zixuan nodded. Yi Xingge concentrated, and a cluster of bluish flames attached to Duan Zixuan's arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, piercing through the dense crowd of beasts and landing precisely on a space the size of a fingertip. Duan, I have to say, you do have some skills. If you can't hit such a dense group of scarlet beasts, I suggest you shoot with your eyes closed next time. You'll definitely be more accurate. Yi Xingge teased. Although he missed, the flames attached to the arrow ignited all the surrounding beasts. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scarlet beasts went into chaos, and Duan Zixuan, just as Yi Xingge said, tore off a piece of cloth and began shooting wildly. Meanwhile, Chen Ping also arrived in front of the laboratory. Bang! The black knife swung down, striking the heavy door of the laboratory. This black knife had killed third-level scarlet beasts, so its sharpness and toughness were evident. But that heavy door only showed a small dent. So sturdy? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. So hungry. I'm so hungry. Master, I'm hungry. Just as Chen Ping was preparing to attack again, a very familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Xiao Hei, you're awake? Yeah, I woke up hungry. There are a lot of beasts here, you can help yourself. No, I don't want to eat beasts, I have a mental cleanliness obsession. Xiao Hei resisted. You used to eat them. Chen Ping frowned. Before, I had no choice, but now I want to be a clean. Then this doesn't matter anymore. Chen Ping looked around. I think a level 3 earth fire scorpion should taste pretty good, Xiao Hei said cautiously. Goodness, is it waiting for me here? Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, directly using his black knife to clear a space and retrieve the corpse of the earth fire scorpion. Leave me a bit, I plan to use it to make some intermediate rage potions. Although Chen Ping didn't have the intermediate potion talent now, with the designated reward Golden Finger, drawing the intermediate or even advanced potion talent was just a matter of time. However, before he could finish speaking, the corpse of the earth fire scorpion quickly dried up. In an instant, there was not a trace of flesh or blood left on the earth fire scorpion, only an empty shell remained. Burp! So comfortable, I'm half full. Xiao Hei lay on the ground with its 6 legs in the air, looking very content. Did you leave any? Isn't there still a shell? What use is that? Crush it into powder, it can supplement calcium. Xiao Hei answered seriously. Chen Ping shook his head and looked at Xiao Hei. By the way, after absorbing that turtle spirit grass, what changes have you experienced? Lifespan increased by 30 years, leveled up to 3, gained the ability to break boundaries, and obtained some inherited memories. So many gains? Tell me more specifically. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, feeling that his earlier decision was indeed very wise. Our level cap is 3. After gaining the ability to break boundaries, I can surpass the limits and reach level 4. As for the inherited memories, they are quite vague, but I have a deeper understanding of my skills. Originally, I should have become a queen bug, capable of breeding countless swarms, but right after I hatched, I absorbed a human's flesh and blood, activating Devour early, giving me some human abilities. The initial 2 talent skills of the are Devour and Parasitism. Parasitism absorbs the flesh and blood of other creatures, allowing for rapid growth. Devour allows one to consume a target's skill or talent, acquiring it, but the target's level must be lower than one's own. Originally, this Devour should only be usable after reaching level 2 as an, but Xiao Hei inexplicably activated it during the larval stage, allowing it to first possess human talents, which are continuously evolving genes. This also led to a change in its later development path. So what is your future development direction? Chen Ping asked. How would I know? This is my first time being a bug, and that inherited memory is also very vague, like it's pixelated. Xiao Hei wiggled its body. Forget it, let's explore slowly in the future. Chen Ping sighed and no longer dwelled on it. For now, he should quickly finish searching here and return to the Ironwood camp to rest for a few days. Bang! Chen Ping swung his knife fiercely, striking the laboratory door again. This time he used 90% of his strength, causing the ground around him to tremble. Ah! Scared the bug to death. Xiao Hei immediately flapped and flew up from the ground. Master, you're getting more and more irritable, this isn't good, Xiao Hei earnestly advised. If I don't put in more effort, I can barely afford you. Chen Ping retorted. Master, although I've eaten a bit more, I'm also very capable. The man and the bug chatted back and forth, and Chen Ping finally smashed the heavy door to pieces. Bang! He kicked it hard, and the door collapsed with a loud crash. The laboratory was completely sealed, and the temperature was very low, causing Chen Ping to shiver instinctively. Roar! A deep growl caught Chen Ping's attention. Passing through numerous experimental tables, at the very back of the laboratory, there was a 2-meter square iron cage. Inside the cage was a wild man, dressed in burlap, with long, yellow-brown hair covering its exposed limbs. However, the hair on the head was all black, with a somewhat dry feeling from excessive perming and dyeing. The fluffy black hair obscured the face, revealing 2 eyes, one red and one blue. Jinping also noticed that this wild person had ears resembling cat ears. More accurately, they looked like the ears of a tabby cat. Is this a product of a human and a scarlet beast? Jinping murmured. He wondered if killing it would also yield a scarlet roulette. It was so strange that perhaps the scarlet roulette it produced would be of high quality. Roar! This wild person seemed to sense Jinping's killing intent, curling up in the corner of the cage, trembling slightly. Clang! The black knife struck the iron cage, producing a strong metallic clanging sound. So sturdy? Jinping was somewhat surprised. The black knife left no marks on the cage. Then let's use the gun. Just as Jinping pulled out his gun, preparing to shoot, "Master, wait a moment." Xiao He flew up from Jinping's shoulder and entered the iron cage. "Didn't you just eat your fill?" Jinping asked. "Master, she shouldn't be a scarlet beast." Xiao He landed on the wild person. "Then is she human?" Jinping inquired. "It seems not quite human." Xiao He stared at the wild person. "Whatever she is, let's deal with it quickly and leave," Jinping urged. "Master, can we not kill her?" Xiao He flew back to Jinping's shoulder. "You should be aware of the dangers of the scarlet apocalypse. We might not even be able to protect ourselves, carrying a burden." Jinping frowned slightly. "Master, she shouldn't be a burden. She might be helpful to you in the future." "What kind of help?" "I don't know, but my sixth sense tells me it will be helpful." "It's already the scarlet apocalypse, and you're still talking about such metaphysics?" "Exactly, it's the scarlet apocalypse. Can we still believe in science?" Xiao He retorted. "That makes sense. I'll trust you one more time. Can you communicate with her?" "No problem. She can understand my words. But this cage is too sturdy. How do we get her out?" Jinping circled the cage, examining it. "Master, over there. It seems there's a key." Jinping glanced at the nearby experiment table and indeed saw a key, his face turning red. "How could I not know there was a key? I just wanted to see if I could split it open with the black knife." Saying this, Jinping picked up the key and, after just one try, opened the cage door. "Come out." After Jinping spoke, the wild person, with a fearful look, slowly crawled out along the edge of the cage. With a thought, Jinping stored the iron cage in the spatial stone. With his silver 7-star status, even using a green quality black knife, he couldn't leave a mark on the cage. It might be useless in the future, but he had to take it with him, just in case it became useful. "Does she have a name?" Jinping asked Xiao He. "She said she doesn't know. She probably doesn't have a name." Xiao He acted as a translator. "Since she looks like a human and a scarlet beast, let's call you Xiao Bai." Jinping slapped his forehead. Xiao He stumbled. "Master, you really are a naming genius. Just keep this to yourself. Don't spread it." Jinping wouldn't trust anyone in the scarlet apocalypse, and being taciturn had become his trademark. Only when talking to Xiao He could he relax and converse, which had become his way of relieving stress. He needed this method, otherwise, prolonged killing and silence would gradually distort a person's psyche, turning them into a monster even more terrifying than a scarlet beast. After searching carefully and finding nothing, Jinping finally left with Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the research institute, in the open space behind Building B, Duan Zhuxuan continuously shot arrows from his compound bow, each arrow hitting the scarlet giant's forehead with precision. Even without the enhancement of the nether fire, he could easily kill those scarlet giants. When did he make such great progress? Jinping was somewhat taken aback. Looking closely at Duan Zixuan, he saw that his face was covered with a black cloth strip, perfectly obscuring his eyes. Before his rebirth, Jinping had heard rumors that in the Scarlet Apocalypse, there were a very few individuals who possessed the talent of flow state, meaning they did not need to draw from the roulette but had an innate ability. This talent did not require enhancement through scarlet coins or similar talent skills. As long as the person possessed this talent and trained correctly, they could improve on their own. This talent, which only appeared in legends, Jinping had never witnessed even in his 2 lifetimes. Yet now, Duan Zixuan seemed to have entered a flow state. Jinping crossed his arms and watched for a moment. The arrows shot by Duan Zixuan indeed had greater power than usual, with an estimated increase of about 20% and an exceptionally high hit rate. Almost every arrow struck the center of the scarlet giant's brow, a precision that even Jinping could not achieve. Jinping assessed that Duan Zixuan's current talent should be rated at green quality. In comparison, it was not particularly strong, but the truly frightening aspect lay in its potential for growth, in its limitless future. Jinping already possessed a red talent and a blue talent, making him nearly invincible in the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse. However, it would not be easy for Jinping to continue improving in the future. Just collecting scarlet coins in the Scarlet Roulette was an extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Donggu, you're back. did you find anything? Yi Xinga suddenly noticed Chen Ping's silent arrival and hurriedly walked over respectfully. Nothing, Chen Ping shook his head. This is. Yi Xinga cautiously looked down at the small white creature trembling at Chen Ping's feet. I rescued it from the laboratory. It should be a test subject from this biological research institute. Quite pitiful, Chen Ping said casually. Donggu, you have a kind heart. Yi Xinga nodded. Donggu, did you see? I just went on a killing spree. Duan Zixuan, hearing their conversation, pulled off the black cloth covering his eyes and greeted Chen Ping. Not bad, let's go. We'll wait in the car, Chen Ping said, waving his hand. The black knife tore through the air, the powerful blade creating a vacuum space, and then he walked out with the small white creature. Wow, Donggu, so cool, Duan Zixuan exclaimed, quickly following. Can you not steal my lines? Yi Xinga kicked Duan Zixuan. You have no culture, and you blame me for stealing your words? Duan Zixuan pouted. In no time, the group returned to the armored vehicle, but the teams of Ma Zi and Xuena had not yet returned. Inside the vehicle, Li Shan's condition was worsening, almost at the point of death. Donggu. Li Shan's weak voice reached Chen Ping's ears. Chen Ping frowned slightly. He did not want to pay attention, but they had spent a considerable amount of time together. A dying person posed no threat to Chen Ping, so he simply walked over to the vehicle and coldly looked at Li Shan. Donggu. Yi Shengda and Duan Zixuan were at a distance, with no one else around. In my life, there are not many people I truly want to thank. One is Ma Zi. He genuinely treats me like a brother. The other is Donggu. If it weren't for you leaving that scarlet roulette for me back then, I wouldn't have survived to this day. I have 2 green quality roulettes that I picked up on a mission earlier. I didn't turn them in and have been reluctant to draw from them. Donggu, you have great luck. Perhaps you can draw something good. Li Shan struggled to take out 2 scarlet roulettes from his inner clothing and handed them to Chen Ping. Ma Zi is from Pingyang. Before the scarlet apocalypse arrived, he came to Binhai on a business trip and got stuck here. His wife died in childbirth, leaving behind a daughter. Ma Zi works so hard because he wants to become stronger to find his daughter in the future. But this is the scarlet apocalypse, how could a little girl possibly? But some things are unpredictable. If Brother Dong is convenient, please help look for her in the future. Chen Ping discovered that between the 2 scarlet turntables, there was a photograph. In the photo, a pure and lovely student girl beamed with a bright, sunny smile. Finally, I can leave this damned apocalypse. I'm free. Li Shan let out a long sigh, slowly closed his eyes, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, perhaps out of reluctance, perhaps out of sorrow, but it was an ending he could not change. Li Shan knew that his fate was already much better than that of the vast majority of people trapped in the scarlet apocalypse. So, he accepted it with a certain calmness. Chen Ping put away the 2 scarlet turntables, his expression unchanged. If it were before his rebirth, he would have been moved or sentimental. But after 5 years of experience, he had grown accustomed to life and death. Such emotions were the most useless things in the apocalypse. Roar! Xiaobai let out a roar and leaped onto the armored vehicle. Looking at the dying Li Shan, Xiaobai inexplicably felt a wave of sadness. Xiaobai, let's go! Chen Ping called out, but Xiaobai remained indifferent. The fluffy paw gently rested on Li Shan's chest. Ha! Li Shan, who had been breathing shallowly, suddenly took a deep breath, and his eyes flew open. Intense pain coursed through every nerve in his body. Then, to his astonishment, the rotting wound on his severed arm began to slowly heal. Thud! A few minutes later, Xiaobai fainted, lying in the armored vehicle, while Li Shan's severed arm had completely healed. Although a new arm had not grown, his life was no longer in danger. This, Brother Dong. This. Li Shan looked incredulously at the unconscious Xiaobai and then at the coldly observing Chen Ping. Everyone's fortune is earned by themselves. Just live well, Chen Ping said flatly, directly picking up the unconscious Xiaobai and walking toward the rear of the armored vehicle. What's going on? Chen Ping contacted Xiao He immediately. Master, I'm just an alien insect, not an encyclopedia. How could I possibly know? Xiao He poked his head out from Xiaobai's fur. Chen Ping was somewhat speechless, but seeing Xiaobai's earlier performance, he was quite satisfied. Given Li Shan's condition, even using a high-level recovery potion would not have saved him. Recovery potions only restore consumed stamina and alleviate injuries, but they cannot save lives. Such injuries, even Chen Ping would probably have to wait for death. However, if Xiaobai could save him like this, it could practically be used as a revival coin. Your sixth sense is quite accurate. Feel it more often in the future. Chen Ping was in a good mood. Hee, master, can I get a reward? What reward do you want? Very simple, a level 3 scarlet beast will do. Preferably a lord level 1. Alright, I'll find one for you in a few days. Chen Ping readily agreed. Gather, let's retreat. A heavy voice came from the scarlet wristband. He knew that even if they found those medicines, given Li Shan's condition, it would probably be too late. "Boss, I'm fine now, come back." Li Shan's voice? Ma Zi was slightly taken aback. Hearing Li Shan's voice, he seemed to be much better. Could it be a moment of clarity before death? Ma Zi and the others immediately returned to the front of the armored vehicle. "What is going on?" Seeing Li Shan standing well in front of the vehicle, looking quite good, Ma Zi was incredibly surprised. "I just went to the underworld, and the King of Hell kicked me back." Li Shan laughed. "Damn it! What the hell happened?" "The Monkey King made a mistake and crossed my name off the death register." Li Shan replied. "Get in. Everyone, board the vehicle, return to the Ironwood camp." Ma Zi saw that Li Shan wasn't saying more and didn't continue to ask. As long as the person was alive, that was good enough. The two armored vehicles continued to drive across the wilderness. "Brother Shan, how did you suddenly get better?" In the armored vehicle, Duan Zhuxuan asked Li Shan curiously. He had originally wanted to ride with Chen Ping but was kicked out by Chen Ping. "I really don't know, I just got better all of a sudden." "Was it Brother Dong who saved your life?" Yi Shenga was also very curious. Li Shan certainly knew that his survival was definitely due to Chen Ping, but how could he say such a thing? So he insisted he knew nothing. "Did you see that wild person Brother Dong rescued from the lab?" Duan Zhuxuan turned to ask Yi Shenga. "It looked really creepy. I didn't dare to look closely." Yi Shenga shook her head. "Just now, Brother Dong carried that wild person into the vehicle and wouldn't let us go up. There must be something fishy about this. Brother Dong doesn't have any special preferences, or a heavy taste?" Duan Zhuxuan speculated to himself. "Don't talk nonsense. If that gets back to Brother Dong, you'll definitely end up worse than those rats." Yi Shenga reminded him. Duan Zhuxuan shivered. Poo, I didn't say anything." The vehicle fell silent. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle behind them was still being driven by Xuan, with Su Chanxian in the passenger seat. Why did Brother Shan suddenly get better? It doesn't make sense, it's too unreasonable. Su Chanxian's petite brows were all furrowed together. "What, you don't want Li Shan to live?" Xuan asked. "Of course not, after all, we're a team. How could I think that? It's just that with Brother Shan's injuries, unless Mama Wu comes, otherwise." "Mama Wu? Who is that?" Xuan was slightly taken aback. She's a very powerful doctor in our camp, capable of bringing the dead back to life." Su Chanxian was a bit flustered. Xuan shook her head slightly. Su Chanxian's unusual behavior wasn't a one-time thing. In this crimson apocalypse, there were too many strange people and things, and she didn't have the energy to investigate. Could this be related to Brother Dong? Su Chanxian changed the subject. "Maybe." Xuan's answer was ambiguous. "Did you see the wild person Brother Dong was carrying?" He was still holding that wild person. Su Chanxian pouted. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Xuan asked with a smile. "Not really. Brother Dong wouldn't be interested in someone like me, and we could never be together." Su Chanxian shook her head inside. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, Chen Ping took out the two green spinning wheels that Li Shan had given him. Inside were two intermediate life potions, adding up to a full 60 years of lifespan. "Woo!" Xiaobai slowly opened her eyes, looked at Chen Ping sitting next to her, and quickly turned over, curling up beside him in fear. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. But don't casually treat others in the future, otherwise, you'll be in danger," Chen Ping warned. "Woo!" Xiaobai nodded, and Chen Ping reached out to pat her head, as a form of comfort. "Master, there's a small matter." Xiao He suddenly flew out from Xiaobai's hair. Ever since Xiaobai appeared, Xiao He had been staying with her. "The level 3 Crimson Beast will be coming in a few days." "Master, that's not the issue, it's Xiaobai. Her lifespan seems to be running low." "Lifespan running low?" "Yes, her healing ability consumes her own lifespan," Xiao He explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Xiaobai, from now on, you are not allowed to treat anyone except me." Chen Ping's expression became much more serious. "Woo!" Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Chen Ping directly extracted two green spinning wheels in the vehicle, selecting the intermediate life potions. He used one for himself and gave the other to Xiaobai. Then, Chen Ping took out a white crimson bracelet from the space stone. This was the bracelet obtained from killing the Crimson Church, and he put it on Xiaobai. Simply teaching her how to operate it, a data panel projected into the void. Normally, such data information could only be seen by oneself, but it could also be shared with others. Of course, in the environment of the Crimson Apocalypse, even the closest people would not easily share life-related data. At this moment, Xiaobai's intelligence was still at a toddler level, and she wouldn't think too much. Moreover, Chen Ping was her only reliance now, and she knew Chen Ping's strength, wanting to kill her was just a thought away. Xiaobai rank, bronze star level, 9 talent, healing prayer, red, frenzy, blue, preference, blue, strength, 9 endurance, 10 agility, 15 defense, 8 special attributes. 1. In darkness, increases the effect of frenzy, reduces the effect of healing prayer. 2. After bloody modification, all buff effects, including all pills and potions, are halved, and no skills or talents can be actively obtained. 3. Possesses a special constitution that can awaken special talents and skills. 4. Physical limits can maximize energy conservation, significantly reduce dependence on food, and enter a dormant state at any time to maintain stamina. Special resistance, 100% resistance to mental attacks. Spatial items, none bound items, none ability assessment, 42 remaining lifespan, 15 years 26 days. Chen Ping frowned slightly. This Xiaobai was absurdly strong yet absurdly weak. With the arrival of the Crimson Realm, mental attacks from Crimson Beasts would increase, and Xiaobai's 100% mental resistance would definitely allow her to wreak havoc in the Crimson Realm. However, her base attributes were very weak, completely leaning towards support, and the halved effects of various buffs and potions nearly negated the dividend brought by her mental resistance. Nevertheless, if Xiaobai was regarded purely as a support, not needing her to output during battles, she would undoubtedly be the best support. The problem was that she was too fragile. The rule of team battles is to kill the healer first. It seems I need to get some armor. Chen Ping stroked his chin. In addition to armor, there was lifespan. Xiaobai's support skills were similar to Chen Ping's sacrifice, requiring the burning of lifespan, and her use of a mid-level life potion could only increase her lifespan by 15 years, having the effect. The Crimson Realm would not descend for another 2 months, and during this time, Chen Ping should not need Xiaobai's support, so he was not in a hurry to extend her lifespan. He still needed to extend his own lifespan first, drawing from the roulette as much as possible to obtain high-quality rewards. After using a mid-level life potion, Chen Ping's lifespan increased to 59 years and 357 days, and drawing once from the blue roulette would still leave him with 29 years. Please specify the reward item. 1. Fully automatic water cup. 2. Inflatable doll. 3. Ultra HD photo. 4. Little genius watch. 5. Electric toothbrush. 6. Primary jump engine. 6. Primary jump engine. Chen Ping did not hesitate at all. In simpler terms, it was a teleportation array. As long as he marked it in advance, he could teleport to the marked location at any time. This was definitely the most useful means of self-preservation. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had seen this teleportation array, but unfortunately, he had never owned one. It was one of the essential artifacts for traveling, killing, and looting. The auction at the treasure pavilion was getting closer, and the big shots in this area might all participate. Although Chen Ping was strong now, there were always stronger people, and he was not arrogant enough to be blind to that. With this teleportation array, he could truly feel at ease going out. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, he could slip away immediately. The primary jump engine could save 3 coordinates, and the teleportation range did not exceed 500 kilometers. When used, it could carry up to 3 living beings and could be used a maximum of 2 times a day. This was more than enough for Chen Ping. A blue disc the size of a palm landed in Chen Ping's hand. This was the primary jump engine. The first coordinate preserved by Chen Ping is near the timber camp, which is relatively safe for the time being. At this moment, they are still 7 or 8 kilometers away from the timber camp. Before the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, this place was an airport, but it has now been completely abandoned, and everything of value has been moved to the timber camp. Zhang Chang, Zhang Xin, park the cars in the underground parking area C, and the rest of you take a 20-minute break, Ma Zi said to the group. These 2 vehicles, one belonging to the Lin family and the other to the Scarlet Church, far outperformed the vehicles at the timber camp in every aspect. If they were driven back, they would essentially become property of the camp and could very likely be used by other teams. In the past, when the scavenging team set out, there would always be trusted aides of the camp leader accompanying them, and the recording function of the scarlet wristbands would be activated, documenting the entire journey. But this time, they were participating in a hunt for a level 3 scarlet beast, which was undoubtedly a life-or-death mission with no chance of survival. The camp leader did not send any trusted aides with the team, and Ma Zi did not activate the wristband recording. If Chen Ping were not in the team, Ma Zi might not have made these preparations. After all, the camp was their only means of survival. But now, things were different. The camp had become less important. After 20 minutes, the group began to walk towards the timber camp. Creak! A dull sound echoed as the gates of the timber camp slowly opened. Ma Zi, welcome home. Sun Mu, leading the captains of various teams in the camp, stood at the gate, joyfully welcoming Ma Zi and the others. The camp leader is making such a fuss, we are flattered. Ma Zi quickly replied humbly. Sun Mu frowned slightly. Ma Zi, you are the backbone of the camp, the sharpest blade of the timber camp. In the past, when Ma Zi's scavenging team returned, Zhang Tai would personally greet them, but Ma Zi was always carefree, even giving off an air of arrogance. It was only after the last return, which resulted in severe losses for the team, that he had shown some restraint. This time, he appeared even more humble. Sun Mu suddenly had a bad premonition. I've heard about the Lin family's mission, that level 3 Scarlet Beast also disappeared suddenly. Although you returned empty-handed, it still represents the timber camp making an appearance in front of the Lin family. Tonight, we will hold a celebration banquet to welcome you, Sun Mu said with a smile. Camp leader, there's really no need. We not only achieved nothing this time, but we also lost an armored vehicle to a tornado along the way. We should be punished, not celebrated. Ma Zi repeatedly refused. No worries, as long as you all return safely. You should rest for a bit. In 10 minutes, there will be a small meeting. Bring your deputy to the command room. Understood, Ma Zi nodded. Although the group had enhanced physiques, they were still tired after the long journey, especially after walking the last 7 or 8 kilometers. Chen Ping found Ma Zi and asked him to clear the adjacent room to accommodate Xiao Bai. Duan Zixuan, you move to the room next to Yi Xinga, Ma Zi said to Duan Zixuan. Ha, why? Duan Zixuan was currently living next to Chen Ping. No need for so many questions. Follow orders. Yes, Duan Zixuan reluctantly moved out. The not-so-spacious room had a somewhat unpleasant odor, but after a simple tidying up, it would be a decent place for Xiao Bai to rest. Xiao Bai, you will live here from now on. No matter who comes to find you, just ignore them. If you have any problems, come directly to me, Chen Ping said to Xiao Bai. Woo, Xiao Bai nodded. Xiao He, in the next few days, stay with Xiao Bai. If anything unexpected happens, contact me immediately. Master, leave it to me, you can rest assured. Xiao He wriggled out from Xiao Bai's hair. At this moment, 10 minutes had already passed, and Chen Ping found Ma Zi and Xuan out ahead to the command room of the camp together. After the beast tide, the number of people in the Ironwood camp not only did not decrease but actually increased. The scavenging hunting teams grew to 10, and the guard teams for the camp increased to 8, all standard 10-person squads. As for the number of ordinary people, it was close to 2,000. They were all brought in from the surrounding first-level camps that had been breached. The number of white crimson turntables in the Ironwood camp was also substantial. Raising more ordinary people was not a bad thing for the camp, but the consumption of food would increase significantly. Bang! The door to the command room was slammed shut, and more than 30 people sat quietly in the command room, looking at Sun Mu, who stood at the front. Tomorrow, the deputy camp leader sent by the Lin family will arrive. Sun Mu cleared his throat. When they agreed to submit to the Lin family and accepted the crimson turntables gifted by them, it was already established that the Lin family would send someone to assist Sun Mu. Naturally, Sun Mu had no objections to this. After all, they were far from the Lin family, and if they did not send someone to monitor, Sun Mu would not dare to accept the benefits from the Lin family. Although we have submitted to the Lin family, we have not yet torn our face with the Chun family, and our Ironwood camp's strength is not weak, especially since we are situated between the Lin and Chen families. To survive in the apocalypse, the first consideration is profit. We must maximize our benefits to have the capital to survive in this apocalypse, Sun Mu said with a serious expression. Below, everyone echoed in agreement. Chen Ping sat in the unnoticed corner of the last row, casually pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket. Pa, how can there still be bad ones? Chen Ping frowned slightly. At this moment, everyone was stirred up by Sun Mu's words, completely ignoring Chen Ping. An observer could see clearly. Chen Ping realized that Sun Mu wanted to unify the front before the Lin family members arrived, consolidating real power in his hands to prepare for future maneuvering. The decline of the Chen family was only temporary. With the advanced potion seized from Chen Ping, the Chen family would quickly rise again, and by then, they would still have the strength to contend with the Lin family. The Ironwood camp was caught in the middle. If they truly pledged allegiance to one side, they would quickly perish. This state of being able to play both sides was in the best interest of the Ironwood camp as long as neither family had torn their face. Chen Ping also thought this was good. At least he could stay safely until the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, and as for what happened afterward, it would have nothing to do with him. There's one more thing. In 4 days, there will be an underground auction in Jinchang, organized by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. It is said that many heavyweight treasures will be auctioned. Originally, they intended to invite the Dawn Camp, but since the Dawn Camp could not withstand the impact of the Beast Tide, they invited our Ironwood Camp instead. I sent someone to gather information, and this time, people from the Chun family will attend, and the Lin family also sent someone the day before, on their way there. In addition, many hidden forces will also participate. With the resources of our Ironwood Camp, it is almost impossible to gain anything at the auction. But we can take this opportunity to meet some big shots. At the same time, this auction could also be very dangerous. I plan to select a few of you, led by Zhao Chang, to attend the auction. As soon as Sun Mu's words fell, the entire command room fell silent. This task, if done well, would yield no rewards, but if it went wrong, it could bring disaster to the camp, as those forces were not ones that the Ironwood camp could afford to offend. Moreover, such auctions often ended with killings and treasure snatching, where one could go with their life and return without it. Since no one is speaking, I will start calling names. Sun Mu frowned slightly, looking at everyone, and then pointed to a few. You, and the last one. Sun Mu finally pointed at Chen Ping. He did not know much about Chen Ping's strength but knew he was Ma Zi's trusted aide. Now that Ma Zi had too much prestige in the camp, it made Sun Mu uneasy, so for this operation, he directly chose Chen Ping and Xuan A. Anyway, these two people had not yet built any prestige in the camp, so even if something unexpected happened, no one would care. Chen Ping was indifferent, as he was planning to attend the auction anyway, but Xuan A felt a bit uneasy. However, upon hearing that Chen Ping would also be going, her tense feelings relaxed. Strange, Xuan A murmured to herself, not knowing when she had started to rely on Chen Ping, this extremely dangerous person, who somehow made her feel very safe. It was a contradictory emotion, like two little figures fighting in Xuan A's mind. He is very dangerous, unpredictable, and could take your life at any moment. Nonsense. Think about it. When has he ever threatened you? He, like you, uses coldness as a protective color to survive in this world, otherwise, he would have died long ago. To you, he is not dangerous. In the Crimson Apocalypse, no one can be trusted. If humanity wants to survive in the Crimson Apocalypse, they must unite, otherwise, they cannot withstand the Crimson Beasts. Chen Ping is killed, but he only kills those who threaten him. If you don't threaten him, he won't kill you. Xuan A, wake up. You are the Blood Rose. When did you need to depend on a man? Xuan A, feeling flustered, shook her head vigorously, giving each little figure a good beating until they finally quieted down. Hey, what's wrong? Chen Ping asked from the side. Nothing, just remembered some things. Xuan A replied in a flustered manner. Why do I feel like you're fighting with yourself? You're not having a split personality, are you? No, stop talking nonsense. You're the one with a split personality, Xuan A said, a bit agitated. Oh, Chen Ping shrugged. Hey, what are you two talking about? Sun Mu pointed at Chen Ping and Xuan A with an unhappy expression. I said, I guarantee to complete the tasks assigned by the camp leader. Chen Ping replied seriously. It better be that way. Sun Mu frowned and continued to hold a brainwashing session for everyone. Xuan A's face turned pale and then flushed, as if she had been seen through. Chen Ping, on the other hand, watched with interest the wonderful expressions on Xuan A's face. After an unknown amount of time, the meeting ended. Chen Ping stood up, stretched, yawned, crossed his arms over his chest, and walked out with a nonchalant stride. Xiao Dong, come here for a moment. Ma Zi called Chen Ping over, and the two walked to a secluded corner. Brother Chen, the task for this auction might have traps, Ma Zi said seriously, pulling out half a cigarette from his pocket and taking a couple of puffs. Are you saying I shouldn't go? Chen Ping asked. There are many treasures at the auction, you might gain something, but still be prepared, just in case. Also, I know Zhao Chang, he's not a bad person. If possible, I mean if the situation allows, spare his life. Ma Zi took another couple of puffs. The cigarette was already down to the butt, but he was reluctant to throw it away. I'll try, but I'm not very good at weighing lives. Just saying that is enough. I have some crimson roulette here. Take them, maybe you can exchange them for something useful. Ma Zi pulled out 40 to 50 white roulettes and 3 green roulettes from his inner clothing. Chen Ping accepted them without hesitation. In the Crimson Apocalypse, to survive, you can't be too kind. Chen Ping intended to turn and leave but still said one last thing. I know, but most of the old buddies I knew are gone. Song Cheng died by my hand. I couldn't hold the blood spider during the beast tide, letting them break into the camp. Zheng Tai is dead, and Li Shan lost an arm. I don't know how long he can last. Among the old buddies, only Zhao Chang is still intact. Cough cough. Ma Zi took a puff from the cigarette butt and choked a bit. Chen Ping patted Ma Zi's shoulder without saying a word. By the way, what are you planning to do with that person you brought back? Ma Zi asked again. She was experimented on by someone, and she's a pitiful person. I understand now. For this mission, you can rest assured. As long as I'm alive, I guarantee she won't have any problems. Ma Zi patted his chest. Chen Ping nodded. In fact, he planned to bring Xiao Bai with him to the auction. Right now, Xiao Bai had no communication skills and no combat abilities, so he couldn't leave her at the camp with anyone else. Creak. As noon approached, the gate of the Taimu camp slowly opened. A Lin family armored vehicle drove into the camp. Yesterday, Sun Mu had already informed everyone in advance that the Lin family would send someone over. At this moment, everyone in the camp, except for those locked in the basement, stood in the camp square to welcome the Lin family members. What a grand occasion! Of course, this person is the captain of the 5th hunting team of Yunmeng's, now coming to our camp as the deputy camp leader, which is a promotion in disguise. Is she the legendary Phantom Rose, Baiyu? Exactly, the 5th hunting team of Yunmeng's, also known as the Rose Team, consists entirely of female members. Under Baiyu's leadership, they once directly destroyed a Crimson Beast nest, which was reported to have over 100 second-level Crimson Beasts. Only 100? Our camp's first hunting team killed 300 to 400 second-level Crimson Beasts during the Beast Tide. But it's not the same, they achieved that on the 15th day after the Crimson Apocalypse began. Yeah, it's been over 2 months now, they must be even stronger. I'm afraid our camp leader will soon be sidelined. It doesn't matter, who are we following anyway? Following Phantom Rose is even safer. She's much stronger than camp leader Sun Mu. That makes sense. Qin Ping stood at the back of the crowd, listening to everyone's discussions. Baiyu? From a distance, the iconic red robe came into view. The red was intense and deep, as if it condensed the lament and despair of countless lives. The fabric seemed ordinary but emitted a strange dark light, gently swaying with her movements, like flames dancing in the night. According to Qin Ping's memory, this was a piece of green quality armor, yet it could rival mid-tier blue armor. This red robe had little defensive capability but could create a psychological impact on the Crimson Beasts. In the early days of the apocalypse, Baiyu was invincible in this red robe. When the Crimson Secret Realm descended, some of the equipment and talents Qin Ping brought out were allocated to Baiyu, making her a true core member of Yunmeng's. She was also the only one among the high-ranking members of Yunmeng's who was not from the Lin family. Baiyu had a heavenly voice, unparalleled beauty, and extremely ruthless methods. She was Qin Ping's only friend in the Lin family. Once, Baiyu told Qin Ping that in the eyes of the Lin family, he was just a tool and they already had intentions to deal with him. But at that time, Qin Ping was infatuated, only believing in Lin Ruoyan. Later, Baiyu betrayed the Lin family for Qin Ping and disappeared without a trace. Deputy Camp Leader Bai, please take care of us in the future. Sun Mu appeared somewhat humble, making it feel like Baiyu was the real camp leader of Taimu. Baiyu's expression was cold as she nodded, her deep black eyes as profound as the night, bare feet stepping towards the command center. Deputy Camp Leader Bai, all our elites in Taimu camp are here, Sun Mu said respectfully. I've also heard about the Beast Tide in the coastal area. The fact that Taimu camp can withstand it is enough to prove the camp's strength. Although I come from the Lin family, I will be living with all of you in the future, jointly resisting those Crimson Beasts. I hope everyone can work together with me, united in heart and mind, to survive in this apocalypse and welcome the bright future. As Baiyu's voice fell, everyone in the command room responded, and the atmosphere became somewhat elevated. A few minutes later, Baiyu left the command room and headed to the room Sun Mu had arranged for her. In the apocalypse, the space for rest is extremely limited. Qin Ping's room is only about 50 to 60 square meters, which is considered top-notch treatment for combat members in the camp. Even the captain's room is only 10 square meters. In contrast, Baiyu's room is over 100 square meters, featuring a large bedroom, a private bathroom and shower, and a spacious living room. Air Dong. Qin Ping watched Baiyu leave and was about to head back to his dormitory when Zhao Chan called out to him. The auction in Jincheng starts in 3 days. Just in case, we plan to set off a day early. Also, Vice Captain Bai wants to see you, Zhao Chang added. Vice Captain Bai? Qin Ping was slightly taken aback. He had only met Baiyu after entering the Lin family camp, and their relationship had grown closer after he saved her during his second venture into the Crimson Secret Realm. Baiyu was a person of deep thoughts. Without having gone through so many life and death situations with Qin Ping, it was unlikely she would trust him. If she discovered his true identity, she would normally order him to be taken back to the Lin family immediately. Okay, I'll go right away. Qin Ping nodded. Hey, Vice Captain Bai's room is over there. I know, nature calls. I need to take care of something first, Qin Ping replied, running towards the dormitory. Xiao Hei, come with me. Instead of returning to his own dorm, he went to Xiao Bai's room, bringing Xiao Hei along. Xiao Bai, don't leave this room, Qin Ping reminded her again. If he was discovered, he definitely couldn't stay here any longer. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to leave so soon, especially since this place was too close to the Crimson Secret Realm, making it convenient for him to rush over when the realm appeared. Master, I just dreamed you took me to eat a level 4 Crimson Beast. It can't be true, right? Xiao Hei, still a bit dazed from being woken up by Qin Ping, asked. It's true. I'll take you to eat something even more powerful than a level 4 Crimson Beast, Qin Ping replied. Wow, Xiao Hei became excited. In Area B, at the southeast corner, stood the only villa in the Ironwood camp, completely out of place with its surroundings. Vice Captain Bai, I'm Er Dong, a member of the hunting team, Team 1. Come in. A lazy voice came from inside the room. Chen Ping opened the door and stepped in quietly. Snap! A vintage lighter ignited a cigar. On a red sofa, Bai Yu, now dressed in a red qipao, took a puff of her cigar and looked at Chen Ping. Make yourself comfortable. Chen Ping was not polite and walked straight to the sofa in front of Bai Yu, sitting down on his own. Care for a cigar? Bai Yu elegantly blew out a smoke ring. Smoking is harmful to health, Chen Ping said seriously. In the apocalypse, most people can't see the sun rise the next day. This little harm is nothing to worry about. Bai Yu's voice was melodious, like a celestial sound. Click. Chen Ping picked up the cigar cutter and clipped a cigar, taking a puff himself. Dong Chen, that name you chose, are you afraid others won't guess it's you? Bai Yu's lips curled slightly, her smile both alluring and teasing, making one feel swayed. At least before meeting Vice Captain Bai, no one has told me they figured it out. Chen Ping replied calmly. Half a month ago, when the Chen family went to hunt a level 3 crimson beast, I was actually there too. Lin Shanhai asked me to find an opportunity to kill Chenin, but unfortunately, Chenin didn't show up during that hunt. However, I saw a very familiar figure, someone Lin Ruoyun has been looking for. But my task was only to assassinate Chenin, other matters have nothing to do with me. As Bai Yu spoke, she crossed her legs, her fair feet resting on the edge of the coffee table. On the table, there was only an ashtray and a fruit platter, which contained dried fruits and a few pieces of nougat. This time, the Lin family is going to hunt a level 3 crimson beast. I've been tracking it for over 10 days, but it suddenly disappeared. Later, some traces were found. It seems that the level 3 scarlet beast was killed by someone. By the way, the Ironwood camp sent a team to participate in this mission, but when they arrived at the Yunmeng Marsh, one person was missing from the team. When they returned to the Ironwood camp, there was not one less in the team. No, it should be said that there was one more. Bai Yu spoke softly. These seemed completely unrelated, yet somehow connected. Deputy Camp Leader Bai, let's get straight to the point. Chen Ping listened quietly for a while, flicked the ash off his cigar, and said lightly, my current strength is not weak, but I have no confidence in facing a level 3 scarlet beast and coming out unscathed, let alone killing it. Being open and honest with you poses a great risk for me. Bai Yu pressed the cigar in her hand into the ashtray on the coffee table and then leaned forward. I want to make a deal with you. Chen Ping looked at Bai Yu without speaking. 3 days later, at the Jincheng auction, a small leader of the Scarlet Church will attend. His name is Blood Demon Lord, and I want to kill him. Chen Ping frowned slightly. He remembered that Bai Yu had a twin sister named Bai Lu, who was killed by the Scarlet Church at the beginning of the apocalypse. Later, she led the 5th squad to wipe out the Scarlet Church located by the coast to avenge her sister. However, according to what Chen Ping learned later, Bai Lu was not dead but was taken by the Scarlet Church for experiments, becoming a killing machine for them. After his rebirth, Chen Ping did not join the Lin family, which led to the Lin family cooperating with the Scarlet Church ahead of time. Naturally, the Lin family would not allow Bai Yu to disrupt this cooperation, sending her to the Ironwood camp as a warning. Master, there is no one around, not even a fly. Xiao Hei landed on the windowsill of the room and contacted Chen Ping telepathically. Chen Ping nodded secretly, feeling relieved. What is my reward? 5 bottles of intermediate life potion. Bai Yu replied in a deep voice. How can I trust you to produce 5 bottles of intermediate life potion after the deed is done? The spinning wheel for life potions was already rare, and the probability of winning was extremely low. Besides Chen Ping, no one could specify the rewards from the wheel. Currently, even 1 bottle of intermediate life potion was enough to cause 2 level 2 camps to fight fiercely, let alone 5 bottles. With your strength, killing me is not a problem. If I can't produce it, you can just kill me. But I don't think your life is worth 5 bottles of life potion. Chen Ping leaned back on the sofa, speaking calmly. Then what do you want? Bai Yu frowned slightly. Pay a deposit first, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Chen Ping shrugged. Intermediate life potions are incredibly precious. I didn't bring any with me. Then give me something else. I'm not a picky person. Chen Ping's gaze began to assess Bai Yu. Donggu was called to that Rose of Illusions room. Duan Zixuan ran to Yi Xinga's room. What? Donggu is really lucky in love. Just a couple of days ago he was with 2. Today. Oh, I'm so envious. Hey, I wonder if Donggu can handle it. That seductive fox is not easy to deal with. Who is Donggu? With the golden cudgel in hand, what demon or monster can't he subdue? Yi Xinga said. You say that as if you've seen him. Well, I haven't. I'm just analyzing. Donggu is going to Jincheng tomorrow. What if he gets drained and can't fight anymore? There are quite a few scarlet beasts on the way. Don't worry, Dong Ji's time is short, he won't expend much energy, Yi Shinga said confidently. How do you know? Hey, that's a secret. If I tell you, you mustn't let it out, or we'll both be in trouble. Don't worry, my lips are tighter than your belt. I don't have a belt. That's not the point. Hurry up and tell me, Duan Zishuan urged. 6 or 7 days ago, on that night in the Lido community, at midnight, I saw with my own eyes that Donggu got into an armored vehicle. An armored vehicle? Yeah, Xuan'ai and Su Qianshan were resting inside the car. Really? Of course it's true, that armored vehicle was shaking so violently. Yi Shenggu added fuel to the fire. I timed it, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Not even 3 minutes. Donggu came out. Yi Shenggu sighed in frustration. It can't be that short, right? It could be due to pressure. It has to do with the environment. Plus, they were together, which affects the mindset. Yi Shenggu analyzed. I see, Shenggu is still experienced. Of course. By the way, tonight I'm taking the Jiang brothers to the basement for some fun. Are you coming? I'm not going. I have a strong traditional mindset. Duan Jixian shook his head. Bullshit. Yi Shenggu glanced at him, then paused slightly. What's wrong? Look outside. Who is that? Yi Shenggu pointed at the window. Duan Jixian leaned over and saw Chen Ping, smiling as he walked towards the dormitory. Wow, that was fast. Look at Dong Ji's spirit. I get it now. It's not that fast. It's that Donggu held back. Shorten the time to conserve energy. Hey, you two. What are you sneaking around for? Ma Zi suddenly appeared at the door, startling the two. We were researching how to efficiently kill the crimson beasts. Yi Shenggu replied. Stop researching. There's a large number of crimson beasts in the southwest direction of the camp. The camp leader asked me to take a few people over, just you two. What about the others? Yi Shenggu asked with a bitter face. Just some level 1 crimson beasts. The 3 of us are enough. The 3 drove the terrain exploration vehicle away from the camp. Meanwhile, Chen Ping had arrived at Xiao Bai's room. Xiao Bai, try this on and see if it fits. Chen Ping tossed a red robe to Xiao Bai. Woo woo. Xiao Bai hunched over and put on the red robe, which was slightly big for her. Baiyu was taller and fuller than Xiao Bai, but it could still be worn. This robe doesn't increase defense much, but it can create a psychological impact on the enemy, which perfectly complements your talent. Woo woo. Xiao Bai nodded, looking very happy. Chen Ping patted Xiao Bai's head and took out a can of fish. In the past few days, Xiao Bai had made rapid progress, and it was much easier for Chen Ping to communicate with her. The master is a big liar. The master is a big liar. He deceived my feelings. Xiao Hei flew around above Chen Ping's head. The master said he would take me to eat something even stronger than a level 4 crimson beast. I trusted the master so much, yet I was hurt badly. Xiao Hei complained. Xiao Hei, try this and see if it's good. Chen Ping took out a piece of white nougat. Delicious, this is good, but it doesn't increase experience. Xiao Hei felt a bit wronged. Hearing this, Chen Ping remembered that the alien insects had a fondness for certain sweets, so he got a few pieces of candy from Baiyu and tossed one to Xiao Hei. So delicious. The more Xiao Hei ate, the happier he became, very satisfied. You all rest for now, we have to go out tomorrow, Chen Ping said and turned to leave. Soon, night fell, and Sun Mu held a welcome banquet for Baiyu, raising the quality of the entire camp's meals. Why hasn't Captain Ma Zi returned yet? Su Qianshan murmured as she sat across from Chen Ping. Where did they go? Xuan'ai asked. They found some crimson beasts outside the camp, and Captain Ma Zi took Duangu and Shanggu with him. Normally, they should have been back by now. Su Qianshan frowned slightly. Could something have happened? Li Shan expressed some concern. Chen Ping ate his dinner, lost in thought. For him, it was normal that Ma Zi and the others might not return. In this crimson apocalypse, such things were commonplace. The last message they sent back was that they discovered a blood spider cave, Su Qianshan said. Blood spider cave? Chen Ping paused. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? The first thing that came to Chen Ping's mind was the teleportation array in the Crimson Secret Realm. What did the captain say? Chen Ping asked. He said that with Captain Ma Zi's strength, dealing with some crimson bugs would be no problem, so there's no need to worry. Su Qianshan replied. Li Shan, here, prepare the vehicle. Chen Ping stuffed all the food in his mouth. An armored vehicle? A motorcycle? I can go by myself. Chen Ping said. All right. Li Shan didn't dare to delay and immediately went to the garage, selecting a heavy motorcycle, carefully checking it, and filling the gas tank. What are you going to do? Li Shan had just pushed the heavy motorcycle out when he ran into Sun Mu. Captain Ma Zi hasn't returned yet. We want to. I know Ma Zi's strength best, and are you stronger than him? You'd just be a burden. Dong, do you dare to disobey orders? As Sun Mu spoke, Chen Ping had already mounted the motorcycle. Bang! Chen Ping pulled out his gun and shot through Sun Mu's knee. Open the door. Chen Ping aimed his gun at Sun Mu's head. Creak. The camp's gates slowly opened. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the engine grew fainter as Chen Ping left the Taimu camp alone. He dared to shoot me. This is rebellion. Gather teams 2 and 3, hunt down Erdong. Sun Mu knelt on the ground, roaring in anger. Captain Sun, what happened? Baiyu walked over gracefully, her bare feet gliding over the rocky ground. Most people would soon be covered in blisters or worse from walking barefoot on such terrain, and over time, their feet would be riddled with calluses. Yet Baiyu's feet remained as tender as a baby's. Bai, Vice Captain Bai, there's a traitor in the camp. Sun Mu replied through gritted teeth. A traitor? The nearby camps have all been wiped out by beast tides. How could there be a traitor in Taimu camp? Who sent him? Baiyu asked. I. Sun Mu stammered. Could it be that Chen's family sent him? Is there a connection between Taimu camp and Chen's family? Baiyu's brows furrowed slightly. No, Taimu camp absolutely has no ties to Chen's family. I had a minor conflict with that person. There are no traitors in Taimu camp. That's good. In this situation, everyone feels uneasy. Some conflicts are normal. If there are conflicts, resolve them, and once resolved, there will be no more conflicts. Baiyu said gently. Yes, what Vice Captain Bai said is right. Sun Mu's face turned ashen. He had heard in the afternoon that Chen Ping had gone to Baiyu's villa. He initially thought it was just Baiyu addressing some needs, but now it seemed far more complicated. Did Erdong dare to shoot at him on Baiyu's orders? At this thought, Sun Mu shivered. Captain Sun is injured. Shouldn't you find someone to treat him? Baiyu glanced at the people around. Yes. Seeing this familiar scene, Sun Mu's heart sank completely. Bai. Vice Captain Bai. No, Captain Bai, spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. Bai. Sun Mu, ignoring his leg injury, hurriedly bowed to Baiyu, his forehead becoming bloodied and bruised. He knew all too well the cause of Zhang Tai's death and feared he might meet the same fate. Baiyu's brows furrowed slightly as she took out a cigar, initially intending to put on a show, but now it seemed unnecessary. Bang! Someone shot, piercing Sun Mu's temple. Captain Sun was under too much mental pressure and committed suicide. I believe that a captain doesn't necessarily have to be the strongest. What's more important is leadership ability. The ability to command respect. Baiyu's gaze swept over the people around her. Deputy camp leader Bai is right. We need to choose a camp leader who can command respect. Sun Mu is arrogant and disregards everyone's opinions. He should have stopped being camp leader a long time ago. Exactly. That's right. The crowd echoed in agreement. How about this? Tomorrow we hold an election. Everyone gets one vote, except for those at the bottom. This way, it's fair and just, and we can choose a camp leader everyone trusts. I just arrived at the camp today and am not familiar with it, so I won't participate in the election, Baiyu said, turning and walking slowly towards the villa. Chen Ping had just left the camp when he ran into the three from the Scarface group. The cave they went to was not the one with the Crimson Secret Realm's teleportation array, which relieved Chen Ping. When they returned to the camp, they found that the position of camp leader was about to change again. Being a camp leader really is a high-risk job. Duan Zhuxuan shook his head and said, looks like you might not have to go to the auction this time. Scarface looked at Chen Ping. Not necessarily. Chen Ping replied meaningfully. In the early morning, the Crimson Wilderness was silent, but the Taimu camp was already bustling. A country cannot be without a leader for a day, and a camp cannot be without a camp leader for a day. The former camp leader, Sun Mu, committed suicide, and normally, the strongest deputy camp leader, Baiyu, should take over. But Baiyu directly announced that she would not participate in the election. In the Taimu camp, Deputy Camp Leader Zhao Chang and the three leaders of the scavenging teams were the most competitive. In terms of strength and prestige, Scarface should have become the camp leader. However, after the voting, the former Deputy Camp Leader Zhao Chang won out over everyone and became the third camp leader of Taimu. For Chen Ping, this was just an inconsequential episode. The auction at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was set to begin the day after tomorrow, and after Zhao Chang became the camp leader, Scarface became the one leading the team there. At noon, an armored vehicle slowly drove out of the Taimu camp. Damn it, I thought with a new camp leader, you guys wouldn't have to go. But not only do we have to go, they dragged me along too. Scarface complained from the back of the vehicle. Damn it, I haven't even had lunch. Li Shan patted his stomach with one hand. With Zhao Chang as the new camp leader, the camp was bustling with activity, and Scarface and the others only grabbed some food before hurrying off. I heard the Gathering Treasure Pavilion provides meals, and the food is pretty good, Yi Xinga said. That's for others. If we go, we'll be lucky to get 2 potatoes. Duan Zhuxuan suddenly noticed the figure next to Chen Ping, completely wrapped in a black robe. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Ping had draped 2 robes over Xiao Bai, with Baiyu's red robe underneath and the black robe he got from Scarface on the outside. This, brother? Sister? Why have you been silent? Duan Zhuxuan was very curious about Xiaobai. This auction is exceptionally dangerous, we should. Chen Ping, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and glanced at Duan Zhuxuan. Instantly, the temperature in the vehicle seemed to drop to freezing. He. Duan Zhuxuan grinned, looking far worse than when he was crying. Dong Ge, I won't say anything anymore. The vehicle fell silent in an instant. 3 hours later, it was already past 5 o'clock, and the sun was setting. Next, we have 2 routes. One is to go directly to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Jincheng, where a safe place to rest will be provided, but we won't arrive until 1 or 2 in the morning. This night journey might not be peaceful. The second is to head to the Dawn Camp. Although the Dawn Camp was destroyed by a beast tide, it can still serve as a resting area. We can rest there for 1 night and set off tomorrow morning, reaching the Gathering Treasure Pavilion by noon. Scarface activated the crimson wristband, projecting a map into the air, with 2 red lines representing the different routes. In the past, when Scarface led the team, he never consulted anyone's opinion. All actions were decided by him alone, and then he assigned tasks to the team members. But now, most actions need to be discussed with everyone. In the Crimson Apocalypse, strength represents everything. Ma Zi is the captain of the team, but he is not the strongest. Whether it's Qin Ping, Xuan A, or the increasingly coordinated duo of Duan Zixuan and Yi Xinge, all of them surpass Ma Zi in combat ability. Inside the armored vehicle, it is very quiet. Who are you? A faint snoring sound slowly rises, and everyone's gaze shifts to the person wrapped in a black robe beside Qin Ping. She has not spoken a word from the beginning, and no one has seen her face clearly. Ma Zi and the others feel quite strange, but with Qin Ping beside her, no one dares to probe. Ahem! Qin Ping clears his throat, regaining everyone's attention. He has become the true core of the team. When Ma Zi seeks everyone's opinions, he is actually waiting for Qin Ping to speak. Qin Ping's plan is to head directly to the treasure pavilion in Jincheng. First, he is not worried about the crimson beasts during nighttime operations. Secondly, before his rebirth, Qin Ping had never participated in such auction activities. He wants to familiarize himself in advance so that in case of unexpected situations, he can have a backup plan and an escape route. Finally, he needs to investigate the list of participants in this auction. He has a deal with Baiyu. 5 bottles of intermediate life potions equate to 150 years of lifespan, and that Blood Demon Lord is the most important target of Chen Ping's trip. Morning Light Camp. Qin Ping looks at the virtual screen, frowning slightly. Do you know the itinerary of the Lin family attending the Treasure Pavilion auction? With Ma Zi's identity, it's unlikely he would know such things, and Qin Ping asked casually. They set off yesterday, rested for a night at Lidu Community, and should arrive at Morning Light Camp tonight, heading to Jincheng tomorrow morning. How do you know this? Qin Ping is somewhat surprised. A few days ago, I went to Yunmeng's and ran into a friend I knew before the Crimson Apocalypse. He's doing better than me now, a member of the 8th team in Yunmeng's. He told me that this time the Lin family sent Lin Tianzi to attend the auction, and the 8th team is responsible for escorting him. This route has long been set. Ma Zi replies. Normally, this would be classified information. However, now that it's the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, various factions are doing their utmost to stabilize their territories, and cooperation outweighs competition. When the threat of the Crimson Beasts decreases, that will be the time for various factions to fight for survival space and resources. Just like the Lin family and the Chun family, although both are wary of each other and even want to eliminate one another, no one has taken action, and it's impossible to do so in the short term. Whoever acts first would disrupt human unity, making it difficult to rally strong allies in the future. The greatest danger to the Lin family's convoy still comes from the Crimson Beasts. Moreover, by announcing their itinerary, if they encounter danger on the road, there might be someone to provide support. The Lin family is always more generous than the Chun family. Lin Tianzi is one of the core figures of the Lin family. If he can be saved, it would truly be a leap to success. Therefore, no one deliberately conceals such information. Are you sure this information is accurate? Qin Ping asks in a deep voice. As long as they don't encounter any accidents on the road, they will definitely rest at Lidu Community and Morning Light Camp. Ma Zi nods. The journey from the Lin family to Jincheng is long. Even with their superior vehicles, it will take 2.5 days. Lin Tianzi is a very important figure, and to ensure safety and conserve strength, they definitely cannot travel at night. There are plenty of camps and rest points along the way, and scheduling the time well, these 2 locations are the optimal choices. The Taimu camp is now affiliated with the Lin family. Since we know the Lin family will rest at Morning Light Camp, as vassals, we should naturally go over. Perhaps we can help in some way. Qin Ping says meaningfully. Dongzi makes a good point. Then let's rest at Morning Light Camp tonight. Ma Zi nodded, having no doubts about Qin Ping's words. The others, except for Xuan A, found no issues with what Qin Ping said. He won't kill someone again, will he? Xuana asked, a bit worried. After all, it was a member of the Lin family, a core figure. If the Lin family found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Ping remained expressionless, closing his eyes again to rest. He was very familiar with Lin Tianzi. He was Lin Ruoyun's cousin, not particularly strong himself, but skilled in scheming, one of the Lin family's strategists. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had not interacted much with him. Once, when Chen Ping was preparing to enter the Crimson Secret Realm, Lin Tianzi had withheld some of Chen Ping's supplies and played some tricks. At that time, Chen Ping discovered the problem, but time was tight, and other forces had already entered the secret realm. It was this incident that nearly caused Chen Ping to starve to death inside. This time, Chen Ping was going to attend an auction, with only a few hundred white tokens in hand, feeling quite strapped, and planned to borrow some from Lin Tianzi. Considering Lin Ruoyun's face, Lin Tianzi shouldn't refuse me. Chen Ping thought to himself. Captain, we have 5 minutes until we reach the Dawn camp. Zhang Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, reported to Ma Zi. Stop the car. Ma Zi replied. The armored vehicle slowly came to a halt, and Ma Zi projected a map into the void using his wristband. This is the terrain map around the Dawn camp. Tonight, at least 3 forces will be resting there. If something unexpected happens, we will retreat along this route. Shan Zi, Duan Zi, you two will guard here tonight. If something really happens, you must ensure our escape route is clear. Also, although the Dawn camp is gone, many lone wolves and wilderness drifters have gathered around. Sometimes they are more dangerous than the crimson beasts. Normally, the Lin family should have arrived. That Lin Tianzi is quite petty, while Dong Zi is steady in his work. Dong Zi and I will go greet the Lin family. Xuana, you know this place best. You decide the specific resting location. The rest of you will follow Xuana's arrangements. Once we reach the resting place, send me and Dong Zi a location. Action. After Ma Zi's simple arrangements, he made a gesture. Then, Li Shan and Duan Zixuan got out of the car first and headed to the designated location. Xuana went to the cockpit and drove the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle drove slowly for about 3 minutes before stopping again, and Ma Zi and Chen Ping also got out of the car. The only force that needs to rest at the Dawn camp is the Lin family. The Chen family and the Dark Crow camp are closest to Jincheng and won't pass through the Dawn camp. I speculate they should be resting in the most central position. Ma Zi looked at the map projected in the void. That's right, they are right here. Chen Ping nodded firmly. Master, there are so many people here. Xiao Hei's thoughts returned. After it leveled up to level 3, it could receive thoughts from about 5 kilometers away. When Li Shan and the others got out of the car, Chen Ping had already released Xiao Hei to scout the way. If only the thoughts could transmit images. Chen Ping felt a bit unsatisfied. Are you sure the Lin family is there? Ma Zi was slightly taken aback, unsure why Chen Ping was so certain. Yeah, let's go. Chen Ping nodded and took the lead. Blood brother, don't be polite, these are all treasures of the Lin family. At this point, every bottle of these drinks counts. In the central area of the Dawn camp, a large tent capable of accommodating a dozen people was set up. Lin Tianzi was inside, drinking and chatting with a man in a white robe. The Lin family is indeed powerful. In this crimson apocalypse, they can still produce so many delicacies. Blood brother is joking. Compared to the Crimson Church, this is like a small witch meeting a great witch, Lin Tianzi quickly said humbly. By the way, that level 3 Crimson Beast was really killed by someone? Blood Demon Lord asked in a deep voice. The Scarlet Church has a very complex hierarchy and strict doctrines. The leader of the church is the Pope, currently located in the west. Below the Pope are archbishops, cardinals, bishops, and so on. The church is divided into several dioceses by region, with bishops serving as the heads of these dioceses. Blood Demon Lord is the bishop of the coastal region, ranked at silver 5 stars, with overall strength comparable to Baiyu, slightly stronger than Xuana. According to our investigation, that level 3 Scarlet Beast was indeed killed. Lin Tianzi replied seriously. No one can kill a level 3 Scarlet Beast alone, and it's impossible to do so quietly. How could you have no clues at all? Blood Demon Lord frowned slightly. This matter is indeed very strange. The last level 3 Scarlet Beast we hunted in cooperation with the Chen family also disappeared mysteriously. Lin Tianzi shook his head. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. The Lin family must be vigilant, especially regarding this auction. There must be no mistakes. Blood Demon Lord instructed. That herb you mentioned, can it really? Lin Tianzi said in a low voice. Of course. I also brought the experimental samples with me. As long as the Lin family can acquire that herb, combined with the secret methods of our Scarlet Church, ordinary people will be able to possess abilities comparable to a level 3 Scarlet Beast. Moreover, their strength can continue to improve. Blood Demon Lord said confidently. Rest assured, this time our Lin family is fully sincere. I brought. Before Lin Tianzi could finish, someone outside the tent suddenly reported, Lord Lin, Ma Zi from the Taimu camp requests to see you. Ma Zi? Lin Tianzi thought for a moment before remembering. Let him in. Lin Tianzi agreed, somewhat impatiently. The location of the Taimu camp is extremely important to the Lin family. Besides its geographical significance, the performance of the Taimu camp during this beast tide has exceeded everyone's expectations. In the future, the Taimu camp will be the frontline fortress of the Lin family, which is also Lin Tianzi's plan for the Lin family. Although Mei Ying and Bai Yu are among the upper echelons of Yun Mengzhe, she does not share the Lin surname. If Bai Yu has other ideas, it could bring considerable trouble to the Lin family. In recent days, Lin Tianzi has been thinking about how to cultivate his own informant or confidant in the Taimu camp. He knows that Ma Zi is the captain of the first team in the Taimu camp, and during the beast tide, this team performed exceptionally well. Moreover, Ma Zi immediately responded to the Lin family's mission to hunt the level 3 Scarlet Beast. It would be better to take this opportunity to make contact and see if he is someone useful. Brother Lin, since someone is visiting, I will take my leave. The matters of the Lin family and the Scarlet Church are not suitable for outsiders to know. Brother Shui, you haven't even started eating yet. Let me go out and meet them. Just a few simple words, and I'll be back soon. Lin Tianzi quickly said. Very well, then I will wait here for Brother Lin to return. Blood Demon Lord glanced at the table full of delicacies and finally nodded. The Scarlet Church in the coastal area has not yet truly developed, and its resources are not as abundant as those of the Lin family. Blood Demon Lord had not seen such a large spread of food since the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Just as Lin Tianzi stepped out of the tent, Ma Zi approached with Chen Ping. I am Ma Zi, captain of the first team of the Taimu camp. I apologize for disturbing Lord Lin. Brother Ma, you're too polite. Now that the Taimu camp has joined Yun Mengzhe, you are one of us in the Lin family. Lin Tianzi said with a hearty smile, walking over to pat Ma Zi on the shoulder. However, when he looked at Chen Ping, he suddenly frowned, feeling a sense of familiarity. Master, there's another person in the tent, wearing a white robe, looking like a big fool. Little Black, who flew into the tent, described the situation inside to Chen Ping through thought. A white robe? Does the robe have any special patterns, like eyes or something? Chen Ping thought. There's a big red eyeball, it scared the bugs to death. Little Black said, still feeling frightened. The pattern, at first glance, gives one a feeling of falling into an abyss, being closely watched by a demon. Through Xiaohei's description, Chen Ping could basically confirm that the people in the tent were from the Scarlet Church. Dressed in white robes, their rank was undoubtedly high, seemingly a bishop's insignia. According to the information provided by Bai Yu, this Blood Demon Lord was indeed the bishop of the coastal region. I didn't expect to have unexpected gains? Chen Ping felt that coming to the Dawn camp tonight was definitely the wisest choice. At this moment, Lin Tianzi and Ma Zi had been exchanging pleasantries for quite a while. This, Lord Lin, no merit, no reward, I can't accept this. Captain Ma Zi, no need for more words, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. It's getting late, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. After Lin Tianzi finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back. In Ma Zi's hand was a stack of scarlet tokens, which felt somewhat hot to him. Lord Lin has heavy responsibilities, we won't disturb you any longer. Alright, Captain Ma Zi, I won't see you off. Let's gather again at the auction house tomorrow. Lord Lin, please stay. As Ma Zi spoke, he turned to leave with Chen Ping. Chen Ping took the opportunity to survey the defenses around. There were 6 people around the tent, and in the distance, 4 others were resting. The person standing at the tent entrance was somewhat familiar to Chen Ping. He should be the captain of the 8th team of Yunmengs, whose current strength was not much different from Xuan's. Captain, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I want to take care of something. Not far from the Lin family's patrol range, Chen Ping suddenly said to Ma Zi, just handle it here, I'll keep an eye out for you. Ma Zi meant to help Chen Ping stay alert in case of an attack by the Scarlet Beasts. Captain, there's someone nearby, I can't pull it out. Chen Ping said with a smile, it's the Scarlet Apocalypse. Alright, I'll wait for you back at our base. Xuana sent you the location, right? She did, I received it. I'll be quick, just a few minutes. Chen Ping replied. Ma Zi nodded, but a man can't rush everything, some things are better done slowly. After saying that, Ma Zi's figure flickered and disappeared into the night. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. With no time to understand Ma Zi's meaning, he turned and returned to the Lin family camp. Hey, why are you again? Put. With a swift strike, a guard was directly killed. What's going on over there? Bang bang bang. Several shots were fired, and the people on the watchtower, as well as the hidden sentries in the bushes, were all dealt with. Enemy attack. There are enemies. The captain of the 8th team of Yunmangs was the first to notice something unusual and shouted out. However, before he could finish, he felt a chill at his neck and saw his hand holding the gun rapidly withering. It hurts. Thud. The captain of the 8th team fell to the ground, turned into a dried corpse, and Xiaohei flapped his wings and flew up. Who? Lin Tianzi, holding a handgun, stepped out of the tent. At this moment, outside the tent, only Chen Ping stood quietly. You are. Bang! Before Lin Tianzi could finish, a blood hole the size of a finger appeared in his forehead. I am Chen Ping, here to borrow some money from you. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement, and I'll go get it myself, Chen Ping said calmly, stepping into the tent. Blood Demon Lord? Chen Ping looked at the bewildered Blood Demon Lord inside the tent. How do you know my name? Bang! Chen Ping raised his hand and shot. You can't even speak properly, yet you call yourself a bishop, helping you clean up your mess. Blood Demon Lord? A pretty intimidating name, but just a weak dog. Chen Ping scoffed, then swiftly beheaded the Blood Demon Lord and collected the head. In about 3 minutes, Chen Ping searched everyone thoroughly. To prevent missing anything, he collected all their clothes for a detailed check later. He also searched their armored vehicles, and finally, he didn't spare even the table full of food and drink inside the tent. Huff! A first-level star fire shot out from the star cauldron, igniting a towering flame at the temporary encampment of the Lin family. It's on fire! Chen Ping rushed back to the temporary base of Ma Zi and the others in a panic. What happened? Such a big fire? Ma Zi's eyes widened. Even from 2 or 3 kilometers away, he could feel the scorching heat of the flames. I was taking a dump when it suddenly caught fire, Chen Ping said nonchalantly. Cough cough. Xuana, who was eating compressed biscuits, suddenly started coughing. All teams assemble. Ma Zi quickly said. Captain, what's going on? Chen Ping asked. Put out the fire. Ma Zi replied. Captain, with the Lin family's strength, they can handle problems we don't need to intervene in. If they can't solve it, us going there would just be sending ourselves to death. Chen Ping analyzed. Donggu is right. Jiang Chang stood up. Boss, Donggu does have a point. Jiang Xin nodded. Me too. I also think Donggu is right. Yi Shanggu, who was eating potatoes, hadn't had a chance to speak before Jiang Cheng's brothers jumped in. After finally swallowing his food, he quickly opened his mouth to speak. Captain, I think we shouldn't stay here long. We should travel overnight. Xuana put away her food, glanced at Chen Ping, and finally said to Ma Zi. Ma Zi looked towards the raging fire in the distance and no longer hesitated. Shan Zi, Xiao Duan, is there any situation over there? Report, Captain, everything is normal. We need to evacuate now. Prepare yourselves. Understood, Li Shan replied. Pack up. Before Ma Zi could finish, Yi Shanggu and the others had already packed up the tents and were stuffing them into the armored vehicle. Rumble. The engine roared as Ma Zi and the others' armored vehicle sped towards Jincheng. Did you move your hand? Xuana, sitting in the passenger seat, looked back through the rearview mirror at the increasingly distant flames. Chen Ping held the steering wheel with one hand and a roasted leg of lamb with the other. Ha! What? How is that possible? I only dare to kill crimson beasts, never people. The gun moved by itself again. Well, I have a small mature handgun that can attack automatically. Chen Ping nodded seriously. Where did you get that leg of lamb? I picked it up while taking a dump. Is there any more? Yeah, do you want some? Chen Ping asked. If possible. Xuana instinctively made a swallowing motion. It had been 3 months, a full 3 months, mostly just potatoes, and the best situation was compressed biscuits. Frozen jerky and canned food had only been eaten once. Before seeing the roasted leg of lamb, Xuana could still control her thoughts. But with Chen Ping right next to her, chewing bite after bite, the aroma of the meat made her a bit dazed. I still have meat, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to eat, you have to make a deal with me. Chen Ping's gaze lingered on Xuana, and that look made her body tremble slightly. Faced with the temptation of food, Xuana lost some of her rationality and instinctively nodded. What do you want? The crimson wilderness shrouded in darkness was the most dangerous place for humans. Don't go out after dark, or you won't see tomorrow's sun. This was the lesson humanity had learned in the Crimson Apocalypse. However, an armored vehicle was slowly moving across the Crimson Wilderness at that moment. This position is 3 kilometers southwest of the Dawn Camp. Chen Ping used a crimson wristband to project a map into the void, with a red dot marked on it. There's an armored vehicle there, and inside it is a person. You need to drive that vehicle to the underground garage where Ma Zi parks the armored vehicles. Is this person very important to you? Xuana asked. Important, but not that important. Chen Ping said something vague. Alright, well. Xuana looked at the half-eaten leg of lamb in Chen Ping's hand. I've already gnawed on this, you can have it. Hearing Qin Ping's words, Xuana wanted to say, I don't mind, but before she could speak, Qin Ping pulled out a sauced pig's knuckle. Where did you get a pig's knuckle after more than 100 days of the Crimson Apocalypse? Xuana's eyes widened. In reality, the frozen food stored by some countries was enough for humanity to eat for decades without production, but during the initial week of the Crimson Apocalypse, chaos and darkness reigned. It was during that time that human factors combined with the impact of the Crimson Beasts caused humanity to lose a large amount of usable food. The only plants that could grow in the Crimson Mist were potatoes. Where did you get it? Picked it up while taking a dump, Qin Ping said seriously. Xuana frowned slightly, regretting that she had asked the question. Then I'll go over now. Be careful on the way. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with your stuff? Xuana asked. I said, that thing is somewhat useful to me, but not very important. Qin Ping replied honestly. What about after delivering the armored vehicle to that place? Leave some food for the people in the vehicle, and you can return to the timber camp. Don't you need me to protect you on the side? No, she should be a bit stronger than you. Qin Ping stroked his chin. Xuana, holding the sauced pig's knuckle, jumped directly out of the vehicle. This woman is so brave, she jumped out before the vehicle even stopped. Qin Ping shook his head. As dawn approached, the armored vehicle arrived within the borders of Jinchang. The roads in Jinchang were not severely damaged, and there were many signposts along the roadside. Following the signs, the armored vehicle drove into an underground parking garage. After parking the vehicle, everyone got out, and at the entrance to the second underground level, someone checked the invitation letters. The group of 9 passed the inspection smoothly, entered the hall on the second underground level, received room keys, an auction manual, and some food before proceeding to the third underground level. Upon reaching the hall on the third underground level, 2 long corridors resembling a maze extended on both sides, with standard double rooms arranged along the corridors, each about 10 square meters in size. Wow! I didn't expect there would be such a place in the Crimson Apocalypse. Duan Zishuan curiously looked around. I heard the level 2 Dark Crow camp is built underground, and the casualties from this beast tide were the least in the entire coastal area. Yi Xinga said. If the Dark Crow camp wasn't on the other side of the coast, Yi Xinga wouldn't have come to the timber camp. This auction venue was also built by the Dark Crow camp. Before the apocalypse, there were many facilities, so building an underground city wasn't too difficult, but unfortunately, they can't be used now. Not everyone has the capability to build an underground city like the Dark Crow camp. Alright, enough chit-chat. You all haven't rested all night, so hurry up and catch some sleep. The auction starts in the afternoon, Ma Zi said in a deep voice. Each pair of team members shared a room. Su Chanshan had a single room, and Qin Ping shared a room with Xiao Bai. Once in the room, Qin Ping looked at the information in the manual and gained a preliminary understanding of the auction venue. Xiao Bai, don't go out of the room. If anything special happens, run to the opposite room and ask that big sister for help, Qin Ping said to Xiao Bai, who was gnawing on fish jerky. Woo woo, Xiao Bai nodded. Then, Qin Ping found Su Chanshan, who was staying in the opposite room. I'm going out for a bit. Can you keep an eye on Xiao Bai for me? Xiao Bai? Who's Xiao Bai? Su Chanshan asked, puzzled. The one in my room. Oh, don't worry, Donggu, with me here, it's no problem. Su Chanshan said confidently. Qin Ping took out a bottle of primary strength potion and handed it to Su Chanshan. Thank you, Donggu, this. How can I accept this? Su Chanshan said as she hurriedly took the primary strength potion, afraid that Qin Ping would change his mind. You don't need to specifically accompany her, just go when there's danger. Okay. Su Chanshan nodded, her 2 ponytails bouncing lively. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion was already quite famous. Even the Lin or Qin families wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Qin Ping was just being cautious, which was why he took this extra step. He put on a mask with a green face and sharp teeth and walked into the central hall on the 3rd floor. Hello, how can I assist you? A young woman in a white suit politely asked Qin Ping. Qin Ping didn't speak and directly took out Xin Xiaoqian's business card. I'm sorry, I'll notify the lower level right away to transfer you to the 4th floor. The woman turned pale upon seeing the card, cold sweat instantly breaking out on her back. The underground 4th floor was also a place for accommodation, but compared to the 3rd floor, it appeared more spacious and luxurious. The single rooms were between 20 to 30 square meters, and those who could enter this 4th floor were all carefully selected VIPs. They would enjoy various special services and were provided with free meat to consume at will. Below that was the underground 5th floor, where only high-ranking members of the Lin or Qin families were qualified to stay. This place not only had complete facilities but was also filled with luxury. The underground 6th floor, equivalent to 3 or 4 stories high, was spacious and magnificent. This was the venue for the auction. Qin Ping's introduction to the auction ended here, but in reality, there were also underground 7th and 8th floors, which were used for storing auction items. I'm not here to change rooms, Chen Ping said, lowering his voice. What do you need then? I can prepare it right away. Exchange auction points, and a detailed introduction to all the items in this auction. Chen Ping spoke slowly. The exchange for auction points opens in the afternoon, but you are a super member, so you can enjoy early exchange. I'll take you there right now. Ding! The exclusive elevator for super members slowly opened, and under the guidance of the young woman, Chen Ping arrived at the underground 6th floor, the auction venue. This underground auction house had an independent power supply system. Everything operated without much difference from before the apocalypse. Manager, this gentleman wants to exchange points in advance. He is a super member, the young woman quickly added. Wang Shi frowned slightly. There had been fewer than 20 super members at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion so far, and he remembered each one clearly, including their physique and temperament. A person's appearance could be easily disguised, but their temperament could not. Wang Shi, being one of the managers at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, considered recognizing people as a fundamental skill. You are a super member invited by young Master Xiaoqian? Wang Shi asked cautiously. This matter could not be taken lightly. Even if he offended some big shot, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, if a fake member appeared, he would lose more than just his life. Wang Shi carefully examined the business card and found no issues. Sir, please follow me. After saying this, Wang Shi bowed and led Chen Ping to a lavishly decorated room in the southeast corner of the hall. Inside the room, 5 elderly men with white hair were examining the spinning wheel in their hands. Sir, you can exchange any valuable items here for auction points. Auction points can be used to purchase items at any auction house owned by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Although this information was detailed in the auction manual, Wang Shi still dutifully repeated it. How many points can these be exchanged for? Chen Ping took out nearly 3,000 white spinning wheels from the spatial stone. So many? Wang Shi had been working at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion for nearly 2 months and had seen quite a bit, but to suddenly take out so many spinning wheels, Chen Ping was definitely the first. Even those big families might not dare to carry so many spinning wheels on them. In fact, these were not all of Chen Ping's crimson spinning wheels. He still had 60 top-quality wheels that he hadn't taken out. This was the most tense moment for Wang Shi since he became the manager of the coastal area. In this area, the only forces capable of such a feat are the Chun family, and with the Lin family not far away, there are only 2 families that can manage it. He is definitely not a member of the Chun family. The Lin family has sent Lin Tianzi this time. He is certainly not Lin Tianzi. Wang Shi was filled with doubts, but on the surface, he still tried to appear calm. Sir, each turntable has different prizes with varying values. We will conduct the most serious examination. Due to, there are quite a few turntables. The waiting time may be longer. Do you need any drinks or food? I can prepare something. No need. Understood. Wang Shi replied respectfully. There is a VIP lounge inside. I will wait outside. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Wang Shi bowed and stepped out. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Wang Shi immediately activated the crimson wristband. Notify the young master. A super member with an extremely mysterious identity is redeeming points. Please ask him to come verify. Inside the room, Chen Ping entered the VIP lounge. Master, that guy contacted which young master? Xiao Hei's thoughts returned. Xiao Hei, keep an eye at the door. Notify me when someone arrives, and it's best to confirm how many people came and their strength. Not feeding the bugs grass but still expecting them to work. Xiao Hei was a bit emotional. That's easy. When I go out later, I'll pull some grass for you. The grass I mentioned is not grass. It's a level 3 crimson beast. Don't worry, I will definitely take you. Let them gain some meat first. You've tricked me once. Master, someone is coming. A total of 5 people, strength. 4 of them are weaklings. Seeing someone approaching in the distance, Xiao Hei immediately became serious. However, he was not clear about the classification of human strength. By instinct, he felt that the strength of 4 people was similar to that of the Blood Demon Lord he had killed last night, and Chen Ping's evaluation of the Blood Demon Lord last night was that he was a weakling. I understand, you stay outside. Chen Ping and Xiao Hei had a tacit understanding and naturally understood what it meant. Xin Xiaoqian walked to the door of the VIP room and lightly knocked 3 times. Come in. Chen Ping cleared his throat and waited 4 or 5 seconds before responding. Immediately, Xin Xiaoqian gently opened the door and walked in alone. So it's Brother Erdong. Xin Xiaoqian smiled broadly, as if he and Chen Ping were longtime friends. I guessed you would definitely come. I'm just an unknown nobody. Brother Shin's warm invitation naturally makes me dare not neglect. Brother Erdong is too kind. Your presence is a favor to me. The two exchanged meaningless pleasantries. In Chen Ping's view, this was a waste of time, so he directly asked, what good items are there at this auction? Brother Erdong, Don't be anxious, these are the 10 most important items at this auction. The last 3 are the most valuable, previously auctioned in other areas, but no one could afford the price, so they went unsold. Shin Xiaoqian took out a piece of white paper, which had both images and annotations. The first 7 items included 2 blue premium turntables, 2 blue quality weapons, 1 blue quality armor, and crimson coins. The last 3 featured a medicinal herb, a crimson beast egg, and a blue quality talent. Although the crimson apocalypse had descended for over 100 days, blue quality talents were still rare. Aside from Chen Ping, only Lin Ruoyun and Chen An each had 1 red talent. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion is indeed generous. They managed to acquire all these items. Even for the reborn Chen Ping, the items at this auction opened his eyes. Just the Crimson Beast Egg was generally produced in the Crimson Secret Realm, and it was almost impossible to encounter one in the Crimson Wilderness. Originally, Chen Ping only intended to exchange some points for a few life potions using a white trash Crimson turntable, but after seeing the specific auction items, Chen Ping immediately changed his mind. He wanted to exchange as many auction points as possible, at least to secure the blue roulette, the scarlet coins, and that herb. Next, the blue quality talent was also quite good, and finally, the egg of the scarlet beast was very tempting. In any case, he would try to bid for as much as he could within his means. This is our acquisition price list. Shin Xiaoqian took out another form. By the way, we can also bid on your behalf. If the transaction is successful, the handling fee is 5%. Brother Erdong is a super member I invited, so the handling fee for bidding on his behalf is 3%. Additionally, apart from the auction, all items purchased from the Treasure Pavilion can enjoy a 30% discount. Thank you, Brother Shen. No need to be polite, Brother Erdong. This auction also has some special auction houses open to super members. Shen Xiaoqian whispered. Chen Ping looked at Shin Xiaoqian. What are they? The Scarlet Siren, especially this time's auction, is definitely a top-tier item. Scarlet Siren? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Even in his rebirth, he had never heard of such a scarlet beast. It's a human of above-average appearance who has been injected with some potions, combined with some blood from scarlet beasts, a 1 in a million chance. Whether in looks or various skills, it's something that couldn't be seen before the apocalypse, and it's guaranteed to be first-hand. Shin Xiaoqian said with a smile. Is that all? Chen Ping asked. Well, if Brother Erdong is not interested in women, we also have scarlet male sirens, both the pretty boy type and the muscular type. No matter what your taste is, you can find something suitable, Shin Xiaoqian said confidently. Chen Ping nodded. Regardless of the background of this world, human nature is the same, regardless of skin color or gender. Where there is good, there is evil. Where there is light, there is darkness. Even in the apocalypse, it ultimately comes down to money and power, lust and desire. Having obtained the information about the auction items, Chen Ping's purpose was achieved, so he no longer wasted time with Shin Xiaoqian. I need to travel overnight. I'm a bit tired, so I want to rest first. No problem, I'll arrange a presidential suite for you. No need, the previous room will do. Oh, got it. Keeping a low profile. Once these points are tallied, I'll directly transfer them to your super member card, and you can just swipe it at the auction. Shin Xiaoqian nodded. Okay. Chen Ping stood up, and Shin Xiaoqian personally saw him out. When did a fly get in here? Shin Xiaoqian suddenly saw a black bug the size of a thumb on the wall. You're the fly, your whole family is flies. I'm an alien bug. Alien bug. Idiot. And *UN %UN hashtag little black went crazy. He can't understand what you're saying. Chen Ping passed by with no expression on his face. Master, can I kill him? Little Black shook his wings. Not for now. After this auction is over, if you want, then go ahead. Chen Ping replied. Smack. A few big men came in with electric fly swatters and hit Little Black. By this time, Chen Ping had already walked far away. Little Black was a level 3 scarlet bug, and these people together were no match for it, so it wasn't worried. Ouch, tingling all over, so good. Chen Ping felt Little Black's thoughts and stumbled, almost falling. Wow, you have this kind of hobby. I don't. Master, don't say nonsense. Little Black flew up. You follow that Shin Xiaoqian for now. If he makes any moves, let me know. What about that level 3 scarlet beast? Don't worry, after this auction is over, I guarantee you won't miss out. Soon, Chen Ping returned to the double room on the 3rd floor. Bang! He closed the door and first took out all the remaining scarlet roulettes from the space stone. 43 white scarlet roulettes, 16 green scarlet roulettes, and 1 blue scarlet roulette. These were all found on Lin Tianzi, and in addition, there were a few scarlet coins. As for that blood demon lord, he was nothing but a miser. However, on the armored vehicle of the Scarlet Church, a wild person similar to Xiaobai was discovered. Based on Chen Ping's judgment, it was highly likely to be Bai Yu's sister. Thus, he instructed Shui Na to drive the armored vehicle back. As for how to handle it, Chen Ping had not yet decided. Perhaps he could make a deal with Bai Yu. Chen Ping shifted his gaze back to the scarlet roulette in front of him. Among the 22 white scarlet roulettes, there were primary life potions, while the rest consisted of some green quality weapons and items, which were the finest selected from over 3,000 white roulettes. Chen Ping glanced at Qin Xiaoqian's price list. The price of green weapons was much higher than that of the white roulettes. Even though this was a premium white roulette, the price was still kept very low. After some calculations, he decided to extract the weapons from the white roulette to exchange for points. In the green roulette, there were 2 intermediate life potions, while the rest were green quality space stones and talents, which were of little use to Chen Ping. After all, he already possessed a red talent, and even if he learned a new talent, he had no resources to upgrade it. These green trash talents could still be exchanged for a decent amount of points. The only blue roulette was the best item Chen Ping had found on Lin Tianzi. Please specify the reward item. 1. Intermediate Berserk Potion 2. Advanced Heavy Armored Vehicle 3. 100 Cattle, Adult, 4. Rainbow Fart Sniper Rifle 5. Portable Barbecue Grill 6. Survival Guide Comic Book 7. Advanced Life Potion 7. Advanced Life Potion. Chen Ping had left himself with only premium roulettes, but the prerequisite for drawing was lifespan. Fortunately, there was one advanced life potion, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to draw many times. The total lifespan from all life potions reached 220 years, while drawing all roulettes required 233 years. After use, Chen Ping's remaining lifespan was 42 years and 356 days. Glancing at the time, it was already past 6 in the morning. The auction would start at 4 in the afternoon, but the official beginning would be around 6 or 7 o'clock, and the few highlight items would not be presented until at least 8 or 9. Chen Ping stored everything in the space stone and then fell into a deep sleep. Over 5 hours later, Chen Ping suddenly jolted awake, opening his eyes. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced deep sleep, but this time he slept particularly soundly. Chen Ping suddenly felt something furry rubbing against his armpit. Looking down, it was Xiaobai lying there, sleeping soundly like a little cat. Chen Ping lay quietly, reluctant to disturb Xiaobai. Donggu, wake up for breakfast. Duan Zixuan's voice echoed through the corridor, his infectious tone making everyone remember Donggu. Even Xiaobai, who was nestled in Chen Ping's arms, was startled awake. Whoa. Xiaobai, seeing that it had sprawled on Chen Ping, was so shocked it almost jumped up, quickly moving to the corner and curling up. It's okay, no matter what happened before, it's all in the past. As long as you listen to me, no one will bully you again, and you won't. Bang bang bang. Before Chen Ping could finish, the tightly shut door was knocked on, startling Xiaobai again. Donggu, extra meal. The treasure pavilion is adding for our floor. Duan Zixuan's words were only half finished when Chen Ping opened the door. Instantly, a wave of killing intent swept in, causing the meat in Duan Zixuan's hand to fall to the ground. Bang! Without hesitation, Duan Zixuan grabbed the doorknob and shut the door to Chen Ping's room. Duan, what's wrong? Yi Xingge walked out of the room. Nothing. I just wanted to call Donggu for breakfast. Sai, you say Donggu is such an adult, yet still has morning grumpiness. Duan Zixuan pulled Yi Xingge back toward their room. Oh, hey, Duan, why is your pants wet? This place is too stuffy. I'm sweating all over. After noon, more and more people entered the treasure pavilion. Chen Ping placed the super member card of the treasure pavilion directly above the scarlet bracelet. Treasure pavilion super member card type, record item quality, high-grade green description, can be used in any area of the treasure pavilion, enjoying the highest discounts. Remaining points, 10,086 over 3,000 white spinning wheels, exchanged for more than 10,000 points? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Although those spinning wheels were trash, the exchange was too little, averaging only 3 to 4 points per wheel. And at this auction, the starting price for the 3 bottom items was 50,000. Chen Ping walked alone to the 6th underground floor. Sir, hello, how can I assist you? Wang Shi, seeing Chen Ping wearing a green mask, immediately approached him. I want to exchange some more points. Okay, I'll take you there right away. Wang Shi did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. At this moment, the 6th floor hall had already gathered 300 to 500 people. Seeing Wang Shi being so respectful to the person in the green mask, they couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Ping. Damn, even manager Wang is so respectful. Shanggu, who is that guy? He looks quite familiar. Duan Zixuan, dressed in a black robe and wearing a brownish-yellow mask, asked Yi Shanggu in front of him. I don't have X-ray vision. How would I know who that guy is? Yi Shanggu glanced at Duan Zixuan, a bit impatient, as Duan Zixuan had been asking all the way, and each time he directly called out his name. And stop calling me Shanggu. If you're already saying my name, what's the point of wearing this mask? Alright, Shanggu, Duan Zixuan nodded seriously. You two are unnecessary to wear masks. Who would recognize you both? Li Shan, not wearing a black robe or a mask, stood casually in the 6th floor hall. Brother Shan, where's Captain Ma Zi? Duan Zixuan asked. He went to exchange points. What about Dongge? Seems like he's sleeping. I haven't seen him come out. Li Shan replied. Sigh, if there was a girl in my room, she doesn't even have to be too good looking. Just a female would do, I wouldn't come out. Yi Shangde shook his head. I also think it's boring. I just went to check, and with the stuff we have, we can't even exchange for 10 points, not even enough to buy an electric cup. Duan Zixuan sighed. Look at you, I inquired. There are quite a few top-notch items in the treasure pavilion. After tonight's auction, I'll take you to be a real man, my treat. Yi Shanggu said generously. I always felt like someone was missing in the team, only to realize Vice Captain Shui is not here? Duan Zixuan suddenly asked. You just noticed? I found out this morning when I got off the car that Vice Captain Shuina was missing, but Ma Zi didn't say anything, and Dongge didn't either. Who would dare to ask? Yi Shanggu said in a low voice. Last night, it was Dongge who drove, and Vice Captain Shuina was in the passenger seat. Could it be? Duan Zixuan began to speculate. Don't think nonsense. Don't say anything reckless. Don't drag me into it, Yi Shanggu said, pulling away from Duan Zixuan. Meanwhile, Chen Ping, under Wang Shi's guidance, entered the VIP room for point exchanges, a place exclusive to super members. How many points can this be exchanged for? Chen Ping casually took out a space stone. He had drawn 2 from the spinning wheel in the morning and already had 1, totaling 3 found from Lin Tingzhang and Lin Tianzi. For now, 1 space stone was enough for Chen Ping to use. However, he planned to keep 2, and if the price was right, exchange the remaining 4 for points. According to the price list provided by Xin Shaoqian, the buyback price for 1 space stone was 5,000 points. In the early days of the apocalypse, this item was very rare, and auction houses like the Treasure Pavilion often needed to transport items, making space stones highly sought after. Therefore, the price of space stones was much higher than other items of the same quality and would not be auctioned. Sir, this is a green quality space stone, and our most recent buyback price is 5,000 points. Wang Shi said cautiously. Only 5,000? Forget it. That's too little. Chen Ping shook his head and put away the space stones. Sir, we are here to do business. Everything is negotiable. What is your expected price? 7,000. Chen Ping replied decisively. This is a bit too high. Although the output of space stones is not very high right now, 7,000 points is still too much, and with my authority, I can't offer you that much. Wang Shi's face showed distress. Then what's the highest you can offer? 5,005. Wang Shi answered. 6,000, no bargaining. If not, I'll keep them myself. You are a super member of the Treasure Pavilion, so let's go with 6,000. Wang Shi gritted his teeth. I like to deal with straightforward people. A smile appeared on Chen Ping's face as he took out 3 more space stones. Sir, you have so many? Wang Shi's eyes widened. If there was only 1, he could barely raise the price by 1,000. After all, these things are indeed rare. Besides the Treasure Pavilion and the Lin family, no one could produce 2 or 3 space stones at once. But Chen Ping had brought out 4. Gulp! Wang Shi swallowed hard, feeling even more shocked. How many people has he killed? And they must all be quite powerful. Wang Shi thought to himself. After all, no one could possibly obtain so many space stones just by spinning a wheel. That kind of luck was simply terrifying. He was indeed half right. I remember Xiao Qian told me that the Treasure Pavilion is based on trust. Manager Wang just said that, and you wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Chen Ping's expression darkened. No, that's not what I meant. I'll exchange the points for you right away. Wang Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wait. Chen Ping's words made Wang Shi pause. Sir, what do you need? How much can this be worth in points? Chen Ping took out a piece of silver armor. Just 1 piece? Wang Shi asked cautiously. Yes. Chen Ping nodded. 2,000. Wang Shi replied. According to Xin Shaoqian's price list, this armor was worth at most around 18 or 1900, so Wang Shi offering 2,000 seemed reasonable to Chen Ping. Clatter! Chen Ping took out a pile of armor and weapons in one go, including robes, long swords, sniper rifles, and so on. Sir, you didn't say. Just 1 piece? Right, there's only 1 silver armor, the rest are more. Chen Ping nodded. I'm not going to haggle over these, let's just process them all at 2,000 points. Consider it a loss on my part, after all, I know Xiao Qian. Chen Ping was quite generous. Wang Shi wiped his forehead again. If he accepted all these items, he would lose at least 5 or 6,000 points, and whether he could keep his position as manager was uncertain. Sir, I need to report to the pavilion master first. Wang Shi replied nervously. Make it quick, I have other things to do. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Yes, yes. Wang Shi hurriedly bowed and exited. In the Golden City Treasure Pavilion, on the 9th underground level, which was the true last level, Xin Shaoqian was already sweating profusely. Slap, slap, die, fly. I don't believe I can't kill you today. Xin Shaoqian chased after the little black creature with an electric fly swatter. Can't hit, can't hit. Hey, silly, I'm right here. Ah, can't hit. The little black creature was very agile. It suddenly felt that teasing Xin Shaoqian was more interesting than killing her. Master, master. Wang Shi knocked on the door. What is it? Xin Shaoqian asked angrily. That gentleman is back and wants to exchange points. Then let him exchange. But his asking price is a bit high. Wang Shi replied. Let me see. Xin Shaoqian took a deep breath, put down the electric swatter, and took the list Wang Shi handed over. Space stones. 4 pieces? Where did he get those? Shen Shaoqian was somewhat incredulous. The entire treasure pavilion had only 8 pieces of spatial stones, and this was after they had mobilized the power of the Shin Merchant Association, desperately searching for 2 months. 6,000 points is indeed a bit expensive, but it's still acceptable. Right now, the treasure pavilion is at a critical stage of development. Some things can be overpriced, so let it be. What about those armors and weapons below? Wang Shi asked. Take them as they are. With his strength, he will definitely become our most important client in the future. There's no need to offend this potential stock over some trivial profits. Shen Shaoqian waved his hand. By the way, remove all surveillance on him and the Ironwood camp team to avoid causing any resentment. Shen Shaoqian quickly reminded. Understood. Wang Shi bowed and exited. In the room, Shen Shaoqian no longer chased after Xiao He but looked at Xiao He lying on the roof, frowning slightly, lost in thought. You can't be sent by the Year East faction, can you? This seems a bit outrageous, right? Shen Shaoqian felt a chill run down his spine. A few minutes later, Wang Shi returned to the VIP room where Chen Ping was. Sir, everything will be bought back at the previous price. I will quickly tally up the points for you. Wang Shi maintained a respectful attitude. Wait a moment. Chen Ping raised his hand and took out 3 scrolls. All green talents, although they are quite standard, they can provide a significant boost for ordinary people. Chen Ping tossed the 3 talent scrolls directly onto the coffee table. Wang Shi hurriedly stepped forward to check. They were indeed standard, worth at most 2,000 to 1,200 points. 6,500 points for the 3 scrolls. How does that sound? Wang Shi did not hesitate for long. That works. Chen Ping nodded. After tallying, including the previous 10,000 points, Chen Ping's super membership card had accumulated over 100,000 points. If there was no competition, he could secure 2 grand auction items, but that possibility was indeed too low. I need to find a way to get more points. Chen Ping pondered as he walked out of the VIP room. In the 6-story hall, the number of people was increasing, and Ma Zi and the others had already found their seats. There were still a few hours until the auction officially began. On the central platform of the hall, a dozen sexy beauties in scanty clothing were dancing passionately. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Ping's door was gently knocked on. The door's not locked. Chen Ping had just returned to his room, lying on the bed, looking at the auction item list for this event. Brother Dong, there's a show in the hall below. Aren't you going to take a look? Su Chanqian opened the door and poked her head in. Let's wait and see. It doesn't seem interesting. Chen Ping casually replied. Brother Dong, what's that in your hand? Can I take a look? Su Chanqian asked curiously as she walked into the room. The auction item list. Chen Ping handed the list to Su Chanqian. The manual given to everyone by the treasure pavilion did not introduce those 10 items, wanting to maintain a sense of mystery. In reality, it was not a significant secret. After all, it would be revealed in a few hours. Chen Ping still found it hard to see through Su Chanqian and wanted to probe her background. Is there anything you want to buy? Chen Ping asked tentatively. What's wrong? Su Chanqian stared intently at the list, her face pale, and even her body began to tremble. Brother Dong, is this list real? Su Chanqian suddenly looked up at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, noticing that Su Chanqian's ponytail was swaying without wind. Her big, watery eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins. It should be real. This was the first time Chen Ping had seen Su Chanqian so emotionally agitated, and he instantly felt a very dangerous vibe. I want that egg, Su Chanqian said, suddenly standing up, her demeanor fierce as she was about to rush out. Wait a moment. Chen Ping reacted quickly and grabbed Su Chanqian's hand. Brother Dong, no matter what, I have to get it. 2 lines of red tears appeared on Su Chanqian's cute face. Calm down for a moment, Chen Ping said in a deep voice. Even if you are very strong and there is no one in the entire treasure pavilion who can match you, as long as it's not a normal transaction, you cannot take anything from here. Why? In the treasure pavilion, even the cheapest items are placed in a safe. That safe is easy to open, but it has a self-destruct mechanism. If you forcibly take anything below red quality, it will be destroyed immediately. Chen Ping explains seriously. What about items above red quality? Su Chanxian asked coldly from the doorway. Items above red quality will not appear here. Chen Ping replied. Then there's no egg here? Su Chanxian was slightly taken aback. Yes, to be precise, the 3 items that are the highlight tonight are not here. If someone bids on them, they can go to the Treasure Pavilion headquarters to collect them, or they can be escorted by Treasure Pavilion personnel to the designated human activity area of the bidder. It was still the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, and there were too many unexpected events. Everyone was worried that the highlight items of the Treasure Pavilion would lead to murder and treasure theft. Moreover, the Treasure Pavilion itself did not want such things to happen, as it concerned their reputation. Who would want to participate in an auction where even their life could not be guaranteed? The Treasure Pavilion indeed put in a lot of effort to protect the bidder's information. Brother Dong, that egg is really important to me. Can you help me think of a way? From what I understand, the starting bid for that highlight Crimson Beast egg is 50,000 points. Do you know what 50,000 points means? I can't even gather 100 points from head to toe. Chen Ping shook his head helplessly. Then, what should I do? Su Chanxian stomped her foot, her breathing becoming rapid, her chest heaving violently, her delicate hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, rubbing it incessantly. Do you have anything valuable on you? Like the scales of a 2-headed serpent? Chen Ping asked in a low voice. Serpent scales? I gave them to you last time, and I don't have any left. Su Chanxian looked at Chen Ping with tearful eyes. Chen Ping's heart softened for a moment, and he said with deep sorrow, well, then I can't help you. His expression seemed even more sorrowful than Su Chanxian's. Thank you, Brother Dong. You've already helped me a lot. I'll look for someone else to think of a way. Su Chanxian prepared to leave again. Who are you going to find? My elder. How long will it take to come back? I don't even know where she is. It might take a few years. Su Chanxian said, looking deflated like a punctured balloon. By then, the yellow flowers will have wilted, and even if the egg doesn't rot, it will be cooked into an omelet. I haven't had a fried egg in a long time. Chen Ping stroked his chin. Wow! Su Chanxian could no longer hold back and cried out loud at Chen Ping's words. Little Bai, who was curled up in the corner, trembled in fright. Crying won't solve the problem. Then what should I do? Think again. Is there really nothing valuable left? Chen Ping didn't believe that someone who could produce 2-headed serpent scales would have no other valuable items. I only have this, but I can't sell it. This was sewn for me by Mama Wu. Su Chanxian took out a pendant that resembled a sachet. The sachet was exquisitely crafted and ancient-looking, embroidered with intricate patterns that seemed to encompass the stars and the universe. A faint, elegant fragrance began to waft through the air. Chen Ping felt that this fragrance seemed to penetrate the heart, awakening the tranquility and beauty deep within. Woo woo woo! Little Bai in the corner gazed obsessively at the sachet, even kneeling in reverence. In his 2 lifetimes, Chen Ping had never seen such a treasure. He suspected that the Su Chanxian before him was not the same as the one he had heard of before his rebirth. Cece, how about this? If that egg is really important to you, I'll think of a way to help you take a picture of it. However, this item needs to be held as collateral with me first. Whenever you can repay me the points I used to buy the Crimson Beast egg, I'll immediately return this treasure to you. Really? Su Cece's eyes widened. When have I ever lied to you? And I won't ask for any interest, just something of equal value. Chen Ping nodded. He truly wasn't deceiving Su Cece. This item was clearly not ordinary, especially with what Su Cece referred to as Witch Mama, which made Chen Ping feel wary. Proposing an exchange was also a way to do Su Cece a favor while studying the item's usage. It might save his life at a critical moment. Even if Su Cece redeemed it later, he wouldn't be at a loss. Brother Dong, I really don't know how to thank you. Here, wait, didn't you say you had no points? Su Cece frowned slightly. We're friends who share hardships. I must help you, even if it means going through fire and water. Then where will you get the points? I'll sell a kidney or some meat to get them. Brother Dong, is your kidney really that valuable? Su Cece looked even more confused. Actually, I know the owner of the treasure pavilion, and he gave me this item list. I can borrow some points from him. Chen Ping continued to bluff. The owner, they got this egg. Su Cece's face was filled with anger. Cece, don't be so impulsive. In fact, many items in the treasure pavilion are obtained on behalf of others, and they charge a handling fee. This Crimson Beast egg belongs to someone else and has nothing to do with the treasure pavilion, Chen Ping said, worried that Su Cece might cause some trouble. Oh, then Brother Dong, I'll trouble you with this. If you have any issues in the future, just let me know. I'll go through fire and water for you. What was the last part again? Nothing, I just need to know your intentions. Su Cece nodded, her two ponytails bouncing cheerfully, her mood instantly lifted. I'm going to find the owner of the treasure pavilion now. Wait for me here for a bit. Okay, thank you, Brother Dong. Su Cece looked at Chen Ping with deep gratitude as he left. Hee, Brother Dong is really a good person. Woo woo woo. Little Bai nodded in agreement. Chen Ping skillfully found Wang Shi again and headed to the 6th floor to exchange points. The starting bid for the Crimson Beast Egg was 50,000 points, and due to the high price, it had failed to sell multiple times. Normally, with Chen Ping's current points, he could afford to bid on 2 top-tier items. However, to be safe, Chen Ping decided to prepare a bit more points. How many points for this basic potion? Chen Ping took out a bottle of frenzy potion. May I ask, how many bottles do you have, sir? Wang Shi asked cautiously. Not many, just about 70 or 80 bottles. Chen Ping replied. During this time, whenever he had free time, he would make basic potions, as the materials for these potions were not rare. He had accumulated quite a few in Lin Tingzhang's Space Stone, and he also collected many during the Beast Tide. For the 5 types of basic potions, Chen Ping had an average of 130 to 40 bottles each, so taking out 70 or 80 bottles would still leave him enough for a long time. These basic potions were quite important in the early stages of the Crimson Apocalypse, but once the Crimson Secret Realm arrived, their effectiveness would greatly diminish. At that time, the minimum requirement would be intermediate potions, or even advanced potions, to be effective. Therefore, Chen Ping decided to sell some basic potions first to exchange for points. 100 points, how about that? Wang Shi asked. This is a basic frenzy potion, Chen Ping said coldly. The formula for the basic frenzy potion required the addition of blood spiders, which were not easy to find. Reborn, Chen Ping had the experience to locate blood spider caves. Later, perhaps due to Chen Ping killing that 3rd-level blood spider, a large number of blood spiders attacked the timber camp, prompting him to collect even more blood spiders. Primary potion talents are rare but not extremely so. Families like the Chen and Lin clans each have 1 or 2 alchemists with primary potion talents. Other potions are manageable, but the Berserk potion is truly hard to come by, and its effects are the most pronounced among the 5 types of potions. So, how much does the gentleman think is appropriate? 200. Chen Ping quoted a sky-high price, while his actual psychological expectation was around 130, which would satisfy him. Alright, then it's 200. Wang Shi nodded. 150. 200? Chen Ping wanted to haggle, but Wang Shi had already agreed readily, making him feel a bit awkward. Ahem, then I'll trouble manager Wang. Chen Ping cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and then took out 100 bottles of Berserk potion. Aren't there 70 or 80 bottles? Wang Shi's eyes widened. Chen Ping said nothing but thought helplessly. 70 or 80 bottles are priced at 130. Since you're at 200, shouldn't I sell a bit more? Splash! Chen Ping then pulled out several hundred bottles of other potions. These are primary agility, recovery, and stamina potions, not priced as high as the Berserk potion, so let's go with 100. Well, fine. Wang Shi would rather lose a few months' salary than deal with Chen Ping any longer. The potions, originally worth 30 to 40,000 points, fetched a full 60,000 auction points after Chen Ping's outrageous pricing. Sir, please take care. Wang Shi respectfully saw Chen Ping off. You keep busy. I'll come to you next time for points. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Wang Shi nearly stumbled, suddenly feeling a sense of despair. As night fell, the entire Golden City quieted down. However, deep underground, dozens of meters down, the auction hall of the treasure-gathering pavilion was bustling with noise and excitement. Strip another one! Watching the hot dance on stage, Yi Shingo whistled loudly, cheering. Swish! In an instant, the entire venue dimmed, and the original clamor gradually subsided. Is it time already? I haven't had enough yet. Duan Zixuan glanced at the time on his wristband, feeling a sense of boredom. Yeah, I haven't had enough either. Yi Shingo whispered. Half a minute later, the spotlight hanging from the 6th floor ceiling suddenly lit up, shining on the center of the stage. Under the spotlight stood a woman, capturing the attention of everyone present. She wore a custom-made black gown that not only outlined her graceful figure but also cleverly highlighted her extraordinary aura. The black fabric shimmered subtly under the lights, both mysterious and dignified. She gracefully raised her jade hand, elegantly picked up the auction hammer, smiled as she looked around, and her crisp voice rang out, "Dear esteemed guests, welcome to today's auction. Next, I will introduce to you the first item of the night." Her waist was slender yet possessed just the right amount of strength, swaying gently with her movements, exuding an invisible charm. This is a blue-quality crimson roulette, containing 400 random prizes, with a 0. 25% chance of drawing blue quality armor, the red scale armor. There's also a 0.25% chance of drawing a blue quality talent, advanced vehicle mastery, an essential skill for hunting. A full 0.5% chance of obtaining a blue quality reward, definitely a top tier item among blue quality roulettes. As the woman introduced the first item, everyone's attention shifted from her to the blue roulette. A 0.5% chance of drawing a blue quality reward is indeed considered a high probability among many blue quality roulettes. However, when it comes to actually drawing, the chances of winning a blue quality reward are almost negligible. Its value is far less than that of the items already drawn. The blue quality Scarlet turntable has a starting bid of 1,000 points, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 points. Please start bidding. After the woman finished speaking, she turned to look at the screen behind her. Everyone participating in the auction at the Treasure Pavilion is given a bidding device. Those who wish to bid simply input their price, and only the manager or the master of the pavilion knows who is bidding. On the virtual screen, the numbers jumped rapidly, soon reaching 1,900 points. In reality, there were not many people who could participate in this area: the Lin family, the Chen family, and the remaining two secondary camps. Of course, there were also some lone wolves from the wilderness who, if luck was on their side, could accumulate some wealth, but such individuals were rare, appearing only once in a million. Qin Ping sat among the crowd, feeling somewhat disinterested. He had considered bidding on the blue turntable to draw a blue quality prize for himself and then sell it to the Treasure Pavilion for a profit. However, the risk of exposing his abilities was too great. He could sell some important resources to the pavilion, but he couldn't let them know the origins of those resources. This way, it would be hard for them to associate his abilities with him. At most, they would think he was ruthless, always engaging in some murderous treasure-seeking activities. Moreover, the blue quality rewards were just average, and the price difference was not enough for Qin Ping to take the risk. About an hour later, the woman stepped down, and a middle-aged man took the stage to continue the auction. Just as Qin Ping was dozing off, a green quality weapon suddenly caught his eye. This is a mid-range pistol that can easily kill a level 1 Scarlet Beast and can also inflict some damage on a level 2 Scarlet Beast. It is easy to carry and has strong attack power. The only drawback is that after every 5 shots, it needs to recharge for about 3 minutes. The starting bid for the green quality pistol is 200 points, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 points. Please start bidding. After his rebirth, Qin Ping immediately recognized it as a pulse pistol. If it could be upgraded to blue quality, it would definitely wreak havoc in A-grade or lower Scarlet realms. In his previous life, in the 4th year of the Scarlet Apocalypse, he killed a member of the Scarlet Church and found a blue quality pulse pistol. He originally planned to gather some resources to upgrade it to red quality, but after a year of saving, he was just a few Scarlet coins short when he was backstabbed by Lin Ruoyun and died. If used properly, that green quality pulse pistol could deal explosive damage comparable to an ordinary blue quality firearm. But now, most people did not recognize this pulse pistol, nor would they know how to use it. Everyone looked at the screen, feeling that 200 points for a green quality weapon seemed a bit like a scam. 200 points for the first time, 200 points for the second time. Unsold items were common in the Treasure Pavilion, and the prices given by the appraisers were usually just over 100 points, which normally wouldn't qualify for auction. However, Xin Shaoqian always felt that this weapon was special, which was why it was forcibly included in the auction. 200 points for the third. Before the auctioneer could drop the hammer, the number on the screen jumped to 201. What the hell? Is someone really buying this thing? A green quality weapon selling for 200 points, and there's actually someone willing to be a fool. This must be some rich kid from a landlord's family. Duan Zixuan looked at the big screen and said confidently, with such a spendthrift, his father must be furious. Yi Shunga nodded in agreement. Bang! The auction hammer fell, and Qin Ping successfully bid for the green weapon. In the Treasure Pavilion, all auction items would be privately traded to the bidders by the auction house staff after the auction ended, which was also a form of protection for the bidders. Everyone felt that buying a green pistol for over 200 points was a huge loss, but for Qin Ping, who had over 100,000 points, it was hardly worth mentioning. In the 9th underground level, Xin Shaoqian sat in the office, flipping through the account books. The auction was already halfway through, and Wang Shi delivered the factual data to Xin Shaoqian. How is the effect of this auction? Not too good, the transaction rate is less than 30%. Wang Shi replied. So low? Xin Shaoqian was somewhat surprised. Master, I rechecked the membership list and found no one from the Lin family. Did they send a proxy? Xin Shaoqian asked. Many forces or big shots often do not attend such auctions in person but send intermediaries, or proxies, to bid on their behalf to conceal their identities. It's unlikely. A few days ago, we received news that the Lin family sent Lin Tianzi over. Perhaps he encountered some unexpected incident on the way. Wang Shi speculated. After the auction ends, send someone to investigate. Yes, did that gentleman buy anything? Shen Xiaoqian continued to inquire. For now, he only bought a green quality pistol. Wang Shi answered. A green quality pistol? Shen Xiaoqian frowned slightly. Keep an eye on the auction site, and report to me immediately if you have any news. Yes, master. Wang Shi respectfully exited. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the bidding reached its peak. 3 pieces of blue quality armor and weapons were auctioned off for a high price of 6,000 points. One piece was taken by the Chen family. They had suffered heavy losses during the beast tide, but a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, and their foundation remained quite solid. The remaining 2 pieces were taken by 2 secondary camps from Binhai, each acquiring 1. 2 blue spinning wheels, 1 was left unsold, and 1 was taken. Soon, it was time for the 4th to last item, the scarlet coin. In the manual that Chen Ping saw, it was introduced that the scarlet coin was dropped by scarlet beasts of level 2 and above, with an extremely low drop rate, and its usage was unknown. With no quantity indicated, Chen Ping instinctively thought it was 1 piece. However, the large screen in the void directly displayed 20 pieces. At this moment, Chen Ping only had 4 pieces left in his hand. At this time, the female auctioneer who appeared at the beginning of the auction returned to the stage. This round, coin-like item has an unclear temporary use, but it is very rare. In over 2 months, we have only obtained 20 pieces. In the game Scarlet Apocalypse, items resembling this can be used to upgrade talents and weapons. We speculate that it may have similar functions, but we are still unclear on how to use it. 20 coin items sold as a complete set, starting price 10,000 points, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 points. When the woman announced the price, she felt it was indeed exorbitant. After all, the use of this item was still unclear. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in an uproar. Damn, are they crazy for money? 20 of these red iron pieces for 10,000 points? We don't even know how to use it, and they're selling it for such a high price. What a scam. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to. No one is forcing you, you broke losers. Hey, kid, watch your mouth. Are you a dog for the treasure pavilion? Everyone, quiet down. The crowd's argument intensified, and the woman on stage spoke softly, her voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. She had seen similar situations many times, and these 20 coins, along with that beast egg, had been unsold twice. Each time the bidding started, it sparked intense discussions. This is the treasure pavilion, and all bids are determined by professional appraisers after discussion. If anyone has objections, they can raise them after the auction ends. However, if you cause a ruckus during the auction, don't blame us at the treasure pavilion for being merciless. The woman stood on stage, exuding an imposing presence that silenced everyone. 10,000 points once. The woman began the countdown. Chen Ping looked at the screen, holding the bidding device in his hand. If it were mid-game in Scarlet Apocalypse, 10,000 points for 20 scarlet coins would definitely be a huge loss. But now it still belongs to the early stage, and the Scarlet Secret Realm has not yet descended. 10,000 points by 20 scarlet coins, which can only be considered a normal price. 10,000 points, going twice. The woman spoke again. This item had already gone unsold twice, and the pavilion master showed no signs of lowering the price. In her view, it was bound to go unsold again this time. 10,000 points. The large screen in the void suddenly flickered, showing 11,000 points. Fools are everywhere, especially today. What use is this thing? What are you going to do with it? Use it as a figurine? Indeed, it's better to wait for the auction at 12 o'clock and get a few scarlet sirens to take home. With that money, why get a scarlet siren? Get a scarlet incubus. It will definitely surprise you more than a siren. What surprise? This thing, you can understand it but can't explain it. The crowd whispered among themselves, while the woman on stage had already brought down the hammer. The red coin that had gone unsold twice was actually bid on. The woman was somewhat incredulous. Half a minute later, the final item slowly appeared on the large screen in the void. In the hall of the 6th underground floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, a jade-like scarlet beast egg appeared on the projected screen. The eggshell was white, adorned with intricate black stripes, resembling a kind of talisman. Chen Ping had seen similar scarlet beast eggs. In most cases, the more complex the runes, the stronger the bloodline power of the unhatched scarlet beast. Now it's the early stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse, and such a powerful scarlet beast has appeared? Chen Ping frowned slightly. At the same time, the woman on stage slowly began to speak. This was discovered by the hunting team of the Flying Dragon Camp in a deep pit at a ruin. According to the appraiser's judgment, it can hatch in no more than 3 months. Moreover, the scarlet beast that hatches from this egg will undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. The starting bid for this unknown quality scarlet beast egg is 50,000 points, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 points. Please start bidding. Instantly, the people below began to whisper again. If we can get our hands on an unhatched scarlet beast egg and raise it into a fighter, we could really dominate this scarlet apocalypse. Yeah, the captain of the Dark Crow camp in Binhai found a Dark Crow egg. During this beast tide, the losses of the Dark Crow camp were even smaller than the Chen families. That captain is like a one-man army. Mainly because their camp is impressive. As soon as the scarlet apocalypse descended, they started digging underground, and now it's already 70 or 80 meters deep. The people in that camp are living quite well. However, this scarlet beast egg costs 50,000 points, which is really too expensive. It's worth a shot for a chance to change fate, even if it means going bankrupt. But so far, it seems that only the captain of the Dark Crow camp, Crow King Joemo, has succeeded, right? That's right, a while ago, a few people also obtained scarlet beast eggs, and the moment those eggs hatched, the unsteady scarlet beast cubs directly swallowed the person who hatched them. I've heard quite a bit about this. Hatching a scarlet beast egg is incredibly dangerous, a 9-death 1-life situation. Not only does it require going bankrupt, but it also risks your life, and the success rate is lower than getting high-quality rewards from the scarlet roulette. 59,000 points. Once, the woman on stage knocked the hammer. Chin Ping remained calm below. He had not raised his bid. Based on his guess, only the Chun family had the qualifications to bid on the scarlet beast egg. 59,000 points, twice. At this moment, Chin Ping, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, suddenly pressed the bidding device in his hand. The numbers on the screen jumped twice in succession, once for Chin Ping's bid and once for someone else's bid. Looks like I've hit a wall. Chin Ping's face remained expressionless. Donggu, what kind of person do you think would buy something like this? Duan Zishuan had somehow come over. The foolish son of a landlord. Chin Ping casually replied, what a big landlord. Duan Zishuan felt a bit envious. The numbers on the screen were rapidly changing until they stopped at 67,000. 67,000 points, once. A hint of surprise flashed across the woman's face. After all, this crimson beast egg had been unsold twice. Although the success rate for ordinary auction items today was only 30%, this heavyweight high-priced item was about to be sold for the second time. 67,000 points, 3 times, sold. With a decisive hammer strike, Chen Ping also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this price exceeded his expectations, it was still within an acceptable range. This time, he had to ask Su Chanxian for something worth at least 77,000 points, or he would suffer a significant loss. Meanwhile, Su Chanxian, sitting not far away, looked at Chen Ping with a face full of hope. Chen Ping nodded lightly, and upon seeing this, Su Chanxian nearly jumped out of her seat, her joy completely unmasked. This also attracted everyone's attention. That egg has nothing to do with me. I didn't buy it. Su Chanxian blinked. But to everyone, this was a clear case of not having silver here. Fortunately, this silly girl didn't expose me. Chen Ping remained expressionless. After a brief commotion, the auction continued. Tonight's auction still had 2 heavyweight items left. This red spiritual herb was found in an underground fissure, and there were many crimson beast guards around. Our gathering treasure pavilion united multiple forces and suffered great casualties to obtain it. The woman introduced the origin of the red herb on the screen. In the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, many unprecedented items appeared, and most people couldn't distinguish between medicinal herbs and poisonous plants, let alone know their effects. But Chen Ping, who had been reborn, recognized it at a glance as Juhong Ling Chao. He had obtained a pill formula in the Crimson Secret Realm, made from 4 types of celestial flowers and herbs, called blood pill, and this red spiritual herb was one of the ingredients. The effect of the blood pill was equivalent to an enhanced version of a high-level berserk potion. Its effects could last for 7 days, and the overall attribute enhancement was several times that of a high-level berserk potion. It was similar to the effect of the purple quality sacrifice, but the specifics depended on the quality of the pill produced, and it had no side effects. The quality of the blood pill was at least red quality. To refine white and green quality pills, one only needed a cauldron and fire. However, to refine pills of blue quality or above, one needed the talent for alchemy, which was entirely different from potion-making talent. The last item of the auction was a beginner alchemy proficiency scroll. Previously, Xin Ping had 160,000 points. He spent 10,000 points to buy a crimson coin, and if there was no competition, he could secure 3 heavyweight items. But with the crimson beast egg, he spent 67,000 points, leaving him only able to secure one of the last 2 items. After some thought, Chen Ping decided to go for the red spiritual herb first. Such herbal items rarely appeared in the prize wheel and could only be found in underground fissures or the Crimson Secret Realm, making them rare and sought after. The beginner alchemy talent, however, had a chance to appear in the blue quality or above crimson prize wheel. Qin Ping could specify the prize, and as long as he encountered the prize wheel, he could obtain the talent, which was relatively easier. 51,000 points. Once, the woman glanced at the screen, feeling a bit puzzled. In the past, the best auction items had not sold much today. Yet, items that had always gone unsold were being auctioned off one after another, including those 20 unknown red iron pieces, the unknown crimson beast egg, and this unidentified herb. Even the handgun, which seemed the least likely to be sold, was taken away today. 51,000 points, 3 times. Deal. A hint of uncontrollable joy appeared on the woman's face, leaving the audience below in a daze. Qin Ping also slowly let out a sigh of relief. At least he had acquired this red spirit grass at the lowest price. At this moment, there were still over 30,000 points left on Qin Ping's super membership card, and the final featured auction item was destined to have nothing to do with him. The last item is also the true star of tonight, a blue-quality primary alchemy talent. With this talent, as long as you obtain the formula, you can refine various top-tier elixirs. This is the only alchemy talent scroll we have at the treasure-gathering pavilion so far. As the woman spoke, the voice of Xin Shaoqian came through her earpiece. The starting bid is changed to 80,000. The woman's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. The starting bid for the blue-quality primary alchemy talent scroll is 80,000 points, with each bid increasing by no less than 3,000 points. Please start bidding. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Most of the participants in this auction had only 1 or 2,000 points. The starting bid of 80,000 had eliminated 99% of the people. Even if Qin Ping had not won the previous items, he would definitely hesitate for a long time in the face of this 80,000 starting bid. 83,000 points. To Qin Ping's surprise, the number on the screen jumped. Lin Zetian had been killed by Qin Ping, and the Chen family had been severely damaged by the beast tide. Qin Ping did not expect that there were still forces in this area that could put forth 80,000 points. 86,000 points. 91,000 points. Goodness, it's getting intense. Duan Zixuan watched with a sense of amusement. If it weren't for the point limit in my card, I would want to participate and help them raise the price. Yi Xingge was even more eager for the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the bidding points broke through 100,000. Indeed, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Qin Ping sighed inwardly, also relieved that he had not bet everything on this last item. Otherwise, he might have returned empty-handed this time. Ultimately, the primary alchemy talent stopped at the sky-high price of 120,000 points. This price was indeed a bit high, but now, at the beginning of the Crimson Apocalypse, obtaining the talent first and accumulating resources would allow one to soar when the Crimson Secret Realm descended. Moreover, the probability of drawing a blue-quality talent was appallingly low. 120,000 points was not too much. The first auction at the treasure-gathering pavilion officially concluded. There would be another members-only auction at midnight. Following that would be 3 days of small auctions and trading fairs, during which a large number of white and green quality spinning wheels, armor, weapons, talents, and more would be sold. Qin Ping had no interest in the members-only auction and directly returned to his room. Master, there seems to be the aura of a level 3 crimson beast here. After the auction ended, Qin Ping called Xiao He back. After all, it had already been discovered by Xin Shaoqian, and there was no point in staying there. It was better to be by his side, just in case. Are you sure? Well, not exactly sure. Xiao He replied ambiguously. Do you have a rough location? Qin Ping asked. It should be below, and in a very deep place. Qin Ping nodded. In the Crimson Apocalypse, establishing such a large force and such a complex trading network naturally relied on powerful strength. Otherwise, someone would have caused trouble at the auction long ago. However, Qin Ping was somewhat interested in the level 3 crimson beast mentioned by Xiao He. Before his rebirth, he had no contact with the Xin family, only knowing that it was a behemoth far surpassing the Lin family. While Qin Ping was pondering, there was a sudden knock on the door 3 times. Xiao He flashed and flew into Qin Ping's arms, while the little white that had been sleeping on Qin Ping's belly immediately returned to its own bed after being startled awake. Come in, Qin Ping said. Brother Erdon, I hope I didn't disturb your rest? Xin Shaoqian, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, entered Qin Ping's room alone. His voice was unmasked, and Qin Ping naturally recognized it was Xin Shaoqian. No, ever since the Scarlet Apocalypse arrived, my nerves have been on edge, and I've been sleeping less. Qin Ping stood up and said, Brother Erdon, please move to the 9th floor. There are some confidential matters I wish to discuss with you, Xin Shaoqian stated directly. Xiaobai is not an outsider. If there's something to discuss, Brother Xin, feel free to speak. Xin Shaoqian glanced at Xiaobai, who was curled up on another bed, then looked at Qin Ping, finally locking the door of the room. So far, within the treasure pavilion, there are items with bidding prices above 10,000 points. Only I know the information of the bidders. The beast egg and spirit grass are currently being transported from the headquarters of the treasure pavilion to this location, and they will arrive in 2 days at the earliest. Shen Xiaoqian explained. I don't have anything urgent. Waiting a few days is fine. Chen Ping shook his head. In these 2 boxes are 20 red coins and that green quality pistol. Shen Xiaoqian took out 2 brocade boxes from the spatial stone. Chen Ping opened one to take a look, confirmed there were no issues, and then stored them all away. Brother Erdon, I would like to make a deal with you. What do you think? Shen Xiaoqian asked quietly. What kind of deal? You should know the use of these 20 red coins that you bid on, right? Is Brother Shen looking to buy the usage information of these coins? I love making deals with smart people. There's no need for so much beating around the bush. Shen Xiaoqian nodded with a smile. According to Chen Ping's understanding, about half a month before the Scarlet Secret Realm appeared, the usage method of the Scarlet coins was suddenly made public, and the publisher was the Treasure Pavilion. It was now July, and in another month and a half, the Treasure Pavilion should receive the news. As for where the news came from, Chen Ping was unclear. In any case, this information would eventually be discovered by someone. It would be better for him to sell it to the Treasure Pavilion now and gain some benefits. So what does Brother Shen plan to exchange with me? 50,000 points, or any blue quality item from the Treasure Pavilion, including weapons, spinning wheels, or even talents, Shen Xiaoqian said seriously. This was a decision he made after much thought. Chen Ping nodded. These scarlet coins can upgrade talents, equipment, and weapons. Wanting to know how to use them for 50,000 points seems a bit unrealistic, doesn't it? Shen Xiaoqian was slightly taken aback, thinking Chen Ping would say it directly, but unexpectedly, he circled back. Upgrading a blue quality talent to a red talent through scarlet coins would bring about earth-shattering changes. A blue weapon upgraded to a red weapon could even directly kill a level 3 ferocious beast. Moreover, as long as you have scarlet coins, you can continuously upgrade. Such powerful effects, is it really worth 50,000 points? Chen Ping continued to question. Brother Erdon, are you serious about this? Shen Xiaoqian's face was filled with disbelief. If Chen Ping was not lying, then these scarlet coins were simply a heavenly existence. A person without trust cannot stand. Moreover, I may still trade with the Treasure Pavilion in the future. So why would I deceive Brother Shen? The points in this card are just a string of numbers input by the Treasure Pavilion. If it proves that what I said is false, they can completely clear all points and even use the Shen family's power to hunt me down. Deceiving Brother Shen would bring me harm without any benefit. Chen Ping calmly analyzed. Then how many points do you think this information is worth? As the master of the Treasure Pavilion, he had a keen sense. If what Chen Ping said was true, then this information was priceless. Of course, he was also mentally prepared. Shen Xiaoqian knew that Chen Ping would definitely try to take advantage of him. This information cannot be measured by price, Chen Ping said lightly, and Shen Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. I want to exchange for an auction token. Auction token? Just this? Shen Xiaoqian was somewhat surprised. The auction token from the Treasure Pavilion can be used in any auction, and each token can only be used once. After use, regardless of what item is bid on, it directly belongs to the holder of the auction token. Moreover, before using this token, the holder can enjoy the highest level of treatment from the Treasure Pavilion, and even within a certain range, can mobilize the guards of the Treasure Pavilion. This team is comparable to the strength of the core members of the Lin family. In the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, the Treasure Pavilion issued 3 tokens, and 3 years later, any one of those tokens could stir up a storm. What Chen Ping remembered most vividly was that the Treasure Pavilion auctioned a red quality pill that made one nearly invincible for a period of time. That auction was extremely fierce, with several major forces competing, and the price quickly soared to 1,000,000 points. Until it reached over 9,000,000 points, someone produced the auction token from the Treasure Pavilion, directly securing that pill. However, the highest bidding price at the current Treasure Pavilion was still less than 200,000 points. If he could use the auction token from the Treasure Pavilion to exchange for this priceless information, Shen Xiaoqian did not feel he was at a loss, and Chen Ping, who understood the true value of this token, would definitely make a huge profit. Brother Erdong, so far, our Treasure Pavilion has issued a total of 2 auction tokens. This is the third, a pure gold yellow token, with Treasure Pavilion engraved on the front and auction token on the back. Chen Ping had never seen it before. He examined it carefully before cautiously putting it away. When I was at the timber camp, I accidentally discovered that placing this coin in front of the handle of the Crimson Cabin would automatically open the cabin door. Is this still the key to the Crimson Cabin? Shen Xiaoqian's eyes widened. Countless members of the Shen family had tried to open the Crimson Cabin, but no one could do it. It turned out that its key was this red coin. It can be considered a key to the Crimson Cabin. I call it the Crimson Coin. After using it to open the Crimson Cabin, there is a device inside for inserting coins, and then you can follow the instructions of the equipment inside to choose the talents or items you want to upgrade. Is it really that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Chen Ping nodded calmly. Thank you, Brother Erdong. Shin Shaoqian still wanted to inquire about the Crimson Beast Egg and the information about the red herbs, but those were clearly less important than the information from the Crimson Coin. He was now eager to verify the information provided by Chen Ping. Less than 5 minutes after Shin Shaoqian left, there was another knock at Chen Ping's door. Chen Ping opened the door, and Ma Zi hurriedly walked in. Ma Zi glanced at Xiao Bai, hesitating a bit. If there's something, just say it, she won't spill. Chen Ping sat back down on the bed. Brother Chen, I ran into someone from the Chen family. Ma Zi panted. Did they discover my identity? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Not exactly. Ma Zi shook his head. Then what do they want with you? This time, the person leading the Chen family is Chen Ying. She inquired about the cause of Chen Butcher's death. What did you say? I said Chen Butcher never went to the timber camp, but it seems the Chen family has planted spies at the timber camp and already knows about the Phantom Rose. Ma Zi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why didn't she kill you? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. Chen Ying was Chen Ping's cousin, known for her ruthless methods, especially in this Crimson Apocalypse, where her true nature was fully exposed. When Chen Ping was still with the Chen family, he had heard that Chen Ying would kill several people every day for fun. At that time, Chen Ying was not very strong, and Chen Ping had little contact with her. After Chen Ying backstabbed Chen Ping, there was a purge within the Chen family, promoting a large number of people, including Chen Ying. With the cultivation of various resources, Chen Ying now was no less capable in combat than Xuan A. This time at the Juboj auction, the Chen family even dispatched the second hunting team to escort Chen Ying. She didn't kill me, but she made me take a kind of poison. She said if there's no antidote within half a month, my body will start to rot, and the whole process will last 3 months, then I will die in extreme pain. As long as I return to the Taimu camp, no matter the method, poisoning or assassination, as long as I can kill the Phantom Rose, she will give me the antidote and let me enter the Chen family camp. Ma Zi said in one breath, wiping the sweat that had just formed on his forehead. She's lying to you, Chen Ping said flatly. Ha, so she didn't give me poison? Chen Ping shook his head. The poison she gave you has no antidote. No antidote? Ma Zi was stunned. That must be something Chen Ying concocted. At least for now, there is no antidote. Chen Ping nodded. That vicious woman, I'll fight her. Ma Zi's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to rush out. You can't beat her. Chen Ping's tone remained calm. Then, am I just going to sit here and wait to die? In an instant, Ma Zi deflated like a punctured balloon. Even breathing felt extremely difficult. Do you know where she lives? Chen Ping asked again. 5th floor, room 5008. Ma Zi replied. You go back and wait. Chen Ping said. This, okay. Ma Zi hesitated a bit but still returned to his room. Chen Ping stretched lazily. It's been a long time since I've seen my cousin. Since she's here this time, as her cousin, I should go say hello. Master, is she delicious? How would I know? But you should find out soon. After saying that, Chen Ping left his room. In Jinchang, the underground Juboj, there are a total of 9 floors, each with dozens to hundreds of guards. It is still the development period for Juboj, and reputation is especially important. They must ensure the safety of the participants' lives. Sir, sorry, the 5th floor is not open to the public. 2 guards on the 5th floor stepped forward, blocking Chen Ping's way. Sorry, sir, we disturbed you. Seeing Chen Ping take out his super membership card, the 2 quickly stepped back and apologized respectfully. Are there any vacant rooms? Reporting to you, sir, rooms 5010 to 5018 are all vacant. You can choose any. 5010 then. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Wang Shi appeared on the 5th floor. After all, he was a super member of Juboj, and upon receiving his news, Wang Shi did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Sir, do you have any instructions? I want to experience the feeling of this presidential suite, Chen Ping said with a smile. Sir, please. Wang Shi led Chen Ping into room 5010. Sir, is there anything else you need? I heard the scarlet succubus is being auctioned? Chen Ping asked knowingly. Yes, sir, but with your status, there's no need to participate in the auction. If you want, I can select one for you right away. No, Chen Ping shook his head. Wang Shi stood respectfully at the door. In an environment like the Scarlet Apocalypse, most people's mentality would change. The saying goes, drink today, who knows if there will be a tomorrow. Very few, like Chen Ping, have both strength and the ability to restrain their desires. Although Wang Shi felt overwhelmed by Chen Ping, deep down, he still admired him. At this moment, Chen Ping extended 2 fingers. I want to. 2, the Scarlet Succubus? Wang Shi was slightly taken aback. What else? Chen Ping retorted. Alright, I'll bring them right away. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, 2 extremely alluring and blood-pumping scarlet succubi, under Wang Shi's lead, walked into Chen Ping's room. You can step out for now, Chen Ping said gently. Yes, sir, enjoy slowly. I will be on standby 24 hours a day. If you have any instructions, just ring the bell, and I will come immediately. Bang! Wang Shirguan closed the door. The 2 crimson demonesses looked very restrained, their faces filled with fear. Is this how the treasure pavilion trains you? Chen Ping asked coldly. The 2 crimson demonesses trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and approached Chen Ping. However, just as they reached Chen Ping, they suddenly felt a slight heaviness in their heads and both collapsed into his arms. After placing the 2 demonesses on the large bed, Chen Ping changed into a black outfit. What's happening outside? The patrol just passed by, and there's no one now. Xiao Hei's thoughts came from outside, and Chen Ping immediately slipped out of the room. 5008. Based on the information provided by the pockmarked man, Chen Ping went directly to Chen Ying's room. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it so late? I am Xin Shaoqian. There's been a problem with the item you bid on. Before Chen Ping could finish, the door was suddenly flung open. What problem? Chen Ying, with disheveled hair, stared at Chen Ping. May I have a word? After Chen Ping spoke, Chen Ying immediately stepped aside, and Chen Ping entered the room, shutting the door behind him. At that moment, a team of patrol guards slowly approached but did not notice anything unusual. The rooms on the 5th floor were all about the same size, nearly 200 square meters, with luxurious bedrooms, bathrooms, a separate dining area, a reception room, and a spacious living room. Is it the talent scroll that has a problem? Chen Ping was slightly taller than Xin Shaoqian, but Chen Ying had not interacted much with Xin Shaoqian, and in her panic, she had no suspicions. After all, that scroll was worth over 100,000 points, a significant investment for the Chun family, and now that there was a problem, how could Chen Ying not be anxious? Chen Ping had only been testing the waters, not expecting that the talent scroll had indeed been bought by the Chun family. What a pity! Chen Ping shook his head inside. What a pity! Chen Ying was confused. If I had come earlier, before the auction, my points wouldn't be so tight. You are not Xin Shaoqian. Chen Ying quickly stepped back, and before she could make any other move, she felt a slight sting at the back of her neck. Who are you? Chen Ying stumbled and fell to the ground. Sometimes, it's better to be a fool. Chen Ping took a step forward and began to search Chen Ying. From top to bottom, inside and out, he searched very carefully. Although he didn't find as much as Lin Tianzi, he still returned with a good haul. What smell is that? Chen Ping looked at the small black figure flying up from Chen Ying's neck. Ugh, it stinks. Xiao Hei expressed his disgust. Chen Ping shook his head, took a wisp of flame from the starry cauldron, and directly burned Chen Ying's corpse to ashes. After searching the entire living room and finding nothing, Chen Ping walked into the bedroom. The luxurious carpet, precious art decorations, and a bed large enough for more than 10 people. On the bed, 4 men were bound with thick red ropes, completely naked except for the ropes, and their mouths were stuffed with some foreign object, making no sound at all. This cousin really knows how to play. I can't eat anymore. It's disgusting. Xiao Hei flew directly into Chen Ping's arms. Chen Ping smiled wryly and took out the starry fire to destroy the 4 men completely. After more than 10 minutes of searching, Chen Ping and Xiao Hei left Chen Ying's room and returned to room 5010. At this time, the 2 crimson demonesses had not yet woken up. Xiao Hei, I'm a bit worried about Xiao Bai. Go back and check on her. What about you, master? Xiao Hei flew out from Chen Ping's arms. I still have some things to take care of. I'll return by dawn. What about the 3rd level Crimson Beast? After the auction ends, I'll take you to see it. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he took out a piece of nougat. Okay, thank you, master. Xiao Hei left the room contentedly. A few hours later, a ray of light rose from the east. The treasure pavilion underground in Jincheng suddenly became noisy. Master, Miss Chen Ying from the Chen family is missing. Wang Shi hurriedly found Xin Shaoqian. Xin Shaoqian verified Chen Ping's information, and there were no issues. He was so excited that he hadn't slept all night, now sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. Chen Ying is missing? Yes. The captain of the Chen family's 2nd hunting team is searching the treasure pavilion. Wang Shi nodded. Now, Chunning holds a significant position in the Chen family. With her disappearance from our treasure pavilion, we indeed need to provide an explanation. Shen Xiaoqian's brows furrowed tightly. If we don't investigate this matter, the reputation of the treasure pavilion will be damaged, and in the future, no one will dare to trade with us. If we do investigate, the others are manageable, but those on the 5th floor, none of them are of a lower status than the Chen family. Wang Shi was worried. You go stabilize the Chen family members first, then bring me everyone's movements from last night. I will handle this personally, Shen Xiaoqian instructed. Yes, Pavilion Master. After Wang Shi left, Shen Xiaoqian sat quietly in the room. A low wolf howl suddenly rang out from the doorway. Shen Xiaoqian opened the door to find an ordinary small black dog standing there. Upon seeing Shen Xiaoqian, the black dog ran around him joyfully. After letting the small dog in, Shen Xiaoqian closed the door. Ah Zhong, have you figured out who did this? The little black dog jumped around happily. 5010? Ear East? Shen Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. Ear East, Chunning, do they have a grudge? Shen Xiaoqian pondered, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He immediately activated his wristband and pulled up a document. Chan Ping? Could it be him? Shen Xiaoqian was momentarily stunned, then directly sat down in his office chair. This matter was far-reaching, not only concerning the Chen family but more importantly, the reputation of the treasure pavilion. As for that Chen Ping, Shen Xiaoqian had witnessed his strength. Although the crimson beast he had cultivated had reached level 3, its combat power was weak and was no match for Chen Ping. If he were to immediately summon a combat team from the Shen family, the chances of killing Chen Ping would indeed increase significantly. However, Shen Xiaoqian was somewhat reluctant. Considering the long term, if Chen Ping could grow, it would definitely be beneficial for the treasure pavilion. After all, the function of the crimson coin was not as easily discovered as Chen Ping claimed. Chen Ping seemed to have a deep understanding of many items. Shen Xiaoqian had also heard rumors about Chen Ping. He believed that Chen Ping would have greater development in the future. If they couldn't kill Chen Ping this time, it would inevitably bring catastrophic consequences to the treasure pavilion later on. As for the Chen family, although there was a Chenin with decent talent, his skill and intrigue meant he would not go far in this crimson apocalypse. Pavilion Master, all the information from last night is here. Wang Shi brought a document. What about the Chen family? They said they hope the treasure pavilion will provide a satisfactory response. I understand. Shen Xiaoqian nodded and directly found Chen Ping's information among the many documents. After the auction ended, he took 2 crimson succubi and fought. For an entire night? Around 8 in the morning, Chen Ping emerged from the bathroom. On the bed, 2 crimson succubi were sound asleep. Chen Ping shook his head. It seems the rumors can't be fully trusted. The combat power of these crimson succubi is just mediocre. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gentle knock on the door. Who? Sir, someone went missing in the treasure pavilion last night. The pavilion master requests everyone to go to the 6th floor. The culprit has been found. Wang Shi's voice rang out from outside the door. The morning after the treasure pavilion auction, all participants gathered in the hall on the 6th floor. Have you heard? Someone died last night, Duan Zishuan whispered. I've heard. It seems to be a member of the Chen family. Yi Xinga nodded. This could escalate. Although the Chen family is far inferior to the treasure pavilion, they are still the largest force in Binhai. Moreover, if this matter isn't clarified, who would dare to participate in the treasure pavilion's auction in the future? Look at you, so cowardly. A few people died and you're scared? In this crimson apocalypse, who doesn't die by the thousands every day? No matter what happened in the treasure pavilion, as long as the crimson demoness is still around, I dare to come. Yi Xinga said disdainfully. Xinga, did you go looking for the crimson demoness last night? Duan Zishuan asked curiously. I was just short on funds, okay? Once I save enough, I must go for a full set. Yi Xinga said confidently. Damn it, I just got up, haven't even eaten breakfast, and I've been dragged over here. Li Shan said angrily. Shoo, the Chen family is coming, let's keep it down. Jiang Chang whispered. Ha, where's Captain Motzi? Duan Zishuan scanned the room. I don't know, Donggu hasn't come either. After the auction ended last night, I haven't seen them again. They wouldn't have. Don't talk nonsense, my Donggu is invincible, how could he? Look, Donggu is here. As Duan Zishuan spoke, he saw a familiar figure appear at the entrance. Immediately, the spotlight in the hall shone on the stage, where the slightly frail Shen Xiaoqian stood alone under the light. Everyone should have heard about last night's events. However, Miss Chening of the Chen family is not missing. Yesterday afternoon, we discovered a level 3 crimson beast wandering in Jinchang. and then the treasure pavilion mobilized 10 combat teams to prepare for the hunt. If this level 3 Crimson Beast is not eliminated, it will surely affect the auction and threaten everyone's safety. But this Crimson Beast is exceptionally cunning. It wasn't until last night that we managed to severely injure it. Last night was the first auction of the treasure pavilion in Jincheng, and as the pavilion master, I should have been present. But because of that level 3 Crimson Beast, I truly had no time to spare. If it had charged into the auction house, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We continued to grapple with that Crimson Beast at a terrible cost. At that moment, Miss Chening learned of our hunt for the level 3 Crimson Beast and stepped forward to help. In the end, with Miss Chenying's assistance, we thought we had slain the beast, but unexpectedly, it played dead. When Miss Chening approached to investigate, the Crimson Beast made a final desperate attack and swallowed her whole. Xin Shaoxian said, her voice filled with sorrow, interrupting her narration multiple times. I didn't expect this Miss Chan to be so brave. Duan Zishuan sighed. Yeah, I'm a big man, and I can't even keep my legs together when I see a level 3 Crimson Beast. Yi Xinga shook his head. Are you going to fight the level 3 Crimson Beast, or are you going to be fought by it? Duan Zishuan frowned slightly. Isn't it the same? It's all a death sentence. Yi Xinga retorted. Ha, Donggu, why are you wiping your tears? Duan Zishuan noticed Chen Ping beside him. I'm moved. Miss Chen is truly a heroine among women. Chen Ping shouted. Heroine among women. The crowd echoed. That's right, Miss Chening sacrificed herself to save everyone. This spirit of dedication is exactly what we need in the apocalypse. If we humans cannot unite, the only outcome is extinction. To express our gratitude to Miss Chening, she will become the 3rd honorary guest of the Treasure Pavilion, forever inscribed on the pavilion's honor tablet. Additionally, the Treasure Pavilion will compensate the Chen family with 50,000 points, a blue-quality crimson roulette, and 2 pieces of blue-quality armor. Xin Shaoqian was indeed generous. A blue-quality alchemy talent had only been auctioned for 120,000 points, and now they were giving away 70 to 80,000 points. However, the reputation of the Treasure Pavilion was preserved and received everyone's admiration. If one were to serve the Treasure Pavilion, the benefits would definitely be the most substantial. The Treasure Pavilion is truly generous. Not only are they generous, but they're also righteous. There's really nothing to say. Does the Treasure Pavilion still need dogs? Although I'm not fierce, I can bark loudly. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. The Chen family did not say anything further. After all, the gathering Treasure Pavilion had given too much. Moreover, it had elevated Chen Ying to a certain status. In the eyes of the Chen family, Chen Ying's life wasn't worth that much. After Xin Xiaoqian's passionate speech, the specialized auction began immediately. The auction featured some green quality props and a batch of white turntables. Chen Ping had no interest in this. He greeted Motzi and returned directly to room 5010. When he got back, the 2 scarlet succubi were still fast asleep. They had been normal humans before, but after the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, they had fallen to the lowest tier, chosen for their outstanding beauty. They were then injected with a serum made from the blood of scarlet beasts, which significantly reduced their lifespan while making their bodies more flexible, their skin smoother, and their appearances more alluring. Chen Ping walked to the sofa in the living room, poured himself a cup of tea, and then took out a large pile of items from the spatial stone. A composite bow, a set of blue armor, all blue quality. For green turntables, 2 bottles of primary life potions, 1 bottle of intermediate life potion, a pile of herbs, and the corpses of scarlet beasts. For Chen Ping, the turntables and life potions were quite decent. His handgun and black knife were easy to use, and he planned to upgrade the pulse pistol to blue quality as well, which made the composite bow somewhat redundant. For now, he couldn't sell it to the gathering Treasure Pavilion. After all, it was just purchased by Chen Ying last night. If Chen Ping took it out now, it would be tantamount to announcing to everyone that Chen Ying's death was related to him. I'll deal with it later. Chen Ping put away the composite bow and armor, first using the intermediate life potion to increase his lifespan by 30 years. Then he activated a green turntable. Please specify the reward item. 1. Strong suspenders 2. Golden basketball 3. 100 sliced chicken 4. Compressed biscuits * 105. Electronic insect repellent 6. Primary experience scroll 6. Primary experience scroll. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, humans could accumulate scarlet power by continuously killing scarlet beasts, thereby enhancing their strength. Scarlet power, in the game's Scarlet Apocalypse, is referred to as experience, so after the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, humans habitually continued to use this term. Chen Ping's current rank was Silver 6 star. Unless he killed a level 3 scarlet beast, it would be difficult to continue leveling up. In the coastal area, Chen Ping knew the locations of 2 level 3 scarlet beasts and planned to hunt them after acquiring the items from this auction. However, before that, he needed to improve his strength as much as possible. After all, among the 3 scarlet beasts he had killed, 2 had limited resistance, and the third, the Earth Fire Scorpion, was defeated because Chen Ping knew its weakness. To kill the other 2 level 3 scarlet beasts in the coastal area, there was no shortcut. He could only confront them head-on. The experience gained from the primary experience scrolls wasn't much, but it could save a lot of time, allowing Chen Ping to level up quickly. Coincidentally, all 4 green-quality scarlet turntables had primary experience scrolls, which were likely collected by Chen Ying specifically for Chenin. In fact, drawing from the scarlet turntables had its own techniques. For example, if one wanted to draw a primary experience scroll, they should gather more than 10 turntables that contained primary experience scrolls and have 10 people draw simultaneously, which would increase the probability of winning. Of course, there was also an element of mysticism involved, but most people were willing to believe it. After consuming 40 years of lifespan, he drew 4 primary experience scrolls, bringing him a significant step closer to 8 stars. At least saved 2 months of monster killing time. Following that, Chen Ping took out the star cauldron. He picked out some herbs and tossed them into the cauldron, where the first level star fire blazed brightly, beginning to slowly refine. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, as long as one had strength, becoming a lone wolf allowed for freedom and no burdens. But in the mid-stage, obtaining information and searching for resources would consume a tremendous amount of energy. Chen Ping needed, at the very least, a capable team to gather intelligence and solve those tedious supply issues. For the time being, Ma Zi and the others might be useful. Soon, several pills were successfully refined. Ma Zi had also arrived early to wait outside Chen Ping's room. "Captain Ma Zi, come in." Upon hearing this, Ma Zi dared not show any negligence. "Brother Chen." Ma Zi was filled with trepidation. If the Chen family were likened to a giant elephant, then the Taimu camp was like ants on the ground, easily crushed without any effort. Compared to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the Chen family became the ants, while the Gathering Treasure Pavilion transformed into a colossal elephant capable of destroying the world. Ma Zi had previously acted on impulse, wanting to confront Chen Ying, but in reality, he did not dare, for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was far too terrifying. Anyone who caused such a commotion in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would undoubtedly find themselves in a situation where they could neither live nor die. Ma Zi never expected that Chen Ping would actually dare to kill someone in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, and that the pavilion master would personally come out to smooth things over for Chen Ping. Originally, in Ma Zi's eyes, Chen Ping was merely a survivor of the apocalypse with much greater strength than him. But now, Chen Ping had become a lofty figure, akin to a deity. Chen Ping was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would find it utterly contemptible. In this crimson apocalypse, so-called loyalty was the cheapest thing. "Captain Ma Zi, I indeed have no antidote for Chen Ying's poison, but this can suppress its onset. As long as you take 1 pill each month, you can temporarily preserve your life." Chen Ping took out a black pill and placed it in front of Ma Zi. "Brother Chen, your great kindness." Ma Zi was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. "We fought side by side before, no need for thanks. After this auction ends, I have some personal matters to attend to. You all wait for me at the old site of the Morning Dawn camp. I will meet up with you in about a day." "Alright, I understand." Ma Zi nodded. This auction finally ended. It was such a waste of time. Yi Shenga complained. "I sold everything I could and only got 20 points. It's not enough to buy anything." Duan Zishuan sighed. "I haven't seen Donggu since yesterday. Have you all seen him?" Jiang Cheng asked. "No." Donggu suddenly became elusive. "I suspect he went off to fool around." Yi Shinga stroked his chin. "Stop the nonsense. We need to get moving," Ma Zi said, leading the team to the parking lot. 3 days may not be long, but a layer of dust had already settled on their armored vehicle. "Boss, aren't we waiting for Donggu?" Li Shan asked. "We'll rest at the Morning Dawn camp today and return to the Taimu camp tomorrow." Ma Zi chose to ignore Li Shan's question. Originally a 10-person team, before arriving at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the Vice Captain Xuana had left the team, and now, leaving the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Vice Captain Chen Ping and that mysterious Xiaobai were also missing. The remaining 7, under Ma Zi's leadership, wobbled their way to the Morning Dawn camp. Meanwhile, Chen Ping, who had set off last night, was now riding a heavy motorcycle, speeding through a ruin. This had once been the city center of Jin City, especially the twin towers where Chen Ping was located, a landmark of Jin City. Unfortunately, it had long since collapsed. Chen Ping stopped the motorcycle, and Xiao Bai, sitting behind him, lifted the hood of her cloak, revealing the devastation, and couldn't help but tremble slightly. The ground was littered with corpses, already decayed beyond recognition. The nauseating stench, and the crimson worms weaving through the bodies had become the new symbols of this place. Master, my sixth sense tells me that a level 3 crimson beast is nearby. Xiao Hei flew out from Xiao Bai's fluffy hair. Your sixth sense is getting more accurate. I can see it too. Chen Ping nodded, looking into the distance. Amidst the crumbling walls and remnants, a massive scarlet beast, towering 3 stories high, slowly rose and gazed at Chen Ping. This scarlet beast, with the head of an ox and the body of a man, had bulging muscles and skin as tough as iron, its lantern-sized eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glint, wielding a thick iron rod, resembling a moving mountain. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, all scarlet beasts were said to possess bloodlines, which also served as their greatest limitation. Some scarlet beasts were born as level 1, with a ceiling of only level 3. No matter how hard they tried, they could only ever be level 3 beasts. Others, however, could be born at levels 3 or 4, or even 6, crushing the vast majority of scarlet beasts right from birth. The ox-headed man was a hybrid of high and low bloodlines, born as a level 3 beast. If it could awaken its high bloodline, it could break through to level 6, possessing intelligence surpassing that of humans. If it failed to awaken its high bloodline, it would remain at level 3 forever. The ox-headed man before Chen Ping was still at level 3, but in 6 months, by chance, it would awaken its high bloodline and directly break through to level 4, bringing disaster to Jinchang. Chen Ping had already changed too much upon his rebirth. The trajectory of this world was completely different from before. Fortunately, the current impact was not too severe. Thus, the memories and experiences from his previous life still played a decisive role. Moo! The ox-headed man charged at Chen Ping, iron rod in hand. The ground trembled violently with its run. Master, what do we do? Its skin is too tough. I can't bite through it. Go in through its mouth. But then I'll be digested by its stomach. Little Black dove into Chen Ping's embrace. Chen Ping had not expected much from Little Black. He was well aware of the ox-headed man's strength. In the entire coastal city, it was second only to another level 3 scarlet beast. If it weren't for the sacrifice talent, Chen Ping would never have dared to provoke it. With a thought, he summoned the black knife from the spatial stone. Without hesitation, he downed 4 types of basic potions. The black knife traced a perfect arc in the air. Clang! With all his might, he struck, but left no mark on the ox-headed man. Whoosh! The iron rod in the ox-headed man's hand swooped down, as if to crush the ant before it. Chen Ping attempted to evade using his agility, but the ox-headed man seemed to have predicted his movements, blocking all his escape routes. With no other choice, Chen Ping gripped the knife with both hands and braced for the blow. Clang! He raised the black knife above his head, and after a violent impact, his body sank a few centimeters, his legs like nails embedded in the ground. Intense pain surged through him. It felt as if his arms were rendered useless. I underestimated its strength. Without hesitation, Chen Ping activated his sacrifice talent. All the pain vanished, and he gripped the black knife tightly, deflecting the iron rod from the ox-headed man's hand, then leaped up, slashing at the beast's thigh. Slash! Thanks to the enhancement from the sacrifice talent, Chen Ping broke through the ox-headed man's defenses, but at the same time, the black knife could not withstand such fierce force and shattered in his hand. The ox-headed man, injured in the leg, instantly went berserk, its strength increasing rather than diminishing. This is bad. Chen Ping was alarmed as he saw the ox-headed man enveloped in blood and fury. He retreated to the side, knowing that Little White was not far behind. If he retreated directly, he might endanger Little White. Little Black, it has a wound. Chen Ping communicated with Little Black while retreating. I'm going. Little Black shot towards the ox-headed man's thigh like an arrow. Bang! Master, this guy has flabby flesh blocking the wound. Little Black was dazed from the impact. Flabby flesh? Oh, I misread it. It's muscle. Wow, such sexy lines. Chen Ping frowned. It seemed that dealing with this ox-headed man would truly rely on himself. He now has 2 handguns, but both are of green quality, just like the black knife. Even with the sacrifice bonus, the damage to the Minotaur is quite limited. Moreover, the Minotaur is now in a berserk state. Before his rebirth, the Lin family had collected a lot of information about this Minotaur, and Chen Ping had studied it in detail, even planning a hunt. However, before they could act, the arrival of the Scarlet Realm completely shelved this operation. Therefore, their understanding of the Minotaur is still limited to paper. Normally, with Chen Ping's strength, using sacrifice, he could easily crush the Minotaur. But now, an abnormal situation might have arisen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, Chen Ping found a blue-quality composite bow on Chening, which came in handy at this moment. Clang! Clang! The Minotaur appeared clumsy but was actually very agile. It directly used the iron rod in its hand to block 2 arrows. However, one arrow still struck the Minotaur's chest. It seems a quick resolution is impossible. Chen Ping gritted his teeth, continuously activating the sacrifice talent, then using agile movements to create distance from the Minotaur, constantly harassing it with a kite strategy. In 9 seconds, the Minotaur had been shot full of arrows, while Little Black had entered the Minotaur's body through a wound. Little Black was already a level 3 Scarlet Bug, possessing an absolute advantage when entering a creature of the same level. Go! Chen Ping continued to activate the sacrifice talent, dodged onto a heavy motorcycle, and sped away with Little White. In 3 seconds, the motorcycle flew half a kilometer, then made a turn into the basement garage of the Twin Towers. As the sacrifice ended, Chen Ping's arms completely lost sensation, returning to the severely injured state before the talent was activated. Bang! After extreme driving, the motorcycle was completely wrecked, crashing into the garage wall due to lack of control. Rumble! The dying Minotaur frantically attacked everything in sight on the ground, but with Little Black inside it, it was utterly helpless. Even without Little Black, the countless arrows in its body would have been enough to take its life. This time was a bit reckless. Chen Ping's consciousness gradually blurred. Woo woo! Little White stumbled to her feet, the blood on her forehead matting her fluffy hair into clumps. Seeing Chen Ping injured, her face was filled with terror. She couldn't care less about her own injuries and hurried to Chen Ping's side. Although Chen Ping's consciousness was hazy, after more than 4 years of training in the Scarlet Realm, that instinct for self-defense still existed. One hand remained gripping the composite bow. If he truly sensed danger, that arrow would definitely kill Little White. As for Chen Ping himself, relying on his recovery ability, he could slowly recuperate in 3 to 5 days. Bang! Little White pounced onto Chen Ping, but he did not pull the trigger. A pair of fluffy yet warm hands touched his arms. Immediately, a warm current surged from his arms, flowing through his limbs. His broken body began to heal rapidly, and his blurred consciousness gradually cleared. In less than half a minute, Chen Ping had recovered 50% and was fully capable of moving. Little White had also sustained serious injuries. After treating Chen Ping, she lay on him and fell asleep. Chen Ping first took a bottle of basic recovery potion, which had minimal effect. Little Black, how are you? Burp, half full. I mean, how's the Minotaur? Not dead yet, a little rescue, but it might not survive. Chen Ping felt slightly relieved upon hearing this. After resting in the garage for half an hour, he finally got up, preparing to check the gains from this encounter. The stench of blood permeated the dilapidated surroundings of the Twin Towers. The massive corpse of the bull-headed man lay across the front of the collapsed building. Dark red blood continued to flow out, forming a small red stream on the uneven ground. Master, you are no longer just strong, you are ridiculously strong, the kind that is beyond reason. Little Black flew to Chen Ping's side. You hide the fastest during battles, but now you're flattering me, 1 compliment is worth 2. Chen Ping mocked. Master, that's unfair. I have self-awareness. If I clearly can't win and still insist on charging in, wouldn't that just cause trouble for you? Little Black said, looking aggrieved. Forget it. How was the enhancement this time? Chen Ping asked. Little Black's innate skill allowed him to absorb the blood and life of the Scarlet Beasts to enhance his own strength. However, the same Scarlet Beast yielded the best results only the first time it was absorbed. If I can get about 100 level 3 Scarlet Beasts, I should be able to level up to level 4. Little Black said excitedly. By absorbing the turtle spirit grass, Little Black had completed the breakthrough, raising his limit to level 4. Among the alien insects, reaching level 4 was definitely unprecedented, and it was unlikely that many would follow. 100? There's only one left in the entire coastal area. Chen Ping shook his head, but once the Scarlet Secret Realm descended, there would be more level 3 Scarlet Beasts there. Master, I have a bold idea. What? Catch a few different level 3 Scarlet Beasts, then crossbreed them to create some new species. Your idea is good, but don't think about it next time. Chen Ping dismissed Little Black and walked towards the bull-headed man's corpse. Is there still this much left? I can't eat anymore, and it wouldn't do any good to eat more. Wait, its corpse can be used to refine pills, which is useful for you, Master. That's why I couldn't bear to eat it. Master, for you, I've exhausted myself, truly worried sick. Little Black flitted around Chen Ping. Chen Ping ignored him and stored the bull-headed man's corpse in the spatial stone. Fortunately, he had kept an extra spatial stone, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fit the bull-headed man's body. Soon after, in a pool of blood, he discovered items that glimmered with a faint red light. 3 scarlet coins, 1 blue quality roulette, 3 green quality roulettes, and an iron rod. Fire knife? Just when the black knife is gone, Chen Ping looked at the blue quality roulette, feeling delighted. However, after using sacrifice for 12 seconds, which consumed 40 years of his lifespan, he was left with only 2 years of life, making it impossible for him to activate the blue quality roulette. Chen Ping's original plan was to eliminate the remaining 2 level 3 Scarlet Beasts in the coastal area and then return to the Ironwood camp to wait for the arrival of the Scarlet Secret Realm. But since sacrifice could no longer be used, the black knife was destroyed, and the last Scarlet Beast was stronger than the bull-headed man. For safety's sake, Chen Ping abandoned the idea of killing the last level 3 Scarlet Beast and decided to return to the Ironwood camp to rest. Baiyu still had 5 bottles of intermediate life potions. Additionally, the scarlet coins in his hand could be used to upgrade his weapons, and once he was fully prepared, he could deal with the level 3 Scarlet Beast later. After all, with the current strength of the surviving humans in the coastal area, even if they doubled their power, they might not be able to contend with that level 3 Scarlet Beast. Its life was safer than Chen Ping's. After collecting all the spoils, Chen Ping casually found a car that could still start, took the unconscious little white, and drove towards the old site of the Dawn Camp. The sky was darkening, the Scarlet Wilderness was filled with a sense of desolation. Ma Zi's team arrived at the Dawn Camp in the afternoon. The great fire had burned everything in the camp to ashes. Without the rotting corpses, the air in the Dawn Camp was exceptionally fresh. Shanggu, recently, several level 3 Scarlet Beasts have mysteriously disappeared. Do you think someone could have killed them alone? Duan Zixuan stood guard outside the camp, looking into the darkness ahead, feeling a surge of fear, and quickly found a topic to discuss with the nearby Yi Shanggu. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Shanggu shook her head. Although their strength had made a qualitative leap, the oppressive feeling brought by the level 3 Crimson Beast was unprecedentedly immense. Yi Xingge did not believe that such a powerful monster could be killed by a single person. I don't think that's possible either. But, have you noticed that every time the level 3 Crimson Beast disappears, Donggu seems to leave for a while? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Although Duan Zixuan's mind wasn't particularly sharp, he could occasionally have a moment of clarity. Donggu? Mentioning Chen Ping made Yi Shengge hesitate. This person understood the Crimson world too well, like a walking encyclopedia. Although the game Crimson Apocalypse had appeared before the end of the world, giving everyone a preliminary understanding of this world, the real Crimson Apocalypse was almost completely different from the game. One was like a kindergarten child just learning addition, while the other was like a university calculus class. Yet Chen Ping navigated this world with ease, even knowing how to use Yi Xingge's netherfire perfectly. Donggu is too mysterious. I can't figure him out. Yi Xingge shook her head. Xingge, look over there. Is that like the Crimson Wanderer? Duan Zixuan suddenly pointed into the distance. Yi Xingge's expression turned serious as she quickly activated her wristband. Instantly, the entire camp was filled with alarm bells. Unknown survivor approaching. Yi Xingge shouted. The few people who had been sleeping in the tent immediately woke up, grabbing their weapons and stepping outside. The light source moved quickly, coming closer and closer until it finally stopped outside the camp. Bang! The car door opened, and Chen Ping stepped out. Donggu, it's you! You scared the hell out of me. Duan Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Ping. Did you wet yourself again? Yi Shengge looked at him with disdain. It's sweat, it's sweat. Duan Zixuan's face turned red. Chen Ping shook his head, finding it rare to see so many live treasures in the Crimson Apocalypse. In his previous life, he had hunted Crimson Beasts daily, and the slaughter and bloodshed gradually consumed his sanity. So, after being reborn, he was trying to adjust his mindset. However, having this group of quirky teammates around him did help him avoid that feeling of being controlled by slaughter. Dongzi, you're back. Ma Zi parted the crowd and walked out. Chen Ping nodded and picked up Xiao Bai from the passenger seat. Xiao Bai got a minor injury, but it's nothing serious. That's good. Jiang Chang, Jiang Xian, you two go set up 2 tents. Before Ma Zi finished speaking, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian had already started setting up the tents. Let me do it. You two are too clumsy. Dong Ji's tent must be set up by me. Yi Shengge hurried over. Wait for me. I need to change my pants first. Duan Zixuan realized halfway that his pants were still dripping sweat, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's getting late. Everyone should finish up and rest early. A night passed without incident. Before dawn, Chen Ping got up early and went to the neighboring tent to check on Xiao Bai. Woo. Xiao Bai was already awake but still very weak, with a pale face. It's okay, once we go back, rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Chen Ping squatted beside Xiao Bai, offering some comfort. Woo. Xiao Bai rolled over and affectionately rubbed against Chen Ping's leg. Soon, the others began to wake up one after another, and Su Chanxian eagerly found Chen Ping. Donggu, what about that egg? Su Chanxian had wanted to find Chen Ping last night, but it was too late, and Chen Ping looked exhausted, holding the injured and unconscious Xiaobai, so she had to suppress her urgency. Here it is. Chen Ping took out the crimson beast's egg from the space stone. The black runes flickered with a mysterious light, filling the entire tent. Su Qianqian couldn't hide her excitement and instinctively made a swallowing motion. Brother Dong, I really don't know how to thank you. You are like my reborn parents. How about I take you as my adoptive father? Cough, cough. There's no need for that. Just give me something of equal value. Chen Ping was speechless, truly unable to understand the girl's thoughts. Okay, don't worry. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss, Su Qianqian said confidently. Chen Ping felt at ease. After all, Su Qianqian's mysterious sachet was still in his hands. Su Qianqian's hand caressed the crimson beast egg back and forth, wearing a look of complete enjoyment. Then, with her two ponytails swaying, she ran out. Captain Ma, do we have a big pot? There's one in the car. Why? Get it out and heat the oil, Su Qianqian said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was filled with doubts. The hatching methods for crimson beast eggs were bizarre and varied, and Chen Ping didn't know much about them. Could this be some new hatching method? Chen Ping followed her out of the tent. In the future, perhaps he could also encounter good crimson beast eggs in the Crimson Secret Realm. If he could master a safe hatching method, it would definitely multiply his strength several times. After all, most people who hatched crimson beast eggs were directly devoured by the newly emerged crimson beasts at the same time. Ma Zi didn't know what Su Qianqian was planning, but seeing her come out of Chen Ping's tent holding a familiar egg, he didn't ask further and directly instructed Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian to heat the oil. In the wilderness, they usually ate cold food and didn't dare to start a fire. But with Chen Ping in the team, Ma Zi wasn't worried about the threat of crimson beasts at all. Before long, the oil in the pot began to boil and bubble. This was beast oil extracted from crimson beasts, which smelled worse than plant extracts, with a very fishy odor. However, in the Crimson Apocalypse, as long as the food could fill their stomachs and keep them alive, taste was the least of their concerns. Bang! Su Qianqian, standing nearby, violently struck the crimson beast egg with her tower shield. Damn, it's really hard. Su Qianqian spat, rolled up her sleeves, and her slender arms instantly bulged with muscles, looking even more robust than Ma Zi. Bang! Under the heavy blow of the black tower shield, the entire ground trembled, but the crimson beast egg remained unmoved. This is getting tricky. Su Qianqian turned to Chen Ping and asked, Brother Dong, do you have something harder, like a stick or a club? Hearing her words, Yi Shengdat and Duan Zhuxuan were the first to be stunned. Is this something we can see? Duan Zhuxuan rubbed his chin. Is this not a paid service? Yi Xingge said with a mischievous glare. I do have an iron rod, but it's quite heavy, Chen Ping said as he took out the iron rod of the Minotaur from the spatial stone. This might work. Su Qianqian gripped the iron rod tightly, lifted it high, and then brought it down hard onto the crimson beast egg. Ding! Su Qianqian felt her arms ache, and the iron rod showed some cracks. Meanwhile, the crimson beast egg also developed several fissures. Got it! Su Qianqian immediately dropped the iron rod, ran to the crimson beast egg, picked it up, and moved it to the side of the boiling hot oil. The yellow and red egg liquid slowly flowed into the pot through the cracks. Sizzle! Oil splattered everywhere. This left Chen Ping, who was not far away, somewhat dazed. This is hatching an egg? A few minutes later, as the egg liquid flowed clean, Su Qianqian even stuck out her pink tongue to lick the crack, afraid of wasting any. Big spoon, salt, plate, get a plate. In no time, dozens of large plates of egg pancakes were laid out on the ground. Qianqian, this is. Chen Ping stepped forward, hesitantly asking, Brother Dong, this crimson beast egg contains a very bad crimson beast. I must crush it while it's still in the egg. Su Qianqian explained seriously, Master, this should be the egg of a two-headed dark serpent. Little Black's thought suddenly echoed in Chen Ping's mind. How do you know? I can taste it. Little Black flew out from the beast egg shell. The two-headed dark serpent belongs to the medium bloodline of the crimson beasts, and when born, it is already at level 3, with a maximum potential of reaching level 8 or even 9. Chen Ping had only seen a level 3 one in the Crimson Secret Realm, and the two-headed dark serpent scales that Su Qianqian had given him a while ago should also be level 3. It can't be this coincidental. It seems that Su Qianqian has a deep connection with the two-headed dark serpent. Chen Ping thought to himself, what a pity, if only it could hatch, I could gain some experience. Little Black lamented. Ha, a fly. Duan Zhuxuan shouted as he looked at Little Black on the crimson beast egg. Little Black had completely desensitized by now. Call it whatever you want, I'm tired of being a bug. Little Black shook its wings and flew directly into Xiaobai's tent. Where did it go? How did it just disappear? Duan Zhuxuan was still searching around. That's an exotic bug, a type of crimson bug. Stop shouting. Ma Zi patted Duan Zhuxuan's shoulder as he passed by. Beneficial bug? One that eats flies? Duan Zhuxuan was slightly taken aback. Just stop talking. Every time you open your mouth, I feel like my butt is itching. Yi Xingge shot a glance at Duan Zhuxuan. Su Chanxian, holding a plate of the most egg pancakes, walked up to Chen Ping. Brother Don, let me show you my cooking skills. This is a great tonic. Great tonic? Sister Ta, can I have a taste too? Yi Xingge immediately perked up and came over. Sure, everyone gets a share. I even saved a portion for Sister Xuan. Su Chanxian nodded. Chen Ping took the plate, and after being fried, it indeed smelled quite good. Previously, Chen Ping had never eaten a beast egg and didn't know what effects it could bring. Master, don't worry about eating. The egg of the two-headed dark serpent is indeed a great tonic. It can increase experience and randomly boost attributes, but the effect is only significant the first time you eat it. Subsequent consumption is basically useless. Little Black's thoughts came from the tent. Only then did Chen Ping feel at ease to eat. Crunch! The beast egg liquid was fried to a crisp, without any fishy smell of beast oil, but rather a mouthful of freshness and the fragrant aroma produced during frying. Brother Don, how does it taste? The timing is just right. It's very good. Chen Ping praised, though he felt a bit awkward. He had originally wanted to watch Su Chanxian hatch the beast egg, but instead, it went into his stomach. To be honest, if it weren't for the Crimson Apocalypse, Sister Ta would definitely be a top-tier chef. Li Shan gave a thumbs up. This is absolutely the best egg pancake I've ever eaten in my life. Duan Zhuxuan said, his mouth full of grease. I just want to know, does this really replenish? Yi Xingge stuffed her mouth. You all eat first, I'll go deliver some to Xiaobai. Su Chanxian took another plate and walked towards Xiaobai's tent. After Chen Ping finished eating, he felt a warmth in his body. Level up? Using 4 beginner scrolls, he was almost able to break through to level 8, and after killing the Minotaur, he could easily level up by killing dozens of level 2 crimson beasts. This crimson beast egg just made up for that experience, increasing all attributes by 2 points, with agility boosted by an additional 4 points, and 10 points of fire resistance. These extra attribute boosts were all provided by the beast egg. Opening the crimson bracelet, Chen Ping took a glance at his information. Chen Ping, rank, silver star level, 8 star talent, beginner potion mastery, green, physical enhancement, green, sacrifice, blue, potential awakening, red, intermediate vehicle mastery, green, strength, 44 stamina, 43 agility, 47 defense, 38 special attributes, none special resistances, fire resistance plus 10 space items, space stone, green, bound items, tamed alien bug, elite, blood spider silk armor, green, M1911 pistol, green, iron rod, blue, damaged, star cauldron, level 1 starfire, red, pulse pistol, green, sturdy composite bow, blue, damaged, beginner jump engine, blue, red spirit grass, crimson coin asterisk 27 ability assessment, 172 remaining lifespan, 2 years 352 days just 2 stars away from the gold rank. At that time, lifespan will increase by 100 years, and he can easily crush level 3 crimson beasts. Normal humans, upon reaching the gold rank, can also hold their own against level 3 crimson beasts, while Chen Ping's attributes have all been enhanced. Without using sacrifice, killing a dozen level 3 crimson beasts is not a problem. If he continuously kills level 2 crimson beasts, when the Crimson Secret Realm descends, Chen Ping might reach silver 9 stars. Entering the Crimson Secret Realm with Chen Ping's experience in clearing it still carries certain risks. To ensure safety, he must gain more experience scrolls or kill level 3 crimson beasts in the upcoming time. Woo woo! A sound came from the tent, and Chen Ping's expression turned serious as he flashed into the tent. Brother Don, you're here. I wanted to talk to Xiaobai, but she kept looking at me and Wooi and Ji. Su Chanxian said, somewhat puzzled. Chen Ping quickly looked at Xiaobai, who had fully recovered and seemed even better than before her injury. What happened? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. That snake egg helped Xiaobai recover a lot. Xiao Hei landed on Chen Ping's shoulder. Brother Don, this alien bug is your bound crimson bug, right? Su Chanxian asked with a smile, looking at Xiao Hei. Yes, his name is Xiao Hei. Chen Ping nodded. Wow, Brother Don's naming is so cultured. Su Chanxian's words made Xiao Hei feel a murderous impulse. Does she have an IQ problem? If there's nothing nice to say, just don't force it. Even saying the name is simple would be better. What does cultured even mean? Is Xiao Hei a cultured name? Do cultured people name things like this? Xiao Hei began to grumble, clearly dissatisfied with his casual name. A good name is easy to live with. I was going to call you Dog Egg. So, saying Xiao Hei is indeed a pretty good name. It has a profound cultural connotation. Xiao Hei affirmed. He definitely didn't want to be called dog egg, that would surely get him nailed to the shame pillar of the alien bug tribe. Seeing that Chin Ping had not responded for a while, Su Chanqian also felt her compliment was a bit stiff. Ahem, brother Dong, I'm going out to eat an egg. After saying that, she hurriedly left Xiao Bai's tent. A little over 10 minutes later, Ma Zi's convoy left the old site of the Morning Light camp, heading towards the Ironwood camp. On the way, they encountered some level 1 crimson beasts, which Duan Zishuan and Yi Xinga easily dealt with, making the journey smooth. Around 3 in the afternoon, Ma Zi and the others were just over 20 kilometers from the Ironwood camp. Captain, let's stop by the airport. Chin Ping, who had been silent the whole way, suddenly spoke. Okay, Ma Zi nodded. In the entire Binhai city, there was only this one airport. Last time, when returning from the Lin family's Yunmengs, Ma Zi had hidden the food they collected in 2 armored vehicles in the airport's underground garage, which also served as their material storage point. Soon, under Jiang Cheng's driving, the armored vehicle entered the airport's underground garage. It seems like there have been signs of battle here, Jiang Cheng reported to Ma Zi through his wristband, and Chin Ping, sitting next to Ma Zi, naturally heard it too. I'll go down and take a look. As soon as Chin Ping's voice fell, the armored vehicle came to a stop. You all stay in the vehicle for now, Chin Ping instructed, jumping out through the back door. The surroundings were in disarray, with a long, dried bloodstain on the ground. This place had been visited multiple times by Motzi and the others, and the passage to the underground parking lot had been cleared. The scene before him clearly indicated that a battle had taken place here. A few nights ago, when Chin Ping and the others left the old site of the Morning Light camp on their way to the Ju Baogu auction, Chin Ping had instructed Xuan to drive the Crimson Church's vehicle here, and that vehicle contained the Crimson Church's experimental subject, which, according to Chin Ping's judgment, should be Bai Yu's younger sister, Bai Lu. Chin Ping understood Bai Yu's feelings for her sister and wanted to use this to negotiate further with Bai Yu. Could it be that Xuan ran into trouble? Chin Ping's brows furrowed, and his pace quickened significantly. When he reached the underground parking lot, he saw Xuan lying on the ground in an open area, her white clothes completely soaked in blood. Chin Ping took out his blue-quality compound bow. During the battle with the Minotaurs, the frequency he activated was too fast, causing slight damage to the bow, but it was still usable. Holding the compound bow, Chin Ping cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Xiao Hei, check if there are any other. No crimson beasts detected, nor any other humans. Master need not engage in a battle of wits with the air. Xiao Hei, you just had a level 3 crimson beast. Are you getting a bit carried away? Chin Ping did not put away the compound bow but remained vigilant as he approached Xuan, bending down to check her breath. She should still be salvageable. Deputy Captain Xuan? Yi Xinga looked at the person in Chin Ping's arms, momentarily stunned. It really is her. I almost didn't recognize her with a change of clothes. Duan Zishuan frowned slightly. Xuan hadn't changed clothes, but her outfit was stained with too much blood and mud. How did Sister Xuan end up here? Su Chanqian asked, puzzled. Let's head back to the Taimu camp, Chen Ping said flatly. In the underground parking lot, he only found a scrapped armored vehicle and a completely destroyed iron cage. It was clear that the Crimson Church's experimental subject had escaped. Motzi did not ask further and directly ordered a return to the Taimu camp. As the sun set, the evening glow filtered through the crimson mist, appearing particularly soft. The gates of the Taimu camp slowly opened, and Motzi's team's armored vehicle gradually drove into the camp. Captain Zhao Chang personally welcomed them in the square, and after Motzi and the others got out of the vehicle, Bai Yu, barefoot, also arrived. Motzi, you've worked hard. Zhao Chang first hugged Motzi and then patted his arms. This isn't our first outing. It's as if you're saying I almost didn't make it back. No need to say anything. I've prepared a welcome feast for you tonight. Zhao Chang grinned. There can't be much food left in the camp, right? Motzi asked. There's enough for half a month, but the population in the camp has increased too much recently. We must expand outward, or we won't have enough space. Zhao Chang replied. Zhao Chang pulled Motzi to the command room, while Chen Ping headed to Xuana's dormitory. After all, Xuana had nearly lost her life this time, which was related to Chen Ping. Sister Xuana, how are you feeling? Su Chanqian asked with concern in Xuana's dormitory. Since Xuana had injuries to her abdomen and back, she was being taken care of by Su Chanqian. And since Su Chanqian had never bandaged anyone before, she used a dozen rolls of bandages to wrap Xuana up like a mummy. Cough, cough. I just have a bit of trouble breathing. Xuana gradually regained consciousness. Chen Ping stood at the door and quietly asked, when did you get hurt? It should have been in the morning. I thought about feeding it and was returning to the Taimu camp, but I didn't expect it to break the steel bars of the cage and run out. It was just too strong. My sniper rifle couldn't break through its defenses at all, Xuana said, trembling as she endured the pain from her wounds. Chen Ping nodded and turned to look at Su Chanshan, who was sitting by the bed. Shanshan, thank you for taking care of Xuan these past few days. It's what I should do. I need to handle some matters first. I'll come back later. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he left the dormitory and headed directly to Bai Yu's villa. 2 female guards in matching uniforms were standing at the entrance, sunlight filtering through the thin pink mist, casting a golden glow on their straight figures. Their attire was completely different from that of the Ironwood camp. Beneath their red robes was silver inner armor, and their epaulets were adorned with the emblem of Yunmeng's, exuding both majesty and the graceful lines of femininity. I am a member of Team 1, Dong, looking for Vice Captain Bai Yu. The Vice Captain has already instructed us, please come in. The female guard opened the door and stepped aside. Everything inside the villa was unchanged from when Chen Ping first visited. Bai Yu was sitting on a leather sofa, still exuding an indescribable elegance, though today she had changed into a different outfit. She wore a deep blue velvet long dress, the hem gently cascading to the floor, swaying softly with her movements. The cut of the dress was just right, showcasing her graceful figure while maintaining a sense of dignity and elegance. Paired with a finely tailored black blazer, adorned with a few silver buttons at the collar, it added a touch of understated luxury to her overall appearance. She delicately held a fine cigar between her fingers, the smoke swirling around, the sheen of the cigar contrasting with the silver lighter in her hand, creating a refined picture. Bai Yu took a light puff, the aroma of the cigar spreading through the air, mingling with her subtle fragrance, forming a unique scent that was both mysterious and enchanting. Chen Ping walked to the sofa opposite Bai Yu and took out a wooden box from the spatial stone. This is what you wanted. As he spoke, Chen Ping opened the wooden box, revealing a fresh human head inside. Bai Yu glanced at it and then took another calm puff of her cigar. She was well aware of the Blood Demon Lord's strength. In a one-on-one situation, Bai Yu only had a 50% chance of killing him. As a bishop of the Scarlet Church, she was surrounded by experts, and if faced with a group of strong opponents, Bai Yu might not even have the ability to escape. Moreover, before Chen Ping returned to the camp, she had received news that Lin Tianze had met with misfortune, having encountered the Blood Demon Lord before both of them vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. At this moment, Bai Yu was merely putting on a brave face. Under the coffee table, there is a brocade box containing 5 bottles of intermediate life potions. Bai Yu said. Chen Ping frowned slightly, his mind racing. Is there no one else around? Master, there really is no one else, just 2 guard dogs at the door. Chen Ping carefully took out the brocade box. No traps. If there were, I believe I would die before you. Bai Yu raised her hand to gently tie up her flowing long hair, a few strands falling by her ears, adding a touch of casual beauty. A pair of small pearl earrings hung from her earlobes, shimmering with a warm luster under the light, complementing her temperament. Chen Ping opened the brocade box, and indeed, there were 5 bottles of intermediate life potions inside. After checking, Chen Ping stored the life potions in the spatial stone and looked at Bai Yu, saying, Bai Lu is not dead. How do you know? After I killed the Blood Demon Lord, I found Bai Lu in the Scarlet Church's vehicle. I intended to rescue her, but she escaped on the way. Her current strength is comparable to a level 3 Scarlet Beast. Really? I have no reason to lie to you. Can you help me find her? I can help you look for her, but this price, I'm afraid you can't afford. Bai Yu pondered for a moment. Chen Ping's strength was now completely capable of overpowering her. For safety's sake, Bai Yu decided to abandon further negotiations with Chen Ping. When do you plan to leave? Just as Chen Ping was about to turn and leave, Bai Yu spoke again. This place is great, everyone here is talented, and they speak so nicely. I really like it here. After saying this, Chen Ping left the villa. Bang! The door of the villa closed again, and Bai Yu's hand holding the cigarette began to tremble uncontrollably. For this person she had never understood from the beginning, Bai Yu was filled with fear, mixed with many inexplicable emotions. Although this was a transaction, she felt grateful to Chen Ping for being able to kill the Blood Demon Lord, yet his strength made her uneasy. However, in this perilous Crimson Apocalypse, having such a powerful figure in the camp seemed to bring a sense of security. These complex emotions completely disturbed Bai Yu's thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Bai Yu's mind went blank, the door was suddenly knocked on gently. Come in. Bai Yu quickly adjusted her state. Still the elegant and composed phantom rose. My lord, we have news from Yunmeng's. They will send a batch of supplies tomorrow. The female guard knelt on the ground, speaking respectfully. Who is leading this time? Bai Yu asked. Captain Wang Hu of the 6th team from Yunmeng's. Wang Hu? The entire 6th team is coming too? Bai Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, the female guard replied. Bai Yu pressed the cigar into the ashtray, then stood up and paced a few steps in front of the coffee table. The Lin family's Yunmengs had a total of 13 combat teams, but now only 12 remained. When Qin Ping killed Lin Tianzi at the old site of the Dawn Camp, he had wiped out the 8th team in passing. Bai Yu was from the 5th team, known as the Yunmeng Rose team. The 6th team was called the Yunmeng Fierce Tiger, and Captain Wang, who appeared to be a rough man, but in reality, he was bold and meticulous, the most thoughtful among the captains. Could it be that they sent him to investigate Lin Tianzi's death? Wang, who was one of the most valued individuals outside the core members of the Lin family, he would not be dispatched unless it was extremely important. However, could a mere Wang Hu solve a problem that even the 8th team and the Crimson Church could not handle? Bai Yu did not believe that the Lin family would misjudge this unknown enemy. Should I remind him? Bai Yu hesitated. At least for now, she did not want anything to happen to Qin Ping. After obtaining 5 bottles of intermediate life potions, Qin Ping immediately returned to his dormitory and used them. His lifespan increased by 150 years, and his remaining lifespan reached 152 years and 351 days. At least for the short term, Qin Ping no longer had to worry about lifespan issues. However, with the Crimson Secret Realm approaching, Qin Ping needed to improve his rank as much as possible, ideally reaching the golden level. Only then could he seize the true initiative. In the future, whether facing the Chen and Lin families or the even more powerful Crimson Beasts, Qin Ping would have enough capital to cope. Please specify the reward items. Qin Ping activated the blue crimson roulette, and the familiar electronic synthetic voice sounded again. Although this voice carried no emotion, Qin Ping felt an inexplicable fondness for it. 1. An automatically retractable selfie stick. 2. Red high heels. 3. 100 million cash. 4. Fairy wands *10. 5. Rolls-Royce Phantom $50 discount voucher. 6. Fire blade. 6. Fire blade. The only melee weapon, the black blade, was destroyed during his battle with the Minotaur. What he needed most now was a suitable sword or blade, and this blue-quality fire blade was his best choice. A long sword that naturally bore red flames. If attached with the nether fire from Yixinga, its damage would definitely double. In recent days, Qin Ping had practiced controlling the first-level starfire in the Starfire Cauldron and had become proficient in wielding the power of fire. The only downside was that the first-level starfire was more inclined towards refining and burning, while the netherfire had stronger attack attributes. Fireblade, unnamed, type, weapon effect 1, blaze, naturally carries fire attributes and is compatible with all additional fire attributes. Effect 2, when used, it additionally increases the user's strength by 10 points. Effect 3, crimson absorption. When killing a crimson beast, one can absorb its crimson power to enhance the weapon's quality. This effect can be activated after renaming. Quality, inferior blue. Is this a growth-type weapon? Qin Ping was slightly taken aback. In the Crimson Apocalypse, a weapon that can enhance its quality without using crimson coins or synthesizing with other items is referred to as a growth-type weapon. Such weapons are among the best of the best, but their growth is also extremely slow. Even if Qin Ping continuously used this knife to slay crimson beasts and raised his own rank to gold or even higher, this knife might not necessarily upgrade from inferior blue to superior blue, and as for reaching red, that was even more unattainable. In fact, the speed of leveling up a weapon by accumulating experience is not much different from upgrading with crimson coins. Using crimson coins to upgrade a white weapon to green requires 1 coin, while upgrading green to blue requires 10. Upgrading to red requires a base of 500, and depending on the weapon, talent, and the type of crimson beast, the number of crimson coins needed can vary greatly. Up to now, including the 20 crimson coins auctioned at the Treasure Pavilion, Qin Ping only had 27. This was still under the condition that he was strong enough to kill level 3 crimson beasts. An ordinary person, even if the Crimson Secret Realm descended, might not even see a single crimson coin. In any case, growth weapons are still more advantageous than ordinary weapons. But, what should I name it? Qin Ping felt a bit troubled. Before the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, he had played many games, and in one very classic game, there was a powerful weapon called Frostmourne. Fire attribute. Then let's call it Fire's Joy. After careful consideration, Qin Ping completed the weapon's naming. He then reviewed recent events, including his interactions with the Crimson Church and the Treasure Pavilion, and made a simple plan. He took out all the weapons he had on him. The composite bow was not easy for him to use, and he couldn't trade it at the Treasure Pavilion, plus it was damaged, so he set it aside for now. The 2 small pistols were of green quality, and now that he had enough crimson coins, he could upgrade them to inferior blue quality. The Minotaur's iron rod was completely destroyed and was indeed too clumsy. Qin Ping had never intended to use it and could basically throw it away. First, let's head to the Crimson Chamber. Qin Ping was always decisive in his actions and immediately went to the Crimson Chamber alone. At this time, the guards had changed, and there were 2 of them. Who are you? The two men saw Chen Ping in a black robe and immediately blocked his way. Chen Ping said nothing and simply took out a token. Yun Mengs? Sent by Deputy Captain Bai? The two men quickly knelt upon seeing the token. Stay outside, Chen Ping said in a low voice. Yes, the two answered tremulously. Chen Ping entered the Crimson Chamber without obstruction, upgraded the two weapons, and was left with 7 crimson coins. After accumulating 3 more, he could upgrade his Blood Spider silk armor to blue quality. He also took a look. Upgrading the 64 pistol to medium blue required 150 crimson coins, and upgrading to red quality required a total of 600 coins. The pulse pistol required 200 coins at once, totaling 800 coins to reach red quality. He also had a blue offering, which needed 900 crimson coins to upgrade to red. Thinking about these numbers made Chen Ping's head spin. For now, blue quality weapons and talents are enough. There's no rush for these crimson coins. Chen Ping shook his head and turned to leave the Crimson Chamber. You two, which squad are you from? Outside the door, the 2 guards were still feeling anxious. We are from the 5th squad of the Ironwood camp. As the 2 answered in unison, suddenly the figure in black pulled out a strangely shaped pistol, and then 2 beams of light shot out, leaving them unconscious. Thanks for covering for me. Chen Ping had intended to let the 2 go, but for safety's sake, he still put them to rest. After all, there aren't many people who know the secret of the Crimson Pod, and Chen Ping didn't want to add trouble for himself. Letting them leave without pain was the best choice for everyone. Moreover, to avoid them being left to rot in the wilderness, Chen Ping kindly cremated the 2 of them directly. Donggu, where have you been? I just went to your dorm to look for you. On the way back to the dorm, Chen Ping ran into Duan Zhuxuan. I went out for a bit. Oh, Captain Zhao is throwing us a welcome banquet, and we should all go. Vice Captain Xuena hasn't fully recovered yet, and I'm a bit worried. You guys go ahead, I'll check on Xuena. Chen Ping deflected. Vice Captain Xuena has already recovered, she'll be joining us soon. Duan Zhuxuan replied. Recovered? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Yeah, she ate Su Chanxian's egg and got better. Duan Zhuxuan nodded. What do you mean by eating Su Chanxian's egg? That's Su Chanxian's beast egg. That doesn't seem quite right. Yi Xinga suddenly appeared from nowhere. Who else is at the welcome banquet? Just Captain Zhao, Vice Captain Bai, and our team. Duan Zhuxuan followed behind Chen Ping. Then let's go. Wait a minute, Donggu. I have a green crimson roulette hidden in my hand, and there's a green armor inside. Duan Zhuxuan pulled Chen Ping into a secluded corner. And then, Chen Ping asked, I want to give it a spin. Try my luck. After all, in this crimson apocalypse, having an armor would make things much safer. Then go ahead, it has nothing to do with me. Chen Ping frowned slightly. But I feel like Donggu has amazing luck, so I want to ride on that. Is that so? Yi Xinga also came over. Of course, the green composite Baoai Drew was right next to Donggu. Duan Zhuxuan nodded. Fate doesn't change with luck. Chen Ping shook his head. I still have over 10 years of life left. I'll take a gamble. If I draw something good, I'll honor Donggu first. Although Duan Zhuxuan said this, he knew that with Chen Ping's strength, he wouldn't care about such trivial things. Bringing Chen Ping over was actually to have him protect in case he really drew something good and got robbed. That would be a loss. They had to hand over the roulette they obtained, and if they used it privately and got robbed, no one would care, and they might even face severe punishment. Go ahead. Chen Ping saw through Duan Zhuxuan's little thoughts, but it was completely irrelevant to him, so he didn't expose it. The green roulette began to spin rapidly with the red pointer. Duan Zhuxuan hadn't spun the roulette many times, and watching the spinning red pointer made his heart race, feeling like his heart could leap out of his mouth. This was 10 years of his life spent. Even if he didn't get the green armor, a white weapon would be fine, and having a talent for basic vehicle mastery was also good. Duan Zhuxuan closed his eyes tightly, one hand drawing a cross over his chest, the other forming a Taoist hand seal, mumbling, Buddha, the victorious fighting Buddha, bless me. Wow, I never noticed before, Duan has quite a few skills. Yi Xinga laughed. Yeah, just a bit mixed up in beliefs. Chen Ping chuckled as well. The white light flickered slightly, and the red pointer slowly came to a stop. Damn, what the hell? Duan Zhuxuan looked at the item in his hand, feeling a bit defeated. Fully automatic Fiji cup. Damn, bro, sell it to me, no matter the price. Yi Xinga leaned in. Aren't you always looking for those women down below? What do you need this for? Duan Zhuxuan hadn't recovered from his sadness, and his tone was naturally not very friendly. You don't understand, this can control the force, and it can also be a workout. Most importantly, it's clean and won't get you sick. Yi Xinga explained to Duan Zhuxuan. So many benefits? Then I might as well keep it for myself. Chen Ping was too lazy to pay attention to the two and walked straight to the camp cafeteria. It was already past 8 in the evening, and he was indeed a bit hungry. The cafeteria at the Taimu camp wasn't large, after all. The only people qualified to eat there were the camp leader and a few squad leaders. The welcome banquet prepared for the Ma Zi squad was relatively lavish for the Crimson Apocalypse. There were potatoes cooked with the meat of the Crimson Beasts, which was hard to swallow for most people. Firstly, the meat was very tough. No matter how it was cooked, it was like gnawing on a brick and hard to digest. Secondly, most of the Crimson Beast meat had a strong fishy smell, and without any seasoning, its taste was easy to imagine. Besides these, there was a can of fish, but only some diluted broth was left. Even so, it was a delicacy that many people longed for. Ma Zi and the others took a few symbolic bites, while Chen Ping didn't even touch his chopsticks. After all, during their time outside, the Ma Zi squad's meals hadn't been bad, especially during the 3 days at the Treasure Pavilion, which had filled their bellies quite well. Ma Zi, I remember. The first team seems to have 10 people, so why are only 9 here? Zhao Chang glanced at the crowd. To avoid drawing attention, Shin Ping had let Xiao Bai stay in the room after returning to the camp. We were attacked by Crimson Beasts yesterday, and one of our teammates got injured, Ma Zi casually said. It was quite common for hunting squads to suffer casualties in the Crimson Wilderness. Is it a big problem? No, just a few days of rest and it will be fine. That's good. It's not easy for us to survive until now. I don't have any grand ideas. I just hope to survive in this Crimson Apocalypse because living means hope. Zhao Chang sighed. What Captain Zhao said is right. Ma Zi nodded repeatedly. Ma Zi, just call me Lao Zhao from now on, it sounds better. Besides, your team is the main force of our camp. Without you during this beast tide, the Taimu camp wouldn't have held up. Although I became the camp leader, I really haven't contributed much to the camp. In the future, it will still depend on you. Zhao Chang and Ma Zi exchanged pleasantries. Don't steal from me. You've already eaten 3 pieces of potato, leave 1 for me. Duan Zixuan guarded the half piece of potato in his bowl. What do you need potatoes for when there's meat? Here, brother will give you a piece of meat, eat more meat. Potatoes have no nutrition, let me have them. Yi Xinga served a piece of meat to Duan Zixuan. Xinga, this meat could break my teeth. Do you think I'm Su Chanshan? Duan Zixuan quickly took a big bite of potato. What are that woman's teeth made of? Yi Shengda looked at Su Chanshan, who was wolfing down her food beside them, somewhat incredulously. Fine, I'll give you the potato, but sell me the Fiji cup. Still trying to get my treasure? No way, unless you trade it for a blue-quality weapon. Duan Zixuan shook his head. Are you crazy? Yi Xinga's eyes widened. Cough, cough. They've gotten used to being outside, no rules. Ma Zi awkwardly explained to Zhao Chang while looking at his subordinates. There were a total of 9 people. Besides the captain Ma Zi, 2 were arguing over the Fiji cup at the dining table, and the youngest, a lowly, was devouring her food. Chen Ping's eyes were half closed, as if he were in deep meditation. Xuana was busy cleaning her sniper rifle. The Jiang brothers, who had driven all day, were asleep on the table. The only one who seemed somewhat normal was the one-armed Li Shan. Damn it! Why is this meat so tough? Damn it! How come there's not a single piece of potato left? Li Shan cursed. It doesn't matter. Everyone has been on edge in the Crimson Wilderness. It's nice to relax here. Zhao Chang smiled awkwardly. Just then, a woman in a red robe entered the cafeteria. Captain Zhao, I have a message to inform you. She was Bai Yu, brought over from Yunmeng's, a member of the 5th squad from Yunmeng's. Her arrival instantly silenced the dining table. Even Chen Ping opened his eyes to look. Tomorrow, Yunmeng's will send a batch of supplies. It's the 6th team from Yunmeng's escorting them. This time, they also need to investigate the cause of Lord Lin Tian's death, and we need to cooperate, the woman in the red robe said before turning to leave. The 6th team from Yunmeng's, could it be that Wang Hu is coming? Chen Ping pondered to himself. Wang Hu from Yunmeng's was indeed very strong. In his previous life, during the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, Chen Ping might not have been able to defeat Wang Hu. However, even if Lin Shanhai came now, Chen Ping would not be afraid at all. Moreover, for Chen Ping, the more people the Lin family sent, the better, as he was worried about the limited resources he had. The nearby Scarlet Secret Realm was somewhere Chen Ping had never been, and for safety's sake, he needed more means of self-preservation. Wang Hu had an agility ring that increased his agility by over 10 points, and it was with this that he became a core member of the Lin family. In his previous life, Chen Ping was used by the Lin family, and after his rebirth, he naturally regarded the Lin family as a resource package. Ma Zi, I heard that this time Lin Tianzi went to the Treasure Pavilion, but was escorted by the 8th team from Yunmeng's. In the area from Binhai to Yangcheng, who would dare to oppose the Lin family? Even if there were, they wouldn't have the strength to wipe out the 8th team, right? Zhao Chang asked. The Lin family held a transcendent status in this area. Even those wild lone wolves would not dare to have designs on the Lin family. Yeah, Who would dare to provoke the Lin family? I suspect this might be the work of the Scarlet Beasts, Ma Zi speculated. In reality, Ma Zi was already 90% sure that Lin Tianze and the others were killed by someone, and that person was in his team. But for whatever reason, Ma Zi could not disclose this matter. Scarlet Beasts? As far as I know, with the strength of the Lin family's 8th team, even if they couldn't defeat a level 3 Scarlet Beast, they should be able to protect themselves and escape, right? Zhao Chang shook his head. What if it was a level 4 Scarlet Beast? Ma Zi proposed a bolder idea. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If a level 4 Scarlet Beast appeared now, how could there still be any survivors in Binhai? Zhao Chang shook his head repeatedly. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, nothing is impossible, Ma Zi said meaningfully. True, Zhao Chang nodded. By the way, Ma Zi, there's something else I want to discuss with you. What is it? I plan to gather the resources of the entire camp to form the 2 strongest teams, Zhao Chang said. Having more combat groups is useless. At critical moments, they are all cannon fodder and serve no purpose. It would be better to select elite soldiers. If another beast tide occurs, having 2 special teams to resist it would make things much more manageable. Ma Zi listened to Zhao Chang's words and expressed deep agreement. Exactly. Right now, resources are too scattered. If a powerful level 2 Scarlet Beast or even a level 3 Scarlet Beast appears, we will be left helpless. What they were discussing was indeed reasonable, but now it was the Scarlet Apocalypse, and the evil of human nature was infinitely magnified. Who could guarantee that after obtaining a large amount of resources and their strength skyrocketed, they would still remain loyal to the Taimu camp? Your first team has extensive combat experience. After the Lin family's supplies arrive this time, I want to arm your team first. Mainly because you are now the most senior member of our camp and have contributed the most, Zhao Chang said seriously. Since the day Taimu camp was established, I have been the captain of the first team. I have no other thoughts. I just hope to lead my brothers to see the day the Scarlet Apocalypse ends. Captain Zhao, rest assured, you can always trust our team, Ma Zi replied earnestly. Half an hour later, the dinner ended, and everyone left the cafeteria, planning to rest early. Dong Good, do you think what Captain Zhou said is true? Duan Zhuxuan moved closer to Chen Ping and whispered, yeah, we need to concentrate resources and turn ourselves into a special team. If it's true, we'll be rich. Yi Shengge was quite excited. Don't just listen to what he says. Watch what he does. Whether it's true or false, you'll know tomorrow when the Lin family sends someone over. Chen Ping didn't care much about it. After all, no matter how many resources the Taimu camp provided, they couldn't compare to his own stash. Brother Dong is right. Maybe they'll throw in a few white-grade items to sweeten the deal. Similar things have happened before. Li Shan didn't hold any illusions about it either. Burp, today's meal was so delicious. I'm so full. Su Chanxian patted her slightly bulging belly, looking satisfied. Tama, your teeth are really good. You can chew such tough meat. Duan Zhuxuan gave a thumbs up. Hee hee, I have iron teeth and copper gums, Su Chanxian said as she bounced off toward her dormitory. Captain, I might have to withdraw from Team 1. Just as they were about to reach the dormitory building, Xuena suddenly said to Matzi. That night, at the Taimu camp, Matzi looked at Xuena with some confusion. You want to withdraw from Team 1? Why? My weapon is damaged. Xuena's voice trembled slightly. Before the Crimson Apocalypse, Xuena's family owned a shooting range, and during her university years, she won several world-class shooting championships during summer breaks. On the second day after the Crimson Apocalypse began, a hungry Xuena entered the school cafeteria and happened to find a crimson roulette there. On her first draw, she won a green-quality sniper rifle. It was with this sniper rifle that Xuena became the Blood Rose. However, her greatest reliance for survival in the apocalypse was completely destroyed yesterday during a battle with that inhuman creature. Having survived for so long in the Crimson Apocalypse, Xuena knew better than anyone the consequences of lacking strength. Although she had received some attribute enhancements, preventing her from falling to the bottom, she certainly couldn't stay in Team 1 any longer, especially after hearing that the camp leader wanted to turn Team 1 into a special team. The requirements for team members would undoubtedly become stricter. It's just a weapon. If it's broken, just replace it. Matzi tried to comfort her, but it seems there are no weapons above green quality in the camp. Xuena replied, if she were given a white weapon, her strength wouldn't increase much, and those without green quality weapons in the team either had strong talents or had significantly increased their basic attributes. More importantly, before attending tonight's welcome banquet, she checked the camp's inventory and found there were no sniper rifles available. Matzi hesitated. He was the last person who wanted to see Xuena leave the team, as he understood her abilities. However, if Xuena really had no suitable weapon, it would lead to a significant drop in her strength, making her a burden during future hunting missions. Sister Xuan, you can't leave the team. Su Chanxian, who had already left, suddenly ran back without anyone noticing. Shanxian, right now in the Crimson Apocalypse. I don't care. If we really encounter danger, I'll use my tower shield to protect Sister Xuan. After the Crimson Apocalypse, only Sister Xuan and Brother Erdong have been good to me. I don't want Sister Xuan to leave. As Su Chanxian spoke, her dark eyes misted over. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing that Xuan might be leaving. I feel like there's something off with Tama. Duan Zhuxuan pointed to his head and whispered to Yi Xingda, "You're just 50 steps laughing at 100 steps." Yi Xingda rolled her eyes. "What do you mean?" Duan Zhuxuan frowned. "She might just have a little water in her brain. You, on the other hand, are solid." "Hey, are you insulting me? You caught that, huh? Just wait, tonight, I'm definitely going to stuff a firecracker in your bed." Duan Zixuan was imposing. Su Chanxian ran up to Qinping. "Brother Dong, do you have any way to stop Sister Xuan from leaving? I really don't have a solution, but you don't need to rush to withdraw from the team. Let's wait until tomorrow. Maybe someone will come to deliver weapons." Qinping casually replied. The damage to Xuan's weapon was actually also due to Qinping. If possible, compensating her with a weapon wouldn't be out of the question, of course, provided she was willing to pay some price. Dongzi is right, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You should rest first. As for whether you can stay in the first team, we can discuss it later. Ma Zi echoed Qinping's words. Only then did everyone return to their respective dormitories. Qinping first went to Xiao Bai's room to take a look. "Master, that Xuan seems a bit off." Xiao Hei suddenly flew out of Qinping's arms. "What's off about her?" Qinping didn't notice anything wrong. "The way she looks at you is strange. That little vixen might be trying to seduce you," Xiao Hei said seriously. "And that Su Chanxian, she looks harmless, but she definitely has the potential to be a green tea bitch. And that by you, she's even more of a seductress." Xiao Hei listed them one by one. "Master, you must not fall into the trap of female allure. So in your eyes, as long as she's a woman, she has ill intentions towards me?" Qinping took out some food from the space stone and handed it to Xiao Bai. "Woo woo." Xiao Bai happily started eating. "Master, Xiao Hei is giving you harsh but honest advice. After a few more days, I plan to go kill the last level 3 scarlet beast in the coastal area. I'm not too worried about Xiao Bai in the camp. You stay here to take care of her. Master, you are the supreme ruler. All the beauty in the world should belong to you. Those few women are fine to take in. So they are no problem then?" "Master, in this world, those who follow you prosper, and those who oppose you perish. Who would dare to have any schemes against you? You can go with peace of mind. If anyone has treasonous thoughts, I'll help you deal with them," Xiao Hei vowed. "I still prefer your harsh but honest advice," Qinping joked. "Master, harsh but honest advice is for foolish rulers. You are a wise one. Who did you learn this flattering skill from?" He, speaking from the heart. How can that be considered flattery? Master, can you take me with you when you go to kill the level 3 scarlet beast?" Xiao Hei asked very flatteringly. "At that time, it depends on my mood," Qinping said, preparing to leave and rest in his own room. Woo woo. After finishing a hearty dinner, Xiao Bai snuggled up to Qinping's leg. "Master, Xiao Bai is scared being here alone," Xiao Hei translated for Xiao Bai. "Then, I'll stay here with you tonight." After a busy day, Qinping also felt a bit drowsy. He lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Bai lay like a little cat on Qinping's belly, while Qinping was in a half-dreaming state. "Master, someone is here." Xiao Hei's thought made Qinping open his eyes immediately. "Who? It should be the Lin family." "Wang Hu? So early?" Qinping frowned slightly. Normally, Wang Hu and the others should arrive in the afternoon or evening, but they arrived at the Taimu camp just as dawn broke, proving they had driven all night. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, nighttime is the most dangerous time. What urgent matter could possibly make Wang Hu and the others take such a risk? Qinping carefully moved the sleeping Xiao Bai to the side. "Xiao Hei, come with me." "Okay." Xiao Hei flashed and dove into Qinping's clothing. Then, Qinping checked the weapons in the space stone and quickly walked out of the dormitory. "Brother Wang, why are you in such a hurry?" After entering the Taimu camp, Wang Hu headed straight to Baiyu's villa. Baiyu was sitting calmly on the sofa, dressed in a red qipao. "We were originally stationed at the Lido community when we suddenly discovered a level 3 crimson beast. For safety's sake, we had no choice but to make a night raid. On the way, we encountered quite a few level 2 ferocious beasts, and we lost 3 brothers in the team." Wang Hu took a sip of water and said to Baiyu, "Lido community? Level 3 crimson beast?" Baiyu looked somewhat skeptical. Level 3 crimson beasts are extremely rare, and besides, the area around Lido community is a relatively important rest zone. The Lin family has been investigating that area for a long time and has never found any level 3 crimson beasts. Also, some of the supplies we were transporting were lost. Transport losses are inevitable, but why would Brother Wang personally come to Yunmeng's this time? Bai Yu said as she lit a cigar. Because this matter is quite important. First, Lin Tianzi, based on our analysis, it should be man-made, Wang Hu said in a deep voice. What? How is that possible? With the strength of the Lin family, who would dare to provoke them? Bai Yu's face was filled with disbelief. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. In such matters, no one can say for sure. This hidden force could be motivated by wealth or perhaps has a grudge against the Lin family. After all, the Lin family is a big tree that attracts the wind, Wang Hu said solemnly. Since you know there are potential enemies, why take the risk yourself, Brother Wang? Bai Yu asked. The periphery of Yunmeng's has already built more than a dozen communication relay stations. Now, as long as we connect to the Yunmeng's channel, we can transmit information. I entered the game myself to draw this person out. And one more thing, it has now been confirmed that Chen Ping from the Chun family is still alive and should not be too far from Binhai. If conditions allow, you should send more people to search for him. Chen Ping? I don't understand. That illegitimate child of the Chun family has been crippled and has no value at all. Why is Miss Lin still going to such lengths to search for him? Bai Yu exhaled a smoke ring. In this crimson apocalypse, while personal attributes are certainly important, understanding this world and experience can sometimes play a decisive role. That Chen Ping was able to rapidly elevate the Chen family through his operations in the game within just a few years, which is enough to prove his understanding of the game Crimson Apocalypse. Although the apocalypse after the descent differs significantly from the game, there are still some patterns to be found. Moreover, we are merely dogs raised by the Lin family, their words are like imperial edicts, and we just follow them. Wang Hu sighed. That's true. I will send more people to search in the next few days. Bai Yu nodded. The day before yesterday, the Lin family paid a considerable price to learn a piece of information from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion that concerns our survival. What? Bai Yu's expression tightened. The round red coin dropped by the Crimson Beast can be used to upgrade weapons and talents in the central building of the camp. This matter is top secret. Only core members of Yunmeng's and the leaders of each team have the right to know. I understand. Bai Yu nodded. The Chen family will send a team to the Taimu camp tomorrow. It's not yet time to turn against the Chen family. You need to keep them stable. Also, in a month the captain of Team 10 will come to negotiate with you. At that time, you will lead Team 5 back to Yunmeng's. Wang Hu said. The so-called military orders do not apply to those outside. The Lin family is also worried that Bai Yu will not be under their control if she stays too long at Taimu camp, so they plan to rotate the station teams every month. Is there anything else? No. Wang Hu shook his head. Has the news of your arrival at Taimu camp been sent back to Yunmeng's? Bai Yu suddenly asked. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten to report it. However, the signal here might not be very good. If the communication relay station at Lido Community is built, the signal will be much better, Wang Hu said, raising his arm to prepare to activate the crimson wristband. However, he suddenly felt a slight sting at the back of his neck, and his body froze momentarily. There is. Wang Hu's body suddenly began to shrink rapidly. Watching the terrifying scene before her, Bai Yu calmly took a puff of her cigar. Mr. Chen, have you already started to sneak in through the window? Deputy Captain Bai, I was just helping you check, but the windows here really should be replaced. They are too unsafe, Chen Ping said with a righteous demeanor as he walked out from the villa's bedroom. Outside Bai Yu's villa in the Taimu camp, 2 female guards in red robes were vigilantly on watch. In addition, there were more than a dozen members of the Yunmeng 6th team, all fully armed. Isn't the boss supposed to come out soon? Yeah, why has it been so long inside? Our captain has been secretly in love with Captain Bai. Maybe this time he came over to win her over. If that's true, with Rose and the Fierce Tiger united, they would be invincible. But Captain Bai's personality is too proud. I feel our captain might have a hard time. The members of the Yunmeng 6th team were quietly discussing their captain, while at that moment, Wang Hu had already turned into a dried corpse. Inside the villa, watching Chen Ping's skilled movements made Bai Yu feel a chill run down her spine. He first removed the ring from Wang Hu's hand, then took away Wang Hu's space stone, and next, a wisp of flame appeared out of nowhere, landing on Wang Hu's corpse. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hu's body turned into a small pile of ashes, with no signs of burning on the surrounding items. Deputy Captain Bai, this room has quite a bit of dust, it should be cleaned. Bai Yu took a deep breath. You should have heard my conversation with him just now, right? I caught some of it. Chen Ping patted the sofa, and the dust on it fell onto the carpet, then he sat down on the sofa. I am not a member of the Lin family. I joined Yunmeng's just to survive in this crimson apocalypse. Bai Yu maintained her calm demeanor on the surface, but the noble and elegant air she once had was completely gone. For Bai Yu, she already knew too many of Chen Ping's secrets, and he had even brazenly killed Wang Hu, the captain of the Yunmeng's 6th team, in front of her. If their positions were reversed, he would definitely have to eliminate the only witness next. More importantly, Bai Yu had no value left. As long as you spare my life, I can do anything for you. Bai Yu's tone was close to pleading. For now, there is nothing I need you to do. I will stay in the Taimu camp for a while and do not want any more complications, Chen Ping said, intending to wait for the opening of the Crimson Secret Realm here, not wanting to stir up trouble. Wang Hu's arrival would inevitably break the peace here, prompting Chen Ping to act decisively. As for Bai Yu, Chen Ping knew her character well. She would never put herself in danger for the Lin family. Betraying Chen Ping would only lead to her quicker demise. Bai Yu remained tense. She could not trust every word Chen Ping said, yet she was completely at a disadvantage, unable to resist. Do you think the news Wang Hu mentioned about a level 3 Crimson Beast appearing in the Lidu community is credible? Chen Ping suddenly asked. According to Chen Ping's understanding, there was only one level 3 Crimson Beast left in Binhai, located at the other end, relatively close to the Anya camp. Chen Ping was unsure whether that beast had made its way to the Lidu community or if a new Crimson Beast had appeared there. Or if Wang Hu was lying. I think Wang Hu doesn't sound like he's lying. I can send someone to investigate. Bai Yu pondered for a moment. Forget it. I'll go myself in the next few days. Chen Ping shook his head and casually picked up the cigar on the coffee table. Where did you get this cigar? How many do you have left? Chen Ping suddenly became curious. In the Crimson Apocalypse, resources were scarce. Finding a few cigarette butts like Ma Zi was considered lucky, yet Bai Yu could always have cigars. In Yangchang, there is a cigar factory. The cigars stored underground were not affected by the earthquake, so I collected all the cigars into the space stone. If you need them. No need, smoking is harmful to health. Chen Ping waved his hand. What about the people outside? Bai Yu asked cautiously. They've all been dealt with. Good. And what about my people? Bai Yu added. What do you think? They started following me shortly after the apocalypse began, so they can be trusted. If you're worried, we can deal with them together. Bai Yu did not hesitate. Just decide for yourself, and be quick about it. Chen Ping stood up, stretched, and walked towards the bedroom of the villa. Seeing this, Bai Yu's heart raced. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, the strong can have everything they desire. Bai Yu continuously worked hard to become stronger for her final dignity and to find her sister. To grow stronger, she would stop at nothing. Even in the face of those terrifying scarlet beasts, she had never frowned. However, when facing Chen Ping, she felt as if she had truly fallen to the bottom, left to be manipulated. Since the apocalypse began, she had not suffered any humiliation. Just a few days ago, she thought that with her strength, no one would dare to force her. But now, all that remained in her heart was a sense of powerlessness. Taking a deep breath again, Bai Yu walked to the door. All members of the 6th squad, come in. They had been waiting outside for a long time, expecting that once the captain came out, they would be taken away directly or at least rest here for a day. But unexpectedly, Bai Yu asked them to come in. Some were suspicious, but since she was the captain of the 5th squad and their own captain was inside, even if they felt something was off, no one dared to openly disobey. Captain Bai, where is our captain? The first person to enter the villa asked, looking around in confusion. Captain Wang has been busy and is resting in the bedroom. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, many people's lips curled into a knowing smile. Captain Bai, you called us in. I have some confidential matters to discuss with you. It's not convenient to talk outside. Bai Yu casually replied. Once everyone was inside the villa and the door closed, Bai Yu reached out with one hand, and a pair of red daggers emerged from the space stone. The crowd was instantly shocked. Captain Bai. Before anyone could prepare themselves, Bai Yu ended all their lives with astonishing speed. Thud. When the last person fell, Bai Yu also sheathed her red daggers, which were not stained with a single drop of blood. With a blank expression, Bai Yu walked to the coffee table, poured herself a glass of red wine, and drank it down. Then, she went to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and in less than 5 minutes, she walked into her bedroom wearing a white bathrobe. Bai Yu, who had mentally prepared herself, was stunned to see the empty bedroom and the half-open window. At this moment, Chen Ping had returned to his dormitory. Meteor Ring. Type, Accessory Effect 1, wearing it increases the user's agility by 10 points. Effect 2, wearing it increases the agility of teammates within a 10-meter range by 3 points. Effect 3, at night, the wearer gains an additional 3 points of agility. Quality, low-grade blue. Chen Ping directly put the ring on his little finger, and the ring automatically adjusted to the size of his finger. With such agility-enhancing equipment, combined with Chen Ping's own attributes and the effects of drugs, even if he couldn't defeat the strongest level 3 Scarlet Beast in the coastal area, escaping would be no problem at all. You are the captain of the 6th squad of Yunmengs. You shouldn't be poorer than that guy from the 8th squad, right? Chen Ping took out Wang Hu's space stone. It was empty, containing only 4 green spinning wheels and more than 20 white spinning wheels, all of which were worthless prizes. However, Wang Hu's weapon was also inside, a blue-quality sniper rifle. The captains of the first 7 teams in Yunmengs all had at least one blue-quality weapon, and they also possessed talents of green quality or higher. Wang Hu had a blue ring and a blue weapon, along with 3 green talents, making him definitely rank among the top 3 in strength among the 12 team captains, even stronger than Baiyu by a bit. It's a bit poor, but it's manageable. If you want to get rich in the Crimson Apocalypse, killing and looting is the most reliable way. Chen Ping put away all his items and walked out of the dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Xuena was in her room, staring blankly at the damaged sniper rifle when someone gently knocked on the door. Why you? How did you come? Xuena opened the door and was a bit surprised to see Chen Ping standing there. What, not welcome? And no, come in. Xuena stepped aside and invited Chen Ping into the room. Without her weapon, she lost the original heroic feeling, as if her soul had vanished. After all, that was her greatest reliance, the foundation for survival in the Crimson Apocalypse. How's your body recovering? No problems now. You got hurt this time, and your weapon was damaged. It's also because of me. This is a transaction. You gave me food, and I help you with things. The weapon damage and injury are due to my lack of ability. It has nothing to do with you. Xuena's words left Chen Ping unsure of how to continue. I have a sniper rifle here. Maybe you can use it. I have nothing left to trade. Xuena frowned slightly. It's fine. You can give me an IOU. Chen Ping took out the sniper rifle and handed it to Xuena. This. Xuena instinctively took it, originally thinking it would be at most a green quality weapon. But when she scanned the information with the crimson ring, blue, Xuena's eyes widened. Although it's blue, it's of inferior quality, a bit lacking, but it can still be used, Chen Ping said, leaning back in the only chair in the room. Make do with it? Hearing Chen Ping say something that didn't sound like it came from a human, Xuena was at a loss for how to respond. Now, anyone who had a green quality weapon would definitely be considered a top-tier existence. A blue weapon? Even in the former second-level camp, the Dawn Camp, among thousands of people, there was only one blue piece of equipment. And in such a powerful force as Yunmengs, only the captains of the top 6 teams had 1 or 2 blue pieces of equipment. The remaining captains and team members only had green equipment. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Xuena, who originally loved firearms, looked at the exquisitely designed, high-quality sniper rifle with evident affection, but she quickly calmed down. This gun was worth at least dozens or even hundreds of white crimson roulette tokens, or over 1,000 auction points in the treasure pavilion. Even if she sold herself, it wouldn't be worth such a high price. Xuena suddenly felt that holding this gun was incredibly hot, yet she was extremely reluctant to part with it. Just based on the auction points in the treasure pavilion, 1,000 points is enough, and the interest. Let's say 3%. Chen Ping thought for a moment. Aren't you afraid I'll take this gun and run? Xuena asked. To her, this gun was already a legendary weapon. However, Chen Ping already had a red quality small cauldron and a red quality talent, and just that one talent was worth 100 times more than this sniper rifle. So, Chen Ping didn't think this gun was particularly precious. Soon, the Crimson Secret Realm would descend, and some secret realms could be entered alone. But many required teamwork, and Chen Ping felt he could select a few reliable people from the team. The role of these people is merely to complete some simple tasks after the secret realm is opened. They are not particularly important. Even if they were to turn against him temporarily in the secret realm, Chen Ping could easily handle it. After his rebirth, Chen Ping would not trust anyone but himself. In his view, everyone could betray him. Therefore, he remained vigilant against those around him. Although this could be mentally exhausting at times, this is the Crimson Apocalypse. 1,000 points. It might take me a long time. Xuena hesitated. This weapon is very powerful and will significantly improve your monster killing efficiency. Repaying that 1,000 points shouldn't be too difficult, and I might need your help with something in the next few days, which can offset some of the points. Chen Ping said with a smile. What is it? Xuena asked, somewhat puzzled. Robbing the rich to help the poor. You should get familiar with this weapon first. I'll tell you what to do tomorrow. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he left Xuena's room. Robbing the rich to help the poor? Shouldn't it be robbing the poor to help the rich? Xuena was slightly taken aback. Deputy Captain Bai, where are the people escorting the goods? Looking at the solitary armored transport vehicle in the camp square, Zhao Chang was full of confusion. Captain Zhao, let's count the supplies first. Bai Yu replied. Zhao Chang nodded repeatedly, yes, Deputy Captain Bai is right. Now that the Ironwood camp had allied with the Lin family, Zhao Chang, as the nominal captain, had very little actual power. He also understood that the more he knew, the shorter his life would be, so he stopped asking questions. Mozi, Dongxing, you two take people and count the supplies, Zhao Chang said to the two beside him. Dongxing was the captain of the second squad of the Ironwood camp, having arrived later than Mozi, and was promoted to captain of the second squad by Zhang Tai. After Sun Mu became the camp leader, the second squad was disbanded, and although Sun Mu intended to reorganize it and change the captain, he didn't have the chance before he was gone. Zhao Chang wanted to support a group of veterans. Relatively speaking, they had more feelings for the Ironwood camp and were more loyal than the newcomers. However, there were not many left from the original group that established the camp. The squads Zhao Chang planned to arm were just Mozi's and Dongxing's. Soon, Mozi and Dongxing counted all the supplies and recorded them. There were a total of 20 green weapons and armor, 60 white ones, and about 2 tons of food. Zhao Chang selected 8 pieces of green equipment, giving 4 to each of the first and second squads, keeping 2 for himself, and handing the remaining 10 to Bai Yu. As for the remaining white quality equipment, they were all sent to the camp's armory for members to exchange using camp points. Additionally, after several meetings, Zhao Chang selected nearly 100 people, including logistics and lower-level personnel, to begin constructing underground buildings. He planned to create an underground city modeled after the Dark Crow Camp. The Dark Crow Camp, due to its leader Zhou Mo having a special Crimson Beast, found it easy to build underground fortifications, which would be a significant project for the Ironwood camp. However, these projects had nothing to do with the combat teams. Mozi returned to the dormitory with 4 pieces of green equipment and gathered all the members of the first squad. Our recent missions have been successfully completed, and the camp leader rewarded us with 4 pieces of green equipment. Mozi placed the 4 pieces on the ground one by one. Dongzi, Xuana, you two choose first. Xuana, did you change your gun? After not seeing her for a while, Mozi noticed that Xuana seemed to have a new sniper rifle in her hands. Yes, this quality is good enough. I don't need any other weapons. Xuana nodded in response. I won't choose either, Chen Ping said, crossing his arms and sitting in a chair. I just need the tower shield, the rest is useless, Su Chanshan said, then leaned close to Xuana and whispered something. Then Li Shan, Duan Dushuan, Yi Xinga, you 3 choose. Boss, I'm used to using a knife. The last one was almost broken, so I'll just pick another knife. Li Shan grinned and picked up a large cleaver. Captain, I want a compound bow. The white quality one I have now is a bit weak. Duan Zishuan hesitated for a moment. Then you can have this one. It's the one you drew yourself, Ma Zi said as he handed his compound bow to Duan Zishuan. Ha, Captain, what about you? I'll just pick another one, Ma Zi replied nonchalantly. Captain, I'm just responsible for adding fire damage. A weapon isn't much use to me, so I'll choose a piece of armor. Yi Xinga picked a blue-green robe to increase his defense. Boss, both of us are quite comfortable with our weapons, so we won't choose anything. The Jiang brothers, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian, both used swords, and they were of green quality, with a few extra strength bonuses. Their strength was definitely a pillar in other teams. However, in the first squad, they mostly handled driving and some physical tasks, as the abilities of the other members were quite prominent. A few minutes later, Muzzy put away the remaining 2 pieces of green equipment, a longbow and a piece of inner armor. Although we've gone through dozens of battles together, I feel that our cooperation and understanding are still far from enough, Ma Zi said solemnly. During these recent missions, they had indeed encountered many Crimson Beasts, but they were all around level 1, and it was easy for 1 or 2 members of the team to handle them. Therefore, there hadn't been much opportunity for the team members to bond, and their understanding was naturally not very high. Recently, there shouldn't be any tasks. I'll lead everyone to find a place to properly bond, Ma Zi suggested. I have a good place. There should be plenty of Crimson Beasts there. After a moment of silence, Chen Ping suddenly spoke up. That's perfect. We'll head over this afternoon, Ma Zi immediately replied. In his view, Chen Ping was definitely the most reliable person in the team. Previously, Ma Zi had been worried about where to farm monsters, as the nearby areas had been mostly cleared of Crimson Beasts, and the farther places had not been thoroughly explored, significantly increasing the risk. We just returned to the camp yesterday. Although the journey was uneventful, everyone's nerves have been on edge. I think it's best to rest and recuperate today, adjusting our state so we have more energy to bond and quickly improve our understanding, Chen Ping suggested. That makes sense. Let's take a day off, and gather at 6 tomorrow. Does anyone have any suggestions? Ma Zi scanned the crowd. No, several people replied in unison. Alright, then everyone go back and rest. I'll apply to the camp leader for a hunt tomorrow. As Ma Zi's voice fell, everyone gradually left. Dongzi, Ma Zi called out to Chen Ping, who had just stood up. After everyone had left, he continued to ask, which specific location are we going to tomorrow? Also, do you know the types and levels of the crimson beasts we need to kill? Tomorrow, the Chen family will send people to the Taimu camp. This is the border between the two major forces. Even though the Chen family is weak now, they are unwilling to hand it over to the Lin family. The Chen family's visit this time is not for good. If they enter the Taimu camp, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Chen Ping said calmly. Ma Zi looked confused. He didn't understand how this related to the monster farming location for tomorrow. I don't want this place to get too lively for now, so we need to go to the Chen family's main route first, ensuring they can never reach the Taimu camp. After hearing Chen Ping's words, Ma Zi's expression turned a bit grim. Although he knew Chen Ping's identity and had killed quite a few people from the Lin and Chen families, those were all private actions, and most of the team members were still unaware. If he led the team this time and openly ambushed the Chen family members, the people in the team might have other thoughts. Ma Zi had already boarded Chen Ping's ship. After all, his life was completely in Chen Ping's hands. But what about the others in the team? In fact, Chen Ping also wanted to test this small team this time. If possible, in the future, when entering the Crimson Secret Realm, he might bring this team along. Moreover, after entering the Crimson Secret Realm, he would need someone outside to gather supplies and intelligence. It is very difficult for a true lone wolf to survive in such a world. To quickly enhance his strength, Chen Ping might develop alone for a while, but he could not completely detach himself from humanity as a group. Ma Zi had some suspicions about this. He knew that as long as someone hesitated or disobeyed orders tomorrow, then Chen Ping. The Chen family is here mainly to negotiate with the Lin family, and the number of people they brought should not be many, so it won't take long. After dealing with them, we will first go to Lidu community. Chen Ping continued. Lidu community? Haven't you already cleared out the crimson beasts there? Ma Zi was even more confused. Yes, but I heard that a level 3 crimson beast has appeared there, so we should go take a look. Chen Ping nodded. Level 3 crimson beast? Ma Zi had already guessed that Chen Ping had the strength to deal with a level 3 crimson beast. But when he heard Chen Ping say he was going to find a level 3 crimson beast, an uncontrollable fear arose in his heart, a fear that came from the soul. Since we want to practice coordination, we must increase the pressure. Hunting level 1 or 2 crimson beasts is not difficult at all, and there's no need to coordinate. How can we train well? Chen Ping said matter-of-factly. Brother Chen, what you said makes a lot of sense, but that's a level 3 crimson beast. Exactly, and there are no level 4 crimson beasts now. Chen Ping nodded. Isn't this pressure a bit too much? Ma Zi's palms were already sweating. Too much? I think it's still a bit lacking. You should go report to the company commander first. If he disagrees, just go find Bai Yu, she will find a way. I'll go back to rest first. After Chen Ping finished speaking, without waiting for Ma Zi to respond, he walked straight out. A level 3 crimson beast. After a while, Ma Zi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't dare to think that one day he would actively seek out a level 3 crimson beast. Even with a strong person like Chen Ping by his side, he still felt that he would undoubtedly die on this trip. But he couldn't refuse Chen Ping's suggestion. No matter the outcome, he could only brace himself and charge forward. Ma Zi took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and went to the command post to apply to the company commander for the hunting operation. After Chen Ping left Ma Zi's dormitory, he went directly to Xiao Bai's room. Woo woo! As soon as Xiao Bai saw Chen Ping enter the room, he became very excited. Master, are we going to hunt a level 3 crimson beast tomorrow? Xiao He looked even more excited. That's right, but the skin of this crimson beast is thicker and harder. If you go, you'll only hold me back. Chen Ping nodded. Master, precisely because my strength is still relatively weak, you should take me with you so I can quickly become stronger, and then I will be your greatest support. Xiao He flew around Chen Ping. Enhancing your strength? It would be better for me to use the corpse of the level 3 crimson beast to make pills and enhance my own strength even more. As Chen Ping spoke, he lay down on the bed. The water is too hot to drink, and the human heart is too cold to touch, especially the master's heart, which is like 1,000-year-old ice. This weak little bug, have tried every possible way but cannot melt it. Sigh, the life of a bug is hard. Xiao He landed on Xiao Bai's head, wallowing in self-pity. Qi Lin, do you know? Chen Ping suddenly asked. Master, the level 3 crimson beast you are preparing to hunt this time, could it be Qi Lin? Xiao He said with some fear. Ever since the last boundary-breaking event, Xiao He had gained many inexplicable memories, including some information about crimson beasts. That's right, Chen Ping did not deny it. It won't be easy to deal with, and I I really can't help much. Little Black flew up again and landed on Chunping's hand. Master, can you switch to a level 3 Crimson Beast? The red scale tastes good, but it's really hard to handle. Do you think level 3 Crimson Beasts are as common as white Crimson Spinners that you can just pick? Chunping asked. The red scale is a fire attribute attacking Crimson Beast. I remember there's a noob who also plays with fire. Are you talking about Yi Shunga? Yeah, that flashy guy. His fire belongs to the Yin fire category, which has a certain restraining effect on the yang fire of the red scale. If I can break through the red scale's defenses, I might be able to heavily injure it, but to completely kill it, that's not easy. Little Black muttered to itself. First, let's see if that is a red scale or not. Even if it is a red scale, we can't beat it. With my current speed, if I want to run, it shouldn't be able to catch up. Chunping was very confident. Not necessarily, the red scale speed is also among the top in level 3 Crimson Beasts. It's fine, I still have a teleportation array. Unless it can kill me in an instant, it can't keep me here. Teleportation array? It's better to avoid using it as much as possible. Little Black said seriously. Why? I get dizzy in arrays. Little Black replied helplessly. In the early morning, with a gentle breeze, the gate of the Ironwood camp slowly opened. The Ma Zi team, which had just rested for a day, set off again. To all the team members, this time was just for mutual adjustment and increasing tacit understanding, and naturally, it wouldn't be like the previous few missions, risking their lives. The Crimson Wilderness is indeed fraught with danger, but it's much safer than dealing with level 3 Crimson Beasts. With the strength of this team, handling level 1 or 2 Crimson Beasts is not a difficult task. Since the Crimson Apocalypse arrived, I've never been this relaxed. Yi Shinga sat in the armored vehicle, leaning back in his seat. Yeah, last night was the best sleep I've had. Duan Zishuan touched his composite bow, wearing a mischievous expression. I could hear it. The snoring was deafening in the first half of the night. I thought there was an earthquake. Li Shan glanced at Duan Zishuan. No way, I never snore when I sleep. Duan Zishuan immediately denied it. But it was indeed quiet in the second half of the night. Li Shan nodded. Right, I really didn't hear Duan Zi snoring in the second half of the night. I thought he had died. Yi Shinga was also a bit curious. He was too noisy. I went to his dorm and stuffed his mouth with his socks. Chunping said flatly. Ugh. I wondered why I woke up with a smell of stinky tofu in my mouth. Damn, Duan Zi, impressive. You had your socks stuffed in your mouth for half the night and didn't die. Yi Shunga laughed heartily. Donggu, if I disturb your sleep next time, you can just kick me awake. Duan Zishuan said, almost in tears. Sure, but my feet won't hold back. Next time, just stuff socks in my mouth. I'll prepare a clean pair. Duan Zishuan said pitifully. The atmosphere in the vehicle was very relaxed, but Ma Zi kept a serious face, looking tense, as if facing a great enemy. Boss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Shan noticed Ma Zi's unusual behavior and asked in a low voice. We're in this Crimson Wilderness. We must always be on guard and ready for battle. Ma Zi said, trembling slightly, pulling out a new cigarette but from his jacket pocket that he had picked up from somewhere. Captain, it's not a big deal. Holding a green quality composite bow, even if we go to kill a level 3 Crimson Beast, I'm not afraid at all. After getting the composite bow, Duan Zishuan was overflowing with confidence. Duan Zi, don't let it be that when you really encounter a level 3 Crimson Beast, you end up wetting your pants. Yi Shinga teased. How could that be? I was sweating last time, sweating. Duan Zishuan weakly defended himself. Dong Zi, this time the monster hunting location is chosen by you, so arrange the tactics. Ma Zi took a puff from the choking cigarette butt, then pinched it out with his thumb and forefinger. The remaining part should still be enough for one more drag. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Chunping, instantly feeling a sense of unease. Normally, when dealing with those first and second level Crimson Beasts, there was no need to devise any tactics. They could just grind through while killing monsters. Could it be? Do we really have to kill a third-level Crimson Beast? Duan Zishuan's hand, gripping the compound bow, began to tremble violently. Duan Zi, didn't you say you weren't afraid at all? Yi Shinga's palm slapped down on Duan Zishuan's trembling arm. I'm not afraid when I see it, but before I see it, I'm still a little scared. Duan Zishuan stubbornly replied. Ahem. Chunping cleared his throat, and the entire carriage fell silent in an instant. There's no need to arrange any tactics. When the time comes, everyone can act freely. After hearing Chunping's words, a few of them finally felt at ease. However, the atmosphere in the carriage took a sharp turn, and no one spoke again. Approaching noon, they arrived at Binhai Primary School. 10 days ago, Chunping had killed a mutated wind wolf here. At that time, he still needed to activate his sacrifice talent, but now if he encountered it again, he should be able to handle it easily. Captain, we've arrived. Jiang Chang, who was driving the armored vehicle, notified Ma Zi through his wristband. Get out! Ma Zi waved his hand and led the team members out through the back door of the armored vehicle. Duan Zixuan scanned the surroundings. The crimson mist wasn't too thick, and he didn't see a single crimson beast in sight. Where are the beasts? Duan Zixuan asked in confusion. They didn't run away, did they? Yi Xinga scratched his head. Let's wait here for a bit, Chen Ping said. Then, everyone took up defensive positions around Binhai Primary School. Li Shan took some potatoes and a few bug cakes from the vehicle, planning to share them with everyone. At least they could replenish their energy before the battle began. Let's improve our meal a bit for lunch today. Chen Ping suddenly spoke up. Li Shan was slightly taken aback. Donggu, we only brought these, nothing else. Before he could finish, Chen Ping directly pulled out a large pile of food from the spatial stone. Among them were even some meats, not from crimson beasts, but normal pork and lamb. Since the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, they had only eaten canned food once. They had forgotten what properly cooked meat tasted like. These were taken from Lin Tianzi and Blood Demon Lord's dinner table that night. Chen Ping had eaten for several days and still hadn't finished. Damn, am I hallucinating? Duan Zixuan looked at the pile of food, his face full of disbelief. Ah, why are you pinching me? Duan Zixuan covered his arm, looking at Yi Xinga in pain. I also feel like I'm dreaming. I just want to see if it hurts. Then pinch yourself. Why pinch me? I'm afraid it hurts. Yi Xinga shook his head. While they were bickering, Su Chanxian had already leaned over, directly grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into her mouth. So delicious. Chanxian, save me a piece. Yi Xinga rushed over too. Everyone, don't fight, there's enough for everyone. Li Shan quickly organized them. In less than 2 minutes, they wolfed down all the food. Burp. This taste, I could savor it for a lifetime. Yi Xinga sat on the ground, eyes closed, extremely satisfied. Why do I feel like this is a last supper? Jiang Xian muttered to himself while sitting nearby. It does feel a bit like the Last Supper. Duan Zixuan nodded. Pa, shut your crow's mouth. Yi Xinga kicked Jiang Xian and Duan Zixuan. A vehicle is coming. After finishing her meal, Xuan'ai immediately grabbed her sniper rifle, jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, and took up a defensive position. She had changed into a black tactical suit, and her not-so-long hair was tied into a low ponytail. Setting up her sniper rifle and using the high-powered scope, she locked onto a target in the distance. 2 armored vehicles, from the Chen family. Xuan'ai's voice reached everyone's ears. Chen family's car? That's nothing. Duan Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Get ready for battle, Chen Ping said, pulling out a small handgun. The battle? Duan Zixuan's eyes widened. However, everyone else had already sprung into action. Li Shan, wielding a machete, hid behind a crumbling wall, followed closely by Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian. Su Chanxian raised her hand, making a grasping motion into the void, and a tower shield over 2 meters high appeared directly in front of her. Ma Zi's figure flickered as he hid behind Su Chanxian, using the tower shield to completely cover himself, bow drawn and arrow knocked, ready to shoot at any moment. Yi Xinga waved one hand, and 3 strands of ghostly blue flames attached themselves to Chen Ping's handgun, Xuan'ai's sniper rifle, and Ma Zi's arrows. Hey, wait a minute, Xinga, what about mine? Duan Zixuan frantically pulled out a strip of cloth, first covering his eyes, then waving his composite bow. No fire left, wait 5 minutes. Yi Xinga replied. That's nothing, it won't last 3 rounds. Duan Zixuan complained, immediately ducking to the other side of the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was still inside the vehicle, munching on dried fish, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Just a few weaklings, and they act like it's a life-or-death situation. Sigh, this team is hard to lead. Xiao He flew in the air, letting out a sigh. Are you from the Ironwood camp? We are from the Chen family. Upon seeing the armored vehicles from Ironwood camp, the 2 armored vehicles from the Chen family slowed down and shouted towards Ma Zi and the others. Although the Chen family was severely weakened and not as strong as the Lin family, they were still the largest force in Binhai. Even the Lin family would not easily attack the Chen family. Therefore, these Chen family members were completely unprepared. Bang bang! Chen Ping fired first, 2 bullets directly blowing up the thick tires of the armored vehicle. Bang 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 bang! At the same time, Xuan'ai, lying on the roof of the vehicle, also opened fire, killing the 4 people in the driver and co-driver seats of both armored vehicles simultaneously. Go! Li Shan shouted, charging from behind the wall towards the first armored vehicle with his machete, swinging it fiercely a few times to chop the back door to pieces. Following him, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian each kicked open the back door, entering with their long swords and hacking wildly. On the other side, Su Chanxian, holding the tower shield, rushed to the back of the second vehicle with Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan. Bang! The tower shield slammed against the back door, directly smashing it off, and Ma Zi began shooting wildly, the ghostly blue flames on his arrows causing several people inside to evaporate, while the blindfolded Duan Zhuxuan accurately shot each remaining person in the head. From the moment Chen Ping fired until Duan Zhuxuan shot his last arrow, less than 10 seconds had passed, and the battle was completely over. "Clean up the battlefield," Ma Zi said in a deep voice. With the experience of killing the Scarlet Church last time, everyone moved with great skill. Clatter! Since these people had no space stones, all their belongings were stored in the vehicle. Food, weapons, the Scarlet Roulette, and even their clothes were all piled up in the open space. Xiao Yi, Duan Zi, handle the bodies. Shan Zi, count the items. Xuan A, Zhang Chang, Zhang Xan, continue to stand guard. Ma Zi issued the orders. Shunga, did we just kill the Chen family members? Duan Zhuxuan looked at the stacked, naked bodies, somewhat in disbelief. Huh, you still haven't reacted? Yi Shunga waved casually, a ghostly blue flame landing on the bodies. I didn't react, I saw you all go in, so I instinctively followed. I didn't even think about it, it was all instinctive. You might not believe it, but I felt like the composite bow shot the arrows by itself, and I had nothing to do with it. Duan Zhuxuan scratched his head. So, whatever you do in the future, never use your brain, that thing of yours is just for show. Yi Xingge said with a smile. Your head is the one that's for show. After dealing with the corpse, the two walked over to Matzi and the others. At this time, Li Shan had also finished counting all the spoils. 50 white scarlet spinning wheels, 3 pieces of green equipment, 19 pieces of white equipment, 30 sets of standard armor, and 1 longevity token. After counting all the items, Li Shan reported to Matzi and Chen Ping. After Chenin took full control of the Chun family's camp, he renamed it the Longevity Camp. The longevity token is like the Yunming token. It is the symbol of the longevity camp and also the emblem of the Chen family. Chen Ping glanced over and slowly spoke, I'll keep all the white spinning wheels and that longevity token, you can divide the rest. After saying this, he directly stored the spinning wheels and the token into the space stone, then returned to the armored vehicle in the Taimu camp. Xiaobai had not finished eating its little fish strip, while Xiao Hei sulkily landed on Chen Ping's shoulder. I worked hard for half a day, sweating all over, and in the end, I didn't even get a chance to take action before it was all over. Next time, I won't participate in such small jobs, there's no need for me to step in at all. I won't participate in big jobs like the Red Scale either, I can't win, Xiao Hei muttered. Then what is your role? The loyal minister of the master. Xiao Hei answered seriously. You really are a little cutie. Chen Ping shook his head and looked at the white spinning wheel in his hand. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single valuable prize in it. At most, he could go to the treasure pavilion to exchange for some points, which was better than nothing. Is this what he means by robbing the poor to help the rich? Xuana stood on top of the vehicle, murmuring to herself. Sister Xuana, do you see anything you need? Su Chanxian called out from the ground. Xuana glanced at the 3 items on the ground, a metal rod and 2 long knives. With the blue quality sniper rifle, those green quality weapons no longer caught Xuana's eye, so she shook her head. I don't need them, you can divide them. In the end, no one needed the 3 green weapons, and Matzi handed them over to Chen Ping. Dong Zi, put them in the space stone first, our weapons are sufficient, and carrying these would be inconvenient. Okay, then let's keep them with me for now. Chen Ping nodded. In fact, he now felt that storing white and green quality equipment in the space stone was somewhat of a waste of space. Fortunately, Chen Ping had 4 space stones, 2 he kept for himself, 1 from Chuning, and 1 from Wang Hu. 1 ogre's corpse, half a ground-walking fire scorpion's corpse, and some miscellaneous items, including potion materials scavenged from Chuning and Lin Tianza, had completely filled Chen Ping's 2 space stones. If he didn't have the other 2 as backups, he would even have to discard some items. If only I had a blue-quality space stone, it would be much more convenient, Chen Ping thought to himself, but in the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, such things were rarer than blue-quality talents. Let's go to the next place. After clearing all traces, Matzi got into the vehicle and sent the next coordinate location to Zhang Chang and Zhang Xan, who were driving the armored vehicle. Soon, the armored vehicle was back on the road. Regarding the ambush of the Chen family's convoy, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not discuss it. They were more curious about what would appear at the next location. Moreover, they felt very worried about the consequences of ambushing the Chen family. However, the deed was done, and thinking more about it was useless. It was better to focus their energy on the upcoming battle. In the eyes of these people, as long as they weren't going to ambush the Lin family, the problem wasn't too serious. After all, the Lin family was the true overlord here. The Taimu camp had already belonged to the Lin family, and even if they offended the Chun family, they still had a backing. Big brother, we are going to the Lidu community. That's the only way for the Lin family to get to the Taimu camp. Zhang Xian, in the passenger seat, frowned tightly. I know. In the morning, the Lin family had just delivered supplies to the Taimu camp. They should be returning to the Li-du community to rest today, right? About that. We just killed the Chun family, and now we have to go kill the Lin family? This. Zhang Xian was a bit flustered. We both know our own strength best. If we want to survive, we must completely obey orders. Thinking about anything else is meaningless and will only add to our fear. Jiang Chang saw things very clearly. If, during the Beast Tide, they hadn't managed to join Ma Zi's first team, they would probably be rotting corpses by now. Jiang Chang had long realized that the real power in the entire team lay with Qin Ping, and the two brothers, being the weakest in the team, had only one value: to do some hard labor and then completely obey orders. This way, perhaps they could live a little longer. So, during this time, Jiang Chang hardly thought about anything else. The only thing he needed to do was to obey. Big brother, how long do you think we can live? Zhang Xian suddenly asked. Until Donggu thinks we are no longer valuable. Jiang Chang replied in an extremely flat tone. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadow of the armored vehicle long across the boundless wilderness, where only the armored vehicle and that dark figure moved quickly forward. It was unclear how long had passed when the sunlight in the vehicle's shadow disappeared, darkness descended upon the earth, and the armored vehicle arrived at the Li-du community. Li-du community? Didn't Donggu clear out all the scarlet beasts around here? Duan Zixuan got out of the vehicle and glanced around. Maybe they discovered some nest before. Yi Xinga speculated. They preferred to believe that they were really here to hunt monsters. If they were to ambush the Lin family, they would be in danger. The Lin family's power was too vast. Even if their 10-member team was strong, they couldn't possibly go against the entire Lin family, especially since the Taimu camp had already allied with the Lin family. If they killed Lin family members, they wouldn't be able to return to the Taimu camp and would likely end up wandering the wilderness. Donggu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Su Chanqian didn't have so many complicated thoughts. Her main concern was still about the food. Qin Ping had taken out all the leftover dishes at noon, but there were still some items he had brought from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. The others didn't have space stones, making it inconvenient to bring things out. Qin Ping lived in a presidential suite on the 5th floor and had brought 2 space stones with him, secretly stashing away quite a bit of food. Although it wasn't as lavish as Lin Tian's feast, it was still much better than the potatoes and insect cakes they had brought. Qin Ping took out some and shared it with everyone. They might have to face a level 3 scarlet beast soon, so it was better for everyone to have a full meal. After all, Qin Ping wasn't completely confident in killing it. If he couldn't match its strength, he might be the first to run away or even use the teleportation array directly. This teleportation array could only carry 3 life forms at a time, and with Qin Ping, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai, that made 3, leaving the others to fend for themselves. Having been with these people for quite a while, Qin Ping considered himself a person of feelings and righteousness. If he really had to run away, letting them eat a full meal before setting off would be the least he could do. Moreover, once the Scarlet Secret Realm descended, it would produce a lot of food, including scarlet beasts that humans could eat, and that could enhance their physique. By then, Qin Ping wouldn't be short on food. Thank you, Donggu. You're the best person I've ever met. Su Chanqian's little mouth was like it had been smeared with honey, shaking her head, her 2 black ponytails swaying, her face full of a happy smile. Donggu, as long as there's food, I don't mind killing anyone, even a level 3 scarlet beast, Duan Zixuan declared confidently. Then what if Donggu asked you to turn against him? Yi Xinga added quietly. If Donggu says so, then I must act against him. If I don't act, it would be disobeying Dong Ji's orders, Yi Xinga added. This, Duan Zixuan's brain instantly felt insufficient, as if a piece of meat were stuck to his forehead, ready to be roasted. Aren't you 2 done yet? Hurry up and help Jiang Chang and Zhang Xian set up the tent. Ma Zi kicked the 2 of them hard in the rear. Li Shan gathered some fuel and started a fire. It was midsummer, but the nights in the Crimson Apocalypse were particularly cold, especially after moving a certain distance away from the Crimson Pod, in the Crimson Wilderness. In the past, they didn't dare to light a fire due to their lack of strength, but now they could easily crush second-level Crimson beasts, and their courage had grown, so they built a fire to heat up their food. Qin Ping sat on a piece of blue stone in front of the fire, his eyes slightly closed. Haven't you found any traces of the 3rd-level Crimson Beast yet? Master, I have a feeling. What feeling? I need to take a dump. Wait a moment, I'll take care of it and then go look. Ahem. Qin Ping couldn't help but cough. Dongzi, have you found the Crimson Beast? Ma Zi walked over to Qin Ping and asked in a low voice. After a long journey, let everyone rest first. Qin Ping replied. The upcoming battle might be very tough, so it was essential for everyone to ensure they had enough rest. All right, Ma Zi nodded. The team had 10 members, and apart from the 3 women, the remaining 7 each took turns keeping watch for an hour. The 3 women stayed in the armored vehicle, while the 7 set up their tents around it. Chen Ping took the first hour of watch, while the others began to rest. However, none of them could fall asleep, tossing and turning. They had thought it would just be a normal training session, but unexpectedly, they had first ambushed the Chen family convoy and then arrived at this Lidu community. They had spent the entire day on the road, without any opportunity to build camaraderie through battle. I hope there are no third-level crimson beasts here. Ma Zi, unable to sleep, lay in the tent and lit the last bit of his cigarette, taking a deep drag. Cough, cough. Damn it, this broken cigarette is getting harder to smoke. Ma Zi extinguished the cigarette but then tossed it aside. It was his last stock. The cold wind blew, and Chen Ping sat in front of the blue stone, as if in deep meditation. Are you done? All done, and I even took a bath in the river. Xiao Hei replied. So, have you found the third-level crimson beast? If I had found it, I would have told the master, don't rush. I see it. It's the red scale. Where? By the riverbank. Chen Ping was somewhat speechless. Be more specific. Xiao Hei flew high into the sky and conveyed the location of the red scale to Chen Ping with his mind. It was on the left bank of the Qingyun River, which ran through 4 provinces, passing through Yangcheng and Binhai City, flowing east into the sea. The location of the red scale was only a few minutes' drive from the team's temporary camp. Chen Ping stood up and sounded the alarm. The others, who had not been sleepy to begin with, immediately burst out of their tents upon hearing the alarm. At the same time, the back door of the armored vehicle opened quickly, with Su Chanqian holding a tower shield and Xuan'er carrying a sniper rifle. Xiao Bai, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes in confusion. She was the only one in the entire team who could actually sleep. Where's the Crimson Beast? Duan Zixuan searched around with his compound bow. At 10 o'clock, not too far away. Chen Ping's voice was very calm, and no one had any objections. The only one hesitating was Ma Zi, but he only paused for a moment. Considering that the red scale was currently the strongest third-level Crimson Beast in Binhai and Yangcheng, Chen Ping decided to leave the armored vehicle here and have everyone walk over. If a fight broke out and the armored vehicle got damaged, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to return to the Taimu camp. Time was the most precious resource before the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, and Chen Ping was unwilling to waste even a moment. Yi Xinga found a few wooden sticks, infused them with netherfire, and distributed them as torches to everyone. After this period of practice and occasional guidance from Chen Ping, Yi Xinga had become quite adept at controlling the netherfire. He could infuse it into a dozen items at once, but the power would be at its lowest when done this way. To maximize its power, one must concentrate the additional netherfire 3 times and then wait about 5 minutes before adding it again. Although this reduces the frequency of use significantly, it allows the netherfire to reach its full potential. This is a basic potion. Use all the potions before reaching the target area. Chen Ping first distributed the basic potions to everyone. Duan Zixuan and the others looked at the potions in their hands, eager to know who Chen Ping was planning to deal with. Was it a member of the Lin family, a level 2 Crimson Beast, or a level 3 Crimson Beast? Their doubts were all suppressed. Chen Ping did not explain, and no one had the courage to ask. However, Chen Ping did not let their confusion linger for long and directly got to the point. Swish! After distributing the basic potions, Chen Ping opened his crimson wristband, and a light blue screen appeared in the void, displaying a 3-dimensional topographic map. The target area is here. It's a level 3 Crimson Beast. As Chen Ping's words fell, everyone gasped in shock. Duan Zixuan's legs were already shaking like a sieve. Tap tap tap. His mouth was also somewhat uncontrollable, the slight sound drawing the attention of those around. My jaw is clattering, but it's not a big deal. Donggu, you continue. Duan Zixuan tried to control his emotions. Chen Ping cleared his throat. It is specifically located here. Its characteristics are high mobility and extremely high defense. It can spit fireballs for fire attribute attacks, and if you get hit by a fireball, it's a life or death situation. Its weakness is at the 7-inch mark, which is its heart. We will act separately. If we move quickly, we can reach this area in 10 minutes and then start attacking in 15 minutes. Shanggu, Duan Zi, Xuan'er, you will be in my group, heading to this position. Captain Ma, Xian, Shan Zi, you go to this position. Zhang Chang, Zhang Xan, you stay in the back, a bit further away. Your main task is to protect Xiao Bai. Chen Ping drew 3 red circles on the screen in the void. After the battle starts, Xian will draw fire, and the 4 of us will conduct long-range attacks. Captain Ma will provide cover, and Shan Zi will handle close protection. This level 3 Crimson Beast is very strong. Casualties or even total annihilation may occur. If you are afraid, you can choose to withdraw early. I won't force you. Chen Ping spoke sincerely, but if someone really did withdraw, having learned so many of his secrets, they naturally wouldn't be left alive. There's nothing to be afraid of. If the head is gone, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. People die, birds fly to the sky. If you don't die, you'll live for 10,000 years. Let's do it. Duan Zixuan's spirit suddenly surged. The others looked over, not knowing when this guy had already blindfolded himself with a cloth strip. Alright, then let's move. Chen Ping nodded. This was the final test for this team. They did not know that if they survived, they might become the first group to enter the Crimson Secret Realm. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The unknown crimson wild grass rustled as it was caressed by the wind. A team of 10 moved quietly, getting closer to the level 3 crimson beast, the red scale. Master, it's still wandering by the riverbank. It seems to want to go into the water. The red scale fears water. Why would it want to go into the water? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. I don't know. I feel like there's something in the water. Fighting underwater will greatly diminish our strength. We must keep it on the shore. Chen Ping immediately sent a message to the others. The plan has changed. We will act early. We must reach the designated position in 10 minutes. At night, the calm surface of the Qingyun River reflected the incomplete, slightly red moon, appearing particularly eerie. The red scale, its body stretching over 100 feet, coiled like a mountain range along the Qingyun riverbank. Its entire body was covered in scales as red as fire, which shimmered with an eerie luster under the moonlight, its eyes like two burning rubies, intently watching the river surface. Hiss hiss! The red-scaled creature flicked its tongue, and the air seemed to ignite, emitting a faint crackling sound. It suddenly turned its head, looking towards the nearby forest. Master, you have been discovered. The little black creature, unable to directly participate in the battle, served as Chen Ping's eyes, surveying everything on the ground. I understand. Chen Ping and the others had not yet reached their agreed advantageous position, while the red-scaled beast had already begun to move its massive body, preparing for the hunt. Shenga, fire! As Chen Ping's voice fell, 3 strands of ghostly blue flames attached themselves to Chen Ping's pulse pistol, Duan Zixuan's composite bow, and Xuana's sniper rifle. Xuana, hide behind that boulder. Duan, you go. Chen Ping turned around, only to find that Duan Zixuan had already vanished. Dongge, I think this position is good. A voice came from above. Chen Ping looked up to see Duan Zixuan had somehow climbed up a giant tree, thick enough for 10 people to embrace, standing 8 or 9 meters tall. Meanwhile, Xuana also jumped onto the boulder, quietly lying there, merging with the darkness, her breathing and heartbeat almost imperceptible. Chen Ping's figure flickered as he hid behind the giant tree. Yi Shinga was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people beside him had disappeared without a trace. He quickly lay down on the ground, grabbing a few fallen leaves to cover himself. Can't see me, can't see me. Yi Shinga buried his head under the leaves, knowing full well he was just fooling himself, but with no attributes, no defenses, and no attacking weapons, he could only pray silently. On the other side, Li Shan hid behind Su Chanxian's tower shield, smacking his lips, feeling more bitter than eating bitter melon. Damn it, with such a big thing, can anyone tell me where the 7 inches are? Li Shan felt an urge to curse. From the tail to the head, 7/10 of the way, or from head to tail, 3/10 of the way. Ma Zi said, drawing his longbow to full draw and shooting an arrow. They had not yet reached their agreed position, but they could already see the level 3 Crimson Beast, which was now moving towards Chen Ping and the others. This time, Ma Zi and the others' task was to attract the attention and attacks of the Crimson Beast, allowing Chen Ping and the other 4 to strike. For the safety and output environment of Chen Ping and the others, Ma Zi had to grit his teeth and initiate the attack first. Sizzle! The arrow ignited just a few centimeters before hitting the red scales, instantly turning to ash. Damn it! What's going on? Li Shan gripped his machete tightly, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. Try to buy them more attack time, Ma Zi said in a deep voice, directly downing 5 bottles of low-level potions. He should have died during the beast tide at the Ironwood camp. It was only because of Chen Ping's appearance that he managed to hold the most fiercely attacked gap. Living this long was already a gain. He knew on the way here that he was doomed. Whether he died from poison, by Chen Ping's hand, or from the attack of the level 3 Crimson Beast, the result would be the same. However, it seemed more heroic to die at the hands of the level 3 Crimson Beast. Damn it, I'm right here. The bow was drawn to its limit, shooting arrows like meteors. Although these arrows would not cause any harm to the red scales, the taunting effect was fully activated. Hiss! The red scales, with eyes the size of lanterns, turned and charged towards Ma Zi and the other 3. Its massive body, resembling a hill, looked clumsy, but when it moved, it was exceptionally agile, reaching Su Chanxian in the blink of an eye. Su Chanxian's tiny figure seemed like an ant before the red scales. Attack! Chen Ping exposed half of his body, adjusted his pulse pistol, and shot at the red scales. This pulse pistol had 2 activation modes, one for normal attacks, with strength comparable to an ordinary blue weapon. Another type is a powerful attack. Currently, the vast majority of people are unaware that by using the mechanism on a handgun, 5 pulses can be combined into one for an attack, with power second only to red quality weapon attacks. However, after 5 consecutive attacks, it requires a period of charging. Bang! Qin Ping's pulse laser struck a third of the way into the red-scaled creature's head, the flames on the scales being countered by the pulse's accompanying netherfire, while the residual force of the pulse left a scar on the scales. Boom! Xuana's bullet was fired almost simultaneously with the pulse attack, but the pulse was slightly faster. Also a blue-quality sniper rifle, it deepened the wound left by the pulse attack significantly and attached nether fire to the injury, causing the red-scaled creature to feel pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 or 5 arrows shot out simultaneously. Duan Zixuan, with his eyes covered, continuously pulled the trigger, and all the arrows landed in the same spot. His composite bow was of green quality, and its attack power was far inferior to that of Qin Ping and Xuana. However, with the attacks from the first 2, Duan Zixuan's arrows successfully broke through the red-scaled creature's defenses. Don't stop! Qin Ping continued to shoot, trying to expand the red-scaled creature's injuries. Xuana and Duan Zixuan's attacks were relentless. In midair, Xiao He saw the wounds appear on the red-scaled creature and rushed down without hesitation. Ouch, ouch, master! Stop the attack, you hit my cute butt. Xiao He did not expect their attacks to continue without any interruption. At this moment, Qin Ping had already switched to another handgun. Hiss! The attacks from Qin Ping and the others indeed caused some injuries to the red-scaled creature, but its attention was entirely focused on Su Chanshan. In an instant, boundless rage erupted from the red-scaled creature. Ah! 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 So hot, so hot, so hot! Xiao He, who had just burrowed into the red-scaled creature's wound, cried out. Xiao He, come out! Qin Ping quickly ordered. Against the red-scaled creature and the Minotaur, Xiao He's role was indeed not significant, but when it came to the Crimson Secret Realm, Xiao He would definitely be one of Qin Ping's supports. He did not want anything to happen to Xiao He here. So refreshing, it's fine master, for you, I can go into a volcano or dive into the sea of fire. Xiao He seemed to be both pained and happy. Qin Ping felt that Xiao He seemed to have some kind of tendency or obsession. Meanwhile, the red-scaled creature's rage reached its peak. Originally hiding behind the tower shield, Li Shan and Ma Zi wanted to rush out and fight the red-scaled creature to the death, already holding on to the belief that they would die. However, they were now unable to move an inch. It was a pressure from the soul, rendering their limbs completely out of their control. Damn it, what's going on? Li Shan desperately tried to move, but his feet felt as if they were filled with lead, making it impossible to budge. Ma Zi's fingers were bloodied from frantically pulling the bowstring. He wanted to draw the large knife at his waist and fight the level 3 Crimson Beast, but he was equally unable to do so. Hiss! The red-scaled creature flicked its tongue again, opening its massive mouth, and a sun-like scorching fireball slowly took shape. Wisdom Spirit Tower Shield, lift the seal. Su Chanshan's massive tower shield emitted a dark red glow, and her entire body gradually turned a purplish blue. Wisdom Spirit Tower Shield, divide. As the voice fell, the tall tower shield instantly split into dozens, first surrounding Su Chanshan, and then some split off to protect Ma Zi and Li Shan behind her, as well as Qin Ping and the others in the distance. What the hell is going on? Yi Xingge peeked out, seeing the dark red shields surrounding them, utterly incredulous. Boom! The massive fireball erupted from the red-scaled creature's mouth, directly landing on the shield in front of Su Chanshan. Sizzle! The rolling heat wave seemed to melt the earth, yet Su Chanshan's petite body remained unmoved, although her purplish-blue skin began to seep a trace of blood outward. Looks like I still underestimated it. Qin Ping watched the brutal battle ahead. Although his attacks had never ceased, their effect was extremely limited. He now had only 2 choices, to run away immediately or to initiate a sacrifice and take a chance. If he couldn't defeat it and had to run away afterward, he would lose 10 years of his life. However, by common sense, a level 3 Crimson Beast shouldn't be this powerful. This red scale seemed a bit sinister. Qin Ping didn't hesitate and directly took out the fire blade, which was his joy of fire. If he couldn't kill the red scale this time, there might not be another opportunity in the future. Once it ascended to level 4 after descending into the Crimson Secret Realm, it would be even harder to deal with. Moreover, Qin Ping still had over 100 years of life left. Losing 10 or 20 years wouldn't be a significant impact. Fire! Qin Ping whispered, and Yi Xingge showed a look of difficulty but still managed to summon a wisp of nether fire. Less than a minute had passed since their attack began, and there were still 4 minutes left for Yi Xingge to recover. He could only forcibly gather the nether fire, which remained considerable in intensity, but Yi Xingge would suffer backlash. Puff! Yi Xingge suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Ping swiftly leaped onto a boulder, then jumped to the tail of the red scale, and quickly ran to its back. Sacrifice provided an all-attribute boost, not just strength but also agility, defense, and endurance. It was nighttime, and the ring also had an agility bonus. Additionally, the egg of the two-headed serpent provided 10 points of fire resistance. His lower body, including his shoes and pants, was burned to ashes, but his feet only suffered minor burns and were not completely breached by the flames on the red scale. There were no flashy moves or techniques. He simply gathered all his strength and struck down fiercely. Sizzle! A wound over a meter long appeared in a vital area. This single strike was enough to severely injure the red scale. At the same time, Xuan'an and Duan Zixuan's attacks poured out like a flood, all hitting the wound on the red scale. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The red scale writhed in pain, immediately twisting its body to attack Qin Ping, who was on its back. However, under the enhancement of his talent and the ring, Qin Ping kept dodging. The severely injured red scale, feeling powerless, suddenly had the thought of fleeing. "It's running!" Duan Zixuan sensed the massive body quickly moving away and immediately jumped down from the tree to pursue. "No need to chase," Qin Ping said calmly. Having been severely injured, Little Black was still inside it, and the red scale was undoubtedly doomed. However, Qin Ping's expression grew even darker. "There's actually another level 3 crimson beast." The calm river's surface suddenly rippled. Qin Ping took out a primary jump engine from the spatial stone, already planning to escape. Splash! The Qingyun River surged, creating a giant wave that crashed onto the shore. Qin Ping's expression turned serious, and he shot back dozens of meters like an arrow released from a bow. Su Qianxian seemed a bit exhausted from her earlier full defense, unable to lift even the tower shield, and could only retreat into the spatial stone. "Damn it, is this never ending?" Li Shan regained his mobility, but seeing the level 3 crimson beast crawling out of the Qingyun River, that sense of helplessness rose again from the depths of his heart. Ma Zi stepped forward to support the nearly collapsing Su Qianxian. In the distance, Duan Zixuan, blindfolded, quickly climbed back up the tree, and Yi Xingde wasted no time, hurriedly lying on the ground and burying her head in the leaves again. Xuan'an aimed her gun at the level 3 crimson beast, her face showing no change, her emotions still stable. "Little Black, prepare to retreat," Qin Ping thought. "Master, this big loach won't die anytime soon. If we retreat now, with its terrifying recovery ability, it might very well recover, and it's very cunning. It will be even harder to catch such a good opportunity in the future." Little Black was reluctant to let go of such a good chance. Life is more important than anything else. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. "Hurry and retreat." Qin Ping's tone left no room for doubt. The scarlet beast that crawled out of the Qingyun River resembled a crocodile but was 4 to 5 times larger than one. It was a scarlet beast that Qin Ping had never seen before and knew little about. After all, in the information he had gathered in his past life, this third-level scarlet beast had not appeared, perhaps because it had always lurked in the Qingyun River, undiscovered. After the consumption of the red scales, the combat power of the team was significantly weakened. Although Qin Ping still had the strength to fight, facing an unknown scarlet beast, the safest option was to temporarily avoid confrontation. He planned to wait until he was in the best condition before deciding whether to hunt this third-level scarlet beast. Qin Ping intended to use the primary leap engine to teleport directly to the basement of the airport with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. "Okay, Master, I'll be back soon." Just as Xiao He was about to fly out from within the red scales, Qin Ping suddenly sent another thought, "Wait a moment." At that moment, the fragrance pouch in Qin Ping's spatial stone seemed a bit restless. A faint glow caused the spatial stone to tremble, showing signs of instability, as if it could explode at any moment. Qin Ping immediately took out the fragrance pouch. Instantly, a faint fragrance invigorated everyone nearby, restoring the stamina consumed from the battle. Qin Ping's burned feet from the red scales also returned to normal, and even Yi Xingde, who had been backlashed, and the weak Su Qianxian, were quickly recovering. The incredibly complex patterns on the fragrance pouch, along with the twinkling stars, began to rotate gently. In the blink of an eye, the patterns transformed into a formation, and the stars became formation stones. A magnificent grand formation covered an area of several dozen miles. The fragrance pouch emitted a golden beam of light that pierced the sky, evaporating the surrounding crimson mist. At that moment, at the Lin family's Yunming's camp, alarms blared, and the distant phenomenon made everyone tense. Since the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, bizarre events had occurred from time to time, but such a shocking phenomenon was unprecedented. "Elder brother, that direction should be towards the Li Du community. I wonder what happened." Lin Ruoyun, draped in a white robe, stood on the tower of the Yunming's camp with Lin Shanhai. In the game, this phenomenon could indicate the appearance of a powerful scarlet beast or perhaps some celestial flower or spirit herb. Lin Shanhai's brow furrowed, his expression grim. If it were the former, Yunmeng's might face a catastrophic disaster. Should we send someone to investigate? Lin Ruoyun asked softly. Lin Shanhai fell silent for a moment. The Lin family appeared to have significant power, with over 20,000 people in Yunmeng's alone, and the surrounding vassal camps adding up to over 100,000. But the true reliance was only on the 12 teams of Yunmeng's. The rest, no matter how many, were merely cannon fodder. So far, the 5th team led by Baiyu was stationed at the Taimu camp, located at the intersection of the Lin and Chen family forces. The 8th team was mysteriously wiped out while escorting Lin Tianzi, and the 6th team led by Wang, who also suddenly went missing this morning. The remaining teams were either stationed at important positions or responsible for guarding the Yunmeng's headquarters. The distant phenomenon looked very strange. Sending the main force recklessly would likely result in casualties, while sending ordinary teams would probably yield no results. But if they didn't investigate and it turned out to be a treasure, that would be a huge loss. Ruoyun, I will personally lead 3 teams to investigate. You now order everyone to prepare necessary food and supplies. If I have no news within a day, you must immediately lead all corps members to flee west. Lin Shanhai said solemnly. Brother, this is too dangerous. Lin Ruoyun said with a worried expression. Fortune favors the bold. Remember, to survive, you must be ruthless. Weakness and kindness have no place in the Scarlet Apocalypse. After saying this, Lin Shanhai immediately descended from the tower. Meanwhile, on the banks of the midstream of Qingyun River, within a massive formation centered around Chenping, a scarlet beast resembling a crocodile seemed to be crushed under an immense weight. It struggled to escape, but to no avail. What's going on? Duan Zixuan, standing in a tree, removed the cloth covering his eyes. The distant golden light was somewhat blinding, but as he gradually adjusted, he could vaguely see that a relic resembling an ancient incense pouch was floating above Chenping's palm, radiating a brilliant golden glow. A few dozen meters away from Chenping, a giant scarlet beast was being firmly pinned to the ground by a beam of golden light, unable to move. Donggu, what should we do? Duan Zixuan shouted from the tree. Fire! Chenping extended his other hand, activating the pulse pistol that had already charged up, while Xuan, on the boulder, also pulled the trigger fiercely. Both of their weapons were of blue quality, making it not too difficult to deal with a level 3 scarlet beast. Compared to the red-scaled beast, this level 3 scarlet beast had slightly weaker defenses, and under the combined firepower of the group, along with the suppression of the golden light, it was quickly turned into a sieve. As the golden light dissipated, Xinping glanced at the incense pouch in his hand before immediately storing it in the spatial stone. Ma Zi, Su Chanxian, and Li Shan approached Xinping, while Zhang Chang and Zhang Xian, hiding in the distance with Xiao Bai, also walked over. The commotion just now was quite loud. We shouldn't stay here for long, Xinping said in a low voice. Zhang Chang used the agility potion and returned to the base to bring the armored vehicle. Xuana, Duan Zi, Shan Zi, continue to stand guard. Ma Zi immediately issued orders. Xinping quickly walked to the corpse of the level 3 scarlet beast, picking up the 2 fallen scarlet coins and a dozen green turntables. It's still a level 3 scarlet beast, not even a blue turntable dropped? Xinping was somewhat speechless, and the prizes on the turntables were quite ordinary. However, the experience gained from this scarlet beast was considerable. Moreover, when Xinping checked his personal information, he found that his experience level had increased slightly. Burp! Master, that big loach is dead. How's the haul? This is good. If I can kill a few more like this, I'll quickly reach level 4. Xiao Hei was somewhat excited. Kill a few more? Then you might need to find a new master. Xinping shook his head, his figure flashing as he headed towards the location of the red-scaled beast's corpse. Can this guy refine medicine? Not sure, Xiao Hei replied. Never mind, let's store it first. Whether it can be used will be decided later. Xinping's 2 spatial stones could only hold half of the red scale. And over there was still a corpse of a level 3 scarlet beast. If he couldn't take it this time, when he returned next time, even if it hadn't been discovered and taken by others, it would have been devoured by the scarlet beasts. Xinping first picked up the items dropped by the red scale, 3 scarlet coins, and beneath the scarlet coins, a turntable made his heart race. Red turntable? A red turntable actually appeared? Without even looking, Xinping directly stored it in the spatial stone. In his previous life, the red-quality scarlet turntable only appeared 2 or 3 months after the arrival of the Scarlet Secret Realm. Even after a year, the red turntable remained a rare find. Its existence could directly change the fate of a faction. After calming his excited heart, Xinping took out the primary jump engine. It could be used twice within a day, just enough for Xinping to make a round trip. After recording the location here into the jump engine, Qin Ping activated the engine. In an instant, he felt an immense pressure on his entire body, and a strong sense of vertigo, as if his brain was about to be shaken out. Just as he was about to be unable to bear it, his body sank slightly, and his feet seemed to touch solid ground. This thing is indeed quite dizzying. Qin Ping suppressed the urge to vomit, took out the spatial stone, and removed the red-scaled corpse, the bull-headed man's corpse, and half of the earth-walking fire scorpion skeleton, tossing them into the basement of the airport. Fortunately, the space here was large enough to accommodate everything. After adjusting his state, Qin Ping used the primary engine again and returned to the banks of the Qingyun River. He stuffed the remaining red-scaled corpse and the corpse of the giant crocodile-like crimson beast into the spatial stone all at once. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang drove the armored vehicle over. "Retreat!" Mozi called out. Everyone rushed from all directions and entered the vehicle. Jiang Chang started the armored vehicle again and sped towards the direction of the Taimu camp. After killing Wang Hu yesterday morning, robbing the Chen family convoy at noon, and killing 2 level 3 crimson beasts in the evening, all of Qin Ping's gains over these 2 days were not worth the red roulette that the red-scaled beast had dropped. More than 5 hours after they left, Lin Shanhai and his team arrived near the Lidu community. After a thorough search, they found a horrifying post-battle scene only by the banks of the Qingyun River. They could hardly imagine what an intense battle it had been. This was definitely not something current humans could achieve. It should be 2 level 3 crimson beasts, probably. Both were severely injured and escaped. The captain of Team 2 of Yunmeng's, after careful analysis, came to a relatively reasonable conclusion. Continue to send people to search. Lin Shanhai felt that this strange incident was far from being as simple as it appeared. However, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they would find no clues. At this moment, Mozi and the others were also about to reach the Taimu camp. Late at night, the gate of the Taimu camp slowly opened. After Mozi's team drove the armored vehicle into the camp, the people in the vehicle got out and returned directly to their respective dormitories. Along the way, no one in the vehicle spoke. They had a new understanding of Qin Ping's strength, and the complex emotions of fear and admiration for the strong intertwined in their hearts. A level 3 crimson beast was enough to destroy the entire Taimu camp dozens of times, yet they had only 10 people, more precisely. If you excluded Jiang Chang, Jiang Xian, and Xiao Bai, there were only 7 who had killed 2 level 3 crimson beasts. Qin Ping had contributed the most, but if it were an ordinary level 3 crimson beast, with Xuanai using a sniper rifle to break through its defenses, Duan Dushuan, Mozi, and others could also heavily injure a level 3 crimson beast. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Each person's thoughts were completely different, but the one thing they had in common was their choice to remain silent. Qin Ping did not care what these people thought, he always had his own plans. Even if some unexpected situations caused changes in the plan, the main direction would not change. With Xiao Bai, he walked into the dormitory, closed the door, and did not count the spoils or rush to see the prizes on the red quality roulette. Instead, he lay directly on the bed and closed his eyes. Xiao Bai lay beside him, blinking her clear eyes as she watched Qin Ping. She had slept all day in the vehicle and was not the least bit sleepy now. Usually the most talkative, Xiao He flew out of Qin Ping's arms and landed on Xiao Bai's fluffy, messy hair, making no sound, just quietly watching Qin Ping like Xiao Bai. With his eyes slightly closed, Qin Ping was not asleep, nor was he feeling tired. Instead, he was reviewing the actions of the past few days. First of all, the recent actions were all based on Qin Ping's experiences from his previous life. However, humanity's understanding of this crimson apocalypse was less than 1%. The information he had from his past life was a boost for Qin Ping, but it also made him more prone to crisis due to cognitive inertia. This included underestimating the strength of the bull-headed men and red-scaled beasts, and there might still be level 3 crimson beasts nearby, which humans had not discovered in his previous life. Fortunately, Qin Ping had enough trump cards. With his equipment and attributes, he could easily escape from any level 4 or below crimson beasts, which was why he was so bold. Secondly, he had misjudged the people around him. Su Chanxian was far more mysterious than Qin Ping had anticipated. He even suspected that Su Chanxian was not human. According to rumors, when a crimson beast reaches a certain level of power, it can transform. However, Qin Ping was unclear about Su Chanxian's intentions. If his guess was correct, then Su Chanxian might be a level 6 or above crimson beast, in which case, whatever he did would be meaningless, as she could easily crush him. During the encounter with the red-scaled beast, it seemed that Su Chanxian had used all her strength. Based on her displayed power, Qin Ping was confident he could kill it, but that fragrance pouch was too strange, making him both fond of and wary of it. Qin Ping secretly decided that he would never use this fragrance pouch lightly in the future. First, he didn't know the conditions for its activation, and second, he had no understanding of it. If used improperly and it backfired, it would be even more troublesome. He realized that he had been somewhat reckless during this operation. When that giant crocodile crimson beast appeared, he should have immediately used the basic jump engine to escape. Although the outcome was good, it was still too risky. Besides that, Qin Ping was pleasantly surprised to find that the team led by Ma Zi had considerable potential. Setting aside the enigmatic Su Chanxian, the performance of the other members was quite good. Yi Xinga had a strong comprehension ability. With just a few pointers from Qin Ping, he could quickly master the nether fire. Duan Zixuan could enter a flow state at any time, and in that state, he was a completely different person, almost as if he had a split personality. Among the team, the strongest was still Blood Rose Xuena, who was calm and composed, especially with a blue-quality sniper rifle. She was in her element, and her cooperation with Qin Ping was very tacit. Ma Zi, Li Shan, and others were relatively weaker, mainly due to a lack of suitable weapons and strong talents. Once the Crimson Secret Realm opened, bringing these few people alone might not be a bad choice. Qin Ping still needed to test them a few more times, and even if they gained his approval, he wouldn't fully trust them. They could only be considered tools for his use. In the coastal area, all known level 3 Crimson Beasts had been cleared. In the coming period, Qin Ping needed to prepare for the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm. He opened his eyes and glanced at the Crimson Bracelet. On July 8, 2092, it had been 28 days since his rebirth, and only 2 months remained until the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm. To maximize the benefits from the Crimson Secret Realm, Qin Ping needed to level up in such a short time, which was nearly impossible without killing level 3 Crimson Beasts. It seems I need to visit the Crimson Wilderness more often during this time. Qin Ping sighed, then sat up and began to tally his gains. Aside from the kill of the King Tiger yesterday and the loot from robbing the Chen family today, by hunting 2 level 3 Crimson Beasts, Qin Ping obtained 16 green Crimson Roulette, 1 red Crimson Roulette, and 5 Crimson Coins. The green roulettes were all junk, while the red roulette contained 1 red quality item. A cold electronic synthesized voice sounded. Please specify the reward item. 1. Elegant black silk stockings. 2. Body enlargement potion. 3. Advanced stamina potion. 4. Long distance pager. 5. Blue flame gatling. 6. Mechanical wings. The first one, no. 6. Mechanical wings. Qin Ping frowned tightly. The items in this roulette seemed to be getting increasingly ridiculous. Fortunately, he could specify the prize, otherwise, it would be hard to say what bizarre item he might have drawn. At least in the Ironwood camp, those at the bottom who draw from the Crimson Roulette have a 99% chance of getting those strange items. As humanity gradually stabilized and gained the ability to resist the Crimson Beasts, these bizarre items could occasionally fetch a high price. For someone like Qin Ping, a model young man, he absolutely looked down on those filthy things. After selecting his prize, the red pointer of the roulette spun rapidly. Qin Ping's lifespan decreased by 50 years, and when the pointer stopped, the dazzling red light illuminated the entire room. The blood-red brightness shot out through the window, casting a glow over the entire camp. Is Donggu cheating? Murmured Yi Xinga from next door. He had seen this phenomenon before. After killing a level 3 Crimson Beast today, he could guess the origin of the red light. Unscientific, very unscientific. Even the protagonist of a novel wouldn't have such outrageous luck, right? It's simply breaking the game rules. If I had even a tenth of that luck, I wouldn't just draw you. Duan Zixuan looked at the cup in his hand and sighed. A 1-to-1 inflatable would be fine too. Su Chanxian couldn't sleep and was in Xuena's dormitory. The two of them didn't exchange much, just sitting quietly for a while. Just as Su Chanxian was about to leave, the room was illuminated by the red light. Su Chanxian's expression changed slightly. This is the phenomenon of drawing a red quality item, right? Xuena walked to the window, squinting instinctively at the blinding red light. Yeah, Donggu is a kind person. Mama Wu said that kind people don't have bad luck. Su Chanxian nodded. At that moment, Ma Zi also sat up from his bed, feeling in his pocket and realizing he had no cigarette butts left. The Chen family is really committing sins, actually driving Qin Ping out of the house. If he were willing to help, maybe I could really find my daughter. Ma Zi opened his extremely worn wallet, looking at a somewhat damaged photo inside by the light from the window. You must live, Dad. We'll definitely find you. Ma Zi's hands trembled slightly. Soon, the red light faded. Baiyu, draped in a snow-white nightgown, stood by the window, looking at the darkness outside. Captain Zhao is outside wanting to see you. What is it? The red light phenomenon just appeared. This is the second time in the camp. He wants to know if you want to investigate. No need, I've already investigated this matter. It's a natural phenomenon unrelated to the Crimson Beasts. Tell him not to worry and to reassure the people in the camp. Baiyu replied. She knew what the red light meant and also saw that it originated from Qin Ping's dormitory. After several encounters, Yu understood that Chen Ping's methods were at least as good as hers, so avoiding provoking him was the best choice. At that moment, in Chen Ping's room, Xiaohei flew around the floating item a few times. "Congratulations, master, you've obtained a top-notch treasure. It's like a fish drinking water, a tiger sprouting wings, a bird returning to its nest." "That flattery was well done. Don't do it again next time." "What's wrong, master? Did I say something wrong?" "I can only say, part of it was right. Then I'll go study it well." "What does an alien bug need to learn those flattering words for? Are you going to take a graduate exam?" "Mainly, I want to make the master feel comfortable so that I can kill a few more crimson beasts." Chen Ping frowned, always feeling a sense of reverse fortune. "Woo woo." Xiao Bai also came over, but Chen Ping still couldn't understand her meaning. Xiao Bai said, "No need to explain, I can understand it myself." Chen Ping quickly interrupted. In Chen Ping's dormitory, after the red light faded, a silver-white item quietly hovered in front of him. The streamlined wings perfectly showcased the aesthetic quality of engineering. Essentially, this is a type of thruster, but it is much more convenient to use. Mechanical wings types, equipment effect 1, after wearing, you can enter a flying state for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Effect 2, after wearing, agility attribute increases by 50, and defense attribute increases by 30. Effect 3, after wearing, you can activate the rapid function, increasing agility by 100%, consuming 1 year of the wearer's life per second. Effect 4, after wearing, you can activate mechanical protection, wrapping the user in the mechanical wings, increasing defense by 200%, but unable to move. Quality, medium red mechanical wings, when worn, have a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, but can shrink to the size of a palm when removed. This can definitely be considered one of Chen Ping's life-saving measures. However, to see the specific effects, Chen Ping still needs to test it personally when he has free time. The Ironwood camp was thrown into some chaos due to the anomaly, but under Zhao Chang's reassurance, it quickly returned to calm. "Xinga, are you asleep?" "Who?" Yi Xinga was tossing and turning in bed when the door was suddenly knocked on. "It's me, Duanzi." "Not asleep, come in." As soon as Yi Xinga finished speaking, Duan Zixuan outside the door bent down, looked around, then gently opened the door and walked into Yi Xinga's room. Seeing his sneaky demeanor, Yi Xinga was somewhat speechless. "Can you be a bit more straightforward next time you come over?" "With such a heavy sense of stealth, I wouldn't know if we had some special preferences." "Xinga, I'm here to talk business," Duan Zixuan said seriously. "What business? Did you see the red light just now?" "I'm not blind." "Tonight, on the way back, my heart has been hanging. Donggu is just too strong, so strong that he seems almost inhuman. Although I knew he wasn't human before, I didn't know he was this inhuman." Duan Zixuan was somewhat incoherent. "Get to the point. Based on my years of reading novels, people like Donggu are most afraid of others knowing their trump cards and methods. I watched the entire battle with my eyes covered. I just feel like I might be killed to silence me." As he spoke, Duan Zixuan squatted down on the ground. "Hey, if you need to take a dump, go outside. Why are you squatting here?" I didn't, my legs just went a bit numb." Duan Zixuan quickly stood up again and pulled over a chair to sit down. Yi Xinga sighed and took out 2 relatively intact cigarettes. "Can you smoke?" "I can't drink." Duan Zixuan shook his head. Yi Xinga put one away, lit one for himself, and after taking a few puffs, slowly spoke. "Do you think Donggu has the strength to solo kill a level 3 Crimson Beast?" He should have." Duan Zixuan nodded. "Then why did he bring us along for this operation? To show off?" "Show off your sister." Yi Xinga choked a bit. "Can't you see? Donggu is testing us," Yi Xinga said, exasperated. "Testing us? Why?" "I don't know, maybe he wants us to do something, or maybe he has other purposes. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to let us see him kill the Chen family members, nor would he need to take us to kill the level 3 Crimson Beast, and Donggu must have many more trump cards," Yi Xinga said confidently. "That makes sense. According to your analysis, we won't be silenced?" Duan Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. "At least not for now. Maybe this is our real chance to turn the tide, but regardless of whether my guess is correct or not, our lives and deaths have nothing to do with us, so thinking about these things will only increase fear, and besides that, it has no meaning." Yi Xinga shrugged. "That's right, after Xinga's analysis, I suddenly feel enlightened." Duan Zixuan nodded. Although they had left their lower-class identities behind, in front of Chen Ping, they were essentially no different from the lower class. "Brother, don't think so much. Anyway, we can't resist, so we might as well close our eyes and enjoy it." I'll go back and close my eyes now." With his heart unburdened, Duan Zixuan strode back to his dormitory and began to sleep soundly. In this scarlet apocalypse, one either had great power or a strong heart, otherwise, one would be scared to death before the scarlet beasts even arrived. The slightly reddened moon hung in the deep sky. A cloud drifted by, plunging the earth into complete darkness. After the auction at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Jincheng, it became much quieter. Master, your items have been organized and are ready to go at any time. Wang Shi, dressed in a sharp suit, stood at Xin Xiaoqian's door. The auction house in Jincheng will be managed by you from now on. Since the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is still finding its footing, put in a bit more effort here. When I return to headquarters, I'll send another batch of supplies over. Xin Xiaoqian stood up, adjusted his clothes, and whistled. A small black dog emerged from under the bed, happily circling around Xin Xiaoqian. Master, the nights in the Scarlet Wilderness are the most dangerous. It's better to wait until dawn to return to headquarters, Wang Shi said respectfully. 2 level 3 scarlet beasts have been discovered in Ningjin City. If we can obtain a red quality roulette, our Gathering Treasure Pavilion can truly establish itself here. Xin Xiaoqian had been gathering information on level 3 scarlet beasts. He had originally found 3 or 4 in Binhai City, but before he could take action, those level 3 scarlet beasts had completely vanished. This time, having finally discovered level 3 scarlet beasts again, he naturally couldn't afford to be careless. Just as Xin Xiaoqian reached the underground garage, Wang Shi hurried over. Master, our informant reports that an anomaly has appeared at the border between Yang City and Binhai City. Anomaly? Xin Xiaoqian's expression turned serious. The Lin family has already sent people over and only found traces of a fight, speculating that it was 2 level 3 scarlet beasts. Speculating? They didn't see them? Xin Xiaoqian frowned. They did not find the level 3 scarlet beasts. They are expanding their search area. Wang Shi replied. Keep a close watch on the Lin family's movements. If there is any news about level 3 scarlet beasts, report back to headquarters immediately. Yes, Wang Shi bowed in response. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion not only sold items but also traded in information. Even though there were fewer people coming to buy information, the pavilion itself had to grasp the movements of all forces, especially the Shin Merchant Association, whose intelligence network could be said to cover the entire Asian continent. The value of this information even surpassed that of the red roulette. Just as Xin Xiaoqian was about to get into the vehicle, he paused slightly. By the way, has that air dong made any moves recently? No, not really clear. To avoid being discovered, our people have been following from a distance, which makes it easy to lose track, and they have encountered scarlet beasts, suffering heavy losses. Wang Shi looked troubled. Forget it, no need to send people anymore. Xin Xiaoqian shook his head. However, if he comes to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Jincheng again, make sure to notify me immediately, and do not be negligent. Xin Xiaoqian instructed. Yes, Master. Also, keep an eye on the direction of the Taimu camp. After saying this, Xin Xiaoqian got into the armored vehicle and left the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Jincheng. The calm night soon passed. The earth welcomed a ray of gentle light. Camp leader Zhao Chang gathered all the squad leaders. Although the supplies in the camp were still relatively sufficient, one could not just sit and eat, especially in the Scarlet Apocalypse, where food anxiety would never cease. Zhao Chang selected several unexplored areas and assigned them to a few squad leaders. The first squad, equipped with the best gear and the strongest strength, was assigned to the farthest, most dangerous, and most important area. Before the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, this was a food processing plant, and there should still be quite a bit of food inside. However, during the previous reconnaissance, the area was filled with level 2 scarlet beasts, making it impossible to approach. Now, your strength should be sufficient to deal with level 2 scarlet beasts without too much difficulty. However, it's better to be cautious. If it can't be done, prioritize your life. Zhao Cheng had high hopes for the 2 small teams, Ma Zi and Dongxing. He had no ambitions, only seeking to survive in this crimson apocalypse. As long as these 2 teams could grow stronger, there would be no problem in defending the Taimu camp. I understand. Ma Zi nodded. This is for you. Don't pick up cigarette butts anymore. Zhao Chang carefully took out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Old Zhao. Just take it. That food processing factory is not close to the camp. You must be careful on the way. Zhao Chang reminded once more. At around 7 in the morning, 4 teams set out from the Taimu camp, heading in different directions. Chen Ping, as usual, closed his eyes slightly, leaning against the seat in the vehicle. For him, what he lacked most now was experience. After reaching Silver 8 star, every star upgrade became extremely difficult. He had to kill 2 level 3 crimson beasts to gain about 3% experience. According to the information he found in his previous life, there might no longer be level 3 crimson beasts in Binhai. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 undiscovered, but the chances of encountering them were very low. Even if he killed a level 2 crimson beast, he couldn't possibly reach 9 stars, even if the Crimson Secret Realm descended. With Chen Ping's current strength, he could handle most B-level and below, and even attempt A-level Crimson Secret Realms. However, the dangers within the Crimson Secret Realm were numerous, and even though Chen Ping had some experience in clearing certain realms, he couldn't say he was fully confident. Therefore, he still needed to improve his star level and rank as much as possible. Moreover, high-level Crimson Secret Realms had minimum rank requirements for entrance. The highest level Crimson Secret Realm Chen Ping had entered was S-level, which required a gold rank. For Chen Ping, it was essential to secure the S-level Crimson Secret Realm first, as it offered the highest rewards. Some B-level and below Crimson Secret Realms consumed a lot of time with very low returns, which was simply a waste of time. When the Crimson Secret Realm descended, Chen Ping did not plan to revisit all the realms he had been to in his previous life. Instead, he would select some relatively high-value realms to maximize his enhancements in the shortest time possible. Thus, he needed to elevate his rank even more. "Captain, has this area been explored before?" Chen Ping suddenly asked. "We went there over a month ago. At that time, there were only level 2 Crimson Beasts around. With our strength back then, we couldn't fight them, so we retreated." Ma Zi answered truthfully. "So, you don't know if there are level 3 Crimson Beasts inside?" "No, we only observed from the outskirts." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping slowly nodded. "I hope there are a few." Hearing his words, even those who had fought level 3 Crimson Beasts together couldn't help but feel distressed. Those were level 3 Crimson Beasts, entities everyone avoided, yet Chen Ping always wanted to seek them out. "Oh no, I forgot my bag," Duan Zixuan exclaimed after hearing Chen Ping's words, quickly looking around. "Bag? What important things are inside?" asked Yi Shunga beside him. "Well, if we are going to kill level 3 Crimson Beasts, it should come in handy." Duan Zixuan nodded seriously. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, not expecting Duan Zixuan to have a trump card. "What is it?" "Pants. I prepared 3 pairs, recently. I tend to sweat a lot," Duan Zixuan replied somewhat awkwardly. Afternoon, Ma Zi's team arrived at the abandoned food processing factory. The factory's outer walls were covered with thick moss, as nature reclaimed this territory that belonged to humanity. Vines and wild grasses stubbornly grew from the cracks, and trees thrived in the abandoned parking lot, completely tearing apart the concrete surface. Perhaps due to the crimson mist, the growth of these plants had accelerated significantly. Some wind wolves were resting in the open space of the factory, while dozens of wind wolves roamed around the perimeter, attracted by the approaching armored vehicles. A wolf howl rang out, and the armored vehicle came to a stop. The current Ma Zi team was in perfect sync. In fact, when facing the second-level Crimson Beasts, they didn't need any tactics, they could simply push through. Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian stood by Xiao Bai's side, like loyal guards. Duan Zixuan covered his eyes and climbed to the top of a towering tree, always ready for fire support. Xuana found a distant giant tree, set up her sniper rifle, and took on the lookout duty. Su Chanxian carried a shield, followed closely by Ma Zi and Yi Xinga, while Chen Ping and Li Shan, each wielding long knives, brought up the rear. The 5-person team moved like a battlefield meat grinder, swiftly harvesting the surrounding second-level wind wolves. "Master, I've finished scouting inside. There are over 200 wind wolves, mostly second level, a few first level, but I didn't see any third level." As Chen Ping got out of the vehicle, Shohei flew into the food processing factory first, carefully searching around and even killing a few wind wolves, but found no trace of the third-level Crimson Beasts. "It seems there won't be any gains this time," Chen Ping sighed inwardly. For ordinary people, killing so many second-level wind wolves would yield some green roulette, even if it didn't count as experience, which would definitely be considered a good harvest. But the green roulette held little appeal for Chen Ping now. The only valuable items were life potions. A few minutes later, all the second-level wind wolves on the perimeter were cleared out. Chen Ping found it hard to muster any interest in the meager experience from killing second-level Crimson Beasts, especially since there were no third-level Crimson Beasts nearby. It could only be said to be better than nothing. Then, Su Chanxian took the lead and charged into the factory, with the other 4 following closely behind. Since the wind wolves inside the factory were somewhat scattered, it took Chen Ping and the others quite a while to clear them all. Half an hour later, Jiang Chang drove the armored vehicle into the factory to help clean up the battlefield. "I've divided the food factory into 3 areas. Donzi and Tame will be one group, Shanzi and I will be another group, and Xingda and Duanzi will be the last group. Let's complete the resource search as quickly as possible." Ma Zi shared the factory's layout with the other 5 and marked the 3 areas. Understood. The 3 groups set off on their own, while Xuena continued to keep watch outside. Chen Ping and Su Chanxian quickly reached the opposite area, which was the workshop of the food processing factory. Torn work uniforms, scattered tools, and a dozen bodies that had been gnawed and decayed lay around. Most of the food had been eaten by the windwolves, and the rest was completely rotten. They could hardly find any well-packaged food. What a pity! Su Qianqian clicked her tongue, looking regretful. After finishing their search, as the two exited Area 1, they discovered a collapsed building, and Su Qianqian went to take a look. Brother Dong, it seems there's a basement here. Under the stone slab, there was indeed a staircase, but it was completely blocked. Su Qianqian raised her tower shield high and then smashed it down onto the entrance blocked by rubble and dirt. It didn't take long before she broke through the entrance. To be cautious, Chen Ping had Xiao He go down first to scout. Master, there are a dozen humans, no crimson beasts. Upon receiving Xiao He's report, Chen Ping still did not let his guard down. He casually picked up a rusty iron rod nearby, ignited it with a first-level starfire, and used it as a torch. Let's go down, stay alert. After Chen Ping finished speaking, Su Qianqian, holding the tower shield, led the way down, with Chen Ping following closely behind. The two descended the stairs into the underground warehouse, which was spacious and filled with various canned goods. Who are you? While Chen Ping was surveying the stored food, a somewhat bloated, filthy man pointed a small handgun at Chen Ping and Su Qianqian. Behind him were 4 or 5 men armed with long knives and large axes. We are the Ironwood camp, the first. Su Qianqian was still introducing herself when Chen Ping took out his pulse pistol and silently attacked, directly creating a blood hole in the man's head. Safe travels. Su Qianqian felt a bit awkward. You guys. Seeing their leader easily killed, the few little brothers who had been pretending to be powerful instantly panicked. However, their panic lasted only half a second. Su Qianqian raised her shield and stepped forward, using it as a weapon. In the blink of an eye, she calmed everyone's emotions, making them completely stop panicking. Chen Ping skillfully searched around but surprisingly found not even a single crimson token. Poorer than a beggar, Chen Ping complained. Qianqian, count the supplies. Okay, Brother Dong. Su Qianqian nodded, while Chen Ping continued to walk deeper into the warehouse alone. Since Xiao He had already explored this area, Chen Ping quickly reached the end of the warehouse, in front of a compartment. The iron door of the compartment was locked from the outside. Chen Ping fired a shot and then kicked the iron door hard. Screams erupted. Inside the compartment were a dozen emaciated, naked women. A few were silent, their bodies skeletal, all flesh and blood having been completely devoured. How long have you survived here? Chen Ping asked in a flat tone. We are factory employees. The disaster happened 4 or 5 days ago. Our factory manager got a weapon to fend off those monsters and brought us to the underground storage. At that time, there were still over 100 of us. Later, the food the manager distributed became less and less, but there was still plenty in stock. A director stood up and incited everyone to kill the manager. But after killing the manager, one person who looked relatively normal said tremulously, though their voice grew quieter. Chen Ping had a rough idea of what had happened here. Please, save us. Yes, as long as you get us out, we can work like oxen and horses. Everyone in the compartment knelt on the ground, pleading. These people looked like they were on the brink of death. The rotting of their wounds was already severe. The Ironwood camp would never spend resources to treat them, and even if they wanted to, they had no capability. Their only ending was to slowly die in extreme pain. This was the law of the Crimson Apocalypse, unrelated to gender or identity. Xiao He, are you sure it's here? Master, you may not believe my instincts, but you cannot doubt my sixth sense. Weren't you just saying it was the sixth sense? It upgraded, now it's more accurate than the sixth sense. Xiao He said confidently. When it sensed this place, it felt a strange energy nearby. Although it couldn't describe it, it could convey that feeling to Chen Ping. With his past life experience, Chen Ping clearly knew what it was. Perhaps because it was a crimson beast, it had an inexplicable sensitivity to the teleportation array of the Crimson Secret Realm. Chen Ping looked at the dying people before him and shook his head with a sigh. All I can do is help you reduce some pain. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of starlight fire fell into the compartment. The cries and screams immediately stopped. They suddenly felt the intense pain in their bodies disappear, and even their breathing became smooth, but their bodies were covered by a faint layer of flame. What is this? This confusion flashed by, and before they could react further, their consciousness fell into complete darkness. In the blink of an eye, the entire compartment became empty, as if no one had ever been locked in here. Chen Ping took out the fire knife again and, under Xiao He's direction, struck the eastern wall fiercely. Bang! The violent attack made the entire underground warehouse tremble, startling Su Qianqian outside. Brother Dong, what happened? Su Qianqian asked loudly. It's nothing. Chen Ping was stunned for a moment before replying. In front of him appeared a secret chamber, about the same size as this partition. On the floor of the secret chamber, There was indeed a formation diagram. This is truly the entrance to the Crimson Secret Realm. Chen Ping's eyes widened. So, how about it? Isn't my fifth sense quite accurate? Xiao He said proudly. Very accurate. Chen Ping nodded affirmatively and cautiously walked inside. There were no spiritual herbs or treasures here, only a pentagram formation. Based on Chen Ping's experience, the level of this Crimson Secret Realm would definitely not be low. It should be comparable to the Blood Spider Cave. The only unfortunate thing was that he would have to wait another 2 months. He hadn't expected that there would be 2 entrances to the Crimson Secret Realm at such a close distance. It seems I must quickly level up to the golden rank. Otherwise, I won't have the ability to continuously challenge 2 high-difficulty Crimson Secret Realms. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Killing only second-level Crimson Beasts was simply not enough time, and according to the information he had, there were no third-level Crimson Beasts left in Binhai City. If he went to other areas, it would take a lot of time to travel and gather information. For the first time since his rebirth, Chen Ping felt that time was so urgent. After surveying the area, Chen Ping prepared to leave, but inadvertently caught sight of the edge of the teleportation array of the Crimson Secret Realm, densely engraved with a series of strange characters. Xiao He, do you recognize these patterns? Chen Ping casually asked. He remembered that the previous teleportation array also had similar patterns, but he had never seen them in the teleportation arrays of his past life. I didn't recognize them before I leveled up, but now perhaps, maybe, I can recognize a few. Translate it, Chen Ping said quickly. 41, 18, 11, 75. Xiao He translated a set of numbers. Chen Ping memorized everything Xiao He translated, but there were no clues for the time being. So many cans? At this moment, Ma Zi and the others also arrived at the underground warehouse and were shocked to see those cans. Yes, and they are all well preserved. There must be at least 1,000 boxes. Li Shan nodded, instinctively licking his cracked lips. Dong Zi, how do we handle these cans? Ma Zi asked. According to Ma Zi's usual scavenging habits, it was basically a 20-80 split, keeping 2 portions for himself and giving the rest to the camp. 90-10, Chen Ping said. Ma Zi was slightly taken aback. He had thought that his 20-80 split was the most conscientious, but he didn't expect Chen Ping to be so generous. This was the mindset of a big shot. Perhaps, this little bit of stuff didn't even register in Chen Ping's eyes. While Ma Zi was pondering, Chen Ping took out a space stone and directly stored away more than 900 boxes of cans. When the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by darkness, Ma Zi and the others returned to the Ironwood camp. Before they could submit the supplies to the storage, Captain Zhao Chang personally found Ma Zi. Ma Zi, the people from the treasure-gathering pavilion are here, and they want to see you. Looking for me? Ma Zi was slightly stunned, but then thought it might be related to Chen Ping. Where are they? Waiting in the command room, Zhao Chang replied. Okay, I'll go over now. Although the influence of the treasure-gathering pavilion wasn't particularly strong, it was backed by the Shin family Chamber of Commerce, and even the Lin family wouldn't dare to neglect the people from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Ma Zi first found Chen Ping and Xuan A, bringing Xuan A along just to keep Chen Ping from being too conspicuous. However, Chen Ping didn't care. If it weren't for the entrance to the Crimson Secret Realm being nearby, he might have left long ago. Now, even if his identity was discovered, with his strength, the Chen family wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The 3 of them arrived in the command room. At this moment, there was only one man in the command room, with sharp facial features, piercing eyes, neatly cropped short hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and well-defined muscles that were not exaggerated. Hello, are you Captain Ma Zi? That's right, Ma Zi nodded. I am from the treasure pavilion, and this time, as he spoke, he noticed Chen Ping behind the pockmarked man. You must be Mr. East, right? That's me. Chen Ping nodded. Mr. East, I am here on the orders of the pavilion master to discuss an important matter, the man said respectfully. While speaking, he took out a scroll and crushed it. Instantly, an invisible barrier enveloped the 2. This is a green-quality invisible barrier, capable of preventing others from spying and eavesdropping, the man explained. Chen Ping was well aware of this tool. He had encountered many spinning wheels but had never come across an invisible barrier. What does Pavilion Master want from me? We discovered 2 level 3 Crimson Beasts in Ningjin City, and they are very powerful. The Pavilion Master would like to ask Mr. East for assistance. Level 3 Crimson Beasts? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Yes, regarding compensation, Mr. East can rest assured, we will do our best to meet your demands. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping replied, I don't need the treasure pavilion to send extra people. I will choose my own members to deal with the level 3 Crimson Beasts. Each level 3 Crimson Beast will cost 10 Crimson Coins and 30,000 treasure pavilion points. However, before we go, I need 2 space stones as payment. The man, named Wei 16, hesitated for a moment but ultimately took out 2 space stones and handed them to Chen Ping. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning, Chen Ping responded. He was currently in dire need of experience. 2 level 3 Crimson Beasts were equivalent to the effort of killing level 2 Crimson Beasts for over 10 days. As for other items, as long as they weren't overly outrageous, Chen Ping wasn't too concerned. If something truly exceptional dropped, he could just take the items and run. After all, Chen Ping was alone and had no worries. Then I will trouble Mr. Ear East. After removing the invisible barrier, Wei 16 quickly left the command room. The pockmarked man and Xuena had not heard their conversation and were now looking at each other in confusion. I'll step out for a bit and return in an hour to discuss some matters with everyone. After saying this, Chen Ping headed straight to the garage of the Ironwood camp, found a heavy motorcycle, and left the camp. With the boost from his intermediate vehicle talent, Chen Ping quickly arrived at the Blood Spider Cave. Familiar with the route, he entered the cave steps, lifted the blue stone slab, and entered the dark chamber below. It seems I wasn't mistaken. Xiao Hei, what does this pattern mean? As Chen Ping finished speaking, Xiao Hei flew out from his arms. 121, 44, 09. The content translated by Xiao Hei was still just a string of numbers. Chen Ping compared the 2 sets of numbers but still had no clue. However, his intuition told him that this number must have a specific meaning. After recording this set of numbers, Chen Ping blocked the entrance again and left. The heavy motorcycle sped through the dark crimson wilderness. Chen Ping did not return to the camp but headed towards the airport. He placed half a red scale and the corpse of a minotaur in the underground garage. He didn't know how long he would be gone on this trip to Ningjin City. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the underground parking lot, where the mountain-like corpses of crimson beasts were still there. The one large piece seemed to have been gnawed away by some other crimson beast. Normally, Chen Ping might have waited to see what kind of crimson beast it was, but now, he didn't have that much free time. After securing the 2 corpses, he returned directly to the Ironwood camp. This outing took less than an hour, and when he arrived at the pockmarked man's dormitory, all the team members except for Xiao Bai had been waiting there for a while. Tomorrow, I'm going to Ningjin City to hunt 2 level 3 crimson beasts. Who wants to come? But the condition is that there will be no compensation. Chen Ping got straight to the point without further ado. Level 3 crimson beasts were beings that most people would avoid at all costs. Even though the small team had already killed 2, the mention of it still sent chills down everyone's spine. I'll go. Li Shan was the first to express his stance. As time passed, everyone's strength had improved, and compared to that, Li Shan's attribute bonuses became less and less significant. Back then, even a slight increase in power could determine the outcome of a battle, as the main targets were still the first-level Crimson Beasts. However, when the targets shifted to second- and third-level Crimson Beasts, a few points of attribute bonuses no longer showed any effect. Most green weapons could compensate for that. The one-armed Li Shan, if he did not enhance his strength soon, would quickly be eliminated. The last time he went with Chen Ping to kill a third-level Crimson Beast, he directly advanced to Bronze 9 stars. If he killed 2 more, he would likely ascend to the next rank. Although he was unclear about the changes at the next rank, just the increase in star level had significantly boosted his attributes. If he reached the next rank, his strength would surely surge even more. Li Shan had few choices, either wait to be eliminated and fall to the bottom, or fight desperately for a slim chance of survival. I'll go with Brother Dong, Su Chanxian said without any hesitation. I will go too. Duan Zixuan raised his hand. Immediately, Yi Xinga, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Sini spoke in unison, expressing their desire to join. Their thoughts were similar. If they were to be relegated to the bottom, it would be better to die directly, as it would be more straightforward. I'm already silver 2 stars, killing those second-level Crimson Beasts is meaningless, but I'm really interested in the third-level ones. Ma Zi sat in a chair, pulling out a whole cigarette. Xuena wiped her sniper rifle. In the future, you don't need to ask me about such things. Just give me a heads up. With everyone affirming his response, Chen Ping continued, we set off tomorrow morning. In the morning, the gate of the Ironwood camp slowly opened. The heavy armored vehicle from the treasure pavilion slowly drove out of the camp. This vehicle was 3 times the size of the Ironwood camp's armored vehicles, equipped with various weapons. The interior space was also large enough to accommodate 40 to 50 people without issue. This time, Wei 16 was driving, and everyone from Ma Zi's team was inside the vehicle. Jiang Chang and Jiang Sini also rarely experienced the feeling of being passengers, feeling uneasy as if their only role had been replaced. I don't know why, but I was scared to death when I heard about the third-level Crimson Beasts before, but now I feel a bit excited. Duan Zixuan whispered, is it because you're wearing a sanitary pad? Yi Xinga asked. You're the one wearing a sanitary pad. I'm wearing a diaper. Duan Zixuan shot a glance at Yi Xingge. Ma Zi was too lazy to engage with these two clowns, cleared his throat, and looked at Chen Ping. Did the treasure pavilion provide any information? 2 pictures. Chen Ping opened his crimson wristband, and a light blue screen appeared in the air, displaying 2 images of crimson beasts. The treasure pavilion only provided 2 images, but Chen Ping recognized these 2 crimson beasts at a glance due to his past experiences. The first was a blue leopard, agile in form, its body covered in fur as deep as the night sky, almost blending into the night. This one is called the blue shadow leopard. It has a faint blue mist surrounding its body, moving almost silently and at great speed. The other was a large red bird, nearly 3 zhang long, with a wingspan exceeding 5 zhang. Its feathers were a fiery red, its beak sharp as a knife, and its eyes like 2 burning red flames. Most uniquely, the tips of its tail feathers had rings of transparent feather pieces resembling halos. The ringed feather red falcon is very fast, flies at a higher altitude, can launch wind attribute attacks, and can even create tornadoes. Chen Ping introduced the 2 types of 3rd-level crimson beasts. Then, how does their strength compare to that red python from that night? Duan Zixuan asked quietly. Not as strong as the scarlet scale. Chen Ping replied. That's good. Duan Zixuan sighed in relief. But if the 2 of them work together, perhaps they can match the crimson-scaled beast. Don't tell us we have to face 2 level 3 crimson beasts at the same time? Duan Zixuan's eyes widened. Sometimes, you are quite clever, Chen Ping praised, but always clever in the wrong places. Yi Xingge added. Do we need to set up a strategy? Li Shan asked cautiously from the side. The hardest to deal with among these 2 crimson beasts is still the ringed feather red falcon. Once we arrive, Xuena, Duan Zi, and I will deal with the red falcon, trying to resolve it as quickly as possible. You just need to hold off the blue shadow leopard. Jiang Chang, Jiang Xayan, you 2 will take over Captain Ma's position. Chen Ping arranged. What about me? Ma Zi asked, somewhat confused. You protect Xiao Bai. Chen Ping glanced at Xiao Bai, who was sound asleep. This situation was different. Chen Ping had some understanding of the 2 crimson beasts but had never truly fought them. For safety's sake, it was more prudent to have Ma Zi protect Xiao Bai. Ma Zi also looked at the sleeping Xiao Bai, unable to comprehend who this person was that Chen Ping valued so highly. Moreover, since Xiao Bai appeared, he hadn't said a word, always shrouded in a black robe, only vaguely revealing hands covered in thick hair. All right, I will do my best. Ma Zi nodded. The carriage fell into a brief silence again. After some thought, Chen Ping opened the crimson handring once more, and 2 sets of numbers appeared on the empty blue screen. I've studied these 2 sets of numbers for a day and still can't figure out what they mean. Can you all take a look and see if you have any ideas? Everyone's gaze fell on the screen, then they fell into contemplation. I can't understand. Li Shan and Ma Zi shook their heads. It was better to face the level 3 crimson beasts than to ponder such problems. There's no pattern at all. Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian racked their brains. They wanted to showcase their value in front of Chen Ping, but their abilities simply didn't allow it. Yi Xingge opened his own crimson hand ring, starting to input various formulas, but he was also at a loss. Duan Zixuan and Xuena also opened their crimson hand rings. Duan Zixuan even gestured in the air. Still pretending here, if you can guess what this means, I'll twist my head off and use it as a night pot. Yi Xingge shot a disdainful glance at Duan Zixuan. Duan Zixuan ignored him and proposed a guess first. Could this be a code, like a certain location? It could also be coordinates, Xuena added. The first part is latitude. 41481175 is 41 degrees 48 minutes 11.75 seconds, and the second part is longitude. Duan Zixuan quickly said, Damn, are you mocking me? Yi Xingge's eyes widened. Chen Ping then input this coordinate into the map of the crimson hand ring. The location was locked near the food factory, and this string of numbers was obtained from the blood spider cave. Following this logic, Chen Ping input the numbers discovered at the food factory. The resulting coordinate happened to be within Ningjin City. If a teleportation array of the Crimson Secret Realm was also found there, it would prove that these numbers were coordinates for another teleportation array. However, Chen Ping remembered that in his past life, the teleportation arrays he encountered in the Crimson Secret Realm did not have these patterns, meaning there were no hints for the coordinates. Dongge, is this guess correct? Duan Zixuan quickly asked. Maybe. I still need to verify it. Chen Ping did not answer directly. From Binhai to Ningjin, it was just over a day's journey. However, there were too many crimson beasts on the road. Even though the armored vehicle was very sturdy, it still couldn't withstand the level 2 crimson beasts. Every time they encountered a herd of level 2 crimson beasts, they had to stop the vehicle to hunt. As a result, they wasted nearly 3 days. This also allowed everyone in the team to rise to the silver rank. Even the usually idle Xiao Bai reached silver 1 star. Mr. Erdon, half an hour later, we will enter the urban area of Ningjin City. Those two level 3 crimson beasts are right in the center of the city, Wei 16 reminded through the crimson wristband. Got it, Chen Ping replied. The people in the carriage all entered a state of readiness. First, replenish food and check equipment. Motzi issued the order. Chen Ping took out the basic potions and distributed them to everyone. I have plenty of basic potions, no need to save them at critical moments, Chen Ping reminded. Su Chanxian looked at the potion in her hand and suddenly felt that trading her snake scales for the basic strength potion was a bit of a loss. But it's okay, that snake scale isn't useful anyway, Su Chanxian comforted herself. There were no camps in the city center of Ningjin. The camps in this area were mainly scattered around the suburbs. Unlike Binhai or Yanchang, where one camp dominated, after the first beast tide, many camps were wiped out, and the remaining camps began to cooperate for survival, at least appearing very harmonious on the surface. In the urban area, there were several large supermarkets and a food street. In the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, many supplies could be found. However, due to the presence of the two level 3 crimson beasts, this place became a forbidden zone for all of Ningjin. No team that entered the city survived. In the southern suburbs of Ningjin, there was a red kite camp which was considered a mid to upper level camp in Ningjin. Approaching noon, the gates of the red kite camp slowly opened. Dozens of heavy armored vehicles entered the camp one after another. This was the busiest day since the establishment of the red kite camp. Master Shin, long time no see. The camp leader of the red kite camp, Hai Hongyuan, dressed in golden armor, welcomed Shin Xiaoqian's convoy. Those who could establish a camp in the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse were either powerful themselves or had a certain charisma and command ability. Hai Hongyuan possessed both. He had the ability to take down level 2 crimson beasts in seconds and held a high reputation throughout Ningjin. Once, a camp leader went out to hunt and was surrounded by a pack of level 2 crimson beasts. Upon receiving the news, Hai Hongyuan went alone with a gun, eliminating all the level 2 crimson beasts and rescuing the trapped camp leader, earning the title of God Gun Red Kite in Ningjin. Captain Hai, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope for your understanding. It is an honor for the entire Red Kite camp that Master Shin chose to stop here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shin Xiaoqian directly got to the point. How is the construction of the high platform? We have been working day and night for 4 days, and it has just been completed, Hai Hongyuan said, pointing to the tower behind him. When the Crimson Apocalypse struck, a catastrophic earthquake occurred, causing most high-rise buildings to collapse. The Red Kite camp is the closest camp to the city center, and they built a nearly 10-meter-high tower here, equipped with a telescope which allows for a clear view of the situation in the city center. Hai Hongyuan led Shin Xiaoqian to slowly ascend the tower. Originally, Shin Xiaoqian's plan was to send 3 teams from the treasure pavilion and invite Chen Ping to deal with the 2 level 3 crimson beasts, which should not be a problem. After all, when Chen Ping killed the Earthwalker Fire Scorpion, Shin Xiaoqian happened to pass by. He was unclear about the process of Chen Ping's kill but saw the result. He judged that Chen Ping's strength should be able to handle 1 level 3 crimson beast. What he didn't expect was that Chen Ping wanted to lead his own team. Of course, the price Chen Ping quoted was indeed not cheap. 30,000 points, plus 10 crimson coins. If these level 3 crimson beasts did not drop 3 or 4 blue crimson spinners, then the treasure pavilion would suffer a huge loss. In reality, this loss was nothing compared to the vast wealth of Shin Xiaoqian. It didn't even amount to a drop in the bucket. What he wanted to know more was Chen Ping's true strength. For Chen Ping, Shin Xiaoqian was willing to compensate the Chen family a large sum, and Chen Ping was also a senior member of the treasure pavilion. If Chen Ping had strength, no matter how high the cost, Shin Xiaoqian wouldn't care. Such a person might be able to lend a helping hand to the treasure pavilion at a critical moment. But if Chen Ping were just a paper tiger, then all the efforts of the treasure pavilion would be in vain. Shin Xiaoqian always adhered to the principle of saving where possible and spending where necessary. It didn't matter how much was invested if it had value, but if it didn't, even a little extra was unacceptable. Hey, this thing really gives a clear view. At the top of the tower, Shin Xiaoqian leaned into the high-powered telescope, looking into the distance. I prefer astronomy, but unfortunately, those things weren't preserved. This is something I made temporarily. It might not be very clear. Please don't laugh, Pavilion Master Shin. Hai Hongyuan usually had a very strong personality, and the people in the camp had rarely seen her smile. But in front of Shin Xiaoqian, no matter how she had been before, she had to bend down and smile. Very clear, very good, Captain Hai, you've worked hard. After Shin Xiaoqian finished speaking, she focused her attention on the distance. At the top of the collapsed shopping mall, a woman in black held a sniper rifle, quietly watching the sky. In the ruins of the office building, a blindfolded man held a compound bow, leaning against the wall. That person is actually blindfolded? Shin Xiaoqian was a bit curious. On the ground, in front of the food street, a petite and cute girl with twin ponytails carefully walked forward, holding a huge shield that was much taller than her. Behind the little girl was a somewhat lewd-looking man in a blue robe, followed by two very similar individuals, each holding a sword, guarding on either side, and a one-armed man with a large cleaver bringing up the rear. As for the captain of this small team, and the most important Chen Ping, no trace could be found. Pavilion Master Shen, can those people deal with a level 3 Crimson Beast? They don't look very reliable. Hai Hongyuan frowned slightly. One was looking at the sky, one was blindfolded. A little girl was in front, followed by a lewd man, and finally, a one-armed man. The only two who looked somewhat normal could clearly be seen holding long swords, their hands trembling violently. "You, come out!" Suddenly, a childish voice came from one of the headphones Shen Xiaoqian was wearing. Before Chen Ping's team reached the central area, Shen Xiaoqian had thrown some listening devices into the central area using a launcher, allowing her to hear the sounds from there in real time. Woo! Suddenly, a blue afterimage flashed by. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a giant claw struck the black shield, producing a very dull sound, and the powerful impact sent sand and stones flying around. It's over. The dust obscured her view, and Shen Xiaoqian's heart sank, instinctively thinking that the little girl had turned into meat paste. She didn't feel much pity, she just thought the little girl looked quite cute. If it were a level 2 Crimson Beast, perhaps the little girl could still save her life. But that was a level 3 Crimson Beast, a massive blue shadow leopard, with great strength, and coupled with the rapid impact, even Shen Xiaoqian herself wouldn't dare to face it head-on. What does Chen Ping mean by this? Not going himself, but letting his teammates. Is it that his teammates are sacrifices, with boundless power? Shen Xiaoqian was muttering to herself when Hai Hongyuan's expression changed. It actually didn't get hurt? With such a strong impact, she actually didn't get hurt. Is she even human? A hint of fear flashed in Hai Hongyuan's eyes. The blow from the level 3 Crimson Beast was actually blocked, and that little girl looked quite relaxed. Is it an illusion? Hai Hongyuan was a bit confused. Chop it! Hurry up! Are you still slower than Duan Zixuan who peed his pants? The lewd man behind the black shield urged. The two men beside him, as well as the one-armed man at the back, seemed to enter a frenzied state upon hearing the name Duan Zixuan. Although we are weak, we cannot be insulted by mentioning Duan Zixuan. Jiang Chang, Jiang Xian, and Li Shan charged out directly. Almost at the same time, a sharp cry echoed in the sky. A massive red falcon swooped down like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! The woman in black standing on the ruins fired her sniper rifle in rapid succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The blindfolded man also shot several arrows with his compound bow. If it weren't for the sound of arrows slicing through the air, Shen Xiaoqian wouldn't have even seen their attacks. The speed was simply too fast. The red falcon in midair reacted even quicker, dodging several times. Although it was hit a few times, none were fatal. It only slowed down significantly. How could they hit it a few times? How are they aiming? Do bullets have eyes? Having survived in the Crimson Apocalypse for so long, Hai Hongyuan thought she had seen it all, but today still opened her eyes, so this is what fighting the Crimson Beasts was like. Further away, like Shen Xiaoqian and Hai Hongyuan, Chen Ping was quietly observing the entire battle. With Su Chanxian on the ground battlefield, there would be no issues. Xuan'an and Duan Zixuan could only slow the Red Falcon's attacks. If the battle continued, they might severely injure the falcon, but the chances of killing it were slim, and there was a high possibility of casualties for Xuan'an and Duan Zixuan. After all, flying Crimson Beasts, with their agile maneuverability and greater range of movement, were much harder to deal with than those on the ground. Master, Little Black requests to fight. Little Black was already eager to try. Having fought the Minotaur and the Red Scale, Little Black couldn't unleash its strength. This time, it vowed to redeem itself, to drink the blood of the leopard and eat the flesh of the Red Falcon. You don't need to go on stage today, Chen Ping said, and with a thought, the mechanical wings of the space stone instantly appeared on his back. I'll go test if this thing is useful. Sizzle! In the sky above the center of Ningjin City, a long knife engulfed in azure flames traced a graceful arc, directly slicing open a gash over a meter wide in the abdomen of the Red Falcon. Caw! The Red Falcon let out a long cry, rolling in midair, large droplets of blood raining down onto the ruins below. Even after such a severe injury, the Red Falcon managed to stabilize itself after a few rolls. Facing the formidable Chen Ping, the Red Falcon felt fear, flapping its wings violently, attempting to escape. Bang bang bang! Chen Ping was still somewhat unskilled with the mechanical wings on his first use, and just as he prepared to chase, bullets and arrows rained down from below, all accurately hitting the Red Falcon's wound. Caw! The Red Falcon screeched again, flapping its wings a few times but unable to stabilize itself. crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The massive impact created a huge pit in the ground, and the powerful Tier 3 Crimson Beast, the Red Falcon, met its end. Shen Ping sheathed his long knife and slowly descended to the ground. Overwhelming presence. Shen Xiaoqian, using binoculars, watched Shen Ping. At that moment, Shen Ping turned his head towards the direction of the red kite camp and revealed a smile. This smile appeared very kind, yet it sent a shiver down Shen Xiaoqian's spine. When Shen Ping received the invitation from the treasure pavilion, he understood Shen Xiaoqian's intentions. In the Crimson Apocalypse, humans were far more terrifying than the Crimson Beasts. Hiding their strength and keeping their trump cards meant that as long as one survived long enough, they could live longer. But sometimes, it was also necessary to show some sharpness, as this could yield greater benefits, especially for a force like the Treasure Pavilion, which far surpassed most camps in terms of resources. Collaborating with them would save a lot of trouble in resource and information gathering. During his time at the Treasure Pavilion, Shen Xiaoqian had already shown the greatest goodwill, especially regarding Chen Ying's matter, which Chen Ping was most aware of. Therefore, this time, Chen Ping displayed sufficiently powerful strength, even making Shen Xiaoqian feel fear, and all of this was merely a part of Chen Ping's capabilities. Xiao He and Xiao Bai never appeared from beginning to end. His sacrificial talent and the Star Cauldron were not showcased at all. Retaining enough trump cards while demonstrating sufficient strength to intimidate Shen Xiaoqian, he also killed a level 3 Crimson Beast, gaining experience and the rewards from the Treasure Pavilion. This trip was indeed fruitful for Chen Ping. He landed beside Xuena and turned to look at the food street not far away. The speed of the Blue Shadow Leopard was simply too fast. Li Shan was sweating profusely but couldn't touch the Blue Shadow Leopard at all. However, Su Chanqian's tower shield was truly formidable. Every time the Blue Shadow Leopard counterattacked, the tower shield could timely protect Li Shan and the others, causing the Blue Shadow Leopard to expend a tremendous amount of energy without harming anyone. When the Blue Shadow Leopard saw the ring feather Red Falcon plummeting from the sky, its life and death uncertain, it began to have second thoughts. Shen Ping calmly took out his pulse pistol, combining 5 shots into one, and a blinding beam shot out. Almost simultaneously, Xuena beside him and Duan Zixuan in the office building also launched their attacks. Puff! Bang bang! The beam struck the Blue Shadow Leopard's eyes, and the bullets and arrows that followed shot directly into the Blue Shadow Leopard's skull through the wound. Kill it! Li Shan shouted hoarsely, charging forward again with Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian. Yi Xinga, quick-eyed and swift, once again added netherfire to the weapons of the three. Puff puff puff! Under the chaotic strikes of the three, the Blue Shadow Leopard's abdomen and back were nearly chopped to pieces, dead beyond recovery, yet the three continued to slash fiercely until they were exhausted, finally collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Bang! A bullet struck the ground beside Li Shan, startling the three of them nearly into jumping up, their faces turning pale. Dong! Dong gu! Li Shan's mind went blank as he looked at Chen Ping approaching him. After confirming the death of the Crimson Beast, the most important thing is to conserve your strength. You never know when another Crimson Beast might appear. If next time the Crimson Beast is already dead and you continue to waste your energy, then there's no need for you to stay in this team. Chen Ping's tone was filled with indifference. Li Shan suddenly felt that even breathing had become exceptionally difficult. He understood what leaving this team meant, and Chen Ping would never let them leave alive. The three of them also knew they needed to conserve some strength, but this was their first real close encounter and kill of a level 3 Crimson Beast. In the last battle with the Red Scale, they had hardly exerted any effort, but this time, they had indeed attacked the level 3 Crimson Beast and even delivered the final blow before the battle ended. They were just excited, or venting their inner fears, and because Su Chanqian, Chen Ping, and the others were present, they completely lost their vigilance against the crisis. Chen Ping intended to take them into the Crimson Secret Realm in the future. Although their roles were not significant, the various traps and dangers in the Crimson Secret Realm were unpredictable. Giving them the ability to protect themselves might prove useful at critical moments. In the Crimson Secret Realm, besides strength, quick reflexes and the ability to anticipate danger were even more important. Donggu, we were wrong. Next. This is the last time. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he walked to the corpse of the Blue Shadow Leopard, picked up the items that had exploded on the ground, and casually placed Xiao He into the wound of the Blue Shadow Leopard. After a moment, Xiao He finished devouring, reaching the experience cap obtained from the Blue Shadow Leopard, and only then did Chen Ping glance at these items. 5 blue crimson roulette and a crimson coin, which was a bit more affluent than that giant crocodile Crimson Beast. However, the quality of the blue roulette was quite average. The best was blue equipment, and there was a blue quality talent, which was of little use to Chen Ping. At this moment, Wei Shirlu also walked over from a distance, and Chen Ping threw the items in his hand to Wei Shirlu. I'm going to check on that Red Falcon. It's still uncertain whether it has died. After speaking, mechanical wings spread open behind him, and a powerful thrust sent Chen Ping into the air, flying towards the corpse of the ring-feather red falcon. Confirming that the ring-feather red falcon was dead, Shinping also placed Xiaohei on its wound. 3 blue crimson turntables, 10 green crimson turntables, and 3 crimson coins. The items that exploded could be considered standard. After all, a level 3 crimson beast normally only drops blue quality or lower crimson turntables. It was rare for something like the red scale to drop a red quality crimson turntable by surpassing levels. Burp, I'm so damn full, I feel. Xiaohei, standing on Chen Ping's shoulder, twisted its body. Need to poop again? Chen Ping frowned slightly. No, there's a vague piece of information lingering in my mind. Just now, I seemed to catch a glimpse of it, but it wasn't very clear. Xiaohei murmured. Chen Ping shook his head. Think about it slowly when we get back. Xiaohei's figure flashed and flew into Chen Ping's inner clothing. At that moment, Wei 16 also approached. Mr. Ear, our leader is at the Red Kite camp and would like to invite you over. Let's go. Wei 16 collected the 2 corpses, and the members of the Scarred team also entered the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle slowly started, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Red Kite camp. This camp was much larger than the Ironwood camp, and the perimeter was filled with armored vehicles from the treasure pavilion. The leader of the treasure pavilion, Shin Shaoqian, personally stood at the entrance of the camp to welcome Chen Ping and the others. Today, seeing Brother Erdong display his might is like a celestial being descending, the future of humanity. Before Shin Shaoqian could finish, Chen Ping lightly coughed. Brother Shin, let's settle the accounts first? Oh, right, this is the main thing. Shin Shaoqian quickly nodded. 2 level 3 crimson beasts, 60,000 points. But with 8 blue quality crimson turntables, he could still make a small profit, though the 20 crimson coins made Shin Shaoqian feel a bit pained. After all, he now knew the use of crimson coins and was buying them at high prices everywhere. The price of crimson coins had far exceeded what Chen Ping had paid at the treasure pavilion. Shin Shaoqian opened the crimson wristband, and after a series of operations, he smiled at Chen Ping and said, 60,000 points have been credited to Brother Erdong's super membership card. And here are 20 crimson coins for you. If there's this kind of work next time, you can contact me. Brother Erdong, I've prepared some meals in the camp, please. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I won't eat here. Chen Ping shook his head. The more one speaks, the more one risks losing. Chen Ping didn't intend to have too much conversation with Shin Shaoqian, so as soon as he received the benefits, he immediately slipped away. Well, that's fine. I'll have 16 take you back. Seeing Chen Ping's strength, Shin Shaoqian naturally didn't dare to go against his wishes, but as Chen Ping was about to leave, he stood still, not moving. You're killing me, you have no sense of urgency at all. Yi Xingde poked his head out of the vehicle. The food is ready, pack it up. Sorry, Brother Erdong, I didn't consider it well. I'll have someone pack the food and drinks for you. Shin Shaoqian quickly said. Brother Shin, no need to be so polite. If you have a few bottles of wine, you can bring them along. Yes, we have plenty of wine here. We'll bring it all for you. Shin Shaoqian smiled awkwardly. Good, then I'll get in the car and wait. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he got into the vehicle without looking back. Inside the car, Li Shan and Jiang Chengjiang Xian were still trembling in silence. Duan Zixuan and Yi Xingde were the most relaxed. The level 3 crimson beasts have all been killed? The scarred one who didn't participate in the battle asked in a low voice. Killed? Captain, you didn't see, the few of us were just going crazy. Before Duan Zixuan could finish, he saw Chen Ping get into the car and immediately swallowed the rest of his words. After the armored vehicle starts, I will be away for a while. I might return before the next rest area. If you don't come back, just find some excuse to stall the people from the treasure pavilion and have them send you back to the timber camp. In front of the Red Kite camp, the armored vehicle slowly started up. Inside were members of the first squad from the timber camp, except for Chen Ping. Shin Shaoqian and Hai Hongyuan watched the armored vehicle leave, paused for a moment, then turned to walk back into the camp. You really can't judge a book by its cover. This squad is surprisingly strong. Hai Hongyuan still felt a bit shaken. This is the Crimson Apocalypse, everything cannot be measured by common sense, and that Ear East, I'm afraid, has only shown a tip of the iceberg of his strength. Shin Shaoqian said confidently. What? He has more hidden strength? Hai Hongyuan was somewhat incredulous. If it were you, would you show all your strength? Shin Shaoqian countered. How strong is he? Hai Hongyuan frowned slightly. How strong he is doesn't matter. Shin Shaoqian chuckled lightly. The most important thing is that he is not an enemy of the treasure pavilion. As long as Chen Ping had no hostility and was a profit-driven person, he was the best partner for Shin Shaoqian. The Crimson Apocalypse had not been around for long, but Shin Shaoqian had seen too many eccentric and peculiar individuals. Dealing with such people was the most troublesome thing. In Shin Shaoqian's view, as long as there were sufficient benefits, people like Qin Ping were the easiest to deal with. Just as they entered the Red Kite camp, Qin Ping had already stolen an armored vehicle from the treasure pavilion and headed to the coordinates indicated by the Crimson Secret Realm's teleportation array. That location was not far from the city center, and with Qin Ping's intermediate vehicle mastery talent, he arrived at the coordinates in just over 20 minutes. This was the People's Square of Ningjin. Although the ground had many cracks, the huabia standing in the center of the square remained upright. If the set of numbers translated by Xiaohei was the coordinate location, according to the display of the crimson bracelet, the huabia was indeed the location of the crimson teleportation array. Qin Ping walked around the huabia, which was coiled like a dragon around the pillar, with auspicious clouds swirling above it, and at the top was a crouching beast, gazing into the distance. In ancient China, during the time of Yao and Shun, there was the bangmu, which was changed from wood to stone by the first emperor, evolving into what was called huabia during the Han and Tang dynasties. Huabia was generally made of the hardest granite, but the earthquake that struck when the Crimson Apocalypse arrived was extremely violent, even the sturdiest buildings collapsed. Yet this huabia stood unharmed. Xiaohei, can you sense the location of that teleportation array? According to my eighth sense, it should be right under this pillar. Qin Ping frowned tightly. This is a bit tricky. Master, there seems to be an entrance over there. Xiaohei flew around the huabu and then headed southeast. Qin Ping followed with some skepticism and indeed discovered an opening, with stairs built below. Picking up a steel bar and igniting it with a wisp of starlight fire, Qin Ping cautiously descended. The dark, narrow passage seemed to stretch on for an unknown length of time. Even with his enhanced body and significantly improved attributes, Qin Ping felt somewhat fatigued. Master, we're almost there. Xiaohei was much faster, scouting ahead. Hearing this, Qin Ping drank a bottle of primary stamina and agility potions, wanting to reach the teleportation array as quickly as possible. However, until the effects of the potions wore off, he still saw no end in sight. Didn't you say we were almost there? How long is your almost? It's very soon. Lemon. Qin Ping felt an impulse to hit someone. For some reason, the further he went down, the stronger his fatigue became, and his mood grew increasingly irritable. Until 10 minutes later, the view suddenly opened up. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. The walls of the cave were embedded with gemstones of different colors, and strange plants that emitted light were growing. And right in front of Qin Ping stood a magnificent temple. What is that? Qin Ping was somewhat puzzled. In his previous life, he had survived for 5 years in the Crimson Apocalypse and had never seen such a building. Crimson Temple. Crimson Temple? What is it for? I don't know. I've never been inside, just this name flashed through my mind instinctively. Little Black was also unclear. Qin Ping hesitated, dropping the rebar, holding a pulse pistol in one hand and a basic jump engine in the other. This place was indeed a bit strange, and Qin Ping was ready to escape at any moment. Carefully pushing open the temple's large door, the blinding golden light made it hard for Qin Ping to open his eyes. Once he fully adapted, he found himself in the center of the temple, and the door behind him closed on its own. The interior of the temple was vast, with a towering dome, and the walls were carved with complex and ancient totems, seemingly telling forgotten myths and legends. Initiate the temple trial. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed out of nowhere, and Qin Ping almost activated the basic jump engine. Passing the trial grants you the bloodline inheritance. Trial failure will result in immediate erasure. Qin Ping knew that in the Crimson Apocalypse, it was always high risk for high reward. Given his current strength, there was no need to take further risks, especially since he had a golden finger that could specify the rewards from the roulette. Possessing this golden finger made him invincible. If it were before his rebirth, Qin Ping would have definitely taken the plunge, as this was an enormous opportunity. But now, Qin Ping decided to prioritize his life. Special space, basic jump engine cannot be used. Damn, I'm feeling sour. Qin Ping felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. In his previous life, he had experienced life and death countless times, and he had made it through step by step. Since his rebirth, his strength had been rapidly increasing every day. Moreover, he had already died once and was no longer afraid. Master, I feel a bit scared? There's no need to be afraid. When people die, they fly to the sky, and if they don't die, they live for countless years. Qin Ping suddenly recalled what Ji Shenga often said. But I'm not human, and there are no birds. Little Black said pitifully. Suddenly, the blinding golden light shone again, and when Qin Ping regained his vision, everything around him had changed dramatically. A faint scent of fresh grass entered his nose, and Qin Ping realized he was now in a dense forest. Where is this? I don't know, but I think this is an illusion. We haven't been teleported to another place. Little Black was very certain. Sixth sense? No, I feel dizzy, but from just now until now, I haven't felt dizzy. which proves we haven't used the teleportation array. That's a rigorous analysis. Chen Ping took out the fire of joy and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Dear warrior, hello, I am Elia. Behind Chen Ping, a blonde woman with blue eyes appeared without him noticing. What the hell? Chen Ping suddenly turned around, swinging the fire of joy directly at her, stopping just before her hair. Who are you? Chen Ping's expression was stern. I just said, I am Elia. Elia was like a delicate oil painting, every detail exuding an irresistible charm. Her golden hair shone like the sunlight on a summer afternoon, soft and radiant, gently cascading over her shoulders, swaying in the breeze like golden waves, breathtakingly beautiful. Her azure blue eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, causing Chen Ping to momentarily lose himself in that azure expanse. Her lips were rosy and full, and when she smiled, it was like the sweetest fruit of summer, incredibly tempting. Whether it was her elegant swan neck or her slender waist, they all showcased an unspoken harmonious beauty. Such a beauty was not only a visual delight but also a solace for the soul. Chen Ping quickly regained his composure and distanced himself from Elia. How did you end up here? This is my homeland, Elia replied. Could it be a storyline mission? The situation before Chen Ping reminded him of the Crimson Secret Realm he had once entered, where there were many indigenous beings, none of which were human, but some resembled humans quite closely. Such humanoid races only appeared in S-rank Crimson Secret Realms, randomly issuing tasks that, if completed, offered rewards more than 10 times that of A-rank Crimson Secret Realms. Of course, the difficulty of completion was also very high, generally requiring a team of 5 or 10 to initiate. Hey, that person, do you need my help with something? Chen Ping asked tentatively. My name is Ilia. Okay, Ilia. Chen Ping nodded. My sister has been kidnapped. Can you help me rescue her? Chen Ping was somewhat speechless, looking at Ilia's calm demeanor, feeling that she couldn't possibly be a real sister. Do you know where she is? Chen Ping hurriedly asked. He wasn't sure if this was a Crimson Secret Realm. Normally, a Crimson Secret Realm would open 2 months later. However, this temple was too strange. Based on Chen Ping's experience in clearing Crimson Secret Realms, such tasks would have a completion rating. The rating would be based on 3 dimensions: the degree of completion, the time taken, and the performance in battles during the task. The higher the rating, the better the rewards. So Chen Ping had to act quickly. Follow this river upstream. There's a cave where my sister should be tied up. Ilia pointed west. Okay, I'm going there now. Chen Ping didn't hesitate at all, immediately grabbing his fire knife and heading upstream along the small river. Warrior, you must rescue my sister. Ilia waved her hand. I feel like she doesn't seem very anxious. Chen Ping frowned. Maybe they are just plastic sisters. Xiao He speculated. No, something's wrong. Chen Ping's movement halted, and he stopped. Based on my precise sixth sense, the master is right. Xiao He stood on Chen Ping's shoulder. We need to go back. Without hesitation, Chen Ping immediately returned to the previous spot. In the lush forest, Chen Ping arrived back at the original location. But Ilia had vanished. Xiao He, can you smell where she is? I'm an insect, not a dog. Then can you sense her location? I can, she should have gone east. Xiao He replied. Chen Ping nodded and drank a bottle of basic agility potion, chasing after her at the fastest speed. Wow, this woman runs really fast. I haven't even seen a shadow while chasing. Based on my several senses, she should be just ahead, and I can catch up soon, Xiao He said seriously. Don't mention the word soon to me. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Ping saw Ilia moving quickly ahead. Hey, wait a moment, Chen Ping shouted. Ilia turned back to look and stopped. Warrior, have you rescued my sister? I'll rescue your sister. Seeing her stop, Chen Ping wasted no time, swinging his fire knife and charging at her. Ilia's figure flickered as she drew a longbow, directly knocking an arrow and shooting it at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was already on guard, but the arrow was too fast, hitting his shoulder. Fortunately, he had spider silk armor, which mitigated the attack, but the arrowhead still pierced his shoulder. Ilia, having landed a hit, retreated again, seemingly unwilling to engage Chen Ping in a fight. Master, let me handle this. Xiao He charged directly into Ilia's body but couldn't break through her defenses. Master, this woman's skin is really tough. Chen Ping immediately took out his pulse pistol, combining 5 shots into one, and to be safe, even used sacrifice, delivering a powerful blow that pierced through Ilia's back. Xiao He took the opportunity to burrow into Ilia's body through the wound. What is that? Alia's face turned pale, and at the same time, her body began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a small figure less than a meter tall, with greenish-blue skin, pointed long ears, and a comically protruding lower jaw and nose. A goblin? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. This was the most common crimson beast in the Crimson Realm, usually ranging from level 1 to 3. They weren't particularly strong, but possessed intelligence far exceeding that of other beasts of the same level, comparable to that of adult humans. The goblins Chen Ping encountered in the Crimson Realm were mostly cunning and sly, and he had been deceived many times when he first entered. However, the goblin before him, surprisingly capable of disguise, was unexpected for Chen Ping. "What is your purpose in deceiving me?" Chen Ping asked sternly. What flew into my body just now? If you don't speak, I'll make you wish you were dead," Chen Ping threatened. Meanwhile, Little Black increased the intensity of its devouring, just enough to avoid directly taking the goblin's life. Our lord has liked Ilia for a long time. Today, while she was out, we planned to capture her and bring her back to our territory, but Ilia said that a warrior would come to rescue her, so the lord sent me to disguise myself as Ilia to hold you back, giving the lord time to consummate with Ilia. The small, ugly goblin trembled as it answered. "Respected and great warrior, can you let me go for my honesty?" "Sure." Chen Ping nodded. The goblin's face lit up with joy, but soon its expression froze, eyes wide as it looked at Chen Ping. You, remember, the one who will kill you is called Little Black." Chen Ping stepped forward to check the items dropped by the goblin. A blue-quality crimson roulette, and nothing more. However, inside was a potion that increased all attributes, which was quite rare. Still have to be a beast of burden, still have to take the blame. Life as a bug is not easy, Little Black sighed as it crawled out from beside the goblin's wound. Chen Ping had grown accustomed to Little Black's complaints, merely smiled, and immediately extracted the blue-quality crimson roulette. According to the information provided by the goblin, ahead should be the territory of the Goblin Lord, and Chen Ping's task was likely to rescue Ilia. In the Crimson Realm, goblins were relatively common and of lower strength. However, if it was the Goblin Lord, it would be stronger than an ordinary level 3 beast, likely only second to the red-scaled beast Chen Ping had encountered before. More importantly, there would definitely be a considerable number of goblins ahead, and if there were many level 3s, it would be quite tricky for Chen Ping to handle. A blue light flashed, and the scroll that increased all attributes by 5 points was directly crushed by Chen Ping. The radiant light merged into Chen Ping's body, and he clearly felt a significant increase in strength. Chen Ping's highest attribute was agility, reaching 52 points, while the total of his base attributes in bare equipment had already reached 192 points. Sacrifice would double the base attributes, meaning that if Chen Ping activated Sacrifice now, all attributes could instantly increase to nearly 600, which would definitely crush a level 4 Crimson Beast. However, high-level Crimson Beasts exert a level suppression effect on lower-level humans, so while Chen Ping's theoretical strength was sufficient, his practical combat ability still needed improvement to deal with level 4 beasts, but handling most level 3 Crimson Beasts was still no problem. What troubled Chen Ping was that the Crimson Bracelet indicated that the Blood Spider inner armor had suffered slight damage. Without the defense of this armor, if he couldn't finish the fight quickly, he would likely get hurt. His current shoulder injury wasn't serious, and after a simple bandaging, Chen Ping immediately set off again, rushing downstream toward the river. During this time, he also checked the cooldown time of the mechanical wings. This item could fly for 10 minutes, but had a cooldown time of 10 hours. Chen Ping, while dealing with the Red Falcon and Blue Shadow Leopard, used his ability directly to intimidate Shin Shaoqian. At that time, he could not have imagined that he would enter the Crimson Secret Realm, and with many trump cards at his disposal, he did not pay much attention to it. Looking back now, he felt a bit regretful, but when he checked the cooldown time, he found that the cooldown for flying had already reset. Chen Ping had no time to ponder the reason, as he was approaching the goblin territory. It looked like a bandit camp, surrounded by wooden fences, and on several towering trees in front, there were 4 or 5 treehouses, with goblins holding longbows inside, standing guard. Meanwhile, the short and ugly goblins in the camp were patrolling, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. "It seems they know I'm coming," Chen Ping frowned. Before he could give an order, Little Black had already flown out, entering the camp to scout. "Master, there are probably 1 or 200, maybe 2 or 300, or even 3 or 400 goblins here. Can you be more precise? They keep running around, it's making me dizzy." "Did you see the Goblin Lord?" "I saw one, a white-skinned goblin." "Why can a white-skinned one be the Lord while a black-skinned one is looked down upon?" Little Black complained. Based on Chen Ping's experience, white goblins were indeed supposed to be Lord level, while blue ones were elite level, and those with white beards were mutated, with the rest being ordinary. In his previous life, he had been to more than a dozen Crimson Secret Realms and had never seen a divine or apostle-level Crimson Beast. Chen Ping judged that goblins, as Crimson Beasts, should not have such a powerful bloodline. Levels like the 72 Divine Demons or 12 Apostles would only appear in at least SS or SSS level Crimson Secret Realms, and their levels would be above 8 or 9. Chen Ping received Little Black's thoughts and, after analysis, concluded that eliminating these goblins should not be too difficult. To resolve the situation quickly, Chen Ping decided that after charging into the camp, he would directly activate sacrifice, taking out the Lord and the mutated ones first, and then he could slowly deal with the others. Originally, Chen Ping had 122 years of lifespan, activated a red roulette to gain mechanical wings, used sacrifice once when killing the red scale, and just used sacrifice again. After drawing from the blue-crimson roulette, he had 22 years of lifespan left, which meant he could activate sacrifice for a maximum of 6 seconds. He had to eliminate the Lord level and mutated level goblins within those 6 seconds. This required Chen Ping to be fast and to find the Lord Goblin immediately after entering the camp. However, Chen Ping did not want to use sacrifice just yet. He wanted to try a different approach. A few minutes later, Chen Ping had prepared a plan, including the attack route, retreat route, and even what to do at each second was already mapped out. Puff puff puff, the pulse pistol fired continuously, directly killing the goblin guards on the treetops, then entered cooldown. Chen Ping immediately switched to Fire's Joy, having already used all the basic potions before the attack. Woo! A dull, long sound similar to a horn echoed, and the goblins in the territory brandished their weapons, while the wooden door in front of the camp slowly opened. Chen Ping stood a little over 100 meters away from the camp, watching as the densely packed goblins charged towards him. Fire's Joy soared and swooped down, directly cutting down several cannon fodder. Just as more and more goblins surrounded him, Chen Ping suddenly leaped into the air. The mechanical wings behind him spread wide. In the blink of an eye, he flew above the camp. Looking down, Chen Ping immediately locked onto the position of the white-skinned goblin, who was surrounded by 3 blue-green goblins and 2 with white beards. Hoo la la! The white-skinned goblin looked up at Chen Ping in the air and immediately let out a howl. The surrounding mutated goblins immediately waved their staffs, and red light shot from the staffs, landing on the white-skinned goblin. Another support-type mutated crimson beast. This scarlet beast is easy to kill. They have low defense and even lower attack, but they can provide buffs to the scarlet beasts around them. At this moment, the white-skinned goblin was filled with momentum, almost reaching the strength of a level 4 scarlet beast. Hooray! The goblin shouted again, swinging its curved knife repeatedly. In the sky, a dark cloud was rapidly approaching, surrounded by silver arcs of electricity. It was summoning lightning. Chen Ping currently only had fire attribute resistance, while his resistance to lightning was 0. If struck, even the spider silk armor wouldn't protect him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping increased his flying altitude to 400 or 500 meters, then directly retracted the Fire of Joy. Master, go for it. Little Black lay on a distant giant tree, watching in the direction of the goblin territory. The thundercloud in the sky had fully formed, and the terrifying arcs of electricity, faintly visible, were thicker than an average person's thigh, a power capable of destroying everything, making one tremble in fear. Accelerate! In midair, with a thought, Chen Ping's mechanical wings instantly provided powerful thrust. At the same time, Chen Ping activated mechanical protection. The mechanical wings unfolded behind him, quickly wrapping around Chen Ping. Encased in the mechanical wings, Chen Ping could no longer move a muscle, as if he were frozen. However, before using this skill, Chen Ping had already made a diving motion. Relying on inertia, Chen Ping, wrapped up, plummeted to the ground like a steel bullet. Boom! Chen Ping landed precisely on the white-skinned goblin. The goblin didn't even have time to scream before it turned into a puddle of flesh. Even the mutated goblin nearby, which was enhancing its status, was knocked out by the shockwave of this shell. The elite goblin, with its curved knife stuck in the ground, barely supported itself. A human cannonball? Master really knows how to play. Little Black's eyes lit up, not expecting Chen Ping to use such a method. Whoosh! As the dust settled, the distant goblins finally realized their leader was gone. Thus, the mass of ordinary level 2 and 3 goblins quickly returned to the village. Curved knives, bows, and spears all hacked at the steel bullet. These goblins chopped for a full 2 minutes, already somewhat exhausted. The metal shell of the steel bullet slowly retracted. Chen Ping, holding the fire knife, glanced around lightly. Now, it's my turn. The fire knife swung continuously, accompanied by a string of blazing flames, as the cries of goblins echoed in their territory. Master, your most loyal Little Black is here to protect you. Let me handle this. Standing on the distant giant tree, Little Black saw Chen Ping clearing out the goblins with overwhelming force and hurried over as fast as possible. However, it had stayed too far away, and by the time it reached Chen Ping, there were hardly any goblins left. Damn it, how dare you lay a hand on my master? I'll kill you all. The loyal Little Black attacked the level 2 goblins frantically. That's enough. Not enough. I want them to regret being my master's enemies. This is the price they must pay. Little Black was furious. They're dead beyond saving. You should hurry and help me find that AI. AI something person. That woman is in the wooden house. I've already checked for you, master. There's only her inside, and she hasn't been harmed by the goblins, so you can rest assured. Chen Ping ignored Little Black, put away all his items, and quickly walked to a wooden house in the village. Cautiously opening the door, he looked around. The house was empty, with only a thick pillar in the center, and tied to the pillar was a woman, identical to the goblin that had transformed not long ago. Woo woo! The woman's mouth was gagged, tears welling up as she looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping didn't rush forward but continued to carefully check the surroundings. Finally, from more than a meter away from the woman, he used the fire knife to cut the rope binding her. Thank you for saving me. The woman removed the object that had been blocking her mouth and looked at Chen Ping with gratitude. You are Miss Elia? Chen Ping asked. You can call me that, brave warrior, but in my homeland, they all call me Princess Elia. Princess Elia, the bad things outside have been driven away. I will take you home now. Elia thanked him again and then walked out of the wooden house with Chen Ping. The goblin corpses outside had all been burned clean by Chen Ping using starfire. Princess Elia, where do you live? Chen Ping asked. Based on his experience, as long as he rescued the target, the mission should be complete. But there were no prompts, indicating that the mission was still ongoing. It made sense, the bloodline inheritance of the temple sounded prestigious, so how could it be a simple task that was just handed over? This mission would undoubtedly involve greater risks. My home is gone. Elias' tears flowed like a switch that had been turned on, pouring out endlessly. Gone? Chen Ping frowned slightly. He hoped he wouldn't have to help her take revenge. This is the Dawn Forest, and I am the daughter of the Elf King. My head hurts. Elia suddenly frowned tightly. Can this plot be any more cliché? Chen Ping thought to himself, but still asked with concern, Princess Elia, what's wrong? So many things happened before, I can't remember. Elia suddenly squatted down on the ground. Master, use the great memory restoration technique. Xiao Hei flew over at some point. How do I do that? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. Channel all your strength into your palm, then give her 2 big slaps, and I guarantee she'll remember everything, Xiao Hei said seriously. Your suggestion is good, but please don't suggest that next time. This woman's father was the Elf King, and she was the Elf Princess. According to Chen Ping's understanding of the Crimson Secret Realm, the Elf race was one of the more powerful races in the Crimson world, ranking at least in the top 50. Their bloodline was also very strong, typically starting at level 4. Humans, on the other hand, were currently ranked 10,010, just slightly above the 10,086th rank alien insect. This ranking was based on the strongest individuals within the race and their overall strength. 5 years later, human strength would increase significantly, but they would still be outside the top 5,000. In other words, this frail-looking woman could likely crush Chen Ping with just one finger. Unless she was tired of living, she wouldn't dare to slap Chen Ping twice. Princess Elia, what can I do to help you now? Chen Ping continued to ask. I remember I seem to have left something deep in the dense forest. Dear warrior, could you help me find it? Where exactly is it? In the Jella Valley, but going directly from here will encounter many powerful beasts. It would be safer to go around to the Thunder Ruins and then to the Jella Valley. Elia replied. Do you have a map? How do we get there? Chen Ping asked. Upon hearing this, Elia opened the collar of her dress, reached inside, and pulled out a sheepskin scroll. This is the map of the Dawn Forest. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback and instinctively took the sheepskin scroll, which carried Elia's body warmth and a faint fragrance. From here, go east, past the Two Immortals Bridge? Chen Ping felt the name was so familiar. Yes, there is a teleportation array there that can take you directly to the Thunder Ruins. From the Thunder Ruins, you can reach the Jella Valley. However, although there are no powerful monsters in the Thunder Ruins, there are many thunderclouds, so the warrior must be careful not to get struck by lightning. Okay, wait for me here. I'll go right now. But, what does the thing you left behind look like? A wooden box with our elven totem on it, Elia said, extending her hand, which bore a complex pattern. Chen Ping directly used his scarlet bracelet to capture the image of the pattern, taking the parchment and rushing eastward. It seems this task will take a long time. I don't know when we can get out. After about 10 minutes, Chen Ping arrived at the location of the Urshian Bridge on the parchment map. The so-called Urshian Bridge was not a bridge but a massive teleportation array. The teleportation array in the Scarlet Realm required scarlet coins to activate. Master, I get dizzy from arrays. It's fine, just close your eyes, grit your teeth, and you'll be through in no time. Alright. Little Black crawled directly into Chen Ping's underwear. Chen Ping stepped into the array and placed a scarlet coin at the center. The array showed no reaction. How far is this? Chen Ping frowned slightly and placed another coin. Still, the array remained unresponsive. This continued until the 10th scarlet coin, at which point the array finally lit up. Damn, this is really a ripoff, Chen Ping complained. Years later, teleportation arrays had become common in the human world, consuming only one scarlet coin to teleport half the distance of the Earth. Yet this one required 10. Fortunately, Chen Ping had enough scarlet coins on him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue this task. So dizzy. Little Black, can you not scream so flamboyantly? I can't help it, I can't control myself. After a full 10 seconds of spinning, Chen Ping finally felt his feet touch the ground. Struggling against the urge to vomit, he immediately drew his fire knife, warily scanning his surroundings. Back! Familiar sights appeared around him. This was precisely where Chen Ping had entered the Scarlet Temple. However, that strange temple was nowhere to be seen. Ding! Scarlet Temple Trial, completion 1%. Bloodline Awakening 1%. All attributes increased by 5 points. Experience increased by 10%. Items from the Dawn Forest Secret Realm have been bound. Dawn Forest Secret Realm completion is 1%. Stage rating is A. Stage rewards: Scarlet Coins *10, Random Skill Scroll *1, Basic Experience Scroll *10, Advanced Life Potion *1, Scarlet Crystal *1. Chen Ping's Scarlet Bracelet automatically activated. A series of prompts scrolling on the blue screen. Completion 1%? Did I learn this from my dad? Chen Ping couldn't help but curse. However, since it was a bloodline awakening, although he didn't know whose bloodline it was, it should be extremely powerful. It was only natural for the task to be a bit difficult. Chen Ping had to brainwash himself this way. In reality, he had gained a lot from this secret realm trip. Besides the stage rewards, there were also items dropped by the level 3 Lord Goblins. Chen Ping had already made a huge profit. Before he could count his spoils, the ground suddenly shook violently. This place isn't safe. We need to leave. Chen Ping immediately ran outside. Master, slow down, I'm still dizzy. I'm about to throw up. Then just throw up. Chen Ping prioritized his safety and ignored Little Black. Where's Mr. Erdong? Wei 16 parked the armored vehicle in a golf course, their first rest area. Once everyone got out of the vehicle, Wei 16 suddenly realized that the most important person was missing. Dong Gu. He went to take a dump. The others exchanged glances, finally locking their eyes on Duan Zixuan, who quickly came up with a flawless excuse. Then let's replenish our energy and take a break. Wei 16 didn't press further, but he felt quite speechless. He knew the other party was just making an excuse, but was the taking a dump reason a bit too dismissive? Good thing I'm clever enough, Duan Zixuan said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. The original cracks grew larger, as if they were going to swallow everything around them. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and in the distance, a fierce wind howled. The crimson mist did not thin out with the wind, instead, it became even denser. It's over, the end of the world is coming. Duan Zixuan stood frozen in place. Everyone was at a loss, and in the face of such a natural disaster, humanity seemed so insignificant. Duan Zi, we are already in the end of the world, Yi Xingge said. Oh, right. Then what am I afraid of? Duan Zixuan laid down on the ground, adopting a defeated posture. After all, doing anything now was futile. Even underground, there was no safety. Fortunately, this violent shaking did not last long. Thankfully, there were no cracks where they were resting, and everyone in the team safely weathered this earthquake in the apocalypse. A few minutes later, the dark clouds dispersed, and Duan Zixuan, lying on the ground, underwent a myriad of expressions. What is that? How? Hey, that. Duan Zixuan discovered 3 blood-red moons hanging on the eastern horizon. In the north, the long-lost Big Dipper suddenly lit up and began to rotate at a visible speed. In the south, 8 bright stars lined up in a straight line. In the west, dozens of stars darted about chaotically at a rapid pace. Above them, countless stars formed a gigantic pentagram pattern. I have a bad feeling about this. Yi Xingge looked up at the night sky, her expression grave. Me too. Do you think? Did Dong Gu bring toilet paper? If he really went to take a dump and didn't bring any, what will he do? The sticks in the wilderness are too rough. Duan Zixuan nodded seriously. Damn it, can you stop jumping around with your thoughts? Yi Xingge kicked Duan Zixuan hard. Duan Zixuan sat up in pain. Yi Xingge, Duan Zixuan shouted. My name is Yi Xingge, not Yi Xingge. No, look over there. Is that Dong Gu? Yi Xingge turned to the direction Duan Zixuan was pointing, and an armored vehicle from the treasure pavilion was speeding towards them, with a man in the cockpit whom she knew all too well. Dong Gu, I thought you didn't want us anymore, my Dong Gu. Duan Zixuan cried, tears streaming down his face, making it seem as if Chen Ping was already gone. Shut up, When Donggu arrives, I'll give you 2 big kicks. Yi Shengge kicked Duan Zishuan again. In the blink of an eye, the armored vehicle stopped nearby, and Chen Ping got out. Wei Shilu and Ma Zi were the first to approach. Mr. Erdon, where have you been? Wei Shilu asked with concern. I went to take a dump, Chen Ping replied casually. Wei Shilu wished he could slap himself for asking such a pointless question. Dong Zi, do you think this phenomenon means something big is about to happen? Ma Zi asked in a low voice. Chen Ping hesitated for a moment. Gather everyone, I have something to tell you all. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi did not dare to delay for a second and immediately called everyone together. Wei Shilu stood at a distance, not daring to eavesdrop. The 10 members of Ma Zi's team sat in a circle, and Chen Ping tossed a wisp of starlight fire to ignite the firewood placed in the center. Duan Zishuan and the others, seeing Chen Ping's serious expression, tried to breathe as slowly as possible. Xuena sat on a stone slab, maintaining her sniper rifle, while Su Chanxian leaned against Xuena, occasionally glancing at the enormous pentagram above. Xiaobai, draped in a black cloak, was drowsy, nodding off repeatedly, almost toppling over. Chen Ping cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "These crimson beasts come from another world, possibly another planet. They need to pass through a space similar to a transfer station to enter our world. If this space is stable, they will linger there or return to their own world. But an unstable space will allow them to come directly into our world. The powerful crimson beasts cannot enter unstable spaces, so the crimson beasts that have come to our world are currently at most level 3, and can only advance to level 4 or 5 at most in the future. As far as I know, after this anomaly appears, a teleportation array will emerge, allowing humans to enter a stable space. I will temporarily refer to this stable space as the Crimson Secret Realm." Everyone listened intently to Chen Ping's explanation. According to Chen Ping's experience from his previous life, the Crimson Secret Realm would descend 2 months later, and before its arrival, phenomena such as the same day in March, the appearance of twin suns, and the alignment of 8 stars would occur. Originally, Chen Ping thought this was a fixed timeline. It now seemed to be related to the Crimson Temple. In his previous life, someone might have triggered the Crimson Temple 2 months later. In this life, Chen Ping triggered it early. In fact, there are Crimson Temples all over the world, but as long as one is triggered, the temples in other locations will disappear, and the Crimson Secret Realm will officially descend. Chen Ping only guessed part of it, but this information was not crucial for him. Everything in the Crimson Secret Realm is 100 times more dangerous than our world. The Crimson Beasts there will be even stronger, and similarly, we can gain greater rewards, provided we survive to come out. Some Crimson Secret Realms have restrictions on the number of entrants and their strength. Some allow solo entry, while others allow 3 or 10 people. Some belong to special secret realms, which will completely collapse and disappear after one successful clearance. Some ordinary secret realms can be entered an unlimited number of times, but the rewards for the first successful entrance are the highest, and the rewards for subsequent entrants decrease in order. This is an extremely confidential matter. The reason I am telling you is that I want to achieve the first clearance when the Crimson Secret Realm truly descends. If we encounter a secret realm with a required number of entrants, selections will be made from among you. I emphasize again, the Crimson Secret Realm is extremely dangerous. If you are unwilling to enter, you can speak up now. Chen Ping scanned the crowd. Who? Except for the already asleep Xiaobai, everyone had different expressions. Some were digesting Chen Ping's massive information, while others were preparing for a life and death struggle. Since no one is speaking, I will take it as your tacit agreement. We have 10 days. Within these 10 days, we must improve our strength as much as possible. I know the location of a Crimson Secret Realm, but I don't know if there are any restrictions on the number of entrants, so you need to prepare in advance. Understood. Duan Zishuan and the others replied in unison, startling Xiaobai into a shiver. Woo! I have some understanding of Binhai. There are a total of 7 areas where crimson beasts gather. As Chen Ping spoke, he opened the crimson wristband, projecting a map of Binhai into the air. These red circles indicate the locations. If we go together, we definitely won't have enough time, so we need to act separately. These locations were ones Chen Ping had marked a few days ago. If there were no level 3 crimson beasts, he would personally go to these spots to grind for levels. However, with only 10 days until the Crimson Secret Realm descends, traveling to these locations would take over half a month, and he wouldn't be able to finish grinding. More importantly, this time the Crimson Secret Realm promised great rewards, and he didn't want to waste time on level 2 crimson beasts. No, we won't act together? Duan Zishuan asked weakly. If you can't even handle a few thousand level 2 crimson beasts, then there's no need to consider entering the Crimson Secret Realm with me, Chen Ping said coldly. I understand. Duan Zishuan nodded repeatedly. 10 people, 7 locations, how should we divide? Xuan Na suddenly asked. Xiaobai, and Xian won't go. You 7 discuss and choose your own locations. Chen Ping continued. I'll go to this location. There are a few motorcycles over by the parking lot that should be usable. I'm leaving now. A few people were still looking at the map to choose their locations. After Sheena casually pointed to a spot, she picked up her sniper rifle and turned to leave. I'm going there. Motzi chose the farthest location. Immediately after, the others no longer hesitated, each selecting a monster hunting area before quickly departing. Wei 16, watching from a distance, looked bewildered, not knowing what they had discussed, suddenly heading to the parking lot, each riding a broken motorcycle and speeding away. Only the startled Xiao Bai and the slightly furrowed brow of Su Chanshan remained by the campfire. Brother Dong, why don't I have a leveling area? Chen Ping did not answer, instead walking over to Xiao Bai and pulling her up. Then, he held Xiao Bai's hand tightly while the other hand held a basic jump engine. Who exactly are you? Me, I'm Su Chanshan. Brother Dong, what's wrong? Su Chanshan looked confused. You're not human, Chen Ping stated firmly. Well, they say I'm a little fairy. Su Chanshan nodded. Chen Ping was somewhat speechless. Are you a crimson beast? Chen Ping asked straightforwardly. Yes, Su Chanshan admitted generously, leaving Chen Ping at a loss for how to continue. In front of the campfire, Chen Ping's expression was a bit awkward. What is your purpose in approaching me? Nothing. My previous one was destroyed by the Crimson Beasts. I fled to the timber camp, and then I met Brother Dong. I had no purpose. Then why do you disguise yourself as a human? I'm not disguised. I was born like this. Su Chanshan's answer left Chen Ping speechless, as she was indeed not wrong, but he felt something was off. What race are you? What level? Chen Ping continued to ask. I'm an elf, born at level 4, but my power was sealed. Not long after I was born, my mother disappeared, and then I was adopted by Mama Witch. 5 years ago, there was a big fire, and many people died. As Su Chanshan spoke, she began to cry. Mama Witch gave me the charm pouch and told me to leave the forest. A lot happened in between, but I don't remember. Later, a secret realm entrance appeared, and since my power was sealed, I entered the chaotic secret realm and then came to this world. Originally, I lived well in that camp, but suddenly it was breached by those crimson beasts. I followed those people, fleeing everywhere, and finally arrived at the timber camp. Chen Ping found many loopholes in Su Chanshan's words. Moreover, having such a crimson beast by his side gave him an uneasy feeling. Brother Dong, I really have no ill intentions. I just want to recover my lost memories. The only thing I remember is what Mama Witch once said. When the transfer begins, the crimson will appear, the apostles will awaken, and there will be a warrior's rebirth, using the primordial power to repair the broken world. Mama Witch also said that her charm pouch would guide me to find this warrior. Looking at Su Chanshan's serious expression, Chen Ping felt she was like a charlatan trying to brainwash him. What kind of warrior nonsense? He just wanted to survive, and those heroes and saviors had no good endings. Do you hope to see me become a demon? Chen Ping suddenly asked. I hope not. Su Chanshan shook her head vigorously. Then I can't become that warrior. Why? Su Chanshan was greatly puzzled. The dragon-slaying boy will eventually become the evil dragon, and the warrior who exterminates demons will inevitably become a demon. I don't want to become a demon, so I can't become a warrior. Chen Ping explained solemnly. Brother Dong makes a lot of sense. Su Chanshan nodded. This charm pouch is mortgaged for 70,000 points with me. I'm a kind person, so I won't take the 70,000 points. I'll return the charm pouch to you. From now on, you walk your own path, and I'll walk mine. Chen Ping returned the sachet to Su Chanshan. He had just cleared the secret realm of the temple, and the rewards he obtained added up to over 100,000 points. Moreover, in 10 days, he could clear another secret realm for the first time. Su Chanshan's 70,000 points could be considered as him doing a good deed. As long as he preserved his life, that was enough. Chen Ping did not believe that Su Chanshan only had the strength of a level 4 crimson beast. If it really came to a fight, he wasn't confident he could kill her. This kind of ticking time bomb had to be defused as soon as possible. Brother Dong, where is the single log bridge? What I mean is, from now on, we will act separately. Chen Ping patiently explained again. Brother Dong, do you not want Chanshan anymore? Did Chanshan do something wrong? Su Chanshan's tears flowed like those of Ilea, coming suddenly. No, you make it sound like I'm a scumbag, but I do admit I am quite scummy. I don't want you anymore, so hurry and leave. Chen Ping was very resolute. It found you are the warrior mentioned by Witch Mama, and I want to follow you. So do you want me to be a demon? The two began an infinite loop, and in the end, Chen Ping completely surrendered. I'm laying it all out. I don't trust you. Different races have different hearts, even among the same race. I still don't trust you. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Su Chanshan smiled in relief, and her tears stopped instantly. Brother Dawn, I can sign a contract with you. If I ever have the intention to harm you, I will immediately die. Die? Yes, it's a term that Brother Duan Zishuan taught me. Su Chanshan nodded. In his previous life, Qin Ping had heard of humans making contracts with certain lower-level crimson beasts, which indeed had a strong binding effect. As for whether this would have such a powerful binding effect on the elven Su Chanshan before him, Qin Ping was unsure. However, seeing Su Chanshan's determination to follow him to the death, he still nodded in agreement. Upon this, Su Chanshan immediately raised her delicate right hand, made a cut, and with her bright red blood, began to draw strange patterns in the air. Soon, a contract written in blood appeared before Qin Ping's eyes. Xiaohei, can you understand this thing? Yes. Translate it. I, the cutest, prettiest, most. Xiaohei said a dozen adjectives in one breath, almost choking. Is she bleeding too much, playing with blood here? Xiaohei complained, then continued translating. The kindest beautiful girl Su Chanshan today signs a contract with the human Dong Erdong. If she does anything to harm him, she will immediately die, and will be loyal to him. This is a vow. As Xiaohei read the contract, he learned many idioms. Qin Ping was left confused. This contract, is this so casual and hasty? Pretty much. Are you sure this thing has a binding effect? Of course, it's universal among all races. Xiaohei affirmed. This name is fake, shouldn't it be changed? No need, the blood contract is unrelated to the name. The master just needs to press a blood seal on the contract. Don't fool me. Master, in this world, you can distrust anyone, even yourself, but you cannot distrust Xiaohei. My loyalty to you is witnessed by heaven and earth. Xiaohei spoke earnestly, but Qin Ping felt that Xiaohei was becoming more and more like a treacherous minister. With a cut on his palm, Qin Ping pressed down on the blood contract in the void. Instantly, the solidified blood characters on the contract transformed into specks of red light, merging into Qin Ping and Su Chanshan's bodies. Qin Ping's crimson bracelet automatically activated, displaying a message. Tip, successfully contracted with the elven Su Chanshan. Tip, gained attribute sharing, all attributes increased by 5 points. Tip, gained elven protection. Tip, contract limit reached. Tip, first contract, both parties gained 10% experience. A series of notifications left Qin Ping somewhat dazzled. At the same time, it seemed that Su Chanshan also received quite a few benefits. We'll rest for the night and set off early tomorrow. Qin Ping wanted to take stock of today's gains. After coming out of the secret realm, he encountered an earthquake, rushed here, assigned tasks to the team members, and finally confronted Su Chanshan, leaving him no time to check the rewards from the secret realm. Alright, so, Brother Dawn, do you want Chanshan to serve you? Su Chanshan asked. Qin Ping's heart stirred, but after thinking for a moment, he decided against it. He was eager to see the rewards, and he didn't want others to know about them. We still have to travel tomorrow, so let's rest well, Qin Ping said, adopting a righteous demeanor. Okay, Brother Dawn. After entering the tent, Qin Ping instructed Xiaohei to keep watch nearby while he took out all his gains. First were the items obtained from killing goblins. This included several hundred white and green quality spinning wheels of levels 1 and 2, with rather ordinary items inside. The best were a few green quality weapons and several bottles of basic life potions. However, drawing from the green quality spinning wheel required 10 years of life, while a bottle of basic life potion only added 5 years, so Qin Ping decisively gave up. He only had 21 years of life left. Next were the items dropped by the Lord, Elite, and mutated goblins. 9 blue spinning wheels and a dozen scarlet coins. There was also the first completion reward from the secret realm. 10 scarlet coins, random skill scrolls, 10 basic experience scrolls, advanced life potions, and scarlet crystals. He first used the advanced life potion, then drew 2 advanced life potions from the 2 blue spinning wheels. As for the remaining blue spinning wheels, only the one dropped by the Lord Goblin had a premium item. The others were just average and could be exchanged for points at the treasure pavilion. Thunder armor type, armor effect 1, defense increased by 5 points effect 2, electric resistance increased by 10 points effect 3, electric resistance increased by 10 points quality. Medium blue, this was the reward selected from the scarlet spinning wheel dropped by the Lord Goblin, perfectly replacing the silk inner armor Qin Ping was wearing. The deep blue armor looked somewhat awkward on him. However, equipment of blue quality or above could choose to hide its appearance, keeping the attributes unchanged but increasing flexibility, and others wouldn't be able to see the worn equipment, providing some degree of confusion. Next, the 10 basic experience scrolls directly raised Qin Ping's star level to 9 stars. There were still 2 items left unused, the random skill scroll and the scarlet crystal. The scarlet crystal was used to enhance equipment, randomly increasing its attributes and even potentially enhancing its effects. This item was incredibly precious, and Qin Ping planned to wait until he encountered a weapon of red quality or above before using the crystal. Random skill scroll? I wonder if this can directly specify a reward. Chen Ping crushed it with one hand. The familiar electronic synthesis sound did not ring out, indicating that it couldn't be specified. As Chen Ping sighed, a sprinkle of starlight had already merged into his body. Backstab, blue when attacking an enemy from behind, strength increases by 10 points. Using a melee weapon to hit an enemy produces an additional tearing effect. Using a ranged weapon to hit an enemy produces a damage-deepening effect. Meanwhile, a prompt appeared on Chen Ping's wristband. Talent and skills have reached their limit. Cannot learn other talents or skills before upgrading the rank. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. In his previous life, he didn't have so many resources. Before his rebirth, he only had 5 or 6 skills and talents combined, so he had never triggered this information. So this has a limit. Had he known this earlier, Chen Ping felt he shouldn't have learned intermediate vehicle mastery. It seemed there were items that could delete already learned skills and talents, but Chen Ping had yet to see one. Although there were limitations, Chen Ping's attributes had already surged significantly. If he faced a level 3 scarlet beast like the Red Scale again, he would have the ability to kill it without using sacrifice. After contracting with Su Chanshan, the obtained spirit's favor displayed on the crimson bracelet only indicated that Su Chanshan would receive an additional defense attribute when nearby, but the exact increase was not specified, perhaps due to the low level of the crimson bracelet. After Chen Ping finished counting his rewards, he turned over and lay directly on the bed. After a while, just as he was about to fall asleep, a voice came to his ear. "Master, did you forget something?" "What? Your most loyal little black is still outside." Come in." A night without incident passed, and the next morning, there were 4 people in the armored vehicle, including Wei 16. Before the armored vehicle could start, Chen Ping asked, "Where is Master Shen now?" "He might be in Ningjin, or he could be at the headquarters of the treasure pavilion. I need his exact location. I have something very important to tell him," Chen Ping said solemnly. "Please wait 5 minutes, I will contact the master right away." Wei 16 did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent with Chen Ping's instructions. On the way back to the headquarters of the treasure pavilion, Xin Shen learned that Chen Ping had something important to discuss with him, so he instructed Wei 16 to bring Chen Ping to the headquarters as well. Chen Ping and the others traveled at the fastest speed for 3 days before arriving at the headquarters of the treasure pavilion. They had expected the scale of the headquarters to be at least several times larger than that of Jinchang. However, in reality, it was quite similar to the treasure pavilion auction house in Jinchang. It was also built underground, with a total of 10 floors, all designated for work and living areas, and 1 floor specifically for training, with no auction hall. At least on the surface, it appeared plain and unadorned. Upon entering the headquarters of the treasure pavilion, Xinxian personally welcomed them and then took the elevator directly to the 8th underground floor, Xinxian's office. Xiao Bai and Su Chanshan were arranged to rest on the 6th underground floor. "I have a piece of news that is worth more than the information about the crimson coin. Does Master Shen have any interest?" Without any pleasantries or unnecessary chatter, Chen Ping got straight to the point. Xinxian's smile instantly froze. The information regarding the crimson coin had made the treasure pavilion and the Shen family business a fortune. Although information transmission was hindered in the crimson apocalypse and transportation was inconvenient, the treasure pavilion was vast, with influence spread across the world. In just 3 days, related news had even been sold to areas outside of Huaxia. In Xinxian's view, the value of this news far exceeded that of the auction order. And this time, Chen Ping actually claimed to have information that was even more valuable than the crimson coin, which made Xinxian take it seriously. "Brother Erdon, may I ask what this news is about?" He needed to understand first in order to assess the value of the information. "It's about this recent anomaly," Chen Ping said. "Brother Erdon, name your price." Xinxian did not hesitate. After some bargaining, Chen Ping ultimately obtained the treasure pavilion's treasured item, Advanced Potion Mastery, as well as 3 bottles of intermediate life potions and 2 advanced life potions. With the Advanced Potion Mastery talent, the original beginner potion mastery was directly upgraded, allowing the creation of 7 types of potions. In addition to the 5 basic attribute potions, 2 additional attribute-enhancing potions were added. This was undoubtedly the most valuable talent on the market at present, even surpassing Chen An's Advanced Life Potion Mastery. After all, as the number of spinning wheels increased, the production of life potions also grew, while the creation of advanced life potions required a large amount of high-level materials, making the production cost significantly higher than the expenses incurred from the spinning wheels. This information, is it really that valuable? Xinxian felt a pang of regret. Just the Advanced Potion Mastery had cost more than half of the Treasure Pavilion's assets. This news going out from the Treasure Pavilion will bring more than just immediate benefits. Xinxian certainly understood Chen Ping's meaning, Just the news about the Crimson Coin had given the Treasure Pavilion a considerable influence worldwide, significantly boosting the revenues of auction houses in various locations. In a short time, if the Treasure Pavilion could completely establish its reputation, just one more time, the auction house of the Treasure Pavilion could quickly monopolize the market. The profits at that time would far exceed a few talent scrolls. Chen Ping understood the value of this information as well, but apart from the Treasure Pavilion, he had no other channels for sale. The Crimson Secret Realm was about to descend, and he had no time to seek out other forces, nor would anyone believe his words. Chen Ping had a cooperative foundation with Xin Shaoqian. Selling this information to Xin Shaoqian would maximize his own benefits. Xin Shaoqian was already prepared and took out the items Chen Ping needed from the spatial stone. After Chen Ping checked and confirmed everything was correct, he briefly explained the situation regarding the Crimson Secret Realm, concealing some key information. Brother Erdong, do you mean that this Crimson Secret Realm is like a dungeon, and there will be many rewards after clearing it? Exactly. Chen Ping nodded. So, where do we enter this secret realm? It should appear in about 7 days. The location is random and cannot be determined, but preparations can be made in advance. After I clear it, I will organize relevant strategies, and if Brother Shin needs them, I can provide some. Strategies? That's fine. If Brother Erdong can provide strategies, the Treasure Pavilion will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Xin Shaoqian nodded repeatedly. However, Chen Ping could only provide some ordinary strategies for the Crimson Secret Realm from his past life. Special ones like the Temple Crimson Secret Realm were extremely unique, and others could not enter. How many points do you think these spinning wheels are worth? Chen Ping tossed his recent gains onto the coffee table. Although some were of white and green quality, the vast majority were blue. The items inside were standard, and spending 30 years of lifespan to draw was somewhat unprofitable for Chen Ping. It was better to exchange them directly for points. After carefully examining them, Xin Shaoqian's hand holding the crimson spinning wheel began to tremble slightly. He could hardly imagine how many crimson beasts Chen Ping had killed, and they were all level 3 crimson beasts. 150,000 points, how about that? After looking over them, Xin Shaoqian offered a price. That works. Chen Ping nodded. Adding the points he had saved up previously, he already had over 200,000 auction points. I need 3 herbs. I wonder if the Treasure Pavilion can help me find them. Chen Ping opened the Crimson Beast wristband and projected 3 types of plants onto the void screen. Previously, Chen Ping had bought red spirit grass at the auction, but he needed 3 other materials to refine blood pills. He planned to refine the pills before entering the Crimson Secret Realm, just in case. The herbs on the screen were drawn by Chen Ping from memory. His drawing skills were average, but with the embellishment of the Crimson wristband, they were not far from the actual herbs. The Treasure Pavilion does have these 3 herbs. I will send someone to fetch them for Brother Erdong. Xin Shaoqian hesitated for a moment but still nodded. I know that obtaining these 3 herbs is not easy. Each one is worth 40,000 points, totaling 120,000 points. Chen Ping said. Anyway, with over 200,000 points now, Chen Ping acted very generously, as he would still need to make transactions in the future. Brother Erdong, given our friendship, it would be too formal to discuss these matters. I will not charge you a single cent for the 3 herbs. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was not polite and nodded directly. Before long, the 3 herbs were delivered to Xin Shaoqian's office by the guards. Chen Ping checked them and found no mistakes. Brother Xin, after all this running around, I'm a bit tired, so I'll go rest for now. Brother Erdong, please do. During your stay at the Treasure Pavilion, feel free to ask for anything. I will do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction. After leaving Xin Shaoqian's office, a man in a black suit led Chen Ping to a large bedroom on the 6th floor. The room's layout was similar to a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel from his past life. In front of the sofa in the living room stood 2 incredibly alluring women, the 2 Scarlet Succubi who had served Chen Ping at the Golden City auction house. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, where crises were abundant, nerves were always taut, and a moment of weakness could lead to madness. Only by balancing work and rest, and maintaining a sense of tension and relaxation, could one have enough energy to face the unknown dangers. Chen Ping continuously worked hard to become stronger, wanting to survive in this Scarlet Apocalypse, and to live like a human being. Xiao Hei, Master, who are we dealing with? Stop thinking about fighting and killing all the time. Xiao Bai is living next door, and I'm a bit worried. Go keep an eye on her, and if anything happens, come notify me immediately. But, Master is here. Xiao Hei is not at ease. Xiao Hei lazily lay in Chen Ping's underwear, sleeping soundly, but was disturbed from her sweet dreams by Chen Ping. Go on, in a couple of days when the Scarlet Secret Realm opens, I'll take you to hunt a level 3 Scarlet Beast. Yes, Master, I will definitely be loyal and dutiful. Xiao Hei instantly perked up. The presidential suite at the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion was much better than that of the Golden City. with a waterbed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people, making it very comfortable to lie on. After a fierce battle lasting 7 or 8 hours, Jinping lit a cigar. Although he had experienced it once, he was still amazed by the extraordinary nature of the scarlet succubi. If it weren't for the enhancement of his body, he would have probably surrendered in 3 seconds. I heard that after becoming a scarlet succubus, your lifespan is greatly reduced. How many years do you have left? Jinping casually asked. Originally, we had less than a year left. But, after serving the master, the pavilion master gave us sisters an intermediate life potion, and now we have more than 30 years of lifespan left. Xiao Chang, lying on Chen Ping's right side, answered softly. Our current treatment is also much better than that of other sisters. Xiao Yu added from the other side. What do you usually do here? Chen Ping asked with curiosity. The pavilion master said that the two of us only serve the master. When the master is not here, we usually work out during the day and read books at night. Xiao Qing replied. The treasure pavilion had recorded all the books that could still be found before the apocalypse into a storage device, containing over 100 million books and materials from various countries. This could be considered a product of human civilization, and if the Scarlet Apocalypse could end, it would also be one of the sparks to restart human civilization. After resting for a while, Jinping sent Xiao Chang and Xiao Yu away. He still had very important matters to attend to. First, he consumed all the life potions, bringing his total lifespan to 231 years and 345 days. This way, when the sacrifice was activated in the secret realm, he wouldn't have to worry too much about insufficient lifespan. Then, he took out the starry cauldron and threw in 4 herbs, including the red spirit grass. In addition, he needed the blood of a level 3 scarlet beast as a medicinal guide. Jinping directly took out a segment of a red-scaled corpse and placed it into the cauldron for refinement. The process of alchemy was not complicated, but it did take a bit of time. About 2 hours later, 2 red pills slowly rose from the starry cauldron. Blood pill, medium red after consumption, all attributes increase by 80 for 10 minutes. When the effect ends, enter a 5-minute weakened state, with stamina reduced to 0 and other attributes reduced by 20. Normally, these materials would be just enough to refine 1 blood pill, but with the enhancement of the starry cauldron and a bit of luck, Jinping managed to refine 2 at once. The increase from this blood pill was much higher than that of a high-level berserk potion, but it did have certain side effects. After putting away the blood pills, Jinping opened the scarlet bracelet and glanced at his attributes, his expression slightly changing. What's going on? Is the scarlet bracelet broken, or is there a problem with the data? In his room at the Treasure Pavilion headquarters, Jinping looked at his data information, his face darkening. He drew a scroll that increased all attributes by 5, and after completing the Scarlet Secret Realm, his all attributes increased by another 5, raising him to 9 stars with all attributes plus 3, successfully contracting with Su Chanshan for an additional all attributes plus 5. Calculating this way, his highest attribute for agility should reach 64. But now, the data panel only shows 60. In his previous life, during the silver stage, Jinping's highest attribute was only in the 40s, so he never encountered this situation. Could it be that the rank limits the attributes? Jinping frowned. Currently, among his basic attributes, only defense is at 55 points. Perhaps reaching the gold rank will allow the attributes to continue increasing. Jinping speculated. After the gold rank, new attributes would be added, and his strength would undergo a significant change. Jinping now had the strength to kill a level 3 Crimson Beast, but normally, a human at the silver rank could only defeat a level 2 Crimson Beast. To kill a level 3 Crimson Beast, one needed to reach the gold rank. With Jinping's current panel data, reaching around gold 5 or 6 stars would give him the strength to kill a level 4 Crimson Beast. The reason he couldn't defeat a level 4 Crimson Beast now, aside from having lower attributes, was more importantly due to level suppression. Jinping's human bloodline couldn't even squeeze into the 10,000 races ranking, and this key factor meant that he needed higher attribute bonuses and his level couldn't be lower than that of other Crimson Beasts to break through their defenses. Starting from the gold rank, each promotion required going into the Crimson Chamber, and after reaching the gold rank, there was a possibility of failure with each promotion, which could randomly reduce star levels and attribute points. After resting for a night, Jinping planned to return to the Ironwood camp with Su Chanshan and Xiao Bai, waiting for the opening of the Crimson Secret Realm. He also asked Xin Shaoqian if there were any beginner experience scrolls. There are a few on the spinning wheels, but they've all been drawn, and I didn't get any experience scrolls. However, there is a blue spinning wheel that has a star upgrade card, which hasn't been drawn yet, Xin Shaoqian pondered. How many points for that blue spinning wheel? 3,000 points, I think, Xin Shaoqian replied. Qin Ping didn't haggle. Even if he spent those 3,000 points, he still had nearly 210,000 auction points left. After obtaining the blue-quality spinning wheel, Qin Ping drove an armored vehicle towards the Ironwood camp. Su Qianxian sat in the passenger seat, looking at the desolate wilderness outside, suddenly asking, "Brother Dong, since we've made a contract, how should I address you from now on?" Address? Qin Ping, who was driving, was a bit taken aback. Should I continue calling you Brother Dong? Or should I call you Master? Or maybe adoptive father? Cough cough. Let's just stick with Brother Dong, Qin Ping said, feeling a bit speechless. It seemed calling him adoptive father was also acceptable, but it would indeed be a bit awkward if others heard it. At this moment, with two suns in the sky, the crimson wilderness looked as if it were burning in fierce flames. Su Qianxian squinted and glanced at the two suns above. Brother Dong, will it be very dangerous in the Crimson Secret Realm? Aren't you also from there, coming to this world? Yes, but when I came, there weren't any powerful crimson beasts. The worry on Su Qianxian's face didn't seem feigned. Qin Ping really couldn't understand this Su Qianxian, but at least with the contract as a restraint, he felt a bit more at ease. You're from the elf clan. Do you remember where you came from? I don't remember. Do you have any impression of the Dawn Forest? No. Have you heard of the name Alia? Never heard of it. Why do you call yourself Su Qianxian? The first human I met when I arrived in this world was named Su Qianxian. She died later, so I took her name. The two chatted idly in the vehicle. In such a scorching environment, even the armored vehicle from the treasure pavilion showed significant wear and tear. After a day and night of travel, the armored vehicle was nearly scrapped, but before it broke down, Qin Ping successfully returned to the Ironwood camp. Su Qianxian took Xiaobai back to the dormitory, while Qin Ping went alone to the Crimson Chamber. There was no risk of failure in advancing from silver to gold, so Qin Ping directly used the blue-quality spinning wheel in the Crimson Chamber and obtained a star upgrade card. Qin Ping rank, Gold Star level, 1 star talents, Advanced Potion Mastery, Red, Physical Enhancement, Green, Sacrifice, Blue, Potential Awakening, Red, Skills, Intermediate Vehicle Mastery, Green, Backstab, Blue, Strength, 65 Stamina, 65 Agility, 65 Defense, 60 Spirit, 20 Independent Attack, 20 Crimson Resistance, 20 Special Attributes. None special resistance, fire resistance 10 others, unknown bloodline awakening, 1% spatial items, space stone, green, asterisk 4 bound items, thunder armor, blue, joy of fire, blue, meteor ring, blue, M1911 pistol, blue, star cauldron, level 1 starfire, red, pulse pistol, blue, basic jump engine, blue, mechanical wings, red, blood pill, red, asterisk 2, crimson coins asterisk 32 contractors, Xiaohei, insectoid, Su Qianxian, elf, ability assessment, 225 remaining lifespan. 301 years 343 days. Qin Ping had just activated the blue crimson roulette, and after rising to the gold rank, he gained an additional 100 years of lifespan, now totaling over 300 years. After the rank up, all attributes increased by 5 points again, confirming Qin Ping's speculation. The four-dimensional attributes have a limit. The maximum for the silver rank is 60, but Qin Ping was unsure about the limit for the gold rank. However, after reaching the gold rank, there was no level suppression when killing level 3 Crimson Beasts, and against level 4 Crimson Beasts, he at least had some ability to protect himself. Starting from the gold rank, 3 attributes were added, which is the true strength of the gold rank. In the Crimson Secret Realm, many Crimson Beasts can perform mental attacks, and the higher the spirit value, the stronger the resistance to mental attacks, even allowing for counterattacks using mental abilities. Independent attack refers to the extra damage dealt to enemies after the base attribute bonuses. Humans who linger too long in the Crimson Secret Realm are easily eroded by the Crimson Chi, and Crimson Resistance is used to resist this Chi. Among all the Crimson Roulettes, there are no items that can increase these 3 attributes. They can only be increased after clearing the Crimson Secret Realm for the first time with an A rating or above. With everything ready, Qin Ping planned to rest for a few days, recuperate, and wait for the opening of the Crimson Secret Realm. Meanwhile, in the scorching wilderness, Xuena held a sniper rifle and launched an attack on a group of level 2 Crimson Beasts. Bang! A bullet pierced through more than 10 Crimson Beasts in succession. After several attacks, the Crimson Beasts finally reacted and charged towards Xuena. Agile, Xuena weaved through the crowd of Crimson Beasts, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Damn it! Why can't I kill them all? Li Shan gripped a machete with one hand, his body covered in the blood of Crimson Beasts. He had been fighting for a day and a night. Originally, the compressed biscuits and canned food he carried were enough for 5 days, but he lost them all on the way. He had no way out and could only fight desperately. Slash! With a fierce strike, he killed a wind wolf. Feeling a bit thirsty, so he leaned down and drank deeply from the wound of the wind wolf. After killing for several more hours, when he felt hungry, he began to gnaw on the wind wolf's corpse. In just 2 days, it was hard to tell whether Li Shan was human or a crimson beast. Compared to the wind wolf, Li Shan certainly resembled a crimson beast more. Oh whoa! After 2 or 3 days of fighting, the surrounding wind wolves fled desperately upon seeing Li Shan, driven by a fear that came from their very souls. In a dark valley, where towering trees blocked all light, one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Duan Zixuan's compound bow hit its mark every time, and the black bats hanging around didn't even have time to react. Initially, Duan Zixuan's movements startled the bats, causing him to sustain some injuries. But after a period of adaptation, he could now move silently through the dense forest. Even the arrows he shot made no sound as they flew through the air. Like a ghost in the darkness, appearing and disappearing without a trace, silent and stealthy. Indeed, I am still suited to be a quiet handsome man. After eliminating a large group of black bats, Duan Zixuan took off his eye mask, just about to show off, when thousands of giant bats suddenly appeared before him. Mom! Duan Zixuan's voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly put the eye mask back on, disregarding the sweat in his pants, and immediately launched a counterattack. 3 days later, in the 7 areas assigned to the 7-member team, not a single scarlet beast could be seen. They casually found a usable vehicle and headed towards the Ironwood camp. With only 2 days left until the arrival of the Scarlet Secret Realm, they needed to return to the camp within that time. Meanwhile, after ample rest, Chen Ping had adjusted to his best state. He walked skillfully to the back of Baiyu's villa, opened the half-closed bedroom window, and jumped inside in a flash. Deputy Captain Bai, sorry to disturb you. Chen Ping smiled as he walked into the living room. Baiyu was focused on the list of personnel movements within the camp, and Chen Ping's sudden remark startled her, causing her to shiver. No one is stopping you at the front door, so why? Why do you always come in through the window? Baiyu was somewhat speechless. I'm used to it, and going through the front door requires reporting and asking questions. It's too troublesome. Chen Ping shook his head and casually sat down on the sofa. How much more do I need for what I want? The day after returning to the Ironwood camp, Chen Ping found Baiyu and asked her to help him gather some materials. These items were quite common, so it didn't trouble the treasure pavilion. They're all ready, in warehouse No. 3 of Area D. You can go pick them up anytime. Baiyu put down her documents, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at Chen Ping. Thank you, Deputy Camp Leader Bai. Chen Ping casually said and stood up to leave. Aren't you going to sit a bit longer? Sitting a bit longer is fine. Chen Ping sat back down on the sofa. Baiyu was slightly taken aback. She was just being polite and didn't expect Chen Ping to actually stay. Had she known, she wouldn't have bothered with that polite remark. In 2 days, I will be leaving the Ironwood camp for a while. Chen Ping sat back down on the sofa and said lightly, You're leaving? Then if the Lin family sends someone over, do I have to return to the Lin family? Baiyu asked anxiously. The Lin family won't send anyone, they should be too busy taking care of themselves, Chen Ping said confidently. Baiyu frowned slightly, not understanding his meaning, but she didn't press further. Chen Ping tapped lightly on the scarlet bracelet, projecting a map into the air. The location marked in red is about 50 kilometers from the Ironwood camp. A red mine should appear the day after tomorrow. You should prepare in advance, organize personnel to go collect. By the way, there may be 1 or 2 level 3 scarlet beasts nearby, as well as a considerable number of level 2 scarlet beasts, so send more combat personnel. Chen Ping added, What do we need to prepare? Can those incapable lower-level people even dig? Baiyu asked. They can, just with ordinary pickaxes, but they break easily. After digging 1 or 2 pieces of ore, the pickaxe will be useless. Currently, we can't obtain special pickaxes, so we can only stock up on ordinary pickaxes in advance. Also, this kind of ore is quite harmful to people and can be taxing, so you should be prepared, and it's best to bring in some ordinary people as well. Baiyu nodded, seriously noting Chen Ping's instructions. As for the use of the ore, Baiyu did not inquire further. After the ore is collected, just find a safe place to store it. After finishing, Chen Ping stood up and walked towards the bedroom. This time, Baiyu did not say anything more. A few minutes later, Baiyu found camp leader Zhao Chang, instructing him to start gathering and crafting pickaxes, and to send out the scavenging team to search for survivors in the wilderness. Additionally, Baiyu personally led a team to several distant level 1 camps, intending to absorb them into the Ironwood camp. After the beast tide, most of the surrounding camps were destroyed. However, the human race, like locusts, possesses an extremely tenacious vitality, always able to establish new camps on the ruins. Of course, the strength of these camps is not strong. Baiyu led her team on a tour, primarily using intimidation. If anyone disagreed, she would directly kill the camp leader until everyone agreed to join the Taimu camp. Those forced to join the camp naturally did not wish to pledge loyalty, but Baiyu did not care. After all, Chen Ping had said that mining that mountain was very labor-intensive, and these people were ultimately consumables. In less than 2 days, the population of the Taimu camp rapidly swelled to 7 or 8,000 people. Camp leader Zhao Chang even began to worry, if someone rebelled, it would be difficult to suppress. Yet Baiyu still did not stop absorbing other camps. Meanwhile, it had been a full 10 days since the apocalyptic phenomenon, and all members of the Ma Zi team gradually returned to the camp. Damn, is this still the Taimu camp? Why are there so many people? I hope no one has taken my dorm room. My treasures are still in there. Duan Zishuan entered the camp and was immediately startled by the sea of people. Dressed in tattered clothes, like a beggar fleeing disaster, Duan Zishuan was just about to return to his dorm when a familiar figure made him run over immediately. Shanga, I thought you were dead. You have no idea how I've been these past few days. I'm about to go crazy. Get lost. Don't talk to me. I have no special preferences, and I only like women. Yi Shengge shivered and quickly distanced herself from Duan Zishuan. What I meant was, no one has talked for days, I'm going crazy. Duan Zishuan hurriedly explained. Deputy Captain Xuan Na is back too. True to her name as the Blood Rose, she always looks cold and noble, no matter when. As the two were talking, an old motorcycle stopped in front of the camp. Dressed in a black standard combat uniform and carrying a sniper rifle over a meter long, Xuana leaned against the motorcycle with her long legs. Where are the others? Xuana asked coldly. We just got back, haven't seen them yet. As soon as Duan Zishuan finished speaking, Li Shan, covered in blood and with scabs all over his chest, and Ma Zi arrived almost simultaneously. Finally, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian also returned to the camp one after another. Captain, Duan Zishuan and the others gathered in front of Ma Zi. You guys go to my room first, I'll go find Dong Zi, Ma Zi said, squeezing through the crowd towards Chen Ping's dorm. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chen Ping was in his room concocting potions. He had used the materials collected by Baiyu, along with minotaurs, earth-walking fire scorpions, crimson fire fierce wolves, and blood spiders, level 3, to refine high-level strength potions, rage potions, agility potions, and endurance potions. As for the high-level recovery potion, its effect was relatively smaller, and the materials for the other 2 high-level potions needed to be collected in the Crimson Secret Realm. Creak! The door was gently opened, and Ma Zi, reeking of blood, leaned in. All the team members are back, in my room, Ma Zi said cautiously. Okay, I'll go over now. Chen Ping nodded, storing the finished potions in the spatial stone, and left with Ma Zi. In Ma Zi's room, the smell of blood was even stronger, and among the 7 who had gone out to hunt monsters, except for Xuan, the others were almost unrecognizable to Chen Ping. What star levels are you all now? Chen Ping asked. Silver 5 stars. Xuan was the first to respond, and the others answered in turn. Most were between silver 1 star and 3 stars, and each had drawn a few green spinning wheels. Some gained nothing, while others exchanged for new equipment, slightly improving their self-defense capabilities. With their abilities, they could already clear B-level difficulty, even A-level difficulty, but only 2 or 3 people could make it out. First, let's have a good meal. Chen Ping took out some meat and canned food from the spatial stone. Then clean the wounds and return to your rooms to rest. Around 9 in the evening, we will gather here again to prepare to enter the Crimson Secret Realm. A few people, already starving and with eyes gleaming green, dove straight into the food. Brother Dawn, are there level 3 crimson beasts in the Crimson Secret Realm? Duan Zishuan asked with his mouth full, his words muffled. Not only level 3 crimson beasts, but also level 4 ones. Chen Ping replied flatly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shengge kicked Duan Zishuan hard. Why are you so annoying? If you hadn't asked that, I could have eaten in peace. Although they had teamed up to kill level 3 crimson beasts, deep down, they still harbored a deep-rooted fear of them. Now, facing level 4 crimson beasts, they couldn't even imagine how powerful they would be. Initially, hunting thousands of level 2 crimson beasts had given them a surge of confidence, but now, they felt like deflated balloons, and the meat in their mouths tasted like wax. However, at the initial stage of the Crimson Secret Realm's arrival, the chance of encountering level 4 crimson beasts is not very high, Chen Ping added. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Duan Zishuan nodded, then I can relax. Just as he was about to grab another piece of beef, Chen Ping added, but the difficulty of the Crimson Secret Realm we are entering this time is quite high, and the probability of encountering level 4 crimson beasts is also pretty significant. Cough cough. Duan Zishuan choked on his food, his mood plummeting like a roller coaster. Brother Dong, is there any twist? Yi Xing'a asked softly. If this Crimson Secret Realm is a solo instance, then you wouldn't need to enter. I hope it's solo. Duan Zishuan gestured with one hand in front of him. Stop being so mysterious. If we really encounter a level 4 Crimson Beast, even Jesus won't help. Yi Shengde shot Duan Zishuan a glance. It's fine, I'll pray a bit more. Who knows, maybe someone will be free to save me. Duan Zishuan shook his head. Trusting them is worse than trusting Brother Dong. Jiang Xian, who had mostly been silent since returning, finally spoke up. At this moment, Qin Ping had already left to return to his room. He had rested fairly well these past few days, but as he prepared to enter the Crimson Secret Realm again, he still felt a bit anxious. I wonder if this is a continuation of the Crimson Temple trial or a new Crimson Secret Realm. Master, if I can get 4 or 5 level 3 Crimson Beasts, or 1 level 4 Crimson Beast, I can level up to level 4. Little Black was growing rapidly, which was an advantage of the alien insect race. They were among the fastest advancing species, able to rise from level 1 Crimson Worms to level 3 in about 6 months. However, reaching level 3 was the limit. Will there be a trial of Crimson Thunder when you level up from 3 to 4? Chen Ping asked. The vast majority of Crimson Beasts face Crimson Thunder during their breakthrough when they level up above 3, just like humans need to undergo trials in the Crimson Chamber when they advance. For low bloodline Crimson Beasts, each promotion is a life and death struggle. For high bloodline Crimson Beasts, leveling up is as simple as drinking water. I don't know either. It seems there are no precedents of alien insects leveling up to 4. Little Black also felt uneasy. Crimson worms are social animals, relying on their massive numbers for absolute dominance. Individual alien insects are relatively strong, but very limited, so they can hardly withstand the attacks of Crimson Thunder. Most Crimson worms do not face trials when they level up. However, Little Black is an extremely special existence. This time entering the Crimson Secret Realm, Qin Ping needed to prepare in advance. If Little Black faced a trial during its promotion, he would have to step in to assist. Master, if I encounter Crimson Thunder during my promotion and unfortunately fall, unable to protect you anymore, you must live well, take care of yourself, and find a new insect. It's just, Little Black said with deep sadness. Just what? Just, I can't bear to leave you, Master. Little Black's voice was hoarse. You guy, who did you learn this from? You even know how to feign retreat? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Am I not acting sincere enough? No, wait. I'm not acting, Master, listen to my defense. I'm going to sleep. I have to enter the Crimson Secret Realm tonight. Chen Ping, too lazy to respond to Xiao He, directly lay down on the bed. Where exactly is the flaw? Xiao He was puzzled, and after flying around the room, landed in Chen Ping's arms. Forget it. I'll just take a nap. The weather is nice and sunny. Duan Zishuan looked at the 3 moons in the sky, trying hard to distract himself from thinking about the Crimson Secret Realm and the level 4 Crimson Beasts. However, sometimes the more he tried, the more his mind was filled with thoughts of the level 4 Crimson Beasts. He had just overcome the fear of the level 3 Crimson Beasts, and now he might have to face the level 4 ones. Duan Zishuan was really feeling the pressure. If it were over in an instant, it wouldn't matter, but knowing that the level 4 Crimson Beast is coming, yet it hasn't actually arrived, this feeling is too torturous. Duan Zishuan wiped his tears. You're already at the silver rank, a strong player in your own right, can you stop crying like a girl? Li Shan said irritably, but as soon as he finished speaking, he inexplicably shivered. For cold gazes shot over, belonging to Xuan and Su Chanshan. Ahem, I didn't mean it that way, you aren't girls. No, you are girls. Li Shan was completely flustered. He had faced thousands of Crimson Beasts before, but never felt this panicked. We're almost there, everyone get ready, Chen Ping said flatly. The atmosphere in the vehicle instantly became tense. After 3 minutes, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop. So fast? We arrived in a second? Duan Zishuan felt like he was about to step onto the guillotine. When a person dies, they face the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. Let's just do it. Yi Xingge steeled himself and fell to the back of the line. A group of 10 entered the Blood Spider Cave. Why is it so windy and eerie here? There aren't any ghosts, right? Duan Zishuan trembled. If you're not afraid of the Crimson Beasts, why be afraid of ghosts? Yi Xingge cautiously moved forward with a torch. Is it the same? One is a physical attack, and the other is a mental attack, Duan Zishuan emphasized. In no time, they reached the bottom of the cave. Qin Ping lifted the stone slab, feeling light as he leaped into the secret chamber below. The pentagram array glowed red, exuding a strong bloody aura. Chen Ping stepped forward with the crimson ring in front of the array and scanned it, revealing a string of information. Secret Realm No. 3241, difficulty, a completion time limit, 24 hours, number of participants per entry, 10 completed runs, 0 fastest completion team, none fastest completion time, none remaining completion rewards, infinite secret realm status, stable. Is there a team that has completed it? No. Is it enterable? Yes. Completion tasks. 1. Complete the challenge within 1 hour. 2. Successfully kill more than 10 level 3 crimson beasts. 3. Team casualties less than 5. Completion rewards. Beginner experience scroll *5. Blue crimson roulette *10. Crimson coins *5. Items dropped in the secret realm. The rewards were quite generous, and it was confirmed that there were no level 4 crimson beasts, as the tasks usually involved killing a certain number of the highest level crimson beasts in the secret realm. This ensured a level of safety. Chen Ping stood in the center of the array. No level 4 crimson beasts, come over. We're preparing to enter the crimson secret realm. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and gathered around him. In an instant, blinding red light flickered continuously. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness. Notice, someone in the team is undertaking a special task. The secret realm is changing. Secret realm code has been reset. Secret realm code, special 0001. Secret realm difficulty has been reset. Secret realm difficulty increased to S. Secret realm tasks have been reset. Resolve the misunderstanding between the human race and the goblin race. 2. Persuade the Goblin King to stop the attack on the human race. 3. Eliminate the traitors among the goblins. What is going on? Everyone was completely bewildered by what had just happened. By the time they felt their feet touch the ground, they found themselves in a dense forest. Ugh! Duan Zixuan and Yi Xingde crouched on the ground, retching. Dong Good, did you hear that prompt just now? What does the S difficulty of the secret realm mean? Yi Xingde struggled to stand up and looked at Chen Ping. It means it's S level. Chen Ping replied casually, scanning the surroundings. He then took out a sheepskin map from the spatial stone. That should be the Thunder Ruins ahead. Chen Ping confirmed, as the secret realm had changed due to his Crimson Temple trial, and they should continue according to the previous mission. He immediately released Xiao He to scout ahead. This direction. Chen Ping put away the map and led the way. Fallen cylindrical stone sculptures were everywhere. In the air, dark thunderclouds gathered, and arcs of electricity as thick as arms flickered continuously. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down, instantly felling several towering trees in the distance, which then caught fire. I hope we don't get struck by lightning before even seeing the Crimson Beast, Duan Zixuan shivered. Shut your crow's mouth. Yi Shenge kicked Duan Zixuan. There's a level 3 Crimson Beast ahead. Chen Ping, walking in front, reminded them. As soon as he finished speaking, the team members immediately entered a state of readiness. Su Qianqian raised her black tower shield in front, while the others drew their weapons. This Crimson Secret Realm shouldn't be too large. If we deal with the ordinary level 3 Crimson Beast in front and one Lord level beast, we should be able to finish. In the distance, a dozen small level 3 goblins, armed with curved knives, bows, and spears, patrolled back and forth. Besides the level 3 goblins, there were also hundreds of level 2 goblins weaving through the dense forest. I'll take care of the level 3 Crimson Beast. You all handle the level 2 ones. Chen Ping said calmly. Dong Good, didn't you just say something about resolving misunderstandings and persuading them? If we just charge in like this, won't it? Su Qianqian reminded him. They don't understand reason, they only understand force. This is the simplest way to persuade. Chen Ping replied flatly. Clearing the Crimson Secret Realm, besides completing the mission, time was also an important measure of completion. Ma Zi opened his wristband and projected the nearby terrain map into the void ahead. Dong Zi will attack from the front to draw the fire of the level 3 Crimson Beast. Qianqian, Shan Zi, follow me to flank the level 2 Crimson Beasts from the left, while Xuena leads Duan Zi and Xingge to flank from the right. We will rush into their central area as quickly as possible, and you all will provide long-range fire support. Ma Zi glanced at Xuena. Understood. Xuena nodded. Captain, what about us? Jiang Cheng asked. You and Jiang Xian are responsible for protecting Xiaobai. Ma Zi replied. The last time they entered the Crimson Secret Realm, Chen Ping had used mechanical wings, burning his lifespan, which was somewhat of a shortcut, but this time he faced significant restrictions. The thunderclouds in the sky were very low, and if Chen Ping used the mechanical wings to fly, he would be easily struck by lightning. Even though the thunder armor he wore had electric resistance, he didn't dare to take such risks. Moreover, with their numerical advantage, there was no need for such reckless risks. As long as the tactical arrangements were reasonable, they could also achieve a quick and injury-free kill of the goblins in front of them. We will launch our attack in 2 minutes, Chen Ping added. 2 minutes? It might be hard to reach the designated area. Yi Xingge murmured. Chen Ping took out 7 bottles of high-level agility potions. This is enough. Hi. High-level agility potions? Is it too wasteful to use this on us? Yi Xinga felt that she was not worthy of such high-level potions. Don't waste time, let's finish this quickly. After administering the potion, Qin Ping used an additional strength potion after a few people quickly left. After all, he was dealing with a level 3 goblin. In the blink of an eye, the other two groups arrived at the designated area. Qin Ping waved the fire joyfully, his figure flashing as he charged forward. Dealing with a level 3 ordinary goblin was relatively easy, but the elite and mutated goblins were quite tricky. Master, your loyal Little Black has arrived on the battlefield. Little Black, who had returned from scouting, dashed straight into the group of level 2 goblins. Have you found the Goblin King? Qin Ping thought. I found it, but I think we should avoid a massacre. It's better to maintain peace. Little Black advised. What do you mean? The Goblin King is level 4, and around it, there are thousands of level 2 goblins and 1 or 200 level 3 goblins. The sight made my 6 legs go weak. If we kill these level 3 goblins, can you level up to 4? Qin Ping asked. I should. Maybe. I could almost level up. What do you want to do, Master? It's all level 4. Are you still afraid of it? Mainly, it looks too ugly. I have a mental cleanliness obsession. I remember you enjoyed eating the level 3 goblins before, didn't you? Alright, I see now. Master is determined to sacrifice me. Little Black said helplessly, finally flying to Qin Ping's side to assist him in killing the level 3 goblins. If Qin Ping hadn't reached the golden rank, dealing with so many level 3 goblins would have required at least one sacrifice. However, in just about 5 minutes, he had already killed all the level 3 goblins. 9 blue spinning wheels? So poor, it's too lemony. Qin Ping frowned, casually picking up 4 crimson coins. Meanwhile, as he finished, Ma Zi and the others successfully cleared the level 2 goblins. After the training of the past 2 days, they had not only increased their strength but, more importantly, their confidence in dealing with the crimson beasts. These are the crimson spinning wheels that just dropped. Ma Zi collected all the crimson spinning wheels and handed them to Qin Ping. There are still thousands of level 2 crimson beasts ahead. Let's use the same method as before. I'll handle the boss and the level 3 crimson beasts. You all clear the surrounding small monsters. Here are strength and rage potions. Take them at the right time. My only requirement is to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Qin Ping distributed some potions to the others. If he were to deal with those level 2 goblins himself, it would be no problem, but it would definitely waste a lot of time, especially since there were just too many this time. Due to their slower speed, Ma Zi and Xuena led their people ahead to the designated area. This place is relatively safe. Xiaobai, you don't need to protect them for now. There are some red fruits on the trees ahead. Try to collect as many as you can, Qin Ping said to the Jiang brothers. Little Black had seen this while scouting. It was one of the materials for high-level attribute potions, which only had a chance to appear in the forest area of the Crimson Secret Realm. Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian immediately split up to go pick the fruits. Woo-woo. Xiaobai looked a bit anxious. We'll be leaving here soon, Qin Ping comforted, then turned and rushed toward the goblins in the distance. Little Black, how much experience do you need to level up? Just a little. Little Black quickly replied. Qin Ping was somewhat speechless, facing over 100 level 3 crimson beasts. Even he, at the golden rank, felt a headache, especially since there was a huge white goblin king behind them. Originally, Qin Ping planned to let Little Black level up to 4 first, and if there was no crimson thunder, they would work together to rush to the Goblin King and capture the king first. But now it seemed they still needed to deal with the surrounding level 3 goblins first to let Little Black level up to 4. This time, Little Black did not lie. As Qin Ping killed a level 3 goblin with a single stroke, a flash of radiant light descended upon Little Black. In midair, the long-accumulated thunderclouds suddenly became active. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, causing the ground to tremble. Not good. Qin Ping's expression changed slightly. Crimson Thundercloud. The same 4 words appeared in the hearts of both Little Black and Qin Ping. Master, what should we do? I don't want to die yet. I'm still young, and I have so much life left to squander. Seeing the crimson thunder about to fall from the sky, Little Black trembled uncontrollably, already in a state of panic. Not only Little Black, but even the nearby level 2 and 3 goblins stopped their attacks, all looking up at the crimson thunder in the sky. Ma Zi and Xuena only felt a flicker of unease in their hearts, but their attacks did not cease for a moment. Taking advantage of the goblins' daze, they unleashed their full firepower, bullets and arrows raining down more densely. Li Shan charged into the goblins with his large machete, fighting recklessly. Su Qianqian wanted to rush forward to help Li Shan fend off the attacks but couldn't catch up, so she used her shield as a weapon. Bang bang, striking the heads of the goblins. Fortunately, these goblins were quite short, so Su Qianqian found it easy to kill them. As they fought fiercely, a thick silver lightning bolt, like a giant python, fell rapidly from the sky. Little Black. Chin Ping did not hesitate, reaching out with one hand to grab the immobile Little Black and directly stuffed him into his embrace. I hope this thunder armor can withstand it. Chin Ping activated Sacrifice, instantly tripling all his attributes. With his other hand, he grasped the mechanical wings but did not use them. This Crimson Thunder was not just a single strike, the later ones would be even more powerful. Boom! For about 2 seconds, the Crimson Thunder struck Chin Ping entirely. It's over. Barbecue. Duan Zixuan, standing in a tree, quickly took off his eye mask and looked towards Chin Ping. Dong Gu. It's charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Yi Shenga also looked over. Chin Ping's outer clothing was already blackened. It's smoking. Is there still hope? Zhang Xian, who was picking red fruits, began to panic as well. They clearly heard that the difficulty of the Crimson Secret Realm had risen to S level. Although they had no concept of this difficulty, just looking at the group of level 3 Crimson Beasts and the enormous white Crimson Beast in the distance made it clear that without Chin Ping's leadership they would never survive to walk out of here. Puff! Chin Ping choked. Master, are you okay? Not a big problem. Chin Ping looked up at the thunderclouds above. The Crimson Thunder struck approximately every half minute, and the number of strikes varied with the level of advancement. As the number increased, the power would also double. Little Black, I have a bold idea. You don't mean for me to crawl inside that white-skinned goblin, do you? We really are on the same wavelength. But, the mission says to persuade the Goblin King. As long as it doesn't make a sound, it's equivalent to my persuasion being successful. So this is how the master understands persuasion? Do you think there's a problem? No problem. It's very logical. Master, you need to help me create a wound. And, the next Crimson Thunder is about to fall. Little Black agreed to Chin Ping's suggestion. Chin Ping did not respond. With a thought, the mechanical wings appeared on his back. The powerful thrust propelled Chin Ping rapidly into the air. Since the thunderclouds above were very low, Chin Ping tried to lower his flying height as much as possible. Roar! Cunning human! The Goblin King roared angrily as it saw Chin Ping approaching rapidly. I'm not here to fight, I want to resolve a misunderstanding. Chin Ping still tried to mediate. Shut up! 5 years ago, you set fire to the Dawn Forest. 5 years have passed, and the Dawn Forest has begun to recover, yet you dare to come back. My goblin tribe swears to kill all humans. The Goblin King's eyes were already filled with bloodshot fury. 5 years ago, the game Crimson Apocalypse had just arrived, and the location of Dawn Forest was equivalent to a beginner's village. The game offered a high degree of freedom, and some players, in their eagerness to quickly level up by farming monsters, resorted to trickery and set the forest ablaze. That fire raged for nearly half a year, turning the beginner's village into a near-forbidden zone for players. To this day, no one knows who started the fire, and many believe it was not the work of players. I've tried my best to persuade it, but it wouldn't listen. Chin Ping shook his head and shouted loudly, "Fire!" Yi Shenga was already prepared and immediately shot out a ghostly blue flame, landing on Chin Ping's fireblade. Ma Zi and the others could feel the powerful aura of the Goblin King. If they went to support Chin Ping, they might become a burden. All they could do was try to fend off the surrounding level 2 Crimson Beasts, preventing these small minions from interrupting Chin Ping's output. Cici, there are level 2 Crimson Beasts over here. I can hold them off. You go to Donggu. Li Shan shouted. Okay, be careful. Su Cici did not hesitate at all and immediately withdrew. The level 2 goblins, seeing their leader under attack, rushed back. Ma Zi and the others worked in perfect harmony, creating a vacuum zone a few hundred meters away from the Goblin King. Those level 3 goblins were all kept at the outermost edge, unable to assist. Moreover, they were not anxious at all. After all, the Goblin King had reached level 4, and its strength was unquestionable. A group of weak humans was like ants to the Goblin King, who could easily handle them. In midair, the second Crimson Thunder was gradually taking shape, ready to strike at any moment. Ding! The fire blade struck the Goblin King's bloated abdomen, causing no damage whatsoever. Weak humans, die! The Goblin King raised its curved blade high and brought it down fiercely. Go! Su Cici was too far away to reach Chin Ping in time, so she threw her black tower shield. Ding! The Goblin King's curved blade hit the tower shield, producing a deafening sound. Master, the Crimson Thunder is coming. Seeing this, Chin Ping no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a blood pill while activating Sacrifice. Due to the suppression of bloodline and level, even though Chin Ping's attributes had surpassed those of a level 4 Crimson Beast, he still couldn't inflict fatal damage on the Goblin King. However, inflicting some minor injuries was not a problem. Taking advantage of the Goblin King's raised arm, Chin Ping struck at a tricky angle with the fireblade, cutting into the Goblin King's armpit. Little Black, Master, it has body odor. Although Little Black was extremely reluctant, it did not hesitate and crawled into the wound under the Goblin King's armpit. Boom! The moment Little Black entered the wound, a massive crimson thunder struck down, directly hitting the Goblin King. What is that? The Goblin King, having evolved from a level 3 goblin, had naturally experienced the baptism of Crimson Thunder. The strength of the second Crimson Thunder was not enough to pose a significant threat to it. What made it uneasy was that a black bug had burrowed into its wound. Alien insect tribe. It's actually a blood-sucking alien bug. The Goblin King's eyes widened in anger. After all, as the ruler of the Thunder Ruins, it had some understanding of blood-sucking alien bugs. You dare to suck my flesh and blood? Aren't you afraid of bursting? The Goblin King clearly felt the life force draining away, and its initial anger gradually turned into terror. How is this possible? Get out here! The Goblin King went into a frenzy, dropping its curved blade and using one hand to tear open its not-so-large wound, seemingly trying to pull Little Black out. The stench of fresh blood splattered across the ground, and Chen Ping, not wanting to linger in battle, immediately used his mechanical wings to disengage and flew towards the outskirts, returning to the location of the level 3 goblins. The effect of the blood pill lasts for 10 minutes, and he must eliminate all the level 3 goblins within that time. Otherwise, once he enters a state of weakness after 5 minutes, these level 3 goblins could very well threaten his life. Boom! The third scarlet lightning struck down, and this time the Goblin King became charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The others were still fully focused on killing the level 2 goblins, their speed frighteningly fast, as thousands of level 2 goblins were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In just 7 minutes, Chen Ping had dealt with all the level 3 goblins. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated, bringing Xiao Bai along halfway. In 3 minutes, the Goblin King was nowhere to be seen, and Chen Ping entered a state of weakness. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Woo woo! Xiao Bai looked at Chen Ping, her face full of worry. Xiao Bai, can you help me recover my strength? Woo woo! Xiao Bai immediately nodded. Her fluffy hands pressed against Chen Ping's chest. Waves of warmth flowed from his chest to his limbs. Ha! In 3 seconds, all discomfort in Chen Ping's body was completely gone. Wait for me here. Chen Ping smiled slightly, patted Xiao Bai's head, and tossed her a can of fish. Woo woo! Xiao Bai was very happy and squatted down to eat. Chen Ping took a high-level agility potion and returned to the battlefield ahead. Damn, how far have I run? Chen Ping originally thought he could walk back quickly, but after nearly 10 minutes of walking, he finally caught a glimpse of the Goblin King's massive figure. Concerned for his life, Chen Ping had run 4,000 to 5,000 meters at full speed for safety. Dong good, you ran too fast, and then you just disappeared. Duan Zixuan was still a bit shaken upon seeing Chen Ping. At this moment, Ma Zi and a few others from the team also retreated. What's going on? That boss is really tough. It was struck by lightning 4 or 5 times and is still bouncing around. Yi Xinga replied. It should be in its last throes. It won't last long in this state. Ma Zi said solemnly. Yeah, it's gone mad, even killing its own minions by the hundreds. The ground is full of pits it smashed. That area has turned into a sea of blood. Jiang Xian felt a lingering fear. They had been killing level 2 goblins, but after 2 lightning strikes, the Goblin King had completely gone berserk, leaving Ma Zi no choice but to retreat with a few people. Where's Su Qianqian? Chen Ping frowned. Right. Where is Su Qianqian? Duan Zixuan glanced around but did not see her. Oh no, she fell behind. It can't be. Ma Zi's expression turned serious. Xiao Bai is behind. You guys go check on her. I'll go see for myself. Do you need help? Xuan Na asked. You won't be of much help if you go. Just wait for my news. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he dashed towards the Goblin King. If he hadn't signed a contract with Su Qianqian, he wouldn't have gone at this time. But now, Su Qianqian was almost as important to Chen Ping as Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and he naturally couldn't just stand by. At the very least, he would try to rescue Su Qianqian while ensuring his own safety. In the center of the thunderous ruins, a large tree surrounded by a dozen people had fallen. Deep pits several meters wide were filled with bright red blood and broken goblin bodies. In the distance, the Goblin King was already gasping for breath, completely losing its former imposing presence. Chen Ping held the fire knife, cautiously approaching the Goblin King. Dong Gu. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Qianqian, where are you? Chen Ping looked around cautiously. I'm here. As the voice fell, Su Qianqian stood up among the fallen giant trees, but even standing, her body was completely obscured by the leaves. Seeing Su Qianqian emerge from the branches, Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Are you hurt? No. Su Qianqian shook her head. Master, the Crimson Thunder has ended, and I've leveled up to level 4. Little Black was very excited. It might be the first of the alien insect race to reach level 4. The bloodthirsty insect was a mutated form of the alien insect, an extremely rare existence that grew by devouring the blood of crimson beasts, but if it consumed too much or devoured a crimson beast of a higher level, it would immediately explode. Its lifespan was also very short, only 1 or 2 years. Various conditions limited the bloodthirsty insect, making it impossible to truly grow. When Chen Ping chose the alien insect, he had hoped to make Little Black a queen insect and create a swarm to compensate for the lack of quality with quantity. Unexpectedly, Little Black underwent a mutation. Fortunately, by a stroke of luck, Little Black broke through its shackles and advanced to level 4. From now on, entering the S-level Crimson Secret Realm won't be so difficult. Chen Ping smiled. That's right. From now on, I can slaughter freely in the Crimson Secret Realm. Little Black was also full of confidence. Is the Goblin King still alive? Chen Ping looked into the distance. It still has one last breath. The energy within the level 4 Crimson Beast is too strong. I can't consume anymore, or I might explode. I just leveled up to 4, and my state isn't very stable. Little Black flew onto Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping nodded and said to Su Qianxian beside him, "You stay here and keep watch. I'll go take a look. Be careful, Donggu." Su Qianxian reminded him. Chen Ping drew his fire knife and re-equipped his mechanical wings. Although flying was still on cooldown, mechanical control had not yet been used. Despicable human race, all the beast races of the Dawn Forest will not let you go. One day, we will. With such heavy injuries, don't bother with the lines. Let me give you a quick end. Put. Chen Ping struck with all his might, stabbing diagonally into the heart from the Goblin King's armpit wound. Great Crimson. The Goblin King struggled for a moment, then widened its eyes, completely losing its breath. I'm not here to set fire, I'm here to clear up misunderstandings, Chen Ping said. He then picked up all the items that exploded from under the Goblin King. All tasks completed. All the nearby goblins were killed, including any goblin traitors. As for clearing up misunderstandings, the Goblin King had already gone to reincarnate, so of course, there were no misunderstandings left. In 10 minutes, everyone will be teleported out of Secret Realm 0001. Due to a special task, Secret Realm 0001 will completely disappear, and the clearance records will also be erased. 4 to 5 minutes later, Ma Zi and the others returned with Little White. They also received the prompt and knew the dungeon task was over. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to leave. Chen Ping only collected the level 3 goblin spinning wheel. Most level 2 goblins were white, with a few green ones occasionally appearing under their corpses. Chen Ping was too lazy to search through them one by one. For Ma Zi and the others, the green spinning wheel was still a very valuable item, and they couldn't bear to leave them behind in the secret realm. So, they searched with all their might. Until the countdown prompt of the secret realm rang, everyone finally stepped into the red teleportation array. A strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit them. This time they were mentally prepared, but the body's reflexes were still hard to suppress. Finally back. Yeah, we made it back alive. Duan Zishuan and the others were filled with emotion. In the secret realm, they were tense and didn't feel much fear when they saw the level 4 Crimson Beast, but now, their legs were weak, and they had no strength to move. Bang! Suddenly, the teleportation array in front of them emitted a blinding red light, and then the pentagram on the ground disappeared. Let's go! Chen Ping had no nostalgia. Donggu, are we going back to the camp? Duan Zishuan asked, trembling as he leaned against the wall. There's still one more secret realm, Chen Ping said, then walked away directly. Ow. Duan Zishuan clutched his chest. My little heart almost jumped out. Don't waste time, if you can't keep up, just stay here, Ma Zi said, quickly catching up with Chen Ping and handing over all the collected spinning wheels to him. Don't! I'm scared. Duan Zishuan hurriedly stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. The first night of the Crimson Secret Realm had descended, and the entire wilderness seemed particularly quiet. Along the way, they encountered no obstacles. Damn, I was so nervous just now that I didn't notice. I actually leveled up 2 stars. In the armored vehicle, Duan Zishuan stood up excitedly. The vehicle swayed slightly, and he lost his balance, falling directly to the ground and rolling under the seat. Except for Chen Ping, everyone else had at least leveled up 1 star, while Chen Ping remained at golden 1 star, but he was very close to 2 stars. He took off the white and green spinning wheels he had obtained in the Crimson Secret Realm, which had some decent green equipment and talents. Chen Ping had high requirements for talents and skills now. These items were not appealing to him, and he didn't need auction points, so he casually tossed them to Ma Zi. Distribute them to everyone. This is too precious. Ma Zi hesitated a bit. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping waved his hand. In the end, Ma Zi still accepted the spinning wheels. Chen Ping returned with a full load. The combined value of these white and green spinning wheels was not even as much as the reward for 1 blue spinning wheel, and carrying them took up space in his storage. In the future, the production of such low-level spinning wheels would increase, making them less valuable. Approaching dawn, the team arrived at the food processing plant, and the nearby crimson beasts had long been cleared out. Under Chen Ping's lead, they reached the second teleportation array. Chen Ping scanned it with the crimson bracelet, frowning slightly. This is a single-player secret realm. Single-player secret realm? We can't enter? Ma Zi asked. Yeah. Chen Ping nodded. He pondered for a moment. According to the information, the time to clear this secret realm shouldn't be too short. That meant he would almost certainly not be able to clear the other secret realms first. However, those below B-level difficulty were a complete waste of time for him now. Ma Zi, activate the crimson bracelet. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Ma Zi wasted no time. Here are the coordinates for 2 C-level and 1 B-level crimson secret realms, and I've also sent you the clearing strategies. Take everyone and get the first clear for these 3 secret realms as quickly as possible. Also, take good care of Xiaobai, if anything happens to her. Chen Ping's voice trailed off. If Xiaobai loses even a single hair, we'll pay with our lives. Ma Zi patted his chest in assurance. Woo-woo. Xiaobai scratched her head and dropped 2 white hairs. Ahem. Xiaobai, you don't have to cooperate with the captain like that, do you? Duan Zishuan said awkwardly. Alright, with your current strength, the B-level and below crimson secret realms shouldn't pose too much of a problem. If you finish early, just return to the timber camp and wait for me. A few days ago, Chen Ping wouldn't have trusted them with Xiaobai, but now that he had completed the contract with Su Chanshan, having her in the team provided relative safety for Xiaobai. Understood. Ma Zi nodded. The 3 secret realms were far apart, and Ma Zi didn't dare to delay for a moment, leading the group away immediately. The rewards from the Crimson Secret Realm were directly related to the difficulty. For A-level difficulty, if the realm was cleared without completing the tasks, the rewards would be reduced by more than half. Even so, the rewards were still more than 5 times that of completing all tasks in a B-level secret realm. Moreover, relatively speaking, the B-level and below Crimson Secret Realms required more time, as the tasks involved killing some special crimson beasts, which were quite tedious. The benefits should not flow to outsiders. Ma Zi and the others would clear the realms and take Xiaobai along, which would also help level her up. Before leaving, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian handed the red fruit to Chen Ping. After everyone left, Chen Ping did not rush into the secret realm but first took out his previous gains. In particular, the red scarlet roulette dropped by the level 4 Goblin King made Chen Ping unable to contain his excitement. In the Scarlet Secret Realm, the greatest taboo is to draw from the scarlet roulette, especially high-quality scarlet roulettes, as they can easily cause instability in the Scarlet Secret Realm and may attract even more powerful scarlet beasts. Chen Ping originally planned to draw rewards after finishing these 2 Scarlet Secret Realms together. However, the current Scarlet Secret Realm is of S-level difficulty, and if it increases in difficulty like last time, it could very well reach SS level. Even if the difficulty does not increase, there is a level 4 Scarlet Beast inside, which is enough to threaten Chen Ping's safety. Please specify reward items. 1. Iron Mountain Support. 2. Ballet Shoes. 3. Advanced Vehicle Mastery. 4. High-Powered Telescope. 5. Advanced Perception. 6. Quantum Flame Bomb. This definitely counts as a top-tier red scarlet roulette, with most options being blue skills and weapons, along with speed-boosting shoes, all practical talents and good choices. The only red item is a one-time use. However, the damage it produces is quite considerable. 6. Quantum Flame Bomb. A blinding red light flashed, but within a radius of several kilometers, there were neither scarlet beasts nor human camps, so it would naturally go undetected. Quantum Flame Bomb, one-time use, type, throwing item effect 1, after throwing, covers an area of 1,000 square meters with ion flames, capable of inflicting fatal damage to scarlet beasts below level 4. Effect 2. The flame-covered area continues to burn at high temperatures for 30 minutes and cannot be extinguished. Effect 3. The user's fire resistance increases by 200 and fire attribute increases by 100 for 30 minutes. Effect 4. Once attached by the flames, the fire cannot be extinguished until the 30 minutes are up or the attached individual dies. Quality: Superior Red. Although this is a one-time item, it can definitely save lives at a critical moment. In addition, there were 3 blue quality scarlet roulettes, and he drew a mid-level proficiency scroll. Chen Ping directly raised his potential awakening to level 5. Potential awakening, red, talent level 5, max 20, attribute bonus, strength plus 10, agility plus 5, stamina plus 5, defense plus 5, talent bonus, basic firearm awakening, basic cold weapon awakening. Basic throwing awakening. Description: stimulates the body's potential through continuous combat. Finally, he obtained a pair of blue quality soul-chasing shoes, which increased agility by 10 points. That's about it. Chen Ping organized the items he had and looked at the teleportation array in front of him. Master, I suddenly have a dangerous feeling. Xiaohei inexplicably became tense. Coastal area, food processing plant, underground storage. Chen Ping looked at the information displayed on the scarlet bracelet. Special secret realm no. 0002 corrected, difficulty, SS completion time limit, 288 hours number of people entering at once. 1 completion count, 0 fastest completion team, none fastest completion time, none remaining completion rewards, 1 secret realm status. Unknown. Is there a team that has completed it? No. Is it enterable? Limited to the Scarlet Temple testers completion tasks. 1. Protect Elia as she enters the Jella Valley and find her treasure chest. 2. Repair the damaged large magic circle. Completion rewards. Completion rewards, Scarlet Coins *50, Random Red Quality Equipment *2, Random Red Quality Items *2, Star Upgrade Card *1, Advanced Life Potion *3, Scarlet Crystals *3. The tasks seem very simple, with only 2, but Chen Ping knows that the fewer the tasks, the harder they are to complete. Moreover, the completion time limit is still 12 days, which is the longest time limit Chen Ping has ever seen for a secret realm. Generally speaking, a secret realm with a 24-hour time limit can be completed in as little as 1 hour. If the time limit exceeds 6 days, even in a speedrun situation, it would still take more than 2 days. Chen Ping once entered the longest time-limited secret realm, which was of A-level difficulty, with a time limit of 6 days. He spent more than 4 days and only completed 1 task. The secret realm before him was of SS-level difficulty, a type he had never encountered, with a time limit of 12 days. Chen Ping felt that he could stay inside for a long time. Master, can you knock me out? Just as Chen Ping was about to step into the teleportation array, Xiaohei suddenly asked, why? The dizziness from the array is too uncomfortable. I want to. Ha, Master. Wait a minute. I haven't prepared properly. You reckless man. Before Xiaohei could finish, Chen Ping had already entered the teleportation array. Swish! Chen Ping's figure was quickly enveloped in red light and disappeared. Half a minute later, Chen Ping, enduring the feeling of dizziness, opened his eyes. Still in the Thunder Ruins? Glancing around, this should be the center of the Thunder Ruins, but the goblin corpses had completely vanished. Every civilization has its own imprint. The Scarlet Secret Realm is the carrier of the imprint. Watch over the past, guide the way home. A mysterious phrase suddenly echoed. Who? Chen Ping instinctively drew his fire knife, but he felt no presence of any scarlet beasts. Ugh! Xiaohei weakly lay on Chen Ping's shoulder. Master, have we arrived? We've already disembarked. Chen Ping surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing. Just as he was about to take out the map, a very familiar figure slowly approached from a distance. Xiaohei, what was her name again? AI something? I'm still dizzy and can't think. Chen Ping remembered that the first task was to escort her to the Jella Valley. It seemed he would have to bring this burden along. Under the premise of protecting her, killing the scarlet beasts would instantly double the difficulty. However, such escort missions often came with the most generous rewards. Your Highness, why did you come personally? Damn, Master, your expression really makes me ashamed. Xiaohei felt speechless. Dear warrior, I am truly worried about your safety. Ilea said earnestly. Don't worry, Princess, I can still handle these beast tribes for now. Ilea nodded. Although we are not of the same kin, we are all children of the Dawn Forest, and we must try to resolve misunderstandings. I have always believed in winning people over with virtue. I dislike fighting and killing. Chen Ping sincerely nodded. But you also promised me that no matter what happens, you must prioritize your own safety and never let yourself get hurt. Ilea said with concern. Master, don't be deceived by this venomous woman. I don't think she's a good person. Xiaohei immediately became alert. Nonsense. Such a good girl, I must protect her fiercely. Chen Ping hurriedly stepped forward. Princess, I will protect myself, and I will also protect you. Dear warrior, the great fire 5 years ago turned the Dawn Forest into ruins. I don't believe this was the doing of the human race. But now the secret realm has opened, and the Goblin King may be discussing an attack on the human race with the Cat Demon King. Warrior, should we first try to persuade the Cat Demon King? Ilea suggested. Aren't we supposed to retrieve the wooden box? Chen Ping frowned. Could this be a side quest? That wooden box is in the Jella Valley ahead, right in the territory of the Cat Demon King. Ilea explained. Alright, as a human warrior, I have the duty to resolve the conflict between our two races. Chen Ping nodded. You are the most upright and kind-hearted warrior I have ever seen. A blush appeared on Ilea's face. Have you seen other warriors? Chen Ping asked. No, you are the first human warrior I have ever seen. Ilea recalled seriously. Affection level with Princess Ilia increased to 60%. Why did the affection level suddenly appear? Qinping was slightly taken aback. There hadn't been this thing when he entered the Crimson Secret Realm before. However, for him now, the primary task was to clear the level as quickly as possible. The Goblin King was a level 4 Crimson Beast, and that Cat Demon King was probably similar. This was bound to be an extraordinarily tough battle. Princess Ilia, we shouldn't delay. Let's set off early. All right, dear hero. Hero. Before Ilia could finish, Qinping suddenly grabbed her hand and dashed forward. 6 or 7 minutes later, before Qinping lay a lush thicket, from which emanated faint green lights, Qinping stopped and released Ilia's hand. At that moment, Ilia's hair was disheveled, her clothes were in disarray, and she had even lost a boot. Fortunately, the elf race could use some magic, so her delicate little feet were unharmed. This should be the territory of the Cat Demon King, Qinping guessed. That's right, the Cat Demon King has a very irritable temper. Persuading it successfully is not an easy task. You must be careful, warrior, Ilia cautioned. Princess Ilia, my specialty is negotiation. You wait here for a moment, I will go persuade the Cat Demon King. After saying that, Qinping brandished his fire knife and charged directly into the thicket ahead. Immediately, the piercing sounds of cat cries rose and fell, and occasionally, a few jets of blood would spurt out, landing on palm-sized leaves, which quickly absorbed the blood without leaving a trace. Before long, the sounds gradually diminished and eventually disappeared completely. To calm the cat demon so quickly, the warrior's abilities are truly formidable. He must be able to bear the hope and future of the Dawn Forest. Ilia looked towards the thicket, her eyes filled with hope and longing. Lemon! So many cat demons, when will I finish killing them? The further Qinping went, the more time passed. 3 or 4 hours later, he had no idea how far he had walked or how many second and third level cat demons he had killed, feeling as if he could never finish. Master, not far ahead, there's a large purple cat wearing a poop-colored mask. It should be the Cat Demon King. Xiao Hei flew back. How far is not far? Qinping asked. If the master walks for another half an hour, he should be able to see it. Half an hour? That's not far? Qinping took a deep breath, preparing to charge straight over to persuade the Cat Demon King first. As for these small minions, they didn't give much experience, and he really wasn't interested. After rushing for a while, the surrounding cat demons became fewer and fewer, until he completely lost sight of any cat demons. Qinping peered through the thicket and discovered a massive cat demon lying in the clearing ahead. Surrounding it were puddles of various sizes, filled with a purplish-green liquid, occasionally bubbling up. Pop! A bubble burst, and the droplets splashed onto the nearby ground, quickly corroding the wild grass. In an instant, the wild grass grew back rapidly. Qinping hid behind the thicket and observed for a while. At that moment, the huge and elegant Cat Demon King was sleeping, its tail occasionally flicking up and then slowly lowering into the puddle. That must be highly toxic, right? Qinping thought. That's right, even if I reached level 4 now, I wouldn't dare to touch it easily. Xiao Hei stood on Qinping's shoulder. So, you have no way to deal with it? As long as I can avoid that toxic liquid, it shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Hei pondered. Qinping stroked his chin. He was currently at the golden rank, and with various potions and skills, his attributes should be comparable to the Cat Demon King. The only issue was that the Cat Demon King could crush him in terms of level and bloodline. When dealing with the Goblin King, Qinping had some clever tricks, and he had Xiao Bai to help him recover afterward, but now facing a level 4 Crimson Beast, he would have to use the fireball he had just obtained. The problem is, this secret realm has just begun, and what kind of Crimson Beasts lie ahead is still unknown. Qinping didn't want to use this trump card so early. Meow! The Cat Demon King seemed to sense something. With one red and one blue eye, it suddenly opened, looking towards the place where Qinping was hiding. Oh no, we've been discovered. Little Black flew up immediately. Splash! The Cat Demon King flicked its tail, splashing the purple-green liquid from the puddle towards Little Black. Qinping quickly retreated, pulling out his pulse pistol and another 64-style pistol to shoot rapidly. Unfortunately, the Cat Demon King's defense was extremely high, and the pistol's attacks had no effect. Master, it's covered in venom. Little Black, using agile movements, dodged all the venom and got close to the Cat Demon King, only to find it was full of deadly poison, making it impossible to attack. Despicable human! The Cat Demon King was incredibly agile, leaping several times to catch up with Qinping. There's no other way. To conserve his strength, Qinping had no choice but to throw out the quantum flame bomb he had just obtained. Instantly, a raging fire ignited. As the user, Qinping was protected by a layer of energy shield. For safety, he quickly continued to retreat. Meow! The Cat Demon King's scream echoed throughout the forest. Damn, it's so fast. 1,000 square meters seemed large, but with the Cat Demon King's speed, it jumped out in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it was covered in flames, glaring with furious eyes, pouncing towards Chen Ping. Is its vitality that strong? Chen Ping, relying on the mechanical wings behind him, hovered in midair. Directly below him, the cat demon king, engulfed in flames, crawled on the ground, staring at Chen Ping with its master. Its momentum is weakening. Little Black also hovered in the air, observing the cat demon king below. Master, how about we do another aerial strike to crush it? Little Black suggested. Chen Ping had considered this plan. He had used it to kill the level 3 goblin lord before, but the cat demon king below was level 4, and it might not be a one-hit kill. Moreover, it was covered in venom, and Chen Ping wasn't sure he could withstand it. After using the quantum flame bomb, Chen Ping would gain an additional 100 points in fire attribute. While the attribute was still active, he took out 2 pistols again and continued to attack. Originally, such intensity of attack would not have been able to break through the cat demon king's defense. However, under the burning of the flames, the cat demon king's momentum weakened further. Puff! A few minutes later, the cat demon king's abdomen was pierced by Chen Ping's bullet. Sacrifice. Seeing the defense broken, Chen Ping immediately activated his sacrifice talent, increasing his attack power. I won't let you go. Damn humans. Master, it seems like it's already dead. For safety, let's shoot it a bit more. After shooting for more than 20 minutes, the 64-style pistol was completely destroyed under high-frequency firing, and only then did Chen Ping stop attacking. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Ping cautiously approached the cat demon king's side. He found that its body had several knife wounds in addition to the bullet holes from his attacks. Looks like it was already injured. Chen Ping picked up a thick branch and pushed the cat demon king's corpse aside, then collected the spinning wheel and crimson coins it dropped. In addition, there was a golden mask that the cat demon king had been wearing on its head. Chen Ping had to put in quite a bit of effort to take this mask, but worried it might be poisonous, he immediately tossed it into the space stone after removing it. The rewards from the cat demon king were far less than those from the goblin king, only a few blue spinning wheels and 5 crimson coins. After putting them into the space stone, Chen Ping immediately headed towards the location where Elia was. The time in the Crimson Secret Realm was basically synchronized with Blue Star time, and it was already deep into the night. However, there was no crimson mist in the Secret Realm. Under the brilliant starlight, the path was completely visible. After nearly 2 hours, Chen Ping found Alia, who was still standing in place waiting. Under the starlight, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Alia appeared exceptionally beautiful. She actually found her own shoes back. Chen Ping walked up to Alia, behaving very gentlemanly. Esteemed Princess Alia, the cat demon king has decided to abandon the attack on the human race under my persuasion. Due to previous misunderstandings, the cat demon king feels very guilty and has already left this place with the cat demon clan. Dear warrior, you are truly magnificent to have successfully persuaded the cat demon king. It's simply incredible. How did you do it? Alia's eyes widened with curiosity. With love, I touched his heart. Although we are not of the same race, the emotion of love is universal, Chen Ping said with righteous fervor. Dear warrior, it's already quite late. I think we should find a place to rest and continue our journey tomorrow, Alia suggested. Alright, Princess Alia. After a fierce battle, Chen Ping was indeed a bit tired. Continuing on could be difficult if they encountered a level 3 or 4 crimson beast. After searching for a while, Chen Ping found a tree hollow that was big enough for 2 people to rest. The night was very quiet, and they could even hear each other's breathing. Alia lay diagonally in the tree hollow, feeling extremely nervous. Chen Ping leaned at the entrance of the hollow, like a guard. Although Alia was indeed very tempting, he knew the importance of the situation, especially since they were still in the Crimson Secret Realm. More importantly, Alia was a very important NPC. If he offended her, the mission would be completely ruined. Little Black lay on a branch, occasionally glancing down to see what his master was doing. The night passed without incident, and after about 5 or 6 hours, the darkness quickly faded, as if someone had suddenly turned on the lights in a pitch-black room. However, there was no sun in the sky here. It was clear and bright, yet the source of light was unknown. Naturally, Chen Ping had no leisure to ponder such trivial matters. He casually used his fire knife to shave off 2 branches and took out some clean water. Dear warrior, what are you doing? Alia asked. Brushing my teeth. Don't you all brush your teeth? Chen Ping replied. We use magic to clean our mouths. Alia answered. So advanced? Can you teach me? Magic? That's innate. Alia didn't know how to teach magic either. Chen Ping nodded, having just said it casually. After washing up, he took out some canned food and shared it with Alia. The most food he had now was the hundreds of boxes of canned goods he had taken from the food factory. Before his rebirth, he often managed to gather quite a few ingredients in the Crimson Secret Realm, but so far here, he had only collected some red fruits. Perhaps due to the special nature of the secret realm, the products were somewhat different. What is this? Alia asked curiously. Food from our human race, give it a try, Chen Ping said with a smile. Seeing the smile on his face made Alia feel very warm and safe, so she immediately grabbed some with her hand. It smells so good. I'd never eaten such delicacies before. Alia's blue eyes widened. I have plenty. If you like it, I can save you some more. But do you have enough to eat? Of course. I have a lot more. Even if I run out, I can make some myself. I didn't expect such a righteous and kind warrior to also be a foodie. Alia's eyes sparkled like a starry-eyed admirer. Ahem, Princess Alia, if you're full, let's set off. Chen Ping's face turned red, a rare look of embarrassment appearing. Alright, dear warrior. After a simple tidying up, the two set off again. After passing through the bushes that Chen Ping had cleared yesterday, the temperature around them suddenly dropped. Master, I feel like I'm about to freeze solid. Little Black trembled. Chen Ping's mind stirred, and he took a wisp of starlight fire from the star cauldron, attaching it to a branch. With that, the surrounding area warmed slightly. Chen Ping glanced at the map. Ahead was a gourd valley, and through a narrow entrance, they would reach the Jella Valley. Princess Ilia, do you know why the temperature here is so low? Chen Ping looked at Ilia. Ilia was about to answer when her gaze froze on the distance. Following Ilia's line of sight, Chen Ping saw large chunks of ice scattered haphazardly. Ilia hurried forward, extending her delicate hand to touch one of the ice blocks. Chen Ping, braving the biting cold, stepped closer to inspect. Inside these ice blocks were frozen crimson beasts, including cat demons, goblins, and even minotaurs. What's going on? Chen Ping asked. The Great Fire 5 years ago nearly wiped out the elf race. Besides me, only a few others survived, including the twin sisters Kral and Kihul. They are outstanding mages from the elf clan of the Dawn Forest. Sister Kral wields ice magic. These ice blocks must have been created by her. Ilia continued to caress the ice, her brows furrowing slightly. I can sense fear and anger from this ice. It seems Kral is in trouble too. Ilia was very worried. The two set off again, and as they approached the valley entrance, the ice sculptures became more numerous, most of which were level 3 crimson beasts. Master, that woman is so powerful. She turned this place into a snowy world. Little Black, particularly sensitive to the cold, hid in Chen Ping's arms. Just hold on a bit longer. We should be fine once we get out of this area. Chen Ping could clearly feel that Little Black was not in good shape. It's okay, I can hold on. Little Black continued to shiver. After 2 or 3 minutes, a blue figure appeared a few hundred meters from the first entrance, like the first ray of light at dawn. Dressed in a blue robe, the sheer fabric fluttered gently in the breeze, her long hair flowing like waves in the deep sea. Kral, Ilia exclaimed. Is that her? Chen Ping asked. Yes, her ice magic is formidable. Ilia nodded. Kral held a delicate magic staff tightly in her hand, carved from ancient wood and embedded with dazzling gems, emitting a faint blue light. Her once clear eyes were now bloodshot, and her delicate body trembled slightly, causing her chest to rise and fall violently. Among the women Chen Ping had seen, only Xuena could compare, and even that crimson succubus paled in comparison. Why? Kral murmured to herself. Seeing this, Ilia wanted to step forward to check, but Chen Ping held her back. Princess Ilia, look at her, she's clearly out of her mind. You. Before Chen Ping could finish, Kral suddenly stood up, swinging her staff and attacking Chen Ping and Ilia. I must stop my sister. What the hell, stopping your sister by attacking us? Chen Ping quickly shielded Ilia behind him, conjuring a fire blade with a single hand. Looks like I have to use my weapon to help her calm down. He sensed that Kral was likely level 3. As long as she hadn't reached level 4, Chen Ping felt no fear. For safety, Chen Ping activated Sacrifice and used a high-level potion to max out all his stats. It's time to show my true strength. With all attributes boosted, Chen Ping's speed was now comparable to an ordinary level 4 Crimson Beast. Before Kral could release her magic, he was already in front of her. The biting cold wrapped around an enticing fragrance, wafting towards him. Warrior, please don't hurt her. Ilia shouted from behind. If it were someone else, Chen Ping wouldn't care at all about being ruthless. But with Elia, this extremely important NPC, present, Chen Ping still needed to complete the task. Just before the fire knife struck Kral, he suddenly pulled back his strength and flipped the blade, hitting Kral on the neck with the back of the knife. The mages of the elf race are all very powerful. Some elves who can use forbidden magic even possess the ability to destroy the world, capable of taking on a group of level 6 crimson beasts with just their level 5 strength. However, their weakness is also fatal. Their defense is extremely low, and as long as they are approached, even a level 4 crimson beast can severely injure a level 5 elf. Despite having retracted most of his strength, Chen Ping still knocked Kral unconscious with a single blow. Kral, Elia rushed over quickly. She won't die, will she? Don't worry, she's just unconscious, Chen Ping hurriedly explained. Then, what do we do now? Elia was at a loss as to why Kral had become like this. First, let's tie her up to prevent her from harming us, and then we can think of a way, Chen Ping said. Actually, as long as we take her staff, she won't be able to use her magic, Elia reminded. Chen Ping nodded and first took Kral's staff, but for safety's sake, he still planned to tie her up. After searching around for a while, he chose the thinnest tree and then took out a red rope about the thickness of his thumb from the spatial stone. This rope was something Chen Ping had casually taken while playing games with the Crimson Siren sisters at the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion. It was just right for the occasion. Chen Ping's binding skills were very proficient. From wrapping to knotting, he secured her arms, chest, abdomen, and legs tightly. This looks a bit strange. Elia frowned slightly as she looked at Kral tied to the tree. Strange? Have you seen anyone tied up like this before? Chen Ping asked, thinking that the educational materials from the human world probably wouldn't have reached the Crimson world. I haven't seen it, so it feels strange, Elia explained. This is how we humans tie people up. It's not a big deal. Then how do we wake Kral up? Elia asked. Chen Ping frowned, pondering. He had been feeling a bit fiery lately, and his urine was yellow. Using that to wake her up felt like it would make her go berserk immediately. Fortunately, Chen Ping didn't dwell on it for too long, as Kral slowly opened her eyes. Kral, do you remember me? Elia quickly asked. Your Highness? What are you doing here? What happened to me? Kral looked bewildered. You were just about to attack the princess, but luckily I stopped you in time, or you would have made a grave mistake, Chen Ping said with righteous indignation. Is this true? Kral couldn't believe she had actually attacked the princess of her own race. Yes, thankfully the warrior protected. Elia nodded. I really should die. Warrior, please let me go. I want to die. Kral struggled a bit, but the ropes were tied too tightly for her to escape. Kral, you don't need to blame yourself. First, tell me why you became like this? Elia asked urgently. My sister has gone mad. She set a fire in the Glen Valley. She wants to burn the Forest of Dawn. I must stop her. Kral replied. Are you talking about Kihil? Where is she? Inside the valley. I froze this place, so she can't come out, Kral explained. Warrior, let's go take a look inside. Elia looked at Chen Ping, her face full of worry. Sure, Chen Ping nodded. What about Kral? She's awake now, so let's let her go, Elia said. Chen Ping didn't hesitate and immediately untied the rope. Thud. Once free, Kral immediately knelt before Chen Ping. Warrior, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have become a historical sinner of the elf race. Your life-saving grace, Klur, I have no way to repay. No need, for the sake of the elven race, for the Dawn Forest, this is what I should do. Chen Ping replied with righteous fervor. Affection with Princess Elia of the elven race increased to 65%. Affection with elven mage Klur increased to 50%. Chen Ping seemed to have found a way to increase affection, although he still didn't know what it was for. Having a higher number couldn't be wrong. After helping Klur up, Chen Ping returned her staff. Klur waved her hand, and the temperature around them instantly returned to normal. I'm alive. Xiao He took a deep breath. After resting for a moment, the three of them continued towards the Gu Mountain Valley. After passing through a narrow gorge, the temperature began to rise rapidly. In the distance, a wall of flames was burning fiercely. Klur quickly waved her staff, releasing a wave of cold air to slightly fend off the scorching heat. That fire was set by my sister. Why would she do this? Klur's expression was grave. This seems like the great fire in the Dawn Forest from years ago. The horrific images from the past suddenly flooded Elia's mind. Dear warrior, you must stop the tragedy from happening again. Elia looked at Chen Ping with tear-filled eyes, looking pitiful. Princess Elia, as long as I am alive, I will never allow any race to disturb the peace of the Dawn Forest. Chen Ping's sense of justice was overwhelming, but he wasn't deceiving himself. If a powerful crimson beast really appeared, self-preservation would still come first. Just as he finished speaking, a beautiful elven woman, strikingly similar to Klur, suddenly appeared ahead. Dressed in a bright red robe, she looked like a flame dancing in the emerald forest, contrasting sharply with the surrounding natural colors while still maintaining a harmonious beauty. The robe was light and flowing, with delicate golden runes embroidered along the edges, and her long hair resembled the starry river in the night sky, dark and lustrous, gently swaying in the breeze. Damn, in such a hot place, wearing so much, don't you get heat rash? Chen Ping looked at the red-robed elven girl, who appeared very alert and emotionally stable. Princess Elia? Sister, why are you here too? Kerr furrowed her brows slightly. Sister, please stop. Do you still want to see the tragedy from 5 years ago? Klur stepped forward. You all should leave quickly, Kerr said in a deep voice. Kerr, what exactly happened? Elia asked. Princess Elia, you are too weak. Knowing won't help, just leave. Kerr's strength far surpassed her sister's, having already reached level 4. Under full power, Qinping might still have the strength to fight. However, he first needed to break through Kerr's fire shield, otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to get close. To deal with an elven mage, one only needed to engage in close combat to easily subdue them. I'll draw the fire, you sneak attack from behind. Understood, Xiao He responded and flew out at top speed. Taking advantage of the 3 elven girls reciting their lines, Qinping filled all his states, activating the rapid of the mechanical wings and the sacrifice from his talent simultaneously. Whoosh! Under the rapid speed, Qinping felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. His agility was so high that his body could barely withstand it. The fire knife in his hand left a trail of fire in the air. Clang! The fire knife halted in mid-air, forming an invisible fire shield barrier. Who are you? How can you be so powerful? Kerr's face changed dramatically as she hurriedly summoned all her magical power to resist Qinping's attack. Elia and Chloe never expected Qinping's movements to be so fast. He had already attacked in front of Kerr. It's useless, my fire shield. What is that? In order to fend off Qinping, Kerr surrounded herself with all her fire shields, positioning them in front of her while her back was left vulnerable. Seizing the moment she was speaking, Little Black dashed in front of Kerr and directly burrowed into her mouth. After all, Little Black was already a level 4 crimson bug, which could be tricky against some bloodline-strong crimson beasts, but dealing with this elven race, which had extremely high magical damage and nearly zero close-range defense, was a piece of cake. Not great liver, might be a bit overheated, and this gallbladder doesn't look too good either. Oh, this kidney is nice. Little Black flitted around inside Kerr's abdomen. Ah, what is that? Ah, Kerr couldn't suppress her pain and dropped the staff she was holding onto the ground. Bang! Qinping swiftly stepped forward and lightly tapped the back of his knife against Kerr's fair neck, causing her to faint immediately. Master, her magical power is too strong. There's no place to bite. Come out. Leaving empty-handed feels like a loss. I should at least take something. Little Black searched for a while and unexpectedly found a crystal-clear bead next to Kerr's heart, resembling a gem but very round. This one will do. Little Black exerted tremendous effort to pluck the bead off, tried to swallow it a few times but couldn't, so it had no choice but to drag it out slowly from Kerr's throat. Master, I brought you a big treasure. What use is this? I don't know. If you take this out, she won't die, right? Qinping asked. She's a level 4 mage, she shouldn't be that fragile, right? Little Black wasn't sure either. Qinping secretly stored the bead in the space stone and then skillfully bound Kerr to a tree. Splash! Kral conjured a water column and directly splashed it on Kerr to wake her up. Originally, Qinping thought he would see a very alluring scene, but as soon as the water hit Kerr, it evaporated instantly, and the imagined scene did not appear. How could I lose? Kerr's face was filled with disbelief. Kerr, this warrior is very powerful. What exactly happened? Tell us, and we can think of a way to solve it together. Elia stepped forward to ask. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you. Kerr gasped for breath and replied, someone tampered with the Great Magic Circle, trying to recreate the tragedy of Dawn Forest 5 years ago, so I used flames to block the things inside. After hearing her explanation, Elia continued, Kerr, first extinguish the flames. After I go in, seal this place with flames again. Kerr hesitated slightly but ultimately agreed. In an instant, the firewall disappeared, and Elia turned to Qinping and said, it seems things are more complicated than we imagined, dear warrior. It's too dangerous inside, you should stay here. No, Princess Elia, I will not let you take risks alone. No matter what happens, I will stand in front of you without hesitation. Perhaps, this is my destiny. Princess Elia, please do not refuse my goodwill, or I will truly be very sad. Qinping spoke earnestly, almost moved to tears himself. Ugh, master, that's too greasy, your acting is too fake. Little Black couldn't take it anymore. Affection with Princess Elia has increased to 70%. Seeing this, Qinping felt a surge of joy. Although it was a bit pretentious, this NPC seemed to enjoy this kind of performance, and he was just trying his best to cooperate. Alright then, Kerr, Kral, you wait here. I will go in with the warrior to investigate. Your Highness, let me go in with you, Kral said. No need, it's too dangerous inside. Elia replied and then walked deeper into the valley. Qinping frowned slightly. He really wanted these two sisters to follow him. After all, they were also magicians with considerable strength, and they might become a great help at a critical moment. Unexpectedly, they were directly rejected by Elia. Qinping shook his head helplessly and followed Elia into the depths of the valley. Deep in the Jela Valley, Qinping followed Elia, feeling somewhat anxious. It had been a day and a half since they entered the secret realm. The quantum flame bomb, which he had planned to use as his most important trump card, had already been used, and he had consumed one of the 2 blood pills. Fortunately, the mechanical wings had cooled down. Given his current state, dealing with a level 3 Crimson Beast was not a problem at all. He could even handle dozens or hundreds at once as long as he activated Sacrifice, especially with the assistance of the level 4 Little Black. However, they had already encountered 2 level 4 Crimson Beasts, a Cat Demon King and a Cur. Based on Chen Ping's experience, the final boss of this secret realm would definitely not be below level 4, and its bloodline power would be even stronger. In this case, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of winning would be less than 50%. Just as Chen Ping was lost in thought, a series of woo-woo sounds came from ahead. What is that? Chen Ping looked closely. In the distance, he saw a group of gaunt, sharp-nosed corpses aimlessly wandering about. Those are our deceased elven kin, the spirits of the elven race. They've actually turned into zombies. Ilia's sky-blue eyes widened, her fair and tender hand covering her slightly parted lips, her face filled with disbelief. At the same time, the wandering zombies also noticed Chen Ping and Ilia. They rushed over frantically, their sharp, dry claws attacking Chen Ping fiercely. Level 3? Level 3 zombies were equivalent to the strength of level 3 Crimson Beasts, and since they were transformed from elves, their bloodline power was lower than that of humans. Without a second thought, Chen Ping wielded his fire knife, swiftly cutting down a large number of them in a matter of moments. So much experience? Chen Ping was surprised to find that the experience provided by the zombies was significantly higher than that of ordinary level 3 Crimson Beasts. Originally, after killing the Cat Demon King, Chen Ping had reached 2 stars, but 3 stars still felt far away. However, the progress bar was already over halfway. The fact that so many elven kin can be resurrected in such a short time must mean that there is a problem with the Great Magic Circle at the center of the Dawn Forest. Ilia said. Great Magic Circle? One of Chen Ping's tasks was to repair the Great Magic Circle, and there might be crucial clues here. I can't quite remember either. I need to recover my memories. Ilia frowned slightly. According to the sheepskin map, the treasure chest Ilia was looking for should be nearby. Little Black, go investigate. The valley was large, making it difficult to determine the exact location of the treasure chest, so Chen Ping had to ask Little Black for help while he continued to exorcise the undead. Time quickly passed, and night fell. This was Chen Ping's second night in the secret realm. While searching for a place to rest, Little Black sent a message. Master, I've spotted a glowing chest. It should be what you're looking for. I'm on my way. Chen Ping replied and rushed towards Little Black's location with Ilia. Along the way, he exorcised quite a few more undead. After passing through a thicket, Chen Ping saw a wooden box emitting a faint glow. The surface of the box was adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly weathered by countless years, forming a unique texture. There was a clasp on the front, inlaid with a gem that emitted a soft light, flickering with a ghostly blue glow at times and radiating a warm golden hue at others. It was not intense, but it was enough to be noticed in the dark. As the night breeze brushed by, the box's glow seemed to brighten, resonating with nature itself. Princess Ilia, is this the treasure chest? Chen Ping asked. It should be. Should be? Chen Ping frowned slightly, stepped forward to pick up the wooden box, and fiddled with it a few times without opening it. Didn't see a keyhole here either? Chen Ping was puzzled when Ilia reached out her hand. Dear warrior, let me give it a try. As the wooden box was handed to Ilia, a brilliant light erupted. The lid of the box naturally opened. Some blue fragments slowly rose, transforming into blue light and merging into Ilia's body. Is this the memory fragment? Xiao Hei landed on Chen Ping's shoulder. Maybe, so memory fragments are quite literally what they sound like. In his past life, Chen Ping had experienced over a dozen scarlet secret realms, but he had never encountered a situation like this. He could only silently watch from the side. He originally thought that once those memory fragments entered Ilia's body, she would regain her memories and then begin the subsequent tasks. However, Ilia seemed to be frozen in place, standing still, her gaze becoming vacant. What's going on? Chen Ping walked around Ilia. Master, she can't be dead, right? It shouldn't be possible, right? Chen Ping was also uncertain. Just as he was about to check Ilia's breath, the bushes in the distance began to shake violently, and then countless zombies came rushing in from all directions. Xiao Hei, protect her. Chen Ping instructed, immediately drawing his fire knife to intercept. However, there were simply too many zombies. Chen Ping couldn't handle them all by himself. Fortunately, after leveling up to level 4, Xiao Hei's strength had greatly increased, and its speed had multiplied. Although the level 3 zombies were numerous and imposing, they moved relatively slowly. With one person and one insect, they managed to keep a vacuum around Ilia, preventing any zombies from getting close. Master, I'm so tired. Xiao Hei, hang in there. How much longer? Soon, Chen Ping replied. The high-intensity attacks quickly pushed Xiao Hei and Chen Ping to their limits. Chen Ping could still use potions to support himself, but Xiao Hei was nearing exhaustion. Master, I've really tried my best. Can I rest for 5 minutes? 4 minutes would be fine. The two had held out for half an hour, killing thousands of level 3 zombies, and Xiao Hei had indeed exerted a lot of effort. If it were just Chen Ping alone, he could easily hold the line. But with Ailea beside him, Chen Ping had to manage zombies from all directions, making it a bit overwhelming. Moreover, the spinning wheels dropped by the level 3 zombies were not few, and most importantly, many contained life potions. The high-difficulty Scarlet Secret Realms produced a lot of life potions, which was one of the reasons for the rapid devaluation of high-level life potions. Shannon had obtained that potion talent, which only had some effect in the early apocalypse, attracting many strong individuals. By the later stages, lifespan was not as important. What mattered most were attributes and talents. Without sufficient strength, even a lifespan of 10,000 years would merely make one a tool for strong individuals to extract from the spinning wheels. Xiao Hei, you rest first. I'll hold the line for a while. Chen Ping directly activated the sacrifice talent, tripling all attribute bonuses. What mattered most to him now was agility, allowing him to move faster and prevent zombies from approaching Ailea. Master, you're really too strong. Without the master, the universe would be as dark as night. My master has the potential of an emperor. My master is the heavenly emperor, suppressing all enemies in the world. With the sun and moon in hand, plucking the stars, there is no one like my master in the world. Master, I'm sleepy. Let me take a short nap. After a flurry of cheers, Xiao Hei was suddenly overcome with drowsiness and directly lay down on Ailea's head to sleep. Xiao Hei, zzz. Xiao Hei, help me hold the line for a bit longer. Zzz. Chen Ping was instantly speechless, feeling that Xiao Hei was truly unreliable. However, it had already helped defend for half an hour, which was the most intense period of the zombie assault. Now it was slightly easier. Of course, if Chen Ping were to guard alone, he would still need to frequently use sacrifice, or else it would be easy for zombies to approach Ailea. High-level life potion. Intermediate life potion. Chen Ping was exorcising the zombies while drawing from the life potion and the crimson spinning wheel, engaging in a sustainable battle. As time passed, Chen Ping had begun to subconsciously defend himself, and the instances of his sacrifice talent activating had decreased significantly. Occasionally, he would use the speed from the mechanical wings, which was enough to handle these zombies, even if it burned a year of his lifespan. A night passed in the blink of an eye, the zombies were dwindling, and the intense fatigue and weariness could no longer be resisted by potions or willpower. Huff, I slept so well. Little Black shook its wings and twisted its body. Master, I'm here. Can you hold the fort by yourself? Chen Ping asked. Maybe, possibly, probably not. Master, how did you fall asleep? I said I might not be able to hold it. The life of a bug is tough, encountering such an unreliable master. What can I do? Who told me I wanted to be a loyal and devoted bug? After a night of rest, Little Black had already returned to peak condition. Moreover, after 2 days of battle, Little Black felt its strength had improved a bit more. Now at the 4th level, it was very stable. The surrounding zombies were not as numerous as the night before, and Little Black fought alone with relative ease. There's no helping it, I'm just that strong. I'm the queen of the alien bug tribe. At the entrance of the valley, the Keyhole sisters were anxiously gazing into the depths of the valley. Those undead seemed to be decreasing rapidly. Keyhole said, somewhat surprised. I believe that righteous and kind warrior will surely bring light to the Dawn Forest. Kral said confidently. I can indeed feel that he is extraordinary. Sister, if it weren't for him, I would have made a grave mistake. He is my benefactor, and if possible, I want to follow this warrior to experience the other world. Kral whispered, you want to leave the Dawn Forest? Our mentor once said that to become a truly powerful mage, one must undergo trials of life and death. In the Dawn Forest, I can never grow stronger. Kral continued. Keyhole frowned slightly. Do you want to grow stronger? Or are you interested in that warrior? Sister, I feel like the princess has also fallen in love. Sister, you should. Sister, I just want to stay by the warrior's side. I have no other requests. Kral said. Sister, why put yourself through this? What's wrong, sister? My chest suddenly hurts a lot. Keyhole suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, curling up and squatting on the ground. What do we do? Kral panicked. Chen Ping had rested for half a day, and when he woke up, Little Black was perched on the tip of his nose. What about those zombies? This queen displayed her might and wiped out those incredibly powerful undead without leaving a trace. Master, I'm amazing, right? Yeah, amazing. Chen Ping nodded. That's too perfunctory. Master, can you be a bit more sincere? Qin Ping casually took a piece of nougat from the spatial stone. Not perfunctory at all. Little Black lay on the nougat, happily munching away. Elia trembled slightly, then took a deep breath. I remember now. A long time ago, there was a mysterious white-robed archmage whose profound magical skills made even our strongest elven mages feel inferior. He used magic circles to create a new continent, and with his help, the barren desert was revitalized. He left countless magic circles in this world. It was also under Emma's magic circle that this world came to life, providing our elven tribe with a bountiful natural environment. But 5 years ago, the great magic circle of the Dawn Forest was destroyed, and a great fire broke out, known as the Dawn Fire. Later, the elves who escaped paid with their lives to repair the great magic circle, allowing the Dawn Forest to regain its vitality. And now, the undead of the elves have suddenly been resurrected. Someone must want to destroy the great magic circle again. I will never allow the tragedy of that year to repeat itself. Elia looked at Qin Ping. Dear warrior, can you help me? For the Dawn Forest, for the elves, and for Princess Elia, I am willing to fight to the death. Qin Ping replied earnestly. Ugh! Qin Ping's words almost made Little Black vomit. He had been ravenous, but now felt he couldn't swallow anything. I can't take it at all. Little Black flew directly towards the distant forest. Affection level with Princess Elia increased to 75%. We're one step closer to 100%. I wonder what reward there will be when the affection level is full. While Qin Ping was pondering, Elia pointed ahead. The great magic circle of the Dawn Forest is right in front. Then let's hurry there. Although Qin Ping's rest time wasn't long, his stamina had mostly recovered. Having completed one task, he only needed to repair the great magic circle. This time, the Crimson Secret Realm should be considered completely finished. The Jella Valley was larger than Qin Ping had imagined. He had exorcised countless zombies along the way, and by nightfall, they still hadn't reached the great magic circle Elia mentioned. Qin Ping gathered some branches and made a pile of firewood. Princess, do you know what this is? Qin Ping took out a golden mask from the spatial stone. He didn't dare hold it in his hands and simply tossed it onto the grass. Sizzle! The surrounding grass instantly withered, losing its vitality. This is the golden mask of the Cat Demon King? Elia recognized it. Qin Ping had scanned it several times with the crimson bracelet, but it still showed no information, yet he was reluctant to throw it away. Do you know what this does? Qin Ping asked. This is a symbol of the Cat Demon King. It can be used with the magic circle to summon the cat demon. How did it end up with you? Elia was somewhat puzzled. After I redeemed the Cat Demon King, it gave it to me. Qin Ping replied. It seems this should be the Cat Demon King's greatest sincerity, even giving the warrior the symbol of its identity. But, Elia's brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong? It seems to be tainted by an evil aura. Is there a way to cleanse it? Qin Ping asked with concern. I can give it a try. Elia closed her eyes slightly. Her hands as white as jade emitted a faint glow as she slowly picked up the golden mask from the ground. The faint light gradually enveloped the golden mask. Drip! Drip! Drops of black liquid flowed from the golden mask. After a few minutes, Elia opened her eyes and smiled brightly at Qin Ping. Warrior, I have purified it. Thank you so much, Princess Elia. Warrior, don't be so polite with me. I am really happy to help you. However, this mask must be activated with magic. Elia reminded him. The elves were all born mages, while Qin Ping, as a human, had almost no chance of mastering magic. Is there really no way to learn magic? Qin Ping frowned. Magic has strict requirements for mental strength. It is innate, unless you can possess a magical heart. Magical heart? What is that? Elves with strong magical talent will generate a magical heart within their bodies. This is the greatest secret of the elves. If outsiders were to know, it could bring disaster to the elves. Elia's expression darkened. After that great fire, half of the elves in the Dawn Forest had perished, and later, to repair the great magic circle, the remaining elves suffered heavy casualties. Magical heart? Do you think this is it? Qin Ping took out a crystal-clear pearl. This? Where did you get it? Alia stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Qin Ping naturally couldn't tell her that it was Little Black who had obtained it from Keyhole. Originally, he thought it was a kidney stone from the elf clan, but looking at Alia's expression, Qin Ping confirmed that this was the so-called Heart of Magic. I got it from the remains of an elf while guarding you, so that's how it is. He must have been a great elven mage in his lifetime. What a pity, Alia said, somewhat sadly. Since the elves appeared in the Dawn Forest, there have only been a dozen or so great elven mages who possessed the Heart of Magic. Each Heart of Magic is unique, and mages cannot use it because it will repel the magic within their bodies. And for races that cannot use magic, the probability of mastering magic through the Heart of Magic is less than 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000? Qin Ping frowned slightly. Before his rebirth, he had spun the wheel many times, and the probability of that fate reincarnation talent was also about 1 in 10,000, but he had drawn it directly with his incredible luck. Some people are born lucky, perhaps such fortune is finite, but at least until now, Chen Ping's luck had not been bad. If it fails, will there be any side effects or backlash? Chen Ping asked. Blood reversal, at least a rank reduction. Alia replied. Rank reduction? No life-threatening danger? Chen Ping asked. Perhaps. It should. Possibly not. Alia was also vague. Master, I think we should take a chance. With my sixth sense, you can definitely do it. Little Black suggested. I think your feeling might not be very accurate this time. Chen Ping clearly had the same thought but was still a bit hesitant. Master, if you, as a human, can master the power of magic, you can break through the shackles just like I did with the turtle spirit grass. Break through the shackles? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. He remembered that before his rebirth, the strongest humans seemed to be at the golden 9-star rank. In the 4th year of the Crimson Apocalypse, many strong individuals attempted to break into the platinum rank, but without exception, all failed. The golden rank of humans was actually equivalent to the strength of a level 3 Crimson Beast. Perhaps this was the limit for humanity. Are you sure? I was just talking nonsense. Little Black looked up at the starry sky. What exactly is going on with you? Chen Ping asked. Master, after I reached level 4, those vague memories became clearer. I am your contracted beast. If you can master the power of magic, it will also reflect on me, perhaps. The talent of the Zerd will awaken. You rascal, always swearing loyalty, turns out you want to harm me. Master, it's a misunderstanding. I am a true loyal subject. I am your contracted beast. If you really die, I won't survive either. High risk means high reward. With your great fortune, nothing will happen. Even if it fails, I and that Su Chanshan, both being your contracted beasts, will share a large portion of the backlash. In fact, the damage you suffer will be very limited. You mean, contracted beasts can share damage? Chen Ping asked quickly. External damage cannot be shared, but this kind of backlash similar to a curse will be evenly distributed among all contracted beasts due to the existence of the contract. Little Black answered seriously. If that's true, maybe we can give it a try. Chen Ping stroked his chin. Alia, seeing Chen Ping silent for a while, said with some concern, Dear warrior, your abilities are already very strong. Learning magic is extremely difficult. Even if you master some basic magic, continuing to improve is as hard as climbing to the sky. And, warrior. Alia was still trying to persuade him when Chen Ping directly tossed the thumb-sized heart of magic into his mouth. This, warrior. Alia stood up and quickly walked to Chen Ping's side, her face filled with unease, fearing that Chen Ping might truly suffer a backlash. Master, how is it? What does it taste like? Little Black flew onto Chen Ping's shoulder. No taste, and very hard. I couldn't bite it, so I just swallowed it. The Crimson World and the Blue Star World are two parallel worlds. Especially in the Dawn Forest, it is filled with magical elements that the elven race can absorb. For the elven race, being able to unleash frost, fire, and lightning has been a truth since ancient times. Although the underlying logic of the two worlds is different, their operational methods are similar. The human race of Blue Star uses physical rules, while the elven race of the Dawn Forest uses magical rules. A low-level elven mage can cast a spell by reciting a portion of an incantation. A middle school student from the human race can also recite a portion of an incantation, such as odd changes, even remains the same, symbols look at quadrants, to solve a math problem. Using a glowing board to watch a show is akin to a succubus summoning spell. These may seem incredible, but as long as one grasps the underlying logic, everything becomes interconnected. Swish! A wisp of flame appeared at the tip of Chen Ping's finger. This was not a flame generated by skills or talent, but rather Chen Ping's perception of the fire elements in the air. Chen Ping could use the star cauldron to generate starfire, but without the star cauldron, he could not use starfire. This method of manipulating elements through external objects cannot be considered magic. Their essence is fundamentally different. This, warrior, you actually can master magic now? Elia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this really mastering it? Chen Ping also couldn't believe it. Wasn't this too childish? Master, trust me, your only correct choice. With just a finger, you can become. The Crimson Secret Realm is merely a general term used by humans for this unknown phenomenon. Each Crimson Secret Realm is, in fact, a small world. Some Crimson Secret Realms are interconnected, forming a larger world. The secret realm Chen Ping experienced is a part of a larger world. This world was originally a dead silence until the great mage Emma arrived, creating a magic circle that not only supports the sky sea but also stabilizes the climate. Everything here operates based on the magic circle, including the rotation of day and night. There is no need for the sun or moon. As long as the magic circle exists, this world can run eternally. Countless magic circles are scattered throughout this world. One of the magic circles is deep in the Jela Valley, maintaining the stability of the entire Dawn Forest. After a night of rest, Shinping and Elia set off again at dawn. Although he could manipulate some elements, Shinping still had a long way to go to become a true mage. What was most important for him now was to clear the Crimson Secret Realm. Dear warrior, the magic circle is just ahead. Elia pointed forward. After being able to manipulate a small amount of elements, Shinping also gained some perception of the fluctuations of the magic circle, especially the magic circle created by Emma, which has an enormous amount of energy. As they got closer to the magic circle, the surrounding undead zombies increased in number. In a vast open space, a huge magic circle was outlined by complex geometric patterns, each line faintly glowing. Symbols representing elements circled around mysterious writings. Above the magic circle, the air seemed to be distorted by some force, creating a visual illusion that made the entire magic circle appear to be floating in the air. And at the center of the magic circle stood a much larger undead zombie. It waved its staff, using the power of the magic circle that protects the forest to summon more undead to destroy the forest. Level 4? Shenping frowned, directly grabbing the fire knife and charging into the magic circle. Master, this guy is already a dry corpse, too dry to attack. Little Black flew around the undead zombie in a circle. This undead zombie, wrapped in powerful elemental forces, was completely different from the summoned undead zombies. You go protect Alia, I'll deal with it. Shinping directly activated Sacrifice, fully restoring all his states. Bang! The fire blade struck the undead zombie, cleaving it in two. Is it that simple? Shinping immediately retreated, warily observing the undead zombie. Soon, under the glow of the magic circle, the undead zombie stood up again. The staff in its hand continued to wave, summoning second and third level undead zombies. No matter what sacrifices must be made to repair the magic circle. The undead zombie emitted a very deep voice. What is it doing? Little Black also heard the undead zombie's words. Putting aside the facts, perhaps it's trying to repair the magic circle just like us. After Shinping finished speaking, he charged forward again. Bang! The undead zombie was once again cut in two, and still stood up a few seconds later. Dear warrior, I should be able to purify the magic circle. Alright, I'll hold off these undead and buy you some time. Shenping charged forward again with the fire blade. There were only two tasks in this secret realm, and now only the task of repairing the magic circle remained to leave the secret realm. Originally, Shenping thought that with his current strength, passing this SS-level difficulty secret realm would definitely require a significant cost. There was indeed a 4th level undead zombie in front of him, but this guy was a fool, only knowing how to summon undead and completely ignoring Shenping's attacks. Most of the summoned undead were 2nd and 3rd level, which both Shenping and Little Black could easily handle. Isn't this a bit too easy? Shenping continued to kill the summoning zombie, while Little Black cleared the surrounding low-level undead, protecting Alia who was crouching on the ground. Alright, half an hour later, Alia stood up. We must repair the great magic circle. The 4th level undead zombie suddenly shouted in a very hoarse voice and then vanished into thin air. Thud! A golden necklace fell to the ground, surrounded by a puddle of black water. No spinning wheel? Shinping frowned slightly. Just as he was about to check the necklace, the black water suddenly began to writhe. Swish! Dark red light flickered, and suddenly, more than a dozen undead zombies engulfed in red flames appeared around, all of them at 4th level. Damn! I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Shinping immediately took out the mechanical wings, holding the fire blade in one hand and grabbing Alia with the other. Since the magic circle had been repaired, the task should be considered complete. He just needed to survive until the countdown of the secret realm sounded, and there was no need to fight the 4th level undead zombies desperately. Just as Shinping was preparing to leave with Alia, several huge fireballs appeared out of nowhere. Master, I'll go first. You help me hold off these damned undead. Little Black originally wanted to fly away, but looking at the fireballs in the sky, it felt that dealing with the 4th level zombies might be easier. After all, these zombies were strong but slow-moving, and with its speed, it could kite them for a while. Master, you go first, I'll cover you. Shenping ignored Little Black and decisively let go of Alia, taking out the blood pill from the spatial stone. This was one of his most important trump cards. Taking the blood pill to activate Sacrifice should be able to withstand it. He didn't have much confidence, but this was the only way. Just as he was about to swallow the blood pill, the fireballs in midair rapidly fell. Boom! The fireballs directly struck the red undead zombies. Immediately, the temperature around dropped sharply. The burning fireballs gradually turned into ice balls, and the undead zombies below slowly transformed into ice sculptures. Your Highness, the Great Warrior, Kier and Kral arrived just in time. They found that the polluted energy was rapidly diminishing, and they had hardly seen any undead zombies. Sister Kihil judged that Chinping and Ilea might have succeeded, so they headed towards the Jella Valley together. Just as they arrived at the front of the magic circle, they saw Chinping and Ilea being besieged by red undead zombies, and the sisters immediately sprang into action to rescue them. Although Crawler was only at level 3, the synergy with her sister produced remarkable results. "Princess, are you hurt?" Kihil stepped forward and asked with concern. "No, under the protection of the warrior, I haven't been harmed at all, and I've completely repaired the magic circle," Ilea replied, and then noticed the necklace on the ground. "Is this the magic necklace of Lord Gu?" Ilea bent down to pick it up. Kihil also approached, waving her staff to burn away the puddle of black liquid on the ground. "The danger of the Dawn Forest has finally been lifted," Crawler said with a smile. "It should be that Lord Gu Yushi was revived after being infected by this evil spirit." Even after his revival, he steadfastly continued to do the last thing he did in life, repairing the great magic circle. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that he has already been infected, and this will only continue to damage the great magic circle. Ilea murmured as she looked at the magic necklace in her hand. What a noble yet tragic hero of the elven race. Chinping wanted to take the necklace from Ilea, but before he could touch it, Ilea put it away. If she weren't an NPC from the Crimson Realm, Chinping would have undoubtedly killed for the treasure. The magic circle in the sky seems to have encountered problems as well. I plan to set out in a few days to investigate. Ilea turned to the other two sisters and said, "Princess Ilea, please let us accompany you," the sisters said in unison. "All right, then you should go back and prepare." "Yes, Princess." Soon, the two sisters turned to leave, and a melodious voice echoed in Chenping's ears. 10 minutes later, everyone will be teleported out of the 0002 secret realm. Due to the existence of a special mission, the 0002 secret realm will completely disappear, and the completion records will be erased. Time slowly passed, and 10 minutes felt a bit long. Ilea walked slowly in front of Chinping. "Warrior, I thought I would be very happy after resolving all this, but I don't know why, I can't feel happy." Chinping's heart stirred. Could there be a follow-up mission? Although they had killed quite a few Crimson Beasts, including several level 4 ones, this was an SS-level difficulty Crimson Realm, and it felt too quick to be over. Chinping listened intently to Ilea's words. "Maybe it's because we have to part ways?" Ilea couldn't hide her sadness. Chinping was stunned, unsure how to respond. "No, it's okay. The warrior has his own adventures. I have been very happy during this time with the warrior. One day, you will return to the Dawn Forest, right? Even if it's just once? On some future day, Ilea hopes to see the warrior again." Ilea looked at Chinping earnestly. Before Chinping could respond, the great magic circle suddenly emitted a blinding light, completely enveloping Chinping's body. "Warrior, you must not forget." "Ilea." Ilea hurriedly reached out, but only grasped at air, and crystalline tears slowly slid down her cheeks. "Master, this fairy is definitely CPUing you," Xiaohei said to Chinping despite the intense dizziness. It always felt that its master was easily swayed by appearances, lacking resolve, and if this continued, he would likely lose his ambition, dragging Xiaohei down with him, so it had to wake him up in time. "I think this Ilea is quite nice, fair-skinned, beautiful, and a princess of the elven race. Master, those pink skeletons are all out to harm you." "Master, please see." Chinping ignored the little black creature, took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and opened the crimson bracelet to check the task rewards. After all, it was an SS-level Crimson Secret Realm, and Chinping had never cleared such a high-difficulty secret realm before his rebirth, let alone completed the task perfectly. Crimson Temple Trial, completion 5%. Bloodline Awakening 10%. All attributes increased by 5 points. Experience increased by 10. Items from the Dawn Forest Secret Realm have been bound. Task completion rating S, received additional customized reward. Series task completion rating A. Additional reward, Dawn Forest Badge. Clearance reward, Crimson Coins *50, Random Red Quality Equipment *2, Random Red Quality Items *2, Star Upgrade Card *1, Advanced Life Potion *3, Crimson Crystal *3. Besides the clearance rewards, Chinping also took out the items obtained from the secret realm. What he valued the most were the already used Heart of Magic and the golden mask in his hand. However, on Blue Star, the magic elements were thin, and Chinping's magic would be greatly restricted. Everything has its pros and cons. Although he was limited, in such an environment, continuous practice would solidify his foundation, and using magic in places rich in magic elements would be much easier. As for the mask in his hand, Chinping did not plan to use it for now. At least he needed to improve his magical abilities first, otherwise, it might backfire. These cat demons and undead zombies are too poor. Jinping looked at the 300 to 400 green spinning wheels and a dozen blue spinning wheels, which contained some good items, like weapons and tools, but were of little use to him. Drawing from them would just waste his lifespan. The spinning wheels with life potions had all been drawn by Jinping while he was guarding Aliel alone, during which he activated sacrifice for a long time. Later, he replaced sacrifice with the mechanical wing speed, which consumed less lifespan, but there wasn't much left. Jinping planned to give these items to the others, like the pockmarked guy, so they could arm themselves and help clear small monsters when they entered multi-person secret realms, or exchange them for points at the treasure pavilion. After organizing the items dropped from the Crimson Secret Realm, Jinping turned his attention to the rewards after clearing the realm. Additional customized reward? What is this? I've never seen it before. Jinping picked up a scroll that was completely blank and scanned it with his bracelet. Please select the type of prize you need. 1. Weapons. 2. Armor equipment. 3. Talents. 4. Skills. 5. Time-limited enhancement items. 6. Time-limited attack items. With a dozen options, Jinping pondered for a moment. He already had a pistol and a fire knife for weapons, shoes and armor for defense, and rings. The time-limited items were all one-time use. Relatively speaking, the most practical were talents or skills. Master, choose skills. Trust my instincts. Little Black stood on Jinping's shoulder, looking at the screen in the void. What are you scheming this time? Jinping asked. I'm just thinking of you, Master. I'm not like those flashy creatures outside, always trying to plot something against you. You don't have any schemes? Of course. I'm just a strange bug. What bad thoughts could a little bug have? Little Black answered seriously. Jinping shook his head and ultimately chose skills. Please select the type of skill you need. 1. Attack skills. 2. Defense skills. 3. Enhancement skills. 4. Curse and weakening skills. 5. Magic skills. Jinping had just learned magic, a skill that most humans could not master. If he used magic to attack in battle, it would surely catch his enemies off guard. Please, Lemon, are you done yet? Are we in a nesting doll here? Jinping gradually lost his patience as the magic skills were subdivided into light, dark, summoning, space, and then attributes like ice, fire, wind, and thunder. After a long 10 minutes of selection, Jinping finally obtained a high-level fireball spell. Due to the lack of a staff-type weapon and Jinping's low mastery of magic, he was still unable to use it. Master, do you have a feeling? What feeling? The feeling of being played by this reward. I'm the one being played by you. What does that have to do with me? You made me choose the skill. I fell asleep. ZZZ. Jinping glanced at Xiao Hei and casually picked up the Dawn Forest badge. It belonged to the costume category, and could be activated simply by sticking it to the shoulder, just like armor, with the option to hide it. This badge did not increase any attributes but could increase the wearer's elemental affinity by 100%. If Jinping did not master magic, then the badge's effect would be limited to decoration. 2 random red quality equipment scrolls were available, with a total of 10 pieces of equipment in the options, seemingly a complete set. He opened the Dawn Armor and Dawn Gauntlets. These 2 pieces of equipment also had a set effect that added a layer of Dawn Shield, but the cooldown time was 24 hours. For this set, every 2 additional pieces would grant an extra set effect. However, gathering them all was incredibly difficult. For Jinping, having 2 pieces was already quite good. The Lucky Upgrade Scroll increased the success probability by 5% when upgrading below the Platinum rank. The 2 random red quality items turned out to be the same. Damn, this is a good item, Xiao Hei suddenly exclaimed. Aren't you asleep? Just woke up. Xiao Hei showed no signs of embarrassment. 2 items that can increase the probability by 10%, plus with the master mastering magic, I feel the master's chance of breaking through platinum is much greater than finding a female among 100,000 male. Jinping ignored Xiao Hei, put away the lucky scroll, and picked up the star upgrade card. He had just reached 2 stars not long ago, and to reach 3 stars, he would have to be immersed in an SS-level secret realm, otherwise, it would take 2 or 3 months to upgrade. As time passed, the level 3 Crimson Beasts in the Scarlet Wilderness would increase, but level 4 Crimson Beasts would not appear for at least a year. Hunting level 3 Crimson Beasts to upgrade stars at the gold rank was a long process. The star upgrade card in Jinping's hand was blue quality, limited to use below the gold rank. Normally, it should be saved for when reaching 8 or 9 stars to maximize benefits. Master, the sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. The new bride is already in bed. Are you going to keep it as a decoration? Xiao Hei said seriously. At the silver rank, each star increase added 2 points to all attributes, and Jinping judged that the upper limit for each attribute was 65. At the gold rank, each star increase added 5 points to all attributes, but Chen Ping was still unclear about the upper limit. This star upgrade card not only increased the level but also served as a 5-point all-attribute scroll. The sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. Chen Ping nodded and directly used the star upgrade card. Points of starlight flowed into Chen Ping's body, instantly creating a warm current that made him feel incredibly comfortable. Chen Ping, rank, gold star level, 3-star talent, advanced potion mastery, red, physical enhancement, green, sacrifice, blue, potential awakening, red, heart of magic, unknown, skills, intermediate vehicle mastery, green, backstab, blue, advanced fireball, red, strength, 85 stamina, 80 agility, 80 defense, 75 spirit, 30 independent attack, 30 crimson resistance, 30 special resistance, fire resistance 10 special ability, elemental affinity other, unknown bloodline awakening 10% space items, space stone, green, asterisk 4 bond weapons, joy of fire, blue, M1911 pistol, blue, pulse pistol, blue, bond equipment, dawn armor, red, dawn gauntlets, red, dawn forest badge, red, mechanical wings, red, star cauldron, level 1 starfire, red, thunder armor, blue, soul chaser boots, blue, meteor ring, blue, primary jump engine, blue, bound items, blood pill, red, asterisk 1, lucky promotion scroll asterisk 2, crimson crystal asterisk 5, crimson coin asterisk 109, contractors, Xiaohei, insectoid, Su Qianshan, elf, ability assessment, 320, basic 4 attributes, not counting equipment attributes, remaining lifespan, 211 years 335 days. Looking at his upgraded attributes, Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. With his current attribute bonuses, there were hardly any opponents left on Blue Star. Even if there were some monstrous beings, they were absolutely few in number. Even if Chen Ping couldn't defeat them, he had enough means to ensure his survival. Then, he directly used the primary jump and returned to outside the timber camp. Master, can you give a heads up next time you use teleportation? I was in the middle of peeing. You were peeing on my shoulder? The sun is really square today. Before the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, the Lin family paid a great price to exchange for information from the Treasure Pavilion. During these 6 days, Lin Shanhai personally led the team to clear 2 C-level Crimson Secret Realms and 1 B-level Crimson Secret Realm. Although there were significant casualties, they also gained a wave of resources. Brother, are you hurt? The difficulty of B-level Secret Realms is far higher than that of C-level. Even with Lin Shanhai leading the elite of the camp, injuries were inevitable. Just after exiting the Secret Realm, Lin Shanhai immediately returned to the Lin family camp with supplies. Just a small injury. Lin Shanhai didn't care at all. People from the Crimson Church have arrived, Lin Ruoyun said in a deep voice. What do they want again? Lin Shanhai frowned. They originally wanted to ally with the Crimson Church, but the bishop responsible for the coastal area had vanished into thin air, almost at the same time as Lin Tian's disappearance, and in a similar location. It was very likely the work of the same Crimson Beast or the same organization. The Lin family suddenly realized that the Crimson Church was not as powerful as they had imagined, so they actively cut off contact. The headquarters of the Crimson Church has sent a new bishop, whose abilities are very strange. Yesterday while you were in the Secret Realm, he sent someone to request that we provide 2 silver-ranked individuals, and their total attributes must be above 90. What? Are you kidding? The Lin family can't even find 10 such people, and he wants 2 directly? Yes, and it also indicates that it's for experimentation. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Wishful thinking. Lin Shanhai snorted coldly. But, that bishop's strength seems to have reached the gold rank. Gold rank? Impossible. I just cleared 3 Crimson Secret Realms and barely reached Silver 3-star. In the entire Yang City plus the coastal area, there aren't even 20 people who can reach Silver rank. How could anyone reach Gold rank? Lin Shanhai didn't believe it at all. I don't believe it either, but, let me take you to see, Lin Ruoyan said, getting up and leading Lin Shanhai towards the southwest direction of the camp. Are all these level 3 Crimson Beasts? Lin Shanhai saw 3 or 4 dozen corpses of Crimson Beasts laid out in the open space. Well, I checked, and they are all level 3 Crimson Beasts. The most critical point is, on all the corpses of the Crimson Beasts, there is only 1 wound, with no signs of struggle and no other serious injuries. Lin Shanhai's brow furrowed as he stepped forward to examine the scene, his expression gradually becoming grave. This was clearly a warning from the Crimson Church. If they did not cooperate, their fate could be even worse than that of these Crimson Beasts. After all, Lin Shanhai had some understanding of the methods of the Crimson Church. Who do you think would be suitable to send? Lin Shanhai asked. In Chen Ping's previous life, the deep cooperation between the Lin family and the Crimson Church began around the 4th year, during which the Crimson Church demanded that the Lin family hand over Chen Ping for experimentation. The Lin family delayed until the 5th year, when they still needed Chen Ping to navigate the Crimson Secret Realm. It was only when the Crimson Church issued an ultimatum, and Chen Ping happened to reveal the cycle of fate, that Lin Ruoyan took action. In this life, due to the early arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, the Lin family no longer had Chen Ping as a pawn, and the Crimson Church lost a regional bishop, forcing them to advance their plans. Lin Ruoyan paced back and forth a few steps. Let's send Captain Baiyu from Team 5 and Captain Wan Hui from Team 10. Yes, they are indeed good candidates. By the way, is there any news about that Chen Ping? A person similar to him was found at the Taimu camp, but there has been no news recently. Perhaps he has also entered the Crimson Secret Realm? Lin Ruoyun shook his head. Although he was discarded by the Chun family, with his abilities, as long as he is alive, he will surely rise again. We must continue to send more people to search, Lin Shanhai said in a deep voice. Understood. Should I recall Baiyu and Wan Hui now? But there is still some time before the shift change. Lin Ruoyan looked at Lin Shanhai. Tell them that an A-level Crimson Secret Realm has been discovered, and they need to team up with us. Moreover, the rewards from this Crimson Secret Realm are very generous, with skills of red quality. At the coast, Taimu camp. Chen Ping looked at the camp that had undergone earth-shattering changes and instinctively nodded. During the years before his rebirth, he had a deep understanding of Baiyu. She would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, and the cruel methods she employed sent chills down Chen Ping's spine when he recalled them. Some of his current ways of doing things might also have been influenced by Baiyu. In the early stages of the Crimson Apocalypse, only people like her were worthy of survival. If it had been the previous camp leaders, Chen Ping might not have returned to Taimu camp. But with Baiyu in charge, it was different. With her abilities, she could completely develop the camp. Going solo was always a poor strategy. Chen Ping needed a force of his own. In the future, the Crimson Beasts would only increase, and he did not have the energy to deal with those small fry. Inside the camp, there was a scene of bustling prosperity. The tall, towering walls were halfway built. The area had expanded by double, and 5 defensive lines had been established. Inside the camp, underground areas were under construction, and in a few months, they might move underground, which would be relatively safer. In front of Baiyu's villa, as before, there were only 2 guards on alert. It's been a few days since we last met. It seems Deputy Camp Leader by strength has increased quite a bit. Chen Ping climbed through the window into Baiyu's bedroom, just in time to see her changing clothes. Baiyu completely failed to notice Chen Ping and was startled, her body trembling slightly. If it had been someone else, Baiyu would have made them wish they were dead, and even if they died, she would have brought them back to let them die a few more times. Baiyu took a deep breath to calm herself. When did you come back? She asked, putting on a jacket. Just returned. Thought I'd pay a visit to Deputy Camp Leader Bai. Chen Ping casually sat down on Baiyu's bed. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Baiyu walked to a chair in the bedroom and sat down gracefully. Have Ma Zi and the others returned? Not yet, Baiyu answered truthfully. How much or have we mined? About 14 or 15 tons. In the camp, how many people are at the silver rank? Chen Ping wanted to understand the current situation of the camp. Except for the Ma Zi team, which is unclear, in the entire Taimu camp, I'm the only one who has reached silver. The highest rank among the others is bronze 7 stars. Recently, we are preparing to organize combat teams to go to several D-level secret realms. Ideally, in about a month, a few people should be able to reach silver. I have some spinning wheels here. The quality is quite good. You can directly have the people below draw them. A 10-person team, equipped with 1 or 2 pieces of blue quality gear, and the rest with green weapons, should barely be able to clear sea level. There will likely be casualties, but it's not a big problem. Once their levels go up, it will be easier. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he took out a thick stack of crimson spinning wheels from the spatial stone. This was originally for Ma Zi and the others, but if they could clear the C-level and B-level secret realms, their gains should be considerable, so these few pieces of equipment wouldn't matter. Baiyu's pupils suddenly constricted. Among the thick crimson spinning wheels, besides the white and green qualities, there were also quite a few blue-quality crimson spinning wheels mixed in. Such quality spinning wheels in the Lin family were only available to core members who had made significant contributions, yet Chen Ping casually tossed them out. There's one more thing. Baiyu hesitated slightly. What is it? Half an hour ago, I received news from the Lin family. They discovered an A-level secret realm and asked me to return to the Lin family to join Lin Shanhai's team to enter the secret realm, Baiyu said. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping frowned slightly. Although the Crimson Secret Realm had arrived early, its location was the same as before his rebirth. According to his memory, there was no A-level secret realm near Yunmengze. It took the Lin family about half a year of extensive information gathering to find the A-level Crimson Secret Realm thousands of kilometers away. Even if many things had changed now, the Lin family would not find the A-level Secret Realm so quickly. Baiyu's team belonged to the Lin family, so normally, if there was something, they could just recall her without needing to lie, which greatly indicated that it was something unfavorable for Baiyu. As far as I know, the highest difficulty Secret Realm currently cleared is B-level, which took at most 4 to 5 days. This A-level might take even longer. I will prepare the camp's tasks in advance and leave my trusted ones behind. If you have any, don't pay attention to the Lin family's orders, Chen Ping said flatly. Then, what if the Lin family sends someone? Kill as many as they send, it saves me the trouble of wasting time and having to go over there. Okay, I understand. If there's any movement over there, I will report to you at any time. Baiyu nodded. No need, you can handle such small matters yourself. If Lin Shanhai comes personally, you can tell me then. Inside the Crimson Secret Realm, in the valley between two towering peaks, surrounded by clouds and mist that never dissipated, it seemed like the last untouched pure land in the world. At the entrance of the valley, a group of 20 people was resting. Brother Dawn, do you know how much I miss you? Duan Zishuan bit into a piece of dry jerky. Bro, who is this Brother Dawn you're talking about? A big man leaned closer to Duan Zishuan. How to describe it? I don't use God among gods to describe him, but rather use him to describe God among gods. Duan Zishuan's words always left people feeling clouded and misty. Say less, the finish line is just ahead. Ma Zi took a sip of water and said coldly. The B-level secret realm they were in was provided by Chen Ping, but this secret realm required 20 people. Ma Zi casually found 11 capable individuals to form a temporary team. Brother, once we enter this valley, can we complete the mission? The big man looked at Ma Zi. That's right, there should be some level 2 crimson beasts inside. With our team's strength, there's no problem at all. Ma Zi nodded. Fortunately, we had the older brother's strategy, otherwise, even if we didn't die here, we would have been trapped for over 10 days. The big man said gratefully. Yixinga glanced at Matzi and then smiled, saying, meeting his fate. Moreover, after 3 days of fighting side by side, we have become life and death friends. You're right, Brother Yi, we are indeed life and death friends. It's getting late, let's clear the level early. Staying here makes me feel uneasy, the big man said. Alright, once we've rested, let's set off. Matzi waved his hand and stood up first. At the entrance of the valley stood 2 towering stone statues, each several dozen feet high. Their faces were blurred, seemingly eroded by the sands of time, but their eyes remained bright and piercing, as if they could see the past and the future. Matzi's team led the way, with Li Shan at the front, followed by the Jiang brothers, and then Matzi, Yixinga, and Xuan protecting Xiaobai. Su Chanxian, who should have been at the front, was trailing behind. Another team of 11 followed closely, maintaining their battle formation. Captain Matzi, just a few meters away, a burly man from the team behind suddenly shouted. Without hesitation, Matzi drew his bow and shot 3 arrows engulfed in eerie blue flames. The team behind had already taken an attacking stance, intending to catch them off guard, but unexpectedly, Matzi acted first. Clang, clang, clang. As Matzi's arrows flew out, arrows from the rear team also shot forward. Su Chanxian swiftly turned around and blocked all the attacks. At the same time, Xuanai immediately set up her sniper rifle, directly taking out the opposing gunmen and archers. Su Chanxian leaped up and smashed the heads of the 2 closest to her. Damn it, I've been annoyed by them all the way, Yixinga said as he stepped forward to loot the bodies. If they hadn't had these ulterior motives, perhaps I would have spared their lives. Matzi said lightly. Spare my ass. This is a life and death situation. Sparing them is just digging a pit for ourselves. Li Shan shook his head. Matzi sighed. If humans continue to be so wary of each other and kill one another, how can we resist those crimson beasts? These are not things we should be considering, Xuana said, gripping her sniper rifle and keeping watch around them. After quickly cleaning the battlefield, the group moved deeper into the valley. After clearing over 1,000 second-level crimson beasts, they reached the center of the ancient ruins in the valley. At the center of the ruins stood a massive bronze bell, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. When specific celestial alignments occurred, the time bell would gently vibrate, emitting a distant chime, and then the bronze bell would shatter and gradually disappear, revealing a prophecy scroll. When the light of fate reaches the world's end, the watcher will guide him. When the chaos sleeping in the abyss awakens again, everything will begin from the heart of the lion. A blinding golden light surged, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. After half a minute, they received the notification that the dungeon had ended. In 3.5 days, Matzi and the others had completed the B-level difficulty Crimson Secret Realm for the first time. What does this mean? Duan Zhuxuan was still pondering the prophecy. Who cares what it means? We cleared it anyway, just wait for the rewards. Yi Shinga didn't mind. 10 minutes later, the group left the secret realm. As the first team to clear it, their rewards were naturally abundant, though still vastly inferior compared to those from S-level difficulty realms. After half a day's journey, Motzi and the others returned to the Taimu camp. Damn, is this our camp? We didn't take a wrong turn, did we? The armored vehicle slowly stopped outside the Taimu camp, and Jiang Cheng didn't even dare to drive it inside. What the hell, has the infrastructure improved this much? I don't know, it's just ridiculous. The group entered the camp, surveying the dramatic changes. Motzi, you're back? I thought you were dead. Dong Xing, the captain of the second team at Taimu camp, walked up to Motzi and greeted him. You just got back. In just a few days, the camp has changed so much? Of course, the camp's efficiency is incredibly high now. But it's all from one squad. Why did the vice captain return first while you guys are a day late? Dong Xing was a bit puzzled. Vice captain? Dong is back? Ma Zi was somewhat surprised. He remembered that when they parted ways with Chen Ping was supposed to stay in that secret realm for a long time, waiting for them to clear 3 secret realms before returning to the camp. He didn't expect Chen Ping to come back first. Weren't you all together? Dong Xing asked. Ran into some issues, so he came back first to report to the vice camp leader. Ma Zi casually deflected. Well, I won't chat with you anymore. The camp leader just issued equipment to our squad and told me to find a sea-level secret realm. Dong Xing said excitedly. You guys got equipment? Ma Zi was slightly taken aback. Yeah, it's blue. How about that? Jealous? Dong Xing boasted. I have a location for a sea-level secret realm. You guys can give it a try. After saying this, Ma Zi shared the secret realm's location with Dong Xing. His sea-level secret realm had already been cleared for the first time, and it didn't matter who cleared it afterward. He might as well let his own camp members benefit first. Wow, so generous? I don't even know how to thank you. Dong Xing was momentarily stunned. We're all brothers. Alright, then I won't thank you. Dong Xing nodded and casually took out half a pack of cigarettes, stuffing it into Ma Zi's pocket. After Dong Xing left, Ma Zi led the squad toward Chen Ping's dormitory. Shan Zi, count the rewards from the 3 secret realms. Does that include the white and green spinning wheels? Yeah, don't miss anything. When we get to Dong Zi's place, take them all out. Ma Zi nodded. Didn't Brother Dong say we could just split the white and green spinning wheels? Duan Xian asked. He can choose not to take them, but we can't leave them behind. After Ma Zi finished speaking, they arrived at Chen Ping's door. After clearing 3 secret realms, Chen Ping was indeed a bit physically and mentally exhausted, mainly due to the tension. He had rested for an entire day to fully recover. Master, your contract beast has returned. Contract beast? Su Qian and the others? Yes, they're about to arrive at the door. As Xiao He landed on Chen Ping's shoulder, the door was gently knocked. Come in. As Chen Ping's voice came out, Ma Zi gently opened the door. Without any pleasantries, Ma Zi stepped forward, opened several packages, and took out all the gains from this time. 2 C-level secret realms, 1 B-level secret realm, all cleared for the first time. This is the harvest from the secret realms. The C-level secret realms have no limit on the number of people. The 9 of us cleared it directly. The B-level secret realm requires 20 people, so we temporarily found another squad. Before reaching the end of the secret realm, they got greedy and wanted to monopolize the rewards, but we turned the tables on them. This pile is what we found on them. Chen Ping glanced over. I'll keep the scarlet coins. You can dispose of the rest as you wish. Ma Zi nodded and continued. When we completed the B-level secret realm, we obtained a piece of a prophecy stone, something about the light of fate reaching the world's end, the chaos sleeping in the abyss awakening again, everything starting from the lion's heart. Brother Dong, could this be a clue? Li Shan asked. Chen Ping frowned slightly. For secret realms above B-level, the first clearers, besides extra rewards, sometimes receive special information. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping was not the first clearer of this B-level secret realm, so he naturally did not receive this prophecy. I think the key point in this information is the lion's heart. Could it be a type of scarlet beast? Xuan Na speculated. Chen Ping shook his head. As far as I know, the lion's heart is a place name in an A-level secret realm. Perhaps these 2 secret realms are in the same world. Brother Dong, do you know where this secret realm is? Su Qian suddenly asked. They were also confused as to why Chen Ping knew so much information, but no one dared to bring it up. After all, Chen Ping had given them too many benefits during this time. Just relying on the 3 scarlet secret realms had significantly enhanced their overall strength. Even Ma Zi didn't want to know Chen Ping's secret. Often, the more one knew, the quicker one died. Everyone has worked hard to clear the secret realms these past few days. Let's go back and rest first. Chen Ping did not respond to Su Qian's words. Alright, then we'll head back first. Ma Zi nodded. Except for Xiaobai and Su Chanshan, everyone else left Chen Ping's room. Did anything particularly special happen while you were clearing the secret realms? After the others left, Chen Ping looked at Su Chanshan. In Chen Ping's room, Su Chanshan slowly recounted the process of clearing the Scarlet Secret Realm over the past few days. That's all, nothing particularly special happened. By the way, Brother Dong, do you know where that Scarlet Secret Realm is? Su Chanshan asked. What's wrong? Chen Ping frowned slightly. It's nothing, I just feel like this prophecy is somewhat familiar. The Scarlet Secret Realm did not descend simultaneously. As far as I know, that A-level Scarlet Secret Realm will appear in more than 10 months. But it might also come early. Chen Ping replied. Then we should send someone to keep an eye on it. Su Chanshan said. I'll arrange that. By the way, you're from the elf clan, you should know how to use magic, right? Chen Ping asked. Magic? No. Su Chanshan shook her head. You actually don't know magic? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. He had felt something was off while practicing elemental control today and wanted to ask Su Chanshan, but he didn't expect that she didn't know how to use magic. Yeah, what's so strange about that? In our world, the elf clan doesn't use magic, we fight with bows, arrows, and blades. Of course, I'm a bit special, I prefer to use a shield. Su Chanshan smiled innocently. Aren't you from the Forest of Dawn? Chen Ping continued to ask. Forest of Dawn? Never heard of it. I'm from the world of Elendara, living in the heart of Verdancy. Su Chanshan replied. Elendara? Chen Ping had never heard of this world. Yes, in our world, there are only the elf clan, and we don't use magic. We have guardians and hunters. I'm one of the guardians. There are craftsmen responsible for making weapons, clothing, and daily necessities, wise ones who teach knowledge, respected elders who lead and make decisions, and shamans who perform divination. There is a vast and ancient forest there, with a giant tree at the center, which is our sacred place. The heart of Verdancy is not far from the giant tree. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Chanshan's face, full of nostalgia, but soon, that smile completely vanished. 5 years ago, a great fire broke out in the heart of Verdancy, killing many elves. The sacred tree no longer provided protection, so we, who escaped the fire, began to wander. The memories of that time have become hazy. I only remember that my abilities seemed to be sealed, and then I saw the entrance to the secret realm. The sachet given by Mama Wu started to glow, so I walked in and arrived in this world. Listening to Su Chanshan's description, Chen Ping felt somewhat confused. If what Su Chanshan said was true, she had been guided by the sachet to find herself. Why had he not encountered Su Chanshan before his rebirth? Moreover, in the world before his rebirth, there was also a person named Su Chanshan who used a tower shield. Were she and the Su Chanshan before him the same person? Everything had originally been clear, but because of Su Chanshan's words, it became shrouded in mystery once again. Chen Ping shook his head and did not pursue the matter further. The reasons were not important to him. What mattered more was how to become stronger and how to survive. What level are you now? Chen Ping asked. It's still at level 3. Due to the ceiling issue, my strength seems unable to continue increasing. I feel that lion's heart might be related to my seal. Chen Ping had grown accustomed to these mysterious matters. If conditions allow, I will try my best to take down that A-level Crimson Secret Realm. You should go rest first. Okay, Brother Dong, Su Chanshan said before leaving Chen Ping's room. Woo-woo, Little Bai lay on Chen Ping's bed, scratching her head. Master, Little Bai is starting to shed fur. Little hay flew out from Little Bai's hair. Chen Ping sat beside Little Bai, raised her right hand, and opened the crimson bracelet. Little Bai rank, Silver Star level, 1-star talent, Healing Prayer, Red, Frenzy, Blue, Preference, Blue, Strength, 19 Stamina, 20 Agility, 25 Defense, 18 Special Attributes. 1. In Darkness, increases the effect of Frenzy, reduces the effect of Healing Prayer. 2. After Bloody Modification, all buff effects, including all pills and potions, are halved in effectiveness, and no skills or talents can be actively obtained. 3. Possesses a special constitution that can awaken special talents and skills. 4. Physical limits can maximize energy conservation, significantly reduce dependence on food, and enter a dormant state at any time to maintain stamina. Special resistance, 100% resistance to mental attacks. Spatial items, none-bound items, Bloody Robe ability assessment, 72 remaining lifespan, 1 year 362 days. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. After giving Little Bai the life potion last time, her remaining life was 15 years and 26 days. Now, with her promotion to silver, her lifespan should have increased. So how did it suddenly drop to just over a year? Moreover, Chen Ping had specifically asked Su Chanshan, and Little Bai had not treated anyone in these 3 Crimson Secret Realms. She had just been following behind to gain experience. Could it be because she restored me in that S-level secret realm? But that time was just to clear the weakened state. How could it consume so much of her lifespan? Chen Ping furrowed his brows. However, after shedding fur, Little Bai did look somewhat delicate, like the girl next door. Hulu. Little Bai turned over, lying across Chen Ping's bed, and fell asleep immediately. In the next few days, let's get her some life potions, Chen Ping murmured. So far, Little Bai was the strongest support Chen Ping had encountered, but her intelligence was too low. Those talents and skills were only used instinctively. However, Chen Ping could already feel that Little Bai's intelligence was growing rapidly. As long as she could learn to use her skills actively, she would undoubtedly become a great asset in the future. Unfortunately, the life potions obtained from the Crimson Secret Realm had all been used by Chen Ping, and there was no life potion in the Crimson Roulette at the current camp. He still needed some time to gather them. Chen Ping sat at the edge of the bed, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the extremely thin elemental power around him. Learning magic as a human was 100 times more difficult than for the elves in the Dawn Forest, so Chen Ping had to put in more effort to practice. He didn't aspire to become a great magician, he just wanted to use this ability as a trump card in battle. At the Yunmeng's camp, Lin Ruoyun found Lin Shanhai, who was recuperating. Elder brother, Baiyu replied that she is ill, unable to move, and will not participate in this operation. Ill? Does she know about the Crimson Church? Lin Shanhai asked suspiciously. Impossible. In the entire Lin family, there are no more than 5 people who know about our relationship with the Crimson Church. Baiyu, being in the Taimu camp, would never know, Lin Ruoyun said firmly. It seems she wants to distance herself from the Lin family. Lin Shanhai stroked his chin. After her sister was captured by the Crimson Church, she harbored resentment, and now she doesn't even pretend anymore. But how will the Crimson Church explain this? I've heard that the development of the Ironwood camp has been quite rapid lately. If we send people over, there will likely be many casualties. Lin Ruoyun frowned slightly. Then tell the Crimson Church that Baiyu is at the silver rank. If they have the capability, they can go find her themselves. Our Yunmengs has suffered significant losses in the Crimson Secret Realm, and we are short on manpower, Lin Shanhai said in a deep voice. Late at night, Baiyu, freshly bathed and wearing a robe, sat in the living room, reviewing the planning documents for the Ironwood camp. At the current pace, it would take at least 6 months to complete the initial construction of the underground city. Moreover, for long-term planning, there needed to be planting and breeding areas to provide food reserves for the camp. The food before the Crimson Apocalypse was limited, and all nearby areas had been thoroughly searched. Based on the population of the Ironwood camp from half a month ago, the collected food would last for 1 or 2 years. But now, with the population skyrocketing, even if food was distributed once a day at the bare minimum, it would last at most half a month. Ha! Baiyu took a puff from her cigar and gently blew out a smoke ring. Deputy Camp Leader Bai, you really are busy with 1,000 affairs. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, startling Baiyu despite her growing accustomed to it. Her fair hand trembled slightly as she turned to look at the bedroom, where Chen Ping walked out slowly. Mr. Chen, what brings you here so late? Baiyu smiled elegantly and calmly. What Mr. Chen? Deputy Camp Leader Bai, you're being too formal. I'm just 2 or 3 years younger than you. From now on, just call me Chen Gu, Chen Ping said, plopping down on the sofa. Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, not quite processing it. Chen Gu? I came over today with 4 matters to discuss. Do you have anyone you can trust? Chen Ping asked. The team I brought from the Lin family is mostly my trusted confidants. They should be reliable. This coordinate may lead to the Crimson Secret Realm in the coming months. Have your people guard it, and if a teleportation array appears, inform me immediately. Chen Ping took out a note and placed it on the coffee table. Understood, I will arrange it shortly. Baiyu reached out her fair hand to pick up the note. How many space stones do you have? Only 1. Take the space stone to this coordinate. There's a sea-level difficulty secret realm there, a technologically advanced world. The second task of the secret realm is to protect an at-3T mech. After completing the task, use the space stone to retrieve the mech. You must act quickly. The combat power of that mech is quite average. Its main function is to help you build the camp and speed up the construction of the underground city. The ores you were instructed to mine can be used as energy to power the mech, Chen Ping said, leaning back on the sofa, speaking casually. Those ores can be used as energy? Can they also generate electricity? Baiyu asked eagerly. Most of the energy they were currently using still relied on what was available before the Crimson Apocalypse, but those resources were nearly depleted, and due to the Crimson Mist, solar energy had significantly weakened. Now, as they were about to enter the 5th month of the Crimson Apocalypse, all stored energy was about to run out, and even armored vehicles might become unusable. That was why Baiyu was so anxious to construct the underground city. She wanted to complete the building with maximum efficiency while there was still energy available. These ores can indeed be used as energy, but they require energy conversion equipment. If there are relevant researchers, perhaps there will be a way. There are. Recently, while searching for survivors, I found some who are involved in research. Although they don't have any special abilities, I kept a few as a talent reserve. Then we can give it a try. Chen Ping nodded. Bai Yu was always one to prepare in advance. Since she intended to turn the camp into her fortress, she would naturally plan ahead in all aspects. Immediately after, Chen Ping took out the third note, which still contained a coordinate. This is also a sea-level Crimson secret realm, where the Crimson beasts are all level 1 or 2, relatively docile and easier to tame. If we can bring some out for captive breeding, it could solve the food problem for the camp. This was currently the most troubling issue for Bai Yu, and she never expected that Chen Ping would come and resolve all her most difficult problems. In Bai Yu's eyes, Chen Ping was like a godly figure. No wonder the Lin family had been trying every means to find him. There's one last thing, send 200 to 300 people to the Chen family. To the Chen family? Bai Yu was slightly taken aback, while Chen Ping did not respond. Chen, brother Chen, are you planning to stay at the camp? Bai Yu asked tentatively. I have no other place to go for now. Chen Ping answered truthfully. Then what about the position of camp leader? I don't have the energy to manage the camp. You are more suited than I am. Additionally, besides the construction of the camp, we need to cultivate some stronger combat personnel. Beast tides will appear regularly, and the crimson beasts that show up in the future will be even stronger. Chen Ping reminded her. Understood. By the way, what's the situation with the Lin family? I pretended to be sick, and since then, there has been no response from the Lin family. It's eerily quiet, I feel. They must be plotting something. Bai Yu replied. Chen Ping had some understanding of Lin Shanhai. He was meticulous and ruthless, with considerable strength. If it were the newly reborn Chen Ping, he would have to be cautious, but now he was too lazy to analyze and think. As the saying goes, one strong force can overcome 10 skilled ones. With Chen Ping's current strength, even if the Lin family came out in full force, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. Chen Ping needed to conserve his energy and prepare for the next secret realm, otherwise, he would have gone to the Lin family long ago to settle old scores. If they came to him, it would indeed save a lot of trouble. You send someone to contact the people at the treasure gathering pavilion and tell them I want to find Xin Xiaoqian. I'll arrange for someone to go right away. By the way, recently, there might be a crimson beast appearing near the camp. Bai Yu suddenly said. Might? Chen Ping frowned slightly. So far, no one has seen what it looks like, or those who have seen it are already dead. For 5 consecutive days, camp personnel have been attacked, most of them in a gruesome state, with their flesh and blood basically eaten clean. Can we estimate its strength? Chen Ping asked. It should be around level 3. When we found the bodies of the camp personnel, there were also quite a few level 2 Crimson Beast corpses nearby, but those level 2 corpses showed no signs of being eaten, and they seemed to have died instantly, as if they had no ability to resist. Bai Yu replied. After the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, the number of level 3 Crimson Beasts had indeed increased somewhat, but most were in the wilderness far from the camp. Chen Ping was also curious about this Crimson Beast appearing near the Timu camp. The few Crimson Secret Realms he was familiar with had not yet descended, so it was just the right time to eliminate the hidden dangers for the camp. After all, having a level 3 Crimson Beast nearby would significantly impact the camp's development. Chen Ping stood up and walked toward the bedroom, while Bai Yu immediately went to arrange the matters Chen Ping had instructed. Leaving Bai Yu's villa, Chen Ping pondered for a moment. He remembered killing members of the Crimson Church at the ruins of the Dawn Camp and then finding a monster, which he had Snow bring to the underground parking lot, but that monster had escaped. This monster was actually an experiment of the Crimson Church, and Chen Ping suspected it was Bai Yu's sister, Bai Lu. Chen Ping had limited knowledge about the Crimson Church, but one thing was certain, this church was powerful and sinister, and their so-called experiments were outrageously strong, just like Bai Yu's sister in Xiaobai. Originally, Chen Ping intended to use Bai Lu to make some deals with Bai Yu. However, now that Bai Yu is useful to him, selling her a personal favor isn't a bad idea. Moreover, with Chen Ping's current abilities, there's basically nothing on Bai Yu that he particularly needs anymore. As night fell, Chen Ping left the camp directly, and after walking a few kilometers, he opened a few cans of fish and placed them on the ground. Master, I feel that monster is coming. Your instincts are getting sharper. Chen Ping looked at the monster cautiously approaching not far away. Master, you don't need to intervene this time, let me show you how. Xiao He was still speaking confidently when Chen Ping's figure flickered, and he struck the back of the monster's neck with the back of his fire knife, knocking it out cold. Master, you're not giving me a chance to show off. Chen Ping ignored Xiao Hei's grumbling and directly took out the cage that had once held Xiao Bai from the spatial stone, tossing the monster inside. Now here's your chance to shine, carry it back. Chen Ping glanced at Xiao Hei. This is a bit difficult for me, but, as the illustrious queen of the insect clan, this little challenge is nothing. When did you become the queen of the insect clan? Chen Ping was a bit surprised. Just self-appointed. I thought you had another breakthrough. Master, the limitations of race are a divine retribution that is hard to overcome. Do you think everyone is like you? Breaking through is as easy as drinking water? Besides, I self-appointed as the queen of the insect clan to elevate your status. Being contracted to the queen of the insect clan, how impressive would that sound? Anyway, no one else knows the truth. Tomorrow, I'll appoint Su Chanshan as the Elven Queen, and then you'll be the Supreme Emperor of the Elves. Hey, my master is the Supreme Emperor of the Elves, so I can also take on the role of the second Princess of the Elves. Perfect. While Xiao He was still daydreaming, Chen Ping had already returned to the camp with the cage. Master, wait for me. Consider my suggestion, then I can brag with my clan when I go out. Master. Late at night, at the Taimu camp, Baiyu donned her signature red robe, though this robe had no attribute bonuses. Chen Ping had given her 3 coordinates for the Crimson Secret Realm. The first had already been assigned someone to guard, the third was for the second team to head to, while the second one, which had mechs, required her to go personally. Get in the car, prepare for action. Before Baiyu could finish her sentence, Chen Ping returned to the camp holding a large iron cage with one hand. What is this? Baiyu looked at Chen Ping approaching her, her brows slightly furrowed. Your sister, Chen Ping said to Baiyu, then placed the cage on the ground. The people around them changed their expressions drastically upon hearing Chen Ping's words. Although Baiyu was only the deputy commander of the camp, she was the true power holder there. Even if the camp commander offended Baiyu, it would be a matter of minutes before they committed suicide and were replaced. In their eyes, Chen Ping was just an ordinary member of the first team, yet he dared to speak to Baiyu in such a tone and attitude. The crowd had already begun to mourn for Chen Ping. Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if Chen Ping had scolded her, but it seemed like he hadn't. Your sister, can't you recognize her? Chen Ping frowned slightly, wondering if he had mistaken her. Although appearances might change after the experiment, upon closer inspection, the monster in the cage did bear some resemblance to Baiyu. My sister? Where? Baiyu still hadn't reacted. In the cage, take a good look. Chen Ping pointed at the cage. Baiyu was somewhat skeptical. According to the information she had received, her sister had already died at the hands of the Crimson Church. How could she still be alive and transformed into this half-human, half-ghost appearance? This is really my sister? Bai Lu, wake up! Baiyu stared intently for a while, and suddenly realized that this monster really seemed to be her sister. At her call, the monster suddenly jolted awake. Roar! It struggled to break free from its cage, and several steel pipes even began to deform. Egrets, is it really you? I am your sister, Baiyu. You don't remember me? Baiyu squatted in front of the cage, unusually at a loss. Even when facing Chen Ping's pressure, or even life-threatening situations, Baiyu could remain calm, at least appearing unflustered on the surface. But at this moment, she had completely changed. Can she recover? Baiyu turned to look at Chen Ping. I can't say for sure. Chen Ping shook his head. Roar! The egret continued to crash against the cage. Baiyu took a deep breath, straightened up, and regained her initial elegance and composure. Someone, lift the cage to my room. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 female team members, also dressed in red robes, immediately stepped forward and lifted the cage. Thank you, Baiyu said to Chen Ping. No need, be careful, she's stronger than you. Chen Ping reminded. Understood. Baiyu nodded and walked with the 4 towards her villa. After placing the egret in a secure room, Baiyu wasted no time and immediately left the camp with her team, heading to the sea-level secret realm. She wanted to stay and accompany her sister, but she knew there were more important matters at hand. The construction progress of the camp needed to be accelerated, whether in preparation for the future beast tide or the impending threat from the Lin family. Chen Ping returned to his room and rested soundly for the night. The next morning, Chen Ping had Ma Zi gather all the members of Team 1. I have a not-so-secret secret, Chen Ping said casually while sitting in a chair. The others tensed up, sensing that something important was about to be revealed. Actually, my real name is Chen Ping. Chen Ping? The young master of the Chun family from Binhai, Chen Ping? Yi Shunga was momentarily taken aback. The champion of GWL for 3 consecutive years? The Chen god who led a 10-man team to sweep through Crimson Apocalypse in 5 years? Duan Zixuan's expression was somewhat excited. Although Duan Zixuan had long felt that Chen Ping looked familiar and had even connected him to the young master of the Chen family, he wasn't sure due to some changes in appearance and demeanor. After all, there were many people in the world who looked alike. No wonder he looks familiar. I watched your matches when I was a junior. Zheng Chang murmured. Don't Donggu, you tell us such an important thing, you won't silence us, will you? Duan Zishuan asked nervously. You should say less. With your dim-witted intelligence, if Donggu doesn't silence you, I want to, Li Shan quipped from the side. Exactly, you're just tagging along with our team, otherwise, you'd have died 1,000 times already. Yi Shunga nodded in agreement. You're not much better yourself, Duan Zishuan wanted to retort. Ahem. Jinping cleared his throat. He didn't know why these guys were so oblivious, and they always managed to steer the conversation off course. After he cleared his throat, the room fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and Duan Zishuan's legs even began to tremble. Who I am isn't really important. What I want to discuss next is the follow-up plan. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up, fully aware that it concerned their fate. I also know the locations of 4 secret realms, 2 B level and 2 A level, but they haven't descended yet. The difficulty of the secret realms increases over time. The SS level difficulty at the initial stage of a secret realm's descent is easier than the B level difficulty in the mid-stage of descent. In other words, the difficulty of the secret realm is related to the time of descent. If your strength doesn't improve quickly, the next wave of secret realms may not even be passable at the sea level. Shen Ping's words were somewhat exaggerated, but they were basically true. The early A-level difficulty secret realm is extremely challenging for humans at this time, as everyone's rank is low and their equipment is poor. In a few months, most people's ranks will improve, and their equipment will be at least green quality or even blue. When the A-level difficulty secret realm arrives during that time, both the level and number of the Crimson Beasts will significantly increase, and of course, the rewards will be even more generous. Brother Dong, are you going to conduct intensive training for us? Yi Xingga's eyes lit up. Only by experiencing life and death trials can one's strength improve faster. This is your last chance to choose. If you want to stay in the team, you might die at any moment. With your current strength, switching to another team would definitely make you a pillar of support. As long as you don't undertake overly dangerous missions, at least for now, your lives will be safe. Shen Ping said solemnly as he looked at the few people in front of him. I'm sticking with Brother Dong. Yi Xingga was the first to express her stance. In this crimson apocalypse, it's like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you die. As long as Brother Dong doesn't kick me out, I'll die in the team. Jiang Cheng said seriously. If it weren't for you giving me a chance, I would have died in the Biological Research Institute long ago. My worthless life may not be worth much, but it weighs over 200 pounds. If Brother Dong doesn't mind, I'll stay here. Li Shan chuckled. I have no reason other than wanting to become stronger. As long as I can get stronger, I won't leave. Xuena said as she touched her sniper rifle. In every aspect, I'm far inferior to you, but at least in name, I'm still the captain of this small team. Even if I die, I will still be the captain, Ma Zi said in a deep voice. Me too. Duan Zishuan looked at the others who had expressed their opinions. He originally wanted to give a grand speech, but no words came to mind despite racking his brain. After everyone spoke, their gaze fell on the last person, Su Chanxian, who was playing with her twin ponytails. What are you looking at me for? I have no choice, he is my master, and wherever he goes, I go. Su Chanxian said honestly. Master? Is it getting this serious now? Yi Xingga's eyes widened, only thinking about it in her heart. Ahem, Chanxian is just joking, Chen Ping quickly said. The group's attention was drawn back to Chen Ping. To improve your abilities, you must first engage in real combat. Go back and prepare. Gather at the camp square in half an hour, Chen Ping said. Brother Dong, may I ask where we are going this time? Duan Zishuan repeatedly warned himself not to ask too much, but he couldn't help it. Chen family camp, Chen Ping said flatly. Upon hearing this, Duan Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, going home to visit relatives. I thought we were going to kill a level 3 Crimson Beast again. Chen family. Yi Xingga's face turned a bit pale. There had been rumors for some time that Chen Ping and the Chen family were almost at odds, and now that Chen Ping was going to the Chen family, it couldn't possibly be a family visit. Considering what Chen Ping said about real combat, everyone except Duan Zishuan knew what Chen Ping was planning. However, the Chen family was the largest force in Binhai, with thousands of people in their camp. It was said that their overall strength had improved significantly during this time, and they were going to the Chen family's stronghold, which was far more difficult than dealing with a level 3 Crimson Beast. Go back and prepare. The journey is quite far, so we need to set off early, Chen Ping said with a smile. That warm smile always sent a chill down people's spines. In the Crimson Wilderness, red mist filled the air, and yellow sand swirled everywhere. As Ma Zi's team left the Timu camp, they headed straight for the Chen family. To arrive at the Chen family sooner, Chen Ping personally drove the armored vehicle. Although they encountered quite a few level 1 and 2 Crimson Beasts along the way, they posed no real obstacle. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xuena easily dealt with them using a 64 pistol. This pistol was of blue quality, and when Qin Ping killed the cat demon king in the secret realm, continuous firing had damaged the chamber, significantly reducing its power. Even so, it was still much better than an ordinary green quality weapon. Qin Ping preferred close combat weapons, and he also had a stronger pulse pistol, so he gave the damaged type 64 pistol to Xuena. Whenever she spotted a crimson beast, Xuena would lean out halfway and take it down with her pistol. If they encountered a group of crimson beasts, Qin Ping would slow down, and Xuena would flip over from the car window to the roof, quickly sniping them. Thus, they did not waste any time on the journey. They set off at noon and arrived at the old site of the Dawn camp by evening. The armored vehicle came to a slow stop, and everyone got out to eat a little food. At this speed, we should reach our destination in another 6 or 7 hours, Qin Ping said softly. We've been in the vehicle the whole time, so we haven't exhausted our stamina. If we need to fight, there won't be any problem, Ma Zi replied. There are more than a dozen first-level camps around the Chen family camp. Although they aren't very strong, they have set up checkpoints, which might waste some time. Xuena said, I think we should launch a night raid for a quick resolution. After all, the Chen family has been fortifying their defenses and setting traps for months. If we attack during the day and take too long, we will definitely suffer casualties, Li Shan suggested. If it were just Qin Ping alone, he wouldn't need to consider so much, but the others in the team didn't have his strength, and facing the large Chen family, they could only find ways to minimize casualties. Qin Ping had also thought about charging in alone, but the Chen family camp had many people, and with their sea of people tactics, they could delay him for a few minutes, giving Chen and the others a chance to escape through the underground passage. There are 3 defensive lines around the Chen family camp. I'll handle it. Once we enter the camp, they will definitely organize their forces to resist. You all need to attract fire and cover me as I enter the underground area of the Chen family. Qin Ping quickly arranged. Understood. Everyone nodded. After resting for a moment, Qin Ping drove the armored vehicle back on the road. The 3 defensive lines of the Chen family were all made up of first-level camps, each with about 500 people, and dozens of hidden sentries were scattered around the camps. To reach the Chen family as quickly as possible, Qin Ping did not alert the camps along the way but had Xiao Hei take out the hidden sentries before rushing past the camps. About 4 to 5 kilometers away from the Chen family camp, Qin Ping and the others got out of the armored vehicle. Zhang Cheng and Zhang Xian stayed in the vehicle to protect Xiao Bai, while Xuena and Su Chanshan circled to the north side of the camp. Duan Zhuxuan and Yi Xingde went to the west side, and Ma Zi took Li Shan to the east side. They agreed to launch an attack from the north side after half an hour, followed by support from the east and west sides, while Qin Ping would take the opportunity to directly enter the central area of the camp. The plan went exceptionally smoothly. The attacks from the 3 directions led to most of the fire being drawn away, allowing Qin Ping to cut straight into the core area of the camp without any obstruction. The core members of the Chen family lived nearby, while the family head, Chen Jiada, and Chenin lived in the underground area. Before the incident, Qin Ping had only been there a few times, and the underground was built like a maze. Master, go straight ahead, then turn left, right, go straight, right, left. There's a room. The person you're looking for is in there. Xiao Hei scouted ahead and directly found Chen Jiada's location. Bang! Qin Ping swung his knife down, smashing the door. Inside the room, there was only a large bed, and Chen Jiada lay naked on it, along with 7 or 8 disheveled men and women, their bodies covered in numerous wounds, some still oozing blood. Qin Ping, you didn't die? The sneer on Chen Jiada's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of sheer terror. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Qin Ping stood at the door, smiling slightly. Listen to me, it was Chenin who urged me on. I really didn't want to kill you. It was him. Chen Jiada quickly sat up. Qin Ping nodded. Rest assured, I won't let him go either. After saying that, he swiftly moved forward and severed one of Chen Jiada's arms, a fountain of blood spraying out and staining the wall red. Ah! Chen Jiada screamed in agony. Where is my mother? Qin Ping asked calmly. I don't know. Chen Jiada shook his head. Swish! The fire knife fell again, chopping off Chen Jiada's ankle. Before the crimson apocalypse descended, I sent her to the Binhai 4th Hospital, that mental hospital, Chen Jiada said, his face devoid of color. Where is the Chen family's underground vault? Qin Ping, spare my life, and I'll tell you everything. Chen Jiada pleaded, enduring the excruciating pain. As long as you don't fabricate any lies, I won't kill you. Qin Ping nodded. Under this bed, there's a hidden compartment. Opening it leads to an underground chamber where all of the Chen family's supplies are stored. Chen Jiada replied. One last question, where is Chenin? Yesterday, they discovered an A-level secret realm, and Chenin took people there. What location? I really don't know, I never handle these matters, Chen Zhaoda hurriedly answered. Chen Ping nodded again. I think you're lying. As the words fell, in a flash, Chen Zhaoda was reduced to a pile of flesh, though his head remained intact. Bang! Chen Ping lifted the large bed and casually grabbed a person, dragging them into the underground chamber. The person in front explored the path, indeed finding no traps, and directly located the Chen family's vault. As the largest force in Binhai, the Chen family had hidden quite a few good things, even a blue crimson turntable. In addition, there were several vials of life potions, some crimson beasts, and a large amount of raw materials for pharmaceutical refining and alchemy. This nearly filled the 4 spatial stones that Chen Ping had emptied before coming. Master, after searching around, there are 2 large rooms filled with corpses, and another room contains some monsters. While Chen Ping dealt with Chen Zhaoda, Xiao He had already finished searching the maze-like underground area. Monsters? Could it be that the Chen family has also collaborated with the Crimson Church? Chen Ping frowned. Take me to see. Under Xiao He's guidance, he found the room containing the monsters. Upon careful inspection, these monsters were completely different from the experimental subjects of the Crimson Church. Perhaps this was a biological experiment conducted by the Chen family themselves. From Chen Zhaoda to Chen En, and then to Chen Ing, their brutality was etched in their bones. If it weren't for Chen Ping in the early stages, the camp wouldn't have attracted so many vassals, and after Chen Ping left, Chen An's talent once again drew many strong individuals. The surface prosperity concealed the filth beneath, but this was the Crimson Apocalypse. Everyone lived under a shadow, and only the strong could release the darkness within. Even without the apocalypse, such people had never been few. It was just that the current environment made them more unrestrained. Leaving the underground area, the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries. In 3 directions, there were only 6 people, yet they created a momentum like 1,000 troops. Coupled with the late hour, the Chen family's camp was in utter chaos. The head of the Chen family is dead. You are surrounded, drop your weapons, and perhaps you can spare your life. Chen Ping stood atop the lookout tower in the center of the camp, holding up Chen Zhaoda's head. Below, several beams of light shone on Chen Ping, and the head in his hand was still dripping blood. Chen Ping? After all, he was the young master of the Chen family, and he had only left the Chen family for a little over a month. Although his appearance had changed somewhat, upon closer inspection, he could still be recognized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows shot into the camp, killing several leaders attempting to organize a counterattack. Drop your weapons and lie on the ground. The loud voice of the scarred man echoed, drenched in blood, and with a fierce, menacing face, he resembled a demon from hell. Clang! There were still 700 or 800 people left in the camp, all of whom dropped their weapons. In the Chen family's camp, there were about 2,000 to 3,000 people above the bronze 5-star level, with over 1,000 scattered across the 3 outer defensive lines, while the remaining, stronger individuals stayed to guard the camp. After Ma Zi and the others attacked for 5 or 6 minutes, specifically targeting those who appeared to be stronger or in command, the Chen family camp was unable to organize an effective defense. Upon seeing that the family head was dead and the leaders of various teams had also fallen, the remaining people naturally lost any thoughts of resistance. Those who lay down their weapons, all enter the underground area. Any resistors will be killed on the spot. Chen Ping issued the command. Half an hour later, 90% of the Chen family camp's people had entered the underground area. Since the underground space was not very large, the remaining individuals could no longer fit in. At this moment, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian, along with Xiao Bai, also entered the camp to help Li Shan and others guard these prisoners. Ma Zi and Shui now walked up to Chen Ping. We didn't find any fuel. If we rely on weapons to kill, it might take some time. Xuan now whispered. Why kill? Keep them all. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Keep them? Ma Zi was somewhat surprised. Didn't you get a lot of turntables in the secret realm? I also found quite a few here. Let these people all draw. Don't waste it. Some small fry on the outskirts. The Ironwood camp is in need of manpower right now. They might still be useful. Chen Ping said. Got it. Ma Zi realized. First, split them into 2 groups. The small fries will be locked in the underground area, while the combat teams and Chen family members will draw from the turntables, then deal with them. Also, I'll give you a few photos. Find these people for me. I have some questions to ask them. Chen Ping instructed. Okay, I'll take care of it right now. Ma Zi nodded. After giving the instructions, Chen Ping headed to the living area in the center of the camp, where the Chen family's combat personnel resided. Chen Ping had once lived here. After resting for half the night, just as dawn broke, Ma Zi brought the people Chen Ping wanted. There were 4 in total, all appearing to be quite old. Chen Ping, you actually dared to kill your father. The leader spoke first, and Chen Ping raised his hand, activating his pulse pistol, directly killing the man. The other 3 were immediately shocked, as the Chen Ping they knew while not exactly a model youth, was at least quite humble and respectful, especially in front of elders, and had never crossed the line. Thud. We are from the Chun family, but all matters of the Chen family are controlled by Qin Zhaoda and Chenin. If there is a grievance, it has a source. They wanted to kill you, it really has nothing to do with us. The other three quickly reacted and immediately knelt before Qin Ping. They were Qin Zhaoda's two younger brothers and a clan uncle, who also had some say in the Chen family. Who is my father? What exactly happened back then? Qin Ping asked calmly. The old matters were already irrelevant to the present, but Qin Ping still wanted to understand. If you tell the truth, perhaps you can save your lives. If not, Qin Ping fiddled with the pulse pistol in his hand. Your father is Chen Lin, and he actually has no relation to the Binhai Chen family. Over 30 years ago, he started from scratch and accumulated quite a bit of capital. A few years later, he met Chen Zhaoda, who was facing some business difficulties at the time. Chen Lin helped Chen Zhaoda, but greed led to disaster. Chen Zhaoda coveted Chen Lin's assets, and then Chen Lin had an accident. At that time, your mother was already pregnant with you. To protect you, she remarried Chen Zhaoda, and Chen Zhaoda then took over your father's assets. What he said is not wrong. Back then, Chen Zhaoda was utterly ruthless, committing all sorts of evil, but we had no say in the Chen family. Another person tried to defend himself, but before he could finish, Qin Ping raised his hand and fired 3 shots, directly killing the 3. Have all the turntables been drawn? Qin Ping turned his head, looking expressionlessly at Ma Zi. The extraction is complete. Those with less than a year of life have all been dealt with, leaving over 400 people. Additionally, several nearby camps seem to have noticed something amiss and have sent several waves of people over, all of whom have been handled by Xuana and Shanzi. Ma Zi replied. Before we set out, I told Baiyu to send 100 or 200 people over. I estimate they will arrive in about half a day. Before they arrive, you and Xuana should take out all the camps belonging to the Chen family nearby, leaving no one behind from Gaozhan. The rest can wait for the people from the Taimu camp to come and take over. Qin Ping said calmly. What about Jiang Chang and Jiang Xin? Ma Zi asked. Well, someone should keep an eye on this place. Qin Ping nodded in agreement. After Ma Zi left, Qin Ping took out all the life potions he had collected this time from the spatial stone, totaling 130 years. Qin Ping himself had over 200 years of life left, and with future secret realm clearances, he would not lack lifespan at all, so he gave them all to Xiao Bai. However, her use of the life potion would yield half the effect, only increasing her lifespan by 65 years, but that was enough. As for the resources collected this time, aside from the materials for alchemy, half of the remaining weapons and equipment would be left for the Taimu camp, while the rest would be exchanged for points at the Ju Baogu. While Qin Ping was pondering, a dozen armored and transport vehicles slowly entered the Chen family's territory. The speed of these people was much faster than Qin Ping had anticipated. Brother Chen, I'm Xiao Hui. Captain Bai sent me to find you. A woman in a red robe, spirited and vigorous, quickly found Qin Ping. The members of Baiyu's team only referred to her as Captain Bai, while Xiao Hui was second only to Baiyu in strength within the team and served as the vice-captain. If these people are needed, take them back to the camp for construction. If not convenient, just kill them all. Also, before leaving, find some explosives and make sure to level this place to the ground, ensuring not a single living creature is left. Qin Ping instructed flatly. Understood. Xiao Hui stood straight, her expression serious. Alright, you all get busy. Brother Chen, the head of Ju Baogu, Master Shin, will arrive at the Taimu camp tomorrow. So soon? I got it. Qin Ping nodded. After Xiao Hui took over, Qin Ping left the Chen family camp with Ma Zi and the others. They did not head directly back to the Taimu camp but instead moved southwest. About 50 kilometers southwest of the city center is the 4th hospital of Binhai, a hospital for treating mental illnesses. According to Chen Zhaoda, before the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, he had sent Qin Ping's mother to this hospital. Previously, Qin Ping was unaware, as he did not know about his background at that time. After the Scarlet Apocalypse arrived, Chen Zhaoda only mentioned that he had escorted Qin Ping's mother to a safe place. Now, 5 months later, many capable individuals were struggling to survive, let alone his defenseless mother, who had likely perished. Yet, Qin Ping still wanted to search for her, within his means. Even if he could find her remains to bury her, it would not be in vain as a son. Soon, the armored vehicles arrived at the 4th hospital of Binhai. It had long since become a ruin and was occupied by a group of scarlet beasts. At that moment, a 10-person squad was fighting while retreating. Master, there are level 3 scarlet beasts here. Xiao Hei suddenly perked up. Although level 3 scarlet beasts did not attract Xiao Hei much, even a fly's leg has some meat. Go take care of it, Qin Ping said, and Xiao Hei immediately left. After everyone got out of the vehicle, Qin Ping opened his wristband, found a photo, and sent it to Ma Zi and the others. Look for this person. Yes. Everyone responded and immediately scattered. Leaning against the armored vehicle, Chen Ping contemplated the next steps. He knew that the few secret realms he was aware of might take some time to appear. For now, he needed to find Zhu Baogu. With its powerful information network, it should have grasped the locations of many secret realms after these 7 or 8 days. Chen Ping could first use his points to exchange for some information. In the early stages, there were very few teams capable of clearing A-level or higher secret realms. One could even say there were none. This was the best opportunity for Chen Ping to accumulate resources and distance himself from others. As for Chen and from the Chun family, he wouldn't be showing up anytime soon. He was naturally suspicious and might not return directly to the camp after exiting the secret realm. Any slight disturbance would prompt him to hide for a while. Therefore, Chen Ping did not let Xia Hui and the others wait idly. This was also a lesson learned. When dealing with the Lin family in the future, he must gather information in advance to ensure a complete victory and avoid leaving any hidden dangers for later. While Chen Ping was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a familiar emblem on a distant team. Dark Crow Camp? This was one of the secondary camps in Binhai. Now that the Chun family had been wiped out, the Dark Crow Camp should be the strongest force in Binhai. The camp leader, Zhou Mo, was someone Chen Ping was somewhat familiar with. He was only 15 this year, nicknamed the Crow King, and had previously been considered a gaming expert. He entered the game Crimson Apocalypse at 13, and when the Crimson Apocalypse descended, he obtained a special Crimson Beast, named Dark Crow, which was not a bird-type Crimson Beast. Because of Dark Crow, about a month after the Crimson Apocalypse began, Zhou Mo built a miniature underground city to successfully evade the impact of the first beast tide. Before Chen Ping's rebirth, he had teamed up with Zhou Mo to clear the Crimson Secret Realm. This person was quite decent and had even helped Chen Ping fend off assassination attempts from the Chun family. His only flaw was being somewhat lecherous. Of course, in the Crimson Apocalypse, lechery was not really a flaw, but the problem was that Zhou Mo's level of it was a bit excessive. In the year before Chen Ping's rebirth, which was the 4th year after the Crimson Apocalypse began, Zhou Mo, not yet 20, died on the belly of a crimson succubus, which still made Chen Ping feel a bit regretful. As Chen Ping's thoughts soared, an armored vehicle appeared in the distance. When the vehicle stopped, more than 20 people got out. The leader was a somewhat frail, youthful Zhou Mo. Level 3 Crimson Beast? Where is it? Zhou Mo quickly asked. Inside, it looks like a cheetah, very powerful. We've already lost over 10 people. The team leader immediately reported. Just right, my Dark Crow was itching for a fight. After the Crimson Apocalypse descended, Zhou Mo had cleared 2 B-level secret realms in a row, causing his strength to surge, and suddenly he was overflowing with confidence, wanting to let his Dark Crow challenge a level 3 Crimson Beast. Captain, that Crimson Beast is really too strong. We should retreat. Get lost, get lost. How can you develop the Dark Crow camp with a bunch of cowards like you? Those afraid of dying should get far away. I'll take it on myself. At 15, Zhou Mo was at a youthful and vigorous age. Although he had some strength, he was still far from being able to face a level 3 Crimson Beast. However, with the protection of Dark Crow, even if he couldn't defeat the level 3 Crimson Beast, he still had the ability to protect himself. Just as Zhou Mo was about to leave, he suddenly noticed Chen Ping standing in the distance. Who is that guy? When did he arrive? Not sure. He came just as we were retreating, with a team, but they all split up. It seems like they are looking for something. Someone beside Zhou Mo replied. Interesting. With his keen intuition, Zhou Mo concluded that Chen Ping was definitely not an ordinary person. If he went to kill the level 3 Crimson Beast, what if this person backstabbed him? Wouldn't that be making a wedding dress for him? Zhou Mo's eyes turned, and he walked towards Chen Ping. Hey, brother, are you also here to hunt monsters? Looking for someone? Looking for someone? I have plenty of people here. Do you need help? Zhou Mo asked with a smile. No need. Chen Ping replied coldly. There is a level 3 Crimson Beast inside. I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with me. Zhou Mo still maintained his smile, extending an invitation to Chen Ping. It's already dead. What do you mean, already dead? The level 3 Crimson Beast. Dead? Zhou Mo was slightly taken aback. Although he looked resolute, he knew very well that no matter how strong he was, he could never be a match for a level 3 Crimson Beast. He just wanted to see if there was a chance to pick up some scraps, but he didn't expect it to already be dead. Impossible, that's a level 3 Crimson Beast. Who has the ability to kill a level 3 Crimson Beast now? You're lying to me. Zhou Mo took a half step back. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Chen Ping shrugged. No, this time it's you who's lying to me. You want to trick me into coming over and then stab me in the back. Zhou Mo became even more vigilant. I don't have that many hobbies, Chen Ping said, somewhat speechless. If it weren't for the connection from before his rebirth, he wouldn't even bother to say a word to Jomo. You look quite familiar. Who exactly are you? Chen Ping, the young master of the Chen family? The 3-time champion of GWL? You didn't die, did you? Jomo stepped back again, as if he had seen a ghost. If you really fear me, you should leave right now, Chen Ping said flatly. You're still lying to me. Jomo frowned tightly. Master, where did this fool come from? Should I just kill him? Xiao He slowly returned, just in time to see Jomo's wary expression. No need, he's too flashy. If you drink his blood, you might get infected. Chen Ping stopped him. Alright, master. Just now, when I killed that level 3 crimson beast, it dropped a red roulette. Red roulette? Where? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. According to Chen Ping's analysis, in the 3 months leading up to the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, and around the time the Crimson Secret Realm appeared, the drop rate of red roulettes from level 3 Crimson Beasts skyrocketed. After a few more months, most level 3 Crimson Beasts would only drop white or green roulettes, and the probability of blue roulettes would decrease significantly. The chance of red roulettes dropping would also diminish greatly, with most being produced by the secret realms. Outside the ruins of the 4th hospital in Binhai, Jomo saw that Chen Ping had ignored him for a while, so he left in frustration. A few minutes later, in the center of the hospital ruins, Jomo discovered the corpse of a crimson beast resembling a cheetah. Its massive body was reduced to a skeleton, but its imposing aura still sent chills down his spine. Chen Ping had already arrived at the corpse first, silently collecting 2 white roulettes and 1 red roulette before returning to the armored vehicle. The corpse is still fresh. Damn, is he really that strong? Jomo exclaimed in shock. Master, I think that person has already broken through to the golden rank. A rat-like crimson beast, somewhat resembling a pangolin, poked its head out from Jomo's arms. Golden rank? Nonsense. I've worked hard to kill so many crimson beasts and only reached silver 3 stars. He's at golden rank? Impossible, your instincts have always been off. Jomo shook his head. What if, this time you're right? Anya was somewhat unconvinced. If he really has reached golden rank, maybe we could invite him to enter that A-level secret realm together. Jomo began to ponder. Master, that's too dangerous. What if the secret realm ends and he wants to kill us for treasure? Anya reminded him. I have a basic jump engine. As long as I leave the secret realm, I can use it immediately. It shouldn't be a problem. This was an item drawn by the people from the Anya camp, and it was precisely because of this item that Jomo had the confidence to challenge the level 3 Crimson Beast. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. What if he attacks inside the Crimson Secret Realm? You can't use the jump engine there. That's a valid point, but knowing about an A-level secret realm and not being able to enter is even more frustrating than being killed. Master, I have an idea. Your ideas are all terrible. This time it's not terrible, I just thought of it. It's fresh. Then go ahead. You can trick him. Trick? I understand now. I'll tell him I know the locations of 2 A-level Crimson Secret Realms. To maximize his interests, he should only act after I take him to the 2nd Secret Realm, and then I'll run away after finishing the first one. I'm really a damn genius. Jomo muttered to himself. Actually, my idea is, why don't you take him as your adoptive father? That way. Get lost. I knew all your ideas would be terrible. A couple of days ago, you wanted me to take Shinjata as my adoptive father. Do you really want me to be someone else's son? I'm just thinking about the master's future. It's good to lean against a big tree for shade. If not a son, being a grandson is fine too. Anya said seriously. Thanks, but next time, find yourself a godfather. If I could find one, I would have found 10 or 8 by now. Anya rolled her eyes. A few minutes later, Jomo returned to the ruins outside the 4th courtyard, where Chen Ping was still leaning against the armored vehicle. Adoptive. No, Chen. Brother Chen, I know your strength is formidable. Before the arrival of the Scarlet Apocalypse, I was your idol. No, I misspoke. Don't mind the details, let me get straight to the point. I know of 2A rank Scarlet Secret Realms. Are you interested? Jomo asked bluntly. Where? Chen Ping's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred. The most pressing matter for him now was to clear the high-difficulty Scarlet Secret Realm and complete his initial accumulation, especially his bloodline task. If he could awaken his bloodline, his strength would surely increase several tiers, and he wouldn't have to worry about bloodline suppression when facing Scarlet Beasts of the same level. Of course, I can't tell you in advance, I have to take you there, Jomo said with a smile. How many people do we need? 6 people. To be fair, you bring 2. And I'll bring 2, Jomo replied. All 6 people? The other A-rank secret realm is just for 2 people, just you and me. That's fine, but I need to finish searching this area first. No problem, Jomo nodded generously. More than an hour later, Motsi and the others returned, looking dusty and disheveled. The people trapped under the ruins are basically unrecognizable, and many have completely rotted away. Some have been half-eaten by scarlet beasts. Motsi felt a bit guilty for not completing the task Chenping had assigned. Forget it, I didn't have much hope anyway. Xuan'er, Shangge, you two come with me to a secret realm. Motsi, you lead the team back to the timber camp and let the people from the treasure pavilion wait a day or two, Chenping said to everyone. In fact, he preferred to choose Xuan'er and Su Chanshan. After all, with Su Chanshan as a meat shield, safety would be greatly enhanced. However, with Chenping's strength, clearing the A-rank Scarlet Secret Realm wouldn't be too difficult for him at the moment. Plus, he didn't want to leave Xiaobai with Motsi's team, as Su Chanshan could help look after Xiaobai. Yi Shangge had the talent of nether fire, which was a bit of a help. Understood. Motsi nodded and took the others away. Xuan'er and Yi Shangge said nothing, following Chenping onto the armored vehicle of the Anya camp. The armored vehicle slowly started, and the cabin was very quiet. Besides Chenping and the other two, there were two big guys from Jomo's side, who should be the ones entering the secret realm this time, along with four very alluring, mature, and sexy beauties. Those four beauties, in terms of appearance, could easily score around 8.5, similar to Xuan'er, but Xuan'er exuded more of a heroic and spirited vibe, evoking a sense of conquest. There was no comparison between them. They were two completely different feelings. Jomo could guess Chenping's strength, so he kept his eyes half-closed, trying to control himself. However, the occasional bumps of the armored vehicle made him instinctively glance at Xuan'er beside Chenping, whose manta wrapped tightly in combat gear was simply too large to ignore. Eyes are a good thing. It would be a pity if they were gone. Chenping's tone was very flat, but it instantly made Jomo break out in a cold sweat. Stop the vehicle, Jomo hurriedly said to his wristband. Brother Chen, I really didn't mean it just now. I'll sit in the front passenger seat, please don't be angry. Jomo quickly apologized, then handed out an eye mask to each person in the vehicle. If anyone can't control their eyes, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, he immediately switched places with the person sitting in the passenger seat. The armored vehicle restarted, and Xuan'er, sitting next to Chenping, appeared expressionless, but her slightly flushed cheeks proved that she was not entirely unaffected. The cabin fell silent again. After 3 or 4 hours, the voice of Jomo came through the team members' wristbands. In 10 minutes, we will reach the entrance of the first A-level Crimson Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Chenping slowly took out a crimson roulette from the spatial stone. An electronic synthesized voice, audible only to Chenping, sounded, please specify the reward item. 1. Wind Wolf Bloodline Inheritance. 2. High Energy Compressed Biscuits * 1000. 3. Primary Gravity Body. 4. Advanced Chainsaw. 5. Intermediate Life Potion. 6. Level 1 Crimson Pod. Does not move after materialization. 7. Intermediate Crimson Wristband. The quality of this Crimson Roulette was indeed very high, with a total of more than 30 items in the prize pool, none white, 4 green, 22 blue, and 4 red. Among them, the Wind Wolf Bloodline Inheritance, Primary Gravity Body, Level 1 Crimson Pod, and Intermediate Crimson Wristband were all red quality. For Chenping, the wristband had the most significant effect. 7. Intermediate Crimson Wristband. Once the choice was made, a brilliant red light burst forth, so intense that even the thick eye mask could not block it. Little boss, why is the cabin glowing red? The person driving the armored vehicle glanced at the rear-view mirror, and the entire cabin was emitting a red light, looking very strange. Damn it, could that guy have mutated? Is he a crimson beast? Jomo's eyelids twitched. Little boss, should we run? Run what? Hurry up and drive your vehicle. Jomo had never seen such a situation and was filled with anxiety. With the A-level Crimson Secret Realm right in front of them, he hesitated. After all, Jomo had only learned about Chenping through television and online channels. This was their first meeting, and he had no comprehensive understanding of Chenping. He was already starting to regret collaborating with him. Master, is there a possibility? That guy is drawing from the roulette? Drawing from the roulette? How could that cause such a commotion? It seems that drawing a red quality item is like this, the Dark Crow replied. This. Jomo's mouth twitched slightly, and his brain felt a bit overwhelmed. The crimson wilderness shrouded in darkness was fraught with danger. Especially after the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, the number of crimson beasts surged, and the danger level skyrocketed. However, there were always some bold and skilled individuals who would venture out at night. The headlights piercing through the darkness slowly stopped, and a team of people streamed out from the back door of the vehicle. Brother Chen, the A-level Crimson Secret Realm is right inside. Zhou Mo quickly walked up to Chen Ping and said respectfully. With the light from the vehicle, it was vaguely visible that this was a European-style church, and the entire structure had not collapsed, only the doors and windows were shattered, and there were visible cracks in the walls. You lead the way. Chen Ping nodded. Zhou Mo immediately walked ahead and entered the church first. The interior of the church was not severely damaged, and as soon as they entered, they could see a massive pentagram on the ground, with a dark red vortex that seemed to want to swallow everything in the world. Chen Ping raised his hand, and the crimson wristband on his wrist also flickered with red light. Information visible only to Chen Ping appeared before his eyes. 0713 Secret Realm, Island of Forgetting, difficulty. A completion time limit, 24 hours. Number of participants per entry, 6 number of successful completions, 0 fastest completion team, none fastest completion time, none remaining completion rewards, 1 secret realm status, stable. Is there a team that has completed it? No. Is it enterable? Yes. Completion tasks, 1. Obtain the key to the Temple of Forgetting. 2. Enter the Temple of Forgetting and defeat the Guardian of Forgetting. 3. The team casualties must not exceed 3. Completion rewards, Crimson Coins *10, Intermediate Experience Scrolls *2, Intermediate Life Potions *2, Crimson Crystals *1. Special note for Crimson Bracelet, 1. Obtain 3 key fragments from the Misty Giant Spider, Stone Guardian, and Elven Archer to lift the seal of the Island of Forgetting and release the evil Grand Sorcerer. 2. The Grand Sorcerer is very sensitive to rune stones. Carrying a rune stone can weaken his abilities. 3. The Grand Sorcerer will summon small elemental creatures to fight. It is advisable to clear the elemental creatures first to reduce combat pressure. The red quality Crimson Bracelet will display some additional information, and in addition, it can view all information of those wearing bracelets of lower than red quality, and the red Crimson Bracelet also has the ability to block detection. You have a special task. You can choose to modify the Secret Realm to Special 0003 Secret Realm. Do you want to modify the Secret Realm? With the upgrade of the bracelet's quality, Chen Ping gained more choices. This Secret Realm numbered 0713 was somewhat familiar to Chen Ping before his rebirth. It was discovered by Zhou Mo, and it took half a year for him to successfully lead a team to complete it. After the first completion, he sold the location information to the Treasure Pavilion. At that time, although Chen Ping had already met Zhou Mo, they had not become close friends. Chen Ping had some understanding of Zhou Mo's abilities. His strength truly underwent a qualitative change after completing this secret realm. All 6 members he led survived and obtained weapons, talents, and the contract Crimson Beast, and with these rewards, Zhou Mo later became one of the first teams to complete S-level secret realms. If Zhou Mo had not indulged excessively, the Dark Crow camp would have undoubtedly surpassed the Chun family in a very short time, becoming the most powerful force in the entire coastal area. Unfortunately, shortly after completing the S-level secret realm, Zhou Mo vanished like a shooting star, ending his brief life. Chen Ping was not aware of the specific items obtained by Zhou Mo's team, but he knew that this secret realm was definitely the strongest in A-level secret realms, comparable to S-level secret realms. However, no reward could compare to his own temple special secret realm. The benefits of a special secret realm far exceed those of ordinary secret realms. He could either solo it or bring his own team along with Zhou Mo, making it unnecessary to modify the secret realm. According to Chen Ping's speculation, the number of modifications for this special secret realm was also limited. Once the progress reached 100%, this series of secret realms might completely disappear. Moreover, Zhou Mo mentioned there were 2 A-level secret realms, and even if he wanted to modify, it would be the next one. If all else failed, Chen Ping could take a step back and directly kill for treasure before completion. With a thought, Chen Ping cancelled the modification of the secret realm. At this moment, Zhou Mo had already brought 2 people from the Dark Crow camp and stood inside the pentagram formation. You all ambush around. If anyone breaks in, kill them directly. Zhou Mo instructed the people outside the star formation. Brother Chen, let's go. Zhou Mo looked at Chen Ping again. Chen Ping did not move, and the 2 behind him, Yi Xingge and Xuana, also remained still. Let's go. Chen Ping nodded and stepped into the star formation, with the 2 quickly following. Red light flickered, and a strong sense of dizziness struck everyone's nerves. I'm dead, I'm going to die. Can the master get some anti-dizziness medicine? I'm so dizzy. Little black lay limp on Chen Ping's chest. Endure it, you'll get used to it. All medicines have side effects, Chen Ping replied seriously. As the red light dissipated, everyone landed on the shore. Zhou Mo and the others crouched on the ground, retching continuously, while Chen Ping, Xuan'er, and Yi Shenggu had gradually adapted, and their condition had improved significantly. Xuan'er was the first to take down the sniper rifle from her back, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Behind them was an endless expanse of ocean, and in front lay a mist-shrouded dense forest, where towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, making it impossible to see how high they truly were. Greenish vines twisted around the trunks, the thinnest of which was thicker than an average person's arm. Those green vines are called ghost vines. They can sense heartbeats, and if you get too close, you'll be ensnared to death, Chen Ping warned. This information was also displayed by the crimson wristbands, which even indicated that these vines could be used to make hemostatic medicine, but only effective against crimson beasts of level 2 or below or humans of silver rank or below. There are crimson beasts, number unknown. Xuan'er set up her sniper rifle, vaguely seeing shadows darting through the forest. Chen Ping raised his hand, grasping the fire of joy from the air. Once we enter the forest, make sure to stick close to me, Chen Ping instructed. Xuan'er nodded, and Yi Shenggu quickly added, understood. You go ahead and lead the way. Chen Ping said to Yi Shenggu, ha, me, I go in front, is there a problem? No problem. Yi Shenggu silently lamented. If you're not ready, we'll head out first. Chen Ping glanced at the three still crouched on the ground. Cough, cough. All right, I'm good now. Zhou Mo forced himself to stand up. He wielded a long sword, accompanied by two other burly men, one with a shield and the other with a long knife. What formation should we take? Zhou Mo asked. You guys scout ahead, we'll cover the rear. Chen Ping replied. Brother Chen, you won't stab us in the back, will you? Zhou Mo asked warily. I don't have that many hobbies, Chen Ping said flatly. Zhou Mo regretted entering this secret realm with Chen Ping, as the latter's strength was overwhelming, making him feel like mere decoration. However, as long as they could clear the level, it was worth enduring. Brothers, follow me. Zhou Mo waved his hand and led the two into the dense forest. Hey, why are you here too? Not far into the forest, Zhou Mo turned to see Yi Shenggu almost pressed against him. Our boss told me to come protect you. Just you? You're as thin as a little chick? The burly man beside him scoffed. Moo, Zhou Mo said coldly. A hint of an uncharacteristic chill appeared on the youthful face. Little boss, I was rude. The man called Moo immediately panicked and hurriedly apologized. Bro, don't mind it, my subordinates are all brutes. Zhou Mo suddenly became amiable, speaking to Yi Shenggu. It's fine. Yi Shenggu felt a bit wary of Zhou Mo's sudden change in demeanor. Time is tight, and the task is heavy, let's move quickly, Zhou Mo said, continuing to lead the three forward. Behind them, over 100 meters away, Chen Ping was also cautiously advancing with Xuan'er. This place is very dangerous, stay close, Chen Ping reminded again. At this point, Xuan'er was almost pressed against Chen Ping's back, and every few steps Chen Ping took, he would suddenly stop and look around. Sometimes, Xuan'er, unable to stop in time, would bump into him. Xuan'er frowned slightly, looking at Chen Ping. Be careful. Chen Ping swung the fire blade, the sound slicing through the air ringing in Xuan'er's ears. With a swift motion, a vine that was slowly reaching towards Xuan'er was directly severed. Thank you. Xuan'er had been paying attention to her surroundings but had indeed not noticed the approaching vine. It's nothing, this vine isn't a crimson beast, so it's hard to detect. Chen Ping smiled slightly, giving Xuan'er a feeling of being enveloped in spring breeze, especially the intense sense of security that was beyond words. Wow, what kind of spell is this? So fierce. A gasp erupted from the team led by Zhou Mo. The ghostly fire of Yi Shenggu fell upon Amu's long knife, and the vines that could not be severed were instantly cut in two. A mere trick, not worth mentioning, Yi Shenggu said, hands behind his back, shaking his head. Boss, I was blind to your greatness earlier and caused some offense. I hope you can forgive me. No problem. It's just that Yi Shenggu was pondering how to show off when several dark shadows appeared ahead. Be careful, there are scarlet beasts. Level 3. Zhou Mo quickly released his dark crow. Originally the size of a palm, the dark crow grew to 3 or 4 zhan long, towering over a person once it landed. Crow, go! Zhou Mo shouted. Don't call me a crow, I'm a dark crow dragon. Dragon Dad, let's not get hung up on names right now. Those are level 3 scarlet beasts. Zhou Mo felt his legs going numb. In this scarlet secret realm, he couldn't use basic teleportation, and if those scarlet beasts charged at him, he would surely die. Just level 3 scarlet beasts, I'll buff you, and they'll be taken down in no time. You go, Yi Shenggu said confidently, chest out, to Amu. Initially terrified, thought of Yishunga beside him, a godlike presence. The vines that could wrap around 3 or 4 people had left no scratch when he struck with his long knife, but with Yishunga's fire buff, it was like cutting through vegetables. Seeing Yishunga's demeanor, AMU instantly gained confidence. Damn it, it's just a level 3 scarlet beast, I'll take it down. AMU charged forward with his big knife. Bang! Sparks flew, and AMU felt a twinge of pain in his palm as the terrifying scarlet beast opened its massive maw and swallowed him whole. Crow, run! Jomo shouted, running back without looking. It's not my fault, they must be too weak. I can't show my strength with these useless ones. Yishunga followed suit, retreating. But the scarlet beasts were faster. Just as Yishunga took 2 steps back, 4 or 5 scarlet beasts charged beside him. It's over. This time it's really the end. Xiaohua, goodbye. Yishunga closed his eyes. Who is Xiaohua? Facing the level 3 scarlet beast, utterly defenseless, Yishunga had closed his eyes, waiting for death. But at that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Dong Gu. Yishunga opened his eyes to see Qin Ping beside him, and he immediately felt relieved. Clang! The fire knife struck the scarlet beast, causing Qin Ping's palm to ache slightly. With his strength, he should be able to easily kill an ordinary level 3 scarlet beast. But the massive scarlet beast before him showed no signs of injury. Its body was over 3 men tall, with skin like rock, and it turned to Qin Ping with a roar. Without hesitation, Qin Ping picked up Yishunga and began to retreat. Master, it's not a scarlet beast. Little Black took the opportunity to fly into its body as it opened its mouth. Not a scarlet beast? Qin Ping frowned, looking at the motionless giant beast that resembled stone. Master, this is a mechanism beast, controlled by silver-armored insects. Little Black flew out from inside one of the mechanism beasts. Silver-armored insects? Qin Ping had never heard of such scarlet insects before. It's a small branch of. Little Black returned to Qin Ping's front, dragging a thumb-sized insect. The insect was covered in tiny silver-gray scales with a metallic texture, looking like a small metal ornament. The control ability of the silver-armored insect comes from its unique energy core, which resonates with the energy system of the mechanism beast, creating a mental link. Once the link is established, the silver-armored insect can manipulate the mechanism beast with its thoughts, repair damaged mechanism beasts, and even optimize their performance, allowing the mechanism beasts to unleash unimaginable power in battle. The level 2 Crimson Worm-controlled level 3 mechanical beast can actually withstand my attacks. Qin Ping observed the little worm with great interest. The silver-armored bug was pinched in Qin Ping's hand, unable to resist at all. Among the level 2 Crimson Worms, it had the strongest mental power but no offensive capability, only able to manipulate some mechanical beasts for attack or defense. While Qin Ping was pondering, Xiao Hei had already dealt with all the surrounding mechanical beasts. Giant Stone Guardian Fragment? After Xiao Hei eliminated the last silver-armored bug, it spat out a fragment emitting a faint yellow light from the mouth of the mechanical beast. Qin Ping immediately picked up the fragment and scanned it with the crimson ring, revealing a string of information. This was one of the fragments needed to synthesize the final key. Everything happened very quickly, and Jomo hadn't even run far. Those crimson beasts have been dealt with? Looking at the motionless mechanical beasts, Jomo was somewhat incredulous. While he was in a daze, several thick vines slowly reached out towards him. Be careful, Qin Ping warned. But before he finished speaking, the vine suddenly accelerated, wrapping around Jomo's limbs and quickly pulling him upwards. Help! Help! Jomo screamed hysterically, while the dark crow leaped up, only jumping half a meter high before crashing heavily back to the ground. Little boss! The last member of Jomo's team looked on in despair as Jomo was rapidly dragged away. Qin Ping frowned slightly. He had the ability to save Jomo, but using the mechanical wings to fly here would be quite unwise. Bang bang bang! Xuena immediately knelt and set up her sniper rifle, pulling the trigger continuously. Switching to heavy fire mode, the powerful recoil caused her body to move back about half a meter. 5 bullets shot through the air, hitting the 5 thick vines. Although the power was immense, it did not completely sever the vines. The vines were already in a state of being tenuously connected. Just 1 or 2 more bullets would suffice. In heavy fire mode, only 5 attacks could be launched, and there would be no further attacks in a short time. Seeing this, Qin Ping took out his pulse pistol. At long range, the pulse pistol was not as powerful as Xuena's sniper rifle, but with Xuena's attack preceding, Qin Ping casually fired 2 shots to sever the vines. Bang! Jomo fell from the height, crashing onto the back of the dark crow. Although he was seriously injured, at least his life was saved. I'll scout ahead, Xuena, you cover them. Qin Ping had to be cautious. Even though he had the ability to kill level 3 crimson beasts, he could not let his guard down in this strange crimson secret realm. Moreover, one of the mission objectives was that the number of deaths could not exceed 3. After only a few hundred meters, the 6-person team had already suffered 1 death and 1 serious injury. Chen Ping wielded his fire knife, clearing the path ahead, while the Dark Crow dragged the injured Zhou Mo, and the other 3 followed closely behind. Master, there are a large number of giant spiders ahead, all level 2, with only 1 level 3, which should be the leader, but Xiao He suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Chen Ping stopped and waited for Xiao He's response. If we continue in the current direction, we should reach the center of the island, where the ultimate boss of this secret realm should be. However, I have a vague feeling that there might be better things in other places, but I can't confirm the location, Xiao He said ambiguously. Chen Ping frowned. This island was not small, and even if thousands more people came, it would be impossible to complete a thorough search in a short time. Moreover, since Xiao He did not provide a clear direction, even if Chen Ping wanted to search, he had no target. Cough cough, Chen. Brother Chen. Zhou Mo, on the back of the Dark Crow, weakly called out. Hearing this, Chen Ping flashed to the side of the Dark Crow. My contracted Crimson Beast, Dark Crow, was originally named Dark Yati Dragon, skilled in excavation, and has a relatively keen perception ability. There should be a treasure in the southwest direction. In fact, when he first entered the Scarlet Secret Realm, the Dark Crow had already informed Zhou Mo of this information. Zhou Mo had originally planned to go alone, but now, severely injured and faced with the immense dangers of this Scarlet Secret Realm, he had no choice but to share this location's information with Chen Ping. In secret realms of A-level difficulty and above, each person only has 1 chance to enter. If there were a second chance, he wouldn't have revealed this secret. Moreover, the difficulty of this secret realm indeed exceeded Zhou Mo's capabilities. If in a few months Zhou Mo could reach silver rank 5 or 6 stars, equipped with blue weapons, he might be able to gather the scattered treasures in the secret realm using the Dark Crow's treasure hunting abilities, thus gaining the strength to clear it. Before encountering Chen Ping, Zhou Mo might have waited a while, but after witnessing Chen Ping's abilities, he couldn't hold back any longer. After all, in the Scarlet Apocalypse, circumstances change rapidly, and he couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't discover this place. If a giant like the Treasure Pavilion found out, the opportunity to clear it would certainly not fall to him. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's words, Chen Ping's gaze fell on the Dark Crow, his eyes flashing with a hint of intrigue. Chen, brother Chen. Zhou Mo's heart tightened. The Dark Crow's extraordinary ability was indeed easy to attract attention, but to gain Chen Ping's trust, he had to take the risk and lay everything bare. Brother Zhou's Scarlet Beast has such a special ability. This is absolutely fantastic news for us. If we can work together, we will surely return with a full load. Chen Ping revealed a brilliant smile. Master, I'm not much worse than that big guy, am I? Little Black suddenly flew back. It's all just flattery. Don't take it seriously. Is there anyone in this world who is more? Keep talking. Let's go find the treasure first. I'll think about that later. Chen Ping strode southwest. Master, at least give me a compliment, just one? Hey, a little acknowledgement would be fine. You're a good bug. Little Black. The group hurried along, occasionally encountering a few spiders the size of grinding wheels, which Chen Ping dispatched with a single strike. Half an hour later, they came upon a lake. Surrounding the lake were piles of fist-sized pebbles, with dense runes drawn on some of the stones. As they approached the lake, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting their spirits, while the surface of the water shimmered with a ghostly blue light, evoking a sense of dread. Brother Chen, the Dark Crow said that thing is at the bottom of the lake. Zhou Mo said. Chen Ping scanned the area. Who can swim? I can, but I'm seriously injured now. I won't be able to come back up. Zhou Mo replied awkwardly. I'm not good at swimming. A burly man beside Zhou Mo stammered. I can only dog paddle, and that's just splashing around. Yi Xinga scratched his head. I can go down. Xue Na stepped forward. Is your outfit waterproof? Chen Ping asked. Not waterproof. Xue Na shook her head. Then forget it. Although Chen Ping liked to see beautiful women get wet, there were several men around, and he preferred to enjoy that scene alone. You all keep watch for me, Chen Ping said before preparing to dive in with Little Black. Master, I'm afraid of water. I'll drown. You can suck blood inside the Scarlet Beast without issue, but you can't handle water? Chen Ping frowned. It's different. I can absorb all the blood and convert it into energy, but I really can't drink that much water. Then you stay up here. If anything happens, notify me immediately, Chen Ping said, then walked to the edge of the lake, first sliding his fire knife across the surface, then dipping his hand into the water, finding no issues. Finally, he leaped into the lake. Sizzle! Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through Chen Ping's entire body. The lake water seemed to have an extremely strong corrosive quality. Chen Ping's eyes widened as he watched his hands being rapidly corroded, leaving only white bones in an instant. A familiar sense of death descended upon him once more, and Chen Ping struggled with all his might to break free, but it was all in vain. Wah! What is happening? Chen Ping's consciousness gradually blurred. Dong-gu, why aren't you moving? Could it be that Dong-gu can't swim either? Yi Xingde looked at Chen Ping, who was floating on the water with his eyes half closed, a look of confusion on her face. Could there be something wrong with this lake water? Xuena furrowed her brows and leaned down to reach into the water, but found nothing unusual. The little black creature hovering in midair also noticed Chen Ping's abnormality. After trying to contact Chen Ping several times without a response, it flew directly to the center of the lake and landed on top of Chen Ping's head. Master, master, the little black creature kept calling out. Ha! Chen Ping suddenly gasped for air. It's an illusion. Fortunately, I have 30 points of mental power, which can help me resist a bit. Sweat beads the size of beans rolled down Chen Ping's forehead. Master, why not just give up? As long as there's a brothel left, there's no need to worry about not having girls to chase. If this doesn't work, just switch to the next one, the little black creature advised. This should be an illusion array, or the treasure below can trap people in a dream. Chen Ping analyzed calmly. With such powerful hallucinatory abilities, this item must be extraordinary, which made Chen Ping want to give it a try. He first used a status-enhancing potion, donned the mechanical wings, and took out the last blood pill to hold in his hand. It should be about right, Chen Ping murmured. Master, if you encounter life-threatening danger, you can use Contract Summon. Contract Summon? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. After you use it, and that little fairy will ignore any rules and appear directly by your side, at least able to withstand some damage. Why didn't you mention this before? This is too dangerous. After you use it, you will definitely suffer backlash, and I and the little fairy will also have one. Directly gone, the little black creature replied. I'll go down and take a look. If there are crimson beasts or other dangers, I will retreat immediately. After saying this, Chen Ping took a deep breath and sank down. The deepest part of the small lake was only about 4 meters, and Chen Ping quickly reached the bottom. The water was very clear, allowing him to see everything around him clearly. Beneath Chen Ping's feet lay a pile of white bones, and in the center of the bone pile, a snow-white flower, as pure as jade, swayed gently. Just a fleeting glance, and countless images flooded Chen Ping's mind. Chen An's betrayal, Lin Ruoyun's ambush, all sorts of past negative emotions surged forth. Even though Chen Ping was mentally prepared, he was still greatly affected. Donggu is in danger. In the armored vehicle heading to the timber camp, Su Chanxian suddenly opened her eyes wide. Due to the contract, she and Chen Ping were somewhat spiritually connected. Woo-woo, Little Bai leaned close to Su Chanxian, its gaze beneath the black robe filled with worry. What should we do? He's in the secret realm, and without the contract, I can't get over there. Su Chanxian's face was filled with urgency. Woo-woo, Little Bai's hand suddenly emerged from the black robe, directly grasping Su Chanxian's icy hand. Little Bai? Su Chanxian was slightly taken aback. Little Bai gave no response, only tightly holding onto the back of Su Chanxian's hand. In just a moment, the back of Su Chanxian's hand felt a burning sensation, followed by her entire right arm glowing faintly white. Su Chanxian quickly took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly, and silently called out, Master. Ha! I was still a bit careless. In a daze, Chen Ping seemed to hear Su Chanxian's voice, finally breaking free from the influence of the white flower. Holding his breath and focusing, he swam to the white flower, using one hand with force to directly uproot it. Rumble! The area around the small lake suddenly shook, and the fist-sized pebbles violently trembled and slid into the lake. In the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, a slightly larger stone slowly floated up. The runes on the stone flickered with bursts of white light. Splash! Chen Ping surfaced from the lake and swam to the shore at his fastest speed. The white flower in his hand began to wither at a visibly rapid pace. Mirror Spirit Flower? A name flashed through Xiao Hei's mind, but he didn't know its function. How do I use it? It's almost gone. Chen Ping looked at the white flower in his hand, feeling a bit anxious. Master, I might need it. Here, don't waste time. At the same time, the dark crow's eyes also glowed, but this was something Chen Ping had risked his life to retrieve, so Zhou Mo didn't say anything. As long as it doesn't interfere with absorption, leave a little for it. After all, it was the dark crow that provided the location, and they might need it to find other treasures later, so Chen Ping reminded Xiao Hei. The root of this mirror spirit flower has no effect. All the essence is concentrated in the petals. Xiao Hei was quick, having already devoured 4 of the 6 petals. Normally, it can absorb energy from at most 3 petals. I was thinking, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. For the master's sake, I'll give it 1 petal. Xiao Hei stopped after finishing the 5th petal. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. Yeah, even if it's something I don't want, I won't give it to others. Xiao Hei replied matter-of-factly. Your explanation makes quite a bit of sense. Chen Ping nodded and immediately handed the last slightly withered petal to the dark crow's beak. Before he could say anything, the dark crow eagerly opened its mouth. If he waited a few more seconds, the mirror spirit flower would completely disappear. After swallowing a petal of the mirror spirit flower, the dark crow closed its eyes tightly, and a faint white light emanated from its body, as if it was about to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, Xiao Hei directly burrowed into Chen Ping's inner clothing, losing contact. Rest in place, Xuana, stay alert. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he looked at the 4 stones floating in midair. According to the additional information provided by the wristband, carrying the rune stones could weaken the abilities of the secret realm boss. Currently, most of the level 3 crimson beasts posed little trouble for Chen Ping. However, the stronger-blooded crimson beasts were still somewhat tricky. To be safe, Chen Ping planned to take these 4 stones with him. Hey, that big guy. Chen Ping looked at the burly man beside Zhou Mo. I'm called De Zhuang. De Zhuang, go get those 4 stones. Chen Ping pointed to the stones suspended in midair, covered in runes. With De Zhuang's height, he could easily reach the stones. Concerned that there might be some illusions, Chen Ping let the big man try first. De Zhuang turned to Zhou Mo. Little boss, go ahead. Zhou Mo sighed. One had to bow their head under the eaves. Originally, Chen Ping's strength was already far superior to his, and now with Amu dead, himself injured, and the Dark Crow still unresponsive, Zhou Mo and De Zhuang had no capital to resist in front of Chen Ping. De Zhuang quickly walked to one of the floating rune stones, raised his hand, and grabbed the stone without any resistance, naturally bringing it down. Following the same method, he retrieved the other 3 stones as well. Brother Chen. De Zhuang looked to be in his 30s, sturdy and honest, like a simple-minded brute. Chen Ping cautiously observed him, then took the 4 rune stones, examined them carefully, and placed them into the spatial stone. Master. Chen Ping was sitting on a slab of blue stone, eating beef jerky when Xiao Hei suddenly flew out from his bosom. You woke up so quickly? Chen Ping was a bit surprised. In the past, Xiao Hei's evolution would take several days, but this time it only took a few minutes. This mirror spirit flower is really a good thing. It's a pity that the little fairy didn't come along, otherwise, giving her the remaining 2 petals would also provide a significant boost. Little Black murmured to himself, let me see what changes have occurred. Chen Ping immediately used the crimson bracelet to scan Little Black. Bloodthirsty insect, Lord, type, insectoid level, for strength, 65 endurance, 59 agility, 89 defense, 52 spirit, 100 independent attack, 10 crimson resistance, 90 talent, insectoid will, level 1, skills, devour, stealth, insect spirit summoning, insect charm transformation. Ability assessment, 265 remaining lifespan, 23 years 19 days. You've already evolved to Lord level? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. However, the 4-dimensional attributes were still relatively low. Little Black at level 4 had attributes comparable to an ordinary level 3 crimson beast. After this evolution, its lifespan had also increased significantly. More importantly, the skills had actually changed. What are your skills like? Chen Ping asked. My talent, Insectoid Will, can control up to 100 level 3 or lower insectoids after one awakening, including all branches. Since I am now level 4, the skill limit is also 4. After awakening, I chose to keep Devour, which is my main strengthening skill, and gave up Parasitism, as its effect is no longer that powerful. Stealth allows for short-term invisibility. Crimson beasts no higher than 2 levels above me cannot detect me, unless they are extremely powerful, in which case they can sense my presence but cannot lock onto me. Insect Spirit Summoning uses 1 year of lifespan to summon a swarm of 100 insects, existing for 10 minutes, possessing 50% of my attributes. Insect Charm Transformation also requires 1 year of lifespan, allowing my body to expand to a very large size, and my attributes can double for a short time. Little Black detailed his changes. Very large, how large? Chen Ping asked. Just very large, I haven't used it before. Little Black was unsure himself. I feel like this time there has really been a qualitative leap. Of course, this is all thanks to the Master's great favor. In the future, I will serve the Master like a cow or horse, providing for you in your old age. By the way, your awakened talent, Insectoid Will, can control 100 insects. How long does that last? Chen Ping asked. Until they die or I give up control. Can you control the silver-armored insects? Chen Ping inquired. Silver-armored insects are a branch of the insectoid family, so of course. Master, do you want me to control the silver-armored insects, then have them control the mechanical beasts, and follow your orders? Is that feasible? Feasible. Then go catch some insects. Master, I just completed my awakening and need to rest. Didn't you just express your gratitude and say you would serve me? Besides, at your age, this is the best time to strive. The effort you put in now is for the future. Stop. Master, I will go serve you right now. Please stop lecturing. I'm doing this for your own good. I really thank you. Little Black's figure flashed and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Left behind, Chenping suddenly noticed that among the scattered stones by the lake there were many wild grasses growing. Based on his experience, they should be some herbs that could be used for healing, so he casually picked some. Night quietly descended. The secret realm where Forgotten Island is located has a cycle of day and night. Unlike the world where Chenping resides, in this secret realm at night, there are two enormous moons slowly moving across the night sky. Yumo's dark crow kept its eyes tightly shut, motionless, while Chenping directly had a few people stationed by the lake to rest. Little Black returned with 23 mechanical beasts controlled by silver-armored insects. They were quite reliable as guards. 23 crimson beasts, all level 3. On the tree, the vigilant Xuan, through the scope of her sniper rifle, saw a group of mechanical beasts rapidly moving towards their position. Damn! Level 3 crimson beasts! Dong Gu! Hearing Xuan's warning, Yixinga ran to Chenping's side at the fastest speed of his life, and with a thought, a wisp of ghostly blue flame appeared. There are more than 20 scarlet beasts, and they are all level 3, Yixinga said anxiously, but Chenping lay on the chair taken from the spatial stone, admiring the moonlight. Why does it feel like these two moons are about to collide? Chenping continued to gaze at the night sky. Yixinga was somewhat speechless but dared not urge him further. Level 3 scarlet beasts. De Zhuang's massive body trembled, and he immediately raised his shield, standing in front of the severely injured Zhou Mo. Little boss, can you still move? De Zhuang hurriedly asked. I should be able to, but the dark crow, Zhou Mo, with his innate abilities and some potions he brought, was recovering quickly from his injuries, but the dark crow had yet to awaken. He wouldn't abandon it unless absolutely necessary. Right now, preserving life is the most important. Little boss, you run first. De Zhuang stammered. Those are all level 3 scarlet beasts. How long can you hold them off? Zhou Mo shook his head. Don't hesitate. I can hold them off. 1 second at a time. More than 30 years ago, De Zhuang, just born, was abandoned outside Binhai High School. Later, someone sent him to an orphanage, but due to intellectual disabilities, no one wanted to adopt him. Until the Scarlet Apocalypse arrived, the orphanage collapsed, and De Zhuang was trapped under the ruins. Coincidentally, Zhou Mo and the camp members were scavenging and rescued him. Unexpectedly, a fool has his fortune. De Zhuang drew 2 good talents in a row and has always been grateful to Zhou Mo, remaining loyal. So this time, when entering the secret realm, Zhou Mo chose De Zhuang first. Faced with more than 20 level 3 scarlet beasts, De Zhuang was filled with fear but still stood firmly in front of Zhou Mo. Don't be nervous, they are my scarlet beasts, Chenping said calmly. Your scarlet beasts? Brother Chen, what do you mean? Zhou Mo was somewhat confused. The literal meaning. Chenping continued to look at the 2 bright moons in the night sky. A few minutes later, Zhou Mo and the others let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing the neatly lined up scarlet beasts, feeling as if they were dreaming. You all rest early, let these scarlet beasts guard tonight, Chenping said, getting up and crawling into the tent that Yixinga had set up for him. Damn, is your boss's strength that abnormal? Zhou Mo was stunned for a moment, looking at Yixinga and asking. That's because you don't know our Donggu well. What do you mean? Once you understand Donggu, you'll know he's also quite abnormal in other aspects. Like what? Zhou Mo became interested. Yixinga glanced at Xuan in the tree and then at Chenping's tent. Our team has 2 girls, I've seen it twice, Yixinga said in a low voice. Bang! A bullet shot down from the tree, passing between Yixinga's legs and hitting the ground behind him, creating a deep pit. Yixinga felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat, looking up to meet Xuan's murderous gaze. I'm going to rest. Yixinga fled in a panic. Zhou Mo, who had only heard half of it, began to imagine wildly. Damn, is he that fierce? Is he on drugs? Zhou Mo speculated to himself. In the deep of night, a low, angry roar suddenly echoed, causing the ground to tremble and the lake to ripple. Chenping rolled out of the tent just in time to see the dark crow slowly opening its eyes, 2 beams of light shooting from its eyes. Chenping noticed that the dark crow seemed to have grown significantly. Meanwhile, his little black had already undergone 2 transformations and even leveled up to 4, with no change in size. Such a commotion naturally woke everyone up. Yixinga and De Zhuang also came out of their tents. Xuan had not set up a tent and was resting directly on a branch, with mechanical beasts guarding around her. Even if other vines appeared, they would be cut off in time. We've rested for 3 hours, let's set off, Chenping said, seeing that everyone was awake and checking the time. The reason for choosing to rest here is to wait for the Dark Raven to wake up, otherwise, according to Chen Ping's estimate, they should have completed all tasks and left the secret realm by now. Brother Chen, northeast direction. Zhou Mo stumbled to his feet and said to Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded and led the way northeast, while the other four quickly tidied up and hurried to catch up. The 23 mechanical beasts followed closely, responsible for their protection. Along the way, they encountered only level 2 mist giant spiders, which posed no threat to Chen Ping. With the protection of the mechanical beasts and relying solely on Xuana's strength, they were more than capable of dealing with these spiders. After rushing for more than 10 minutes, an open area appeared ahead, blocked by an enormous spider web. The web connected 7 or 8 towering trees, with no end in sight. Even I got stuck. Once I get out, I'll drain each of you. Xiao Hei struggled a few times in the web but couldn't break free. What's going on? I flew too fast, was careless, and didn't have time to dodge. I crashed into the web, Xiao Hei said helplessly. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Xiao Hei was already a level 4 crimson bug and had completed its awakening. It was unlikely for a level 4 crimson beast to appear in an early A-level secret realm, so how could a level 3 spider's web possibly trap Xiao Hei? This web seems like it wasn't spun by those spiders. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. After carefully surveying the area, he noticed that the towering web surrounded the open space ahead, and there were no mist giant spiders in sight. While Chen Ping was observing, the others finally caught up. Brother Chen, that thing seems to be right in front. Zhou Mo stepped forward slowly. This web is a bit sinister. As he spoke, Chen Ping turned to look at Xuana. Xuana understood and set up her sniper rifle. The powerful bullet shot out silently, as if hitting cotton, piercing through the white silk web, which then returned to its original state. Brother Dong, should we try using fire? Yi Xinga suggested. Chen Ping had no better ideas, so he nodded. Whoosh! The bluish flames clung to the web and spread rapidly in an instant. Xiao Hei was not afraid of fire. As the bluish flames passed, it regained its freedom. Was it that simple? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. The massive web that had blocked their way was completely reduced to ashes in just a few minutes. With the web gone, everyone could see the situation inside. In the center of the open area, there was a pit with flickering flames. Chen Ping scanned it with his crimson ring. He had just tried scanning the web wall with the ring, but there was no indication. However, the flames in the distance had a message prompt. Xian Huang Fire Type, Special Fire Element Effect 1, can enhance fire attribute magic damage. Effect 2, using Xian Huang Fire to refine pills has a certain probability of increasing pill quality. Effect 3, can fuse with other types of flames, with a success rate of 50%. Quality, superior blue. While Chen Ping was checking the information about the flame, the star cauldron in the spatial stone suddenly emitted a faint red glow. Chen Ping immediately took out the star cauldron, and a strand of star fire shot out, landing in the small pit in the open area. In an instant, the blinding firelight made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The seemingly gentle flames were now violently colliding. However, this confrontation did not last long. The level 1 starfire quickly completely devoured the Xian Huang fire. When everyone opened their eyes, the starfire had returned to the star cauldron, which Chen Ping also put away. What just happened? Zhou Mo looked bewildered. As soon as his voice fell, thick fog suddenly rose around them, obscuring even those nearby. Above their heads, an enormous, crystal-clear spider was slowly descending. Its abdomen was out snow-white silk that was much thicker than an ordinary person's thigh. Master, according to my ninth sense, it should be that level 3 mist giant spider. Little Black stood on Chen Ping's shoulder, analyzing seriously. Put! A faint sound rang out as Chen Ping's fire knife sliced through the air, directly cleaving the mist giant spider that was about to launch an attack in two. Splash! A foul-smelling liquid splattered everywhere, and the thick mist quickly receded. Ugh! Yi Shengge ran to a nearby boulder and squatted down. What is that smell? It's worse than canned herring, Yi Shengge complained. Xuana frowned, enduring the terrible stench, bent down, and pulled out a dagger from her belt, poking at the liquid on the ground. A piece of white glowing fragment emerged. Dong Gu, Xuana called out. Chen Ping immediately walked over and examined it closely. It was one of the key fragments. Can you sense any other treasures? Chen Ping looked at Zhou Mo. Under the guidance of the Dark Crow, the 5 of them found 3 scrolls at 4 different locations on the small island, all blue quality talents, as well as a set of armor. Compared to the small lake in the Xian Huang fire earlier, these 4 treasures posed almost no difficulty in obtaining. In his previous life, Zhou Mo had directly gone to the center of the island after acquiring these 4 items, without triggering the hidden boss, and left the secret realm. These items were of little use to Chen Ping, but for most humans now, they were invaluable treasures, at least capable of dealing with level 3 crimson beasts. This way, there would be no pressure in B-level or lower secret realms, allowing for quicker initial accumulation. Chen Ping planned to only use red quality talents next, or those of slightly lower quality but with higher growth potential for greater late-game bonuses. The 3 talents were relatively weak, and the armor was far inferior to his own set, so he directly gave them to the other 4. The vision-enhancing talent went to Xuan, a defensive skill to Dezhuang, and the equipment to Yixinga. There was also a talent for crafting intermediate life potions. For Chen Ping, the easiest way to obtain intermediate potions was through the roulette. Crafting life potions consumed both time and energy, and if he couldn't specify the rewards, this might be the best choice. Half an hour later, they were getting closer to the center of the island. Shadows flickered in the forest, and Chen Ping suddenly stopped. Master, level 2 elf tribe, quantity, a lot. Little Black's thought returned. In the Crimson Secret Realm, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. With the moonlight, Chen Ping saw not far away, elves holding bows and arrows, aiming at him. Now that's a proper elf tribe. Chen Ping nodded. The elves before him were tall, graceful, with smooth muscle lines that were not rugged. Their features were exquisite, with high noses, thin and well-shaped lips, and pointed ears, all fitting Chen Ping's stereotype of elves. However, Su Chanqian and Ai Lia looked nothing like what an elf should be. Whoosh! The other side shot an arrow first, and Chen Ping, gripping his fire knife, swung it fiercely, knocking the arrow away. Kill! Chen Ping shouted softly, charging forward with his fire knife. Donggu really doesn't know how to cherish the fairer sex. Yixinga behind shook her head, the eerie blue flames clinging to Xuana's sniper rifle. Due to the low levels of these elves and the enhancement from Yixinga's ghostly fire, Xuana could easily shoot them down with just normal attacks. Bang! Dezhuang raised his shield in front of the 4, blocking the incoming arrows. The 23 mechanical beasts around them also went on a killing spree. In just a few minutes, hundreds of elf corpses piled up. Little Black, did you find any level 3 elves? All level 2, no level 3 elves. Little Black replied. To defeat the boss and clear the level, they needed to find 3 fragments, and now they were just missing the elf fragments. But according to Little Black's observation, the surrounding elves were simply countless, and they couldn't be killed off. Little Black, summon the swarm, Chen Ping said. Master, that's a whole year's lifespan. Xiao He felt a bit pained. No worries, you expend a year, and I'll give you back 10. Chen Ping replied. If you say that, I might just show my true power. Xiao He suddenly flew into the air, and in the blink of an eye, a cloud of black smoke rose up. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of insects. Immediately, the swarm scattered, flying towards the forest's elven tribe. It's time to show my real strength. With a thought, another mass of black gas appeared, enveloping Xiao He. Xiao He, what's going on? Chen Ping paused, looking up at the sky. The black gas quickly expanded, and after a few seconds, it slowly dissipated. A woman dressed in a tight black suit stood in mid-air. The black fabric was smooth and seemed elastic, perfectly outlining the woman's slender yet curvaceous figure. Her face was obscured by a finely crafted black mask, revealing only a pair of captivating red eyes, adding an indescribable allure. Is this your insect charm illusion? Yes. How do you like it, master? Good legs know the season, when spring milk occurs. What does that mean? It means you're beautiful, Chen Ping explained. This form is much more convenient. As Xiao He spoke, she dashed into the dense forest, and soon, screams echoed from ahead, various organs flying through the air. Damn, so violent, I like it. Chen Ping gripped his fire knife and charged forward. What just happened? Behind them, Yi Shunga looked bewildered. It seems like a female ghost came out. Dezhuang stammered in response. It can't be your boss's doing again, right? Zhou Mo frowned. Very likely. Donggu loves to play tricks. Yi Shunga nodded seriously. You all step back a bit, don't stray too far from Dong Ji's crimson beast. Xuan Na instructed. Sister Xue, where are you going? Before the 3 could react, Xuana slung her sniper rifle behind her, brandished a pair of daggers, and broke away from the group, rushing towards Chen Ping. What's going on now? Zhou Mo looked at Yi Shunga. She's jealous. Yi Shunga stroked her chin. Now that Xuana has left, you continue. That night, you saw Brother Chen get on the armored vehicle, and then what? Zhou Mo quickly became curious. You might as well fill in the blanks yourself. If I say too much, I might lose my life. Yi Shunga shook her head. With the addition of Xiao He, who had the insect swarm an illusion, the efficiency of Chen Ping's team greatly increased, but they still hadn't seen any fragments drop. Donggu. Chen Ping was lost in his kills when Xuana arrived behind him. Who is that woman in black? One of my contracted crimson beasts. Chen Ping had nothing to hide, as Xuana posed no real threat to him. That little insect? Xuana was slightly taken aback. Yes, just a temporary transformation. Xuana seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then waved her daggers and charged forward. "Why aren't you using your sniper rifle?" Chen Ping asked. "Too slow," Xuan Na replied. Although daggers required close combat and were more dangerous, they were much faster than a sniper rifle. Moreover, these elves used bows and arrows, making close combat relatively safer. "Master, 10 minutes are up. Should we continue? Can you see how many elves are left?" Chen Ping asked. A few thousand, I guess," Xiao He answered. "Only a few thousand left? That's quick. We don't need you anymore." "Alright, you owe me a total of 20 years of lifespan." Xiao He transformed back into an insect and flew onto Chen Ping's shoulder. "Don't worry, I've always been very trustworthy." Chen Ping nodded. Xiao He was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling the scene from 2 days ago when Chen Ping killed Chen Jiada. The words trustworthy seemed to have nothing to do with Chen Ping. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and due to the remaining elves being too scattered, the speed slowed significantly. Until the last elf fell, Chen Ping still hadn't found any fragments. Could it be that we missed something? Chen Ping immediately ordered the 4 people behind him and all the mechanical beasts to search again. Until the sky began to brighten, there was still no clue. "Another batch of elves is coming," Xiao He warned. "Haven't we killed them all?" Chen Ping frowned and drew his fire knife. "Are they all dead?" The leading elf, who looked regal and noble, was filled with disbelief upon seeing the corpses of the elf clan scattered on the ground. "She looks more like a leader. If we kill her, we should be able to get the fragments, right?" Chen Ping thought to himself. "Humans from another world? Did you kill them?" "That's right. Thank you, great warrior. What's going on? Are you crazy?" Chen Ping was somewhat confused. He looked warily at the elf and cleared his throat. "There's no need to be so polite. What exactly happened here? It's a long story." "Wait, make it short," Chen Ping interrupted. "My name is Danny, and I am the queen of the forest elf clan of the Island of Forgetting. 5 years ago, there was a great fire?" Chen Ping instinctively asked. "No, 5 years ago, an evil great sorcerer came to the island. We paid a heavy price to seal him in the Land of Forgetting, but many elf warriors, in pursuit of power, were lured by that great sorcerer and ultimately fell to become dark elves. When we arrived here, we saw these elves surrounded by dark energy, thinking they were corrupted by dark magic. We wanted to save them, but unfortunately, they had completely lost consciousness. Alas, it was hopeless." Chen Ping sighed. Behind him, Zhou Mo glanced at Yi Xinga. "Is your boss a film school graduate? Are you kidding? Those academy types don't have such acting skills." Yi Xinga retorted. "No, absolutely not." Zhou Mo shook his head repeatedly. "Warrior, you need not blame yourself. They brought this upon themselves, and besides, you have already done your best." Danny comforted. "By the way, girl, do you have such fragments?" Chen Ping took out 2 fragments. Do you want to release the great sorcerer?" Danny was slightly taken aback. "You have fragments?" "To be honest, I do have them. Back then, after the evil great sorcerer arrived on the island, the previous queen of the elf clan sealed him at the cost of her life and divided the sealing object into 3 parts, entrusting them to the 3 clans on the island. Unless the 3 clans work together, no one can release that evil great sorcerer." "How did you obtain the other 2 parts?" Danny asked. "I heard that an evil sorcerer appeared on this island. As a righteous warrior, it is my destiny to eliminate evil. For this reason, I came here, and the other 2 clans, under my persuasion and influence, handed over the fragments. They also hope to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the island." Chen Ping replied. "Do you really have the confidence to kill that great sorcerer?" "If I cannot kill that great sorcerer, I will pay with my life to seal him again. Please, Queen, believe me once. If we cannot completely eradicate this evil sorcerer, then the Island of Forgetting will never know peace. For the Forest Elf clan, for all living beings on the Island of Forgetting, if I do not go to hell, who will?" Chen Ping spoke with righteous fervor, his words stirring those behind him, who all wanted to applaud him. "Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. Dong Ji's skilled acting is too good to waste on anything but acting. Why do I feel like the Elf Queen's eyes are sparkling? Could it be that she has already been won over?" Zhou Mo felt a mix of envy and jealousy. "Warrior, if you can kill that evil sorcerer, you will be the eternal benefactor of my Forest Elf clan," Danny said, handing a glowing green fragment to Chen Ping. "Exorcising evil and upholding justice is our duty. Queen Danny, await my triumphant news." After Chen Ping obtained the 3rd fragment, he led everyone straight to the clearing at the center of the small island, where there stood an ancient-looking altar. Surrounded by ancient trees, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that added a touch of sanctity and solemnity to the altar in the clearing. The main structure of the altar was built from rugged stone blocks, the surface covered with the marks of time. Between the stones, moss and wild grass grew tenaciously, breathing life into this ancient edifice. The stone pillars of the altar were intricately carved with patterns, featuring runes symbolizing the sun, moon, and stars. In front of the altar, a teleportation array emitted a faint glow. Entering the teleportation array will directly end the current secret realm. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on everyone's wristbands. After the time and effort spent collecting the 3 fragments, they certainly would not choose to leave, knowing it was for the final boss sealed beneath the altar. As Chin Ping stepped onto the altar, the teleportation array instantly lost its glow, signaling that they had no way back. They either had to defeat the Great Mage or die in this secret realm. At the center of the altar stood a cylindrical pillar over half a person tall, with 3 uniquely shaped grooves on its surface, corresponding to the 3 fragments in Chen Ping's hands. Meanwhile, outside the altar, Xuan and the others had already prepared for battle, while the 23 mechanical beasts remained at a distance. Chen Ping intended to bring them out of the secret realm intact and did not plan to involve them in this fight. Chen Ping did not rush to place the fragments into the pedestal but instead began to observe the surrounding terrain. "Master, the runestones obtained by the small lake might be useful," Xiao Hei reminded. "I know, but how should these 4 stones be used?" Chen Ping frowned. Although the crimson wristband had given a hint, it did not specify the exact method of use. Chen Ping took out the 4 runestones, pondered for a moment, and waved to the 4 people outside the altar. "Donggu, what's the situation?" Yi Shanggu was the first to approach Chen Ping. "Do you remember the positions of these 4 stones in front of the small lake?" Chen Ping asked, recalling that the stones had been retrieved by Dejuan while he had just emerged from the lake, still calming the fear within him. How could this dog brain of mine remember? Yi Shanggu shook his head. "I remember." Xuan spoke up. The runes on these stones looked quite similar, but there were still subtle differences. Xuan extended her delicate hand, and without hesitation, Chen Ping handed the 4 rune stones to her. "This one is to the south, and this one is to the north," Xuan carefully identified. "Alright, you 4, each take 1 rune stone and stand around the altar according to Xuan's directions." "Okay," the 4 responded in unison. Half a minute later, Xuan spoke again. "There's a small stone pillar here, with a depression in the middle. Should we place the stones on it?" "Let's try placing them," Chen Ping replied. Upon hearing this, Xuan first placed a rune stone into the groove of the small stone pillar, and immediately, a blinding beam of light shot up into the sky. At the same time, the same phenomenon occurred on the other 3 sides. "It should be working." Chen Ping wasted no time, drank a buff potion, donned his mechanical wings, took out his fire blade, and then placed the 3 fragments into the grooves at the center of the altar one by one. Boom! When the last fragment was inserted, the entire ground began to shake violently, and a massive fissure opened up beneath the altar. Kick! A mage, over 2 people tall, draped in a black robe and wielding a staff, slowly emerged from the crack. "Foolish!" Bang! Chen Ping swung the fire blade through the air, aiming for the mage's head, but the mage reacted swiftly, swinging his staff to block the fire blade. "A melee mage?" Chen Ping frowned. "The ants dare to." The sorcerer glared at Chen Ping, but Chen Ping didn't give him a chance to speak. The fire blade in his hand fell like a torrential storm, wildly slashing at the sorcerer, but all were blocked by the sorcerer's staff. "So strong?" Both the sorcerer and Chen Ping exclaimed in unison. "Are you of the human race?" The sorcerer flickered and distanced himself from Chen Ping. Chen Ping did not respond and directly activated sacrifice, aiming to end the battle as quickly as possible. At the same time, the sorcerer waved his staff, and an invisible barrier appeared around him, then began to chant in a low voice. Bang! Chen Ping's long knife struck the barrier. "Master, he is performing a summoning ritual." Little Black continuously tried to break through but couldn't. As the words fell, many bizarre creatures appeared within the altar, but their strength was only comparable to that of a level 2 crimson beast. The sorcerer was slightly taken aback. The creatures he originally intended to summon were supposed to be level 3 or even level 4, but now they were only level 2. Rune restriction. Seeing the beams of light from 4 directions, the sorcerer's expression darkened. "Donggu, you deal with that old man, leave these small monsters to us." Yi Xinga stepped forward, the bluish flames in his hand flickering, while Xuena took out a dagger and entered the altar. "Crow, follow me." Jomo's body had mostly recovered, and he charged into the center of the altar with the dark crow. Although these level 2 monsters had low attack power, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and they hindered Chen Ping's assault. With a few assisting from the side, Chen Ping didn't need to split his focus on these small monsters. Little Black, Chen Ping thought. Coming. Little Black's body was enveloped in black mist, transforming its form, wielding 2 black long swords, and attacked the sorcerer. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the barrier in front of the sorcerer was shattered. Little Black's dual swords were once again blocked by the sorcerer's staff. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping flickered and circled behind the sorcerer. With the enhancement of equipment like the meteor ring and soul-chasing shoes, Chen Ping's short-distance speed even surpassed that of an ordinary level 4 Crimson Beast. Slash! The backstab empowered by sacrifice effortlessly broke through the sorcerer's defenses. The sorcerer quickly raised his staff, and a low chant escaped his lips once more. Sing your sister! Little Black's dual swords thrust out again, piercing directly through the sorcerer's abdomen, while Chen Ping immediately swung his knife, striking fiercely at the sorcerer's neck. Puff! A column of blood sprayed from the severed neck, and the sorcerer's head rolled to the ground, tumbling far away. Around them, the summoned creatures instantly vanished without a trace. 1 red wheel, 3 blue wheels, and 10 crimson coins scattered across the ground. After all that effort, just this little bit? Chen Ping frowned slightly and collected all the items. This staff seems pretty good. Chen Ping casually picked up the black staff. Master, that robe looks good too, strip it off and take it. Little Black landed on Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping paid no mind to the gazes of the others and stepped forward to strip the sorcerer's robe off. And that stone. Donggu, those 4 stones have turned to dust. Yi Xinga replied. What a pity. Chen Ping shook his head. As his words fell, the prompt sound from the bracelet suddenly rang out. They had completed all the tasks in the Crimson Secret Realm and would be teleported out in 10 minutes. The group quickly tidied up, and in the distance, Danny hurried over with the forest elves. Great human warrior, Your Majesty, I have lived up to my mission. From today on, the Forest Elf clan will no longer face any threats. Chen Ping quickly welcomed her. Human warrior, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude for your kindness. Give me a few hundred scarlet coins, or a few scarlet quality scarlet turntables, or at the very least. Chen Ping had not finished speaking, but seeing Danny's embarrassed expression, he cleared his throat lightly. Your Majesty, please don't mind, I was just joking. Human warrior, you are truly humorous. Really? My friends think so too. Being able to eliminate the threat of the forest elves is my greatest fortune, so Danny, there's no need to be so polite. Seeing that the impoverished elven queen had nothing to reward him with, Chen Ping felt a bit lazy to keep up the pretense. No, you are the eternal benefactor of the forest elves, Danny said earnestly. Dear human warrior, could you extend your hand to me? Chen Ping immediately extended his right hand, and Danny quickly reached out with both hands, one hand holding Chen Ping's palm, the other resting on the back of his hand. This little hand is so tender, even the hands of the Scarlet Enchantress aren't this soft. Chen Ping felt his heart flutter as Danny touched him. Alright, dear human warrior. Danny's hand was tightly held by Chen Ping, and after struggling a few times, she couldn't pull it away at all. Chen Ping came to his senses and quickly released his grip. Warrior, this is the mark of my forest elves. Anyone who possesses this mark will have the same status as me within the clan, and no member of my race may defy any request you make. Really? Of course, even the future queen of the forest elves will obey your commands. Danny nodded. Hearing this, Chen Ping glanced at the time. There was about a minute left. If there were a bit more time, he really wanted to see if these elves were truly obedient. If there's a chance in the future. Chen Ping sighed. We will definitely meet again. Queen Danny also looked reluctant. After a moment, everyone was transported out of the Scarlet Secret Realm, including Chen Ping's 23 mechanical beasts. Moreover, the silver-armored insects inside the mechanical beasts were now lying on their backs, all unconscious. What happened to them? They won't die, will they? They just fainted from the formation. They won't die from it. Xiao Hei's answer eased Chen Ping's worries a bit. On the other side, Zhou Mo held the primary leap engine in his hand. Chun, brother Chen, it's getting late. I have things to handle back at the camp. If you find another A-level Scarlet Secret Realm, you can send someone to the Taimu camp to contact me. Chen Ping had already realized that Zhou Mo only knew the location of this one A-level Scarlet Secret Realm. After all, there weren't that many A-level Scarlet Secret Realms in the early stages, and finding this one was already a stroke of luck. Zhou Mo had previously told him he knew of 2, which was likely a bluff. Chen Ping didn't take it to heart. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, having more friends meant more paths, and there was no need to wipe everyone out. The most important thing was that Zhou Mo didn't have anything valuable on him. Chen Ping wasn't interested in those green and blue equipment and turntables. Brother Chen, if I get information about an A-level secret realm, I will definitely find you first. Zhou Mo nodded. Relying on Chen Ping's own power, the information he could gather was indeed limited, and with Zhou Mo's strength, he couldn't clear A-level or higher secret realms alone in the short term. If he wanted to clear them sooner, the feasibility of cooperating with Chen Ping again was even greater. Moreover, in this apocalypse, Zhou Mo was doing fairly well. No one could guarantee they would always remain strong and wouldn't need to seek help from others. Chen Ping was also leaving a way out for the future. The two teams parted ways, with Zhou Mo taking De Zhuang towards the Dark Crow camp, while Chen Ping, along with Yixinga and Xuan'er, immediately set off to return to the Taimu camp. There was still half a day's drive to the Taimu camp, and both Xuan'er and Yixinga's wristbands received a message from the camp at the same time. Dongge, the Taimu camp has been attacked. Yixinga's expression changed slightly as he said to Chen Ping, "I'll drive." Chen Ping replied. At the Taimu camp, everything was running smoothly. The camp gates slowly opened, and Baiyu returned to the camp with several teams. Deputy Camp Leader Bai, how is the situation outside? Zhao Chang, anxious as an ant on a hot pan in the command room, hurriedly approached Baiyu upon her return to ask. Basically all resolved, there are still some loose ends. Team 2 is handling it. Send teams 8 and 9 to clean up the battlefield, burn all the bodies, abandon the severely injured, and treat the lightly injured as quickly as possible to avoid infection. Additionally, have the inspection team tally the achievements of each team, and rewards will be given based on their contributions. Those who reach 1,000 points will be promoted to Deputy Team Leader, 2,000 points can form a new team, and those with over 5,000 points should come see me for a reward of blue-quality equipment. Strengthen the camp's patrols, double the number of night watchmen, extend the camp perimeter by 3 kilometers, and add 2 more hidden sentries. Baiyu sat in her chair, speaking clearly and methodically. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Deputy Team Leader Bai, should I call the camp doctor over? Zhao Chang hesitated for a moment before asking. Baiyu's right arm was wrapped in bandages, still seeping blood. No need. After saying this, Baiyu left the command room and returned to her villa. Shoo! She removed the bandages, revealing 6 or 7 deep claw marks that were oozing dark red blood. Baiyu took out a bottle of vodka from her spatial stone, opened the cap, and poured half the bottle over her wounds, drinking the remaining half in one go. She then lit a cigar and took a few slow puffs, her face showing no expression. You're injured? A familiar voice suddenly came from the direction of the bedroom. Hearing this, Baiyu quickly grabbed a long-sleeved shirt from the sofa and deftly put it on. Deputy Team Leader Bai, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me, and besides, what should be seen and what shouldn't have already been seen? Chen Ping said, looking nonchalant as he sat down on the sofa opposite Baiyu. Yesterday, many monsters appeared around the camp, and they were very strong. Baiyu said flatly, monsters? Yes, just like the egrets. Baiyu nodded. The Scarlet Church is doing? Chen Ping asked. There's no direct information yet, but I suspect they are involved. Baiyu replied. Last time I took your robe, this time I'll compensate you with a new one. Chen Ping took out a black robe. This was taken from a great mage on the Forgotten Island, much better than Baiyu's red robe, but far inferior to the dawn set Chen Ping was wearing. These herbs, crush them and apply them to the wound. Your arm's injury looks very deep. If you don't use medicine soon, it might leave a scar. Chen Ping took out some herbs he had gathered from the secret realm. Baiyu put down her cigar and picked up the herbs Chen Ping had placed on the coffee table. In this broken world, being able to keep my life is already a blessing. Who cares if there are scars? Has Xin Shaoqian arrived? Yes, luckily he had his people help this time. Otherwise, the casualties in the camp could have been even worse. I'll take my leave now. Remember to apply the medicine. Chen Ping's figure flickered and he left the villa the same way he came. The long sleeves draped over Baiyu were already stained with a large patch of black blood. Baiyu crushed the herbs, stripped off her clothes, and directly applied them to her wounds. Instantly, the intense pain completely vanished, as if by some miraculous elixir. The deepest wound began to scab and heal at a visible speed. What kind of medicine is this? Originally, with such severe injuries, the best outcome for Baiyu would be to keep her life, but her arm would be rendered useless. However, it now seemed that she could save this arm as well. Her gaze shifted to the black robe on the sofa. Red quality? This. Baiyu scanned the information with her scarlet bracelet, freezing in place for over a minute. During her 2 or 3 months with the Lin family, she had not seen a single piece of red equipment or item, yet Chen Ping had casually gifted her a piece of red armor. Could it be that this injury has caused hallucinations? Baiyu still couldn't believe that this was real. As the master of the treasure pavilion, Xin Shaoqian was naturally received with the highest standards at the Ironwood camp. On the 3rd underground level, in the largest newly built room, the decor was quite ordinary, but in the context of the Scarlet Apocalypse, it was definitely a mansion. Brother Xin, sorry, I ran into some trouble on the way, which delayed me a bit. No worries, in the Scarlet Wilderness, no one knows what will happen in the next second. Staying alive is the most important thing, and I've been relatively free lately. Xin Shaoqian replied with a smile. Chen Ping, too lazy to continue the small talk, got straight to the point. I came to find Brother Xin for a few matters and would like to ask for your help. Brother Chen, you're being too polite. As long as I can help, I won't hesitate. I need to know Chen An's whereabouts. Chen An came out of the secret realm yesterday. He was leading a team of about 30 people, heading southwest. I've already sent someone over. The moment the Chen family was completely wiped out, Shen Xiaoqian received the news and understood that Chen Ping was most eager to know Chen An's whereabouts. I want him alive. Brother Chen, rest assured, I guarantee he'll still have a breath left. Shen Xiaoqian understood. Also, I need clues about A-level and above Scarlet Secret Realms. I need first-hand information, no matter the cost. I do have some information on Scarlet Secret Realms, but they're all below B-level. Shen Xiaoqian frowned slightly. I only want A-level and above. There are indeed A-level ones, but I don't know their exact locations. Shen Xiaoqian replied. What do you mean? The camp leader of the Red Kite Camp, Hai Hong Yuan, knows the location of an A-level secret realm, and there's someone named Mu Zhao who knows the location of an SS-level secret realm. SS level? Where is she? That's quite far, in South Vietnam. After the Scarlet Apocalypse descended, the Treasure Pavilion rapidly developed, its influence spreading across Blue Star, but the information currently collected was still concentrated in the Asian region. Is he from South Vietnam? No, he's from the Dragon Kingdom. Before the Scarlet Apocalypse descended, he went on a business trip to South Vietnam, and just as he got off the plane, the Scarlet Apocalypse hit. But this woman was incredibly lucky. She drew a property enhancement in the early stages and then gained a good talent. She established a camp directly in South Vietnam, successfully fended off the Beast Tide, and then gathered all the remaining camps in South Vietnam to form a large alliance called the Mercenary Alliance. However, South Vietnam is just too far, transportation is inconvenient, and right now, no one has cleared even an A-level Scarlet Secret Realm, let alone an SS level one. Shen Xiaoqian shook his head with a bitter smile. Chen Ping pondered for a moment and felt that Shen Xiaoqian's words made sense. Now, apart from him, almost no one dared to challenge an A-level Scarlet Secret Realm. Unless 4 or 5 months passed, and the big shots of the leading forces leveled up and obtained better equipment, they would have the confidence to enter an A-level Scarlet Secret Realm. Including Zhou Mo, although he was a bit young and impulsive, he also understood the terror of A-level secret realms. If it weren't for seeing Chen Ping's ability to kill a level 3 Scarlet Beast in an instant, he wouldn't have dared to enter an A-level secret realm so early. After Shen Xiaoqian's reminder, Chen Ping was no longer in a hurry to find that SS-level secret realm, but he still needed to secure the A-level secret realm at the Red Kite Camp as soon as possible. These 4 pieces of spatial stones and 100 blue spinning wheels will serve as a deposit. If you can provide news about an A-level Scarlet Secret Realm, I will pay an additional fee. As for the 2 pieces of information just now, one for 100,000 points, a total of 200,000, how about that? Chen Ping asked. Brother Chen, we don't need to. Chen Ping immediately shook his head. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. We still have a long-term cooperation ahead, so it's better to keep the accounts clear. By the way, regarding Chen An's news, once I bring him over, I will pay another fee. Seeing Chen Ping's determined gaze, Shen Xiaoqian no longer held back. Alright, Brother Chen, I'll take the deposit first. As for the 2 pieces of information just now, if you can get the exact locations, it's not too late to give them to me. Also, the Chen family is no more, and Chen An's life isn't worth much either. 50 blue turntables will suffice. Shen Xiaoqian replied. Deal. Chen Ping was very satisfied with Shen Xiaoqian's terms and readily agreed. I received news from headquarters this afternoon. I've acquired several life potions, all high grade. I wonder if Brother Chen is interested. Of course I'm interested. Who wouldn't want to live longer? Chen Ping said with a smile. Due to his innate skills, Chen Ping consumed life at an extraordinary rate. Besides himself, there were also Xiao He and Xiao Bai, both of whom were significant consumers of lifespan. Even though Chen Ping had the ability to designate rewards, he was quickly running out of lifespan to sustain the consumption. Alright, I'll send a message now to have all the potions brought over. There aren't many blue turntables left. How about using white and green turntables to offset the points? Chen Ping asked. Since the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, the output of white and green turntables had increased significantly, and they had become virtually worthless. This is also acceptable. Shen Xiaoqian thought for a moment and nodded. Clatter! Chen Ping instantly took out the turntables, stacking them into a small mountain. This is part of it. How about I put them in a space stone for you to take back and count slowly? Chen Ping had obtained quite a few turntables from clearing the Crimson Secret Realm, especially from the Chen family's underground vault, where he had found a lot. May I ask how many there are approximately? Shen Xiaoqian asked cautiously. Not many. Combined, the white and green ones are about 10,000. Chen Ping replied. Cough cough. Although the white and green turntables had lost their value, they hadn't dropped to the point of being worth just 1 point each. Even so many would still be worth at least 100,000 points. However, in Chen Ping's hands, these seemed to have become a headache-inducing burden. As the esteemed master of the treasure pavilion, he felt like a garbage collector. After leaving Shen Xiaoqian's place, Chen Ping suddenly realized a rather serious problem. His original residence had been flattened, and most of the camp's personnel had moved underground. It was already late at night, and only a few patrol teams were outside. Chen Ping had always been reluctant to trouble others, and seeing the soldiers diligently patrolling made him even less inclined to disturb them. So, he made his way to Baiyu's villa with ease. The night was deep and quiet, with the moonlight dancing. Baiyu's arm wound had completely healed, and after battling those monsters for several hours, she felt physically and mentally exhausted. After taking a shower in the bathroom, she returned to her bedroom, ready to rest. Why are you back again? As soon as she turned on the bedroom light, she was surprised to find Chen Ping sitting in a chair. Cough, cough. The camp has changed so much, my original residence is gone. I'm a bit introverted and timid, not good at socializing, so I really felt embarrassed to ask anyone else, Chen Ping explained. After hearing this, Baiyu's expression changed dramatically, almost bursting into a tirade, as if he couldn't even come up with a decent excuse. You can't bring yourself to ask others, but you have no problem staying in my bedroom at this hour? Deputy Camp Leader Bai, you're being too harsh. I'm just borrowing a place to stay for one night, not imposing, Chen Ping emphasized. Then, at least, go take a shower. Right, I've been in the Crimson Secret Realm for a while, I must smell. Chen Ping nodded and just got up to walk to the door. Is it alright if I use your bathroom? You're quite polite. Of course, I'm a very cultured person, Chen Ping replied seriously. Feel free to use it. Baiyu took a deep breath. Thank you, Deputy Camp Leader Bai, Chen Ping said before heading to the bathroom. Baiyu, draped in a bathrobe, sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly feeling anxious. Her previously clear thoughts began to grow increasingly chaotic. Before the Scarlet Apocalypse, she was born into a scholarly family, her elegance stemming not just from her appearance but from her talent and insight, which formed the core of her grace. At least in the first half of her life, she and her sister had not suffered much. However, all this beauty came to a sudden halt in the blink of an eye before the Scarlet Apocalypse struck. Trapped under the ruins for 3 days and nights without any food, in extreme hunger, she groped around and found some meat, instinctively eating it. Later, she was rescued by a scavenging team, but her parents beneath the rubble had long since perished. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, nothing is more important than survival, yet when it comes to truly living, certain memories weigh her down, making it hard to breathe. In the end, she entrusted her debts of kinship to her sister. When she learned that her lost sister had been used as an experiment by the Scarlet Church and was already dead, Baiyu broke down, but the fire of revenge kept her going, until Chen Ping appeared, helping Baiyu seek vengeance, providing her with at least some spiritual solace. When she felt unburdened, Chen Ping found Bai Lu again, and at that moment, Baiyu suddenly realized she had nothing to offer Chen Ping in return. After all, Chen Ping was too powerful, so strong that she could only look up and not see him. At least this way, I can feel a bit more at ease. Baiyu took off her nightgown and lay down on the bed. Meanwhile, the sound of water from the bathroom stopped. Although she was prepared, Baiyu couldn't help but feel nervous. She resisted yet felt an inexplicable anticipation. Is there an extra blanket? I can just sleep on the floor. No more. Baiyu leaned against the headboard, revealing a patch of snow-white skin, holding a cigar in her hand. The bed is so big, how about I just make do for one night? Brother Chen is always straightforward. Why are you being more coy than me today? Baiyu exhaled a smoke ring. Makes sense. Chen Ping lifted the blanket and rolled onto the bed. Smoking is harmful to health. Chen Ping reached out and took Baiyu's cigar. Cigars don't go to the lungs. Then you shouldn't smoke it. If it doesn't go to the lungs, what's the point of smoking it? I won't smoke anymore. Baiyu nodded, her elegance tinged with a hint of obedience. As night fell, the world seemed to sink into a tranquil ambiguity. The two bodies quietly drew closer, and at the moment their skin touched, it felt as if an electric current passed through. Their warm breaths intertwined like dancing threads, weaving endless emotions. Each movement felt like the surging tide, carrying unspoken desires. In the perilous apocalypse, perhaps only at this moment could they relax a little. In the blink of an eye, dawn was approaching. The fatigue and fear from consecutive explorations of secret realms slowly began to dissipate. Baiyu nestled like a little bird in Chen Ping's embrace. This time I cleared the Scarlet Secret Realm and obtained 23 mechanical beasts, with an attack power equivalent to a level 3 Scarlet Beast and a defense comparable to a level 4. They are enough to guard the camp. So strong? Then keep them with you, they can serve as guards. Baiyu said softly. The strength of a guard should be at least comparable to mine, otherwise, who would guard whom? Besides, they can't be brought into the secret realm, so leaving them at the camp to assist you is much more reliable than a person. You're not sending them to spy on me, are you? How could that be? We've been honest with each other, Chen Ping said with a smile. Honest? Will you really be honest? Bai Yu questioned. Of course. In this apocalypse, with schemes and calculations, waking up every day is exhausting. It's easy to break down. It's better to focus that energy on how to improve, Chen Ping said seriously. If it were the first time I met you, I might actually believe your nonsense. Hee, sometimes when you tell a lie too many times, you might end up believing it yourself. Did you go out this time to wipe out the Chen family? Yeah, I chased away a Chenin, but he won't last long. Chen Ping did not shy away. After all, Bai Yu's deputy captain, Xia Hui, went to receive those people from the Chen family camp, and he hadn't thought to hide these matters. Bin Hai and Yang Cheng, the Chen family and the Lin family, are in a sort of balance. Now that the Chen family has been destroyed, the Lin family stands alone, which will likely have some impact on our development. Bai Yu murmured. It doesn't matter, just wipe out the Lin family too, and there will be no impact. Chen Ping was unconcerned. Wipe out the Lin family. They have been operating since the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, and their influence there is deeply rooted. Moreover, their power is not just superficial. They have intricate relationships with the Crimson Church and several super camps in the north. Bai Yu reminded him. I know. In his previous life, Chen Ping had lived in the Lin family for nearly 5 years. Although he spent most of that time navigating the Crimson Secret Realm, he was well aware of the Lin family's complex web of relationships. Killing a few members of the Lin family would be easy for Chen Ping, but uprooting the Lin family entirely would be no simple task. The saying goes, cutting the grass without removing the roots will allow it to grow back with the spring breeze. If they couldn't be completely eradicated, it would lead to endless troubles. This was one of the reasons Chen Ping had yet to take action against the Lin family. Compared to the Lin family, the Chen family's foundation was unstable, making it easier to deal with, yet even so, one Chenin had still escaped. This monster attack on the camp, I think, is a test from the Lin family and the Crimson Church. Given our displayed capabilities, the Lin family shouldn't take any action in the short term. With the arrival of this Crimson Secret Realm, they will also shift more of their focus there. We have a brief respite. During this time, we should develop as quickly as possible. Even if we can't reach the Lin family's level, we can at least ensure our own safety. Bai Yu knew that Chen Ping was very strong, but when it came to dealing with a behemoth like the Lin family, it still felt a bit thin. It was far more reliable to first develop the camp. However, while the Taimu camp was developing, the Lin family wouldn't just stand still. For now, the Lin family can indeed be set aside. I'll rest for a few days and then prepare to clear an A-level secret realm. Do you want to come along? Chen Ping asked. If he wanted to increase his strength, clearing secret realms was the quickest method, and Chen Ping didn't want Bai Yu to fall too far behind. No, Bai Yu shook her head. Why not? If you leave, then I will leave too. What will happen to the camp? Leave it to Zhao Chang? He has courage but lacks wisdom. If the camp is handed over to him, before we even enter the secret realm, it will be undermined from within. The camp is rapidly expanding now, with 13 battle teams alone. There can't be a lack of eyes from the Lin family or other forces here. I absolutely cannot leave for an extended period. Bai Yu shook her head. If it were just a day or two, it might be manageable, but for an A-level secret realm, who could say how long it would take? Besides, there was also the travel time back and forth. The last time they went to the B-level Crimson Secret Realm, if it hadn't been for Chen Ping's strategy, Bai Yu might have been trapped inside for 3 to 5 days. That's fine, you stay at the camp, and I can feel more at ease. If I gain anything, I'll share some with you when I return. Chen Ping nodded. Gains often come with risks, and Bai Yu staying at the camp was not a bad thing for Chen Ping. After a long night, let's rest for a while, Bai Yu said. By midday, Bai Yu was still sound asleep. After half a night's rest, Chen Ping shook off the fatigue from his body and mind. During this time, he had hardly paused for a moment. After coming out of the Dawn Forest secret realm, he had wiped out the Chun family, then encountered Zhou Mo, and cleared the Forgotten Island secret realm. Although Chen Ping was very strong, the tension and exhaustion on a mental level would also affect his performance. After a brief rest, Chen Ping checked the gains from the past few days. The white and green spinning wheels obtained from the secret realm and the Chen family were all handed over to Xin Shaoqian in exchange for points at the treasure pavilion. The blue spinning wheel contained some good quality items, which were left for Bai Yu, while the rest were exchanged for points at the treasure pavilion. It is worth mentioning that after defeating the great magician of the Forgotten Island, Chen Ping received a crimson red roulette and directly chose a red quality space stone. This stone has a capacity 20 times that of a green quality one, meaning it can hold 1,000 units of items, which is why the green space stone was given to Xin Shaoqian as a deposit. Completing the Forgotten Island dungeon, in addition to the basic rewards, Chen Ping received a fire attribute runestone for being the first to clear it and completing all tasks, which enhances his control over fire elements, while the other 4 received a binding scroll that adds 5 to all attributes. Moreover, since Chen Ping dealt damage to the Great Magician, he received an additional Forgotten Island teleportation scroll, but this scroll can only be used 3 times. After using the intermediate experience scroll from the completion rewards, Chen Ping leveled up to Golden 4 stars, while Xuan'ai and Yixinga reached Silver 6 stars and Silver 5 stars, respectively. Chen Ping was checking the gains of the past few days with the crimson bracelet when Baiyu slowly opened her eyes. "Up so early?" Baiyu said. Chen Ping turned over and embraced her delicate body. "I can't help it, even though my body has been enhanced, I really can't take it anymore." Baiyu's body trembled slightly. "I just want to hold you." The efficiency of the treasure pavilion was very high. By noon, the life potions were delivered to the timber camp. However, Xin Shaoqian did not find Chen Ping's figure until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when Chen Ping finally appeared in the camp. "Brother Chen, there are 2 bottles of high-level life potions, 2 bottles of intermediate life potions, and additionally 3 crimson roulettes, which contain high-level life potions, but the probability is very low." "Thank you, Brother Shen. Just calculate the points and deduct them directly from my card." Chen Ping nodded. "The high-level life potions are a bit expensive, costing 10,000 points, the intermediate ones are 5,000 points, and these 3 blue-quality crimson roulettes are 1,000 points each, totaling 33,000 points. Chen Ping was not lacking in points, so he naturally bought all the life potions. Both Xiaobai and Xiaohei did not have long lifespans, and they still needed to consume. "Brother Shen, could you help me contact the camp leader of the Red Kite camp?" Chen Ping asked. "Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few days. She just entered a B-level dungeon, but I will notify you as soon as she comes out." "Alright, thank you, Brother Shen. It's just a small effort. By the way, Shenan has already been controlled. He should be able to be brought over tomorrow morning." After a simple conversation, Xin Shaoqian left with the people from the treasure pavilion. Chen Ping put away the potions and returned to Baiyu's villa. "Is she Xiaobai?" Baiyu asked Su Chanqian to bring Xiaobai into the villa. She knew there was a strange person named Xiaobai in the first team but had not observed her up close before. "Woo woo." Xiaobai felt a bit nervous under the intense gaze. "Yes, I found her in the Biological Research Institute." Chen Ping nodded. "Her situation seems to be similar to my sister's." Baiyu looked at Chen Ping. "It is somewhat similar, but her emotions are a bit more stable." As Chen Ping spoke, he used the crimson bracelet to check Xiaobai's information again. "Why does she only have a little over 100 days of lifespan left?" Chen Ping was slightly taken aback and looked at Su Chanqian. When he left, he had specifically checked Xiaobai's information, and at that time, she still had nearly 2 years of lifespan. "Yesterday, I suddenly felt you were in danger, and at that time, Xiaobai was right beside me. She grabbed my hand." Su Chanqian whispered. "No wonder, I was trapped in an illusion, and if it weren't for your timely call, I might not have woken up for a while." "But, how did Xiaobai do it?" Chen Ping was a bit confused. "It might be because her mental abilities are quite strong," Su Chanqian speculated. These matters indeed exceeded Chen Ping's understanding. He never expected that someone outside the dungeon could also influence him while he was inside. "Let's use these potions first." Chen Ping gave Xiaobai a bottle of high-grade life potion and a bottle of intermediate life potion, totaling 80 years of lifespan. However, Xiaobai's effect was halved, only increasing his lifespan by 40 years. Originally, Xiaohei could not use the life potion, but after awakening, the life potion could also take effect, though the effect was reduced to a quarter, so Xiaohei only gained 20 years of lifespan. In the end, Chen Ping used 3 blue spinning wheels to draw 3 high-grade life potions, using 2 for himself and leaving 1 for Su Chanqian. After all, Chen Ping had a contract with Su Chanqian, and normally, her importance should be higher than Xiaobai's. "Thank you, Master." After leaving Alandala, Su Chanqian had only 15 years of lifespan left. In the previous camp, she had used 10 years of lifespan to draw a spinning wheel, resulting in a low-level strength potion, which, aside from tasting good, had no effect. With only 5 years of lifespan remaining, Su Chanqian had been troubled for a long time. She didn't expect Chen Ping to be so generous, directly increasing her lifespan by 50 years. "Master?" Baiyu, who was nearby, had a somewhat strange expression. Is there a problem?" Su Chanqian nodded, her 2 black ponytails swaying, her face full of innocence. "No problem. I just didn't expect Chen Gu to have so many tricks." Baiyu shook her head. Chen Ping's face turned red, but he did not explain. "Ahem, Chanqian, you can still call me Donggu, or Chen Gu. Okay, adoptive father, no, I mean Donggu." Baiyu's eyes widened, realizing that her understanding of Chen Ping was still far from enough. "Chanqian, you should take Xiaobai out first." Chen Ping was somewhat speechless and quickly wanted to send this guy away, otherwise, he didn't know what shocking words would come out later. He suddenly felt that his illustrious reputation and great image in this life were about to be ruined by Su Chanxian and Duan Zixuan. Alright, then I'll take Xiaobai to find Sister Xuan. Su Chanxian left with Xiaobai, leaving only Chen Ping and Bai Yu in the large villa. Actually, Chanxian is your private matter, I won't inquire. Bai Yu interrupted Chen Ping's explanation. The fall of the Chen family has temporarily removed the constraints on the Binhai camp. During this power vacuum period, various forces will quickly vie for dominance and swallow each other until a second Chen family emerges. Zhao Chang suggested that we send out several teams to take over the Binhai camp and make them submit. But now the manpower in the Taimu camp is limited. If we spread out, it will leave us somewhat stretched. If we summon those high-end combat forces, our camp might not be able to accommodate them, and there could also be management issues, becoming bloated, leading to a situation where the tail wags the dog, making it difficult to turn back. After all, the Taimu camp had not been developed for long, unlike the Chen and Lin families, which had a certain foundation before the apocalypse. The management and trusted personnel of the camp needed time to cultivate slowly. At least the current Taimu camp did not have such a foundation. Currently, the camp leader was Zhao Shang, but everyone knew that the real power holder was Bai Yu. What no one knew was that behind Bai Yu, there was also Chen Ping. If Chen Ping stopped providing resources, the upper limit of the Taimu camp would only be an ordinary level 2 camp. Chen Ping was the one who held the future development direction of the Taimu camp. In the power vacuum of Binhai, a force must take its place, and this force must be able to command respect, at least not allowing conflicts among the various camps in Binhai. We are still in the early stages of the Crimson Apocalypse. If humanity continues to consume itself, it will be self-destructive. Chen Ping said solemnly. He did not want to be any savior, but if the whole world was left with only him as a human, that kind of loneliness would probably be worse than death. According to the information I have, in the coastal area, besides us and the Chen family, there are 27 first-level camps and 2 second-level camps. Among them, the strength of the Dark Crow camp is the strongest, but it is still far from being able to intimidate all camps like the Chen family. If we want to replace the Chen family, we need to send out at least 20 combat teams, which will require several battles to build our reputation. However, right now, the Ironwood camp only has 13 combat teams. Bai Yu looked at Chen Ping. Currently, the level of the camps is determined by their size. Generally speaking, a second-level camp requires more than 1,000 people, a bronze 5-star camp requires more than 500 people, and at least 10 pieces of blue-quality equipment or talents. However, as humanity's understanding of the Crimson Apocalypse deepened, the camp levels began to be judged solely by the level of the Crimson Chamber. Right now, all camps have a first-level Crimson Chamber, so by this standard, all camps are effectively first-level. Only by upgrading the Crimson Chamber can they use Crimson coins to elevate their talents to higher levels, otherwise, it is difficult to make something out of nothing. I'll handle the coastal matters, you just take care of the Ironwood camp. Also, if there are Crimson coins in the camp, try to let everyone use them to upgrade weapons or talents. Crimson coins? I think this thing is very important. I've been collecting them, thinking you might need them. Bai Yu's idea was not wrong. Chen Ping would indeed use them. However, the problem is that most of Chen Ping's weapons and talents are of red quality, and in the short term, the difficulty of the Crimson Secret Realm won't refresh, so we won't be able to obtain higher quality spinning wheels, and thus won't get higher quality weapons and talents. The only way right now is to upgrade the Crimson Chamber and then collect Crimson coins to upgrade talents and weapons. First, let everyone upgrade their equipment and weapons to raise the level of the Crimson Chamber. Okay, I understand. I'll leave 10 of the 23 mechanical beasts I brought back for the Ironwood camp, and I'll take the remaining 13. No problem. Now, even if the Lin family attacks, the Ironwood camp can hold out for a few days. Bai Yu said confidently. Alright, then I'll leave with a team. Leaving now? The earlier we go, the earlier we return. We also need to prepare for the A-level secret realm. By the way, if the treasure pavilion sends Chenin over, you should lock him up first and assign more people to keep an eye on him. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he prepared to leave Bai Yu's villa. Wait a minute, this is the token I recently made for the Ironwood camp. Since the camp has grown in size, it should be more formal. Bai Yu took out a token and handed it to Chen Ping. Chen accepted the token, left the villa, gathered the first team, took the 13 mechanical beasts, and drove 2 armored vehicles out of the Ironwood camp. Shanggu, where are we going this time? In the vehicle, Duan Zixuan asked cautiously. How would I know? Maybe, to an S-level secret realm? Yi Shanggu guessed. We're doomed. Duan Zixuan felt a chill in his heart. What's wrong? Yi Shanggu asked. I thought we were going to rob the rich to help the poor. I didn't bring enough pants. Duan Zixuan replied, almost in tears. 10 days after the arrival of the Crimson Secret Realm, the number of Crimson Beasts on Blue Star was increasing. In the wilderness, clusters of crimson beasts were everywhere. 2 yellow-brown armored vehicles sped past, and those below second-level crimson beasts hurriedly avoided them. They're all younger brothers. Xiao Hei lay on the roof of the vehicle, licking a piece of nougat beneath him, looking satisfied and content. Although the bloodline of the Crimson Worm couldn't even make it onto the 10,000 races ranking, it had reached level 4, and this level suppression, surpassing 2 levels, could completely ignore the power of bloodlines. As long as Xiao Hei released its aura, it was enough to make those second-level crimson beasts flee, allowing the convoy to pass through smoothly. Why are we driving so fast? In the second armored vehicle, Duan Zhuxuan looked out the window at the scene outside. When those crimson beasts saw their vehicle, it was as if they had encountered death. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Nonsense, if this vehicle weren't fast, would Deputy Commander Bai invest so much blood and resources into its development? Li Shan shot Duan Zhuxuan a glance. This armored vehicle was specially manufactured by the Taimu camp, with stronger protection, faster speed, and a larger cabin space, plus super reinforced glass. More importantly, it consumed energy from crimson ore. While other camps were still unclear about the role of the Red Mountain that had arrived alongside the Crimson Secret Realm, Taimu camp had already begun to apply it in various aspects of the camp. I know this vehicle's performance is incredible, but it doesn't mean it can drive away the crimson beasts. Look at those crimson beasts outside. They ran away as if they saw their living father. Duan Zhuxuan frowned slightly. You want the crimson beasts to block us so we can move slower? Yi Xingge knew Duan Zhuxuan's little scheme. I'm feeling more and more uncertain. Duan Zhuxuan nodded. Look at you, I really don't know how Donggo let you in. We've even killed third-level crimson beasts. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Xingge sneered. Don't talk about third level. We've even hunted fourth-level ones with Donggu, but that doesn't stop me from being scared. Duan Zhuxuan replied. Ma Zi rarely took out a whole cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Right now, there hasn't been a single fourth-level crimson beast in the entire Binhai, and A-level and above secret realms are even rarer. Thinking about these things is meaningless. And I see in this direction, it should be Dark Crow Camp. Dark Crow Camp? The others looked at Ma Zi. The Chen family is the ballast of Binhai. No matter how much evil they have done, as long as they are around, Binhai won't fall into chaos, because their strength can completely crush other camps. Now that the Chen family is gone, all the forces will inevitably stir, and a bloody battle is unavoidable. Ma Zi analyzed calmly. But what does that have to do with us? Taimu camp is on the edge of Binhai. Even if they fight like dogs, it won't affect us. Even if it could, with our camp's strength, it wouldn't pose any threat. Li Shan looked at Ma Zi. Exactly, if they all start fighting, that's great for us. We can watch from the sidelines and benefit as fishermen. Yi Xingge nodded. This is the gap between us and them. It seems that the last to act can maximize benefits, but after such internal strife, what will they use to resist the crimson beasts? Ma Zi glanced at everyone. That makes sense. Donggu is indeed far-sighted. Duan Zhuxuan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the leading armored vehicle, Qin Ping looked at the crimson wristband projected on the screen ahead. In half an hour, we should arrive. Where are we going? Xuena glanced at Chen Ping and asked in a low voice. Dark Crow Camp. Chen Ping had no intention of hiding it. Dark Crow? We have a bird beast in Alandala also called Dark Crow. It's especially fragrant when roasted. Su Qiqi in the back seat leaned over, licking her lips. The modified armored vehicle's cockpit was divided into 2 rows, accommodating a maximum of 6 or 7 people, but usually, there were 4. 1 driver, 1 co-driver for observation, and the last 2 were alternates who could rest in the back seat. The rear compartment could hold 20 people, and there was a larger version that could accommodate 50. In Chen Ping's vehicle, there were 13 mechanical beasts. Due to their large size and weight, all the seats had to be removed to barely fit them in. That dark crow isn't a bird, it's a reptile. Xiao Hei had flown into the cabin at some point. What sound? Xuena was slightly taken aback. Hey, little girl, we just met yesterday, and you don't remember me? Little Black landed on Xuena's wrist. Xuena instinctively looked at her wrist and then at Chen Ping. It's my scarlet bug. It only started talking yesterday. Chen Ping replied. Xuena had discovered Little Black's existence a long time ago, but hearing its voice suddenly today was a bit surprising. What's your name? Xuena tried to communicate with Little Black. I was just waiting for you to ask. Then I'll reluctantly introduce myself. Before you is the supreme ruler of the insect race, the immortal queen of the insect empire, the core leader of the insect race, the guide of insect evolution, the absolute controller of the will of the swarm, the invincible sovereign of the insect realm, Her Majesty, Little Black. Master, the name Little Black isn't imposing enough. Why not give me a new name? Then let's call you Big Black, a bit more impressive. Forget it, I shouldn't have had any hopes for you. Little Black drooped its head. The conversation between the person and the bug completely confused Xuena. Insect Queen? Although it's self-proclaimed, I'm already very close to being the Insect Queen. I'm now part of the insect race, just missing the title of Queen. Little Black explained. Sister Xuena, this bug talks nonsense. Believing it is worse than believing Brother Dong. Su Chi added. Little Fairy, don't think just because you're of the elf race and your bloodline can suppress me. I'm afraid of you. I'm now at level 4 and have awakened. If it weren't for our shared master, I would have. What would you have done? Su Chi asked. I would have sworn an oath of sisterhood with you, Little Black said. In reality, if Su Chi really wanted to fight Little Black, it might not have the upper hand. After all, just that fragrance pouch was enough to give Little Black a headache. Last time they killed the Red Scale together, Little Black knew how powerful that fragrance pouch was, and Su Chi likely had similar trump cards. Elf race? What does that mean? Xuena felt completely stunned. The Su Chi she had been treating like a younger sister was actually not human? Yes, I'm of the elf race. Sister Xuena didn't ask before, so I didn't mention it. Su Chi nodded. Xuena frowned slightly. After all, Su Chi was no different from ordinary people, and Xuena couldn't just randomly ask if Su Chi was human. Brother Chen. Xuena looked at Chen Ping. Are you human? Xuena asked. Well, that's hard to say. What do you mean? Xuena's body trembled slightly. Could it be that she had been dealing with a scarlet beast all along? From a biological perspective, in terms of physiological structure, I should be a person, and a man at that, but from a moral and ideological standpoint, I still have room for improvement. Chen Ping had a very clear understanding of his own identity and positioning. Xuena breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Ping was still considered a person. Why do you say that? The education I received was to be a good person, but in the Scarlet Apocalypse, all I want is to survive, which may require me to be a bit unscrupulous, but this might lead to losing some moral standards of being human. Living in the apocalypse, it's all beyond our control. Xuena sighed. Inside the cockpit, it suddenly fell silent. After a long while, a giant sculpture over 10 meters high came into view in the distance. Is that the Dark Crow Camp? Xuena looked at the sculpture, which depicted a youthful Zhou Mo, gazing ahead with a commanding demeanor. This guy, really? Chen Ping didn't know how to evaluate it. Brother Chen, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What brings you here this time? Seeing Chen Ping arrive at the camp, Zhou Mo was extremely enthusiastic, but his heart was also more anxious. After all, in the secret realm, Zhou Mo had witnessed Chen Ping's strength, and he really wanted to cling to this powerful figure. However, this figure was just too formidable. One misstep could easily lead to being crushed to pieces. The Chen family in Binhai is gone. Do you have any thoughts on this? Chen Ping asked straightforwardly. Zhou Mo was caught completely off guard. He had only received news about the Chen family when he returned to the camp. Originally, the Dark Crow Camp was also under the jurisdiction of the Chen family, or rather, all the camps in the Binhai area were commanded by the Chen family. However, some camps followed the Chen family directly, while others were indirect, and the Dark Crow Camp was one that listened to orders but not proclamations. Zhou Mo was young. To be precise, among all the camp leaders in Binhai, he was the youngest, but also the most ambitious. Yet, the Chen family was a colossal entity that the Dark Crow Camp simply could not challenge. Brother Chen, what do you mean by this? Zhou Mo asked cautiously. Binhai is leaderless. If you are willing, I can lend a hand. If Brother Chen does not abandon me, I vow to serve you loyally. Zhou Mo immediately bowed in declaration. This isn't a TV show or a novel. Don't bring up all that fluff. I don't care about what is said, only about what is done. Brother Chen, I understand. What is the current situation in Binhai? Chen Ping asked. Previously, I had already gathered a lot of information about the various camps in Binhai. Although the Chen family has been destroyed, there are still many branches of the Chen family scattered across various camps. Some are loyal henchmen of the Chen family, and those branches can quickly be integrated. Moreover, I heard that the second son of the Chen family, Chenin, is still alive and seems to be trying to escape to the Linjiang Wang family. He might rise again. Chenan's mother is from the Linjiang Wang family, which is a significant force in Linjiang. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping spent most of his time in the northern regions and did not know much about Linjiang, only hearing that the camps there were quite powerful, like the one where Su Chanxian was in his previous life, which was one of Linjiang's forces. Of course, most camps have long been dissatisfied with the Chen family's rule. They often forcibly drafted high-ranking warriors from various camps to the Chen family, but those who were not reused basically disappeared mysteriously. Additionally, there was all sorts of exploitation. When hunting the Crimson Beasts, they would use people from these lower-level camps as cannon fodder. If it weren't for this, during the last beast tide, so many camps wouldn't have been destroyed. The camps in the Binhai area have all suffered at the hands of the Chun family. Aside from the remnants of the Chen family, the only ones that can be named in the Binhai area are us, another secondary camp, and 4 primary camps. By the way, these 4 primary camps are smaller in scale, but their combat power is relatively high, and they also have some influence. Zhou Mo detailed the situation, which was not much different from what Baiyu had said. Do you have contact with these people? Chen Ping continued to ask. There are some connections, they are both enemies and friends, but mostly, a fierce battle is likely ahead. Zhou Mo replied. Arrange a meeting with them. Arrange a meeting? I'm afraid they might not give us that face, and at this time, no one dares to show themselves recklessly. Zhou Mo answered with difficulty. I came here this time with 13 mechanical beasts. You can first offer courtesy and then use force. If they don't come, just go and invite them. If they still don't come after being invited. I understand. Zhou Mo broke out in a cold sweat. By this time tomorrow, I want to see the camp leaders from these camps. I'll contact them right now. Zhou Mo dared not delay for a moment. Due to the existence of the Dark Crow Dragon, the entire Dark Crow camp was built underground, with a total of 10 levels. Chen Ping and the others were arranged on the 8th level underground. The conditions of the rooms were far from those of the treasure-gathering pavilion, but much better than those of the Ironwood camp. Master, I remember that after passing through the last secret realm, I obtained a staff. Chen Ping lay on the bed, and Xiao He landed at the bedside. That's right. Chen Ping stood up and waved his hand, pulling out a black staff. With the master merging with the heart of magic and now having a staff, you should be able to control the elements and use magic, right? Xiao He asked. I tried a few days ago, but maybe the elements here are too thin to use advanced fireball spells. What a pity, Su Chanxian doesn't know magic either. Otherwise, I could ask her. Chen Ping sighed. As for magic, he hadn't even reached the beginner level yet, and for now, he could only wait for the next time he entered the exclusive secret realm, perhaps to consult with Ilea. Master, diligence can make up for lack of skill. Although you have no foundation, your aptitude is somewhat lacking, and you don't have the racial talent bonus, you can still make up for it through hard work. What do you mean? Continue to comprehend the power of the elements and become a great magician as soon as possible. If you can become a great magician, I can maintain my combat form for a long time without consuming my life. Really? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. It should be about right. Xiao He was a bit uncertain again. Before awakening, I instinctively felt that once the master learned magic, it would benefit me. This time of awakening, those fragmented memories have become much clearer. Where did these memories come from? Chen Ping frowned slightly. These are the memories of the insect queen, belonging to the inheritance of the insect race. In my dimension, or rather, my world, the insect race is very powerful. Later, a great war broke out, the world shattered, and the insect queen was also killed in battle. The surviving insect race scattered to other worlds through the Crimson Passage, and since then, the insect queen has never appeared again, and our insect race's ranking among the myriad races has plummeted. However, every insect has the queen's mark on them, and under certain specific circumstances, the inheritance will be activated. Once all the memories of the queen are obtained, one can become the new insect queen, leading the insect race to re-establish itself among the myriad races. Sigh, from the moment I was born, I have carried a heavy mission. So, master, you must work hard. You must not disappoint me. Xiao He looked at Chen Ping seriously. Ha, shouldn't it be you who works hard? Chen Ping frowned slightly. That's right, I work hard to supervise you to work hard. Chen Ping shook his head, somewhat speechless, but regarding the practice of magic, he indeed could not slack off. If he could really become a great magician, dealing with the crimson beasts in the future would be much easier. A great summoning spell could directly annihilate thousands of crimson beasts, making him practically invincible. Holding the black staff, Chen Ping's ability to perceive the surrounding elements greatly increased. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a golden mask, which he obtained from the Cat Demon King. This golden mask required magic to use. With his magic ability not yet at the beginner level, he couldn't use magic without a staff. Now that he had obtained the staff, it was just right to test the effect of this golden mask. After obtaining the mask, it was Ilea who completed the purification. This seems to be able to summon a cat demon, but I don't know what level it is. If it's level 3, Chen Ping thought to himself as he put on the golden mask and then gently waved the staff in his hand. Swish! A huge 7-pointed star formation appeared on the ground. Wow, a 7-pointed star! Xiao Hei's tone was filled with disbelief. What does that mean? Chen Ping had never seen such a pattern. In my memory, the seven-pointed star formation has disappeared for 1,000 years. It is called the imperfect yet perfectly stable star formation, the most difficult to form among all teleportation formations, enhancing the powers of light and dark elements on gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is definitely not magic that a race like the Cat Demon King can master. As Xiao Hei's voice fell, the seven-pointed star formation became increasingly clear, finally erupting with dazzling light. Chen Ping instinctively closed his eyes, and when he regained his vision, the seven-pointed star on the ground still existed, and in the center of the seven-pointed star stood a person. A head of long hair as red as fresh blood casually draped over her shoulders, with one blue and one purple eye sparkling with alluring charm. Her graceful figure was clad in a form-fitting black sheer gown that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. Every movement exuded endless temptation, as if each gesture carried a mysterious magic that irresistibly drew people in. "My lord, greetings." The woman's voice was like a celestial melody, soft yet magnetic, each word a spell that stirred the heart, making one forget all worries in an instant, wanting only to be immersed in her world. "You are." Chen Ping was not enchanted by the woman, remaining clear-headed. "I am a succubus from the Dark Moon world. My name is Mei Ying." Succubus? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. He had thought that using the Cat Demon King's golden mask would summon some cat demons, but instead, a succubus appeared before him. What? Where did this go wrong? Chen Ping found it hard to comprehend. "My lord, please save me." Just as Mei Ying began to speak, the seven-pointed star formation beneath her feet suddenly flickered. In the next moment, Mei Ying's body quickly became ethereal and vanished without a trace. How baffling! Before Chen Ping could react, everything around him returned to normal, as if the succubus had never been there. "Xiao Hei, do you know what happened?" "Master, I'm not an encyclopedia. How could I possibly know everything?" Xiao Hei wriggled. "It seems I need to open a secret realm soon and ask Ilea." Chen Ping frowned slightly. On the first day of August, a moderate rain fell over Binhai. Around 9 o'clock, a dozen armored vehicles stopped at the old site of the Chun family's camp. "Damn it! Where did this duck-headed monster come from? It's really disgusting." A burly man cursed as he got out of the vehicle, looking around and spotting the leaders of other camps. "Brother Tai Tu, I didn't expect you to be here too." The man closest to the burly man greeted him with a smile, dressed in a pink suit and wearing sunglasses, his figure somewhat frail. "Sissy, you got here pretty early too." Tai Tu glanced at the man. Besides the Chen family, there were originally 3 secondary camps in Binhai, but after the beast tide, only the Dark Crow camp remained. A month ago, with the Chen family's tacit approval, Tai Tu had integrated 5 primary camps, rapidly expanding in scale to become a secondary camp. The man in front of him was named Wu Ding, whose talent had led to a slight deviation in orientation, making him particularly sensitive to being called a sissy. However, Wu Ding's strength was far inferior to Tai Tu's, and even when humiliated to his face, he could only endure. "I heard that the Crow King cleared an A-level secret realm and gained quite a bit. Seems like he wants to sit in the top seat of Binhai." A woman in a red qipao, with a voluptuous figure, also walked over slowly. "Humph, a kid who hasn't even grown up yet, has quite a few ideas." Tai Tu snorted coldly. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, age never matters. He was already strong, and now with those monsters, what can we do? Who says otherwise? I didn't want to come, but that one monster wiped out 2 of my combat teams. Though the Crow King is a bit young, he's still 100 times stronger than the Chen family. Now, forced by strength, we should bow our heads first, and when we develop later. The Emperor takes turns. The leaders of several camps whispered among themselves. "I don't care about that. I listen to Brother Tai Tu. If we work together, we might not be unable to defeat that duck head. Besides, thinking about taking orders from a little brat in the future is just infuriating. I've tested it. The monster he brought is only at the level of a Tier 3 Scarlet Beast, and there are only 2 of them. Now that our equipment has improved, if we work together, we still have a fighting chance." Tai Tu said coldly. "Brother Tai Tu, do you mean we won't go?" the woman asked softly. "If we don't go, it will seem like we're afraid of him. With so many of us, even if he has an ambush, he still has the ability to escape. Let's see what he means first, then we can decide." Tai Tu said. "Alright, Brother Tai Tu, we'll act according to your lead." After a few people discussed, they got into their respective vehicles and headed towards the Dark Crow camp together. In the last armored vehicle, Wu Ding's expression was grim. "Boss, what should we do?" More than 20 people in the vehicle looked towards Wu Ding. "Now that the Chen family is gone, Zhou Mo and Tai Tu are the strongest. We must make them fight, then we can take advantage of the chaos. Once we reach the Dark Crow camp, we'll create some trouble, and then we'll retreat immediately. Old Mu, when we get to the camp, park the vehicle outside and don't turn off the engine." We need to be ready to retreat at any time. Wu Ding shouted to the person driving the armored vehicle. The old site of the Chen family camp was not far from the Dark Crow camp. Close to noon, a convoy of more than a dozen armored vehicles arrived at the Dark Crow camp. Zhou Mo ordered the camp gate to be opened, but none of the armored vehicles drove into the camp. Gentlemen, since we are here, let's make ourselves comfortable. I have no ill intentions today. I just want to discuss our future development to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Zhou Mo emphasized again. The first to get out of the vehicle was Tai Tu, followed by several other camp leaders who also got out. Kid, although the Dark Crow camp is strong, if our camps join forces, we can flatten this place. If something unexpected happens to us here, by this time tomorrow, a man standing behind Tai Tu said loudly. I know, it's getting late, let's get to the discussion. Right this way, Zhou Mo said, personally leading the camp leaders into the camp. Under the huge statue, there was a wooden long table with a dozen chairs around it. Everyone, please take a seat, Zhou Mo invited. Tai Tu walked directly to the main seat. Brother Tai Tu, you can't sit in this position. Zhou Mo was still somewhat polite. What do you mean? Tai Tu's expression was unfriendly. The reason I invited everyone here is to discuss who can sit in this position. Isn't it too early to decide? Zhou Mo said with a smile. Tai Tu frowned slightly and finally sat in the second position on the left. After he sat down, the others took their seats one after another. Camp leader Zhou, everyone's time is precious. Let's get straight to the point. Exactly, the position of the head of Binhai is vacant. Although your strength is good, you are too young. Brother Tai Tu has considerable strength and acts steadily. If he leads, I would absolutely trust him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou Mo smiled slightly and did not refute but asked, aren't you all curious about how the Chen family fell? As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell silent, and even Tai Tu's expression turned a bit ashen. Could it be you? Wu Ding looked at Zhou Mo, filled with shock. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Mo smiled without speaking, just clapping his hands. The ground trembled slightly, and a platform slowly rose behind him, on which stood 13 mechanical beasts. Last night, when Zhou Mo went to invite a few people, he only brought 2 mechanical beasts to intimidate them, even letting the beasts show a bit of their strength. But now, with the sudden appearance of 13, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Camp leader Zhou, I think the position of the head of Binhai should still be yours. Heroes emerge from youth. Only under the leadership of a brave young man like Camp Leader Zhou can we break through the gloom and defeat the Crimson Beasts. That's right, Camp Leader Zhou is young and promising, managing this secondary camp with great order. I am willing to submit. Except for Tai Tu and the plump woman, the rest almost instantly made their choice. Everyone, please calm down. I am young and inexperienced, and I cannot bear such a heavy burden, but I do have a candidate for recommendation, Zhou Mo said softly. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and eventually, their eyes awkwardly fell on Tai Tu. Among those present, apart from Zhou Mo, only Tai Tu had the qualifications. Tai Tu looked at Zhou Mo with a face full of suspicion, unable to understand the other's intentions. 2 months ago, the beast tide struck, and 2 secondary camps were destroyed, but a primary camp that suffered the greatest impact managed to survive. The Tai Mu camp? Wu Ding was the first to react. Most people in Binhai had heard of the Tai Mu camp. Isn't the Tai Mu camp under the Lin family now? Tai Tu asked. The Tai Mu camp has already become independent from the Lin family and has no relation to them. As the crowd was puzzled, a platform rose from the ground, and a person wearing a golden mask slowly appeared in their view. Who are you? Tai Tu stood up and asked. He sensed extreme danger from this man. I am sent by the Tai Mu camp. The Chen family has been committing numerous atrocities in Binhai, and the Tai Mu camp has also suffered greatly. The vice camp leader, Baiyu, recently obtained a red quality talent in the S-Class Crimson Secret Realm, and after coming out, he led people to annihilate the Chen family in one fell swoop. Due to the numerous trivial matters in the camp, I was sent here to inform you all. The Tai Mu camp is preparing to form an alliance, and joining is entirely voluntary. Once you join the alliance, you must fully obey its commands, and the alliance will provide some resource support based on each camp's performance. If conflicts arise within the alliance, they will be resolved through mediation, and those who initiate war will be directly eliminated by the alliance. As Qin Ping spoke, he opened the crimson wristband and sent the alliance regulations drafted earlier that morning to the others. At this point, whether the Chen family had been destroyed by Baiyu was no longer relevant. Those 13 mechanical beasts standing nearby made it clear that no one dared to entertain other thoughts. I joined the alliance. Me too. Without even looking at the so-called regulations, they directly decided to join this Dawn Alliance. In the face of absolute power, they had no room for choice. What about you? Chen Ping turned to Tai Tu. I also join. Very well, next, I will act on behalf of Alliance Leader by you to issue the first task of the Alliance. Eliminate all Chen family forces within Binhai. Armored vehicles slowly drove away from the Dark Crow camp. Brother Chen, do you think these people are sincerely joining the Alliance? Zhou Mo murmured. As long as they have enough strength, whether they are sincere or not is irrelevant. Chen Ping said flatly. What does Brother Chen want me to do next? Normally, in a little over a month, the second beast tide will appear. Before that, try to establish underground transportation between the camps as much as possible for mutual defense. Chen Ping replied. Based on Chen Ping's experience, the early beast tides were relatively easy until the Crimson Secret Realm arrived, which directly increased the intensity of the beast tides by several levels. In this life, due to Chen Ping triggering a special secret realm, the secret realm arrived early. The benefit was that capable individuals could enter the secret realm early and increase their strength, but the downside was that the difficulty of the beast tide also increased early, making it harder for ordinary camps to cope. Understood, but the Dark Crow has limited capabilities, and it may be quite difficult to connect all the camps, Zhou Mo said, feeling a bit troubled. Start with the Dark Crow camp as the center, connect the nearby camps, and then expand outward. Chen Ping replied. I know what to do. As soon as Zhou Mo finished speaking, the crimson wristband vibrated slightly. Brother Chen, it's a message from the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, asking you to go to the Hong Yuan camp in Ningjin. The branch of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion was in Binhai's Jin City, not far from the Dark Crow camp, and communication had been established between the two places 2 months ago. The matters at the coast will be entrusted to you for now. The primary task is to eliminate the remnants of the Chen family, and also to gather as much information as possible about the A-level Crimson Secret Realm. There's also a force called the Crimson Church that we need to be especially cautious of. Chen Ping instructed, then immediately gathered the team members and left the Dark Crow camp. To reach the Red Kite camp faster, Chen Ping personally drove, and all team members rode in this armored vehicle. Originally, Ma Zi and the others thought they were going to face a big battle, but after spending a night at the Dark Crow camp, they hurriedly left the next day. Boss, where do you think we're going this time? Li Shan looked at Ma Zi in the vehicle. How would I know? But this direction should be towards Ningjin. Ma Zi glanced outside. I have a feeling that maybe Donggu has received news about the Crimson Secret Realm. Yi Shinga said confidently. Ha, Lao Duan, why aren't you speaking? Li Shan looked at Duan Zishuan in surprise. I've already become indifferent to life and death. Duan Zishuan replied listlessly. That's rare. Lao Duan has reached enlightenment, Li Shan said with a laugh. Enlightenment my foot, he didn't sleep all night and is just out of energy now. Yi Shenga shot Duan Zishuan a glance. The armored vehicle sped across the crimson wilderness, moving smoothly without obstruction. Until the next morning, they arrived at the Red Kite camp in Ningjin. What happened here? Xuana, in the passenger seat, frowned upon seeing the dilapidated Red Kite camp. The last time they came to Ningjin to help the Treasure Pavilion kill a level 3 Crimson Beast, they had briefly stayed at the Red Kite camp, which was much larger than the Ironwood camp and had more complete facilities. But now, the camp's walls had mostly collapsed, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, and many buildings were destroyed. The armored vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Chen Ping immediately got out and walked into the Red Kite camp. Where's your camp leader? There was a seriously injured person on the ground, still clinging to life, and Chen Ping bent down to ask him. Captain Hai is seriously injured, and is in the command room being rescued, the man said before passing out. Ma Zi, set up a perimeter. Xuana, Chen Xian, follow me. Chen Ping instructed the people behind him. Hearing this, Ma Zi and the others immediately took out their weapons and spread out around the Red Kite camp. Xuana and Su Chanxian, with Xiao Bai, followed closely behind Chen Ping. In front of the command room of the Red Kite camp, a large group of people stood, most of them injured, while a dozen guards were on the outskirts. Is Hai Han Yuan inside? Chen Ping asked. Who are you? A stranger suddenly appeared, and all the guards of the Red Kite camp became tense. He seems to be the person that the pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion brought last time. One of the guards had some impression of Chen Ping. The doors and windows of the command room were covered with black curtains, making it impossible to see inside. Master, that person is indeed inside, but his injuries are severe, he might not make it. Xiao Hei's thoughts came from the command room. Chen Ping took out his fire knife and was about to force his way in. You can't go in. Several loyal guards vowed to block Chen Ping. Bang, bang, bang. Xuana moved swiftly, delivering several elbow strikes that knocked down those blocking Chen Ping. The others, seeing this, showed no fear and rushed forward, clearly loyal to Hai Han Yuan. Get out of the way. Su Chanxian behind Chen Ping waved her hand, holding a massive tower shield. Try not to kill anyone. Chen Ping reminded, as he still needed to gather clues about the A-level secret realm from Hai Hong Yuan and didn't want to create a massacre here. Don't worry, I have it under control, Su Chanshan said, and as her voice fell, she planted the tower shield in front of her, charging forward and sending everyone flying, clearing a path. Bang! Chen Ping stepped forward and kicked the door open, walking straight in, with Xuena holding Xiao Bai's hand closely behind, while Su Chanshan turned around and positioned the tower shield at the entrance to prevent others from entering. In the pitch-black command room, a searchlight was on, and a dozen women were gathered around a makeshift operating table made of wooden planks, where Hai Hong Yuan lay, barely breathing. Who are you? The people performing this surgery on Hai Hong Yuan exclaimed in surprise as Chen Ping burst in. Step aside. Xuena stepped forward, dispersing the crowd, and Chen Ping saw Hai Hong Yuan's condition. From her chest and back to her thighs, there were over a dozen deep wounds that exposed bone. If it weren't for her enhanced body, she would have likely succumbed long ago. The herbs Chen Ping had collected in the secret realm could treat some non-fatal injuries and had some miraculous effects. However, Hai Hong Yuan's injuries were too severe. These herbs would have no effect at all. Xiao Bai, can you save her? Chen Ping turned to Xiao Bai, who was beside Xuena. Woo woo. Xiao Bai nodded, then stepped forward, her hands, still bearing some white fur, slowly placed on Hai Hong Yuan's chest. A faint white glow flickered, and the wounds on Hai Hong Yuan's body began to heal at a visible speed. How is this possible? It's a miracle. It's terrifying. Captain Hai's heartbeat is normal. The crowd was filled with disbelief. As Hai Hong Yuan's wounds healed, her complexion gradually improved. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes. Is it you? Hai Hong Yuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing Chen Ping. Xuena casually tossed a piece of white cloth over Hai Hong Yuan. It was then that Hai Hong Yuan realized she was completely unclothed and hurriedly wrapped the cloth around herself. Chen Ping didn't want to know what had happened, but seeing the Red Kite camp in such turmoil, he couldn't directly ask about the location of the A-level secret realm. What happened? The day before yesterday, I learned the location of the B-level secret realm and took people in. I didn't expect that while I was away, the other two camps united and attacked the Red Kite camp. By the time I returned, the camp had already been breached. We fought desperately and killed one of their captains, forcing them to retreat, but I think they will soon organize another attack. Hai Hong Yuan spoke softly. Although her wounds were healing, her body remained very weak and would need several days to fully recover. I can eliminate all those who attacked the Red Kite camp and ensure its safety during this time. What are the conditions? Hai Hong Yuan frowned slightly. I need the location of the A-level Scarlet Secret Realm. Agreed. Hai Hong Yuan nodded without hesitation. How many people can enter that secret realm? 10. Hai Hong Yuan replied. You send a few people with this to the Taimu camp and have them send 2 combat teams to assist you in defense. Chen Ping took out a token, which was the Taimu camp token given to him by Baiyu. This is the location of the A-level Scarlet Secret Realm. I have stationed 2 teams there. Hai Hong Yuan sent a coordinate to Chen Ping. Chen Ping glanced at the information, then turned to Xuena and said, You and Xianshen will form one team, and Matzi will lead Shanggu and Duanzi as another team to eliminate all the forces that attacked the Red Kite camp. Okay. Xuena said nothing more and left the command room with Su Chanshan. You all can leave too, Hai Hong Yuan told those around her. Moments later, only Hai Hong Yuan, Chen Ping, and Xiao Bai remained in the command room. I have something I want to ask. Hai Hong Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Please go ahead, Captain Hai. How did you know I had information about the A-level Scarlet Secret Realm? Chen Ping took a token from the spatial stone and tossed it onto the table. Yun Meng token? Lin family? Hai Hong Yuan frowned slightly. The day before yesterday, after I cleared a B-level secret realm and was preparing to return to the camp, I encountered the Lin family convoy. I had some previous conflicts with them, so I dealt with it, and I extracted some information. Their purpose was to come to the Red Kite camp, and the reason was the location of the A-level secret realm in your hands. I am also very interested in the A-level Scarlet Secret Realm, so I rushed over. As for how they got the news, I haven't managed to ask before that person died. Chen Ping shook his head helplessly. I see. Hai Hong Yuan nodded. Does the Lin family have any dealings with those 2 camps? Chen Ping asked. The Lin family is powerful and has connections with several surrounding forces, including my Hong Yuan camp, but the relationship isn't very deep. Hai Hong Yuan answered truthfully. Perhaps they plan to have the other 2 camps attack the Hong Yuan camp, wait for the Hong Yuan camp to be unable to hold on, and then the Lin family will come to the rescue, thus extracting the location of the A-level secret realm. Chen Ping speculated. With their strength, if they directly sent someone to demand it, I might not refuse. After all, the power disparity is so great. Hai Hong Yuan said with a bitter smile. Coercion is always a low tactic. The Chen family likes to use such simple and crude methods, but if grudges accumulate, it will become a hidden danger in the future. Using some subtle means can achieve what you want and win people's hearts. Why not do it? Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chen. It's just a small effort. Whether the Hanyuan camp can establish itself in Ningjin in the future will depend on Captain Hai's abilities. If the Hanyuan camp can survive this calamity, I will not hesitate to help Brother Chen in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hai Hanyuan, dragging her weak body, changed into another outfit and began organizing people to clean up the camp and treat the injured. Chen Ping quickly checked Xiaobai's wristband. Only 5 years of lifespan reduced? Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. There was no specific introduction about Xiaobai's talent on the wristband, but Xiaobai had consumed nearly 10 years of lifespan to relieve Chen Ping's weakness, while only 5 years were consumed for Hai Hanyuan, and Xiaobai showed no signs of discomfort. Perhaps it's because it has reached silver? Chen Ping speculated. Master, I'm back. I searched thoroughly, and there are only a little over 100 people left in the camp, mostly injured and not very strong. Chen Ping pondered for a moment upon hearing this. From my previous observations, it seems that Shin Xiaoqian and Hai Hongyuan have a good relationship. With the capabilities of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, they can't possibly be unaware that the Hongyuan camp was attacked. Could it be that the Gathering Treasure Pavilion did this and then asked me to do them a favor? Or did they set up a trap together? Master, thinking about this is useless. Our strength is right here. Let's just do it, Xiao He said nonchalantly. Qin Ping nodded. The more important matter at hand was the A-level Scarlet Secret Realm. After driving all night, Qin Ping felt a bit tired and took a short rest in the command room. By the afternoon, Xuan'er returned first with Su Chanshan, and nearly an hour later, Ma Zi and the others also returned to the Hanyuan camp. Brother Chen, the location of this Scarlet Secret Realm is not remote. The possibility of it being discovered is very high. If you have confidence in clearing it, it's better to go early. Hai Hongyuan came alone to the command room and said to Qin Ping, "Aren't you going, Captain Hai? Right now, the camp is in disarray, and we need to guard against those predatory forces." "I won't be leaving the camp for a while," Hai Hongyuan replied. Qin Ping nodded and did not delay further, taking 9 others to the coordinates provided by Hai Hongyuan. Before leaving, Hai Hongyuan handed her token to Qin Ping to prevent any conflict between the guards of the secret realm and Qin Ping's group. 6 or 7 hours later, when Qin Ping arrived at the coordinates in an armored vehicle, the surroundings were in disarray, and more than a dozen people from the Hongyuan camp had already lost their lives. Qin Ping walked to the teleportation array and used his wristband to check the information. Secret Realm No. 2451, difficulty, a clearance time limit, 48 hours number of people per entry, 10 number of clearances, 0 fastest clearance team, none fastest clearance time, none remaining clearance rewards, 1 secret realm status, stable is there a team clearing it, in progress is it enterable, no clearance tasks, 1. Find the Eye of Shadows, 2. Pass through the maze area within 24 hours, 3. The casualties of the team must not exceed 5. Clearance rewards, Crimson Coins *10, Intermediate Experience Scrolls *2, Intermediate Life Potions *2, Crimson Crystals *1. Special note for the Crimson Bracelet, 1. The Eye of Shadows is sealed in a ruin. 2. There are numerous illusions in the maze. Carrying the Eye of Shadows can weaken the effects of the illusions. Someone has already entered the secret realm. Qin Ping frowned slightly. This is an A-level secret realm. Is there really someone who can clear it now? Ma Zi was somewhat incredulous. After all, he had entered an A-level secret realm and knew the difficulties involved. Without Qin Ping, a team like theirs would need at least half a year to develop, or they would need an incredible stroke of luck to gather several pieces of blue equipment and talents to have the basic capability to challenge it. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Some will encounter fortuitous events. Qin Ping was not too surprised. Brother Dong, what should we do now? Duan Zishuan asked. Ambush and wait for them to come out. Qin Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Dong, take a look at these. Xuan'er took out dozens of crimson spinning wheels from her pack, all of blue quality. I have some too. These were found after wiping out that camp, and there are quite a few weapons and equipment, but most are green and inconvenient to carry, so I only picked the crimson spinning wheels. Ma Zi also pulled out nearly 100. Do you have any life potions? Qin Ping asked. I don't have any here. Ma Zi had checked on the way. I have 2. Xuan'er produced 2 crimson spinning wheels. You can keep the rest to deal with. Qin Ping took the 2 crimson spinning wheels, glanced at them. One was a high-level life potion, and the other was an intermediate life potion. However, extracting from the blue spinning wheel required 30 years of life, and using the intermediate life potion would add 30 years of life, so Qin Ping returned it to Xuan'er. Then, everyone dispersed and found a nearby hiding spot. Early August was supposed to be a hot season, but the cold wind swept through the crimson mist-filled wilderness. Achoo! It must be my little flower thinking of me. In this cold apocalypse, only little flower can warm me. Yi Shenga squatted behind a giant tree, wiping his nose. Who is little flower? Duan Zixuan, who had been shivering and anxious, suddenly ignited with curiosity upon hearing Yi Shenga's words, casting aside all his fears. Little flower? She is the most gentle and considerate in this world. Yi Shenga continued, while Jiang Chang beside him added lightly, and also the most heavyweight. What do you mean? Duan Zixuan was even more curious. Next time you return to the timber camp, just ask around, and you'll find out. Jiang Chang replied. Don't say next time. I don't even know if I can go back. Just tell me now. Otherwise, I might die of anxiety. Duan Zixuan said eagerly. Shoo! Suddenly, from behind another giant tree, Ma Zi made a gesture. Everyone quickly fell silent and looked towards the teleportation array. They saw the teleportation array flashing violently with red light a few times before returning to normal. Is no one clearing it? What does that mean? Duan Zixuan used his crimson bracelet to check the information about the crimson secret realm. It means those people all died in the secret realm. Ma Zi's voice was slightly heavy. Gather, prepare to enter the secret realm. Chen Ping's figure flashed and stood at the center of the teleportation array, calling to the others. It's over. We're doomed. But, who exactly is Little Flower? Duan Zixuan said with a bitter face, standing in the teleportation array. The red light flickered continuously, and at the same time, everyone's crimson bracelets emitted a prompt sound. Prompt, someone in the team is undertaking a special task. The secret realm has changed. Task has been reset. 1. Rescue the princess of the Dawn Forest Elf clan, Elia. 2. Eliminate the Eye of Sin. 3. Purify the magic circle of Yuntian City. How did it turn into an S-level secret realm again? I have a bad feeling. Compared to the previous teleportation, this one seemed to take longer, a full 5 minutes. As everyone pondered, their bodies suddenly sank, and their feet finally landed back on the ground. Ma Zi and the others had gradually adapted to the discomfort after teleportation. Aside from the little black cat lying upside down in Chen Ping's arms, the dizziness of the others was not too severe. This seems to be the same forest as last time? Ma Zi cautiously scanned the surroundings, which were very similar to the Dawn Forest. Warrior, you have finally returned. While everyone was observing their surroundings, an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Chen Ping looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kral, dressed in a blue robe, resembling a fairy from a painting, quickly approaching him. Xiao La? What happened? Chen Ping asked. Kral was momentarily stunned before realizing that Xiao La referred to her. Princess Ilia is trapped in the Tower of Heaven. Warrior, you must save the princess, Kral said anxiously. This is my duty. Where exactly is it? Chen Ping asked. That direction. Kral raised her hand and pointed west. This time, everyone saw a huge white pillar in the west, piercing the clouds. During the time you were away, Princess Ilia investigated the phenomenon of teleportation. The so-called teleportation refers to the phenomenon where all beings, including plants, animals, spirits, and various races, move from their original positions to another place. The Tower of Heaven was not here originally. It suddenly appeared a few days ago, and there were rumors that the magic circle in the sky had malfunctioned. At the top of the Tower of Heaven was Cloud City, a legendary place that operated under the magic circle of Ima. Princess Ilia went to the Tower of Heaven to investigate the reason. Alright, I will head to the Tower of Heaven right now. Chen Ping immediately agreed. Warrior, the Imperial Princess is also in the Tower of Heaven. Kral reminded. Imperial Princess? Chen Ping's understanding of this world was quite limited. He didn't even know there was an empire here. This contains information about the empire. I have to leave now. Kral replied. Aren't you coming with me to the Tower of Heaven? Chen Ping asked, as Kral's strength was considerable and could be a help. My sister has not been feeling well lately. I need to gather some herbs for her. Is there anything I can help with? No, Princess Ilia's matter is urgent. Alright, then I'll head to the Tower of Heaven first. Chen Ping nodded. Under Kral's guidance, Chen Ping led the team towards the Tower of Heaven. Along the way, they encountered several cat demons and goblins, but Chen Ping did not waste time and chose to ignore them. The Tower of Heaven did not seem far, yet after 3 to 4 hours of travel without stopping to rest, it felt like the distance had not changed at all. It's really like running a horse to death while looking at a mountain. Yi Shenga wiped the sweat from her forehead. Shunga, who exactly is Xiao Hua? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to close my eyes. Duan Zixuan followed closely behind Yi Shenga. Then keep your eyes open while you die. Yi Shenga shot a glance at Duan Zixuan. You. Just as Duan Zixuan was about to speak, Chen Ping in front suddenly stopped. We should be almost there. Everyone rest in place and replenish your strength. Chen Ping let the little black cat out to keep watch while the others leaned against a giant tree, eating their compressed food. Donggu, do we still need those fruits on the trees? Jiang Chang looked at Chen Ping. Previously, Chen Ping had asked Jiang Chang to collect them. These were one of the materials for making high-level potions. Chen Ping currently had enough high-level potions, but it wouldn't hurt to store some more. After you all rest, you can go collect some. These leaves smell very fragrant. They should be good for brewing tea, Jiang Xian said. Chen Ping scanned the leaves with his crimson bracelet. They were similar to tea leaves, so he nodded in agreement. By the way, we can pick some flowers from the tree for Duanzi to drink, Chen Ping reminded. Donggu, what magical effect do these flowers have? Duan Zishuan hurriedly leaned forward upon hearing this. They cure bedwetting in children, Chen Ping replied with a smile. This, Donggu, I'm sweating, Duan Zishuan weakly struggled to say. Duanzi, face reality, you have a problem that needs fixing, otherwise, how will you pass on the family line? Forget it, I don't plan to let my children suffer this fate again. Duan Zishuan shook his head repeatedly. Chen Ping took a bite of jerky, leaning against a giant tree, and casually opened the parchment, which still carried a faint scent of krau. What is this? The parchment was filled with dense, incomprehensible characters, and Chen Ping couldn't make sense of it. Cici, can you understand this? Chen Ping waved to Su Cici. Su Cici quickly got up and came to Chen Ping's side. This is Elvish script, I can read it. Su Cici nodded. You're not from the same world, yet you can understand it? The characters are a bit different, but overall, they're not too far off. Su Cici studied it for a moment and continued speaking to Chen Ping. This world has four most populous races, the beastmen, elves, dragons, and humans. Humans are here too? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. Mama Wu said that although there are few strong humans, they are numerous and scattered across various worlds. Arelandala originally had humans, but thousands of years ago, a great catastrophe occurred, severely wounding humanity, leading to their gradual extinction. The Imperial Princess Krau mentioned, is she human? Chen Ping was more concerned about the affairs of this world. She should be. It says here that in the year 483 of the early era, humans established the Rus Empire, but later due to a blood curse, the empire split, leading to wars everywhere. At that time, Grand Mage Amma appeared, turning the desert in the center of the continent into an oasis and relocating the warring races here. Humans established a duchy here and maintained neutrality during the internal strife of the empire, while another regime claiming to be the legitimate descendants of the empire gradually absorbed other empires, becoming a new empire called the Des Empire. The imperial princess is the princess of the Des Empire. Su Cici looked at the parchment and explained in detail. Could it be that we didn't enter a secret realm this time? Chen Ping felt suspicious. What is it then? Su Cici asked. Another complete world. Chen Ping quickly checked the information on his wristband. In the past, when entering a dedicated secret realm, there would be prompts indicating a change in the secret realm code, along with the realm's number and difficulty. This time, it only showed that the secret realm had changed and the task was reset. This meant that what they had entered might not be a small independent secret realm, but a real large world. For Chen Ping, as long as his strength was sufficient, it didn't matter where he was, it was just that he knew too little about this world. Half an hour later, everyone's stamina had fully recovered, and Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian had gathered quite a few medicinal materials. Under Chen Ping's lead, they continued toward the Tower of Heaven. Wow, this thing is so thick? After a few minutes, they arrived at the base of the Tower of Heaven, and Duan Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim, not only thick, but also very long. Yi Shunga nodded in agreement. Why is there no door? Li Shan surveyed the area and found that the tower had no entrance or seams, as if it were a solid hole. Xiao He, have you found anything? Chen Ping looked at Xiao He, who had flown around and landed on his shoulder. Nothing, not even a response from the teleportation array. How about we see if we can break a hole in it? The group searched around the Tower of Heaven for over 10 minutes but found no clues. Su Cici was becoming impatient. With a wave of her hand, she took out the tower shield. We should keep looking, maybe there's a mechanism somewhere? Yi Xingge tapped the tower's surface with his knuckles, but there was no echo, as if it were solid. All around there are relief patterns, but this area has none, Xuena said softly as she stood in front of the tower. Hearing this, Chen Ping walked over and examined it as well. Master, didn't that little log give you a piece of parchment? Try sticking it on, Xiao He suggested. Chen Ping had the same idea, took out the parchment, and placed it on the blank spot of the tower. Instantly, a blinding golden light flashed, and a seam slowly appeared in the tightly sealed tower, which then opened to both sides. It's so dark inside? Su Chanxian frowned slightly. Stay close to me, don't spread out. Qin Ping reminded, leading the way into the tower. Su Chanqian held the tower shield, protecting Xiao Bai and Xuan A, who followed closely behind, while Ma Zi led the remaining few to hurry after them. As the last person, Duan Zixuan, entered the tower, the door behind them slowly closed. Chen Ping focused his thoughts and took out a wisp of starlight fire to illuminate the surroundings. They seemed to be in a spacious room, and in the center of the room was a spiral staircase, but the staircase only led downwards, not upwards. Xiao He, scout ahead. Master, I can't bear to leave you, Xiao He said, still reluctantly flying up. This level isn't very big. There are third-level crimson beasts, not many, but not few either. A few minutes later, Xiao He's thoughts returned. Third-level crimson beasts posed no threat to Qin Ping. Let's go! Holding the fire knife, Qin Ping was still the first to descend the staircase. After about 3 minutes, they reached the next level via the spiral staircase. Looking around, there were about 100 or 200 dragon-headed, human-bodied crimson beasts, each holding a shiny silver fork. Qin Ping immediately scanned them with the crimson ring. Dragon warrior, normal descendants of dragons, elves, and humans, with a complex lineage and powerful strength, guarding the secrets of the tower to prevent intrusions from outsiders. They are the most loyal guardians. Dragon warrior, elite stronger than dragon warriors, possessing greater speed and strength. Blue Dragon Man, mutated a specific type of dragon man, with a physique closer to that of a dragon, magical abilities closer to those of elves, and combat skills closer to those of humans. The mutated Blue Dragon Man was entirely blue, with its exposed skin covered in light blue scales. Master, although my level is higher than theirs, their bloodline is much higher than mine. It might be a bit difficult to fight. Xiao He flew back to Qin Ping's shoulder. Xiao He had no pressure dealing with gold-ranked humans or level 3 or 4 elves, but the dragon men still had a small portion of dragon blood. Among all races, dragon blood is considered above average, at least ranking in the top 5,000, which is enough to crush the insect race. If Xiao He absorbed too much at once, it could lead to his own explosion and death. Unless he entered the insect charm state, but that would quickly consume his lifespan. You don't need to participate in the battle. Okay, then I'll just hang around. Xiao He flew to the wall, quietly watching below. Bold humans, dare to invade the Tower of Heaven. A dragon warrior shouted, gripping his steel fork, glaring angrily at Qin Ping and the others. Battle formation. Qin Ping was too lazy to waste time with these small monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chanqian let out a low shout, her arm muscles bulging, far more exaggerated than those of strongmen, and then she raised the tower shield to block in front of everyone. Behind her, Duan Zixuan immediately took out a black cloth and covered his eyes. The others also took out their respective weapons. Woo woo! Seeing this stance after a long time made Xiao Bai suddenly nervous. Xiao Bai, stay close to Chanqian, Qin Ping reminded particularly. Woo woo! Xiao Bai under the red robe nodded obediently. Kill! 4 or 5 dragon warriors, along with over 100 dragon soldiers, charged forward. Meanwhile, the only blue dragon man in the distance began to wave his staff, chanting in a very low voice. According to Qin Ping's experience, the strength of the mutated scarlet beasts is quite unique. Some are even stronger than lord-level creatures, while others are weaker than ordinary ones. Therefore, the first priority in the battle must be to take down the mutated scarlet beasts. CC, prepare your defense. I'm going to kill that blue dragon man. Be careful, brother Dong. Su Cc nodded. Normally, facing a level 3 dragon man, Ma Zi and the others would have little chance to fight back, not only due to their levels but also because of the bloodline suppression. However, with Su Cc's tower shield in place, the dragon man couldn't inflict direct damage on them for a short time. Qin Ping consumed all his potions, donned his mechanical wings, and in a flash, charged in front of the blue dragon man. Bang! The fire blade swung down, striking as if against hard metal. The mage's defense is still this high? Qin Ping quickly activated sacrifice, and at the same time, the blue dragon man completed his chant, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply, slowing Qin Ping's movements significantly. In the distance, Ma Zi and the others were hiding behind Su Cici's tower shield, counterattacking. With the temperature drop, Su Cici's movements also slowed considerably, and several dragon men charged forward. The brothers Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian, standing on the periphery, were directly pierced in the abdomen by the dragon men's forks. One dragon warrior even circled behind Su Cici, coming up to Xiao Bai and Xuan A. Be careful! Ma Zi pulled Xiao Bai hard. Her lighter frame was easily dragged behind him. The dragon warrior swung his steel fork, and Ma Zi raised his longbow in front of him. Crack! The longbow was severed, and the steel fork struck Ma Zi's shoulder. Damn it! Xiao Bai is under my protection. A small cloud of black smoke spread across the wall, and in an instant, a woman dressed in black, wielding a black blade, flew down, slicing through the dragon warrior's steel fork with a single sword strike. Master, finish this quickly, I can't hold on much longer. Xiao Hei transformed into human form, barely able to match the dragon warrior, but there were still many dragon men around, making it impossible for her to cope alone. At this moment, Qin Ping was also at a loss. He had already used sacrifice and failed to break through the Blue Dragon Man's defenses. Moreover, the Blue Dragon Man seemed capable of mental attacks, causing Qin Ping's consciousness to waver for a moment. If he hadn't advanced to the golden rank, significantly boosting his mental strength, he might have already become a corpse. I'll treat a dead horse as a live one. Qin Ping sheathed the fireblade, waved one hand, and took out a black staff, while the badge hanging on his right arm emitted a faint glow. A series of incantations instinctively appeared in his mind, specifically a high-level fireball spell of red quality. What the hell? Brother Dong is going to duel with magic. Yi Xingde looked up, and after Qin Ping waved the staff, a fireball like a blazing sun appeared in mid-air, its waves of heat quickly dispelling the surrounding chill. How is this possible? He is clearly a human. How can he use magic? The Blue Dragon Man was shocked. Boom! The fireball descended, striking the Blue Dragon Man, who couldn't dodge in time, scorching a large area of blue scales to a charred black. Without hesitation, Qin Ping drew the fire blade again. Fire! Yi Xingde concentrated all her thoughts, conjuring a cluster of ghostly blue flames that directly adhered to Qin Ping's fire blade. Sizzle! With a fierce slash along the Blue Dragon Man's charred wound, the thick blue blood soaked the fire blade, seemingly trying to corrode it. Fortunately, with the attachment of the nether fire, it protected the blade while inflicting irreparable damage on the Blue Dragon Man. Still not dead, still not dead. Qin Ping suddenly withdrew the fire blade and, at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, slashed dozens of times in succession. Only when the Blue Dragon Man fell into a pool of blue blood did Qin Ping stop after delivering another 10 strikes. Lord Miwu! The dragon warrior not far away saw this and glared at Qin Ping, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The dragon men surrounding Ma Zi and the others, seeing the Blue Dragon Man killed by Qin Ping, were filled with fury, brandishing their weapons and charging at Qin Ping. Damn, how brutal! The surrounding temperature returned to normal, and Qin Ping's movements did not slow down. He immediately dodged at the fastest speed. After all, facing one or two dragon men was not too much pressure, but taking on a group definitely posed a risk of injury. He swiftly maneuvered, first collecting the items dropped by the Blue Dragon Man into the spatial stone, then running towards Su Qianqian and the others. Master, don't come over! Seeing a group of dragon men chasing after Qin Ping, Su Qianqian and Xiao Hei said in unison. On the second underground level of the Sky Tower, Qin Ping fought while retreating, killing more than a dozen dragon warrior. Since he attracted the vast majority of the firepower, the pressure on the others standing at the staircase entrance significantly decreased. Before Xiao Hei's transformation ended, he killed 7 dragon warriors before reverting to his insect form and then lay against the wall. Su Qianqian held the tower shield, protecting the people behind her, occasionally bashing a couple of heavily injured dragon warriors to hasten their deaths. Behind her, Xuena continuously fired her sniper rifle, and Duan Zhuxuan's arrows did not cease, but their damage was quite limited, akin to merely scraping the dragon men. These guys are too strong. Can we retreat to the previous level? Su Qianqian, who was at the front, asked. Besides the insufficient output, there were 3 heavily injured in the team. Even though most of the firepower was drawn away by Qin Ping, Su Qianqian still couldn't achieve full defense. No, if we go back down, the staircase entrance will be gone. Yi Xingde behind shook his head. You focus on dealing with those crimson beasts, don't worry about us. Ma Zi tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his bleeding shoulder. Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian's faces had turned pale, their bodies trembling, looking as if they had lost too much blood. Although there was no requirement for casualties in this mission, Qin Ping did not want the team to suffer losses so early, as it would affect morale and lead to a decline in overall combat power. Xiao Bai, help them stop the bleeding, Qin Ping shouted. Woo woo. Previously, Qin Ping had instructed that no one could be treated without his permission. At this moment, Qin Ping spoke, and Xiao Bai quickly turned to the most severely injured Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian, extending her hands from her red robe and placing them on their wounds. A faint white light was vaguely visible, and in an instant, their wounds stopped bleeding, but they had not begun to heal. Qin Ping only instructed Xiao Bai to stop the bleeding, not to heal them. Just stopping the bleeding consumed a bit of energy, making Xiao Bai feel slightly uncomfortable. If she were to fully restore them, it would cost her lifespan. Originally, Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian had the lowest strength in the team, so temporarily preserving their lives was sufficient. I'm fine, no need. Xiao Bai looked at Ma Zi, who shook his head. However, Xiao Bai ignored him and pressed one hand on Ma Zi's wound wrapped in cloth, the white light shining again, directly restoring Ma Zi to peak condition. Ma Zi frowned slightly. Xiao Bai was completely wrapped in a red robe, making it impossible to see her appearance or expression. Thank you, Ma Zi nodded. Xiaobai had no reaction and continued to hide behind Su Chanqian. On the other side, Chen Ping was still outputting with all his might. After killing nearly 20 dragon warriors and 1 dragon warrior, he was now being attacked from both sides. If he activated the sacrifice, it would indeed speed up the killing efficiency, and with over 100 years of lifespan, it would be enough for him to last for more than half a minute. But it was only just beginning, and the dangers ahead might be even greater, so Chen Ping still wanted to preserve his trump card as much as possible. However, surrounded by dragon men, Chen Ping had no space to dodge. A dozen steel forks fell, capable of dismembering him in an instant. Rise! With a thought, Chen Ping's mechanical wings quickly unfolded, and his figure flashed, flying into the air. 10 minutes of flight time was enough for Chen Ping to recover his stamina. Kill! However, the dragon men below seemed unwilling to let Chen Ping catch his breath. They looked up at him, using all their strength to suddenly throw the steel forks in their hands upward. The speed of the steel forks was incredibly fast, and there were numerous of them, leaving Chen Ping almost no room to dodge. He immediately activated the mechanical wings of the mechanical sovereign and triggered the set attributes of the 2 pieces of the Dawn set. 2 layers of shields enveloped Chen Ping completely. Ding! Clang! The steel forks struck the shields and were directly rebounded, while the weapons of the Dragon Man warriors broke through Chen Ping's outermost shield. Fortunately, the effect of the Dawn set was still active, allowing him to barely withstand the attack. Go! Seeing the Dragon Man warrior throw its weapon, Ma Zi shouted, and Li Shan acted first, swinging his long knife with one arm and slashing at the nearest Dragon Man warrior. Su Chanqian also rushed forward without hesitation. Although breaking through the Dragon Man warrior's defense was still difficult, the opponent was temporarily unarmed, and the damage to Li Shan and the others was quite limited. In midair, after enduring all the attacks, Chen Ping retracted his mechanical wings, gripped the fire knife, and landed among the Dragon Man warriors. Sizzle! The saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, and the steel forks in the hands of the dragon men were much longer than the fire knife. Every time Chen Ping attacked, he was easily blocked, while the unarmed dragon men had no power to fight back against Chen Ping's close combat attacks. Chen Ping only injured the dragon men he could reach, and the subsequent arrows from Ma Zi and Duan Zhuxuan, as well as the bullets from Xuan, further devastated those dragon man warriors, rendering them incapable of fighting. Meanwhile, a cloud of black mist reappeared on the wall. During the harvesting of heads, Xiao He would never let an opportunity slip by. He immediately transformed into human form, wielding a black blade, and entered the crowd of dragonmen, unleashing his full power. The fierce battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Chen Ping was exhausted, while all the dragonmen lay on the ground, unable to rise. Ma Zi, along with Li Shan and Duan Zhuxuan, moved in for the finishing blows, ensuring that all the dragonmen had completely lost their breath. A few minutes later, the bodies of the dragonmen began to slowly disappear, and the blood on the ground seemed to be absorbed by the smooth surface. The items dropped by the dragon men had already been collected by a few people. Swish! A golden light flashed at the entrance, and the spiral staircase reappeared. Chen Ping casually took out 2 bottles of potions and threw them to Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian. These were just 2 ordinary healing potions, with very limited effects. The combat power of the 2 brothers could not be restored for the time being. Wow, the experience from these level 3 crimson beasts is really high. I leveled up 4 stars. Duan Zhuxuan exclaimed in surprise. I leveled up 3 stars too. I'm now at silver 7. Yi Xinga also seemed a bit excited. The Jiang brothers had just been in a near-death state, dropping to bronze rank, but now they had also risen to silver 2. Ma Zi, holding the collected crimson roulette and crimson coins, walked up to Chen Ping and handed them over. You should take a break too. Distribute this to everyone to replenish some stamina, Chen Ping said as he took out some meat and handed it to Ma Zi. The group rested nearby while Chen Ping checked their haul. 45 crimson coins, 61 blue roulettes, and a pile of green and white roulettes remained. Among them were 4 bottles of high-level life potions, several talent experience scrolls, and 3 green-quality space stones. Chen Ping directly used the talent scrolls, increasing the progress of potential awakening, but there was still a long way to go to reach the next level. In addition, he also drew 2 high-level incendiary bombs, which were blue quality, significantly inferior to quantum flame bombs, but still dealt considerable damage to most level 3 crimson beasts. Plus, with Chen Ping's proficiency in basic throwing, he could increase the damage output. Finally, there was a roulette dropped by the Blue Dragon Man, which surprisingly contained a growth-type weapon, the Dragon Man's Silver Fork, which was only slightly inferior to his fire knife. After much thought, Chen Ping decided to draw this weapon. This should be similar to the weapon of that Dragon Man earlier. You guys try it out and see who can use it more comfortably. Chen Ping planted the Dragon Man's Silver Fork into the ground. I'm used to using a sniper. Xuan said, sitting next to Su Chanxian, showing no intention of getting up. I will stick to the composite bow. Duan Zixuan looked at the steel fork, feeling it was somewhat better than his compound bow, but he still thought it was safer to ambush from a distance with the compound bow. I have no weapons, Yi Xingge said as she stood up first, walking to the Dragon Man's silver fork. She first tried to lift it with one hand, but the silver fork didn't budge. Finally, she used both hands, exerting all her strength, her face turning red, but the silver fork only swayed slightly. Xingge, are you being intimidated by that little flower? Duan Zixuan laughed, relieved he hadn't embarrassed himself by trying. Cough, cough, a person as elegant and refined as I am shouldn't wield such a weapon. It doesn't suit my temperament. Yi Xingge found an excuse and retreated sulkily. Is it really that exaggerated? Let me give it a try. Li Shan boldly stood up. Brother Shan, forget it. That thing isn't something an ordinary person can lift. Before Yi Xingge finished speaking, Li Shan had already pulled the Dragon Man steel fork from the ground with one hand and swung it a couple of times, giving off an imposing aura. It's handy. Donggu, this. Li Shan looked at Chen Ping. Take it away. Chen Ping said flatly. Then I don't have anything. Li Shan stammered, but Chen Ping stood up. We've rested enough. It's time to go to the next level. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up. The next level might be even more dangerous than this one. Chen Ping's expression was stern. 3 minutes earlier, he had already sent Xiao He to the next level. But now, Xiao He had not responded at all, and Chen Ping had tried to contact Xiao He multiple times, all to no avail. Brother Dong, let me scout ahead. Just as they reached the staircase, Su Chanxian called out to Chen Ping and was the first to head down. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Chen Ping and the others descended the spiral staircase. The steps were stone steps suspended in midair, which swayed slightly when stepped on, making everyone tread carefully. After 2 or 3 minutes, they reached the next level, where Xiao He was lying at the foot of the stairs. What's going on? Chen Ping asked. This place has blocked all information transmission. I can't go back and can't contact the master. Xiao He replied. The space on this level was similar to the previous one, and it was empty, with no crimson beasts or other monsters in sight. However, there were clear signs of battle on the ground, along with dried bloodstains. Master, there are 2 doors here, Xiao He reminded, and Chen Ping and the others observed that there were stone doors on both his left and right sides. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ping looked at Mozi. You stay here with Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian, and Duan Zi. Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian had little combat power, and in the upcoming battle, they could become a burden. Mozi and Duan Zixuan could protect Jiang Chang and Jiang Xian while also serving as support. If we haven't come out in 5 hours, choose one door to enter, Chen Ping instructed, and Mozi nodded. Following Chen Ping, everyone walked to a door, and before they could push the stone door, it opened on its own. Ahead was pitch black. After entering the stone door, it closed behind them, and the surrounding walls emitted a ghostly blue light. Are these statues? They look just like real people. Yi Xingge looked at the dozens of humanoid sculptures ahead. Some resembled tall male models holding handguns, while others displayed long knives. This one looks good, it's really big. Yi Xingge gazed at a female sculpture wearing knuckle dusters, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Humans from another world? This is not a place for you, a deep voice suddenly echoed. Chen Ping turned to look, and a person with skin as black as ink was kneeling on a floating stone platform. The platform was engraved with intricate runes, hovering more than half a meter above the ground, and the person on it appeared to be less than a meter tall, holding a ghostly blue staff in her hand. Chen Ping raised his hand to scan with the crimson bracelet, his expression changing slightly. The Puppet King, Dog, Lord and ancient and powerful elven mage, resurrected by a demon god after death, tasked with guarding the Tower of Heaven. He possesses immense mental strength, can control puppets, wield earth element magic, and can throw enemies into chaos. What troubles Chen Ping the most is that the crimson bracelet shows the opponent has already reached level 4. This is going to be difficult. Crack, crack. Before Chen Ping could act, the surrounding statues trembled slightly. Donggu, they are alive. Chen Ping checked the information. Those puppets were only level 3. With Su Chanxian around, Xuan and the others should be able to handle them. I'll deal with the boss. You all hold off these puppets. They are all controlled by that boss, and as long as we kill the boss, they won't pose a threat. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he flashed forward, but just as he reached the Puppet King's front, the opponent surprisingly teleported to another position and raised his staff. Boom! A massive stone crashed down, and if Chen Ping had hesitated for half a second, he would have been turned into a meat pie. Ding! Su Chanxian staggered back repeatedly. Those puppets were quite formidable. Although their attack speed was a bit slow, their strength was immense, making it somewhat difficult for Su Chanxian to defend. Bang! Li Shan swung his Dragon Man silver fork. After all, it was blue-quality equipment, a world apart from his previous large knife. With all his might, the silver fork severed a puppet's head. However, shortly after that puppet fell, it staggered back to its feet. Xiao Hei flew around in the air, trying to help Su Qianqian, but all those puppets were solid. Then it flew into the puppet king's body, only to find it was also solid, with no place to attack. I'm done for. These monsters are targeting me. Xiao Hei felt speechless. Chen Ping continued to swing his knife, pursuing the puppet king, trying to find a flaw, but the opponent dodged too quickly, making it impossible to land a hit. Of course, Chen Ping's speed was not slow either, causing all of the opponent's attacks to miss. Through this period of observation, Chen Ping noticed that the puppet king's teleportation positions followed a fixed pattern, and the fact that the opponent kept dodging indicated that its defense was not high. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping quickly moved forward again. All this is futile, you might as well surrender early and become my puppet. The puppet king let out a chilling laugh, dodging Chen Ping's attack once more. Just as it appeared, Chen Ping accurately threw a high-level incendiary bomb. Normally, a blue-quality incendiary bomb could at most break through the defense of a level 3 Crimson Beast, and the puppet king had already reached level 4, making it hard to inflict damage. However, being originally an elven mage, most elven mages had very low defense, and a high-level incendiary bomb was enough to pose a significant threat to it. Despicable creature. With the enhancement of the basic throw, the incendiary bomb became even more precise, and the flame temperature was higher. The fire clung like a festering sore, and no matter how the puppet king dodged and flailed, it could not extinguish it. Ah! The puppet king roared in anger, its crimson eyes shooting out 2 beams of light, and Chen Ping, unable to dodge in time, found his body frozen in place. Oh no! Chen Ping was startled, he completely lost control of his body. At the same time, the pressure on Su Qianqian and the others suddenly decreased, as all the puppets in front of them completely stopped moving. Dong Gu! Su Qianqian looked at the attacking Chen Ping and immediately raised her shield to block. I can't control my body. Chen Ping desperately tried to regain control, but all his efforts were in vain as the fire knife whistled past, aimed at Su Qianqian. Woo woo! Xiaobai was unusually agile for the first time. As Su Qianqian retreated, it stepped out of the tower shield and stood in front of everyone. Xiaobai! Everyone exclaimed in unison, and Xuena even dashed forward, wanting to pull Xiaobai away, but Chen Ping's fire knife was a bit faster. The fire knife traced a graceful arc in midair, stirring up a gust of wind that blew against Xiaobai before it landed. The fierce wind lifted the red robe, revealing Xiaobai's face. Chen Ping locked eyes with her, suddenly pausing, the fire knife halting just half an inch above Xiaobai's head. The sharp blade's wind severed a few strands of her white fur, leaving a barely visible scratch on her sickly white skin, from which thin lines of blood seeped out like red threads. Under the impact of Xiaobai's mental force, Chen Ping regained control of his body. How is this possible? The puppet king, disregarding the flames clinging to him, widened his eyes and looked at Chen Ping. Woo woo! Xiaobai turned her head, directly facing the puppet king. The puppet king suddenly felt a splitting headache. At the same time, the surrounding puppets began to move slowly again. Bang! A puppet holding a pistol fired a bullet, aimed directly at the puppet king. Immediately after, other puppets charged toward the puppet king. Everything happened too quickly, everyone, including Chen Ping, was caught off guard. The sound of screams echoed throughout the space as the puppet king's broken body was torn apart. Half a minute later, Xiaobai suddenly fainted, collapsing into the arms of Xuena beside her. Chen Ping hurried over to check. Xiaobai's lifespan had suddenly dropped to 3 days, and she had fallen into a deep coma. To be safe, Chen Ping did not use the 2 bottles of high-grade life potions he had. Instead, he immediately took out 1 bottle, wanting to give it to Xiaobai. But no matter what he did, he couldn't pry open Xiaobai's mouth, and he didn't dare to use too much force, fearing it would cause greater harm. Xin, take good care of Xiaobai. Okay. Chen Ping turned and walked toward the puppet king's location. The puppets that were no longer controlled turned back into statues, and the limbs of the puppet king lay scattered all over the ground. No items had dropped, and no one gained any experience. However, Chen Ping did not leave empty-handed. Among the dozens of puppets, 35 were still quite intact, while the others were missing arms and legs. These puppets were not living beings and could be stored in the spatial stone. He then picked up the blue staff on the ground and collected the stone plate that was still floating in midair. No more passages? Chen Ping surveyed his surroundings. As soon as he finished speaking, the scattered body of the puppet king emitted a faint yellow light, slowly disappearing, and in the spot where it vanished, a glowing teleportation array appeared. Brother Dong, the stone door has opened too, Yi Xinga said. Ma Zi led the other 3 in cautiously. Now there were 2 choices, to go through this teleportation array, not knowing where it would lead, or to return to the previous room and open another stone door. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ping decided to enter the teleportation array. The others naturally had no objections. Xuana stored the sniper rifle in the spatial stone given by Chen Ping, carried the unconscious Xiaobai on her back, and followed Su Qinqin into the teleportation array. Why is there no reaction? After a while, the teleportation array showed no changes. Chen Ping raised his hand to check the crimson bracelet. One person, one crimson coin? Chen Ping was somewhat speechless. Although he had accumulated quite a few crimson coins, he was still far from the number needed to upgrade weapons and talents. In his palm, 10 crimson coins transformed into a faint red light and vanished, causing the teleportation array to emit a blinding red glow. This time, the teleportation was brief. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a new scene. Who are you? From another world? What are you doing here? A warrior in armor with short silver hair looked warily at Chen Ping and the others. Chen Ping, always reluctant to waste time, raised the fire knife and was ready to attack. Brother Dong, wait a minute, he seems to be. Su Qinqin hurriedly stopped Chen Ping. In the Des Empire, there was a powerful knight order known as the Silver Wolf Knights, led by Barn, one of the 4 great sword saints of the continent, who was skilled in using short blades, having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Su Chanqian also recognized the other party through the badge on Barn's arm, combined with the previous introduction of the Des Empire from the parchment. So it's Captain Ba, I've heard so much about you. Chen Ping was ready to strike first just a second ago, but after being stopped by Su Chanqian and introduced, his expression immediately changed. If what Su Chanqian said was true, then this guy in front of him was someone he had a 99% chance of not being able to defeat, and with such a special identity, it was highly likely he was an NPC. Chen Ping couldn't afford to offend him easily. What if he was given some special task? Otherworldly human race, how did you come here? Barnes' expression was unfriendly. I heard that the Imperial Princess is trapped in the Tower of Heaven, and I was extremely anxious, so I gathered. Well, I found some partners to enter this Tower of Heaven together, just to rescue the Imperial Princess, Chen Ping explained. Upon learning the other party's identity and combining it with the information he had received earlier, Chen Ping guessed that this captain of the Night Order was indeed here to search for that Imperial Princess. So you are also here to find Princess Catherine? Did you come up from the lower levels? Sort of. Chen Ping answered ambiguously. Then the Dragon Man and the Puppet King are already dead? Barn continued to ask. Chen Ping hesitated a bit. After all, he didn't know if this captain had any connection with those Dragon Men and the Puppet King. Yes, they have all been dealt with by me. Chen Ping gripped his fire knife, ready for battle. I didn't expect that the human race from another world would have such powerful strength, Barn said appreciatively. Compared to Captain Ba, I'm still lacking a lot. Chen Ping humbly replied, the ways of the world apply to all races in every world. Barn nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Having strength and being so humble, your future achievements will surely not be less than mine. At your age, I was still just a swordsman. If I encountered a dragon man, I would probably be killed in one blow, let alone kill the Puppet King. If you are willing, I can be your guarantor and invite you to join our Imperial Night Order. Chen Ping didn't expect Barn to invite him to join some Night Order right away. He came to this world just to complete a task and wouldn't be staying for long. Blue Star was his true home. Captain Ba, my qualifications are still shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, and right now, the most important thing is to find the Imperial Princess. Chen Ping shifted the topic. There are 2 paths leading up from here. Let's split up and meet on the 10th floor. Barn nodded. 10th floor? What floor are we on now? Chen Ping asked. This is the 7th floor. Outside the Tower of Heaven, there is a teleportation array that can take you directly to the 5th floor, and then from the 5th floor to the 7th floor. There are 2 upward passages here, each guarded by different sentinels, but they will ultimately reach the 10th floor. Barn replied. So how many floors does this Tower of Heaven have in total? Chen Ping asked. 100 floors to the heavens. Good. No time to waste. Let's split up. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Barn stood in front of the teleportation array on the right with a short blade. See you on the 10th floor. With a flash of light, Barn disappeared. Chen Ping turned around to see Zhang Chang and Zhang Xian had recovered quite a bit, while Xiaobai had yet to awaken. Next, there may be even more intense battles. Everyone must be careful. After saying this, he looked at Xuana and Su Chanqian. Protect Xiaobai well. Then, he stepped into the teleportation array, which still required 10 crimson coins, making Chen Ping's heart bleed. Be destroyed. Boom! As the 10 people were just teleported to the previous floor, a crisp sound rang in their ears, and then the ground began to shake violently. Once the shaking stopped, they could finally see the scene before them. Hundreds of mangled monsters had been smashed into mush, and the beautiful and dignified Alia was standing in the corner of the wall. Upon seeing Chen Ping appear, her delicate body trembled slightly, shivering. Warrior, are you here to save me? Chen Ping's mouth twitched slightly, but he steeled himself and stepped forward, saying, "Dear Princess Ilia, I heard from Kral that you were trapped in the Tower of Heaven, so I couldn't afford to delay for even a moment. I rushed in without regard for my life. Finally seeing you here is truly a stroke of luck. I'm so glad you're not hurt." Little Black leaned out from Chen Ping's arms. "Today, I've learned quite a few idioms. Master, when you encounter danger, I too will disregard my life and rush in without hesitation." Behind Chen Ping, Duan Zhuxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "I don't bow to anyone, but I have to admire our Dong Ji's adaptability. He doesn't even blush. No wonder those crimson beasts can't harm him. With just his defense, he's invincible." But that elven princess blushed. "She wouldn't have taken a liking to our Donggu, would she?" Yi Shengo whispered nearby. "With Dong Ji's sweet talk, who wouldn't be smitten? It's completely reasonable for her to like him, but the problem is, isn't there a cross-species issue between humans and elves?" Yi Shenga frowned slightly. "True love knows no species. If you had such discriminatory thoughts before the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, you wouldn't even be able to leave the country." Duan Zhuxuan smirked. "Can you two keep it down? If Donggu hears you, he'll come over and give you both a good scolding," Li Shan reminded. Duan Zhuxuan and Yi Shinga quickly fell silent, continuing to watch Chen Ping's brilliant performance not far away. "Warrior, if you hadn't arrived in time today, I fear I would have died here." "Impossible. As long as I am alive, I will never let anything happen to Princess Ilia." "Warrior, the magic circle in the sky must have been contaminated. For the sake of all living beings on the continent, we must go to the top of the Tower of Heaven and purify the magic circle," Ilia said firmly. "It is my duty." Chen Ping nodded. "Then let's continue." "Wait a moment, Princess Ilia. I have a good friend who was seriously injured in the battle. Do you have a way to help?" Chen Ping waved his hand, and Xuena quickly came over carrying Little White. Ilia stepped forward to examine the situation. "Your friend's injuries are severe. Perhaps Sister Shalan from the Mage Guild can help. Once we purify the Great Magic Circle, I'll take the warrior to find Sister Shalan." "Alright, then I'll trouble you, Princess Ilia." "Warrior, there's no need to be so polite, just call me Xiao Ai," Ilia replied with a smile. "May I ask how old the princess is now?" Chen Ping suddenly inquired. I can't quite remember, but I should be over 100 years old." Ilia hesitated before answering. "The elves of the Dawn Forest have long lifespans. 100 years is only equivalent to about 15 or 16 years for humans." Chen Ping never placed much importance on age. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man is like a gold brick, and a woman 30 years older can bestow a kingdom. Ilia is only over 70 years older than Chen Ping, which isn't much. Although a bit older, Princess Ilia looks only about 16 or 17. "We've known each other for so long. Calling me warrior feels too distant. Just call me Brother Chen from now on," Chen Ping said with a smile. "Wow. Put. Cough cough. I really can't find words to describe how amazing Donggu is." The others following Chen Ping felt quite uncomfortable holding back. "Brother Chen, what's wrong with your friend?" Ilia asked. "Perhaps he's not quite acclimated to this place," Chen Ping explained seriously. Affection level with Princess Ilia increased to 90%. The prompt from the bracelet suddenly rang out, surprising Chen Ping. He hadn't interacted with Ilia that many times, yet he didn't expect to raise the affection level to 90 so quickly. "I must be the Greek god of friendship." Chen Ping smiled slightly as he stepped into the next teleportation array. 11. 11? Chen Ping's hands trembled slightly. This teleportation required the consumption of 11 crimson coins. This was no longer just a heartache. It felt like a severed artery. Now they were only on the 8th floor, and they still needed 11 crimson coins to reach the 10th? If we get to 100 floors, I won't have enough crimson coins. Chen Ping felt a bitterness in his mouth. A flash of light passed, and everyone arrived at the 9th floor. Bang! A violent crash echoed, the ground trembled again, and Ilia lost her balance, leaning against Chen Ping, who immediately reached out to support her. "Sly Fox, Little Fairy, Green Tea," Xiao Hei and Su Chanxian said in unison, while Xuena only muttered to herself without making a sound. "Everyone be careful. Chanxian, defense!" Chen Ping shouted loudly. The light vanished, and several gigantic stone giants swung their massive fists, smashing down towards them. Boom! Su Chanxian's tower shield just managed to block the enormous stone fist. Puff! Blood surged, and Su Chanxian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Ping's figure flickered, and he immediately wielded the fire knife to attack from the side of the stone giant. The tremendous recoil caused Chen Ping to stagger back. So strong! Chen Ping's face was filled with disbelief as he quickly activated the crimson wristband, and a blue screen appeared in the void. Mudstone Giant, normal, a magical life form, serving as the attendants and guards of mages. All who enter the Tower of Babel will be ruthlessly crushed by the stone giants. Bronze Stone Giant, elite, a magical life form with powerful defensive capabilities. Hammer Stone Giant, mutated compared to other stone giants, it possesses even greater destructive power. In addition to these three types of monsters, in the far distance, there was a Lord-level Golden Stone Giant, entirely golden and even larger, reaching level 4. Damn, these ordinary monsters are this hard to deal with. Chen Ping tried to remain calm and took out the blood pill he had been saving. Under the sacrifice condition, it should temporarily preserve his life, but he had no confidence in killing these stone monsters. Princess Ilia, can you use magic? Chen Ping asked. Brother Chen, my magical ability is too low to harm them. Ilia shook her head. Chen Ping was somewhat speechless. He had clearly seen Ilia use powerful magic to wipe out all the monsters on the 8th floor. Is that Princess San? Ilia suddenly looked into the distance. In front of the Golden Stone Giant stood a slender, tall woman dressed in exceptionally luxurious clothing, holding a long sword with a cold expression. Is there a problem with the great magic array? Weak human race, you are not worthy to know. Before the Golden Stone Giant finished speaking, the woman leaped into the air, and the long sword in her hand erupted with blinding light. Since you won't say, I'll check for myself. With that, she slashed down fiercely, and the sword light directly cleaved the Golden Stone Giant in two. The golden light flashed past the Golden Stone Giant. Crash! The hill-like massive body turned into a pile of ordinary stones. Clatter! A crystal rolled out from the rubble, and Catherine stepped forward to pick it up. At the same time, the stone giants in front of Chen Ping and the others also crumbled, scattering stones everywhere. Wow! Are all the women in this world this fierce? Duan Zixuan's eyes widened. Hey, Duan, you don't seem that scared. Yi Xinga asked. No matter what, I've been with Donggu for so long, even if I'm a blockhead, I should have figured it out. Donggu, leave this NPC to me. I'll take her down for you, Duan Zixuan confidently said, and before Chen Ping could nod, he boldly stepped forward. You are the esteemed princess. Get lost. Before Duan Zixuan could finish, the woman's jade hand lifted slightly, and a powerful shockwave sent him flying, embedding him into the wall dozens of meters away. If it weren't for the fact that his body had received some enhancement, and he was at the silver rank, and the woman hadn't used lethal force, Duan Zixuan would probably have been completely dead, with no chance of rescue. Princess Catherine, Ilia stepped forward and said. Due to the piled stones blocking her view, Catherine hadn't seen Ilia just now. Ilia, what are you doing here? Catherine was slightly taken aback. The great magic circle of the Dawn Forest has been polluted, but fortunately, with the help of this warrior, it has been successfully purified, temporarily lifting the crisis. After that, I investigated for several days and found that the magic circle in the sky also seems to have problems, so I rushed over. Ilia quickly explained. You noticed the problem too? I've had a bad feeling these past few days, and it seems the guards in the Tower of Heaven have also been polluted. Catherine's expression was stern. Yes, these matters are too bizarre, we must investigate thoroughly, or else in the future. Ilia's face was full of worry. I have already reported to my father, but he didn't take it seriously, and since this is under the jurisdiction of the duchy, I had to sneak in. Catherine sighed. Although the Duchy of Mare belonged to the Des Empire, it had always adhered to a principle of neutrality, and its own strength was quite formidable, especially with the Empress's ascension, which had further enhanced the overall strength of the duchy. The Des Empire could only turn a blind eye to this duchy. After all, there were other races lurking outside, and if a civil war broke out among humans at this time, other races would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. Princess Catherine, I forgot to introduce you. It is thanks to this warrior's assistance that I was able to successfully purify the great magic circle of the Dawn Forest. Oh, so you fought your way here? Catherine asked. Yes, the warrior also defeated the Puppet King and the Dragon Man. Ilia nodded repeatedly. I never heard of such a powerful otherworldly human before. It is an honor for Catherine to meet such a strong warrior. Catherine appeared quite unpretentious. To meet your highness the princess is my great fortune. I heard Captain Barn mention that your highness entered the Tower of Heaven, so I hurried over. This place is extremely dangerous. Your highness's life is invaluable. If anything happens, it would not only be a loss of a kind princess for the empire, but for us, it would be. Leave the investigation to us, princess. You should return to the imperial capital first. Chen Ping's subtle flattery made Catherine feel quite pleased. Brother Chen is right, your highness, leave the investigation to us. Ilia added. Captain Barn knows about this? Ah, my father should also be aware of this matter. I might really have to go back, so, this investigation into the pollution must be left to you. However, with such a powerful warrior, I believe the truth will come to light. Rest assured, princess. Chen Ping nodded. Are these all the warrior's companions? Catherine asked. That's right, everyone heard that the Great Magic Circle had problems and rushed over to investigate. Chen Ping nodded. That person just now. Catherine looked up. Duan Zhuxuan was still embedded in the wall, in a state of unconsciousness. He's not important. Chen Ping replied. Sorry, warrior, I didn't know he was your friend. I was a bit reckless just now. In such a dangerous place, one must always remain vigilant. Your Highness was only acting in self-defense, Chen Ping said with a smile, then gestured to the two behind him, Ma Zi and Li Shan. The two nodded and quickly went to the distant wall, forcibly pulling Duan Zhuxuan out. Cough cough. Where is this? I'm not dead, am I? After a while, Duan Zhuxuan finally caught his breath. Li Shan shook his head, dragging Duan Zhuxuan, and followed the others into the teleportation array. 12 crimson coins? Chen Ping's mouth twitched slightly. Killing dragon men had indeed earned him quite a few crimson coins, but he couldn't afford such extravagance. Moreover, the stone giants on this level were terrifying. Without Princess Catherine, they would have likely been wiped out here. Was there still a need to continue? Compared to the rewards for completing the mission, Chen Ping cared more about his own life. The only question was how to return to Blue Star after leaving the Tower of Heaven. The human race in this world was overall stronger than that of Blue Star. Perhaps he could first improve his strength here and then complete the mission. After all, according to Chen Ping's speculation, this mission had no time limit. On Blue Star, a beast tide would only appear after more than a month, and after the beast tide, a new secret realm would descend, including the A-level secret realm with the Lion's Heart. As long as he returned to Blue Star before the new Crimson secret realm arrived, he would be fine. While Chen Ping was deep in thought, everyone had already arrived at the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven through the teleportation array. Barn, the leader of the Silver Wolf Knights of the Des Empire and one of the Four Sword Saints, had been waiting here for a long time. Your Highness! Seeing the teleportation array light up and Catherine and the others step out, Barn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barn, I'm sorry to have worried you. It's good that your Highness is safe. His Majesty is very concerned about your safety, so please, Barn said respectfully. Catherine was the Emperor's most favored daughter, and most matters were left to her discretion, but this time was different. If the Great Magic Array really had a problem, it could threaten Catherine's life. More importantly, the appearance of the Imperial Princess in the Duchy could easily lead to misunderstandings between both sides. In the Empire, apart from Catherine's master, no one knew her strength, which was why the Emperor hurriedly sent Barn to find her. I understand. I will leave the Tower of Heaven and return to the Imperial capital, but the matter of the Great Magic Array concerns all living beings and must not be taken lightly. You stay here to help the warriors and Princess Elia investigate. Catherine interrupted Barn. Your Highness, the investigation may have to wait. Barn replied in a low voice. What's wrong? Catherine frowned slightly. The teleportation array to the upper levels has been destroyed, and all the passages have been obliterated. Barn answered. What? How could this happen? Catherine's expression changed slightly. Right now, we can only look for the people from the Mage Association. They have always been responsible for the operation of the magic arrays, and they have airships that can go directly to the top of the Tower of Heaven, Barn said. Listening to the conversation, Chen Ping felt speechless. Since there was a direct way, hadn't he wasted so many crimson coins? And he had also wasted so much time. Little Elia, are you familiar with this Mage Association? Chen Ping looked at Elia. Of course, Sister Shalan is the president of the Mage Association. She has been to the Dawn Forest before, and we are very good friends. Elia nodded. Then why don't you look for her? You can go directly to the top of the Tower of Heaven. Chen Ping was somewhat puzzled. I haven't seen Sister Shalan in 70 or 80 years, and I don't even know where the Mage Association is. Elia replied softly. 70 or 80 years without seeing each other, are you sure you're good friends? Yi Xingda muttered. Although we've only met once, Sister Shalan said she would become my best friend. Elia replied firmly. Let's go out first. Chen Ping shook his head. No wonder he had so easily raised his favorability to 90. With such a naive little elf, anyone could max out their favorability. The group walked to the nearby teleportation array. This time, Catherine directly took out a few magic stones, which were equivalent to crimson coins, saving Chen Ping a sum of money. In a few seconds, everyone left the Tower of Heaven and appeared in a hollow of a giant tree. The Mage Guild is in the capital of the duchy. Our status is special, making it inconvenient for us to go there. If you can borrow a means of transportation, you must let me know. I will go with you, Barn instructed. Chen Ping nodded. Don't worry, Captain Barn, I will definitely inform you when the time comes. Such a powerful fighter should not be wasted. This time, I was reckless and headstrong. Fortunately, the warriors arrived in time, otherwise, I might have faced unforeseen dangers just now. Captain Barn, I came out in a hurry this time. Catherine looked at Barn. Not far from the Tower of Heaven, in the hollow of a towering tree, Barn turned to Chin Ping. Warrior, I have some universal magical currency and jewels here. Chin Ping reached out to take them. After all, their so-called magical currency was essentially the same as the crimson coins, and perhaps the jewels could be exchanged for other items here. But then he thought, as the captain of the Imperial Knight Order, he must have plenty of good things, especially since the princess asked him to thank her. Captain Barn, it is my greatest honor to serve the princess, such money cannot measure it. Chen Ping shook his head. Barn was slightly taken aback, glancing at the somewhat displeased Princess Catherine, and quickly put away the jewels and coins. A sword for the warrior. I see the warrior also uses blades. May I present you with this sword? Catherine frowned slightly. This is just an ordinary Imperial standard weapon. I see the warrior's equipment isn't much better than this. Then, I have a full set of battle armor. Barn quickly took out a complete set of 12 pieces of equipment, including a helmet, shoulder guards, tunic, trousers, and so on. Chin Ping secretly scanned it with the crimson bracelet and found that this set of equipment significantly increased all attributes, doubling what he currently had, and it even had 3 set bonuses, though its appearance was somewhat strange. This armor looks a bit like a wild boar, Duan Zishuan murmured, clutching his chest. Do you know why you got hurt this time? Knight Shinga asked nearby. Not as greasy as Donggu? It's because of your loose tongue. You should talk less in the future to live longer. Knight Shinga replied. Chen Ping naturally didn't care about the appearance. As long as it increased his strength, he wouldn't mind how ugly it was. However, for the sake of his image, he still declined. Captain Barn, when we return to the Empire, I will ask my father to commend you, Catherine said lightly. Warrior, although I am the captain of the Silver Wolf Knight Order, most of my savings have been spent on training, and I have a wife and children at home, so I truly have nothing of value to offer. If you don't mind, I can teach you my strongest skill, but then I truly thank Captain Barn. Having the opportunity to learn the Sword Saint's skills is my greatest honor. Before Barn could finish, Chin Ping immediately responded with a smile, also picking up the sword and equipment on the ground. The warrior has the best eye. Barn's ultimate skills are not easily shared, even I haven't had the chance to learn them, Catherine said with a smile beside him. Your Highness, you flatter me. As the Imperial Princess, you cannot. Alright, I've heard enough of this, my ears are getting calloused. Barn took out a scroll from the armor. Dragon's Breakthrough / Let me demonstrate it for you first. You can study it slowly according to the scroll's method later, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After saying this, Barn walked out of the hollow, and everyone followed behind. You all just stand there, Barn reminded, then walked several hundred meters away. In an instant, he suddenly crouched down, like a dragon ready to pounce, and with a powerful push from his legs, he transformed into a streak of black light, shooting straight into the sky. His sword seemed to merge with him, the tip tracing a perfect arc in the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the wind. The sword light was like a dragon, and the dragon-shaped sword energy condensed in the air, forming a giant dragon made of sword light. It spiraled in the air, roaring as if it wanted to tear apart all obstacles. Then, the giant dragon suddenly swooped down, the sword energy pouring down like a waterfall, carrying unparalleled power. Fierce dragon breaks the void / Barn shouted, his voice like thunder, shaking the air around him. The sword dragon split in the air into 2, then into 4, and finally transformed into countless sword shadows. However, this strike was not fully unleashed, as Barn himself could not completely control the force. A moment's carelessness could injure Princess Catherine. Fierce Dragon Breaks the Void / is a supreme skill that combines speed, strength, and technique. It not only tests the user's internal strength and swordsmanship but also their precise grasp of timing. Once unleashed, it is like a sudden storm, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide, forced to feel the unmatched sword intent beneath the sword shadows. Barn walked slowly towards the crowd. At this moment, everyone, including Chin Ping, was still immersed in the earth-shattering momentum, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Everyone was shocked by that unmatched, world-destroying aura. Thank you, Captain Barn, for your guidance. Chin Ping finally reacted and expressed his gratitude. A warrior need not be polite, however, this swordsmanship is not so easily learned. It also relies on opportunity and comprehension. Ultimately, how much you can grasp depends on your own luck and effort. I will first escort Her Highness the Princess back to the Imperial capital, then return here. If you can borrow an airship, just let me know. By the way, here is the map of the Mar Kingdom. Barn took out a map and handed it to Chin Ping. Standing beside them, Catherine hesitated for a moment and handed the crystal that had fallen from the golden stone giant to Elia, thinking it might be of some use. Elia held the crystal in her hand, clearly sensing that it was tainted with some strange aura, similar to the contamination of the ancient magic necklace, but this one was even stronger, and Elia could not fully purify it yet. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the two, Chen Ping turned to leave. So far? Chen Ping looked at the map, frowning slightly. Brother Chen, the magic circle of the Dawn Forest not only protects the creatures within the forest but also has a teleportation function. We can use the teleportation array to directly reach the outskirts of Hertun, but entering Hertun may require a pass from the kingdom. Elia said, "You are the princess of the elven race in the Dawn Forest. Can't you enter with that identity?" Chen Ping asked. Hertun is the capital of the kingdom, and the guards are very strict. Without a pass, even the royal family of the Des Empire may not be allowed in. Elia replied, "This is simply turning the world upside down. A kingdom actually has to surpass an empire?" Duan Zishuan said, "Warrior, do not speak lightly. Princess Catherine has not gone far. Such words are not good for either the people of the kingdom or the empire." Elia quickly interjected, "I just said, if you want to live a few more days, say less. This is not Blue Star." Yi Shunga gave Duan Zishuan a hard knock on the head. "Damn, are you trying to kill me?" Duan Zishuan covered his head and squatted on the ground. "Warrior, I almost forgot. To enter the kingdom's Hertun, a pass is required. This pass has two more uses. First, state Elia's identity as the princess of the Dawn Forest, then tell them we need to find Shalan at the Mage Guild. For treatment." Barn, who had just left, hurried back and handed the pass to Chen Ping. "Thank you, Captain Barn." Chen Ping took the pass. Then, Chen Ping and the others followed Elia towards the Dawn Forest. Chen Ping was somewhat familiar with this place, having just passed through it not long ago. "I heard that Kier is ill?" Chen Ping casually asked. "Yes, she has been experiencing chest pain for a while. I can't treat her, so I can only gather herbs according to ancient texts and prepare some potions, but there hasn't been much effect. In the Great Magic Guild, there are wizards who might be able to heal Kier's heart ailment." "Then let's take her sisters along," Chen Ping suggested. After all, the strength of these two sisters was not to be underestimated, and having an extra helper on the road was beneficial. Due to the number of injured, their pace was limited. However, Chen Ping was not in a hurry. While on the way, he also reviewed the gains from this trip to the Tower of Heaven. 3 green quality space stones were given to Xuan-A, Su-Chi-Chi, and Ma-Zi, along with 2 bottles of high-level life potions. Chen Ping planned to give one to Xiao Bai and keep the other as a backup. There was only one high-level incendiary bomb left. Killing the Doll King yielded no items, but he obtained 35 intact dolls, which were stored in the space stone. How to use them, however, remained unclear. There was also a blue staff and a floating stone disc. The stone giant was killed by Catherine, and Chen Ping still received no items. However, to conceal her strength, Catherine falsely claimed that it was Chen Ping who saved her. Whether that Barn believed it or not, he still received a considerable amount of gratitude. A complete set of armor, all red quality, increased his strength attribute by 200. With this set, Chen Ping was 70% confident he could kill the stone giant without taking damage. The sacrifice only amplified the base attributes, not counting equipment, but the final damage was the sum of both. At full status, combined with this set, Chen Ping estimated that his total strength boost could easily exceed 500. Normally, a human of the golden rank, not counting additional attribute boosts, would have a strength attribute between 60 and 100. Of course, this is the situation in Blue Star. The humans in this world are somewhat stronger, but Chen Ping could still crush others of the same rank without pressure. The set consists of 12 pieces: the Black Plague Cloak, Black Plague Heavy Armor, Black Plague Belt, a pair of Black Plague Gauntlets, a pair of Black Plague Leggings, a pair of Black Plague Boots, a pair of Black Plague Earrings, and a Black Plague Ring. Each of the 5 dimensions, strength, endurance, agility, defense, spirit, increases by 200, independent attack increases by 100, and resistance to electricity, fire, light, darkness, and ice increases by 100. Each part also adds a small amount of special attributes. In addition, there are the set attributes. The effect of 2 pieces adds a shield. The effect of 5 pieces: when attacking, there is a 3% chance to infect the target with the Black Plague aura of the set, increasing the 5 dimensions by 60, and the enemy has a 20% chance to enter a poison state, reducing defense by 3% for 5 seconds. The effect of 12 pieces consumes 10 years of lifespan, actively triggers the plague, increases the 5 dimensions by 120, and the enemy has a 50% chance to enter a poison state, reducing defense by 5% for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Even without considering the effects of each individual piece of equipment, just this active release of infection is enough to obliterate all of Chen Ping's gear. Chen Ping turned to Su-Chi-Chi behind him. "How are you doing?" Inside the Tower of Heaven, Su-Chi-Chi had taken a hit from the stone giant and suffered significant internal injuries. At this moment, her complexion was pale, and her spirit was somewhat sluggish. "I'm okay, but I might not be able to fight for a while," Su Qiqi said softly. Were these 2 pieces of equipment for now? Chen Ping handed the 2 pieces of the dawn set he had changed out of to Su Qiqi. Such good equipment. I suddenly feel much better. After all, red quality equipment at this stage was definitely a priceless treasure. Brother Dawn, you are so good to me. Su Qiqi couldn't hide her joy. For Chen Ping, since he had contracted with Su Qiqi, he naturally had to treat her well, and this time, there would likely be many places where Su Qiqi's help would be needed. Then, Chen Ping looked at Xuan. She was carrying the unconscious Xiao Bai. Xuan, take these 2 pieces of equipment. Chen Ping handed the thunder armor and soul chaser shoes to Xuan. For Xuan, whose only blue quality item was a weapon and whose overall gear was a mix of white and green, these 2 blue quality pieces were already top-notch. My gun was given to me by you, and this debt hasn't been settled yet. Xuan hesitated a bit. It's fine, once your strength improves, you'll be able to repay it quickly, Chen Ping said generously. These 2 pieces of equipment were indeed suitable for Xuan. The shoes increased her agility, allowing her to dodge more easily, and although the thunder armor was somewhat damaged, it still provided some defense and significantly improved her survivability. As for the sword, it was just a blue weapon, slightly inferior to the fire knife in Chen Ping's hand, so he directly gave it to Jiang Chang. The overall strength of the team had been enhanced once again. Master, what about me? Xiao He looked at Chen Ping eagerly. What? I can also carry equipment. I can use it when I shapeshift, Xiao He said. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already given them away. Chen Ping frowned slightly. So, does that mean love will disappear? Xiao He said pitifully. Wait for me to get you the best set, those scraps aren't worthy of you. As night fell, the rustling sounds gradually began to rise. Under the leadership of Ilea, Chen Ping and the others first found the Kier sisters. Kier had recovered a lot, but she still often experienced severe pain in her chest. Since it was getting late, and everyone had just been in high-intensity battles in the Tower of Babel, they had been traveling without sufficient rest. Therefore, Chen Ping suggested resting here for the night and heading to the Great Magic Array together the next morning to be transported to the outskirts of Hertun. On the tall giant trees, there were many dilapidated treehouses, most of which were no longer habitable. 5 years ago, all the elves of the Dawn Forest lived in these treehouses. After that disaster, very few elves remained in the entire forest. Brother Chen, I'm sorry for the trouble, Ilea said with a face full of apology. Under the nearly withered tree, there were some tree holes, which were now the living quarters for Ilea, Kier, and the other elves. It's okay, as long as there's a place to rest, Chen Ping said with a smile. There were still quite a few tree holes nearby, so everyone could have one. However, for safety's sake, Ma Zi and the others squeezed into one tree hole, while Su Chanqian and Xuan, along with the unconscious Xiao Bai, squeezed into another. As for Chen Ping, he still had enough energy to keep watch for everyone. Ilea tossed and turned in her tree hole, finding it hard to sleep. During this time, aside from thoughts of the Great Magic Array, Chen Ping occupied her mind, refusing to fade away no matter what. But today, upon seeing him again, she felt that the two had grown distant, which inexplicably made Ilea a bit anxious. It's so stuffy here, I should go outside for some fresh air. Ilea got up and walked outside. The starlight in the night sky poured down, casting the distant figures in a particularly grand light. Brother Chen, you haven't slept either? The Great Magic Array hasn't been purified yet, and I feel uneasy. Chen Ping nodded. If there were more warriors like Brother Chen on the continent, there would definitely be no more wars and disasters, Ilea said with admiration on her face. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited. Chen Ping shook his head. No, in Ilea's eyes, Brother Chen is the strongest warrior. Ilea shook her head repeatedly. By the way, I see many mages have their own staffs, don't you have one? Chen Ping asked. No, my mother once made a staff for me, but it was lost in the Great Fire 5 years ago, and I never found it again. Ilea seemed to recall a sad past, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback. This elf's emotional changes were too fast. I have a staff here. I wonder if you would like it. Chen Ping took out the blue staff of the Puppet King. After all, his own staff was much stronger than this one, and keeping it was of little use, so it was better to take it out and see if he could increase her favorability. Such a precious thing. Ilea looked at the staff in Chen Ping's hand, slightly stunned. Only the things you like are precious, otherwise, it's just a useless piece of wood. When Chen Ping spoke, he felt a bit nauseous himself, but the other party seemed to appreciate his words. Thank you, Brother Chen, it is as important to me as my mother's staff. Affection level with the elven princess Ilea has increased to 100%. Chen Ping's wristband displayed a message, but that was all. Shouldn't 100% be the maximum? Is there no other benefit? Chen Ping wondered, looking at the overjoyed Ilea, and slowly said, Little AI, when I use magic, I always feel particularly clumsy, especially with the fireball spell. It often fails, and only in a few cases can I succeed. Well, magic is innate to elves. I don't know how to guide you, Brother Chen. I have some ancient books in my tree hollow. You can take a look. Alright, then I'll trouble you. Chen Ping nodded, letting Little Black keep watch here, and followed Ilea to her tree hollow. Shang-gu, I need to pee. Then go. Why are you kicking me awake? You come with me. I'm scared. Damn, do you think you're a delicate young lady? You want me to accompany you to the bathroom? Hurry, Shang-gu, I can't hold it anymore. If it comes out, don't blame me for splashing you. Damn. Yuan presented Yuan Yi. Shang-gu cursed as he stood up, accompanying Duan Zixuan outside. Hey, where's Dong-gu? Isn't he supposed to be on watch here? After Duan Zixuan relieved himself, feeling light and easy, he suddenly noticed that Chen Ping, who should have been standing guard outside the tree hollow, was missing. Oh no, what if he ran into some danger? Yi Shengji's expression turned serious. Impossible, what kind of strength does Dong-gu have? Duan Zixuan shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Shenggu calmed down. If he hasn't encountered danger, based on my experience. The two of them looked towards the distant tree hollow in unison, a gentle breeze blowing, and they could vaguely hear a conversation between a man and a woman. Was the intensity this high from the start? Let me rest for a bit, I need to practice. By the way, isn't this a bit too aggressive? It hurts. You really are a warm-hearted warrior. Sorry, warrior, I'm still not very skilled. I just blurted it out. I've gained a lot of valuable experience today, but I still feel unsatisfied. Once the great magic circle is purified, I must spar with Brother Chen some more. The surroundings returned to silence. What the hell? Yi Shengji's eyes widened. That must be the voice of Princess Ilea. Duan Zixuan's eyes also widened. It can't be wrong, Dong-gu is too fierce. Yi Shengge nodded. Yeah, and it feels like this has been going on for quite a while. Dong-gu has made significant progress. Duan Zixuan agreed. This kind of ability needs constant training. Now, Xiaohua and I can fight for 300 rounds. If it weren't for this crimson apocalypse, with dangers everywhere, fighting for 7 days and nights would be no problem. Yi Shanggu said confidently. Shanggu, who exactly is that Xiaohua? Duan Zixuan's attention was immediately diverted. Sleep. We have to go to Hertun tomorrow. Yi Shanggu flashed and dove back into the tree hollow. The next day, dawn broke. Chen Ping emerged from Ilea's tree hollow, looking radiant. After a night of instruction, he felt that his control over magic had improved significantly. Ilea, however, looked a bit tired, her eyes still heavy with sleep, so Chen Ping didn't want to disturb her. Letting her sleep a bit longer wouldn't take too much time. Master, you said you'd be gone for a while, but you made me guard all night. Are you even human? Little Black was furious. It's been 2 days. 2 days without eating crimson beasts, and you didn't think of me when dividing the equipment. All these bitter and exhausting tasks are left to me. Do you know how much damage this has done to my young heart? Alright, you've worked hard. Let's take a break for a while. I promise I'll quickly get you a few level 3 or 4 crimson beasts, and if there are any good pieces of equipment, you'll be the first to choose. Chen Ping said earnestly. The life of a bug is tough. Xiao He sighed deeply, flying into Chen Ping's arms to rest. Chen Ping took out some food from the spatial stone and simply heated it up. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and the sleeping Ilea suddenly opened her eyes. It smells so good. She tidied her clothes and stepped out of the tree hole. Brother Chen, is this breakfast you prepared? Yes. You worked hard teaching me all night, so of course I have to treat you well. Chen Ping replied with a smile. No, communicating with Brother Chen has also enlightened me a lot. Ilea's face turned red. Meanwhile, others began to emerge from the tree hole one after another. Chen Ping had prepared enough food for everyone to have a hearty meal. How is Xiaobai doing? Chen Ping looked at Xuena. Still not awake. Xuena's face showed concern. Although she wasn't clear about Xiaobai's abilities, she could guess that she could heal everyone, and Chen Ping valued Xiaobai greatly. Let's set off early. After breakfast and a short rest, everyone hit the road again. About half an hour later, they arrived at the Great Magic Circle, where each person needed 2 crimson coins. With a total of 13 people, they spent 26 crimson coins. Chen Ping had originally wanted to upgrade his talent in the blue-quality fire blade, but now it seemed like that would be a long way off. The Great Magic Circle transported them to the outskirts of Hertun Forest, at least 3 hours away from Hertun. On the way to Hertun, Chen Ping took out the skill scroll given by Barn. The bracelet displayed that Dragon's Breakthrough Slash was a golden skill, but it was still in the learning state and could not be used for now. Looks like I need to put some effort into this. This was so far the only golden quality skill Chen Ping had, and he had seen Barn demonstrate its power. After watching it 3 or 4 times, Chin Ping memorized the skill, but it still required long-term practical training. Now he could release the skill, but its power was much weaker than his backstab skill. Her ton is just ahead. Suddenly, Ilya spoke up. Having focused all his energy on learning the skill, they had unknowingly walked for 3 hours. Chin Ping looked up, revealing a rare expression of surprise on his face. In the year 987 of the Deliri calendar, 5 years ago, the Duchy of Mal welcomed its first empress, Scotty. She was originally the daughter of a wealthy merchant, later marrying the crown prince of the duchy and becoming the princess. Shortly after their marriage, the frail crown prince passed away. Scotty quickly garnered support from a group of nobles with her decisive execution and a blend of soft and hard political tactics, successfully inheriting the throne. However, the internal forces of the duchy were very complex, and Scotty only truly held governing power for about 2 years. It was during these 2 years that she fortified the capital, Hertun, making it as solid as a fortress. The Duchy of Mal was in a very special position, with the Snow Tribe and the Void Ancestor to the north, the Dark City to the south, and the Des Empire to the east, making it one of the most fertile lands on the continent. Although surviving in a tight spot, the heirs of the duchy were all adept at navigating the situation, especially during Casti's rule, who signed defense treaties with both the Void Ancestor and the Dark City, bringing a period of true peace to the Duchy of Mal. The city walls surrounding Hertun were over 100 feet high, piercing the clouds, with 4 gates for entry and exit, all heavily guarded. Wow, how high must these walls be? Duan Zishuan looked up in awe. Yeah, I can't even imagine how much manpower and resources it took to build them this high. Yi Xinga sighed. There are elven mages guilds in the city. They can use magic to help with the construction. Ilya whispered. Aren't the elves of the Dawn Forest different from those in the Great Mage Guild? Chen Ping looked at Ilya. As far as I know, there are at least more than 10 different races of elves. The elves in the Grand Mage Guild mainly come from the eastern continent's Light Elf tribe, while the southern continent is home to the Dark Elf tribe, which has a dark city that is the stronghold of the Dark Elves. Besides that, the strongest are the Ice Elf tribe in the north. Our Forest Elf tribe is considered the weakest. Ilya explained in detail. I didn't realize there were so many elf tribes in this world. Chen Ping nodded. As they approached the city gate, a dozen soldiers from the duchy blocked their way. Ilya explained to the soldiers according to the reasons given by Barn, presenting their pass, and indeed, Kihul was seriously ill, so Ilya was not lying. And what about these outsiders? A soldier asked coldly. They are our protectors, Ilya quickly replied. The soldier frowned and glanced at Chen Ping and the others. Chen Ping understood and hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out a string of jewels with a pained expression. Brothers, you've worked hard. We are really looking for President Shalan. Miss Kihul from the elf tribe is very ill and cannot be delayed any longer. Chen Ping discreetly slipped the jewels into the soldier's hand, while behind him, Kihul coughed lightly a few times. The soldier glanced at the others and secretly checked the jewels in his hand, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. I remember now, you seem to have come by not long ago. Yes, that's right. Last time we also ran into you on duty. What a coincidence. We are here this time for a follow-up, Chen Ping said with a smile. The soldier nodded and made a mark on the pass. It now had only one use left. After the next use, they would need to reapply for a pass to enter the duchy. Successfully entering the city, everyone felt as if they had stepped into a grand garden. Even Ilya was somewhat dazzled. This was her first time in Hertun City. According to the map, the Grand Mage Guild is on Street 13 in the North City. Chen Ping glanced at the map and asked a passerby for directions. After confirming the location, he immediately led everyone there. Hertun City was vast, even larger than the prefecture-level cities in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Before dark, Chen Ping and the others finally arrived in front of the Grand Mage Guild. The architecture of the Mage Guild resembled the European-style churches of the Blue Star, and without taking a closer look, Chen Ping entered the guild with the others. The large guild had very few people, or rather, very few elves. Sister Shalan, do you remember me? Ilya spotted Shalan, who was flipping through ancient texts. Ilya, what brings you here? Shalan was momentarily taken aback, then recognized Ilya's identity. This is a long story. Ilya indeed had a long tale to tell, starting from the Great Fire in the Dawn Forest 5 years ago, and it lasted a full 2 hours. Duan Zishuan, standing behind Chen Ping, even started snoring. Who? Shangu, why are you pinching me? Duan Zishuan jolted awake. You're really something, you can sleep standing up. Li Shan shot a glance at Duan Zishuan. I didn't rest well last night, Duan Zishuan replied awkwardly. You can sleep, but your snoring is deafening. I'm really afraid Ilya won't be able to help herself and come over to give you a couple of slaps. Well, I can't control that. I won't sleep anymore. Duan Zixuan pinched himself hard to stay awake. However, Elia's storytelling was incredibly hypnotic. Oh, so you are the warrior Elia mentioned? Shalan suddenly turned to look at Chen Ping. Master, I called you. Little Black bit Chen Ping's neck. Ah, yes. Chen Ping jolted awake. The great magic circle in the sky has always been managed by our mage guild. We regularly take airships to inspect it. Not long ago, we just checked the great magic circle, and there were no issues. It's getting late. I'll arrange for you to rest first. Tomorrow, I'll send a few elves to guide you around her ton, and then you can return to the Forest of Dawn. Shalan appeared extremely indifferent. Sister Shalan. Ilia wanted to say more but was interrupted by Shalan. By the way, you just mentioned that a few friends are injured. Bring them with me to see the guild's wizard. The wizard happens to have time, and as for other matters, let's not bring them up again. But, Ilia's words were interrupted once more, this time by Chen Ping beside her. Chen Ping tugged at Ilia's fair and tender arm, then shook his head. Seeing this, Ilia sighed. Then, Xuena, carrying Xiaobai, along with Su Qiqi and the supporting brothers Jiang Chang and Jiang Exian, followed Shalan out. Aren't you going? Chen Ping turned to Duan Zixuan. After all, he had been embedded in the wall by Catherine and was also quite injured. It's fine, I've almost recovered. Duan Zixuan shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman dressed simply, holding a harp, walked slowly in front of Chen Ping. Shalan is lying, the woman said softly. Who are you? Chen Ping asked warily. My name is Let Ina. I am a diviner. You must be from another world, and you encountered people from the Des Empire in the Tower of Babel. That person should be the leader of the Silver Wolf Knights, one of the Four Sword Saints, Barn, and there was also a princess of the Empire. You obtained the Black Plague battle armor from them, and you even learned the dragon's breakthrough slash? Ledina, with skin as white as snow and golden hair cascading down her shoulders, looked at Chen Ping. Everyone present was astonished. Is this fortune teller on a roll? Or does she have X-ray vision? How can she be so accurate? Yi Shengya was somewhat surprised. I want to calculate how long I can live. Duan Zixuan was indeed a bit tempted, but a glance from Chen Ping suppressed this impulse. Chen Ping frowned slightly. If he were on Blue Star, he would firmly believe that this woman before him was a charlatan, to be precise, a beautiful charlatan, but this was in the Crimson Secret Realm, or rather, another world. Letina was an elemental mage from the Demon Realm, a bard, and a diviner who had divined for the Duchess and the nobles of the Dark City multiple times, with all her prophecies being 100% accurate. Letina, are you also of the elf race? Chen Ping asked. No, I am not of the elf race. Letina had no intention of hiding anything. Since President Shalan is lying, what is the truth? Ilia asked from the side, uninterested in Letina's identity. A long time ago, a very strange magical power suddenly appeared at the top of the Tower of Babel, making it impossible for airships to approach, so the Mage Guild has not checked the Great Magic Array for years. Then, why does President Shalan want to hide it? Ilia frowned slightly. Because she thinks you are all ordinary people, and even if you know the truth, you wouldn't have the ability to change it, and instead, it would spread out, causing panic. Letina replied with a bitter smile. Damn, do we not deserve to know the truth? The Great Magic Array is about to explode, and they're still singing and dancing, thriving? Duan Zixuan accurately retorted, though his voice was very low, and Letina and the others did not hear him. Others indeed do not have this strength, but you are different. You are the only one who can resolve this crisis. Letina looked at Chen Ping. Great warrior, for the people of the duchy, for the beings of the continent, you must ascend to the heights of the Tower of Babel and closely inspect the Great Magic Array. Chen Ping merely nodded. Sister Letina, I have a piece of contaminated crystal here. Can you purify it? Ilia took out the crystal dropped by the Golden Stone Giant. Actually, you can purify it yourself. Just use your mental power to lock onto the evil aura on it, and then use your hands to guide it into another magic stone. Ledina spoke as she took out a piece of magic stone and handed it to Elia. Under her guidance, Elia continuously stroked the crystal with both hands, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. Before long, the crystal trembled and emitted a milky white evil aura, which Elia immediately channeled into the magic stone. Chen Ping suddenly felt a hint of evil aura himself, but it wasn't the time for purification yet. The purified crystal radiated the same aura as the great magic circle in the Dawn Forest. Just as Elia finished, Letina suggested asking Shalan for help to examine the crystal. At that moment, Shalan returned with Su Qiqi and the others, looking much better, but they did not see Kahir and Xiaobai. Your friends have all recovered, but Kahir's condition is a bit unusual. the wizard has kept her behind. But it seems one person is still missing, Elia said. Are you talking about that little one in the red robe? The wizard really likes her and wants to teach her some holy arts. You should know that the wizard is the most powerful holy shepherd of the entire Light Elf clan. Even a dying person with a fatal injury can be saved by the wizard as long as they still have a breath left. She is also the most respected elder of the entire Light Elf clan. Shallan spoke of the wizard with great respect. Hearing this, Chen Ping felt happy for Xiao Bai. Although his relationship with her wasn't as close as with Xiao He and Su Qiqi, they had spent quite some time together, and she had helped him many times. If Xiao Bai could improve, it would definitely be good news for Chen Ping. Elia also took out the purified crystal and handed it to Shallan. Sister Shallan, please take a look at this. This is the magic crystal from the Great Magic Circle? How did you get it? Shallan was somewhat surprised. We found it in the Tower of Heaven. This time, Chen Ping didn't let Elia speak but explained first. I truly apologize. I underestimated you. Shallan's face was full of regret. The cloud city above the Tower of Heaven might be related to the apostle tyrant King Bakel. There are many dragon creatures in Cloud City, and only beings of the apostle level could influence the magic circle. Chen Ping had only heard of apostles in his past life. They were the most elite beings in the Crimson World, far beyond his reach. The Heavenly Realm? Does it really exist? Elia was slightly taken aback. It is said that Bakel was a tyrant who ruled the Heavenly Realm for hundreds of years. He banned all magic in the Heavenly Realm, and in the end, the people of the Heavenly Realm defeated him through a mechanical revolution. Bakel is a dragon, and there are many dragons in the Tower of Heaven. Could it be that the Tower of Heaven and Cloud City are a passage connecting the two realms? Is Bakel preventing people from both worlds from communicating? Elia speculated. Chen Ping wasn't concerned about these matters. He just wanted to purify the magic circle as soon as possible. I think we shouldn't delay. We should find a way to reach the top of the Tower of Heaven quickly. Chen Ping interrupted their conversation. Sister Shallan, can we take an airship to the top of the Tower of Heaven? Elia nodded and brought the topic back on track. No, the magic power in the Tower of Heaven is too abnormal. Airships can't fly up there at all. Shallan shook her head. Then what should we do? The teleportation array inside the Tower of Heaven has been destroyed. Without an airship, we can't get up, Elia asked. With this, I can repair the teleportation array. Shallan looked at the magic crystal in her hand. Let's head to the Tower of Heaven right now. Although it was late, in order to resolve the crisis as soon as possible, everyone had no intention of resting. Chen Ping also wanted to complete the task quickly. As the largest magician's guild on the continent and one of the greatest supports of the principality, it had the only teleportation array that led directly outside the city. Wait a moment, if we encounter danger, open this. For a long time, Letina had not spoken, and she slowly took out a paper ball. Shallan hesitated for a moment but still accepted it. Then, through the teleportation array, everyone directly arrived at the base of the Tower of Heaven. Chen Ping first went to the agreed place and found Barn. As one of the four sword saints, his strength was unquestionable. With him around, reaching the top of the Tower of Heaven would be much easier. As long as they could successfully complete all the tasks, even if the experience or rewards were a bit less, Chen Ping did not care. Ma Zi, you take everyone to ambush around. Don't let anyone get close to the Tower of Heaven. Shishi, if a strong person approaches, find a way to notify me. Chen Ping turned to Su Shishi and said, they had a contractual relationship, and even at a distance, there was a certain level of mental connection. Don't worry, Brother Dong, leave this to us. Su Shishi nodded. Their strength was limited, and even if they went up, they might not be able to make a difference, especially now that they had Barn as a muscle, so Chen Ping left the team members at the base of the Tower of Heaven. Besides the 8 team members, the other 5 ascended the Tower of Heaven again. With Shallan around, Chen Ping saved a lot of crimson coins. They reached the 10th floor without any obstacles, and Shallan checked the damaged teleportation array. Chen Ping had thought they would need to complete some collection tasks to repair the teleportation array, as this was the usual routine in dungeons. However, Shallan only fiddled with it for a few minutes, and the teleportation array emitted a blinding light. It's fixed. Shallan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from her forehead. Now we can use the teleportation array to go directly to the top of the Tower of Heaven, heading to Yuntian City. Due to the long distance, a single trip for one person required 100 magic stones or crimson coins from Chen Ping's hand. Such a huge cost was something Chen Ping could not afford. Fortunately, as the president of the Mage Guild, he carried enough magic stones. Stepping into the newly repaired teleportation array, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the Tower of Heaven. It had been more than 2 days since Chen Ping entered this world, and he had completed the task of rescuing Elia. The task of purifying the Great Magic Array was right in front of him, with only one remaining, to eliminate the evil eye. Chen Ping guessed that it would probably be completed together with the purification of the magic array. Perhaps this boss was the evil eye. On the vast platform, the cold wind howled, stretching endlessly. Where is the great magic array? Chen Ping looked around. Who are you to dare intrude here? A majestic voice suddenly echoed. Demon God. Barn's expression turned serious as he immediately drew his short blade. Chen Ping flashed and stood behind Barn. In the 4th year of the Crimson Apocalypse, before his rebirth, many strong players who had cleared high-level Crimson secret realms had leaked a lot of information about the 72 demon gods and 12 apostles. These were the top existences in the entire Crimson Apocalypse. Humans had never truly seen them, only some fragmented information proving their existence. This is just an early secret realm. How could a monster of the demon god level appear? Could it be that Barn is trying to scare us? As Chen Ping pondered, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared ahead. Short blade sword saint? As the black mist dissipated, a woman, about the height of 2 people, dressed in black armor with thick eyebrows and big eyes, slowly revealed herself, with a long black snake coiled around her arms. Which, Andamari? Barn's eyes narrowed slightly. I haven't tasted blood in a long time. Andamari looked at Barn with interest. It seems the pollution of the great magic array must be related to the apostles. Shallan frowned slightly. Light Elf Clan? You look somewhat familiar. I am Shallan, the president of the Mage Guild. President? So that old guy is dead? Andamari seemed a bit surprised. Having stayed up there for so long, the changes in the lower realm should be significant. Stop the nonsense. Where have you moved the great magic array? Shallan asked. You aren't qualified to talk to me. Andamari waved her hand, and a stream of black energy shot straight at Shallan. Light shield. Shallan swung her staff, and an invisible light shield appeared in front of her, barely blocking the black energy. Oh, you've got some skills. Come at me together. Save me the trouble of wasting my time. Andamari said disdainfully. Go! Barn shouted, leading the charge, while Shallan chanted spells from behind, continuously unleashing magical skills. Chen Ping, Elia, and Kral became the cheerleaders, nearly splashing around. Although I really want to fight alongside Captain Barn and the others to defeat the demon, this demon god is incredibly powerful and exceptionally cunning. As a warrior, I must protect Princess Elia. Your safety is more important than anything, Chen Ping said with righteous determination. Brother Chen, you are really too good to me. Elia's tears welled up in her eyes, touched. This is my glorious mission. If that demon god comes at us, I will unhesitatingly stand in front of you. What the hell? Did I just jinx myself? A black light surged toward him, and Chen Ping instinctively tried to dodge, but the speed was too fast. Even at his maximum speed, he couldn't evade it. Sacrifice. Mechanical control. Black Plague Shield. Chen Ping's thoughts flashed as he released 3 skills in quick succession. Elf Blessing. Elia waved the blue staff that Chen Ping had given her. Fire Shield. Kral quickly chanted his spell as well. Puff. A faint sound echoed as the black energy broke through all defenses, striking Chen Ping in the abdomen. Damn it, no honor in battle, ambushing me. Chen Ping clutched his abdomen, the crimson blood soaking through his outer clothing due to the invisibility of his gear. He didn't die. Andamari, somewhat flustered, was surprised. If it were just Barn or Shallan, Andamari could easily crush them. However, the synergy between this sword saint and a grand mage was overwhelming, making it hard for Andamari to cope. She was the last of the 72 demon gods. Although her own strength was relatively weak, she could absorb souls to temporarily enhance her power. Among the 5 present, Chen Ping appeared ordinary, so Andamari chose to ambush him, but she never expected to fail. Clang! Barn timely intervened, restraining Andamari again, while Chen Ping quickly retreated with Elia, temporarily out of danger. Little Black, can you help them a bit? Chen Ping's injury wasn't fatal, but they needed to resolve the demon god quickly. With his own strength, he couldn't intervene in a battle of such powerful beings, especially now that he was injured. Master, there are many ways to make me die, but there's no need to be so cruel. If I go up now, it would be like taunting the demon god right in her face, which could very likely provoke her. So, we can only sit and wait for death? It's better than going up to hand over my head. Little Black understood the gap in strength better than Chen Ping. Chen Ping frowned and activated the crimson bracelet. Level 7? She's level 7? Chen Ping was stunned. What did you think? Little Black shot a glance at Chen Ping. If it weren't for Barn and Shallan holding her back, and Andamari's earlier carelessness, Chen Ping's defensive measures were still numerous enough that a casual strike from Andamari could have killed him dozens of times. In the distance, the battle between the two sides intensified, and all 3 had sustained significant injuries. Summon! Andamari couldn't accept it. As a demon god, she had been injured by the combined forces of humans and elves. Suddenly, black energy reappeared, and the serpents coiling around her arms transformed into a dragon. At the same time, the black energy coalesced on the ground into a black teleportation array, from which countless black dragons surged forth. Shallan's expression changed slightly as she quickly took out a paper ball from her chest. This was a reminder from Let Ina before she left: if she encountered danger, she should open the paper ball. Tower of Suspended Space, Source of Evil. Suspended Tower. Shallan seemed to suddenly understand, immediately turning to look at Chen Ping and Elia in the distance. The power of Andumali should come from the nearby Suspended Tower, where the eyes of an apostle are sealed. Its essence has fallen for 10,000 years, and the remaining energy is minimal. Warrior, you protect Elia and purify those sinful eyes with this magic stone. Shallan threw a red stone to Elia, then took out another magic stone and casually tossed it on the ground, directly forming a 6-pointed star teleportation array. With a wave of her staff, she commanded, "Rise." The magic array instantly lit up. "Hurry, my magic power isn't enough to last long." Chen Ping did not hesitate. At such a critical moment, every second counted. He pulled Elia and Kral into the teleportation array. As the light faded, Chen Ping, with Elia and Kral, cautiously surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves in a lush forest, but all the flowers, grass, and trees were black. "Over there!" Elia raised her hand, pointing into the air. In the distorted space, a pair of pitch-black eyes was quietly watching the three of them. In the beginning of chaos, a will split the heavens and the earth, and then the gods were born at the world's end. The desolate universe made the gods feel lonely, so they prepared to create a vibrant world. Creation equaled destruction. To forge a world, a god must fall. Thus, 12 deities stepped forward, using their own destruction to create countless living beings. Time flowed until a highly developed civilization emerged among these beings, who revered the 12 gods that sacrificed themselves to create life. After thousands of years of effort, they created 12 beings that bore the power of the gods and collected the divine power scattered across countless worlds, hoping to resurrect the gods. However, during this process, deviations occurred. A large amount of negative emotions and uncontrollable power caused those 12 beings to mutate, becoming known as the Demon Emperors. To prevent catastrophe, the gods summoned that great will that split the heavens and the earth, leading to the destruction of countless planets and the shattering of numerous dimensions. Ultimately, the 12 beings that bore the power of the gods lost their physical forms, drifting in the universe, searching for their hosts. If they were to be parasitized, they would become apostles, with fervent followers in various worlds, the most powerful of whom were called the 72 demon gods. The Great Will was also severely wounded, becoming fragments of will scattered across various worlds. When a being receives the recognition of this will, they can inherit its power and continue to fight against the apostles. The pair of eyes that Chen Ping faced was left behind by a slain apostle. Initially, these eyes radiated a strong aura of evil, making purification impossible. They could only be sealed beside the great magic array, using its power to slowly consume the evil aura, eventually leading to its evolution. 10 years ago, the former president of the Mage Guild noticed that the evil aura of the sinful eye had diminished significantly and attempted purification, but unfortunately, it ended in failure and even backlash. However, he concluded that in another 10 years, the sinful eye could be completely purified. Now, the successor president of the Mage Guild, Shallan, had tried multiple times to purify the sinful eye at the suspended tower, but the airship could not approach, and the teleportation array below was completely damaged. Until she saw the crystal in Elias' hand, which was the crystal from above the great magic array. Only with it could the teleportation array be truly repaired to reach the top of the Tower of Heaven. The suspended tower was right next to the Tower of Heaven, so reaching the Tower of Heaven was equivalent to reaching the suspended tower. Faced with the powerful Andumali, Shallan dared not be distracted. If she attempted to purify the sinful eye alone, she would be killed in less than half a minute. To purify the sinful eye, she would need at least 5 minutes. Since Elia could purify the contaminated crystal, she could naturally purify the sinful eye as well. However, even though the energy of the evil eye was significantly weakened, it was still extraordinarily vast. "It seems we must subdue it before we can purify it," Elia said with a stern expression. "Shallan, you think too highly of us." Chen Ping frowned, looking up at the mesmerizing pair of eyes. Even a red-quality bracelet couldn't scan any information. "Elia, stay back. Shala, protect Elia," Chen Ping instructed before immediately soaring into the air. Behind him, mechanical wings suddenly spread out. He only had 10 minutes. The fireblade slashed out, stopping abruptly half a meter from the giant eye, the distorted space seeming to tear Chen Ping's body apart, and a brief blankness appeared in his mind. Mental attack? Chen Ping quickly retreated, and at the same time, the little black creature in his arms transformed into human form, rushing forward with a short blade. Like Chen Ping, it suddenly stopped half a meter from the eyeball. Whoosh! Chen Ping waved one hand, and with the enhancement of his throwing proficiency, he tossed a high-level incendiary bomb in front of the black eyeball. Little Black retreated, and Chen Ping charged forward again, directly tossing the blood pill into his mouth. But just 2 or 3 meters from the giant eyeball, his figure suddenly flickered. Backstab! The effects of his talent sacrifice and the Black Plague set activated simultaneously. Slash! The fire blade cut through, creating a huge gash in the eyeball and successfully poisoning the evil eye. The massive eyeball turned to look at Chen Ping. The sealed evil eye couldn't move and had no other means of attack besides its mental assault. Little Black! Chen Ping called out. Coming! As the pupil of the evil eye turned towards Chen Ping and launched a mental attack, Little Black stepped forward, delivering a dozen more stabs at the wound Chen Ping had left. Brother Chen, I remembered. That golden mask can resist mental attacks, Elias suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping immediately donned the golden mask, and the intense pain in his mind indeed lessened significantly. Fireball technique. Chen Ping retreated, sheathing the fire blade and switching to a staff. While holding a runestone in the other hand, his elemental perception instantly heightened. Under the scorching flames, the evil eye's malevolent aura grew increasingly weak. It has no resistance left, but I need to make contact with it, Elias shouted from the ground. Come! The mechanical wings behind Chen Ping fluttered slightly, flying directly in front of Elia, wrapping one arm around her slender waist and carrying her to the front of the evil eye. At this moment, the evil eye's aura was faint, unable to launch another mental attack, but it would fully recover in just half a day's time. Elia, her face slightly flushed, extended her hands to touch the terrifying evil eye, and its pupils trembled violently, a black aura slowly emerging. Be honest. Little Black flew up, delivering a fierce kick and then slashing it a dozen times. Elia, how much longer? Chen Ping's arm felt a bit sore and numb, the wound on his abdomen still oozing blood. More critically, he had less than half a minute of flight time left. Half a minute. Elia provided an accurate time. Just as 30 seconds passed, the evil eye rapidly withered, finally transforming into black mist and dissipating. Chen Ping, holding Elia, fell directly from the air. Cough cough. Elia, how come I didn't notice last night that you were so heavy? Chen Ping coughed violently, glancing at Elia in his arms. I don't know. Then you weren't hurt, right? No, I'm not hurt. Brother Chen, what about you? Are you hurt? I'm fine, it still feels soft down there. Master, you two are crushing me. Can you get up quickly? Before the transformation ended, Xiaohe flew beneath Chen Ping, providing a slight buffer. Otherwise, even though Chen Ping was wearing a full suit, his body could have been shattered upon impact. Although he had turned back into an alien insect now, being crushed still hurt. You guys, have you considered my feelings? Kral, who was pinned at the bottom, was nearly fainting. As Chen Ping fell, Kral immediately summoned a fire shield, then tried to catch Chen Ping. But Chen Ping came down like a cannonball, directly crushing Kral beneath him. Chen Ping and Ilia quickly got up and helped Kral to his feet. The strong impact had injured Kral's arms quite badly, but fortunately, the Eye of Sin had already been purified. On the ground, a glowing teleportation array appeared. Barn and Shalan should have finished their battle too. Chen Ping pulled Ilia and Kral into the teleportation array. At the top of the Tower of Heaven, there was an immense platform that seemed boundless, which was a gigantic magic circle. Cloud City floated in the sky, and it was precisely because of such a powerful magic circle that it could maintain its levitation and operation. That demon god, was she killed? Chen Ping asked as he stepped forward. She was too strong. We let her escape. Shalan shook her head. Ilia had purified the Eye of Sin, and nothing had exploded. This demon god was undoubtedly the strongest boss they had encountered, and they had let her go. 2 battles had consumed high-level burning bombs and the last blood pill, and they had been injured, yet they had gained nothing. Even without the monster-killing rewards, the rewards for completing 3 tasks perfectly, along with the skills and equipment obtained earlier, meant that Chen Ping had still reaped a lot this time. After resting for a moment, Shalan and Ilia worked together to repair the great magic circle at the top of the Tower of Heaven. The 5 of them were teleported outside the Tower of Heaven through the great magic circle. The clanging sounds of weapons clashing and intermittent shouts of battle faintly reached them. Shang-gu, be careful. No need to thank me, just tell me who Xiaohua is after we deal with these people, Duan Zishuan said. A flash of light passed, and Chen Ping saw the situation around him clearly. Thousands of armored warriors were besieging the Ma Zi team. Fortunately, Ma Zi and the others coordinated well. In front, Su Chanshan held the line, while Xuan and Duan Zishuan provided attacking support from behind, and Ma Zi, Li Shan, and others charged forward, with Yi Shenggu assisting with buffs. The 8 of them faced thousands of trained soldiers and still held the upper hand. Are these soldiers from the principality? The great magic circle has been repaired. I need to return to the imperial capital immediately to report to Her Majesty. Barn, not wanting to cause trouble, covered his face with a black cloth, and with a flash of his figure, he broke through a bloody path and disappeared. After Barn left, Shallan stepped forward and said sternly, "Stop, President Shallan?" The soldiers from the principality were momentarily stunned upon seeing Shallan and all halted. The principality's stable development today was largely due to the decisive role of the Grand Mage Guild, aside from the Empress. 3 years ago, the Grand Mage Guild moved its headquarters to Hurtun City, and under Shallan's mediation, the principality signed contracts with surrounding forces, giving it some breathing room. Moreover, compared to other forces, the principality's military strength was quite weak. It was precisely because of the Grand Mage Guild's presence that there had been no friction incidents at the principality's borders for 3 years. All the people of the principality held the Grand Mage Guild in high regard, especially Shallan, who was revered immensely. "Lady Shallan, the Empress has received news that people from the Empire have intruded into the principality, and some have entered the Tower of Heaven with ill intentions." The soldier wanted to explain further. "There are no people from the Empire here. It is the Mage Guild conducting a routine inspection of the magic circle in the Tower of Heaven. You should return for now. I will meet with the Empress shortly and explain the situation here," Shallan said coldly. "This is Lady Shallan." The soldiers respectfully left. Ma Zi and the others sheathed their weapons and walked behind Chen Ping. "Killed several hundred people, yet I have no experience, not even a single spinning wheel exploded." Li Shan sighed inwardly. "Let's head back to the Mage Guild." Shallan looked at Chen Ping. Little White was still at the Mage Guild, and Chen Ping needed to take her with him before leaving, so he nodded. In the deep of night, even in the capital of the duchy, the bustling Hurtun city, the streets were rarely populated. The teleportation array of the Great Mage Guild was a one-way teleportation array, only allowing exit from the city, not entry, for the safety of the duchy. There was no second teleportation array in the entire duchy, including the royal palace. Shallan and the others arrived outside Hurtun city from the teleportation array beneath the Tower of Heaven. Although entry and exit were prohibited at night, Shallan's status was extremely special, even more respected by the people of the duchy than the Empress. Under her leadership, everyone smoothly entered Hurtun, and with the aid of magic, they returned to the guild in just half an hour. At this time, Ledina had already disappeared, but Shallan didn't mind. "Warrior, thank you for your help. We were able to successfully purify the great magic array and spare the continent from suffering." Shallan's attitude had changed significantly since their first meeting. "President Shallan, this is what I should do. Being able to contribute my meager strength for the beings of the continent is my greatest dream. Moreover, the success in purifying the great magic array is entirely due to your efforts, President Shallan. Our role was minimal." Hearing Chen Ping's words, Shallan revealed a rare smile. "Warrior, you are too humble. I have some magic stones here, or if you need any other rewards, as long as our Mage Guild can provide it, it's no problem." Chen Ping pondered for a moment and spoke softly. "President Shallan, I have also learned some magic, so I have a bit of a foundation. I would like to ask you some questions about magic." "You can use magic too? That's fine. It's a bit late today. Come back tomorrow morning, and with my abilities, I should be able to guide you on some magical issues." Shallan readily agreed. Then, everyone went to their accommodations arranged by the Mage Guild, and Chen Ping checked his wristband. All 3 tasks had been completed. In the past, upon finishing a task or clearing a level, there would be a direct 10-minute countdown. This time, however, Chen Ping needed to actively confirm the settlement, then receive the rewards, and teleport out. After more than 3 days of completing such a difficult task, Chen Ping hadn't expected this, mainly due to the help from Shallan and Barn. His own contribution was quite limited, so the rewards from the settlement shouldn't be too generous. Therefore, Chen Ping didn't settle immediately but prepared to squeeze a bit more. He obtained the golden quality Mighty Dragon Slash and a set of 12 pieces from Barn, which gave Chen Ping a qualitative leap in strength. Even if he couldn't obtain any high-level spells from Shallan, at least he could enhance his magical abilities a bit. It was a dreamless night, the most peaceful sleep Chen Ping had since the apocalypse began. As dawn broke, Chen Ping got up, had a quick bite, and went directly to find Shallan. Magic was an extremely profound subject, and to help Chen Ping understand it more deeply, Shallan first demonstrated it, then explained it in simple terms. Originally, Chen Ping thought he could solve the questions in a few hours, but it took a full 10 days. During these 10 days, Chen Ping's magic indeed grew rapidly, reaching a level comparable to Kral. Especially the advanced fireball spell, which directly upgraded to the great fireball spell. Although it was still of red quality, its power increased by more than half, and the success rate was over 90%. With his current magical power, he could release it 3 or 4 times in a row, then it would take most of the day to recover the consumed magic. When Chen Ping killed the Puppet King, he obtained a floating stone disc, and after Shallan examined it, she found a small floating magic array inside. This small magic circle is far more complex than an ordinary magic circle, and Shalon has not mastered it. Chen Ping took the opportunity to gift this item to Shalon, which was a significant gain for her. Thus, Shalon sought out her friend Kelly to help Chen Ping enhance his weapons. Normally, weapon enhancement requires a level 2 or higher crimson chamber and consumes crimson crystals, with a high failure rate that could even damage the weapon. Kelly, a divine being from the celestial realm, brought high-tech enhancement devices from her world, achieving a success rate close to 100% without damaging the weapons. Chen Ping had only 5 crimson crystals, while Shalon produced several magical crystals that could substitute for crimson crystals, enhancing Chen Ping's fireblade, mechanical wings, and golden mask 3 times each, significantly boosting their attributes. She also embedded runestones into the golden mask, allowing Chen Ping to quickly recover the magical energy he expended when wearing it in the future. Before Chen Ping set off, Shalon taught him how to create magic circles and gave him over 100 intermediate magic stones. Magic stones are considered the universal currency for mages, categorized into ordinary, intermediate, and advanced. One ordinary magic stone is equivalent to 1 crimson coin but has a broader range of uses. 1 advanced magic stone equals 100 intermediate magic stones, and 1 intermediate magic stone equals 100 ordinary magic stones. Besides providing energy for mages, they are also one of the materials for magic circles. On the continent, magic stones can be directly used to create teleportation circles, while in other worlds, like the Blue Star where Chen Ping is from, due to the scarcity of elemental power, magic stones, the blood of crimson beasts, and jump engines are needed, requiring a perfect combination of technology and magic. At this point, Xiao Bai and Qi are also reunited with Chen Ping and the others, and Xiao Bai had comprehended a new skill. Qi was not fully healed. The wizard said she needed to walk with her heart to escape her pain, but she did not know where her heart was. On the morning of the 11th day after the Great Magic Circle was purified, Chen Ping and the others prepared to leave. Ilea, I hope you can stay and manage the Great Magic Circle. After some pleasantries with Chen Ping, Shalon turned to Ilea. Chen Ping was also happy for Ilea upon hearing this. Joining the Great Mage Guild could be considered a public position. Moreover, the benefits of the Mage Guild were excellent. 5 days of work and 2 days off, meals and accommodation provided, 6 insurances in one fund, a year-end bonus of 20 months' salary, and even a household registration and position in Hertun City. With such treatment, if it were Chen Ping, he would definitely agree. The first rule of joining the guild is to cut ties with one's beloved, as the guild arranges marriages, which also means that Ilea and Chen Ping's relationship would have to end completely. After all, even though humans and elves walk the same path, they still belong to different species, which greatly affects the magical talents of their offspring. Ilea showed no hesitation. Thank you, Sister Shalon, for your kindness, but I still want to adventure with the warrior. Her tone was exceptionally firm, surprising Chen Ping. Ilea, have you thought it over? Chen Ping asked. No, the warrior has shielded me from so many dangers. I want to do something for the warrior, but I might become a burden. Ilea lowered her head. No, you will never be a burden, Chen Ping said, though he felt uncertain inside. It would naturally be a good thing to take Ilea with him. After all, the princess of the Forest Elf clan would surely achieve magical accomplishments that would not be lower than his own. His only concern was whether he could take the NPCs from this secret realm. President Shalon, it's getting late. We should be on our way. Chen Ping greeted Shalon and then summoned the panel of the Crimson Bracelet to settle the rewards. Crimson Temple Trial, completion 10%. Bloodline Awakening 15%. All attributes increased by 10 points. Experience increased by 30%. Items produced in Bali continent have been bound. Task completion rating S, received additional custom rewards. Series task completion rating S. Extra reward, Bali continent teleportation scroll. Completion reward, Crimson Coins *100, Random Red Quality Equipment *2, Random Red Quality Items *2, Star Upgrade Card *1, Advanced Life Potion *4, Crimson Crystals *5. Enduring a strong sense of dizziness, Chen Ping quickly looked around. Ilea. Seeing Ilea standing beside him, Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It must be that their affinity had reached 100%, allowing them to teleport to another world together. Not a member of the Lin family. Oh no, the Lin family must have been wiped out in the secret realm. Damn it, it must be those guys doing. Kill them all, leave none alive. Conversations faintly echoed from a distance, and immediately, bullets began to rain down from all directions. Bang bang bang. Su Chanqian quickly raised her tower shield, blocking the area around Chen Ping and Ilea tightly. Li Shan swung his fork, creating a gust of wind that scattered the bullets before they could even get close. Truly unaware of their own strength, daring to make a move. Duan Zixuan slightly closed his eyes, raised one hand, and with a flick of his wrist, a crossbow bolt was released, piercing through 3 or 4 enemies. Ma Zi directly charged into the enemy crowd with his long knife, and with swift strikes, left a pile of corpses in his wake. During their time in the secret realm, Ma Zi's strength had improved significantly, but Chen Ping's brilliance overshadowed everything, and those monsters were too powerful, leaving them no room to showcase their skills. Now, seeing this group of oblivious people, it was only natural to vent some frustration. In just over a minute, the ground was littered with 400 to 500 corpses. Who are you people? Ma Zi's large knife was pressed against a kneeling man. He was the captain of this small team. Sir, I understand the rules. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. I am Captain Jia of Team 1 from the Ningjin Hongwei camp. Our camp secretly submitted to the Lin family some time ago. We were monitoring the Hongyuan camp in secret, and when we saw their elite forces mobilize, we sent people to follow them here, then contacted the Lin family to kill all the people guarding the Hongyuan camp. After that, the Lin family entered the Crimson Secret Realm, and when we got the news, we came to help guard against other forces approaching. We guarded for 10 days, and then, you all showed up. The kneeling man revealed everything without any concealment. Is it really related to the Lin family? Chen Ping frowned. He had only been guessing, and although the reasons were different from his speculation, the Lin family was indeed involved. Dong Gu? Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping. Let's go, first check the Hongyuan camp. Chen Ping waved his hand, and after Ma Zi killed the man and added 2 more strikes, the others lying on the ground were also checked and finished off by Jiang Chang and Jiang Xayan, confirming there were no survivors before leaving with Chen Ping. The blood of hundreds flowed slowly, until half an hour later, the trickling blood gathered around the teleportation array of the Crimson Secret Realm. Due to becoming a special Crimson Secret Realm, after Chen Ping completed the challenge, this teleportation array had been completely rendered useless. However, at this moment, it emitted a chilling red glow, the red light flickering for 3 to 4 hours before suddenly spewing out a cloud of black mist. Ki kak. Why does the sound seem so strange? From within the black mist, Andumali's voice emerged. As the black mist dissipated, the teleportation array finally collapsed completely. Is this another world? Interesting. Andumali waved one hand, and those corpses that were supposed to be dead slowly stood up. The armored vehicle sped across the desolate wasteland, and inside the cabin, Chen Ping leaned back in his seat. Although Shallan's mage guild was very safe, perhaps because they were in another world, Chen Ping felt a sense of unease. The crimson mist shrouding Blue Star was filled with danger, yet Chen Ping felt more at ease here. During those 10 days on Bali continent, Chen Ping's overall strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Now there is still about 10% of experience left before I can level up to gold 4 stars. I plan to use the star upgrade card after reaching 4 stars, which will allow me to directly upgrade to 5 stars. The extra custom reward for clearing the level gave me a talent scroll exclusive to elves. My extra custom reward? I can't use it? Damn custom reward. Although Chen Ping couldn't use it, as the princess of the elf tribe in the Dawn Forest of Bali continent, Ilea could comprehend it instantly. Brother Chen, what is this? It's a magic skill. During this time, I've been learning from Shallan, and this skill is among them, but my talent is too low to master it. You can learn it. Thank you, Brother Chen. You're too good to me. Ilea smiled slightly as she took the scroll, but there was a deep sense of unease in that smile. Although her way of speaking was still somewhat stiff, her facial expressions were already quite rich. Perhaps, the Ilea before him had already transcended the realm of an NPC. Ilea, I brought you from another world, and as long as I am alive, I will definitely protect you. In the past, saying such things was more about triggering extra quests or increasing favorability with characters from the secret realm. However, the current Chen Ping was completely sincere. Compared to humans, the elf princess was even more innocent. Then, Chen Ping drew a random red quality equipment and obtained a piece of black armor and battle boots, which were not much different from his current equipment attributes. The attributes of the Black Plague set were more important to Chen Ping. Unless he obtained purple or even gold quality equipment, he wouldn't consider changing. Without any hesitation, he gave the 2 red quality pieces to Xiao He. After leveling up to level 4, Xiao He had an independent small space to store items, but the capacity was extremely limited, filling up with just a dozen pieces of equipment. When it transformed into a humanoid form, it could take out equipment from the space and wear it, directly enhancing temporary attributes. Thank you, Master. Having me is your blessing. Xiao He pondered for a while. With you, I really admire you. Chen Ping shook his head and drew a lucky upgrade scroll and a high-level freezing bomb from the random red quality items. He did not use the 4 bottles of life potions from the clearing rewards directly. Chen Ping still had 81 years of life left and was not in urgent need. He would keep these 4 bottles as backup. Finally, he opened the scarlet bracelet, pulled up a document, and sent it to Ma Zi, Li Shan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Xian. This is the content of the Fierce Dragon Breaks the Sky / You can learn it, Chen Ping said calmly. This version had been modified by him multiple times, with a power level of about 50% of the original. With this skill, Ma Zi and the others would have enough self-defense capability, and during the secret realm clearance, they wouldn't be a burden to Chen Ping. Moreover, their strength was within Chen Ping's control. He would never repeat the mistakes of his past life. The days of being wary of everyone made Chen Ping feel very tired. In fact, all betrayals stemmed from interests, including survival interests, material interests, and emotional interests. At least for now, the people around him had no reason to betray Chen Ping, but he still had to be cautious. Thank you, Donggu. Jiang Chang, who received the message, quickly replied and informed Jiang Xian, who was driving. Such a powerful skill was something they would never dare to dream of. Even unleashing 1/10 of this skill's power would be enough to instantly kill a level 3 Scarlet Beast. Level 3 Scarlet Beasts were almost the ceiling of existence on Blue Star. After all, this place was still far from being as perverse as the Scarlet Secret Realm. Ma Zi and Li Shan glanced at the bracelet and nodded to Chen Ping. Compared to verbal thanks, they preferred to take action. The armored vehicle moved slowly forward, and it wasn't until late at night that they arrived at the Hanyuan camp in Ningjin. In just over 10 days, the Red Kite camp not only completed its construction but even doubled in size. Within a radius of a kilometer, there were hidden sentries and guards. Even a secondary camp would not possess such strength. The nearly 2-meter-high city walls were over half a meter thick, and the camp's main gate was crafted from beast bones mixed with scarlet ore, making it incredibly hard. No second-level scarlet beast could breach it. Who goes there? A dozen people rushed out from the woods, blocking the armored vehicle. Ironwood camp. Jiang Xian, the driver, said coldly, his powerful aura causing the guards who stepped forward to retreat several steps. Ironwood camp? I am blind to not recognize the great mountain. Please forgive me, my lord. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's face showed no expression, while the guards dispersed, and the leader quickly reported to the camp via a scarlet wristband. At this late hour, why would Ironwood camp send someone over? And we received no prior notice. Could it be? The camp leader of Red Kite, Hai Hongyuan, furrowed her brows. She suddenly thought it might be Chen Ping and quickly changed her clothes, taking a few trusted aides to the camp's main gate. As the armored vehicle arrived at the entrance, it coincidentally met the hurried Hai Hongyuan coming to greet them. Brother Chen. Hai Hongyuan was over a decade older than Chen Ping but looked to be in her 30s. I didn't expect the camp to be rebuilt so quickly. Chen Ping glanced at the camp's walls behind Hai Hongyuan. Thanks to Brother Chen's assistance, an Ironwood camp provided a lot of resources. Otherwise, even with another year, my Red Kite camp wouldn't have been able to reach this state. Hai Hongyuan said respectfully. Yes, a dozen days ago, after taking the Ironwood token you gave me to Ironwood camp, they first sent a small team to garrison, then sent an engineering team to help with the construction, along with 2 mechs. To the southwest of the camp, there is a scarlet mine. We didn't know its purpose before, but with the help of the engineering team, we began mining the mountain while also rebuilding the camp. The outer perimeter has just been completed, and work on the interior has only just begun. Hai Hanyuan replied. It was clear that all of this was likely the work of Baiyu. Her capabilities exceeded Chen Ping's expectations, especially the speed of development. In his previous life, the scarlet ore was not put to use until 2 years later. In reality, research and production were not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in facing the external threats from scarlet beasts, which caused unrest within the camp, while rivalries between camps continued. The vast majority of people could not focus all their energy on research and production. When Baiyu cleared the surrounding camps and absorbed a large number of mining personnel, she began to stockpile relevant talent. Chen Ping's 13 mechanized beasts completely resolved the external security issues of the camp, while 3 B-level Scarlet Realms addressed the internal material crisis. Coupled with Baiyu's management, everyone could invest in research and production without worries, and naturally, the speed would not be slow. As technology surged, Baiyu also spread knowledge appropriately, even sending personnel to assist in the construction of other camps. After all, possessing wealth can lead to trouble. The affairs of Ironwood camp could not be hidden for long, so Baiyu directly shared some technologies with certain camps. Of course, only part of the technology was offered, and other camps had to agree to certain conditions. Chen Ping was not concerned about these matters. He had entrusted everything regarding the camp to Baiyu. Any movements from the Lin family? Chen Ping, having arrived at the nearest Red Kite camp, wanted to gather the latest information as soon as possible. During this time, based on the collected information, Lin Shanhai has cleared 4 B-level realms, and they seem to be preparing to head to an A-level realm. Hai Hanyuan replied. Do you know the location of that realm? Still gathering intelligence. Hai Hongyuan shook her head. Chen Ping had just returned from the Bali continent and needed at least a few days to rest. Otherwise, maintaining such high tension would take a toll on his body. Moreover, he had to settle Elia first. He wasn't particularly interested in this A-level secret realm, but if he could disrupt the Lin family's plans, that would be the best outcome. He also asked Hai Hanyuan about the events that had occurred over the past half-month. The number of crimson beasts in the area had increased, and a human defense line had been established in the south. In the outer regions, there were plans to form a human united government, and many had come to Longwa, but most had died at the hands of the crimson beasts. Chen Ping remembered that the united government was not truly established until 4 years later. Brother Chen, although the Hanyuan camp is still under construction, there are enough places to rest. Why don't you rest here for a day? Hai Hanyuan asked. No need. Chen Ping shook his head but walked slowly toward the Hanyuan camp. This. Hai Hanyuan was slightly taken aback, thinking Chen Ping was about to leave, but he unexpectedly entered the camp. She didn't dare to delay and immediately followed him. Where is the Crimson Pod in the camp? Chen Ping asked. Since learning about the function of the Crimson Pod, Hai Hanyuan had placed more importance on it, adding 2 walls and having dozens of people guarding it at all times. Brother Chen, I'll take you there. Hai Hanyuan immediately led the way. There are quite a few people in the camp. Chen Ping glanced around. This is also thanks to the Taimu camp and deputy camp leader Bai. The people she sent directly breached 5 camps in Ningjin on the 3rd day, capturing everyone from those camps. At first, these people were somewhat resistant, but we provided ample food and demonstrated enough strength, so they quickly integrated into the Hanyuan camp. After all, compared to their original camps, this place is definitely much safer. Hai Hanyuan explained as she led Chen Ping to the center of the camp, to the location of the Crimson Pod. This place is quite safe. Chen Ping surveyed the room where the Crimson Pod was located, which could accommodate about 30 to 40 people. In the center of this small room was the Crimson Pod. Deputy Camp Leader Bai told me that it is because of the Crimson Pod that the Crimson Beasts do not attack the camp, so I pay special attention to it. Hai Hanyuan nodded. Deputy Camp Leader Bai treats you so well? Did you have a prior relationship? Chen Ping casually asked. No, being valued by Deputy Camp Leader Bai might be related to you, Brother Chen, and our Hanyuan camp has already joined the Dawn Alliance, becoming one of its members. Although the Dark Crow camp's Zhou Mo is the Alliance president, within the Alliance, the one with real influence is still Deputy Camp Leader Bai. 5 days ago, she redrafted the Alliance regulations, providing more detailed specifications for each member, along with the responsibilities and obligations that need to be fulfilled. Anyway, following the Alliance's commands has far more benefits than risks, Hai Hanyuan explained. Well, you can go out first. Okay. I'll wait for you outside. Hai Honyuan quickly exited the room. Chen Ping walked around the Crimson Pod and squatted down. Xiao Hei, you haven't said anything for a long time. He was used to hearing Xiao Hei chattering in his ear, and its silence felt a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps that was just how it was. Master, didn't you tell me not to speak? Now I allow it. Then what should I say? Forget it, just keep quiet. Alright. Chen Ping shook his head and took out a bottle containing the blood of the 3rd-level crimson beasts he had killed on the way, along with some powdered beast bones. Mixing the beast bone powder with the crimson beast blood, he stirred it until it became thick and, relying on his memory, drew a complex pattern on the ground. Take a look at this formation. It should be correct, right? Master, no, I can't see this thing. It's dizzying. Really dizzy? Yeah, really. Then it should be fine. Why? You get dizzy from formations. If you're dizzy now, it proves that this formation at least resembles the real thing. Master, can you act like a person? Xiao Hei said, feeling quite speechless. Chen Ping took out 6 magic stones and placed them in the 6 corners of the formation diagram, then retrieved his primary teleportation engine and set it in the center of the array. Finally, he donned a golden mask, took out a black staff, and began to chant incantations, resembling a mystic. Time passed slowly as Chen Ping felt the elemental power within him rapidly depleting. Just as it was nearly exhausted, the formation in front of him emitted a faint red glow, and the primary teleportation engine swayed slightly, slowly sinking into the ground. It worked! Chen Ping collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if his body had been drained. Master, where does this teleport to? Xiao Hei asked curiously. It can't be used yet. Once the teleportation array at the other end, the Ironwood camp, is completed, it will be operational. After resting for a while, Chen Ping got up and walked outside, where Hai Hongyuan stood respectfully beside him. There is a formation diagram on the ground. Do not touch it. If it is damaged, the entire camp will vanish in an instant. Chen Ping warned. In fact, one would need to be at least at the gold rank to have any chance of damaging this primary teleportation array. Understood. Hai Hongyuan nodded in response, not daring to ask about the function of the diagram. Chen Ping returned to the armored vehicle, which slowly started and then sped away. Stop. Check. Late the next night, several miles outside the Ironwood camp, a fully armed guard stopped an armored vehicle. I am the team leader, Ma Zi. Within the Ironwood camp, very few people knew of Chen Ping, and even fewer had heard of the name Erdong. However, team leader Ma Zi was a figure just below the camp leaders. Although many newcomers had arrived at the camp, they had never truly seen this elusive team leader. Yet, everyone knew the bizarre legends surrounding him. When Baiyu had not yet arrived at the Ironwood camp, Ma Zi had led the camp's people to resist the beast tide, taking the heads of third-level crimson beasts among the millions of them. Later, in a secret realm, he consumed a strange fruit that caused him to grow to a height of 4 to 5 meters, with a massive mouth capable of swallowing a person whole, and he needed to consume over a dozen second-level or higher crimson beasts daily. His pockmarked face was described in terrifying terms. If a crying child in the camp heard Ma Zi's name, they would instantly fall silent, possibly scared to death. You are Ma Zi? The guard was momentarily stunned. This was completely different from the rumors. But with the current strength of the Ironwood camp, no one would dare impersonate team leader Ma Zi. Step aside, Ma Zi said, displeased. The guard, frightened by the low shout, took 2 steps back. Why yes, team leader Ma Zi. Let them through. Looks like I need to have a word with old Zhao when I get back. This group of outer guards has less courage than a joke. How can this work? Ma Zi scoffed. Team leader Ma Zi, I have iron guts. Although I'm a bit small, I've never feared anyone except for 4th-level crimson beasts. Duan Zishuan retorted, feeling indignant. Ma Zi ignored Duan Zishuan, his gaze passing through the car window to the outside. In the pitch-black night, distant searchlights occasionally swept across, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. What the hell? A Gatling gun? And a mortar? Where did these weapons come from? And aren't these firearms ineffective against crimson beasts? What's the point of having them here? The people in the vehicle were extremely confused. There were still 2 or 3 kilometers to the high walls of the Ironwood camp, and the ground around was littered with weapons from before the apocalypse. Before the armored vehicle could reach the camp, the tall and heavy silver gate slowly opened. The gate, over 5 meters high and more than 10 meters wide, had never been opened since its construction. Normally, entry and exit from the camp were through the small door beside it. After the armored vehicle entered the camp, it came to a slow stop. In front of the empty camp, only a somewhat delicate figure stood alone. Brother Chen. Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Ping get out of the car. Hearing the guard's report, she immediately realized that Chen Ping must have returned. Knowing that Chen Ping acted low-key and never made a fuss, she dispersed the people around, even reducing the number of guards at the gate by half, and then waited alone. Baiyu was slightly older than Chen Ping. Previously, saying Brother Chen felt very awkward, but now it flowed effortlessly. You all go back and rest. Qianqian, take care of Xiaobai. Okay. Su Qianqian nodded. Baiyu, do you have a larger, better-conditioned double room? Yes, one was built not long ago, on the 4th underground floor. Baiyu nodded. Make the arrangements. Chen Ping turned to Xuena. It's been a bumpy journey. You and AI Leah go to the room to rest first. Brother Chen, AI Leah's face fell at the thought of separating from Chen Ping. Just go rest well. I'll find you tomorrow morning. Don't worry, being here is like being home. Chen Ping patted AI Leah's shoulder. Baiyu stood barefoot beside them, glancing at the exotic-looking woman, and as someone who had been through similar experiences, she instantly understood the nature of Chen Ping's relationship with her. Given Baiyu's understanding of Chen Ping, he would never casually bring someone back and treat her so well. This woman must be extraordinary, so she couldn't afford to be negligent. Baiyu immediately called her assistant, Xiao Hui, and after several reminders, instructed her to take Xuena and AI Leah away. The rest of the group also returned to their respective rooms to rest. Although most people hadn't exerted much effort during this expedition, their nerves had been taut the entire time, and after 2 days of continuous travel, they felt utterly exhausted. Soon, only Baiyu and Chen Ping remained in front of the camp. You've worked hard managing the camp during this time. It's nothing, it's what I should do. In any case, it's far better than when I was at the Lin family, and much freer. Baiyu smiled slightly, elegant and poised, yet alluring. Is your villa still there? Chen Ping suddenly asked. No, only some necessary buildings remain above ground. The living and activity areas have all moved underground. Baiyu replied. Then where will I stay? I'll take you there. No rush, let's go to your place first. I have some matters to discuss with you. All right, Baiyu responded, gently turning and taking a step. the pale yellow qipao revealing a glimpse of her snow-white legs. Chen Ping quietly followed behind her, reaching the first underground level, taking the elevator down to the 6th underground floor. Baiyu's underground room had a living room, dining area, bathroom, and even a small study, measuring nearly 300 square meters. Chen Ping glanced around, frowning slightly. Not even a window? Each room has an independent ventilation system, and since this is underground, what's the point of windows? For psychological comfort. Chen Ping sighed. By the way, your room is right next door, even larger than this one, Baiyu said with a smile. Isn't that a bit too much? Isn't it too ostentatious? Then should we change it? Baiyu looked at Chen Ping. Forget it, I should enjoy it. Chen Ping shook his head. But entering through the front door still feels a bit strange. Your bedroom has a secret door that leads directly to my bedroom. I like this design. Indeed, there's no need for windows. The two walked to the sofa in the living room, and Baiyu habitually lit a cigar, then opened a crimson wristband to pull up some information. The Dawn Alliance now has 18 members. When you first established it, there was a camp that didn't listen well, so I just cleaned it up a bit, Baiyu said lightly, as if discussing something trivial. It was that secondary camp, led by that Iron Head, which was supported by the Chen family. It had integrated 5 larger primary camps and already had over 10,000 members at that time. Baiyu established new regulations, and Iron Head, true to his name, made a harsh remark, actually just wanting some say within the alliance. After all, he was from a secondary camp, and even though he had witnessed the power of the mechanical beasts, he did not believe that Baiyu would leave him any room for negotiation. As a result, on the very day Ironhead made his harsh remark, Xiaohui led 3 teams from the Ironwood camp, along with 5 mechanical beasts, and directly flattened Ironhead's secondary camp, leaving not a single survivor. Instantly, all the camps along the coast fell silent. Xiaohui and the people from the Ironwood camp completely eradicated all the Chen family members within the coastal territory. Just as everyone was on edge, Baiyu suddenly announced that she would help all camps within the alliance to build defenses. The Red Kite camp became the first template, and immediately countless nearby camps wanted to join the Dawn Alliance, but the alliance had high requirements, and only a few met the standards, currently serving only as observation members, with their inclusion still waiting on Baiyu's word. Chen Ping was not concerned about these matters. Has Chenin been sent? Well, the Lin family from Lingjian learned of the Chen family's news and sent out 10 teams to intercept. The convoy escorted by the treasure pavilion was completely annihilated, and our rescue team also came up empty. According to the information provided by the treasure pavilion, Chenin has already been taken back to the Lin family. If we don't eradicate the roots, there will be endless troubles. However, the camp is currently under construction. I plan to organize a team to go to Lingjiang in half a month, Baiyu said in a deep voice. In the Ironwood camp, 6 floors underground, in Baiyu's room, Chen Ping was listening to Baiyu's plans. First was the development and construction of the camp, followed by external expansion, swallowing the Lin family and occupying the entire Yuzhou. Baiyu was an ambitious person with strong execution ability. Previously constrained by the Lin family and lacking sufficient strength, now with Chen Ping's support behind her, she could finally unleash her ambitions without reservations. If possible, I think you should be the president of this Dawn Alliance. Baiyu shifted her tone and looked at Chen Ping. Who the president is doesn't matter. What matters is that it is in our hands. I don't want too many people focusing on me. Just tell me what you need, and the rest, like development, management, and this president business, you can handle. Chen Ping lounged on the sofa, acting like a hands-off manager. This alliance was initiated by you, and you didn't even tell me. Now that the basic framework is complete, you don't want to manage it anymore? Baiyu frowned slightly. I originally wanted to manage it, but now I feel you are more suitable than I am, and I trust you enough and will support you unconditionally. In the future, just go ahead and do your thing. I'll back you up, Chen Ping said calmly. His words were spoken lightly, but in Baiyu's heart, each word weighed a ton. Even before the arrival of the Crimson Apocalypse, trust between people was a rare thing. In the apocalypse, even family could betray you at any moment, and no one spoke of trust anymore. Baiyu could feel that Chen Ping truly trusted her and supported her unconditionally. Those powerful mechanical beasts, placed directly in the camp to assist Baiyu, and those 3 B-grade Crimson Secret Realms, laid a solid foundation for the base. If this information were sold to the treasure pavilion, it could even be exchanged for treasures that could change one's fate. More importantly, in the past few times Chen Ping returned, he had brought her a large number of crimson turntables. Although the probability of blue equipment was low, the sheer quantity allowed the camp to form 3 super teams, whose strength was already comparable to that of the core members of the Lin family. These resources were not important to Chen Ping, as he was now basically equipped with all red quality gear and had a golden quality skill. But for Baiyu and the Taimu camp, These supplies were the hope of life, the capital to fight against the Crimson Beasts. Qin Ping, who had been reborn, understood very well that to truly survive in the Crimson Apocalypse, one needed a strong team and a vast power. No matter how strong an individual was, facing countless enemies would make one feel insignificant, and there would be times of exhaustion. According to Qin Ping's plan, it might take another year or two before he could spare some energy to build a force, by which time the human camp would also be relatively stable. However, Bai Yu's appearance advanced Qin Ping's plans by more than a year. With her helping to manage things, Qin Ping could save a lot of energy and time, enhancing his own strength while also gaining a powerful force. His trust in Bai Yu was also based on his own strength, and the resources he brought out from the secret realm were irreplaceable by anyone else. "I won't let you down," Bai Yu said seriously to Qin Ping as she placed the cigar in the ashtray. "And don't put too much pressure on yourself. I told you, I will support you, just do what you think is right." Qin Ping didn't impose any restrictions on Bai Yu, but in reality, that was the biggest restriction. "By the way, how much time do you have left?" Qin Ping asked casually. Bai Yu was still immersed in her emotions and took a moment to respond. 14 years. In the early days of the Crimson Apocalypse, she had used a lot of her lifespan to draw from the roulette, and later collected quite a few life potions, but all of them were given to Qin Ping as rewards. "You can use this, don't draw from the roulette yourself anymore." Qin Ping took out a bottle of high-grade life potion. Bai Yu accepted it without hesitation. "Also, I need a roulette for life potions and a jump engine. There are 5 roulettes for life potions, but I haven't seen a jump engine. I heard that in 10 days, the Treasure Pavilion will hold an auction in Ningjin, and one of the highlights will be a high-grade jump engine." "Okay, I got it. Keep these crimson roulettes. This time we only got this much from the secret realm." Qin Ping took out more than 200 crimson roulettes. The number of crimson beasts killed in this secret realm wasn't many, and some didn't drop anything at all. These 200 or so roulettes were mostly dropped by the dragon people, and the quality was quite good, with nearly 60 being blue quality. "It's getting late. If there's nothing else, let's rest for now." Bai Yu put away the crimson roulettes on the table. "Alright, I haven't had a good night's sleep in the secret realm for over 10 days, and I've been on the road for 2 days. I'll head back now." Qin Ping stretched and got up. "Your room was just expanded the day before yesterday, so it might not be ready for occupancy yet," Bai Yu reminded him. "Well, then, can I stay here for one night? I'm going to take a shower." Bai Yu extinguished the cigar, stood up gracefully, and walked towards the bathroom. The next day at noon, on the second underground floor, in the cafeteria hall. "Captain, 50 points for a labor release, let me lie down and have an extra meal." Duan Zishuan approached Captain Ma Zi. "Speak plainly." I just heard someone say that the camp has meat meals every Thursday, but it costs 50 camp points. Lend me 50 points, I want to eat meat." Duan Zishuan scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi directly opened his wristband and scanned 100 points to Duan Zishuan's wristband. "Wow, thank you, Captain. That's enough for me to eat twice. Once I save enough points, I'll pay you back," Duan Zishuan said with a beaming face. "No need to pay back the points, just get me a meat meal too," Ma Zi said. "Sure thing." Duan Zishuan excitedly walked to the counter, scanned his points, and got 2 meat meals. Previously, they had only eaten frozen potatoes in the camp, and it was only after following Qin Ping that they occasionally had a good meal, but they hadn't seen warm meat since the apocalypse. "Wow, it smells so good." Duan Zishuan swallowed hard. "The changes in this camp are too great. When I just came back, I thought I was hallucinating." Ma Zi picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it directly into his mouth. This deputy commander Bai is really impressive, but he also needs Dong Ji's support behind him, otherwise. Duan Zishuan's words were not yet finished when Yi Xinga walked over, looking lost and dejected. "Xinga, what's wrong?" Duan Zishuan asked with concern. "Xiao Hua is sick, and she's not going to make it," Yi Xinga murmured. "Xiao Hua, your girlfriend?" "Yeah, she was among the first batch to mine the Scarlet Ore, and that batch mostly died. Only Xiao Hua had a better constitution and is held on until now. But, it's almost over." Yi Xinga nodded. "Goodness, Xinga, you can't be serious, can you?" Duan Zishuan's eyes widened. Yi Xinga ignored him and looked at Ma Zi. "Captain, can you help me ask Donggo? He must have a way." "That Xiao Hua, does she have any special abilities?" Ma Zi asked in a deep voice. "No, she's just an ordinary person." Yi Xinga shook his head. This is a bit difficult." Ma Zi frowned, put down his chopsticks, and took out a cigarette from his pocket, taking a few puffs. "These past few times following Donggu into the secret realm, we've basically just been tagging along. Not only have we contributed little, but we've also reaped so many benefits. It's indeed hard to ask Donggu for help, but I really can't just watch Xiao Hua fade away." Yi Xinga's voice trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Xuana arrived at the cafeteria with Ai Lia. and Su Chanxian came with Xiaobai. Wow, is this the cafeteria that Sister Xuena mentioned? People from other worlds have a fixed place to eat food. You just scan it and get food? What kind of magical spell is this? AI Leah was very fresh and curious about everything here. The aloof Xuena patiently explained, although she didn't clarify much. Qianqian, Xuena, Ma Zi stood up. Among the entire team, the only ones who could talk to Qinping were these two. Moreover, Ma Zi needed Qinping's antidote every 3 months, which already put him in a huge debt of gratitude. Captain, what's the matter? Xuena and the others walked over. Ma Zi briefly explained the situation. I'll go find Donggu, Su Chanxian volunteered. Really? Sister Chanxian, if you can get Donggu to help, you'll be my savior. Yi Shunga seemed to have grasped a lifeline. You think too highly of yourself, wanting to be Chanxian's son and Dong Ji's grandson, such a great fortune, how could it fall on you? Duan Zixuan shook his head from the side. Wait a minute, do you know where Donggu is? Su Chanxian asked. After coming back yesterday, Donggu went with Deputy Commander Bai, and I haven't seen him since. Yi Xinga shook his head. Then he should be with Deputy Commander Bai. I'll go look for him. After saying that, Su Chanxian hurriedly left.